Traversing the Marvel Universe. Theodore Vahn found himself as one of the serpents within the Hydra organization, and he was absolutely elated. The connections were vast, the relationships robust, and the world was delightfully liberated. Armed with the extraordinary powers bestowed upon him by the divine realm acquired through his transmigration, he possessed an invincible advantage. His next endeavor was to engage in deception, abduction, and the coercion of individuals, transforming all heroes and villains into subjects of his divine domain, thereby aiding his ascent along the path of divinity. Chapter 1. The Nadir Prison in the northern suburbs of the Bronx, New York, along the banks of the Hudson River, stood a sprawling private prison covering over 100 acres. Congressman Kelly, this way please. What you are currently observing is the maximum security inmate area, housing a total of 980 criminals, all convicted of heinous crimes such as rape, murder, and gun violence. This section is completely isolated from the rest of the prison premises, and we have implemented 5 security protocols to ensure its safety, Theodore Vahn confidently stated as he guided a group of federal and New York Justice Department officials through Nadir Prison. Tall and strikingly handsome, no one could fathom why he had chosen to invest heavily in the construction and management of this private penitentiary. Leading the way alongside Congressman Kelly and the New York Attorney General, Vahn wore a smile as he eloquently elaborated. Congressman Kelly, Minister Bori, Nadir Prison has been operating smoothly for 3 years, currently detaining over 6,000 inmates without a single incident. Additionally, the new prison wing was completed just 3 days ago, and combined with the existing facilities, we can accommodate up to 20,000 inmates. Gentlemen, I believe we are thoroughly prepared from every conceivable perspective, Theodore Vahn declared with unwavering confidence. The gray-haired New York Attorney General, Minister Bori, nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the results of the inspection. He was a key supporter of the current mayor of New York, George, who had championed this significant infrastructure project. Nadir Prison was the cornerstone of this initiative, and thus far, everything appeared to be progressing smoothly. However, he cast a curious glance at the congressman beside him, merely nodding without uttering a word. He found it rather peculiar to encounter the congressman in such a setting. He had a good rapport with the young man before him, being aware of his reputation as a prominent young magnate in New York, yet he was still astounded at the extent of the young man's connections, capable of inviting a congressman to tour a prison. Asterisk asterisk in the warden's office. Asterisk asterisk. After concluding his tour of the facility, Minister Bori and Vahn stood before an expansive blueprint of the prison, sipping fine red wine. Mr. Vahn, shouldn't you attend to Congressman Kelly first? Minister Bori queried as he savored a sip of the wine. The warden is currently with him. The congressman and I have potential collaborative interests. I regret that I cannot disclose further details as they pertain to unpublicized matters, which I trust you can comprehend. Vahn responded out of course. Came the prompt reply from Minister Bori. Minister Bori, let us continue our earlier discussion. You must have reviewed the city government's budget report for the upcoming year. If the Justice Department entrusts all inmates to Nadir Prison, New York City will save millions annually on inmate placement alone. This figure only accounts for direct expenses. When factoring in expenditures for correctional officers, facility maintenance, and operational costs, you must recognize that if the city completely contracts prison operations to us, it could save $40 million each year. This would be a monumental achievement for Mayor George. I have numerous media acquaintances eager to report this fact. Imagine how our media allies might frame it. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Mayor George's administration, New York's crime rate has significantly decreased, and the number of inmates is steadily dwindling. Vahn's voice resonated with a deep, compelling authority. Moreover, my Nadir Prison is entirely capable of accommodating all transferred inmates. Haha, Mr. Vahn, your reasoning is sound. I believe the mayor and the Justice Department will work collaboratively to advance this matter. Minister Bori replied, his face flushed, whether from the wine or the implications of the declining crime rates. Deep down, he understood that closing Rikers Island would showcase the Justice Department's achievements over recent years. However, on the flip side, the closure would also facilitate the expansion of LaGuardia Airport. According to the plan, LaGuardia would surpass Kennedy Airport, emerging as a new, advanced airport model for both New York and the world. This represented a triumph for the city government, balancing economic gain with public image and benefits, a veritable windfall. Observing Minister Bori's excitement, Vahn was well aware of his thoughts. However, those considerations bore little relevance to him. He too was a beneficiary of this entire enterprise. The only party whose interests might be jeopardized were the correctional officers at Rikers Island, who could find themselves unemployed due to governmental downsizing. Oh, and of course, the inmates might soon realize that in these times, lacking funds could even preclude them from affording prison accommodations. After all, private prisons must also be profitable. Minister Bori chuckled as he savored another sip of wine, suddenly furrowing his brow. Is this a premier vintage? Infused with the aromas of Yumi, black cherries, and black currants, with lingering notes of green leaves, sweet peppers, and oak spices. What wine is this? I don't believe I've ever tasted it before. Dahaha. Vahn laughed heartily. What exquisite taste. This wine hails from my vineyard in Bordeaux, France that IT has yet to be officially released, yet it already showcases the qualities of a top-tier vintage. Should you desire, you may take a few bottles with you to enjoy at your leisure. Vahn winked at him. Well, that sounds splendid. Perhaps I could offer you some suggestions for improvement. Minister Bori replied. Such an endeavor would be my honor, Vahn exclaimed, grinning as he drew closer to Bori, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. This evening at 8, I'm hosting a party. Care to join for a delightful respite? Bori hesitated. Well, I'm not sure that's appropriate. What if? Rest assured, it's a private venue, devoid of any unwanted company. You can immerse yourself in language studies, French, German, Russian, Italian, everything you could wish for. And if one language isn't sufficient, you may easily learn 2 or more. All in absolute safety. Bori's eyes sparkled as he nodded enthusiastically. After bidding farewell to the Attorney General, Vahn swiftly sought out Congressman Kelly. Ah, Mr. Vahn, quite the busy individual, aren't you? My apologies, Vahn responded with a smile, a hint of sincere contrition gracing his features. It's nothing. I was simply in too much of a rush today and failed to inform you in a timely manner. Congressman Kelly waved his hand dismissively, then took a deep breath, his gaze turning serious. That item. It is already prepared. Vahn gestured for the warden to continue accompanying the others, while he led Congressman Kelly through the inmate housing area to a secluded section behind the guard's work area. Without hesitation, he approached an unremarkable small building. After passing through multiple verifications, including fingerprint, iris, and voice recognition, the door opened to reveal a long corridor that sloped downwards. As they walked, Vahn elaborated, Congressman Kelly, this building is situated near the Hudson River, and the corridor descends towards the riverbed. The location we're heading to is constructed right beneath the riverbed. Do not be deceived by the ordinary appearance of this corridor. It is, in fact, lined with detection devices, infrared sensors, vibration detectors, temperature monitors, and more. This corridor features 7 alloy gates, and stationed behind the walls on either side are over 30 fully armed guards, ensuring absolute security. As they reached the end of the corridor, they entered a circular hall, dominated by a raised platform where 5 armed guards vigilantly monitored the screens before them. Surrounding the hall were 6 elevators, arranged in a circular fashion along the walls. Upon their arrival, one of the guards, adorned with golden shoulder insignia, immediately stood to attention, saluted, and remained silent. Vahn gestured for him to resume his duties. Congressman Kelly, the guards here are unlike those in other areas. They're all recently retired military personnel, most of whom have served in combat zones in the Middle East, Africa, and beyond. The individuals in this hall are particularly from special forces, tasked with overseeing the 6 elevators, which can only be accessed through all necessary verifications. This way, Congressman Kelly. Choosing an elevator at random, Vahn stepped inside, and without any need for his intervention, it descended directly downward. After what felt like an indeterminate distance, the elevator doors opened to reveal an impressively heavy iron door, reminiscent of a bank vault. After executing a series of operations to unlock the door, they were greeted by a long corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly. Congressman Kelly, each side contains 18 inmate cells, totaling 36. The other 5 sections are identical, culminating in a total of 216 cells. This entire subterranean prison lies 100 meters below ground, encased in several meters of reinforced concrete and steel plating, with a natural granite layer beyond that. Ultimately, above us lies the Hudson River, separated only by rock and soil. Beyond its impenetrable structure, each cell can be customized for specific needs, such as superalloys, high-temperature resistant materials, cold-resistant materials, and electromagnetic fields, thus meeting all your requirements. Undoubtedly, no one can breach the walls of this prison. The sole means of departure lies within the passage that is firmly in our control. Vahn smiled, gesturing towards the elevator behind them. Upon hearing his account, Congressman Kelly nodded repeatedly, visibly satisfied with everything in this facility. He held little belief that anyone could escape from this place, even those enigmatic individuals. Chapter 2. Hail Hydra. Van lay reclined in the luxurious leather chair of the warden's office, spinning around. From the third-floor bay windows, he gazed down upon the entire prison. With the Hudson River nearby, the view rather pleasant. Warden Robert stood rigidly beside him, his head slightly bowed. After dealing with a persistent attorney general and a congressman, Van felt somewhat fatigued. Relishing the comfort of the chair, he remarked, "You truly know how to indulge, Warden. This chair is splendid, and the scenery is quite beautiful." "You're jesting, boss. Managing a prison with thousands of inmates is no leisurely affair," Robert replied, bending slightly. "In just a few days, it would no longer be a prison for thousands, but for tens of thousands, and you must ensure proper management," Van added. "Rest assured, boss. I possess ample management experience." "Indeed." Van nodded, catching a glimpse of Robert's hesitance. He gestured dismissively. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will share what I can." "Boss, is the underground prison truly necessary?" As the warden overseeing the entire facility, Robert was undoubtedly aware of the situation concerning the underground prison. "I am not questioning your decision. However, I believe that if it pertains to certain confidential facilities or research institutions, placing them underground is certainly justified. Yet, for merely housing criminals, I am confident our maximum security wing suffices. They could never escape." "Huh." Van chuckled. "The underground prison is not intended for ordinary individuals. You shall come to understand this in due time." "Not ordinary individuals? Are they high-ranking officials, or perhaps spies?" Robert queried, somewhat perplexed. Yet, noticing Van's lack of further explanation, he buried his curiosity deep within. Ding ding. Van's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and nodded to Warden Robert, who obediently exited and shut the door behind him. Van answered the call. "Hello, Sitwell. What brings you to me?" "Mr. Van, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a batch of agents requiring adjustment, still under Rumlow's command. Are you prepared on your end?" "Of course. I arranged for Dr. Faust to come by 3 days ago. By the way, I have good news. The BF serum has been successfully developed. After adjustment, the agents can utilize this serum without any side effects. Upon consumption, they can unleash power and speed comparable to Captain America. They may experience weakness for several hours post-use, but with the corresponding recovery agent, there will be no bodily harm. What do you think? Are you interested?" "Absolutely, but has the price increased again?" "Haha. Is this a confidential call?" "One moment. Now it is classified. The adjustment costs 1.5 million per person, currently priced at 2.5 million. The additional 1 million is split between Dr. Faust and myself. 500,000 profit for us. And I shall allocate 30 to your Swiss account, while giving Pierce 70. How does that sound? Additionally, the BF serum and recovery agent are set at 300,000 per set, at cost." There was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice responded. "I will report this to the minister and then seek approval from Director Fury." "All right, I await your good news." "Furthermore, hail Hydra." "Hail Hydra," Ben exclaimed with delight as he hung up. The profit margin from this deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. soared to an astonishing 200. Ever since he realized he was a member of Hydra upon his arrival in this world, he felt an undeniable compulsion to chant the mantra daily. Having fully integrated into the supportive family that is Hydra, he found himself thoroughly impressed. The connections were profound, the network extensive, and the efficiency remarkable. Each teammate possessed unique skills, fostering a spirit of mutual assistance and collective advancement. This is what American-style freedom and democracy truly embodies. Stepping out of the warden's office, Van instructed his bodyguard Frank to prepare the vehicle for their journey across the river to New Jersey. Frank, a retired soldier who had served in Afghanistan, was exceptionally skilled, and following his adjustments, his physical prowess surpassed even the pinnacle of human capability, far exceeding that of typical adjustees. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might even stand a chance against Captain America. As they traversed the bridge, Van gazed at the bustling city of New York, finding no boredom in the view. Originally from China in a different world, he had inexplicably crossed over 10 years ago into this perilous realm, the Marvel Universe. However, the silver lining of his predicament was that this transition had transformed him into a wealthy heir. His father was a billionaire tycoon, running a large publicly traded pharmaceutical company with extensive global operations, primarily focused on vaccines and the development of new drugs, boasting an annual revenue of $1 billion. Initially, he assumed his role would merely involve spending lavishly, indulging in the pleasures of life, witnessing heroes combat monsters, and observing the epic clashes between Thanos and the heroes, all while gambling on a 50 chance of survival. Losing didn't phase him. He could simply retreat into seclusion for 5 years, preparing for the future, and emerge unscathed. Yet, just as he contemplated this leisurely existence, an unexpected twist intervened. And what a twist it was, one that left him bewildered, an entire planet. What was this god kingdom? Which deity? Before he could fathom the implications, another revelation struck him like lightning. His family was no ordinary business entity, but rather a renowned faction within the nefarious Hydra organization. His seemingly amiable father was, in fact, a leader of one of Hydra's branches, holding a status comparable to former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Pierce within the organization. It should be noted that while Pierce was the most formidable, his rank was but that of a leader within another division. Strictly speaking, their standing was equal. However, several years prior, following his father's tragic plane crash, Vahn took the reins of the pharmaceutical company and assumed the mantle of leader within a branch of Hydra. With the loyalists his father left behind and the advantages of the God Kingdom perk, he gradually solidified his position over the years. Crossing the river bridge, they arrived in New Jersey and traveled for another half hour until they reached the expansive premises of the Typhon Group. The headquarters, located in Manhattan's Typhon Tower, was a sprawling pharmaceutical manufacturing facility and a substantial training base, where the adjustment operations for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were conducted. It was widely known that since the successful application of the super soldier serum on Captain America, various villainous organizations and government entities had been fervently researching to replicate the serum in mass quantities, aiming to forge an army of enhanced soldiers to conquer the world. As a faction of Hydra, with a large pharmaceutical group at its disposal, it was undeniable that Vahn's late father had had his scientists clandestinely working for decades on this endeavor. The results, of course, had not met success, but neither could they be deemed a total failure. They had developed a secondary serum that, while it could not elevate users to the extraordinary limits of Captain America, could enhance the physical capacity of ordinary individuals to slightly exceed the human threshold. Testing indicated that adjusted soldiers exhibited significant boosts in strength and speed, with the ability to lift weights between 900 and 1,500 kilograms, achieving speeds of 5.8 seconds in the 100-meter dash. Furthermore, their resilience, endurance, explosive power, coordination, balance, and neural response capabilities were all markedly improved. In summary, such enhancements far surpassed those of ordinary humans, qualifying them as a subpar version of super soldiers. To his knowledge, S.H.I.E.L.D. had reorganized its agents into several elite teams, and it was rumored that none of their recent missions had ended in failure. This was one of the reasons why Vahn felt confident in persuading Director Fury after his recent price hike. However, what Director Fury remained oblivious to was that the majority of the reallocated S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were not only S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, but also Hydra agents. Ultimately, they were all under Vahn's command. Chapter 3: The Lord of the Divine Realm. A vast pharmaceutical factory had been cordoned off to create a sprawling, manor-like training facility, complete with stringent security measures inside and out. Among the three principal buildings, the main structure to the north boasted a luxurious bedroom on its top floor, serving as Vahn's sanctuary. After a modest dinner, he engaged in a phone call with his assistant. At a private party, Minister Bori was reveling in merriment, currently engrossed in learning a foreign language. Likely to continue through the night, Vahn took care to remind his assistant, "Cherish joyful moments. If the Attorney General forgets, you must not." Upon concluding the call, he opened the window, allowing the cool breeze to sweep in, the distant lights twinkling like stars. Turning away, he focused his mind, and before him, the air shimmered. In an instant, a portal of black chaos materialized. Stepping through, he entered another lavishly adorned study. Outside, the sun blazed brightly. This was his divine realm. When Vahn traversed to this world, he inhabited a mere 8-year-old body. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, years later, this so-called divine realm inexplicably emerged. It turned out that during his transition, he had unknowingly merged with a divine heart, or perhaps a core of divinity. This fusion lasted 5 years, culminating when Vahn turned 13, at which point the divine core had coalesced into an entire planet. This planet, or Vahn's divine realm, resided in an unknown dimension, shrouded in chaos, yet intimately connected to his soul. Exiting the room, he observed that the house was perched on a hillside, surrounded by numerous other structures. At the foot of the mountain lay a quaint town, where a significant construction site could be discerned. Above, the sun radiated with brilliance and warmth. Upon the creation of his divine realm, a visible sun, moon, and stars materialized, reflecting Vahn's self-awareness. Yet, as the sovereign of this realm, He understood that these celestial bodies lacked physical existence, merely functioning as a facade that performed their roles authentically. At present, aside from the mountain and the surrounding town, the rest of this planet resembled the arid surface of Mars, devoid of oceans, rivers, trees, or any form of life. As the master of this divine realm, his task was to cultivate and enhance his planet, with all its advancements benefiting him directly. More crucially, once fully developed, the upgrades to his realm would be free from the constraints of physical and scientific laws, enabling him to shape his realm into either heaven or hell at a mere thought. Through a period of exploration, he discovered various methods to elevate his divine realm, the simplest of which was to increase the population. Thus, over the past few years, he had relocated a series of significant and confidential facilities and personnel to this world. Undoubtedly, this was the safest haven, where his team of scientists and Hydra forces no longer needed to hide. Simultaneously, he had covertly recruited individuals worldwide, even employing some dubious tactics. As a result, the previously rugged mountains and arid plains gradually transformed into fertile land, with drinkable water sources emerging underground, and flora thriving in abundance. Currently, over 5,000 people resided here, aside from the Hydra base on the hillside. The entire population gathered in the town at the mountain's base. Several factories had been established around the town and further afield. Vast tracts of land had been cultivated into extensive farms and ranches. The red wine enjoyed by Minister Bory during the day was not from France, but produced right here. Based on his estimates, the agricultural and livestock products, along with the winery's offerings, would yield him at least tens of millions of dollars in profit annually. But that was not all. Initially, when this planet was uninhabited, his ability to sense the world was feeble. However, it seemed that each individual entering this realm imparted a fragment of their soul energy to him. As the population grew, this sensation intensified, yet a veil seemed to obstruct his perception. It was not until the population exceeded 3,000 that he experienced a profound awakening, a sensation akin to breaking free from a shell. In that moment, he distinctly felt the connection between this world and himself. He awakened an immensely powerful mental force, or psychic energy. With a mere desire, he could effortlessly lift an entire mountain. With a thought, he could compress a car to the size of a soccer ball. Should he wish, he could traverse mountains and oceans, reshaping the very fabric of reality. He was the sovereign of this world. From that moment onward, he was resolutely certain that as the population continued to rise, he would gradually reclaim his power, divine power. Upon stepping out of the study, he was noticed by someone. Soon, he received a report. Mr. Vahn, Dr. Anton, and Mr. Ivan have successfully developed the super cushioning material you requested, and they are awaiting you in the armor laboratory. The entire Hydra base nestled within the mountains appeared futuristic, resembling a city of tomorrow. The armor laboratory was particularly advanced, though unfortunately, the scattered vodka bottles on the floor marred its elegance. Upon seeing him, Anton Vanko quickly rose. "Boss, you've arrived." Ivan Vanko merely scoffed, but was promptly smacked on the head by Anton, begrudgingly standing up. Vahn was unfazed, much like he was indifferent to the vodka bottles strewn about. Years prior, when he had sought out Anton Vanko, life had worn him down, and illness had plagued him. Fortunately, Vahn had brought him to America, where treatment restored him, and he had promised a generous sum to allow him to return to his research career. Thus, Anton harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards Vahn. Moreover, Vahn had promised him a chance to exact revenge on Stark. Although old Stark was deceased, young Stark still remained, and he could take delight in having his son confront Howard's offspring. "I hear the super cushioning material has been successfully developed?" Upon hearing this, Ivan perked up, boasting, "It's merely cushioning material. I could conjure it up with ease. Please, do not summon me for such trivial matters in the future. I have far more pressing tasks at hand." Anton shot him a glare. "Boss, the cushioning material has passed all tests and meets your requirements perfectly." "Excellent. How is the design of the full-body armor progressing?" "With the cushioning material in place, there should be no issues, correct? It has been designed, and we are currently producing samples for comprehensive testing. Once the tests are completed successfully, we can proceed with small-scale production. I am confident there will be no problems." "Very well." Vahn nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Ivan. "What about the shield generator for the crimson armor? Has it been completed?" Mention of this caused Ivan's expression to darken. Since being brought on board, Vahn had tasked both him and his father with an ultimate goal, the crimson armor. Relying on old Anton's extensive reservoir of knowledge, they invested considerable effort and ultimately succeeded in perfecting the arc reactor. Presently, the energy source for all laboratories within the divine realm and the townsfolk hinges on two colossal reactors. However, The miniaturization of high-energy reactors has persistently posed a significant challenge. Concurrently, the requisite systems for the mecha, including the transmission system, buffering system, intelligent assistance system, and propulsion system, all remain formidable obstacles. The renowned Tony Stark is able to effortlessly fabricate the Mark series armors due to the decades of technological accumulation amassed by the Stark Group, and he is, moreover, a unique individual cursed by knowledge, a veritable chosen one. In contrast, while the Vahn father and son duo rank among the top-tier scientists in this world, they are not chosen ones. They resemble more closely stepping stones for those who are. You cannot possibly fathom the complexity involved in constructing a compact shield generator suitable for mechas. My prototype is as large as a truck. I have experimented with every conceivable material, yet none can withstand that ferocious energy. Ivan Vank rolled his eyes. Van knew that such materials undoubtedly existed in this world. However, they were currently beyond their reach. You can temporarily set aside the experiments concerning materials. I shall soon return with something unprecedented. Chapter 4. The Inferior Super Soldier. Allowing the Vank father and son to continue their research, Van meandered through the base. This expansive facility boasted numerous types of laboratories and production capabilities. In addition to the Vank duo, he had also strategically positioned several other individuals, including the current head of the Human Enhancement Program, Dr. Samuel Stearns, also known as Blue Doctor. Van began funding him several years ago, and his substantial contributions to the development of enhancement serums have led him to become Van's chief biochemical doctor. There was also Professor Connors, who specialized in limb regeneration and was originally employed by Oscorp, but had been lured away by Van for his ability to provide human test subjects. After all, some of the scum languishing in the Nadir prison are unworthy of life in this world. It is merely that at times the law is too feeble to adequately administer justice. With Van's connections to Hydra, the disappearance of a limb or even death among the imprisoned felons could be easily concealed. Having resolved certain issues within the divine realm, Van activated the portal and returned to the Tiefing Manor. Thus far, he has not been able to maintain a stable portal, yet he senses that he is close. With the current rate of population growth, his grasp on the divine realm is becoming increasingly profound. Perhaps in just a few months, he will be able to simultaneously open multiple portals or even sustain their existence long-term. Should he manage to establish portals leading to the divine realm in multiple locations, even treating it merely as a transit hub would afford him tremendous convenience. Presently, he has several lobbying teams recruiting populations in regions such as Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Eastern Europe. These areas, characterized by governmental corruption, underdevelopment, and a lack of oversight, present exceptional opportunities for population acquisition. Additionally, he occasionally leads efforts to combat human trafficking in New York, which also contributes to the population increase in the divine realm. Ultimately, the Nadir prison serves as his personal domain, housing unique talents that are exceedingly difficult to find in the outside world. However, for all the aforementioned methods, he has instituted stringent vetting standards. After all, his divine realm should be an elusive paradise rather than a den of iniquity. The following day at noon, Rumlow arrived via helicopter accompanied by a dozen SHIELD agents. Of course, they still introduced themselves as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. However, accompanying them was an unexpected figure, General Ross, the father-in-law of Bruce Banner. As Van understood it, the Hulk had already emerged, having encountered General Ross and then fled, likely hiding in some beverage factory in Brazil. He should soon be making contact with Dr. Stearns. As for General Ross, he was eagerly preparing for action, poised to unleash his forces at any moment. Previously, he had somehow learned of Van's inferior super soldier serum. Yet after consulting on the matter, he expressed disinterest and did not pay a visit. Now, it seemed he had caught wind of the BF serum. This raised doubts in Van's mind. Did he have an informant within SHIELD? Or was he connected to Hydra? After all, judging by his character and a series of events, he hardly seemed virtuous. Those in the know described him as a high-ranking military representative seeking to acquire the Hulk's power, while those unfamiliar with the situation might assume he was intent on provoking the Hulk to wreak havoc upon the city. Time and again he had failed, yet he persisted, ultimately taking a whole street in New York. Indeed, after shaking hands with Van, General Ross directly inquired, "I have heard that you currently possess a BF serum that can endow soldiers with super soldier capabilities?" Van nodded. "Would you be able to demonstrate it for me?" Van, exhibiting gentlemanly professionalism, replied, "At any time." Not only General Ross, but also Rumlow attended this demonstration. The demonstrator was a muscular African-American named Mike Peterson. Once an ordinary man, He had suffered an injury at work and was later discovered to be remarkably compatible with the enhancement serum, leading to his recruitment by Paving Corporation. Mike first showcased his standard speed and strength, clocking a 100-meter sprint at 5.2 seconds and lifting weights of 368 kilograms. Following the injection of the BF serum, his veins bulged, his eyes turned crimson, and his physique appeared to swell significantly. Upon subsequent measurements, his running form seemed to transform into a blur, leaving dark friction marks along the track. His speed had reached under 3 seconds for 100 meters. Furthermore, his strength test surpassed 3 tons. In the testing arena, brick walls and 20-centimeter thick concrete barriers were shattered as if they were mere toys, with Mike wreaking havoc upon everything in sight, resembling a frenzied beast. Only a steel plate as thick as tank armor survived, albeit now riddled with dents. This state lasted less than 5 minutes before he collapsed like overcooked pasta. Rumlow observed the scene, his eye twitching with excitement. What man would not covet such power? General Ross, however, maintained a rather composed demeanor, stating, "Not bad, but still lacking compared to what I have seen before." Vahn rolled his eyes, noting that what Ross had witnessed was the Hulk, the pinnacle of terrestrial combat prowess. Nonetheless, General Ross surveyed the devastation and inquired, "I require a team of soldiers like this. What is the price?" The enhancement serum costs $3 million per individual, while the BF serum and recovery serum each cost $400,000. These are the internal rates for S.H.I.E.L.D., Vahn casually mentioned, betting on the fact that Ross would not know S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pricing. General Ross furrowed his brow. The enhancement price was reasonable, but the BF serum was exorbitant. For a single operation, even deploying just a 10-man team, the cost of the serums alone would escalate to $4 million. It appeared that he would have to focus on developing his own super soldiers. "I need enhancement for 20 soldiers, each temporarily equipped with 3 sets of serums. I will be bringing people over in a week," General Ross declared. "Excellent. I will send you the contract and have everything prepared for you in a week." Vahn replied with a smile as he shook Ross's hand. After General Ross departed, Vahn and Rumlow proceeded to meet another significant member of Hydra, Dr. Faust. It is well known that one of Hydra's formidable abilities is the possession of an inexhaustible supply of minions. A power realized through another of Hydra's significant skills, the art of mind control. Dr. Faust, as an eminent psychiatrist, has naturally evolved into the consummate master of Hydra's mind control techniques. He has honed his abilities in hypnosis, suggestion, and psychological manipulation to an extraordinary degree, capable even of inducing others to take their own lives with ease. Thus, a comprehensive system for the enhancement of Hydra soldiers has been established. Selected agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. are sent to the Typhon Manor under the guise of adaptive training and psychological counseling, where Dr. Faust conducts his lessons and brainwashing. Subsequently, under the supervision of Vahn, the agents undergo further enhancements, acquiring powers that transcend the ordinary. This entire process sees S.H.I.E.L.D. providing the personnel and funding while Hydra profits from the venture. Of course, Director Fury has harbored suspicions. He dispatched Hawkeye and Coulson to conduct several investigations, both overt and covert, and even then stumbled upon traces of Black Widow. However, thanks to the existence of the God Realm, the physical isolation effectively mitigated the risk of sensitive information leaking, ensuring that the intelligence they uncovered was merely a facade meticulously crafted by Vahn. Moreover, the first 2 batches of agents subjected to enhancement were left unaltered, and with the support of individuals like Pierce and Sitwell, Fury's suspicions were temporarily assuaged. It was only due to Fury's recent preoccupations that Sitwell and Vahn were afforded this opportunity. Chapter 5. The Mischievous One. After a few days of adaptive training, or rather, brainwashing, the enhancement process officially commenced for the agents brought in by Romulo. The enhancement chamber, located 5 floors underground, was fortified with extreme security. Even Romulo and Dr. Faust were barred from entry, leaving only Dr. Stein, Vahn, and the enhancers allowed within. This was another of Vahn's closely guarded secrets. This place transcended the mundane world, belonging instead to his God realm. The descending elevator silently traversed the pre-opened portal, transporting them to a clandestine base within the God realm. Within this domain, Vahn wielded unmatched telekinetic power, potent enough to grant him a semblance of telepathy, enabling him to influence thoughts. He would plant a seed in the minds of the enhanced, which, upon certain stimuli or awakenings, could take root and flourish. This elucidates why these individuals appeared to belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., while, in truth, They were under Hydra's dominion. Ultimately, however, they belonged to Vahn. Dr. Faust would never have fathomed that a student who abandoned his teachings after a mere 10 days could achieve such feats. Moreover, the inferior enhancement serums developed by Typhon Group had not been entirely successful. They could augment physical capabilities, yet inevitably inflicted significant negative repercussions on the enhancer's psyche. Neglecting this would result in the agents or soldiers becoming nothing more than mindless beasts driven by the urge to kill. This necessity for caution was another reason why Vahn chose to conduct the enhancements within his god realm. Here, he possessed formidable telekinetic prowess, allowing him to meticulously control the release of the serum within the enhancers, mitigating damage to the brain and even achieving a degree of enhancement. Tests revealed that such soldiers, in addition to their physical augmentations, exhibited enhanced calmness, resilience, and slightly improved learning capabilities. After days of relentless enhancement work, he finally completed processing this batch of agents. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he contemplated vying with Iron Man for the cover girl of the latest issue of Loft magazine, perhaps taking a few days to relax by the sea. However, he was suddenly alerted by a subordinate that there was activity at Xavier's school. After assuming the role of a Hydra overlord, Vahn had gathered intelligence about this world, deducing that it closely resembled the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yet, it seemed to be intermingled with various other narratives, such as the existence of mutants, vampires, fire-wielding specters, underwater cities, and chaotic kitchens. Thus, in addition to forging robust connections with the upper echelons, he established a comprehensive intelligence organization, focusing on numerous regions. According to reports submitted by his intelligence personnel, the seemingly indestructible little cockroach had moved into Xavier's school a few days prior with a girl. Just recently, that girl had exited the academy unaccompanied. In Westchester County, New York City, the little mischief maker walked alone, engulfed in sorrow and guilt. Guilt stemming from nearly killing Logan, and sorrow born from being cast out by a boy. She had nowhere to go. Suddenly, a sleek, technologically advanced sports car halted before her. The window rolled down, revealing the handsome visage of a young man. "Hey there, beautiful, need a lift?" Startled, the little mischief maker stepped back 2 paces, her tumultuous emotions blinding her to the approaching vehicle. Observing her defensive posture, Vahn glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror, shaking his head slightly. "No need to be tense. We are of the same kind." As he spoke, Vahn unleashed his telekinetic power, causing a can of soda to wobble and fly out of the window, landing in the little mischief maker's hands. His telekinesis could extend beyond the god realm, albeit significantly diminished. This reduction was not in strength, but in range. To put it simply, within mere inches of his body, he remained invincible, capable of effortlessly reducing any substance to dust. However, as distance increased, his telekinetic strength waned dramatically. Beyond a meter, it could only exert several hundred pounds of force, and at 3 meters, it nearly dissipated. Thus, he became a formidable defensive and melee combatant. The little mischief maker stared in astonishment at the soda that had floated into her hand, her wariness diminishing considerably. "How did you know I was?" Vahn shrugged. "It's part of my ability." Up to this point, the little mischief maker had not encountered many of her kind. But this wealthy, handsome man appeared to be a benevolent soul. After a moment's hesitation, she climbed into Van's car. The atmosphere inside was somewhat stifling. She sat there, lost in thought, devoid of anger. Vahn grinned. "You needn't blame yourself, nor should you be disheartened by what that scoundrel said." The little mischief maker abruptly turned to him, both surprised and indignant. "Can you read my thoughts?" "Of course not. Telekinesis cannot penetrate others' minds." Vahn shook his head, chuckling, "Madam, allow me to introduce myself, an unprecedented multi-ability mutant. I, Theodore Vahn." The little mischief maker's eyes widened in astonishment. "In addition to telekinesis, I can glimpse fragments of the future and past, much like watching a film." Foreseeing the future? The little mischief maker was even more intrigued, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Not quite. Only specific occurrences, but encompassing both future and past. You saw me harm Logan, and also, hey, hear me out. Logan won't hold it against you. Besides, the harm you inflicted pales in comparison to what he has endured. As for Bobby, he's just a scoundrel. You'd be better off liking me." "How do you know he is?" the little mischief maker inquired, astonished, but as she considered his abilities, she couldn't help but believe him to a degree. However, she quickly retorted, "Liking you is far inferior to liking Logan. He possesses far more masculinity than you." "Logan? Humph. Just another scoundrel who falls for every pretty face." The little mischief maker froze. "Falls for every pretty face?" Vahn nodded emphatically. "Moreover, you should consider this. His preference leans towards, well, the older ones." "No. How can you say that about him?" Upon concluding her remarks, the mischievous one pondered deeply, and it appeared to be indeed the case. I spoke the truth. He wielded his handsome visage as a shield to act as he pleased, hardly acknowledging my presence. A chuckle escaped the mischievous one, only to be followed by a sudden silence as she sighed. You must have glimpsed many futures, haven't you? Indeed. Are there any concerning me? Certainly. Another silence ensued, broken by the mischievous one's voice tinged with anticipation. In the future me is. As usual. The mischievous one was momentarily taken aback, her interest dissipating entirely. Ben glanced at her. How long do you think a man could be enamored with a woman who is untouchable? Are you referring to Bobby? The mischievous one's voice fell into a melancholic tone. I mean all men. Including yourself? She replied with a hint of sarcasm. Including myself. Ben nodded as though it were a matter of course. Ah, men. However, the destiny of the future is subject to change. The mischievous one's eyes sparkled. How can it be altered? Knowledge transforms fate. Are you jesting with me? She glared at him in anger. Certainly not. I have heard of a mutant who can nullify the abilities of other mutants nearby. If we could locate him, perhaps we could unravel the secrets he possesses. In due course, you would merely need to take a pill to become an ordinary person. Really? When? How could Van ascertain the timing? Due to the intertwining of cinematic worlds, he discovered that many plot developments did not unfold as they did in standalone films. Just like now, time had already reached 2010, the year of Iron Man, while the X-Men storyline had only just begun. Perhaps it won't be long. I've already dispatched someone to find him. The mischievous one said nothing, merely nodding in silence. Chapter 6. The marvels of mutants. As dusk descended, they had traversed from the outskirts of New York to the heart of Manhattan. The mischievous one remained oblivious to their surroundings, lost in thought, until she suddenly looked up and asked, Are you a member of another X-Men or a similar organization? Van chuckled, close enough, but my focus extends beyond mutants to encompass all of humanity, whether they be mutants, vampires, American or foreign, across the entire globe, even the galaxy. The mischievous one appeared bewildered. Why do I feel like you're spouting nonsense? You will have the opportunity to see for yourself. With a creak, the vehicle came to a halt. Van opened the door, and as the mischievous one stepped out, her astonishment grew. Towering skyscrapers surrounded them, and they stood before a grand edifice, the Tiefing building. A doorman hurried over, and Van casually tossed him the car keys. Waving his hand, he led the mischievous one into the building. What are we doing here? She inquired. Didn't I mention? I am far wealthier than Professor Charles. This is my domain. The Tiefing building boasted 42 stories, serving both commercial and research purposes, in addition to laboratories for pharmaceuticals. Van had also established a new company on the 6th and 10th floors, the Future Defense and Individual Weapon Company, focusing on defensive and individual weaponry. It was not that Van lacked interest in profiting from aircraft, artillery, and tanks, but rather that the competition among American arms companies was exceedingly fierce, even with his billions. He found it challenging to compete with established military firms. Thus, he opted for an alternative route, concentrating on individual and defensive weapons. The latter had already been slated for promotion, while the former was designed to complement his enhanced soldiers. Atop the building lay an expansive, opulent suite covering over 1,000 square meters, complete with an open-air garden featuring a glass floor, rivaling that flamboyant Iron Man. As Van ushered the mischievous one inside, he received a phone call, instructing her to choose a room at her leisure. When he returned after the call, he found the mischievous one sitting on the sofa, arms crossed, lost in a trance. What's the matter? I don't know. I just feel. She sighed, surveying her surroundings. You possess a grand home. You own luxury cars, yet I cannot fathom why you are helping me when I have nothing. Ben shrugged. My reasoning may seem rather amusing. The mischievous one looked confused, staring at him blankly. I aspire to create a utopia, a sanctuary for all who deserve happiness, devoid of hatred and poverty. A gentle breeze, wispy clouds, leisurely time, life akin to a fairy tale, where Cinderella weds her prince, and the mermaid does not perish for her beloved. Every story concludes with bliss. The mischievous one felt her worldview challenged, finding it to be another absurdity. You are, she stammered. Naive. He nodded. Van chuckled. Although such a world was merely a byproduct of his path to power, he believed that everything could be realized if he wished it. Words alone cannot convey it. You must witness it yourself. With a mere thought, a portal materialized before him. The mischievous one stood agape, alternating her gaze between the portal and Van, motionless. She felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of revelations she had encountered that evening, her senses dulled. Van took her gloved hand. I mentioned I am a multi-ability individual. Come. Let us explore my utopia. With a single step, They arrived in a quaint town, basking under the brilliant sun, the temperature perfectly pleasant. In that instant, Van felt a surge of energy. It seemed that a shift had occurred in his connection to the divine realm, with the mischievous one at its core, or rather, it was her unique abilities that were pivotal. In that fleeting moment, Van sensed he had acquired something profound. It was the mischievous one's replication ability. And not just any version, but the ultimate version. The ultimate version of her ability. Within the divine realm, he could freely replicate, strip away, or bestow mutant abilities. Furthermore, he could do so without causing harm to others. Van suddenly understood that the divine realm could read, analyze, and replicate mutant powers. Previously, he had felt a barrier existed between him and this world. A gradual increase in population could slowly erode this barrier. Now it appeared that mutants might assist him in swiftly dismantling this divide. Initially, he had intended to maintain a certain relationship with the X-Men while recruiting some mutants to his side. However, now, the plan must evolve. The Utopia must also be a sanctuary for mutants. Van quietly plotted his next moves, while the mischievous one gazed at the sun in astonishment. What is this place? The other side of the earth? Before Van could respond, a group of children playing by the roadside spotted them and ran excitedly towards them, shouting, "Van, Mr. Van, come pick red pears with us." These children were no older than 6 or 7, and the eldest couldn't have been more than 11 or 12. Van inquired with surprise, "Tucker, Josh, shouldn't you be in class? Today is founding day. The entire town is on holiday. There's a bonfire party tonight, and everyone will attend." The eldest, Tucker, grinned. Van then recalled that the Divine Realms town indeed celebrated such a day to commemorate its founding. "Have the folks from the base come down?" "They have. That grumpy uncle is currently having a drinking contest with the mayor. I hear he is about to lose." A 5 or 6-year-old girl chimed in loudly. Van approached with a raised eyebrow, turning to Little Mischief. "Let us go pick some red pears. I have no desire to be intoxicated by that group." Little Mischief, still enveloped in shock, nodded vacantly. Nearby, Josh discreetly poked Van and, casting a sidelong glance at Little Mischief, quirked an eyebrow, inquiring, "Is that your girlfriend?" Coughing, Van nearly choked, vigorously ruffling Josh's hair. "No, don't be ridiculous. We have only just met. Children should not be so precocious, and moreover, one must choose their words with respect. What do you mean by girlfriend? Do you even understand what that term implies?" Josh waved his hand dismissively. "It's how they portray it in movies. Girlfriend simply means a girl you're dating." Meanwhile, Little Mischief's face visibly flushed, hastily turning away to feign interest in the scenery. Van shook his head. As a prominent and affluent youth in New Apple City, his romantic escapades were well known, yet he adhered to his own principles, to engage in flirtation without entangling hearts. Knowing he could leverage mutants for swift empowerment lifted his spirits, and he adeptly led the children to the orchard on the eastern side of town. This place boasted not only pear trees, but also apple, apricot, and grape trees. The orchard's owner was a familiar face in town, permitting unrestricted harvesting as long as nothing went to waste. Little Mischief, alongside Van and a gaggle of mischievous children, reveled in their joyous activities. This was the very reason Van endeavored to transform the town within the kingdom of the gods into a paradise. It was a sanctuary where he could let down his guard and return to simplicity, much like the scientists on the mountain and the Hydra soldiers. Though isolated from the world, they had a place here to reintegrate into society. Once the fruits were gathered, Little Mischief and the children joined the evening bonfire festivities, while Van momentarily returned to the Tiefing Tower, believing he had some guests to entertain. Chapter 7. The indomitable cockroach relies on bravado. At the entrance of Tiefing Tower, Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm, Professor X, and Jean Grey were all present. Logan frowned at the imposing structure. "What is this place? How could Marie end up here?" Originally, the professor intended for Wolverine Logan to remain at Xavier's Academy, particularly since Magneto was actively searching for him, yet he insisted on coming. "What, can't you read? It clearly says Tiefing Tower," retorted Cyclops Scott. "Then why didn't you inform us why Marie is here?" Wolverine shot him a sidelong glance. "As long as we find her." "Well, no," Cyclops replied defiantly. "Easier said than done," Wolverine grumbled. "All right, enough bickering," Storm interjected, stopping Wolverine from retorting further. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the tower. "I have a feeling we are about to encounter significant trouble." Professor Charles easily located Little Mischief's presence within the memory of the doorman and, accompanied by the others, glided effortlessly to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, they entered a lavish hall where a young man lounged on an opulent sofa. Upon their arrival, the young man lifted his glass and greeted them with a smile. "It seems my security system is as effective as a pile of dung. Welcome, the illustrious X-Men. And by the way, Professor, You are forbidden from entering my mind. Who are you? How do you know us? Charles inquired, puzzled. Out of respect, he refrained from immediately probing into the young man's memories. I am Theodore Vahn, he replied with a smile. In fact, you could consider me akin to your kind. He levitated a bottle of wine, pouring it into a glass. You're also a mutant? Cyclops stepped forward. You may classify me as a mutant, but my abilities are merely a fraction of my power. I possess many capabilities beyond your imagination. What do you mean? Cyclops asked, furrowing his brow. Vahn chuckled. I am more powerful than you, with loftier ambitions, greater concerns, and a more substantial contribution to humanity. That is what I mean. Out of respect for a fellow being, Cyclops refrained from immediately countering him, silently pondering whether this individual was mentally sound. The others exchanged glances. But Wolverine was not so patient. Stop blabbering, I don't care. Where's Little Mischief? Do you truly care for Little Mischief? Vahn approached Wolverine, shaking his head with a smile. Even if you found her, what would you do? Of course, I would take her back to the academy. She is under my care, and I must be responsible for her. Logan exclaimed. You just stabbed her, and then Xavier's academy expelled her. Now you claim you must take her back? Vahn shouted. What? To stab her again? Wolverine's anger flared, his claws extending menacingly, poised at Van's throat. Logan. The professor intervened, turning to Vahn with a serious expression. Mr. Vahn, I hope you understand that Logan never intended to harm Little Mischief. Xavier's academy has always aimed to protect all mutants. We would never expel anyone. There must be some misunderstanding. Vahn rolled his eyes, clearly aware of the misunderstanding, particularly since the one who expelled Little Mischief, Bobby the Iceman, was a creation of Mystique. And this big-headed man was about to encounter misfortune. Unfazed by Wolverine's claws, he turned to Charles. Professor, there is a question I have long wanted to ask you. Can your Xavier Academy truly protect these mutant children indefinitely? Of course. The very purpose of establishing the Academy and forming the X-Men is to achieve this. What if there exists a place better suited for mutants than the Academy? Would you allow them to leave? Charles paused, shaking his head. There is no place better than Xavier's Academy. Oh, my heavens! Vahn exclaimed, feigned astonishment. Is this the living embodiment of a mediocre man? Why are you so confident? Upon hearing this, the professor's expression darkened. Wolverine retracted his claws silently. Cyclops looked to the sky, and Storm inspected her nails. Jean coughed twice. How can you say that about the professor? He has done so much for mutants. What have you done? What right do you have to speak so? Vahn retreated a step, extending a hand as a portal materialized instantly. I want to claim what I have done for mutants, but I will show you what I can do for them. The group gazed at the portal, their astonishment muted. They had witnessed far more flamboyant and unbelievable abilities before. Logan even scoffed. I'm certain this is a trap. We want to fall for it. Vahn stepped halfway through the portal, taunting. I expected you to be braver. If that is the case, do not seek Little Mischief again, nor speak of your responsibilities. In a moment of introspection, Vahn would never step into such an ambiguous portal, yet he was fortunate to have Wolverine present. A man who believed he could not die and thus disregarded life and death. A few taunts would attract the wild-eyed Wolverine, who would undoubtedly charge in unreservedly. Indeed, enraged, Wolverine surged forward without hesitation, claws bared, disregarding any potential traps, aiming directly at Vahn. Logan, Cyclops shouted, but it was too late to intervene. That lunatic knows full well it's a trap. Storm exclaimed urgently. Professor, why aren't you stopping him? At that moment, Charles's brow furrowed in concentration. No. I attempted to prevent Theodore Vahn, but I was unsuccessful. Cyclops paused, bewildered. He possesses telepathic abilities as well? Yet what he just demonstrated was telekinesis. Is he like me? Jean inquired. She possesses not only the gift of telepathy, but also the remarkable power of mental prowess, or psychokinesis. Charles bore a grave expression. I sense a formidable barrier surrounding him, akin to an impenetrable fortress. I have never encountered such immense psychic strength. It far exceeds my understanding and left me unable to intervene on Logan's behalf. What shall we do now? If he is that powerful, Logan is in peril. Storm voiced her concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Charles sighed. I cannot abandon Logan. You all stay here. I shall investigate. Storm, Scott, and Jean voiced their objections, asserting that the professor is the heart of the X-Men. Without him, both the X-Men and Xavier's Institute would cease to exist. Following a fervent debate, a resolution emerged. Scott halted Storm and Jean, declaring, Ladies, remain outside and be prepared to assist us. The professor and I will enter. Once we rescue Logan, we will return immediately. Meanwhile, Wolverine emerged from the portal atop the base's mountain, arriving at a quaint pavilion just as the sun began to set. casting a beautiful glow over the landscape. Vahn stood nearby, and the instant Wolverine crossed over, he sensed that he had gained mastery over his abilities, reaching an ultimate level that verged on resurrection. In high spirits, he preemptively spoke before Logan could charge at him. "Wait, I apologize for my earlier remarks. I should not have spoken of you in such a manner. In truth, you are a responsible and good-hearted individual. What I said before was mere folly." Wolverine, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to teach this individual a lesson or accept his apology. Vahn did not afford him the opportunity to respond. He took a few steps forward, pointing towards the town below, and said to Wolverine, "Little Rogue is in the town. There is a grand bonfire celebration, and she has been invited to partake. I must witness it." As Wolverine began to descend the mountain, Vahn called after him, "Are you going to stop me?" As he spoke, his adamantium claws sprang forth. Vahn, exasperated, pointed towards the open portal. "Aren't you curious if they will come to rescue you?" Chapter 8. This is what I can do for my mutant brethren. Wolverine fixed his gaze on the portal, retracting his claws, and nonchalantly replied, "I couldn't care less whether they come or not. If they were clever enough, they wouldn't walk into your trap." Vahn retorted with a teasing smile, "But you did walk in, didn't you?" Clang. The claws extended once more. Vahn quickly waved his hands and took a few steps back. After a moment of silence, with no movement from the portal, he remarked, "You know, Logan, if it were you, would you wait this long? Perhaps they won't come. Should I close the portal?" Logan's expression darkened. "Better they don't come. I don't need their rescue. Close the portal, quickly." Just then, the portal suddenly shifted, and two figures materialized before them, Professor Charles and Cyclops Scott. Upon entering, Cyclops immediately spotted Wolverine and instinctively remarked, "You're unharmed?" Wolverine's scowl deepened. "Typically, if my companions are in danger, I rush to their aid, rather than wait around for an eternity." Cyclops, relieved that he was unscathed, shot back, "No, before I rescue someone, I devise a plan, for I possess intellect. I understand what actions may lead to complications for others." Charles, somewhat exasperated, raised his hand to stop Wolverine from retorting. "Logan, you must understand. We do not know what awaits within the portal. I need to clarify a few matters. I will not abandon anyone, given the opportunity. I shall exert all my efforts to save each and every one of you." "I know, Professor, and that is precisely why I'm willing to remain at Xavier S. Institute," Wolverine replied begrudgingly. Vahn, having enjoyed the exchange, stepped forward to inquire, "Professor, aren't the two lovely ladies joining us?" "No, Mr. Theodore Vahn. We are unaware of this place's true nature and who you truly are." Charles's tone was less than cordial. Vahn shrugged, his voice tinged with seriousness. "Very well, now allow me to demonstrate what I can do for my mutant brethren." With a subtle shift in focus, Vahn invoked his mental powers, lifting everyone into the air. Scott gasped, while Wolverine closed his eyes, struggling to maintain his balance. He had never adapted to flying, especially without any form of protection. "Fear not, I am quite experienced, and this will be a smooth ride," Vahn assured them, adjusting his hold so that it felt as though they were standing on solid ground, which provided some comfort. Charles tightened his grip on the wheelchair's armrests, inquiring aloud, "With such formidable power, why have I never discovered your abilities before?" "Because I have never revealed my powers. I had no need to. I have mentioned I possess many other abilities, and now I shall showcase them to you." Soon, they hovered above the town, now cloaked in darkness, remaining undetected due to their distance. Vahn descended at the edge of the town, leading them inward. The sounds of music wafted through the air, and the aroma of food filled the sky. Children frolicked joyfully, while adults sang and danced, creating an atmosphere of harmony. The initially stern expressions on Charles and the others softened considerably as they curiously surveyed their surroundings. Some townsfolk noticed Vahn and greeted him with enthusiastic warmth, even offering him grilled meats and fine spirits. He reciprocated their kindness, spending a considerable amount of time reaching the town square. Most of the residents congregated there, engaging in various games and impromptu performances, their laughter resonating like a surging ocean. Vahn chose not to interrupt the festivities. Instead, he led the group to a balcony on the second floor of a nearby tavern, where the inebriated tavern owner brought them a keg of beer. The tavern owner's wife emerged from the kitchen with an array of dishes, eagerly encouraging Vahn to join the celebration in the square. Vahn firmly declined. "No, Carolyn. If I go down there, they will surely intoxicate me. You are aware that the last time I got drunk, I flew you all around the sky for ages, nearly giving Sachs the fright of his life. That has nothing to do with you. Mayor Sachs is simply a coward." The tavern owner, Eric, interjected, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Since that day, I have come to understand the essence of flight. I felt like a bird. I swear, that was the taste of freedom. Mr. Vahn, I shall gift you a bottle of the finest wine I have cherished my entire life. Take me flying once more. You possess a bottle you've cherished for a lifetime? Oh, I wager it must be the richest wine in the world. But you're only in your 30s. Your lifetime is far from over. Eric winked. That does not diminish its quality. No, Eric, if you wish to fly, you should seek out Green to learn how to fly a plane. Vahn resolutely declined. Very well, should you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. Eric sighed, observing Vahn's unwavering determination before shrugging and joining Carolyn in the revelry below. Vahn turned back to find the professor regarding him with a serious expression. Wolverine and Cyclops remained motionless, their expressions unreadable. Logan, have you seen Little Rogue? Vahn inquired. I have. She is having a splendid time. Indeed, she is quite happy here. He emphasized the word here. Mr. Vahn. Charles could no longer contain himself. Did you build this town for these people? Vahn stood with a smile as Charles and Cyclops entered this realm. He quickly mastered the abilities of telepathy and laser vision, both in their ultimate forms, far surpassing their original capabilities. Just moments ago, under his telepathic surveillance, he discovered that Professor Charles had been covertly browsing through the memories of numerous residents. The professor's intent was straightforward. He sought to uncover the nature of this place and the origins of Vahn. However, what astonished him was that these residents hailed from various corners of the globe, summoned here to live, work, and thrive in a town that Vahn had meticulously constructed for them. Moreover, the population continued to swell, and the town's expanse perpetually broadened. Why was this so? What did he hope to gain from these individuals? What could he possibly attain? Charles found himself perplexed by these questions. Vahn rose, arms outstretched as if to embrace, his voice resonating with confidence and calm. This is what I can offer to mutants, a town, a city, even a nation for mutants. Here, there is no discrimination, no oppression, and certainly no harm. No one can find this place. It shall be a paradise for all mutants. I seem to see a holy light emanating from this fellow. Scott murmured. Then what is your purpose? What do you wish to gain from them, Mr. Theodore Vahn? Charles inquired. What could they possibly offer me? I possess greater wealth, strength, and even handsomeness than they do. I am not devoid of desire, but what I seek is beyond their reach. I ask nothing from them, merely harboring a steadfast conviction within, much like you do. The professor, you tell me, having taken in so many mutants, what is your purpose? Wolverine and Cyclops exchanged silent glances, while the professor fixed his gaze intently on Vahn, seemingly searching for clues. Chapter 9. Deception and more deception. I am trustworthy because I have endured much. I possess unwavering beliefs, and I am convinced that everything I do benefits mutants. I am their protector, Charles declared earnestly. Professor, you cannot expect me to share your experiences, nor can you doubt my convictions simply because I lack them. Though I am youthful, my thoughts are profound, a gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. I believe there is no need for you to question my intentions. If being a good person is so arduous, how lamentable that would be. Charles fell silent. As he had stated, this individual, despite appearing brazen, did not preclude him from being a good person. Yet, too much had transpired that evening. He had discovered a mutant potentially more powerful than both himself and Eric, who spoke passionately of grand ideals in this enigmatic town, filling him with trepidation. At that moment, Ben suddenly sensed something, waved his hand, and a portal materialized beside him, through which Jean and Storm approached. Ben had not closed the portal earlier and had now simply altered its coordinates. The two approached with caution, but upon seeing the gathered revelers around the table and the jubilant square, they were filled with confusion. What brings you here? Has something happened outside? Scott inquired. We were unsure of what was occurring since you didn't emerge, so we entered, Jean replied. What is going on? Storm couldn't help but ask. Wolverine, already puffing on a cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke and remarked. We suddenly realized this fellow might be a good person, and we're in the process of confirming it. Storm and Jean exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Charles gestured for them to remain calm and addressed Vahn, saying, Mr. Vahn, considering the situation of this town and your earlier statements, I am inclined to believe you. However, I have some questions that require clarification. May I ask, what is this place? Vahn surveyed Charles and the others before responding. This question is rather complex. I am uncertain if you are prepared for the answer, as the truth may be difficult for you to accept. Wolverine and Scott exchanged intrigued glances, while Charles' expression grew grave. Trust me, knowing this much is not beneficial for you. I can explain this once, but I hope that afterward, you will bury these memories deep within your hearts. If you cannot accept this, I suggest you enjoy a delightful evening in the square below. Let the professor bear the weight of these heavy truths alone. Vahn stated with a serious demeanor. No one wished to leave. Curiosity, as the saying goes, can be perilous. I do not know whether you believe in God or the Norse deities, Odin, Thor, Loki, or perhaps the Olympian king Zeus, but the truth of this world is that they exist. What? How is that possible? You must be deceiving me. The expressions of the X-Men, including Charles, were filled with shock and disbelief. In truth, you may regard them as deities or as powerful extraterrestrials. Fortunately, as legend has it, they protect humanity to some extent. However, unfortunately, the foes from their tales are real. Demons from hell, legends from the underworld, vampires, werewolves, all lie hidden beneath the tranquil facade of this world. Our peculiar reality is intertwined with magic. Vahn, of course, could not reveal the full truth. If they discovered they were the masters of this divine realm, they would surely cease their visits. He could only fabricate a tale of a forgotten land, claiming he had stumbled upon a magical key to access it. Thankfully, within this world, he wielded supreme telepathic abilities, subtly instilling a sense of truthfulness in the hearts of those present. The X-Men stood agape at the revelations, astonished by the existence of this lost realm. Yet Vahn's narrative did not cease. He intended to deliver a comprehensive account, thoroughly shattering their preconceived notions. Whether you choose to believe it or not, chaos has arrived. Soon, all manner of fiends will emerge, disasters will follow in waves, and the world may face annihilation. Some will rise to save this world, but I cannot trust that they will succeed every time. If that day truly comes, this place will be Noah's Ark in the apocalypse. That is why this town is named Noah's Town. Wolverine and the others took a moment to digest the information they had just received, their brows furrowed. Storm pondered aloud. You mentioned that those gods exist and protect humanity. If disaster truly strikes, then Vahn shrugged. They are merely gods. Do not expect them to be omnipotent. You cannot fathom that in recent years, Odin has been preoccupied with educating his two unruly sons. Zeus, the Greek god, might currently be reveling with a throng of maidens. Storm's expression reflected disbelief. Are there not any reliable deities? They are gods, not babysitters for Earth. Their mere presence without causing turmoil is already a favor to someone. Do not ask for too much. At this juncture, Charles spoke. And what of you? How do you intend to safeguard this world? Vahn smiled. Alone, I cannot achieve this. I plan to assemble a specialized team dedicated to saving the Earth, and I shall name it the Justice League. The X-Men. After an in-depth conversation, Professor Charles and his companions came to understand Vaughn's intentions, establishing a nascent bond of trust among them. Professor Charles, I believe the time has come for you to open a branch institution. This place is unequivocally safe, and you can seamlessly transfer the majority of your students here. Furthermore, this location is sufficiently spacious. I know that some parents harbor deep affection for their children, even if they are mutants. Now they have an opportunity to relocate here with their children. Additionally, I hope you can disseminate the message that here, mutants can live like ordinary people. If anyone wishes to come, I can offer my assistance. Vahn abruptly shifted the topic to his ultimate goal. Charles and the others were taken aback. To live like ordinary people, what does that mean? In this extraordinary world, I possess the ability to suppress the powers of most mutants. If they desire, I can impose a restriction upon them, temporarily stifling their abilities, rendering them as ordinary individuals. No, Storm exclaimed, her brow furrowed. Our mutant abilities are gifts bestowed upon us by the heavens. They do not require suppression. Vahn glanced at the silent Professor Charles, a mocking expression on his face. That is your gift. You can command lightning, manipulate clouds, and control storms. Your abilities are utterly magnificent. But have you ever considered others? Among mutants, the vast majority possess only the weakest of powers. They are treated like monsters, like grotesque beasts, even regarded as abominations by their own parents. They endure immense malice in society, and can their abilities truly protect them? Aurora, for them, mutant powers are not a gift, but rather a most insidious curse. You can inquire with the professor about this. Storm and the others turned to Professor Charles, who sighed and spoke resignedly. I have delved into the minds of some individuals, and they are filled with sorrow and despair. They genuinely yearn for a life akin to that of ordinary people. Storm was momentarily speechless. Vahn continued, moreover, I am merely temporarily sealing their powers. They will gradually regain an ordinary appearance. When the day comes that they wish to reclaim their abilities, they may return to me to lift the seal. Furthermore, only here do I possess this capability. If they leave, their powers will naturally return. My friends, I am merely offering them a choice, to be human or to remain mutants. The decision lies with them. Vahn, however, was not entirely truthful. He could replicate the abilities of every mutant who entered this realm, and mutants provided him with a greater enhancement of strength compared to ordinary humans. Particularly with powerful mutants like the Professor and Jean, their abilities were nearly sufficient for Vahn to instantly establish a long-lasting, stable portal. Yet, the Professor and Jean could not remain in his divine realm for extended periods, so he sought to attract more mutants, regardless of their diminished powers. For gradual accumulation would eventually lead to a qualitative transformation. Moreover, once mutants were stripped of their abilities within his divine realm, they would not regain them upon exiting. After all, what had been taken was irrevocably lost. However, this tactic was detrimental to increasing the population within his divine realm. Those who returned to normalcy might not wish to stay in this world and could arouse the suspicions of the X-Men. Since all individuals must pass through his portal to traverse between worlds, he could easily restore their original powers in an instant if they wished to leave. Consequently, those who desired to live as ordinary individuals would have to remain here long-term, while those unwilling to relinquish their abilities could still opt for unrestricted existence. With this thought in mind, he realized that the research facility on Devil's Island needed swift resolution. This venture needed to be uniquely his own. Chapter 10, Wolverine's Past. The cooperation agreement was nearly finalized, and Vahn established a preliminary partnership with Xavier's Academy. Charles was more open-minded than he had anticipated, perhaps influenced by some mental manipulation. Regardless, the outcome was as he desired. He provided a sanctuary for mutants, and in return, mutants contributed to his strength, a true win-win scenario. Next, he planned to deepen the alliance with Xavier's Academy. He intended to alter only certain details of the X-Men film series plot while maintaining the overall trajectory. After all, only in this way could he control the situation and reap greater benefits. Charles sought to depart, while Wolverine wished to converse with Rogue. Rogue was astonished to see so many members of the X-Men seeking him out. Wolverine took her aside. "Marie, I apologize for yesterday's events." After a heartfelt exchange, Rogue seemed to find some solace, yet she hesitated about leaving or remaining. Wolverine did not deceive her. He also informed her of the possibility of becoming an ordinary person. Thus, she began to waver regarding her decision. Vahn was aware that, according to the plot, Magneto was currently scheming to capture Rogue, but the Professor and his group misunderstood, believing Magneto was targeting Wolverine. "Logan, I heard that Magneto seems to have sent someone to attack you. If he is indeed looking for you, I believe you are absolutely safe only here," Vahn feigned concern. "If you return to Xavier's Academy, it could spell disaster." Wolverine's brow furrowed, without a second thought. He retorted, "I fear nothing from Magneto. Let him come." "No, Logan," Cyclops interjected, having some knowledge of Magneto. "Magneto can manipulate magnetic fields at will, and you happen to possess an adamantium skeleton. He could easily overpower you. In his presence, you would be like a mere toy." Wolverine would not let this rival escape unscathed, immediately firing back. "What? It seems you have some experience being treated like a toy. I'm merely trying to warn you. Do not take my kindness for granted." As the two appeared on the verge of an argument, Vahn suddenly approached Cyclops, patting him on the shoulder in a soothing manner. "All right, I recognize that Logan's behavior can be less than ideal, but he is, after all, your savior. Do bear with him." Upon hearing this, Cyclops frowned deeply. "What savior? We just met. He hasn't had the chance to save me." Vahn feigned surprise. "Oh, I see you are unaware. My apologies for the oversight." Observing his exaggerated display of remorse, Cyclops remained silent, glaring intently at him. Wolverine then stepped forward, his voice low and intense. "You know my past? Tell me." Hasn't the Professor informed you?" Wolverine glanced at Charles. "The Professor can only perceive fragmented images. He can offer me hints, but not the entirety. I want to know my past." Vahn hesitated, glancing at him. "I do not possess the complete knowledge of your past. I only know some significant details." "That is sufficient. Tell me." Vahn fell silent for a moment. "Your life has been filled with suffering and sorrow. I do not believe you can accept everything all at once. If you wish, you may release your emotions here, and I will gradually reveal everything to you. For now, I can share a portion." After Vahn spoke, he looked at the Professor, who sighed and gave a slight nod. "Around 1860, you were born into a wealthy but discordant family in northwestern Canada. On a fateful evening in 1875, your gardener abruptly emerged, taking your father's life. The anguish of losing a parent awakened your latent abilities. In a surge of rage, you dispatched the gardener with your bone claws. Yet, in his dying moments, he revealed a shocking truth. He was your biological father. Witnessing this harrowing scene, your mother deemed you a beast. Ultimately, the gardener's son, your half-brother, aided your escape from that dreadful place, and thus began your life of wandering. Did I truly slay my own father? Logan is over 100 years old. He has a brother? He was once endowed with bone claws. I have a brother? Wolverine pondered. Where is he? Oh, after more than a century, he must have. Do not fret. He is also a mutant, possessing abilities akin to yours. If you have survived until now, so too has he. Do you know his whereabouts? I do not, but do not rejoice too soon. He was once complicit in your suffering, although they seem to have reconciled. He is far from the person you might hope for. Wolverine fell into contemplative silence, having long yearned to uncover his past, yet this revelation was beyond his imagination. Is this why you were reluctant to disclose my history? I killed my father, my mother regards me as a beast, and my brother conspired against me with outsiders. Truly, I am quite unfortunate. Wolverine's expression was one of desolation as he reignited a cigar. However, the most infuriating revelations may yet be forthcoming. Enough, Mr. Vahn. Allow him some respite, Professor Charles interjected, halting Van's discourse. Certainly, Van readily acquiesced. Logan, you may choose to unwind here and keep company with Rogue when you feel prepared. I shall gradually divulge all that I know. Wolverine hesitated, but the professor alleviated his uncertainty. Logan, you are welcome to stay here. It is indeed a safer haven. Soon, more mutants shall take residence here, and you can assist them. Ultimately, under Rogue's eager gaze, Wolverine opted to remain for a time, seeking to unravel his lineage while also ascertaining the safety of this world and Rogue's condition. Van returned to the Typhon Tower, agreeing to periodically visit Xavier's academy to escort willing mutants to Noah's town. He personally bid farewell to the professor and his companions, then attentively assessed his own condition. All members of the X-Men had entered the realm of the divine, granting Van the abilities of all, albeit only within that sanctified domain. He speculated that mastery of this divine realm required elements akin to rules, logic, and reason, which must be both authentic and practicable. His own knowledge, however, was insufficient to propel him beyond the ordinary. The abilities inherent to mutants undoubtedly adhered to the principles of this world, while the underlying mechanics remained elusive. They could be directly harnessed and amplified to their utmost potential. Beyond the divine realm, these powers persisted, albeit significantly diminished. Currently, their efficacy barely remained intact. But he surmised that as the divine realm grew stronger, so too would these abilities evolve. Having clarified his physical state, he promptly issued a command to his intelligence department and armed squad. Gather intelligence on the Worthing Laboratory on Devil's Island. Preparing for the rescue of one of the experimental subjects. Chapter 11. Stark journeyed toward his fateful Afghanistan. The following day, as Van enjoyed his breakfast, a news report played on the television. The United Nations summit convened smoothly at Ellis Island, New York, attended by heads of state and dignitaries for the opening ceremony. Over the next few days, discussions would revolve around economic and military agreements. Naturally, the summit would also covertly address the issue of mutants, though this would remain undisclosed to the public. In accordance with the unfolding narrative, Magneto was poised to exploit this opportunity to transform the world's dignitaries into mutants. His motive for capturing Rogue stemmed from the radiation machine's severe repercussions for its user. He intended for Rogue to replicate his abilities and subsequently operate the machine, thereby shielding himself from the consequences should something go awry. However, Van surmised that Magneto would find it increasingly difficult to capture Rogue, given his impulsive nature. Throughout the X-Men trilogy, Magneto's character was marked by ruthlessness and moral ambiguity, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his goals. While he professed to fight for mutant kind, he exploited them without remorse, starkly contrasting with his demeanor in the altered future narrative. At this juncture, Senator Kelly was likely already transformed. Having gained insight into Xavier's academy, he painstakingly cultivated connections with Senator Robert Kelly through Hydra's network. He recognized that Kelly had persistently advocated for the Mutant Registration Act, viewing mutants as adversaries, a perspective he intended to manipulate. Through this alliance, Senator Kelly collaborated with him to establish an underground prison aimed at incarcerating mutant criminals. He was aware that the now mutated Senator Kelly would seek out Jean Grey, and he had dispatched agents to intercept him, for he needed Kelly to remain alive. In the X-Men trilogy, for significant events propelled mutants to the brink of annihilation. The first involved Magneto's attempt to irradiate global dignitaries, converting them into mutants. The second concerned a mutant assassination of the American president. The third featured Magneto's scheme to compel Charles to eliminate all ordinary humans. The fourth involved Professor Charles threatening the president to alter the content of a press conference. Each of these incidents could incite the U.S. government to wage war on mutants, inevitably leading to the Sentinel program. Although this world boasted heroes like Captain America, Thor, the Hulk, and Iron Man, mutants might not provoke such turmoil, Nonetheless, for the already beleaguered lower-tier mutants, it would spell disaster. Vahn aimed not only to win over mutants during these crises, but also to engage with higher echelons of power through Senator Kelly, perhaps even the President of the United States. After all, according to the future narrative, Hydra's influence peaked during Captain America 2, only to swiftly decline, suffering catastrophic losses, with Pierce's lineage nearly eradicated. Others would undoubtedly be implicated, necessitating preparations for a contingency plan. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, followed by the sound of high heels striking the floor. A cool, melodious voice soon followed. "Boss, we have received word that Stark's plane is headed to Afghanistan today." The visitor was Felicia, his personal secretary, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with striking red lips and a dazzling smile. Clad in a form-fitting black uniform, her figure accentuated by red high heels and black stockings. It seems Iron Man is on the verge of his inception. Thus, the Justice League initiative would be formally set in motion. Director Fury would assemble the Avengers, while he would establish the Justice League squad, not in rivalry, as all sought to protect the world and uphold justice, but rather, one was rooted in S-H-I-E-L-D, while the other was anchored in Hydra. The initial step of the entire plan would undoubtedly involve financial gain. Stark Industries stock would experience fluctuations in the near future, a significant drop upon Tony's disappearance, a surge upon his rescue and return to America, a decline upon the closure of the weapons division, a skyrocketing rise upon his announcement of being Iron Man, and sustained growth with the development of new energy technologies. Vahn had a specialized financial team managing Stark stocks, executing a series of short and long trades, anticipating substantial profits. After instructing Felicia to ensure that the finance team closely monitors the developments regarding Stark, bodyguard Frank informed Vahn that they had located Congressman Kelly, who was en route to Xavier's academy alone. He had since been transported to the Typhon Manor, where his condition was dire, his genetic structure was collapsing, and his mutant abilities were invading every cell, leaving him on the brink of death. Vahn promptly boarded the helicopter prepared by Frank and rushed to Typhon Manor. Upon seeing Congressman Kelly, Vahn was struck by the severity of his state, as a copious amount of fluid was oozing from his body, seemingly indicating a trend towards liquefaction. Approaching the sickbed, Kelly weakly extended his hand, exclaiming, "Those mutants, they have killed me. The enemy, they are the enemy." Vahn leaned down to offer solace. "Do not worry, I will exhaust every means to save you. We possess the latest serum, and it will undoubtedly cure you." Kelly opened his mouth as if to say more, but Vahn gestured, and a throng of medical personnel surged forth. As injections were administered and equipment was set up, the effects of the medication soon induced a deep slumber in Kelly. At that moment, a medical staff member approached Vahn from behind and removed his mask, revealing Dr. Stein. "Boss, the gene-stabilizing serum we injected has temporarily stabilized his vital signs, but the genetic collapse is severe, and we lack sufficient assurance of a cure. Even if you employ the same methods as with the serum, the risks are substantial." Vahn had recruited Dr. Stein years prior, and the latter possessed a considerable understanding of Vahn's domain and abilities, which warranted Vahn's trust. After all, his wife and child now resided in Noah's town. "Fortunately, I was in contact with Mr. Green a few days ago. If we could obtain a sample of his blood, we might be able to employ a counteractive approach, which could significantly enhance the chances of survival. Although his body may undergo some degree of mutation," Dr. Stein pondered aloud. "No worries, I will take responsibility. Dr. Stein, you are to return to Gibbons Academy. I will have Frank assign personnel to ensure your safety. Once we obtain Mr. Green's blood sample, we can commence our research. With the potential of gamma technology, we can develop countless new medications, and your name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the annals of medical history. I assure you, even winning a Nobel Prize will be a mere formality." The allure of fame and fortune was undeniable, particularly for Vahn, the formidable leader of Hydra. While Dr. Stein was somewhat curious about Vahn's methods for treating Congressman Kelly, the prospect of acquiring Mr. Green's blood sample was evidently more enticing. After Dr. Stein departed, Vahn summoned a portal and thrust Congressman Kelly through it. Had it been previously, he might have risked attempting Dr. Stein's treatment plan, but circumstances had changed. The ultimate version of Mischief's ability granted him the power to replicate, deprive, or bestow mutant abilities upon others within his domain. Since Congressman Kelly was on the verge of death due to his genetic collapse post-mutation, it sufficed to strip him of this ability to stabilize and repair his genes. Once in his realm, he effortlessly deprived Kelly of his liquefaction ability. However, due to the prior extensive damage he had sustained, his genetic state remained unstable. Yet, this posed no significant issue. He merely needed to endow him with a fraction of Wolverine's self-healing capability to effect a complete recovery. Alternatively, he could administer the gene-stabilizing serum at intervals. A smile graced his lips, for this outcome exceeded his expectations. Chapter 12. I will protect the president. Atop the Statue of Liberty, Magneto and his cohorts lay in wait. Not far off, on the shores of Ellis Island, a United Nations summit was underway, attended by heads of state and dignitaries from around the world. Even though Magneto had failed to capture mischief, he still pursued his plan to transform world leaders into mutants, putting himself directly in harm's way. However, progress was less than smooth, as the X-Men unexpectedly intervened. Upon receiving Van's message, Professor Charles was astounded by Magneto's actions. Yet, he understood that if Magneto were to implement his plan, mutants would become humanity's ultimate adversaries. Thanks to Van's warning, he had avoided being ensnared by Mystique's machinations on the cerebral wave instrument, and, in a fit of righteous fury, headed straight to the Statue of Liberty, intending to deliver justice to an old friend. During the summit, the President of the United States was delivering a speech when suddenly someone cried out in alarm. Turning to investigate, he beheld a strange white light expanding from the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty, growing increasingly larger, radiating like a blazing fireball. Panic erupted in the audience, with numerous reporters feverishly snapping photos of the luminous phenomenon. Secret Service agents, sensing the potential danger, prepared to rush the president off the stage, when suddenly 3 individuals burst in from the audience, shouting for calm. The agents recognized 2 of them, Senator Kelly and CIA Director Brennan. Senator Kelly pushed past the Secret Service and approached the podium, leaning close to the president to whisper a few urgent words, avoiding the microphone. The president's expression shifted, and after a brief exchange, he appeared hesitant. However, after a few more impassioned whispers from Senator Kelly, the president finally nodded. He raised his hand, signaling for silence, and spoke with a tone laced with reassurance. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for not informing you sooner. The white light you see is, in fact, a high-tech fireworks display we have arranged for your enjoyment. Please do not panic. Everything is under control. The display was set atop the Statue of Liberty, one of the most iconic edifices of the United States. As the president spoke confidently, the atmosphere gradually calmed. Soon, the white light in the sky ceased its expansion, flickering erratically and appearing somewhat unstable. Oh dear, this is unfortunate. It seems our technology is not yet perfected. Perhaps I should address our supplier, the president jested, prompting laughter from the assembled dignitaries. Van stood nearby with CIA Director Brennan, chuckling softly as he remarked, "Our president is quite remarkable. I admire his courage." Brennan nodded, his brow furrowing with curiosity as he inquired, "Mr. Van, it appears you share a strong rapport with Congressman Kelly?" He was familiar with the young billionaire, but did not know him well. "Well, it's not that close, but we do share some perspectives and goals. In fact, Congressman Kelly believes there are areas where I can assist the United States and the president, which is why he brought me along," Van replied. Brennan's expression tightened, pondering the implications of Van's assertion about aiding the country and the president. He refrained from pressing further, but felt it was time for the CIA to take a closer look at this young magnate. The white light in the sky soon dissipated, and the president successfully concluded his speech. As he walked down from the podium, waving and smiling, his expression abruptly shifted, akin to the silence preceding a volcanic eruption. He turned to Van and Brennan, speaking with measured intensity. "Tell me everything, every detail." In the Oval Office of the White House, the president sat silently behind his resolute desk, while Congressman Kelly and Director Brennan occupied the sofa as Van recounted the entire sequence of events. "So, if I understand correctly, Magneto intends to turn us all into mutants, and the team known as the X-Men has intervened to prevent this?" "Yes, Mr. President," Van affirmed. "Why are you so well informed about these matters?" "I am friends with Professor Charles from Xavier's Academy, who has always sought the support and trust of government agencies." "Are you his lobbyist?" Vaughn chuckled. "No, certainly not. They cannot afford me." The president slightly turned to glance at the 2 individuals behind him, Director Brennan and Senator Kelly. "I am not well versed in mutants. But are they a threat to us?" "Some of them certainly are, Mr. President," Senator Kelly replied without hesitation. "No, Mr. President, they are all a threat." Just then, a voice unexpectedly penetrated the room from outside the door. A short, stout, middle-aged man with a white beard was ushered in. Director Brennan rose to introduce him, "Mr. President, this is Colonel Stryker, who has dedicated many years to the study of mutants. I believe he is more qualified to speak on this matter than I am." Stryker nodded respectfully to the president before turning to Kelly. "With all due respect, Senator, among mutants, there are only those who pose direct and potential threats. They wield tremendous power, and should things go awry, it would spell immense trouble for us. Yet today, they save the world." Colonel Stryker, Vahn interjected, contemplating how to eliminate Stryker, who possessed many valuable items. No, you should say they nearly destroyed the world tonight. Stryker fixed his gaze on the young man before him, harboring doubts about his true identity. What do you intend to do? Capture them all? Conduct human experiments? Rip them apart and dissect them? Stryker furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how he knew these things. Strange. Mr. President, mutants, like humans, are citizens of the United States, endowed with the sacred rights bestowed by the Constitution. We cannot simply and brutally seize them. Those who do so will be condemned by history. America is the most powerful, inclusive, and free nation in the world. We must possess the courage to face all challenges and the confidence to resolve every issue. If we capture and detain mutants merely because they are perceived as potential threats, what distinguishes us from fascists? Vaughn's words left Stryker momentarily at a loss for words, though he sensed their naivety bordering on folly. Nevertheless, those who stand on moral high ground invariably hold an advantage in verbal disputes. So, Mr. Vahn, what is your perspective on mutants? The president inquired, nodding thoughtfully. It is quite simple, Mr. President. Support a portion of them to help us suppress the others. As long as we offer them terms they cannot refuse, they will work for us even more fervently than our own. For throughout, we remain the overwhelmingly powerful ones. We can dictate the fates of most mutants. The president pondered for a moment and asked, what do they desire? What they seek is quite simple. Government approval, acknowledgement, and goodwill. Treat them as we do minority groups. Is it truly that simple? Certainly not. Vahn exclaimed with a hint of fervor. This is what they want, but it is far from what we are willing to give. Send people to teach them about honor, justice, and loyalty. Provide them with the best conditions, and let them become noble knights. The president nodded thoughtfully, for they all understood this principle, much like an ancient saying from the East. A gentleman can be deceived with righteousness. Senator Kelly frowned. I am not so certain that we should use taxpayers' money to support them. Vahn turned with a smile. But, Senator Kelly, there we could establish another West Point. The strongest soldier academy, the most formidable intelligence academy. Indeed, we could shape a brand new Captain America according to our desires. Chapter 13, Future Defense and Individual Weapons Company. Aside from the glum-faced Colonel Stryker, the others fell into silence. Their concerns were not about West Point or intelligence academies, but rather the creation of a Captain America molded to their will. It is well known that the American public fervently idolizes individualistic heroes. World War II veteran Steve Rogers is nearly a household name in this country. What might they achieve with such a hero's support? Perhaps re-election would come easily. Or policies would sail through unimpeded. Or perhaps it would lead to a fifth statue on Mount Rushmore. Observing that the president seemed swayed, Stryker grew anxious. Mr. President, I possess the technology to directly control mutants. We do not need to invest vast sums to build any academies. Simply hand them over to me, and I will ensure they obey your every command. Then, Colonel Stryker, can you enlighten us on how you control mutants? Furthermore, if your claims are valid, could this technology be surrendered to the nation? Vahn beamed, watching Colonel Stryker's rising anxiety. Indeed, as those words left his lips, the President, Director Brennan, and Senator Kelly all turned their attention to Stryker. His countenance darkened instantly, inwardly cursing. Who is this Vahn fellow, seemingly well acquainted with my affairs from the very beginning? Did Brennan inform him? Yet, Brennan was unaware of the Clay Lake base. Could there be a traitor among us? Stryker remained silent for a moment before ambiguously replying, currently. This technology is not mature. At present, only I can control these mutants. The president's expression soured immediately. Vahn shook his head disapprovingly, casting a look of disappointment at Stryker. It was not until Stryker's face turned a shade of deep purple that he remarked, Mr. President, with all due respect, I do not concur with Colonel Stryker's approach. Transferring power or strength from a collective to an individual, especially not to you, is undeniably a foolish course of action. If we can lead an army, we can similarly lead mutants using almost the same methods. Stryker felt targeted and could not help but retort, blindly trusting mutants is a foolish notion. Even if, as you say, most mutants are willing to accept the government's goodwill, a portion of them are vile extremists opposed to the government and humanity itself. They possess formidable individual power, and we cannot contain them. Mr. President, you may find it hard to fathom, but some among them can alter their appearances. While others can phase through walls, they can enter any place at will and acquire anything they desire. Imagine if they were to conduct an assassination. Who could stop them? Can the Secret Service detect invisible foes? What if someone teleports directly into the Oval Office? What if someone transforms into a person beside you? All these powers must be constrained under government authority. By the end, Stryker nearly roared. The president and Brennan paled, recalling the crisis of the night. Indeed, this posed a rather grave concern. Vahn had no intention of letting the situation escalate, calmly stating, "Mr. President, the issue we have been discussing tonight has always been how to keep the power of mutants under government authority, albeit through differing methods. My choice is a kinder, more just, and enduring solution." Stryker cast a scornful glance at him and asked, "Then how do you propose to address the issue of mutant attacks and the president's security?" Vahn's heart blossomed with a subtle smile. After much discourse, he had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. He stood, raising his voice slightly. "Mr. President, it is with great honor that I introduce to you FDSW Corporation, the future defense and individual weapon company, the pioneer in addressing all threats, including those posed by mutants." Strick was momentarily taken aback. After all this, it turned out he was merely an arms dealer? Yet, when did arms dealers acquire such prowess as to instruct the president on governance? Vahn produced an object resembling a pen and projected an image onto the wall, revealing a stunningly futuristic, transparent shield. "Mr. President, this is our successfully tested high-energy particle shield, capable of virtually nullifying any form of attack, including mutant abilities. As long as it is supplied with a continuous energy source, it can sustain itself indefinitely. We have conducted hundreds of simulations, and if the energy supply is sufficiently robust, it can even withstand the force of a low-yield nuclear explosion." This advanced technology evidently astonished the assembly. CIA Director Brennan even murmured, "I was unaware we possessed such technology." The president swiftly seized upon the key point. Can this shield be deployed immediately? It can be utilized in a significant number of scenarios: the White House, Congress, the Pentagon. Should you desire, I can initiate installation at once. However, due to the generator's size, it can only be mounted on Air Force One. Army One and Marine One cannot accommodate its bulk. Nevertheless, we can custom-build dedicated shield vehicles or shield helicopters to integrate into your convoy or aerial formations for added protection. With these shields, Mr. President, your safety will be enhanced tenfold. This represents comprehensive safeguarding. Upon hearing Vahn's presentation, the president was resolute. He must procure these technologies. After all, it was for the nation's stability and enduring peace. Strick, regaining his composure from the initial shock, retorted defiantly, "The shield technology is indeed impressive, but it cannot provide all-encompassing protection, and it only addresses external threats. I have emphasized that mutants can effortlessly infiltrate our ranks." Vahn, unperturbed, maintained a gentle smile. "Currently, we have only developed the first-generation shield technology, yet I have already instructed my team to expedite the development of a second-generation, a portable, individual shield technology. I am confident that with sufficient manpower and financial backing from the government, we can expedite this innovation. By then, all threats will be manageable." Strick attempted to interject, but Vahn continued projecting, revealing an individual weapon slightly larger than an assault rifle, with a robust barrel and a flared muzzle. Though mutants possess formidable strength, they remain human, and thus, human weaknesses are also theirs. This is our latest creation, a sonic gun, designed for individual use. While not lethal, its attacks will significantly hinder the abilities of most mutants. It functions as an area effect weapon, requiring no precise aim, thus making it effective against speed-based mutants. Furthermore, we are currently researching neural inhibitors and mutant suppression fields. If successful, we will be able to suppress the mobility of mutants and any individual from hundreds, if not thousands, of meters away. In such circumstances, defending against them will prove no more challenging than defending against ordinary individuals armed with firearms. The president nodded slowly. In truth, what he valued most was not merely the defense against mutants, but the applicability of this entire suite of technologies against any threat, including ordinary citizens. The assassination of a U.S. president would become an event consigned to the annals of history. Expanding further, these were tangible advancements in future warfare technology. Although they may currently harbor various flaws, such narratives are often spun in works of science fiction. Mastering these technologies could ensure that the United States remains great, ruling the world for a century. Chapter 14. Finalizing the Collaboration Plan. Mr. President, this is why I advocate for the implementation of a gentle subjugation plan. With these technologies, we will always be the players, the dominators, while they serve as our elite soldiers. The president smiled. Strick felt a chill within. He glanced at Brennan, who did not exhibit any signs of support for his position. He could only sigh inwardly, realizing that he needed to contemplate alternative strategies, ideally, to make the president acutely aware of the mutant threat. Additionally, Mr. President, I hope to acquire a number of mutants for experimentation with the shields and suppression fields. In this regard, Mr. Strick should be able to assist. Furthermore, I have constructed an underground prison capable of housing mutants, which I hope will alleviate your concerns." Strick clenched his jaw, but under the president's scrutinizing gaze, he nodded in agreement to transfer some mutant prisoners to Vahn's facility. After the president dismissed Colonel Strick and Director Brennan, he swiftly finalized a collaboration agreement with Vahn. The White House would promptly establish a specialized evaluation team to assess the technologies that Vahn had described. Should everything proceed smoothly, the White House would draft a purchasing and funding plan, with projected amounts potentially soaring into the billions. Vahn emerged from the White House, buoyant, and climbed into the luxurious Cadillac SUV driven by Frank, heading towards the Typhon building. Along the way, he cheerfully inquired, "What do you think, Frank? Isn't this lifestyle far more gratifying than your days in the military? As I mentioned before, eliminating thugs and gangsters on the streets may save a few lives. But by aligning with me, we can transform the destinies of thousands." Vahn had thwarted the emergence of the Punisher in a moment of crisis. He had descended from the skies to rescue Frank's wife and daughter, who were now living happily in Noah Town. Subsequently, he had leveraged Frank's sense of justice to persuade him to join the cause for the betterment of all humanity. However, for now, Frank was merely serving as his chauffeur. Frank nodded at the rearview mirror. "At least I no longer have to do things I'm reluctant to." Vahn smiled. "In the future, no one will compel you. I may persuade you, but I will never force you into any choice." Frank nodded in agreement. Vahn dialed Charles. "Professor, I have good news for you." In truth, Vahn's words to the president were a blend of truth and fabrication. The high-energy shields and other technologies indeed existed. He had invested substantial resources into their research. While they currently bore flaws, they were operational. However, the notion of transforming Xavier's school into a West Point or a spy academy was utterly fabricated. He recommended that the president implement a gentle subjugation plan for mutants solely to facilitate the influx of more mutants into his divine realm. The more amicable mutants would be concentrated at Xavier's school through various policies and measures, ultimately entering his divine domain. For those who committed wrongdoing, state power would suppress and apprehend them. Vahn would undertake the task of confinement, ensuring they too would enter his divine realm. As for whether the president would discern any discrepancies, Vahn remained wholly unperturbed. Once Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor emerged into the world, chaos would ensue, and a multitude of threats and assaults would abound. At that moment, he could even transform into a formidable force for the president's survival, with a status that was, of course, unparalleled. In the following days, events progressed remarkably smoothly. Magneto and several other mutants were dispatched to an underground prison. Poor old Magneto, having been thoroughly beaten by a former friend at the Statue of Liberty, found himself sent to Vahn before he could even regain his composure. His arrival was specifically requested by Vahn, as he was, at this juncture, the most prominent fourth-level mutant, his immense power needing no further elaboration. Moreover, as a longtime confidant of Professor X, controlling him also meant wielding influence over a portion of Charles. However, Magneto bore the marks of his recent altercation, with a swollen visage and a circular scar on the back of his neck, clearly indicating that Colonel Stryker had acted swiftly. The high-energy particle shield successfully passed the government's scrutiny, leading FDSW to sign a contract worth a staggering $15 billion. The White House, Congress, and the Pentagon would promptly initiate modifications. Concurrently, FDSW's team of scientists commenced the redesign of Air Force One, alongside the development of shielded vehicles and helicopters. Additionally, the White House would allocate dozens of scientists and hundreds of millions of dollars to assist Vaughn's FDSW company in researching the technology for mental suppression fields. As for Xavier's school, the first batch of 5 mutants, along with 2 families willing to embrace an ordinary life, successfully entered the realm of the divine. After Vahn sealed their powers, they settled in Noah Town. The mischievous little one reverted to being an ordinary human, temporarily leading a tranquil life in Noah Town. Logan accompanied the little one, and whenever he had the chance to see Vahn, he would insist on recounting his lineage. Vahn had already shared his history as a mercenary and had just begun to discuss his retreat into seclusion. Logan was becoming quite familiar with the area, having designated a section on the western side of the town for the construction of a mutant community. After all, some mutants, even if willing to integrate into this world, did not wish to relinquish their powers. They could pose challenges and disruptions to ordinary humans, necessitating a space that belonged solely to them. However, the overall policy of Noah Town remained one of integration between ordinary people and mutants, with the mutant community serving primarily as a transitional location. That morning, Vahn awoke amidst a tangle of long limbs, stretching languidly before stepping out of the bedroom to find Felicia waiting for him. Felicia, undeterred by his nakedness, handed him a report with an impassive expression. News from Afghanistan indicated that they had located Tony Stark the previous day, and he was returning to the United States today. In light of this news, Stark Industries shares surged. Are you certain we should sell our shares now? Vaughn found a towel amidst the chaos of discarded clothing on the floor and casually wrapped it around his waist. Let's sell the shares immediately upon Stark's return to the U.S., but remember to do so discreetly. The plan to short sell Stark Industries must already be in motion. Let them commence their actions. Previously, his financial team had shorted Stark Industries once, yielding profits in the hundreds of millions. Following this short position, the operational funds would swell to approximately $1.2 billion, and the subsequent rounds of short selling and buying would see Vaughn's initial investment of $200 million expand to over $2 billion. Crucially, this would also secure a portion of Stark Industries shares. It wasn't that Vaughn was unwilling to invest more. Rather, he wished to maintain a low profile. He did not desire undue exposure at this time. Felicia nodded and departed, as a maid entered with prepared clothing. After bathing, changing, and having a simple breakfast, Frank had the vehicle ready. Through the billionaire Ironman, he had amassed considerable wealth. Now, it was a matter of how to spend it. He planned to continue expanding his research and development teams and construction crews, while also augmenting and strengthening his soldier squads. Now, within the realm of the divine, he possessed an ultimate form of telepathy, allowing him to examine anyone's mental landscape with near invisibility. This capability meant he could sift through individuals, identifying any infiltrators or traitors. Thus, he could expand his power without restraint. Previously, he had only adjusted a few dozen secondary-grade super soldiers. Now, that number could easily swell to hundreds or even thousands. The Hydra henchman's skills were a perfect match for Vaughn. Frank drove to Kennedy International Airport, where Vaughn would board a private jet bound for San Francisco. Chapter 15. I am Iron Man. In the suburbs of San Francisco, not far from the coast, a discreet and dilapidated warehouse awaited. Vaughn met with his enhanced soldier squad and the commander of the first team, Lester, also known as Hawkeye, who possessed unparalleled shooting skills, capable of hurling any object with incredible precision at his targets. When Vaughn had his men locate him, he had only just begun a preliminary employment relationship with King, soon thereafter being lured away with a handsome sum. Now, alongside Frank, he had undergone top-tier enhancements, significantly elevating his physical capabilities. Currently, he was assisting Vaughn in commanding his enhanced soldier squad. Previously, Vaughn had assigned him the task of attacking the Worsing Laboratory on Devil's Island. And after a series of preparations, tonight was the night for action. For this operation, Hawkeye led 30 enhanced soldiers, all fully armed and clad in specially designed full-body armor, painted entirely black. This specialized armor was crafted by Anton Vankov specifically for the enhanced soldiers, featuring high-grade alloy plates that covered the body while allowing for unrestricted movement. The inner lining was woven from alloy fibers, with the innermost layer being a newly developed super cushioning material. While the full set of armor was not lightweight, it posed no issue for the enhanced soldiers. This was precisely the super squad Vaughn aimed to create. With their full-body armor and superhuman constitution, they would become virtually indestructible in urban combat. This was also why Vaughn was confident in their ability to assault the Worsing Laboratory, which was known to be guarded by military personnel. As night deepened, for speedboats surged forward, cutting through the waves towards Devil's Island. The island was small, and they were quickly spotted upon landing, searchlights illuminating their presence. Hawkeye, wielding a specially designed precision rifle, executed a series of shots, disabling all the searchlights and guard posts. Instantly, the entire laboratory descended into chaos, red lights flashing as alarms blared their shrill warnings. The group moved swiftly to the laboratory's main entrance. Guards returned fire, but the enhanced soldiers' reactions far surpassed theirs, with most being eliminated before they even had a chance to engage. The battle was hardly fierce. The guards crumbled with a single blow. They shut multiple security doors, all of which were breached explosively. Hawkeye led the enhanced squad into the laboratory with ease. Upon breaching the core area, he began assigning tasks. One team was to locate the target individuals, another was to gather all research materials from the laboratory, while the remaining team would hold off the guards. Soon, his subordinates reported that they had found 4 detained individuals. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ordered them to be taken along. Before departing, he made sure to set fire to the research area. The 30 enhanced soldiers swiftly retreated with the 4 target individuals. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 helicopters were rapidly approaching, and on the water, 6 or 7 speedboats were closing in. The others took the target individuals ahead, while Hawkeye stayed behind to cover their escape. In mere seconds, One helicopter landed on Devil's Island, while the other two pursued Hawkeye's retreating speedboat. Fortunately, they were not armed helicopters. Only a few soldiers aboard were firing their weapons, making it difficult for them to hit their targets. The target's gaze compelled the speedboat to decelerate. With a precise rifle in hand, he took aim for a moment, and after a flurry of rapid shots, he turned and piloted the vessel away, not casting a glance back. Mere seconds later, a helicopter erupted in a spectacular explosion above. Another helicopter, evidently alarmed, hastily elevated its nose and ascended into the sky. The wreckage of the exploded helicopter fell onto the sea's surface, obstructing the pursuing speedboats. Four boats reached the shore in succession, swiftly retreating to a previously abandoned warehouse. Upon seeing they had returned with 4 individuals, Vahn paused momentarily. It was only when the target retrieved a document that he learned of their origins. It turned out that the Worthing Laboratory was not only researching how to nullify mutant abilities, but had also recognized the immense potential within mutants. Among the 4, aside from Jimmy, who could negate the powers of other mutants, there was a child mutant possessing the ability to regenerate severed limbs. The other 2 included one with the capacity to accelerate plant growth, and another who possessed 2 sets of organs within his chest and abdomen, endowing him with superior qualities compared to the average individual. Outside the warehouse, the sounds of a helicopter circling and vehicles approached, indicating that the adversary had discovered their location. Vahn hesitated little and opened a portal, leading his companions away. Concerning the portal to the divine realm, he could freely position himself anywhere within upon entering from the outside. However, when returning to the outside world, he could only choose the location where he had initially opened the portal or preset a coordinate. Thus, upon entering the divine realm and exiting once more, he arrived directly at the pre-designated Typhon Manor. At that moment, his private jet in San Francisco was landing at Kennedy International Airport, with Frank still there to pick him up, as if he had just disembarked from that plane. He could now be almost certain that the events of X-Men 3 would no longer unfold. The mutant child Jimmy and Magneto were both in his grasp. And with Xavier's school having established some contact with the government through his assistance, matters seemed poised to progress positively. Now, only one issue remained: how to eliminate Colonel Strick. However, this was not a source of great concern. In the following days, Vahn returned to a semblance of normalcy. The recently returned Stark immersed himself in the study of his Iron Man suit, with no competition for the cover girl of Attic magazine, leading the life of the affluent to be somewhat monotonous. Nevertheless, he took a brief trip during these days. Upon his return, the Divine Realm had gained several hundred new inhabitants. On the 41st floor of Typhon Tower, in Vahn's office, he had watched a live broadcast on the news the previous night, witnessing a large and small tin can engage in a fierce battle at Stark Industries, affecting the surrounding street and pedestrians. He knew that Iron Man was about to be officially born. Early next morning, he eagerly awaited Tony Stark to announce on television that he was Iron Man, while simultaneously anticipating a surge in the value of his stocks. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Mayor George, welcome. I didn't expect you to come in person." The visitor was the mayor of New York City, a formidable political figure in the state, with the Attorney General Bory as part of his faction. "Mr. Vahn, our last meeting was at the charity gala I organized last year. I have long wished to discuss matters with you in detail, yet time slipped away." The two took their seats and exchanged pleasantries. On the television, Stark appeared before the camera, prompting both to halt their conversation, united in their focus on Stark's words. "Some speculate that I personally participated in the incident on the freeway and rooftop." Stark read from his script. His speech was soon interrupted by a female reporter. "Excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you truly expect us to easily believe that a bodyguard just happened to appear in armor? I understand your point. There's nothing wrong with questioning the official narrative, but it should not unjustly label me as some sort of superhero. I never said you were a superhero." "You didn't? Oh, that's a relief. It would be utterly absurd." Stark continued with his scripted remarks, despite his evident discomfort. "I clearly am not cut out for heroism. I possess far too many flaws and have made numerous mistakes that have had a negative impact. Stick to the script." Rhodes reminded him in his ear. In fact, Stark raised the script again, pausing thoughtfully. Suddenly, he looked directly into the camera. "I am Iron Man." The interview scene erupted into chaos. Chapter 16, The Renovation Plan for Hell's Kitchen. The mayor of George sat before the screen, dumbfounded. He is Iron Man?" Vahn smirked. "Indeed, Mayor George, this city's most notorious playboy, an aficionado of cover girls, and a flamboyant billionaire has transformed into a superhero. I must say, this may mark the beginning of New York City's troubles, Mr. Mayor." Mayor George furrowed his brow, uncertain of what Iron Man's emergence signified, but instinctively sensing it was a troublesome affair. Moreover, This individual was already quite challenging to deal with even before becoming a superhero. He watched Tony Stark, besieged by reporters on the television, pondering, do you think he would be willing to sell his armor to New York City? Van chuckled and shook his head. I cannot say. Perhaps he is a patriot? The mayor refrained from further comment, redirecting the conversation toward urban development matters. Van, indifferent to such topics, replied with a smile. Mayor George, I have a good relationship with Minister Bori, and our collaboration on the Nahai prison project is proceeding smoothly. We are practically allies now, so feel free to speak directly. Mayor George smiled. I know. I recall your generous contributions at last year's charity gala. Mr. Van, I have some friends in Washington. I've heard you just finalized a military procurement contract with the White House. Van slightly furrowed his brow. He was not surprised that Mayor George had learned of this, but he wondered what it had to do with him. I hear your company is called Future Defense and Individual Weapons. I have some plans regarding individual weapons, so you were the first person I thought of. Van realized this was a business opportunity. However, thus far, his collaboration with the White House had mostly revolved around defensive weapons, with little information disclosed concerning individual weaponry. Mayor George, if you're interested, allow me to introduce. FDSW is primarily engaged in the research and production of defensive weapons and individual arms, with our individual weapons geared toward urban and special operations. Besides high-quality conventional arms, such as assault rifles and handguns, we also offer a variety of specialized weaponry. For instance, I have previously recommended sonic guns, mental suppressors, advanced bulletproof vests, plasma whips, electric cuffs, web launchers, tranquilizer watches, and voice-modulating bow ties to the White House. These weapons come in a multitude of types, each with distinct functionalities. Therefore, I must inquire, what exactly do you need, or where do you intend to deploy them? Mayor George pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat uncertain. He only knew that this young tycoon had signed contracts worth billions with the White House, so he decided to take a chance and foster a connection. However, upon hearing Van's introduction, he found himself intrigued. You should know, this is my third year in office, and there will be a change in leadership next year. Vahn nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. I understand. However, given your political achievements, you should be able to secure re-election. Yet, it remains uncertain. I have received word that a formidable contender intends to enter the race. Thus, I require further accomplishments to ensure I garner greater support from the electorate. Vahn furrowed his brow, tentatively suggesting, I am acquainted with numerous media outlets, such as the Herald Daily. Their proprietor is a veteran who would unabashedly endorse you. We merely need to amplify the publicity. No, that is not what I seek, interjected the mayor. Mr. Vahn, you are aware that mayors of New York City typically serve 2 or 3 terms. However, if one performs exceptionally well, it is not impossible to shatter this tradition. A flicker of ambition shone in George's eyes, and Vahn recognized that if he were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would certainly be ambition. This realization only delighted him further, for the most challenging adversaries in this world are those devoid of desires, the idle and unmotivated. Conversely, the easiest to manipulate are the vigorous, fervent individuals willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. What do you plan to do? Vahn inquired. New York is a magnificent city, with Manhattan being the crown jewel. However, upon this gem lies an unsightly scar, and I aspire to erase it. Vahn now comprehended George's intentions and the rationale behind his procurement of advanced individual weaponry. Nevertheless, the first item the mayor ought to acquire should be a shield generator. Should this plan be set into motion, he would require it even more than the President of the United States. George's face flushed with excitement as he broached the subject. So, what weaponry do you believe I should equip the NYPD and the ESU with? After a moment's contemplation, Vahn cautioned, Mr. Mayor, while that area is indeed rife with criminals, objectively speaking, it has alleviated some of the public safety pressures in other regions. If we dismantle it, we must consider the repercussions on other neighborhoods. I am aware, Vahn, George replied. This is precisely why I have sought you out. You must continue to expand the size of the Nahai prison. Vahn could not suppress a smile, leaning back in his chair as he fixed his gaze on Mayor George. Are you certain? The mayor's expression hardened. I will ensure that the authorities act swiftly and decisively against them. If apprehending 1,000 individuals is insufficient, then we shall capture 2,000, casting them all into prison. No one shall obstruct me from executing this plan. Vahn clicked his tongue in approval. How resolute. Within the American political framework, mayors wield considerable autonomy. They are accountable neither to the president nor to the governor, but solely to their constituents, the citizens of New York City. With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, while this endeavor would undoubtedly benefit New York, it seems that aside from the residents of that area, Other citizens may not perceive significant changes, considering that most do not frequent that locale. George chuckled confidently. Mr. Vahn, do you realize how exorbitant the real estate prices are in Manhattan? That area, once a scar, could transform into a future attraction. Perhaps you could be involved. Vahn laughed heartily. It would be my honor. I trust we have many other partners in this venture. Pooling our resources should render the task of erasing that locale quite manageable. He understood that Mayor George had likely rallied a considerable number of supporters. After all, converting Hell's Kitchen into another upscale district of Manhattan, a shopping paradise, or even a financial hub, would entail hundreds of billions in value. This is an exceedingly alluring prospect. If Mayor George can secure the allocation rights, he would be effortlessly elevated into the city government, and perhaps even the state government or the White House. After a moment of contemplation, Vahn asked, Mr. Mayor, do you already have any plans in place? Some preliminary thoughts, George replied. That area is teeming with gangs, each vying to become the underground king of New York. So, why not ignite a conflict? Once they have sufficiently stirred chaos, we can emerge to clean up the aftermath, making our intervention seem entirely justified while simultaneously depleting their resources. Vahn nodded, recognizing that with proper execution, there should be no issues. Perhaps astute individuals like Jean Bing might catch wind of their machinations, but the majority of those involved in gangs are not particularly clever. As long as the larger dynamics are disrupted, Jean Bing would have no choice but to acquiesce. At that point, the initiative would no longer be in his hands. It appeared that Mayor George's plan was already quite refined. Now, the only question remained: how to ensure we possess an overwhelming advantage in this conflict. The mayor smiled with satisfaction. That is precisely why I sought you out. Chapter 17. A hero is one who wields violence against violence, power against power. Vahn made a phone call and then rose, gesturing for the mayor to follow. They descended to the third basement level via the elevator. As he led the way, he introduced, I am uncertain if Mayor George has noticed, but I also own a security company known as DC, which employs elite personnel. As they arrived at a glass observation room, they gazed down upon a vast area on the fourth basement level, where a standard house model was constructed, devoid of a roof, providing excellent visibility. Awaiting their arrival were several individuals. Vahn cleared his throat and activated the microphone. Commence. With his command, several soldiers clad in full armor, their faces shielded, approached the exterior of the house. After a brief pause, they crouched, assuming a running posture, and in the next instant, like unleashed rhinoceroses, they charged into the wall of the house. Mayor George gasped, witnessing the brick facade being breached by their combined force. They did not hesitate, surging forward, dust and debris swirling around them as they smashed through several walls, creating a passage through the structure. Remarkably, the soldiers emerged unscathed. Before the mayor could fully comprehend the spectacle, the soldiers suddenly drew handguns from their waists, pairing off to exchange fire. Bullets ricocheted off their armor, sparks flying. Yet their bodies remained steadfast. Subsequently, they executed several demonstrations, showcasing their extraordinary capabilities. Mayor George was left astounded, his gaze towards Vahn filled with incredulity. Mr. Mayor, I believe this elucidates why you sought my assistance. Vahn remarked. While their effectiveness in large-scale or conventional military engagements may be limited, in urban and special operations, they are utterly unmatched. Are they akin to Captain America? George inquired, his eyes wide. While their enhancement may be slightly inferior to Captain America's, their sheer numbers allow them to execute feats far exceeding his capabilities. The mayor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting we could deploy such soldiers against those criminals? Certainly. Mayor George, I have already engaged in extensive collaboration with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, and they currently possess nearly 100 of these soldiers. Additionally, the Secret Service has several agents involved in this adjustment, and they are currently assessing the safety of this technology, pending no unforeseen issues. These soldiers will consistently be seen alongside the president in the future. The NYPD should also have such forces. Mayor George exclaimed, his face flushed. I wholeheartedly concur, Mr. Mayor. Cohen added. However, I must caution you that adjusting officers in this manner is not inexpensive, and there are high physical standards for the personnel. The mayor composed himself slightly. How much will it cost? Each individual is allocated a staggering sum of $3 million, in addition to the BF serum, which empowers the soldiers to unleash a temporary surge of strength exponentially. Each set of this serum is priced at $50,000. This merely accounts for personnel costs. The armored suits donned by the soldiers, produced by FDSW, represent the latest innovation in soldier enhancement, capable of withstanding attacks from handguns, rifles, armor-piercing grenades, and even explosive projectiles. with each suit retailing at $800,000. Goodness, how exorbitant! Mayor George exclaimed in astonishment. Seizing the moment, Vahn urged, Mr. Mayor, you recently inquired about the armament suitable for our officers. Allow me to suggest equipping them with such officers. Even if armed with but a spoon, they could cleanse Hell's Kitchen. Satisfied, Mayor George departed, intent on orchestrating the acquisition of such elite officers to safeguard the citizens of New York. The city government would finance this initiative, the public would contribute, and those with aspirations to stake a claim in Hell's Kitchen's future would undoubtedly have to invest as well. As for Vahn, he undoubtedly profited from this arrangement. Previously, SHIELD had been responsible for his personnel. Now it was the New York government and affluent citizens. Following his recommendations, the city would need to deploy at least 50 of these enhanced officers in Hell's Kitchen, necessitating an expenditure exceeding $200 million. Adding to this the costs of standard bulletproof vests, specialized weaponry, as well as the maintenance and replacement of serums and armor, the total transaction would surpass $300 million. After bidding farewell to the mayor, Vahn settled alone before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, gazing out at the towering skyline, lost in contemplation. Recently, besides formulating a cooperative proposal with the mayor, he had also secured preliminary consent for his DC security company to recruit street heroes to collaborate with government agencies. According to his insights, the individual adorned in a pointed red hat had emerged in Hell's Kitchen, alongside a formidable woman displaying extraordinary strength. However, it was undeniable that these vigilantes would gradually be marginalized once the enhanced police forces were deployed, likely exacerbating tensions between them and the NYPD. By offering them a sanctuary in advance, he complemented his Justice League initiative, though he was uncertain whether these obstinate individuals would accept it. This world hardly requires an abundance of heroes operating outside the law. Regardless of how they proclaim their righteousness and valor, they bear an indelible stain of blood. Especially those who espouse a no-kill principle, their reluctance merely enables greater malevolence. For those unable to endure the evils and darkness, heroism is not their calling. Granting villains the opportunity to live only leads to the demise of more innocents. Do they truly care for the order of the city or the lives of its citizens? Or perhaps it is merely the distorted sense of self-satisfaction or the adulation of the masses that drives them. True heroism is, at its core, the use of force to counter force, a primal and straightforward truth. Any attempts to redefine or regulate this concept are merely foolish. Vahn does not impose his will upon these heroes, much as he would not compel ordinary individuals or mutants to enter his divine realm. Deep down, he recognizes that he is aiding them, rescuing them. Should they choose not to accept his assistance, so be it. The universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. He will not assume the role of a humble savior. In a world where even Thanos extinguishes half of all life, what concern is it of his? His divine realm is distinct from the mundane world. The power of the stones may not sway him. In the subsequent days, Typhon Group and FDSW steadily expanded. Following a surge in Stark Enterprises stock, it gradually stabilized. Thus, Vahn's scheme to exploit opportunities drew near its conclusion, with his cash reserves skyrocketing from $200 million to an impressive $1.3 billion, in addition to owning shares in Stark Group 313, marking him as a significant stakeholder. However, such lucrative opportunities would be scarce in the future. Fortunately, Stark Group's shares continued to trend upward, rendering them a valuable asset. Recently, he frequented the library at Culver University, not for academic pursuits or the vivacity of campus life, but rather to observe the Hulk's formidable prowess up close. A few days prior, Dr. Stern had successfully obtained a blood sample from the Hulk, and he promptly transported it to the Divine Realm, where he utilized external cultivation techniques to replicate a substantial quantity of Hulk's blood for research purposes. Dr. Connors, Dr. Stern, and the pharmaceutical development team at Typhon Group would maximize the potential of this blood. It is essential to note that Vahn's ambition has never been to create a subpar enhanced soldier army, but rather to forge a legion of Hulks, or at the very least, a cadre of abominations. In the film The Incredible Hulk, Dr. Stern merely utilized the Hulk serum with an efficacy of 1456 to create the frenzied abomination. Now, with ample time for research, coupled with the experience from lesser enhancement serums, significant personnel and financial resources, and the aid of superpowers, they might very well produce a Hulk serum with an efficacy of 100. Chapter 18. A resounding explosion echoed through the skies as the Hulk made his dazzling entrance. That afternoon, Vahn, drowsy in the Culver University library, suddenly caught wind of the commotion outside. Approaching the window, he beheld military armored vehicles racing across the lawn, seemingly in pursuit of something. He turned to Frank, inquiring, "Frank, have the cameras been set up?" "Boss, 5 professional-grade cameras and a dozen concealed ones are ready to capture this battle from every angle," Frank assured him. Vahn nodded in satisfaction, for the footage would serve to intimidate the president. This was no mere mutant, but a creation of General Ross, a product of the legitimate American government's transgressions. Once the president was sufficiently frightened, the funds would surely flow in. It is not that mutants are fearsome. It is merely that one is yet to witness something more terrifying, including the abomination, who must be showcased as well. Below, the Hulk finally made his appearance, engaging in fierce combat with the military. Rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers unleashed a torrent of fire, shrouding the campus in smoke. Chaos erupted as the crowd screamed and fled, while some fearless journalists attempted to broadcast live, only to be swiftly subdued by Ross's men. Enraged, the Hulk sent the soldiers assailing him soaring like mere toys. At that moment, a squad of soldiers, distinctly clad differently from the rest, entered the fray, each wielding grenade launchers with ferocious firepower, momentarily suppressing the Hulk. These were the enhanced soldiers Vahn had previously adjusted. He recognized the leader. Although he was not one of his enhanced soldiers, his speed surpassed that of the other enhanced soldiers, and Vahn surmised that this must be Blonsky, who would eventually become the abomination. In the earlier enhancement process, Vahn had not encountered him. It appeared he had, as per the original narrative, received the super soldier serum from Ross. This was understandable, as the super soldier serum indeed offers more substantial enhancements to the human body than his own enhancement serums. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the super soldier serum had altered Blonsky's personality, intensifying his pursuit of physical power, ultimately giving rise to the abomination. On the battlefield, a total of 21 enhanced soldiers encircled the Hulk. At Blonsky's command, all but him began to inject the BF serum. The Green Giant sensed an ominous turn of events and sought to break free from his encirclement. However, the 21 enhanced soldiers, exhibiting remarkable synergy, collaborated in groups of 3 or 5 to launch successive assaults, leaving him in a state of disarray. Shortly thereafter, an armored vehicle approached, dragging thick alloy chains. Blonsky seized one of the chains and, in concert with his comrades, managed to ensnare the Hulk. The Hulk, momentarily bewildered, pondered how these once insignificant ants had suddenly acquired such prowess. The constricting chains caused him discomfort, prompting a desperate struggle that sent dirt flying and even made the enhanced soldiers retreat in alarm. 2 armored vehicles equipped with loudspeakers advanced towards him, activating their sonic cannons at full power. The struggling Hulk was instantly immobilized, as if frozen in time, resembling a specimen trapped in a display case. In the distance, General Ross observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The investment in the enhanced soldiers had not been in vain. With the Hulk captured, he could initiate the next phase of his plan, to mass-produce this formidable biological weapon, sweeping across the world effortlessly and positioning himself as the second founding father of America. Yet, he underestimated the Hulk. The sonic attack had momentarily disoriented him, but once he regained his senses, an overwhelming fury surged from within. Gazing at the surrounding soldiers, he bellowed in rage, vowing to crush them all. From a rooftop, Vahn witnessed the furious Hulk tearing apart the alloy chains inch by inch, leaping high and, with just a few strikes, toppling the sonic vehicle. General Ross sensed impending doom and hurriedly ordered the enhanced squad to retreat. While the others complied, Blonsky did not. He charged toward the Green Giant, seemingly intent on saying something, but before he could utter a word, he was swatted away like a mere fly. The enraged Hulk spotted General Ross and prepared to charge, but fortunately, 2 helicopters arrived to provide support. After a fierce exchange, the Hulk hurled a discarded car door, striking one of the helicopters. Just as he was about to pursue Ross, he heard a familiar scream. It was his girlfriend Betty. A helicopter, out of control, was plummeting toward her. In that instant, the Hulk abandoned his pursuit of Ross and turned to rescue Betty. The helicopter's rotor blades whirled like a colossal knife, crashing into the ground and creating deep furrows in the earth. The Hulk leaped in front of Betty, cradling her in his arms and shielding her from the descending helicopter with his back. An explosion erupted, and General Ross, filled with anguish, cried out. Betty was his daughter, and he had never wished to harm her. Smoke billowed, flames engulfed the scene, and it seemed that no one could survive such devastation. However, before long, the green figure emerged from the inferno, clutching Betty and bounding toward the national forest. As the battle subsided, Vahn patted Shiloh on the shoulder, instructing him to gather the camera equipment as they prepared to head to Washington. Yes, boss, Shiloh replied, turning to fulfill the task. On their private plane, Vahn had just hung up after a conversation with a contact at the White House, and was now gazing contentedly out the window. Washington, I have come to sell anxiety. He mused. Mr. President, look at this green behemoth, sturdy and robust, while Ross is foolish and clumsy. Who, I asked, can save great America? Only I, Vaughn. At the White House. It was no surprise that after the president reviewed the comprehensive footage of the Hulk, his brow furrowed deeply. Mr. President, you see, such a powerful entity poses a threat that far surpasses the majority of mutants. If he so desires, he could assault any building in the world. And our current weaponry is utterly ineffective against him. Is it possible for us to capture him? It is conceivable, but exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Mr. President, consider Iron Man and the mutants. Capturing individuals does not resolve the issue. Strengthening ourselves to face challenges is the optimal strategy. The president gazed intently into Vaughn's eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding. All right, I will consider increasing investment in FDSW. Regarding your enhancement serum, shield generators, and other equipment, I will push for military engagement. And you shall receive numerous orders. Mr. President, you misunderstand. I am not here to seek funds. I merely wish to propose a plan, one that should have been implemented long ago. The president leaned back in his chair, puzzled. What plan? Vaughn produced a document emblazoned with the words, Justice League. Although FDSW was developing technology to combat such threats, a plan to restrain them was equally essential. The resurrection of Captain America, which I previously mentioned, is part of this strategy. The Justice League initiative and FDSW must proceed concurrently. We shall remain the rulers of this nation. Chapter 19, The Dawn of Legends. The president exhibited a flicker of interest. Are you suggesting that the government establish a new department to recruit these special talents? Mr. President, it seems rather inappropriate for the government to intervene. It is not impossible, but it may not yield the desired results. For instance, this green monster became what he is due to General Ross's experiments. He likely harbors little trust in the military or government. Additionally, mutants, having faced oppression from certain government entities in the past, also possess a degree of apprehension towards official personnel. As you know, America is a land of freedom, and the populace inherently harbors conspiracy theories regarding the government. I propose we establish a company independent of the government, branding them as star-like heroes for the public. With government endorsement, we can facilitate their social outreach, and before long, it will undoubtedly provoke a significant societal response. The president pondered whether this plan was appropriate. Would such power escape government control? Reading the president's expression, Vaughn smiled and reassured him, you could select a portion of suitable candidates from government departments to help establish this company. However, it would be best if they resigned from their government positions or concealed their identities. As you are aware, with admirers come detractors. Initially, the company may bear various social pressures, potentially even inciting waves of opposition. The government, operating behind the scenes, could manage these issues more adeptly, don't you think? Will such a company succeed? The president hesitated, still harboring doubts. Mr. President, just look at Iron Man. The president's eyes widened at this revelation. He was well aware of Iron Man's influence. After all, Tony Stark's announcement of his identity as Iron Man had sent the shares of Stark Industries soaring to unprecedented heights within mere days. Imagine if such a figure were to campaign for your re-election. Wouldn't that make it an effortless endeavor? Vaughn's voice carried an enticing lilt, perfectly suited to the president's aspirations. And what plans do you currently have for this Justice League? As it stands, we could provisionally designate the personnel as mutants from Xavier's Academy. Of course, the hulking giant could also be included, from what I understand. He is not a malevolent monster, but a conscientious scientist striving to evade General Ross's grasp, knowing full well that his capture would only bring greater harm to this world. Furthermore, if feasible, I might attempt to recruit that dashing playboy, though the challenge is considerable. It is worth a try. The president nodded thoughtfully for a moment. Very well. You shall clandestinely assemble a team for the Justice League and assess its efficacy. I will ensure that assistance is provided to you. Should it prove successful, I shall endorse your new venture. No problem, Mr. President. I will promptly form the inaugural team, and I am confident they will excel in the near future. Upon exiting the White House, Vaughn made no delay and headed straight to Xavier's Academy. In the principal's office, Charles sat behind his desk while Vaughn settled onto the sofa beside him, with Jean, Cyclops, and Storm seated opposite them. Wolverine was present as well. Upon arrival, Vaughn opened a portal to let him out and invited several mutants, who bore striking differences from ordinary humans, into the realm of the divine. Currently, those willing to enter this sacred domain were predominantly such individuals. The mischievous young girl had also returned and was likely greeting familiar faces. Professor Charles, the president has acquiesced to my plan. What is your perspective? I wish to ascertain the potential peril inherent in your scheme. I have observed the beast across from Culver University, and it poses a significant threat. You need not fret over that. In truth, I am devising a means to win him over. He may very well become your ally in the future. What? No. Cyclops exclaimed, alarmed. Such a companion would likely rend us apart. Wolverine, puffing on a cigar, rolled his eyes and muttered, softy. Cyclops, Scott, instantly bristled with anger. Logan, do not presume to speak so brazenly just because you saved me once. You merely arrived first. The professor was right behind. Even had you not intervened, he would have rescued me. Logan scoffed, remaining silent. Enough. Vahn gestured for the two to cease their quarrel. I have deliberated on this matter for the initial Justice League. I wish to organize a team composed of individuals capable of self-defense, such as Wolverine Logan, Colossus Nikolai Rasputin, and others. What? Am I not included? Scott felt slighted. Scott, your abilities are formidable, yet your physicality is vulnerable. We will confront a myriad of assaults from adversaries, which entails considerable risk. You are well suited for special operations, but for routine tasks, they are more appropriate. Vaughn's decision was also a strategic move to reassure the professor. Should the Justice League be formed and casualties ensue within mere days, the plan would falter. At least in the initial stages, caution was paramount. Mr. Vahn, the X-Men have been addressing various threats. Why then establish a Justice League? Storm posed a pertinent question. Aurora, the X-Men have always contended with the dangers mutants pose to this world. What does that signify? A case of self-manufactured threats? From the perspective of ordinary humans, you are akin to Magneto and his ilk, enemies of this world. Why are mutants ostracized by humans? Because they fail to understand us, they fear us. Now we possess an opportunity to demonstrate to the world that we are also human, possessing emotions, fervor, and a sense of responsibility. Imagine, we could become stars in their eyes, transforming this world. Charles nodded. Mr. Vahn, we have previously discussed this matter, and I support your approach. But we must ensure the safety of our brethren. Rest assured, however, there is another matter requiring your assistance. Since Vahn revealed the truth of the world to them, these individuals have harbored a profound trust in him, allowing for a swift establishment of a collaborative rapport. After a thorough discussion, matters were essentially settled. Logan would remain in the principal's office for a report to Charles. Vahn then sought out the mischievous girl. During their time in the Divine Realm, Vahn had stripped her of her abilities, but upon their return to the academy, he reinstated her mutant powers. There was no alternative, currently. He required this deception to ensure the mutant's retention rate within the Divine Realm. Chapter 20. Is that what you call abomination? Vahn found her quietly seated on a bench in the courtyard. What troubles you? You seem rather discontent. Nothing. The girl appeared somewhat melancholic. I just feel a bit reluctant. I have genuinely enjoyed my time here. Noah's town is exceedingly tranquil and isolated. We remain oblivious to the events transpiring in the outside world. You need not worry about that. Shortly, I shall establish a permanent portal. At that time, news from the outside will be relayed to Noah's town in real time. You will be informed of any occurrences beyond our borders, and occasionally, you may step outside for a stroll. The girl nodded, gazing at the fountain before her, and suddenly inquired, do you think my parents would be willing to relocate? As long as they are amenable, I have no objections. However, you must comprehend that for most individuals, embracing something new is relatively straightforward, yet accepting a new kind of peer is considerably more challenging. Though this is their tragedy, it is also something we must avoid. Mary, your abilities are no different. You may choose to abandon them or embrace them. But remember, this decision lies solely with you. Do not let others sway your choice. I understand, thank you. The girl returned to the Divine Realm, perhaps needing time to contemplate her future path. In the evening, Vahn, accompanied by Professor Charles, Jean, Colossus, Storm, and Wolverine, ventured into the city. He had received word in private that Dr. Stern and Dr. Banner had agreed to conduct an experiment tonight after several discussions. If successful, the Hulk would cease to exist. However, it was more likely to fail. An abomination would emerge this very night. For the yet-to-be-formed Justice League, this presented an excellent opportunity to make a name for themselves. Vahn did not explicitly state his intentions to the professor and others, instead using the pretext of combating the Hell's Kitchen gang. It was not entirely a pretext, as Vahn indeed planned to seize the opportunity presented by the New York City situation to showcase the Justice League to the public. At the Gambit Academy, where Dr. Stern was employed, there was an upscale restaurant nearby. Vahn led the group to indulge in a lavish dining experience akin to that of the affluent elite. Within the academy, in Dr. Stern's laboratory, after receiving the serum and enduring a harrowing struggle, Banner reverted from his Hulk form. He gasped for air, glancing at the cardiac monitor. which displayed a heart rate of 156 beats per minute. Yet he remained in his ordinary human form. Is it successful? A wave of elation surged within Dr. Banner. He had finally reclaimed his normalcy. Betty, with tears in her eyes, rushed to embrace him tightly, while Dr. Stern stood nearby, smiling broadly. Just as their joy reached its peak, the sound of vehicles echoed from outside. General Ross had arrived. A tranquilizer dart shot through the window, striking Banner, who staggered and collapsed into Betty's embrace. As Blonsky charged into the room, he delivered 2 punches to Banner's face, yet Hulk did not materialize. Subsequently, the soldiers entered, apprehending Banner and Betty. Ross approached, observing the calm expression on Banner's face, feeling a twinge of foreboding within. If you dare to eliminate the Hulk, you shall spend a lifetime in prison. Blonsky instructed everyone else to vacate, remaining in the laboratory with Dr. Stern. Yet he failed to notice a shadow flit past the window. He brandished a gun, aiming it at Dr. Stern's head. I demand the substance you extracted from Banner. It seems you have injected something, haven't you? Dr. Stern narrowed his eyes. I need more. You witnessed his transformation into the Hulk. I wish to become like him. I cannot ascertain what is within you. Mixing it could lead to catastrophe. Blonsky clicked off the safety of his handgun. Do as I command. Dr. Stern feigned panic. Yet his movements were swift and precise, his preparations meticulously organized. Once everything was ready, he turned to Blonsky, who was lying on the examination chair. Are you prepared? I am about to commence. Dr. Stern swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and forcefully pressed the button. The verdant serum coursed into Blonsky's veins, eliciting a pained howl from him. Dr. Stern stepped back, momentarily stunned by the sight, when suddenly a shadow emerged from behind him and tapped his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find a familiar face, Frank. We must go. The boss instructed that we evacuate immediately once the serum is administered. Dr. Stern nodded, casting a glance at Blonsky. Let us depart. I shall meet him again. Meanwhile, Vahn and the X-Men were dining in high spirits, preparing to head to Hell's Kitchen when the professor's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze turning grave as he looked towards the direction of the Greyburn Academy. We are in trouble. His words barely left his lips before a beastly roar erupted, followed by flashes of fire and several explosions. Vahn scanned the vicinity and spotted a towering 8- or 9-story building across from them. Quickly, to the rooftop. In the distance, a yellow monstrosity was setting the streets ablaze. Its grotesque visage, twisted muscles, and menacing spikes rendered it akin to a demon from the depths of hell. General Ross's subordinates charged in a near-fatal frenzy, exhausting their arsenal but suffering devastating losses. Even the enhanced squad was flung aside. Give me an adversary, the abomination roared, lifting a car above its head and hurling it away with ferocity. In the sky, several helicopters circled, including military choppers and those from a New York television station, broadcasting this calamity to the entire nation. Professor, can you stop him? The stronger the body, the stronger the mind. I will do my utmost. The professor pressed his hand against his forehead, concentrating, his formidable telepathic abilities bridging the distance to invade the abomination's mind. Violence, bloodshed, chaos. His countenance shifted as he perceived the tempestuous storm raging within the creature's psyche, utterly beyond his control. Meanwhile, the abomination sensed an unusual force invading his consciousness, momentarily rendering him dazed. A flicker of clarity pierced through his brutal instincts, restoring a fragment of rational thought. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that clarity was usurped by his primal obsession. I have yet to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. I cannot simply surrender. I shall take revenge on the Green Giant. With that, he seized a shard of jagged metal from the wreckage of a car and plunged it into his palm. The pain jolted him back to a semblance of awareness. On the rooftop, Charles shook his head. His mind is too chaotic. I find it exceedingly difficult to control him in such a short span. Is there no other way? I could concentrate my mental energy and directly assault his brain. It may incapacitate him or, conversely, render him a fool. Excellent idea. Let us proceed. I need to get closer. This distance is too great. Vahn glanced at the increasingly agitated abomination and instructed, Colossus, Wolverine, divert the monster's attention and remember to safeguard yourselves. Aurora, provide them cover. Jean, I shall join you in protecting the professor. Chapter 21. The Colossus, as the sun begins to set. Everyone nodded, with Colossus exchanging a knowing glance with Logan, who appeared resigned. Damn it, I can feel pain too. Colossus transformed into his metallic form, pulling Wolverine along as they stepped forward, plunging directly off the 8-story rooftop. Storm's eyes turned white as the wind swirled, sending a cloud of mist cascading towards the abomination, with distant flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Inside the military helicopter, Banner, Ross and Betty huddled around a television screen. Banner watched the abomination wreak havoc on the streets, panic-stricken pedestrians swirling around, his face darkened with despair. As for General Ross, he was in a state of shock. His ground forces had been nearly obliterated, and he hesitated to answer calls from the Pentagon or the White House. He sensed that his career was teetering on the brink of collapse. Banner clenched his fists, suddenly turning to Betty, sorrow etched in his eyes. I must go, Betty. You must think carefully. You have no idea if you will transform. Betty grasped his arm tightly, desperate to deter him. I must try. I am sorry, Betty. I am so sorry. Vahn, noticing something falling from the sky, caught a fleeting glimpse before it vanished from sight. In the White House, within the underground secure facility, the president and a cadre of high-ranking officials were glued to the live broadcast of the turmoil. Upon witnessing the abomination's rampant destruction in New York, the president's expression darkened. Beside him, the military representative fidgeted restlessly, seemingly wishing to throttle General Ross for the chaos. Secretary Tricott from Homeland Security urgently contacted Iron Man. But he was currently en route and not in New York. Who can stop him? The president erupted. Pentagon, CIA, FBI, Homeland Security. Tell me who can halt him. Silence reigned. Is this how you protect America? You can't even produce a viable plan? Do you have any notion of how much the federal government spends on you each year? Mr. President, we could use missiles. The military representative's suggestion was swiftly met with the president's piercing glare. You want to launch missiles into New York City? Have you lost your mind? We could deploy Delta Force immediately and have the National Guard on site to evacuate civilians. By the time they reach the battlefield, New York will be reduced to ruins. What about the city's emergency response team? Send them in. As the debate raged on, the television screen suddenly shifted. Revealing a figure that was clearly no ordinary human, a massive armored giant appeared on screen. The president paused. Iron Man has arrived? Is this a new suit? Meanwhile, the American public watching the live broadcast suddenly noticed a silver-clad Iron Man alongside a uniquely coiffed muscular hero. The two charged directly towards the yellow monster, with Colossus making a powerful tackle that sent the abomination crashing to the ground. Wolverine leapt forward, his adamantium claws piercing the abomination's side, prompting a shrill roar of agony from the monstrous creature. In a frenzied struggle, the abomination flung both Wolverine and Colossus aside with a surge of strength. The wounds on his body oozed only a trickle of blood, quickly healing before their eyes. With a thunderous roar, he prepared to pursue Wolverine when suddenly, a bolt of white lightning struck down, sending him staggering to his knees. But that was not the end. Colossus seized the opportunity to leap onto him from behind, pinning him to the ground as Wolverine charged once more. At this moment, Vahn, Jean, and Professor Charles had arrived nearby. Vahn donned a white mask, wishing to remain incognito for the time being. Professor, now is the moment. At this moment, Charles no longer hesitated. He focused intently, and an immense surge of psychic energy erupted, akin to a tsunami crashing towards the abomination. Boom. The once tumultuous mind of the abomination fell eerily silent, becoming a void. Wolverine sensed the creature beneath him suddenly become still, exclaiming in astonishment to the professor, "It worked. Keep going." Whether it was his shout that roused the abomination or not, the previously immobile giant suddenly surged with power, toppling both the steel Colossus and Wolverine, and charging towards the positions of Vahn and the others in a frenzied rampage. Vahn stepped forward, speaking rapidly, "You better hurry. I can't take him on." It wasn't that he couldn't. Although the creature's psychic prowess was immensely potent within a mere few feet, it was more than sufficient. After all, nearly any material that ventured too close to him could be instantaneously reduced to dust. However, there was no need to reveal that now. The abomination charged forward, its aura terrifying. The professor unleashed another psychic attack, yet the creature withstood it stubbornly. Fortunately, at that moment, several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, leaving dark scorch marks upon its form. Seizing the opportunity, the professor released two powerful psychic shocks in quick succession, finally knocking the abomination unconscious. Beside them, Jean exhaled in relief. What kind of monster is this? How is it so powerful? Before Vahn could respond, a sudden roar echoed, and everyone turned to see a green behemoth leaping from the buildings, crashing down nearby. The X-Men immediately assumed combat stances, while Wolverine grumbled, "What's this? Another one? When did this world become so populated with these things?" Vahn recognized it as the Hulk. He gestured for everyone to remain calm and cautiously stepped forward, calling out to the Hulk, "Hulk, the threat has been neutralized. You need not intervene." In truth, the Hulk appeared equally bewildered. Banner had jumped from the helicopter to summon him for a fight, only to find there was no opponent. Vahn smiled broadly. extending his hand amidst the astonished gazes of the professor, Logan, and others. "Big guy, the sun is about to set." The perplexed Hulk seemed unable to comprehend much. Roaring and charging forward, Vahn rolled his eyes, thinking, of course, only that woman can control him. He quickly retreated while shouting, "Professor, help me." A wave of invisible psychic energy swept past him, causing the Hulk to halt momentarily. Not far off, General Ross's helicopter landed, and the door swung open as Betty rushed out. Vahn raised an eyebrow, realizing, wait, she's also skilled in taming the Hulk. The Hulk, with a splitting headache, clearly heard Betty's anxious calls. Somewhere between lucidity and confusion, he glanced at her and, with a mighty roar, leaped away, disappearing between the skyscrapers. In his wheelchair, the professor was drenched in sweat, releasing a long sigh of relief. The Steel Colossus, Jean, Wolverine, and the others lowered their guard. "Theodore Vahn, what are you doing here?" General Ross recognized the dapper figure before him, the mask failing to conceal his refined demeanor. Vahn turned to face him. "I'm here to clean up your mess, General Ross." "How dare you speak to me like that?" Ross shot back angrily. Vahn smirked, shrugging. "You might want to figure out how to handle the Pentagon and the White House first." Ross intended to take the abomination with him. But after a phone call to the White House, during which he received enthusiastic congratulations from the president, Vahn secured the rights to detain the abomination. Ross could only leave in defeat, but Vahn knew the power behind him was substantial. They might cross paths again in the future. Under Vaughn's direction, Frank led a team of enhanced soldiers, sealing the abomination's massive form within a heavy iron box and transporting it to an underground prison. It is worth mentioning that Iron Man, Tony Stark, rose early only to arrive late. He had been notified of the battle at its onset, but was still en route when he arrived to find it already concluded. Frustrated by the emptiness of the streets, he cursed loudly and turned back, as he still had unfinished business to attend to. Chapter 22, The Seven United Company. The following 2 months saw Vaughn's business flourish remarkably. The FDSW company expanded rapidly. Multiple shield generators were successfully installed at the White House, Congress, and the Pentagon, with more agencies and departments submitting procurement plans. The military also sent personnel to inspect FDSW's full-body armor and a series of specialized weapons, ultimately slapping down a $600 million procurement contract after internal discussions. Such was the extravagant nature of the Pentagon. This was merely the first batch of contracts. If all went well, the military had an annual budget exceeding $700 billion. Concurrently, the military displayed significant interest in the second-rate enhancement serums from the Typhon Group. However, Vahn lacked the capacity to enhance too many soldiers, so he falsely claimed limited production capabilities, offering to enhance a maximum of 80 individuals per month. Even so, the military experimentally requisitioned 50 second-rate enhanced soldiers, netting Vahn another substantial profit. Of course, their primary interest lay in the abomination, but after several tours, they lost interest in the mindless beast. Meanwhile, Vaughn's realm saw a marked increase in both mutants and ordinary residents. Currently, there were over 4,000 individuals, including ordinary citizens and researchers in the base. Just a few days ago, he had opened a fixed teleportation portal in the underground base of Typhon Manor, marking the end of Noah Town's solitude. A significant influx of goods began flowing through this portal, with the bountiful harvests of grains, fruits, and wines from his realm hitting the New York market. To ensure security, Vahn deployed 4 squads of enhanced soldiers, totaling 48 personnel, in the already heavily guarded Typhon Manor. Additionally, over 80 enhanced soldiers remained on standby within his realm, ready to assist via the portal. He entrusted the Manor's defenses to the sharpshooter, Leighton, while Felicia managed the commercial aspects. The Justice League's base was also established here. He obtained blueprints for a stealth fighter from Xavier's Academy and planned to replicate it. This aircraft, primarily designed and crafted by Hank the Beast, utilized numerous advanced technologies. Its sleek exterior boasted high-speed capabilities, with a cruising speed of 3 Mach and a maximum speed of 6 Mach. It could hover, remain invisible, and had ample internal space to accommodate a dozen individuals. In some respects, it bore similarity to the S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Falcon fighter jet, yet was faster. However, correspondingly, it came with an exorbitant price tag. Preliminary estimates placed the manufacturing cost at $1 billion per unit, with maintenance expenses far exceeding those of standard aircraft, making it unlikely to serve as a standard military aircraft. Thus, after discussions, Professor Charles and Hank willingly relinquished the blueprints. One day, Vahn received an invitation from Mayor George. At the evening banquet, he encountered numerous prominent figures from various industries in New York. Mayor George was all smiles, engaging in conversations with ease. After the banquet concluded, He requested Vahn to stay behind. In the mayor's private office, it was just the two of them. Vahn had a fair idea of what George wished to discuss and smiled, inquiring, "Mayor, it seems your plans are about to commence?" The mayor sighed, "Mr. Vahn. To speak frankly, I never anticipated that this matter would prove so challenging." "Is that so?" Vahn replied. "Recently, I've gathered some intelligence regarding Hell's Kitchen. And the more I learn, the more alarming it becomes. I never imagined it had deteriorated to such a chaotic state. The Hand, the Triads, the Russian mob, the Japanese Yakuza, the Algerian gang, the Irish mob. It is clear to me why this area has remained untouched for so long." Ben scrutinized the mayor closely. Despite his words, his expression betrayed little. This indicated he had not abandoned the plan. "Mr. Mayor, feel free to speak candidly with me." Van leaned back in his chair, speaking with a measured calm. "Very well, I shall be straightforward." The mayor produced a proposal. "In recent days, I have sought out several formidable partners, and after careful consideration, I have selected 7 individuals. I hope these 7 will play a pivotal role in the redevelopment plan." Van smiled faintly. "It seems I am one of the 7? "Indeed." The mayor chuckled. "However, each of these 7 must contribute their share of effort. What do you wish for me to do?" "A thorough cleansing." The mayor continued, "Mr. Van, the dark forces within Hell's Kitchen exceed my expectations, and I fear that the current capabilities of the NYPD may be insufficient to manage the risks. But I believe you possess the requisite strength, do you not?" Van stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. The mayor's tone was one of certainty rather than inquiry, implying he had obtained this information from Washington. The previous issue regarding individual equipment was similar. It appeared the mayor had extensive connections. However, upon reflection, since he had entered the Marvel Universe, it would be a missed opportunity not to explore Hell's Kitchen. Although his investigations had yet to reveal signs of Spider-Man's emergence, the man dressed in the Red Devil suit was already making waves in the fight against crime. There were also several others whose paths he had tracked. Nodding, Van remarked, "So my task is to eliminate these outlaws. This is no simple endeavor. It would require considerable effort from anyone involved." The mayor discerned the underlying implications. "I plan to establish a joint venture, with the board comprised of you 7. You will each receive a 12% share. Once Hell's Kitchen is redeveloped and the new buildings are constructed, this area could generate upwards of $100 billion in value. 12% translates to tens of billions, while the costs remain remarkably low. Moreover, the monetary aspect is merely one facet. The connections and relationships involved are equally valuable. Additionally, this significant transformation could yield a population influx, power, and an opportunity to expand your own dominion. I am quite satisfied with the mayor's proposal." Upon hearing this, Mayor George smiled. "That is reassuring. Rest assured, your actions will receive support from the government, media, police, courts, and numerous other institutions. Each of my chosen partners possesses exceptional qualities. If we unite our efforts, nothing can stand in our way." And thus, the deal was sealed. On the journey back to the Typhon building, Van placed a call to Felicia, acquiring the latest intelligence on the vigilantes of New York. Apart from Daredevil's recent efforts against criminals, it appeared there was also a naive youth who had just returned from Kunlun and had been wandering the streets for a few days, looking rather pitiful. Additionally, there was a young girl who had just moved out of her home and was contemplating her future, seemingly not yet inclined to pursue the path of a superhero. Van squinted at the information. He would start with the naive youth. Chapter 23. The Return of the Golden-Haired Youth from Kunlun. The following day, in the park, a curly-haired blonde was practicing Tai Chi with great vigor. Van sat on a nearby bench with Frank, introducing the situation. "Look at that curly-haired blonde. He trained in Kunlun and has mastered a glowing fist technique. He has lacked affection since childhood and is impulsive and hot-headed. He carries a plethora of superhero flaws, often sparing his enemies and inadvertently endangering the good people around him, frequently getting injured in fights, and excelling in last-minute bursts of strength. You must not emulate him." Frank stared blankly at Van, quietly asking, "Why are you telling me this?" In this life, he had not experienced the traumatic loss of his family. Thus his demeanor was less somber. "Because I want you to assist him." "Assist him?" Van nodded. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. His foes are the Hand. And coincidentally, one of my greatest adversaries in Hell's Kitchen is also the Hand. Helping him would indirectly aid me, making it considerably easier for me to find allies." At this moment, his eyes brightened as a red-clad Asian girl distributing flyers approached. He quickly instructed Frank, "You go help Iron Fist. I have some matters to attend to." Leaving that remark, he strode over to the girl in red. Straightening his tailored suit and donning a gentle smile, he said, "Hello, I am Theodore Vahn, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Colleen looked up at the tall, handsome man, momentarily mesmerized. "Hello, I am Colleen." Van's gaze shifted to the flyer in her hands. What is this? I am a martial arts instructor, and this is a recruitment flyer, Colleen replied, smiling down. You are a martial arts instructor? You don't appear to be one. Van feigned surprise. I wonder if you offer any special private lessons. As he spoke, he subtly guided her away to a different area, signaling Frank with a glance. Iron Fist Danny observed the departing figure of the unfamiliar red-haired girl. A pang of sorrow struck him, as if something that was rightfully his had been snatched away. Before he could ponder further, a large face suddenly appeared before him. Hi, I'm Frank. Nice to meet you. Iron Fist gazed at the rough-hewn face of Frank, which was forced into a smile. And a sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. It felt as though he had lost something, yet simultaneously gained something. Meanwhile, Colleen looked perplexed. You want to hire me? Van opened the door to his vehicle, smiling as he nodded. Indeed. Shall we go for a coffee and discuss the details? A few dozen minutes later, in a cafe across from an apartment building, Colleen felt a bit bewildered. She did not understand why he had brought her to such a distant cafe. Why choose this place? Van gestured towards the apartment across the street. A girl with extraordinary strength resides in that building, and I wish to offer her a job. Colleen was even more confused. Then why bring me here? Because if both of you accept my job offer, you will become colleagues. What job? Van scrutinized the Asian girl before him. Colleen Wing, a disciple of the Hand's Five Fingers, girlfriend of Iron Fist, though lacking superhuman abilities, possessed impressive combat skills. Her appearance and physique were commendable. A smile crept across Van's face. Would you be interested in becoming my personal combat instructor? The kind that teaches Brazilian jiu-jitsu, ground techniques? Colleen rolled her eyes and stood up to leave. Wait. Van called after her, prompting her to sit back down. I was merely jesting. In truth, I own a security company and am looking to recruit personnel to form a specialized combat team. I intend to hire you in the capacity of an instructor. Colleen pondered for a moment. Why choose me? This is our first meeting. Indeed, it is our first encounter, but that does not imply I lack knowledge of your capabilities. I am confident you can excel in this role. Colleen furrowed her brow, poised to seek clarity, when suddenly Fawn gestured towards the window. Look. That's the girl with extraordinary strength I mentioned earlier. Colleen turned her head to see a petite, attractive girl just returning. Yet, with such a slight frame, it seemed as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Why was she referred to as the girl of immense power? Jessica Jones was about to open the apartment door when a clear male voice unexpectedly resonated from behind. Hi, I'm Theodore Vahn. Pleased to meet you. Fawn wore a broad smile, and upon hearing this familiar greeting, Colleen silently rolled her eyes. So this is how you greet everyone. You scoundrel. Jessica turned around, her gaze wary as she beheld the man in a suit. Interested in a chat? Perhaps I could offer you a job. Jessica remained guarded, silent. Fawn, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged and produced the finest method of greeting among superpowered individuals. He pointed, and the flyer in Colleen's hand suddenly soared into the air, swirling around him. See, we are alike. In Jessica's apartment, the three sat across from one another. I am Theodore Vahn, a billionaire you may not be familiar with. I own pharmaceutical, technology, and security companies. I collaborate with the White House, military, and city government. Recently, I've taken on a job that could change the world. I extend an invitation for you to join my endeavor. Of course, it is entirely voluntary. His self-promotion was evidently in vain. Jessica frowned in contemplation, scrutinizing him. How do you know about me? Through my abilities. Superpowers or financial prowess? Both. What exactly can you do? Fawn sighed, realizing that demonstrating his abilities might gain their acknowledgement. With a flick of his finger, a water glass on the table levitated, trembled slightly, then shattered into fine powder. The clear water danced in the air according to his will, while the glass shards glimmered like crystals under the sunlight. Colleen and Jessica exchanged incredulous glances, swallowing hard. Jessica cautiously inquired, If I choose not to join you, what will you do? Fawn casually shrugged. I won't coerce you. Everyone is free. At this moment, Jessica had just entered society and had yet to encounter the supervillain who would ruin her life, the Purple Man. A bit of arrogance was understandable. However, that did not imply Fawn would indulge her. In fact, his interest in the Purple Man far surpassed any fascination with Jessica. He refrained from further trivialities and stood up. Should you change your mind, feel free to find me at the Tipton Building in Manhattan. As they exited the apartment, Colleen questioned, What is this world-changing job you mentioned? Fighting crime, upholding justice, saving the world, and healing the wounded. Colleen wore a look of disbelief. Fawn added succinctly, You will see soon enough. How do you feel about the job? Personal combat trainer or security instructor? Colleen initially resisted believing this stranger she had just met, yet her inability to afford the dojo rent loomed large. Money, after all, can resolve myriad woes. I'll take the security instructor. Excellent. Your first task will be to serve as my personal bodyguard. Colleen appeared at a loss for words, and Fawn chuckled at her speechless expression, enjoying the playful banter with the young woman. Why would such a capable girl align herself with the Iron Fist? Most street heroes were rather dim-witted. They could serve as idols, but getting too close could lead to repercussions. Though I've separated you, it's truly for your own good. Chapter 24. The Bald Behemoth's First Encounter. In a gallery somewhere in Manhattan, an exceptionally burly bald man stood before a canvas splattered with white paint. The gallery owner approached him. There used to be a joke told by a child who picked up a blank sheet of paper and asked, "What is this?" She chuckled, turning to the bald man. "It's a rabbit in a snowstorm." The bald man offered no response, and they shared a moment of silence. The owner continued, "What's important is, what feeling does it evoke in you?" The bald man turned, his lips moving as if to respond, when suddenly a cheerful voice interjected from behind. "It's loneliness. It makes me feel lonely." The burly man froze. The words he had yet to express lodged within him. Both turned to discover a sharply dressed young man had appeared behind them. Fawn smiled, bowing elegantly to the gallery owner. "Hello, I'm Theodore Vahn. A pleasure to meet you." The owner's eyes flickered with surprise, yet her tone remained polite. "Hello, I'm Vanessa," the gallery owner. Fawn nodded, and then turned his gaze to the burly man, a smile on his face, seemingly awaiting the man's self-introduction. The burly man, Wilson, or rather the kingpin of New York's underworld, Kingpin, regarded him with coldness. "How did you get in here?" Fawn shrugged. "Though you've stationed a few ineffectual guards at the entrance, I believe you lack the authority to prevent my presence here." He then smiled at Vanessa. "As for Miss Vanessa, I doubt she would mind my admittance to appreciate her artwork." Kingpin quickly quelled his anger, turning to Vanessa. "I quite like this painting. I hope to purchase it." "Of course," Vanessa replied with a smile. Fawn observed the simmering Kingpin and decided to stoke the flames further. He surveyed the room and remarked, "Miss Vanessa, if I were to buy all your paintings, would you be available to join me for dinner this evening?" At this, Kingpin's expression darkened entirely. He stepped closer to Fawn, his voice low and menacing. "I don't know who you are, but I know you're playing with fire. Are you sure I'm the one playing with fire?" Fawn quietly queried. "Why do I feel as though I'm the one playing with you?" Kingpin's expression shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for Vanessa's presence, he would have lunged at Fawn. Just as he reached his breaking point, Fawn suddenly took a step back. He feigned a sudden recollection, tapping his forehead. "Oh dear, I just remembered I have other engagements tonight. My sincerest apologies, Vanessa. I shall invite you out another day." Fawn bowed politely. "Goodbye, Miss Vanessa. Farewell, Mr. Wilson." As Fawn exited the gallery, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Witnessing the romantic turmoil of New York's underworld Kingpin was a privilege he relished. It was well worth abandoning all his work upon receiving word from his subordinates to rush over. Upon returning to the estate, he entered the kingdom of God. At the base halfway up the mountain, Dr. Stern, Dr. Connors, and others were busily preparing for an experiment, the abomination modification experiment. According to Fawn's knowledge, after a prolonged period of confinement, the abomination would regain reason and acquire transformation abilities akin to the Hulk. He had recently instructed Dr. Stern and the others to conduct research on this, and at long last, they had developed an improved serum. This serum, specifically targeting the abomination, could optimize its physique, restore rationality, and grant it the ability to shift between human and monstrous forms. Importantly, both forms would share a single persona, unlike the Hulk, which required extensive time and suffering to reconcile with its other self. Dr. Stern estimated the success rate of this serum to be as high as 30. There is no alternative. In this situation, reliance on Vaughn's telekinetic abilities for adjustment is the only recourse. Not only can he alleviate the potency of the drug, but he can also safeguard the mind of the abomination. After all, should any complications arise within the abomination's brain, transforming into a mere machine-like monstrosity would be an utter tragedy. In the divine realm, Vaughn possesses an unparalleled version of Charles Xavier's telepathy, an ability of extraordinary strength. To put it succinctly, he is capable of nearly reconstructing a person's very soul, even if presented with a comatose individual. He could delineate a normal human soul within their vacant mind according to his own volition. However, the intricacies of soul reconstruction are immensely complex and monumental. While Vaughn can easily exert forceful control over others, ensuring they behave indistinguishably from a normal person for an extended period necessitates greater experience. This is why he merely plants a seed of influence within the consciousness of the adjusted soldiers, agents, or police officers rather than exerting complete control. The same applies to the abomination. He is reluctant to impose forceful control over the creature, as it would be too conspicuous, particularly in the presence of Professor Charles. With prolonged, subtle psychological suggestions, he is confident in winning the abomination's loyalty. Vahn is filled with hope for this experiment on the abomination. It serves as an excellent experimental subject, allowing for the accumulation of experience for the future Hulk army. In the laboratory, the roaring abomination is restrained upon a rack by alloy shackles. Several machines stand nearby, with the concoction prepared, ready to be injected into the abomination's body at the press of a button. With everything in place, Vahn unleashes his telekinesis, instantly enveloping the abomination's entire being. In that moment, he perceives a vast star map, where each cell is akin to a planet, and every vein resembles a galaxy. Upon pressing the button, the drug begins to flow, akin to a green tidal wave sweeping across the cosmos, causing the planets to swell and behave abnormally. At that moment, Vahn's telekinesis acts like the hand of a deity, forcefully halting the green tide. The universe gains a fleeting moment to breathe, beginning to adapt to this transformation. Altering the physical form is relatively manageable. The critical aspect lies within the brain, where even the slightest error is intolerable. Nevertheless, Vahn possesses both supreme telekinesis and telepathy, allowing him to monitor and control the abomination from both the physical and mental planes. Every step is meticulously compared to prior changes. If progress is favorable, it continues. If adverse, it ceases. This transformation spans a day and a night. Fortunately, in this world, he wields an enhanced version of Wolverine's abilities, allowing him to forego sleep while remaining invigorated. The following afternoon, he exits the laboratory, accompanied by a serene-looking Bronsky. Upon returning to the Typhon building, he receives significant news. Frank has been spending time with Iron Fist Danny, and through Vaughn's guidance, he has aided Danny in reclaiming his inheritance, the Rand Corporation. Iron Fist has suddenly transformed into a billionaire. However, he does not relish the life of the wealthy. Instead, he is resolutely committed to eradicating the Hand and its operations. A few days prior, he laid an ambush for members of the Hand in the dock area and, after a fierce battle, rescued a chemist. This chemist's daughter had been kidnapped by one of the Hand's 5 fingers, Lady Gao, who threatened the chemist to develop a new type of drug. Iron Fist cannot stand idly by. To rescue the chemist's daughter, he accepted Lady Gao's challenge for a grand duel under the rules of Kunlun. This spectacle cannot be missed. After contemplation, he arrives at the scene with his bodyguard, Colleen. Following Frank's introduction, Iron Fist momentarily accepts Vahn and his companion. However, his frequent glances at Colleen suggest an inclination to flirt. Vahn clears his throat and steps forward, obstructing his line of sight. At the designated location set by Lady Gao, Iron Fist and she complete the ritual of the duel. Next, as long as Iron Fist can overcome 3 challenges, he may rescue the chemist's daughter. The first challenge is the Butcher brothers, who excel in bravado but lack combat skills, which Iron Fist easily overcomes. The second opponent is a seductive and dangerous femme fatale, clad provocatively and exuding a dark allure. Wait, let me handle this one. You all proceed to the next challenge. Faced with this perilous adversary, Vahn volunteers to take the risk. Iron Fist, of course, protests, spouting some nonsensical objections to the rules. Fortunately, Frank is supportive and drags him along. Vahn gestures for Colleen to follow, knowing the ensuing events are not suitable for younger audiences. Colleen, visibly displeased, rolls her eyes, almost ready to chastise. So you only come here to do this? However, under Vaughn's persistent insistence, she reluctantly acquiesces. Once the 3 depart, Vahn opens his arms and addresses the bewildered femme fatale. Come, let me sample your poison. I desire that intoxicating, euphoric essence that leaves one feeling utterly drained. Let us begin. Chapter 25, Matthew Murdoch. Please assist me in suing Daredevil. Meanwhile, Iron Fist successfully completes the 3rd challenge. He, Frank, and Colleen confront Lady Gao. You have violated the rules. This duel is a loss for you, Lady Gao asserts. Frank, unfazed, counters, you sent 4 participants. We have 4 as well. That is entirely fair. The rules are the rules. You have broken them, hence you lose. Lady Gao wears a dismissive smile. Is that so? Just then, Vahn approaches from behind. However, law is law. If you violate the law, does that not warrant dire consequences? Iron Fist and the others gaze at the composed Vahn. Failing to notice the absence of the femme fatale, Colleen mutters under her breath. Wow, that was quick. Who are you? Lady Gao's gaze is sharp as a blade. Vahn, having heard Colleen's remark, shoots her a fierce glare before responding. Me? I am the embodiment of justice, the guardian of law, the scourge of evil, the executioner of wrongdoers. Your escort to the afterlife. Ha, young man, I haven't heard such grandiose proclamations in ages. Do you know whom you face? I am well aware. You are a traitor, a criminal, a murderer, and a pitiful supplicant. Lady Gao senses something amiss. This man seems to possess considerable knowledge about her. Originally, she had everything under her control tonight, including Iron Fist. Had she not found him useful, she would have 100 ways to eliminate this brash golden-haired fool. Yet, the emergence of this man instills a sense of losing control within her. She decides to exercise caution, turning to Iron Fist. Let us conclude matters here for today. This shall be considered a draw, though I permit you to take the hostage. Vahn chuckles. Lady Gao, it appears you have yet to grasp the situation. Today, I call the shots. As soon as he finishes speaking, armed soldiers suddenly flood the room, surrounding them tightly. These are the enhanced soldiers led by Bullseye, summoned through Vahn's portal. You are finished. Your role in this play is over. Vahn smiles, waving his hand, then addresses Bullseye. Take her back. I care not what means you employ, but ensure she divulges all information regarding the underground gangs of New York and the Hand. You will not extract any intelligence from me. Is that so? Vahn shakes his head, not responding directly, but rather turning to Bullseye. If this old hag meets her demise, do remember to decapitate her and personally reduce her to ashes. Madame Gao finally lost her composure, exclaiming in astonishment, Who on earth are you? What do you know? Take her away. Iron Fist and Colleen observed this scene without interjecting. As Vahn glanced at their expressions, a sudden idea struck him. He turned to Colleen and asked, Would you care to participate in the interrogation? This unexpected inquiry left Colleen bewildered. Me? Why? Vahn shrugged. After all, you are a member of the Hand. Not to mention, your master, the broker, is one of the 5 major leaders of the Hand. Don't you want to show some concern? Upon hearing this, Iron Fist's countenance shifted dramatically. You're also a member of the Hand? His face twisted with anger as he cast a suspicious glance at both Frank and Vahn. Colleen's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated that Vahn was aware of her affiliation. Without a moment to ponder, she quickly clarified, We are different from Madame Gao. My master established a community that welcomes homeless drifters. We are safeguarding this neighborhood. It is only the Hand under Madame Gao that engages in illegal activities. The rest of the Hand comprises good people. Don't be so agitated. Vahn stepped forward and embraced Colleen, assuring her, I believe in you. You are undoubtedly innocent. However, the hot-headed Iron Fist Danny was not convinced and shouted, Good people in the Hand? My parents were killed by you people in the Hand. Due to Vahn's intervention, there was no exchange between Iron Fist and Colleen, and thus, no emotional connection. Perhaps there was a fleeting sense of fated attraction, but it was all obliterated in the face of avenging a father's death. Colleen retorted passionately, You cannot judge all members of the Hand as evildoers just because your parents fell victim to them. My master and I have helped many people. I brought them into the community and helped them lead fulfilling lives. Iron Fist was furious, but at a loss for words, merely glaring at Colleen with resentment. Frank timely intervened and pulled him away, offering consolation, Do not be angry. We have captured Madame Gao, and the truth will soon be revealed. Rest assured, we will not let any guilty party escape justice. Vahn patted Colleen on the shoulder, adopting a demeanor of reluctant hesitation. Colleen frowned. You don't believe me either? Of course I believe you. It's just that you might be easily deceived, he replied. Colleen was taken aback, her face a mask of confusion. Vahn feigned a pained expression. You should really check the interrogation results from Madame Gao. You are too naive, too easily fooled. Your master is not a good person. Colleen gasped, What? After the target was apprehended, reinforcements were called, and soon several vehicles arrived to take Madame Gao and her subordinates away, to be secretly detained in the Nighthawk prison, without the need for a trial. Once everyone had departed, only the target remained, following Vahn. He glanced at the sky. Devoid of clouds, basking in bright sunshine. A splendid day, ideal for a visit. Let us go, find a lawyer to discuss matters. At the Murdoch Nelson law firm, he immediately spotted the Horned Devil, the blind legal champion, the two-timing charmer, Mr. Matthew Murdoch, along with partner Foggy and secretary Peggy. Matt, donning sunglasses, greeted with a smile. Hello, how may I assist you? Vahn responded with a grin. I wish to file a lawsuit against someone, but I do not know their identity. What does that mean? Foggy furrowed his brow. Vahn posed a question. Mr. Foggy, what is your opinion on the vigilante known as Daredevil, who combats crime at night? Upon hearing this, Matt felt a flicker of interest beneath his smile, yet maintained a composed exterior. Foggy hesitated, pondering that criminals should be punished by law and that Daredevil had no legal authority. He did not believe Daredevil was in the right. Criminals should be dealt with by the police and judges. The law is the proper avenue for punishing offenders. Well said. Do you believe Daredevil is a criminal? At that moment, Foggy was unaware that Matt was Daredevil himself, so he hesitated briefly before nodding. I suppose, in a sense. Matt interjected, unable to restrain himself. But Daredevil prevents crime and upholds justice. Foggy countered, law is the best means of maintaining justice. Substituting personal views for legal enforcement of justice is utterly erroneous. Yet the law often fails to adequately punish those criminals. Vahn asserted, we have seen too much. In places where the law cannot reach, perhaps only Daredevil can uphold justice. However, Foggy attempted to continue but was cut off by Vahn's wave. Both of your points hold merit. I believe there is no definitive answer to this question. It simply lies in differing personal philosophies, so there is no need for further debate. Matt regarded the man before him with curiosity, striving to perceive his every movement. But the radar feedback provided by Daredevil revealed no anomalies. Heartbeat, blood flow, pulse, everything was eerily calm. Foggy tapped his forehead. Sir, it seems you have yet to mention whom you wish to sue. I wish to sue. Vahn flashed a smile at him, then turned to Matt, Daredevil. Chapter 26, Kin and Rivalry of Iron Fist. Who? Why? Matt could no longer conceal his shock, his expression one of disbelief. Have I not introduced myself to you yet? Vahn chuckled. I am Theodore Vahn, and in the near future, I shall serve as a partner in New York City, tasked with combating crime and maintaining public order. In this context, if Daredevil still exists, wouldn't that be the greatest mockery of my efforts? Therefore, I am not asking you to immediately file a lawsuit against Daredevil, but rather to wait until my endeavors conclude. If he still persists, then he shall be my adversary. Of course, it is not merely him. All vigilantes shall be my foes. Matt's brow furrowed deeply, yet his mind remained clear. You are responsible for combating crime and maintaining public order? How can the safety of a city be contracted out to a private entity? That is simply absurd. Absurd? Vahn laughed heartily. Do you know what true absurdity is? The real absurdity is that in the most prosperous city of America, New York, there exists a lawless territory rife with crime. Absurd is the fact that nearly all officers are aware of its existence, yet dare not drive their patrol cars into it. Absurd is that some still believe the law can punish the evils within. Even more absurd is that some vigilante seeks to uphold justice here, single-handedly. Foggy and Matt fell silent. Do you think all the evil in this world can be eradicated? Evil breeds incessantly. Even if you capture 1,000 or 10,000, there will always be more who tread this path. Only by eradicating the soil from which evil sprouts can we slow the pace of its emergence, making this world a little cleaner. At this point, Vahn smiled. What do you believe is the most fertile ground for breeding evil in all of New York? Foggy blinked. You're not referring to Hell's Kitchen beneath our feet, are you? A teachable child, Vahn observed. Matt pressed his lips together. What do you intend to do here? Clean it up, rectify it, transform it, and build anew. There are many impoverished souls residing here. If this place vanishes, where will they go? They will become homeless drifters. Matt declared. How do you know they have nowhere to go? How do you know we are unprepared? Vahn asked him with a smile. His own domain was, after all, in dire need of inhabitants. Although the number of individuals eligible for immigration to Hell's Kitchen was sparse, there were still some. Matt hesitated, about to say something further, when Vahn suddenly rose. I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today, but I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He produced a business card and placed it on the table. Once the security in New York improves, your modest law firm may struggle to survive. Should you be interested, do come to me. With that, he cast Matt a meaningful glance. Here, I possess methods to uphold justice that are entirely legitimate and above board. Give it some thought. Meanwhile, the bald, hefty man finally secured a date with his beloved, arriving in his 7-meter-long Lincoln to greet her. At an upscale French restaurant, Jean conducted himself with gentlemanly grace, articulating his thoughts to Vanessa. She found herself captivated by his extraordinary charisma. Beautiful, intelligent, witty, and alluring, he was a striking figure, courteous, poised, and utterly distinctive. Jean spoke of dreams, ambitions, and childhood, successfully igniting in Vanessa a sense of admiration, awe, and maternal warmth. The scent of romance quietly permeated the air until an oblivious brute barged in. Vahn quickly became aware of the news. He had long arranged for someone to keep an eye on the affairs of Hell's Kitchen, and Jean and his associates were intensely focused on their target. By the time he arrived on the scene, the marksman had already set up a high-precision remote camera. This was orchestrated by Vahn. Disturbed, Jean first escorted Vanessa back to her residence before taking the brute to a secluded spot. Vahn and the marksman observed intently from a short distance as 2 cars approached. The marksman fiddled with the camera while Vahn retrieved a phone, instructing someone to alert Daredevil. There is a show worth watching here. Come swiftly. From afar, Jean emerged from the first car, storming towards the rear, yanking open the door, and in a moment of astonishment, he dragged the brute out. As it turned out, Despite Gene's bulk, his weight was no mere flab, but rather the result of formidable muscle developed through years of training. After delivering several powerful blows, the brute was left bloodied and dazed. Yet Gene's fury was not quelled. Like a rag doll, he placed the brute's head against the car door. Then, bang, 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 he struck repeatedly until with a final crack, it became evident that the brute's head was no match for the car door. Having calmed his spirits, Gene departed. And by the time Daredevil arrived, the scene was deserted. Vahn sighed, "What a pity. Given the opportunity, you have proven yourself ineffectual." Next, the plot was set to unfold according to Jin's design. The brute killed by Gene tonight was the second in command of the Russian mafia, per Jin's plan. He intended to frame Daredevil for the deed, hoping to incite mutual destruction. Ultimately, he dispatched individuals carrying bombs into the Russian mafia's territory, intending to eliminate the targets with several explosive devices. Contemplating this, he instructed the marksman, "Keep a close watch over the next few days. Gene is bound to make a significant move. Remember, when he is ready to strike, send the recorded footage to the Russian mafia, warning them that someone intends to use bombs against them. When the time comes for the Russian mafia and Gene to clash, you and your team should impersonate the Hand and collaborate with Jin's people, drawing in the Irish and Algerian mafias as well. I want to witness a grand melee. Furthermore, you should have 50 enhanced soldiers on standby. Once things escalate, coordinate with the New York police to apprehend as many as possible. I have already coordinated with Mayor George. Captured individuals will be sent directly to Rikers Island. I am eager to see how many we can gather." After pondering for a moment, Vahn decided he would also summon Wolverine, Power Man, and Venom at the appropriate time. He intended for the three to form a special ops team tasked primarily with capturing the mafia leaders, including Gene, the Hand, and the remaining formidable villains. Having arranged everything, he was about to return to the Tiffin Tower when he suddenly received an urgent call. The president has been assassinated. The assailant was a blue mutant with teleportation abilities. He realized that this was the beginning of the X-Men 2 storyline. Stryker could no longer contain himself, orchestrating the mutant Nightcrawler to assassinate the president, thereby launching an offensive against mutants. However, he found it curious. The world had already been altered by him. Would the narrative proceed as it did in the film? He ordered preparations for a flight immediately, needing to ascertain the situation at the White House, particularly regarding the president's stance towards mutants. Moreover, he wondered if the Justice League could continue its efforts. On his way, he received a call from Charles. The professor had also been apprised of the news and was devising a strategy to respond to the incident. He too understood that the current situation was precarious. Any misstep could lead to catastrophe for mutants. He was also en route to Washington, planning to rendezvous with Vahn and meet with the president. Chapter 27, The Mutant Crisis. Washington, D.C. Vahn did not wait for the professor. He had just disembarked from the plane when he received word that Charles and Cyclops had encountered an attack on their way to Washington and were now missing. This puzzled him. Who could ambush a person with top-tier telepathic abilities? Yet, in an instant, he pondered, it was indeed possible. The White House remained under martial law, with teams of Secret Service agents stationed throughout. Vahn waited a considerable time before being granted entry to the Oval Office. The president sat resolutely behind his desk, appearing unharmed and in good spirits. Time rewound to a few hours earlier. Today was open house day at the White House, and a group of children from the Brill School were being guided through the premises. At the back of the crowd, a figure wearing a low-brimmed hat discreetly detached from the group. "Hey, sir, you're going the wrong way." A guard quickly noticed him, hand resting on his weapon. The figure halted, lifting his head slightly to gaze at the guard, revealing a horrifying visage of human skin. The guard gasped, hastily drawing his firearm, but with a bang, the figure transformed into a wisp of blue mist and vanished. Who was this individual? He urgently communicated via intercom. "Attention, everyone. We have a situation. A person wearing a human skin mask has infiltrated." Simultaneously, other guards encountered this enigmatic figure one after another. He teleported throughout the White House, seemingly searching for an escape route. If anyone could trace his teleportation path, they would discover that with each jump, he drew closer to the Oval Office. At that moment, the president was diligently handling paperwork behind his resolute desk when a squad of Secret Service agents abruptly entered. "An intruder has breached security. Immediately escort the president to the underground safe room." Several robust agents began to lift the president to usher him away. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the intercom. "Attention, it is no longer safe outside. The enemy appears to possess teleportation abilities. Do not remove the president from the office. Repeat, do not remove him. Open fire." Bang, bang, gunfire erupted before falling silent. The Secret Service agents exchanged glances and shouted, "Seal the exits and windows immediately." Subsequently, a few individuals concealed the president behind the resolute desk, encircling him back to back in a protective manner. Outside, the sounds of gunfire and screams intermittently pierced the air, only to swiftly fade into an oppressive silence. At that moment, one of the president's personal bodyguards suddenly inquired, "Has a shield generator been installed in the Oval Office?" Perhaps the situation had unfolded too abruptly. Or perhaps they had simply overlooked it until now, but it was only then that they recalled this new contraption. Yes, the office is connected to an underground shield generator capable of producing a small protective barrier. Activate it. The president repositioned himself behind the resolute desk, while others maintained a safe distance. He pressed the button himself, and in an instant, a translucent blue shield enveloped him and the desk. As the shield materialized, the president felt an immediate sense of tranquility descend upon the world around him. He observed agents outside seemingly speaking to him, yet he could not hear a word. Strangely, this silence bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of security. The president sat resolutely behind the desk as a dozen agents raised their weapons in anticipation of an impending assault. Suddenly, a swirling blue mist appeared, and before anyone could fire a shot, it dissipated. Simultaneously, one agent was hurled against the wall and lost consciousness. Within the confines of the shield, the president appeared to be witnessing a silent drama unfold. The blue mist flickered repeatedly, rendering the once elite agents utterly defenseless, either knocked down by a single blow or sent sprawling. Fortunately, the assailants did not employ lethal force. Most agents merely succumbed to unconsciousness. The room of Secret Service agents held out for mere seconds. As the enemies ceased their teleportation, standing in the center of the room, the president finally discerned the figure's features. It possessed a slender tail, a deep blue hue, and three-fingered hands, resembling a demon from biblical lore. The blue-skinned creature cast a glance at the president before suddenly dissipating into smoke. In the next moment, the president witnessed the surrounding blue mist flickering. It appeared and vanished in all directions, accompanied by dull thuds echoing through the air, causing the shield to tremble ever so slightly. He realized the creature sought to breach the barrier. However, after several flickers, seeing the creature unable to penetrate the shield, his apprehension gradually subsided. Seemingly aware of its inability to breach the shield, the blue-skinned creature halted, pressing its hand against the barrier in a gesture of confusion. Just then, a figure burst through the window, launching directly at the creature. Startled, the blue-skinned entity dodged, but the newcomer, surprisingly agile, pursued relentlessly, delivering a punch that sent the creature flying backward. During this encounter, it activated its ability once more, transforming into a cloud of blue mist and vanishing, leaving behind a fluttering piece of paper that drifted down from the air. The intruder was an officer clad in black, who, upon realizing the creature had vanished, did not pursue, but instead vigilantly guarded the perimeter of the shield. Soon, 4 or 5 similar officers arrived, surrounding the shield. At this point, the blue-skinned creature had completely disappeared. The president then recognized that these were the agents enhanced by the inferior serum from the Typhoon Group, one of whom had previously been his personal bodyguard. Due to the Secret Service's extreme caution regarding new technologies, they had undergone rigorous scrutiny to ensure the serum would not adversely affect their mental states. Consequently, they had been stationed in the outer perimeter. Only then did he exhale deeply, nearly collapsing into his chair. The president gestured for Vahn to take a seat. He reclined against the chair's back, his expression calm. In the annals of American history, presidential assassinations are not uncommon. Lincoln, Garfield, Kennedy, and even Reagan had all been targets, yet he had never imagined he would be next. Vahn sensed that the remarks he had prepared earlier were now irrelevant. This assassination attempt had significantly impacted the president. Mr. President, it is often said that some events are both a crisis and an opportunity. I believe today's incident is no different. I am uncertain if you have noticed, but the world seems increasingly chaotic with the emergence of mutants, Iron Man, the Hulk, and the Abomination. They disrupt the world and undermine the government's authority. The most glaring example is that Tin Can. He possesses formidable weaponry, but hoards it for himself. He could accomplish so much for this world, yet chooses to be a mere superhero. However, with great power comes great responsibility. He cannot remain forever outside the system. Mr. President, this world will face more crises, and the Justice League thus emerges. Vahn observed the president's expression. He seemed to be contemplating. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply. Mr. President, in my view, those free heroes must be regulated. They must either choose to join us or relinquish their identities as heroes. Though a reiteration of past grievances, the unease and fear instigated by Iron Man, the Hulk, and the Abomination still lingered, prompting the president to nod. Vahn internally sighed. This time, He would have to momentarily direct his focus toward Iron Man and the Hulk. However, as strong, brave, and magnanimous defenders of justice, the Avengers should not object, should they? After all, if this suggestion were adopted, they would only lose their freedom. Yet if he could not persuade the president now, the mutants could risk losing their very lives. Chapter 28. Within 3 days, Strick was dealt with. The president had diverted some attention. Iron Man and the Hulk had indeed been focal points of concern for the White House. Caution was paramount regarding Iron Man, as he was entwined with too many matters. Even the president found himself at a loss when dealing with Stark Industries' helm. Of course, Mr. President. However, we must at least attempt it. You could convene a hearing with the Senate Military Committee, compelling him to surrender his Iron Man technology in the name of national security. I believe that if he is a patriot, if he harbors a sense of duty, he will not let us down. The president chuckled wryly. Shaking his head, we can certainly try. What about the so-called Hulk? He is far more terrifying than Iron Man. You need not fret excessively about him. Since his last rampage in New York, I have been tracking his whereabouts. It seems he is currently living in solitude in the wilderness of Western Canada. I will personally pay him a visit. Will you be able to persuade him? I possess some confidence. To further divert the president's attention, he felt compelled to unveil another explosive piece of news. I have good news for you. After months of relentless research, the Typhoon Group has successfully restored the Abomination's sanity. He is now one of us. What? You mean that yellow-skinned monster? The president was taken aback. He is no longer a monster. He is known as Blonsky. Previously, he wreaked havoc in New York, but now he wishes to atone for his sins by joining the Justice League to protect the peace of America. At this juncture, he hastened to add, however, his current state is still somewhat unstable, both physically and psychologically. My team will continue to investigate to ensure he stabilizes. The president seemed to have some thoughts, but wore a concerned expression. Are you sure that this Justice League you intend to create is suitable for this yellow-skinned individual? Blonsky? After all, he devastated an entire street in New York. Van shook his head. No, this is precisely what makes it suitable. It can bridge the gap with the common populace. I believe we can give him a chance to fashion him into a victim persona, with General Ross as the true culprit. Seek out some media to discuss his emotional journey, to elaborate on the American dream, as well as concepts such as the world's beacon, democracy, freedom, and humanitarianism. Not only can this alleviate public opinion pressure, but it can also promote the universal values of the United States. You possess great insight. The president nodded thoughtfully while stroking his chin. He then inquired, you mentioned earlier about placing Iron Man and the others under a system? What system? The Superhero Registration Act. However, it is currently not suitable for implementation. When the time is right, we will find a pretext to rally public opinion. By then, the situation will be overwhelming, and they will be unable to resist. The methods need not be too extreme. As long as they understand that we are the voice of the people, they will comply. The president furrowed his brow. Your ideas have merit, but I wish to know, will such changes truly occur in the future? Van sighed. Based on current assessments, yes. In addition to the heroes you are aware of, I have also encountered some street-level heroes. Lady Luck, a man clad in a sharp, crimson suit, a martial arts master from the East, and others. These, however, are not the crux of the issue. The real concern is that we have detected some criminals, or rather, supervillains, who are committing crimes with powers beyond the norm. The president's side, I have reviewed some secret reports submitted by Homeland Security and the CIA. It seems the world has indeed changed significantly. In the past, having a Captain America was already formidable. Now, we have mutated monsters and armored behemoths emerging. The president mused with a hint of nostalgia. There is no need for excessive concern, Mr. President. The FDSW company's mutant detection device is currently undergoing trials and will be operational soon. Additionally, we have completed the first generation of the mental suppression field, which will be put into production shortly. Once activated, anyone within a designated range who is not wearing a protective device will be rendered incapacitated. This is an offensive tool against all individuals with extraordinary abilities, significantly enhancing the security of government officials. As for the shield generator, we have reduced its size to that of a suitcase. It may soon be compact enough to fit within a backpack or briefcase, at which point it will be capable of ensuring your safety. The president nodded, remaining silent for a moment before asking, now, what do you believe should be done about the mutants? Van exhaled, realizing they had finally reached the crux of the conversation. The president tapped the table. This is a note left by that mutant. Take a look at what it says. Van picked up the note. Long live the free mutants. He chuckled and set the note back down. Such a framing tactic is rather juvenile. In fact, just before arriving at the White House, I received news that Professor Charles had been attacked and is now missing. In my view, This incident may be connected to your assassination attempt. Therefore, I suggest we refrain from classifying mutants as threats for now. After all, they might also be victims. You know, the president replied, before you arrived. I had just seen Colonel Stryker, who advised me to take immediate action against the Mutant Academy. I declined his suggestion. Thank you very much, Mr. President. However, Vahn interjected. I am giving you 3 days to clarify this matter with your Justice League. I will facilitate your efforts, but you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation, otherwise, I will allow Stryker to proceed as he sees fit. Vahn fell silent for a moment. After all, the president was indeed the president. Although their previous interactions had gone smoothly, it did not guarantee that he would heed Vann's every word. Nevertheless, this outcome was already quite favorable. Furthermore, he could disclose the truth of the matter to the president at this very moment, though it would be rather astonishing. As you wish, Mr. President. In 3 days, I shall present the truth to you. Upon leaving the White House, Vahn made his way directly to Xavier's Academy. With Charles and Cyclops missing, the Academy lacked strong leadership, presenting a prime opportunity. Upon arriving at the Academy's gates, he coincidentally encountered Logan and Colossus, who had just returned from an outing. The situation within the Academy was dire. After receiving the news of the president's assassination, Charles had immediately utilized the Cerebro to search for the whereabouts of the Blue Mutant. Once he confirmed the location, he dispatched Jean and Storm to investigate. At that moment, the one holding the reins of the Academy was Iceman Bobby. Now that Vahn, Wolverine, and Colossus had returned, they had finally found their anchor. In the principal's office, Vahn made a phone call, summoning Blob, Eye-Boy, and an entire squad of enhanced soldiers. He intended to launch a direct assault on Stryker's base at Eclair Lake. Logan sat on the couch while Colossus, Iceman Bobby, and Firestar John were present. Do you know who the enemy is? Logan asked, puffing on a cigar. Yes, he is the enemy of all mutants, but more importantly, he is your enemy. Who? Wolverine furrowed his brow. Colonel Stryker. Logan was taken aback. Previously, Vahn had recounted his backstory, mentioning his discontent with Stryker and his cohort's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, which had prompted him to retire in anger. He had been preoccupied with other matters since then and had not continued to investigate his origins. Yet fragments of memories occasionally flashed through his mind, and he realized that his connection with this colonel ran deep. You should remember that Stryker took you to Lagos to find something that fell from the sky, known as adamantium. It is what resides within your body. Logan was momentarily stunned, his fingers instinctively tightening, snapping the cigar in half. The embers fell to the ground, and he paid no heed, while the others widened their eyes, straining to listen. What happened? Wolverine's eyes gleamed. After you went into hiding, you became a lumberjack and had a lover. Your life was initially quite peaceful until one day, Stryker found you. He informed you that someone was assassinating your former teammates and that you were in danger. He wanted to take you away. Naturally, you refused. However, the following day, you discovered traces of your brother Victor. Realizing the danger, you rushed back, only to find your lover Kayla lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 29, Wolverine's Heartbreak. Wolverine's claws extended, veins bulging as he clutched his head in anguish. Vann's narrative seemed to evoke fragments of his memories, and the pain surged over him, prompting a low, anguished roar akin to that of a wounded beast. The others looked on with concern, and Colossus, unable to bear it, said, Mr. Vahn, perhaps you. Vahn waved his hand. We must now confront Colonel Stryker. He has the right to know who he is dealing with. He is the most empowered. Colossus looked worriedly at Wolverine, but chose not to say more. As the pain in his mind began to diminish, Logan rasped, What happened next? You found your brother Victor, and you fought a fierce battle, but you lost. Then you sought out Stryker and accepted his proposal, which was to replace all of your bones with adamantium. Colossus, Iceman, and Firestar collectively gasped. The notion of metal replacing bone sending chills down their spines. I did this voluntarily. Wolverine gazed at his claws, momentarily bewildered. You were deceived. You have endured a near-death experience to survive the operation, yet Stryker seeks to exploit this opportunity to erase your memories and mold you into his lethal instrument. Fortunately, you awakened prematurely, causing chaos within the base, and managed to escape amidst the turmoil. Once outside, you embark on a quest to trace Victor's whereabouts. Upon reuniting with former comrades, you uncover the shocking truth. Victor and Stryker have been allies all along, their objective being your transformation. Filled with a desire for vengeance on behalf of Kayla, you painstakingly locate Stryker's lair. There, you encounter numerous imprisoned mutants, and in a moment of valor, you rescue Cyclops. You also confront Stryker, who reveals the unsettling truth. To your astonishment, you come face to face with someone you never expected, Kayla. Your beloved, she is in Stryker's employ. Everything has been a sinister plot. At this revelation, Wolverine sways unsteadily, confusion washing over him. He suddenly longs for the tranquil life in Noah's town. Oddly, he thinks, should he not feel heartache at this moment? Why is his mind racing with thoughts? Seeing the bewildered expression on Logan's face, Vaughn feels a twinge of anxiety. Surely, the blow cannot have rendered him utterly foolish. There are still critical truths yet to be revealed. So it was all a conspiracy. Perhaps he need not mourn her loss. Correct? Wolverine snaps back to reality, forcing a wry smile. It's fine. Victor did not kill her. She is alive. I have acquired a new adamantium skeleton. My strength vastly enhanced. I need not grieve her death, right? He fixates on Vaughn, as though seeking validation. Yet, Vaughn's countenance remains impassive, unmoving in his seat. In a sudden fury, Wolverine's claws erupt, piercing through the sturdy wooden table as he roars at Vaughn. Am I not right? Am I not? But Vaughn interrupts. His voice calm. Although Kayla served Stryker, her love for you was genuine. The reason she acted as she did was that Stryker held her sister hostage. After you rescued all the other mutants, she chose to stay behind with you to confront Stryker. And then, why can I not remember her? Why have I forgotten everything? Wolverine's voice is urgent. Vaughn exhales deeply. Stryker killed her. He shot you in the head with an adamantium bullet, causing your memory loss as part of his scheme to control you. The bastard Stryker, I will kill him. Wolverine's eyes blaze with fury, resembling a crazed wolf. His claws shimmering ominously as they slice through the air, poised to strike. Steel, along with others, watch in trepidation, feeling as if Vaughn has unleashed a ravenous beast of vengeance. Vaughn steps toward Wolverine, unperturbed by the danger of the gleaming claws, and softly says, Logan, Kayla had the opportunity to kill Stryker, yet she refrained. She understood that doing so would make her just like him. Do not allow hatred to consume you, Logan. Do not forget Kayla. She was the woman you once loved, and she has always loved you. From outside, the sound of an aircraft approaches. It must be Jean and Storm returning. Vaughn gestures for everyone to leave, leaving Wolverine alone in the room. Bobby quietly approaches Vaughn. Vaughn, is Wolverine going to be okay? The blow you dealt him was monumental. Fear not. This fellow is an indestructible Wolverine. If you are concerned, inform Jean to soothe his wounded spirit. Vaughn dismisses with a wave, indifferent to the curious expressions of others. Bobby frowns, feeling a sense of unease. After all, while Wolverine is here, it is clear to anyone how he feels about Jean. Jean and Storm return with the assassin responsible for the presidential attack, a blue-skinned, demon-like nightcrawler who possesses the ability to teleport. He appears shy, introducing himself as someone who grew up in a circus, later captured by a group of unknown individuals and taken to a secret base. His subsequent memories are fragmented. He was controlled, and the assassination was orchestrated by others. Now remember, you were never controlled, nor did you assassinate the president. Keep a low profile from now on. I will protect you, Vaughn assures, waving his hand dismissively, unconcerned with the peculiar looks from others. Nightcrawler pauses, glancing at Jean and Storm, who do not object. If there is any place in this world that is truly safe, it must surely be Vaughn's sanctuary. As everyone gathers, Vaughn briefs them on Colonel Stryker's situation, and the group is unsurprised by his extensive knowledge. Aware that Vaughn possesses a unique ability to perceive certain past and future events. However, he had initially left himself an escape route, framing his ability as one that allows insight only after an event has transpired. Vaughn formulates an action plan, intending to assault Stryker's base alongside Jean, Storm, Wolverine, and a reinforced squad led by Deadpool and Bullseye. Others are to remain temporarily at Xavier's Academy. Once the plan is laid out, everyone disperses to make preparations. Following Jean's comforting words, Wolverine appears somewhat improved, yet the fire in his blood-red eyes is unmistakable. As night deepens, Vaughn finds himself alone in the principal's office, beside the table ruined by Wolverine's claws. He grapples with uncertainty regarding whether Stryker will indeed attack Xavier's Academy. Just then, a commotion outside draws his attention. Upon investigation, he discovers Cyclops has returned, standing in the hall. Scott. Vaughn wonders, perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. Has he defected or been controlled? For safety, he calls out to the surrounding students. Return to your rooms. Do not linger here. Are you afraid of me? Scott speaks, but it is a woman's voice. As he speaks, his form suddenly morphs, transforming into a blue-skinned mutant, Mystique. It's you? Vaughn exclaims, surprised. In the original narrative, Mystique had orchestrated the rescue of Magneto and collaborated with the X-Men to dismantle Stryker's base. However, Magneto remains confined in Vaughn's sanctuary, with no means of rescue. Magneto's prideful nature and ruthless demeanor do not endear him to Vaughn, who has opted to temper his character, even considering the possibility of brainwashing him in the end. Chapter 30. Logan, let us blow up Xavier's Academy. What brings you here? Mystique inquires, tilting her head as she glances at Jean and Wolverine approaching from behind. I wish to collaborate with you, she declares. Vahn nods in understanding, a smile gracing his lips. Apologies, but we do not require your assistance. Kindly take your leave. Mystique scoffs dismissively. Do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to rescue Charles? You are woefully naive. You have no idea what Stryker is capable of. I was present when Charles was captured. Even he could not withstand Stryker's assault. Your presence would serve no purpose, setting aside whether we are of any use. What would you bring to the table alone? Vahn retorts. If you follow my lead, besides myself, you will also gain a mutant as formidable as the Professor, Mystique counters. Raising an eyebrow. Humph. Vahn, with an air of having anticipated the situation, remarked, so, in the end, your objective is still to rescue Magneto, is it? He comprehended that she must have learned about Magneto's predicament through some means. Mystique gazed at the unpredictable man before her, her earlier confidence now transformed into doubt. Why was there not a hint of fear emanating from him? Could he truly possess a method to counter Stryker? Eric was a mutant of the same caliber as the Professor, capable of providing formidable firepower. Only with him could they have a chance to defeat Stryker. I'm afraid I cannot trust him. Therefore, I shall not collaborate with you, Vahn retorted, impervious to persuasion. Mystique, growing increasingly anxious, had never encountered such unwavering obstinacy in someone so intent on self-destruction. Have you lost your mind? You must understand that you are gambling with your comrades' lives. Do you comprehend what will happen next? Stryker is persecuting our mutant brethren. We are their only hope for salvation. I already have a plan to save them. Your concern is unnecessary, Vahn replied dismissively, pursing his lips. Mystique, her teeth clenched in frustration, turned to Jean, Storm. And the others? Are you all just going to let him behave this way? Behave this way? Wolverine scoffed. He is one of us, and you are our enemy. Whom do you think we will trust? Storm shrugged in agreement, her expression mirroring Wolverine's sentiment. Mystique's dark blue visage revealed no discernible expression, but her tightly clenched fists betrayed her discontent. Eventually, she relinquished her intention to rescue Magneto. Very well, but you must at least allow me to accompany you. Not a chance. Mystique, incensed, prepared to take action. Jean stepped forward, whispering to Vahn. She genuinely wants to save the Professor. We can bring her along. After a moment of contemplation, Vahn conceded, recognizing that without Magneto, she would likely not pose significant trouble. Once their plans were set, they decided to rest for the night, preparing to embark on their journey to the Eclair Lake base the following day. At midnight, Vahn abruptly sat up in bed, having faintly heard the sound of helicopter rotors stirring. Knock, knock. A voice, deep and gravelly, broke the silence. Several helicopters are approaching. Van's heart leapt with joy as he hurried outside, exclaiming, "It must be the enemy attacking. We cannot afford a direct confrontation. I will open a portal, quickly gather everyone." With everyone's efforts, the children were swiftly assembled. Vahn exchanged a knowing glance with Jean and Storm, who, in a silent understanding, took Mystique away under the pretense of checking on the aircraft. Soon, the plane from the Mutant Academy soared through the clouds, escaping before the enemy could react. Meanwhile, the children curiously peered at the portal, with Iceman Bobby particularly intrigued. He knew that the mischievous one was waiting in the world beyond the door, and he had long been curious about what that world entailed. Under Steelman's guidance, the children entered the divine realm one by one, leaving only Vahn and Wolverine behind. Wolverine stood beside Vahn, claws extended. Is it Stryker? At least his subordinates are here, but I cannot ascertain if he himself is present. What say you? Are you interested in gifting them a surprise? Wolverine's eyes narrowed. What kind of surprise? A large box had mysteriously appeared behind Vahn. I have a small bomb here. When they enter, we can close the door on them. Not many will return alive. Even Wolverine, known for his audacity, was taken aback. What? A bomb? Here, in the Professor's ancestral home? Vahn shrugged nonchalantly. It's merely an external object. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate to blow up even my ancestral grave. But if you're unwilling, I won't force you, and Stryker can have his way. Have his way? Wolverine regarded Vahn, sensing a concealed contempt in his gaze that wounded his pride, igniting a sudden surge of guilt within him. The vendetta against his wife was unforgivable. How could he possibly hesitate? Vahn sighed theatrically, yet to Wolverine, it felt like the weightiest of admonitions. Blow it up. Damn it. Wolverine's eyes flared with anger. Excellent. Here, this is the detonator timer. Just press the button. Vahn cheerfully offered the long-held device. A crash echoed as a window shattered, signaling the enemy's entrance. The portal behind them opened, and Vahn urged, "Hurry. The enemy is closing in." Wolverine hesitated for a moment, but as footsteps neared, he shut his eyes and pressed the detonator with fervor. The two swiftly passed through the portal, arriving at Noah Town. On the other side, although the president had not sanctioned Stryker's assault on Xavier's academy, who was Stryker to heed such orders? He had previously committed acts as brazen as assassinating the president, so launching an unauthorized raid on a mere academy was trivial in comparison. Stryker stood before the academy, observing his elite soldiers storming the building. He was reluctant to so overtly defy presidential commands, yet recent events, such as the X-Men thwarting the Sentinels, had shifted public opinion. Some mutants brazenly appeared in the media, particularly that foolish old hornet, Jonah Jameson, who shamelessly propagated the notion that mutants were harmless. He must have been bribed. Thus, Stryker felt he could wait no longer. If mutants became heroes in the eyes of the public, his plans would become even more difficult to execute. "Colonel, the academy is deserted. We have not located the targets. Awaiting orders," crackled a voice over the radio. "What?" Stryker was taken aback. Intelligence had clearly indicated that there were at least 100 mutant children present, even with the recent evacuation of a portion by that plane. There should still be some left. "Activate infrared scanners and meticulously search every corner," he commanded, gesturing for one of his subordinates to bring him a briefcase. His objective in this raid was not solely the mutant children. There was an even more significant aim. If he succeeded, there would no longer be any mutants. Just as he was about to enter the academy, the radio crackled with panicked voices from his team. "Retreat. A massive bomb has been discovered. All personnel must evacuate immediately." Boom. Flames erupted, smoke billowing into the sky, and the shockwave knocked him to the ground, nearly toppling the helicopter behind him. A piece of wood struck Stryker's forehead, blood streaming down his face. If he was in such dire straits, it was unimaginable for the assault team inside. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the devastation before him, nearly choking on his own blood. After a prolonged moment, he managed to steady himself, reaching for a similarly disoriented soldier. His voice a strained whisper. "There is something down there, something I need. Retrieve it for me." He gritted his teeth, determined that this level of explosion could not destroy the brainwave amplifier. Chapter 31, The Avenging Wolverine. The following day, at the Tiffin Manor in New Jersey, the television and newspapers were inundated with reports regarding the bombing of Xavier's Institute. Vaughn, Logan, Jean, Storm, Mystique, and others gathered to watch the segment on the Daily Bugle. Jonah Jameson raged, "This is utterly unbelievable. According to our exclusive sources, the mastermind behind this operation is none other than Colonel Stryker, a soldier of the United States. A man who should be safeguarding the populace has orchestrated a horrifying explosion within a school. What comes next? Missiles? Or perhaps nuclear weapons? Are we now to fear not just criminals, but certain soldiers who might turn against us? Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, this is reminiscent of the riots that occurred in downtown New York a few months ago." Vaughn cast a furtive glance at the impassive Wolverine, clearing his throat. "I too never anticipated that Colonel Stryker could be so deranged as to obliterate the entire institute. This is simply unacceptable." Wolverine, with his hand against his forehead, seemed at a loss for words. Jean and Storm were visibly agitated. "That was our home. It sheltered countless mutant brethren. Stryker must pay for this. Indeed, he must face consequences." The others echoed. Vaughn spoke with conviction. "Of course, on the flip side, this is also a piece of good news. Stryker is not just our enemy. He is now an adversary of the entire nation, and I believe this operation will just then." Vaughn's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, the White House. A knowing smile crept across his face as he swiftly made his way to the balcony to answer the call. Meanwhile, Jonah Jameson continued his tirade on television, while Jean, Steelman, Storm, and others were filled with fervor. Only Wolverine sat in a corner, feeling somewhat out of sorts. He was torn between confusion and concern, grappling with the surreal reality that he had truly bombed the Institute. How would he explain this to the professor? Would he have to avoid the professor from now on? After concluding the call, Vaughn returned to the room with a smile. "I have good news for everyone. The operation against Stryker will be sanctioned by the White House. Intelligence from the Security Department indicates that Stryker returned to the Clay Lake base overnight. After submitting a situation report to the Pentagon and the White House, he severed all communication with the outside world. Now, the White House is under immense public pressure, and Stryker has lost government protection, which greatly aids our cause. Shall we set off now?" Storm clenched her fists. "Absolutely. Soon." The team was assembled and boarded a plane bound for a Clay Lake. This operation included not only Jean, Wolverine, Storm, and Steelman, but also Blonsky, Bullseye, and a fully armed enhanced squad under his command. The aircraft flew swiftly, arriving above the Aclay Lake base. Under Bullseye's command, the enhanced squad moved with remarkable speed and professionalism, utilizing drones and advanced reconnaissance equipment to swiftly locate the base's internal entrance. The enhanced squad deployed miniature spider robots to temporarily disable the base's surveillance cameras, allowing a group to boldly approach the steel door at the entrance. Vahn exchanged a knowing glance with Blonsky, who nodded in response. To the astonishment of the onlookers, his physique suddenly morphed, turning a vibrant yellow and expanding into a towering 3-meter beast. Compared to before, his spikes were more pronounced, his body larger, and his muscles more formidable. Steelman blinked and quietly inquired of Wolverine, "What has this guy been eating? He seems significantly stronger." The transformed Blonsky, now the Abomination, did not lose his wits. He clenched his fists and unleashed a series of heavy blows against the steel door, creating a massive hole. Then, reaching in with both hands, he tore it open. With a screech, the steel door was ripped away, creating a small entrance for passage. Behind the door stood a group of bewildered soldiers. Vahn clapped his hands. "Abomination, Steelman, Wolverine, take care of them." No sooner had he spoken than the Abomination squeezed through the gap, charging forward and sending the unprepared soldiers flying. Steelman and Wolverine followed suit, launching their assault on the remaining soldiers. By the time Vahn and the others entered, the entrance was in shambles, with not a single enemy left standing. Vahn gestured to the enhanced squad, "Secure this area and neutralize any resistance on the spot." He then turned to Jean and the others. "Jean, you go rescue Cyclops. I will assist the professor." The group sprang into action, with the Abomination, Steelman, Wolverine, and the enhanced squad leading the way, making swift progress. Before long, they discovered Stryker's trail. However, a faction of controlled mutants began to obstruct their path. The group started to disperse, leaving only Vahn and Wolverine to pursue Stryker together. They arrived in a grand hall, at the center of which was a tank, surrounded by various equipment, one of which contained a bubbling, silvery viscous substance. This was the very place where Wolverine had undergone his transformation. The furnace housed the renowned adamantium, one of the most precious items in the entire base. Stryker stood at the opposite end of the hall, flanked by an Asian woman, Yukio. She was none other than the famed Deathstrike, possessing abilities akin to Wolverine's. However, she was clearly under Stryker's control. Stryker paid no heed to Vahn, instead calling out to Wolverine, "Logan, do you recognize this place? This is where your evolution took place." Clang. Wolverine's claws extended as he growled, "It's not evolution, it's torment. But don't worry. This will also become the most vivid memory of your life, the place of your demise." "Kill me? Huh. You wouldn't want to know your past, would you? What does amnesia feel like? What does confusion feel like? In this world, only I know your history." Fury ignited in Wolverine's eyes. "I have already uncovered my past. It was you who killed Kayla, and it was you who caused my amnesia. You exploited us, and now I have come to collect." With that, he charged forward like a leopard, eschewing further words. Stryker, smiling, shook his head and retreated. Meanwhile, Deathstrike took a couple of steps forward and executed a flying kick, knocking Wolverine to the ground. Dazed, Wolverine struggled to regain his bearings as Stryker seized the opportunity to flee. As Wolverine rolled over and stood up, he glared at Deathstrike, ready to pounce, when he suddenly heard Vaughn's voice. "Leave the lady to me. Hurry and pursue the big guy." Wolverine, initially enraged, regained some semblance of reason upon hearing those words. Casting a glance at Vahn, who smiled and nodded at him, he silently retracted his claws and set off in pursuit of Stryker. Chapter 32, The Rescue of the Professor. Deathstrike attempted to intercept him, but Vahn interposed himself. "Shall we have a little fun, my dear?" She tilted her head, and 10 steel-like claws shot forth from her fingertips. With an emotionless gaze, she lunged towards Vaughn's chest. Yet, just then, the air between them shimmered, and a portal materialized instantly. Deathstrike had no time to react, plunging headfirst into it. Heh, too young. On the other side of the portal lay the base of the Divine Kingdom. The moment the Death Girl stepped through, Van's arm reached into the portal, and a powerful psychic force ensnared her in an instant, subsequently subduing her at the hands of the security personnel of the Divine Kingdom base. Of course, opening the portal was not solely for the purpose of capturing a single Death Girl. A contingent of individuals entered the hall through the portal, led by Anton Vanko. He surveyed his surroundings with a discerning eye, quickly captivated by the swirling Edmund alloy within the furnace. "Is this the super alloy you spoke of?" he inquired. "Indeed. It is one of the finest alloys on this planet. Items can only be forged while in the initial molten state. Once cooled, they become virtually indestructible." "Remarkable. How is it manufactured?" Space meteors combined with certain catalysts, possibly containing a trace amount of vibranium. Oh, it appears worthy of my thorough investigation. The American government should possess the formula for its creation. I shall devise a means to acquire it. Huh, you certainly have a way with things. The shield generator and the psychic suppression field might very well require this material, wouldn't you agree? Correct. By the by, now that you have gathered such a plethora of brilliant scientists from FDSW, how progresses the research on the Crimson Mech? Progress is significantly swifter now. They have assisted me in resolving numerous issues, although they believe they are merely working on the shield generator and other contrivances. I can assure you, the day the Crimson Mech is born, it will effortlessly crush Tony Stark's flimsy walnut shell. You must hasten, for with time, one can never predict what Stark might create. Fear not. With this super alloy, everything will accelerate into high gear. Van nodded in agreement. Anton Vanko and his team had thoroughly cleared the hull of its contents. Once everyone returned to the Divine Kingdom, he waved his hand to close the portal. At that moment, the voice of Mystique crackled through the radio earpiece. She had found the professor's location. But the troublesome part was the impenetrable security door that barred her entry. Suddenly, the entire base experienced two violent tremors in quick succession. It was crucial to note that the entire Eclair Lake base was situated within the dam, and such vibrations were far from favorable news. The only entity capable of unleashing such destructive power was undoubtedly Jean Grey. In the original film, it was during her domestic abuse of her husband that she compromised the dam's structural integrity, ultimately leading to its collapse. Now, with the added destruction wrought by the abomination within the base, the dam's failure could come even swifter. Van immediately commanded through the radio, "Everyone, pay attention. Assemble at Mystique's location at once." Along the way, Van noticed numerous cracks appearing in the concrete walls and ceiling of the base, with droplets of water steadily falling. Soon, he arrived at the gathering point, before a massive steel door. Most had already assembled, with the exception of the X-Men and the enhanced team, along with several rescued mutants, some of whom were in a state of unconsciousness. Van disregarded Mystique's concerns, opened the portal, and shouted to the crowd, "Colossus, lead everyone to evacuate immediately." The mutant captives and enhanced team were the first to depart. Notably, nearly every member of the enhanced team carried large boxes, instruments, and computer hardware. They even escorted several scientists and a number of soldiers as prisoners. Hawkeye quietly reported to Van, "All crucial data has been collected, including ample evidence to incriminate Strucker, along with eyewitness accounts." Van nodded in satisfaction. The scene was left with only Van, Mystique, Storm, and Blonsky. Jean and Scott were still in their states of taming and being tamed, yet to arrive. What is the situation inside? It is the Master of Illusions, a mutant of formidable power, comparable to Charles, and the son of Strucker, now altered and controlled by him. He is the one who attacked Charles. Now Charles is under his control. I warned you, you are no match for him. Mystique shouted in fury. You have no idea of Strucker's plan. He has transferred the mainframe from the Academy to here. With Charles and the Master of Illusions' combined power, they can remotely annihilate thousands of mutants. This is Strucker's scheme. Mutants across America, indeed the entire world, will be exterminated. You should have informed me of this sooner. Do you not realize it's too late now? Van retorted sharply, as if he was unaware of the gravity of the situation. However, could he shoulder this burden? Storm, now somewhat flustered, unleashed her powers as lightning struck the steel door, leaving only scorched black marks. Just then, a peculiar wave of energy enveloped them. Blonsky and Van felt nothing unusual, but Mystique and Storm were instantly beset by excruciating headaches. Van understood that Charles had commenced, his power emanating from Eclair Lake, gradually expanding outward. This force threatened to eliminate all mutants. In an instant, Blonsky transformed into his abomination form, his voice rugged and earnest. "Sir, shall I break down this door?" "I will handle it," Van unexpectedly replied, catching Blonsky off guard. He had never seen Van take action, piquing his curiosity. Van had no time to hesitate. Approaching the formidable steel door, he placed his hand upon its iron surface and, using his shoulder as a pivot, traced a circle. Blonsky watched in astonishment as Van whimsically waved his right hand, silver iron powder cascading down wherever his fingers touched. He inscribed a circle, and a palm-wide gap appeared in the steel door. Creaking, the circular steel plate at the center tilted backward. Blonsky was astonished to discover the door was an astonishing 20 centimeters thick. Even he could not breach it in a short time. What kind of ability is this? How powerful is this capability? Before he could ponder further, the environment around him suddenly shifted. He found himself amidst a burning city, surrounded by flames. With an entire street littered with the wreckage of vehicles, the screams of crowds echoing, and helicopters whirring overhead. In the distance, a green monstrosity leaped between skyscrapers, seemingly heading in his direction. Van too sensed a force distinctly different from the previous wave. Behind him, Blonsky's breathing grew heavy, and after a moment's reflection, Van realized this must be the Master of Illusion's illusionary power. However, he was shielded by an exceptionally strong psychic barrier, preventing such powers from infiltrating his mind. Inside the mainframe room, two figures sat in wheelchairs. One was a frail, hunched figure, connected to soft tubes at the back of his neck, resembling a corpse. The other was the bald professor. At this moment, Van's arrival evidently disrupted Charles, who was attempting to unleash his power. When the Master of Illusions perceived that his illusions could not affect Van, he decided to halt Charles' efforts to eliminate the mutants altogether. Van sensed the impending danger. Indeed, the next moment, Charles' telepathic abilities surged forth. Chapter 33, The Phoenix Force. Originally, telepathy was nearly intangible, incapable of affecting material reality. But now, with two level 4 mutants united, their powers magnified through the mainframe. The energy bombardment directed solely at Van was so formidable that even the previously intangible force of telepathy now surged forth like monstrous waves in a tempest. The concrete platform beneath his feet was instantly riddled with fine cracks, sinking 3 inches under his weight. Fortunately, Stryker had not skimped on the construction. Even as the concrete shattered, the densely embedded steel reinforcements valiantly held their ground. Van realized he had overstepped his bounds this time. A dull ache throbbed in his teeth as the onslaught of power from all sides battered him. Though it hadn't yet breached his defenses, it had already left him in agony, his face feeling as if it had been sliced by a blade. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What was truly critical was that he could scarcely move, leading to a tense stalemate. Even more pressing was the imminent collapse of the dam, leaving no time for them to engage in a battle of internal energies. At that moment, Jean Grey finally appeared, her eyes free from control, radiating a fierce intensity. Van's heart seethed with anger. Humph, so you finally decided to return. If you two lovebirds had delayed any longer, you'd be waiting to collect the professor's remains. At this juncture, Storm and Mystique had regained their composure, and together they endeavored to thwart the Master of Illusions. However, the Master was manipulating Professor Charles, diverting a portion of his power onto the group. Fortunately, Jean reacted swiftly, erecting a mental barrier to shield everyone. Although her abilities had not fully awakened, they were already formidable. In addition to her not inconsiderable telepathic prowess, she possessed powerful telekinesis. Van felt the pressure alleviate somewhat, yet movement remained a challenge. And Jean found herself in a similar predicament, unable to act. Within the confines of the mental barrier, Storm's eyes glazed over, and in the vast neural nexus, lightning flickered, crashing against the walls of the mainframe. In an instant, the machinery began to crumble. Suddenly, Van had a realization. The Master of Illusion's weakness was cold. He shouted to Storm. Cold is his weakness. It was unclear whether Storm heard Van's voice or deciphered his lips, but under her control, the tempest subsided, and a chilling breeze enveloped the area. As the temperature plummeted, Van discerned a marked decline in the surrounding energy surge. Just then, a droplet of water fell from above, striking Van on the forehead. He looked up to see numerous fissures in the ceiling, from which torrents of water cascaded down. Perhaps the earlier colossal energy had fortuitously sustained the structure of the neural chamber, but now, with that force dissipated, the chamber began to collapse. Within mere moments, massive chunks of concrete plummeted, accompanied by a deluge of rushing water. In this critical moment, Jean Grey raised her hands high, her formidable telekinetic force conjuring a protective dome. Her crimson hair danced without wind, her eyes darkened, and a fierce gaze emanated from her as she uttered through gritted teeth. Hurry, go. She was magnificent, a stark contrast to Van, whose telekinetic abilities could barely extend half a meter from his body. He quickly opened a portal, exclaiming, Everyone, move quickly. Bronsky, bring the Master of Illusions. In a frantic race against time, Storm propelled the unconscious professor forward while Bronsky assisted the incapacitated Master of Illusions. Once everyone had passed through the portal, Van waved his hand, and the portal surged forward, swallowing Jean like a monstrous beast. Finally, just before the concrete blocks and the torrent of water crashed down upon him, he too was drawn into the portal. In the quaint town of Noah, bathed in the hues of twilight and caressed by a gentle breeze, the air was fragrant with blossoms. Having narrowly escaped death, the group hardly had a moment to relish the beauty of life before Jean Grey collapsed onto the ground. Jean? Laser Eye Scott rushed over. Van instantly sensed something profound. There was an unparalleled power emanating from Jean, so radiant that even his divine senses recognized it as akin to the sun. He had never before perceived such strength within her. This was the awakening of her dark phoenix persona. The Phoenix Force is one of the preeminent powers throughout the Marvel Universe. According to comic lore, the Phoenix Force originates from the primordial cosmos. Birthed at the dawn of existence, embodying chaos and immortality, an eternal yet capricious entity, a child of the universe. It represents the embodiment of life and psychic energy, symbolizing existence and emotion. The Phoenix Force possesses the ability to traverse time and space, alter reality, and even erase certain parallel universes. However, Vahn did not sense that all-encompassing strength within Jean. What he discerned was a formidable power that was comprehensible, albeit fractured. Jean Grey had long been the principal host of the Phoenix Force. Vahn speculated that, for reasons unknown, the Phoenix Force had fragmented, with part of it merging with Jean, thus granting her this newfound strength, while simultaneously giving rise to the Dark Phoenix persona. Vahn sensed that this power was beyond his capacity to replicate, yet he could extract it. He stroked his chin, contemplating, but refrained from doing so. Charles was likely aware of this power within Jean as well. His establishment of a mental prison was aimed at minimizing its adverse effects. No need to rush. Let the situation unfold. Jean, how are you? What happened? Poor Laser, I was oblivious to the fact that in his arms lay not just a tempestuous partner, but also a formidable force of nature. Vahn stepped forward, placing his right palm against Jean's forehead, and explained to Laser Eye, in the realm of the divine, I possess great strength. Utilizing his supreme telepathic abilities honed in that divine domain, Vahn reconstructed Professor Charles' mental prison. However, with the Dark Phoenix awakened, she would not acquiesce to being sealed away again. This was merely a temporary measure. Through Van's efforts, Jean's complexion returned to normal, appearing as if she were merely asleep. Laser Eye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up to ask Vahn, how is she? For now, she is fine, but let us wait until the professor awakens to discuss specifics. The townsfolk of Noah had already discovered them, hurriedly transporting the unconscious individuals to the local hospital. Other mutants, having heard the news, also rushed to the scene. Vahn did not accompany them. The matter was far from resolved. With the dam's collapse, he needed to strategize how to report to the president and expose Stryker's crimes. At the base on the mountainside, all of Stryker's incriminating evidence and witnesses were gathered, and Bullseye had begun compiling all pertinent information for Van's reference. Witness testimonies were being recorded around the clock. Vahn sighed. If he hoped to make it past the president tomorrow, tonight would be a sleepless night. He picked up a document and suddenly paused. Did I forget something? Oh, the Master of Illusions. If he regained consciousness, it would be challenging to manage. With that thought, Vahn focused his mind, and from a great distance, he instantly sensed the Master of Illusions, Jason, in the hospital. After a brief contemplation, he temporarily sealed his consciousness. As he withdrew his telepathic abilities, another thought occurred to him. Oh, there was also Mystique. Once more extending his senses, he quickly located her in a tavern in town. After a discreet investigation, he found that Mystique currently harbored no significant thoughts, merely a sense of shock and disbelief. Vahn summoned Bullseye, instructing him to ensure that Mystique's movements were closely monitored. Chapter 34, A Dialogue at the White House. Having felt a sense of omnipotence, Vahn finally found solace in tackling the myriad of documents before him. It was not until the latter part of the night within the realm of the divine that he abruptly lifted his gaze from the disarray of papers, suddenly recalling the matter he had previously overlooked. Where had Wolverine gone? A few hours prior, Wolverine had pursued Stryker as he fled from the Eclair Lake base, leading them to a helipad where a helicopter awaited, ready for action. With Stryker's skills, he was, of course, no match for Wolverine's relentless pursuit. In a matter of moments, Stryker, his limbs injured, found himself firmly bound to the landing gear of the aircraft. Yet, before he could commence his interrogation, a sudden cacophony of cracking and crumbling echoed from a distance. Wolverine approached the edge of the helipad and gazed upward. There, upon the Eclair Lake Dam, he witnessed vast fissures spreading rapidly, soon engulfing the entire structure. The immense pressure from the plunging water level unleashed fierce columns of water from the dam. This was merely the overture. The imminent collapse of the dam loomed dangerously close. Uncertain of what had transpired, he turned to glance at the still struggling Stryker. With the floodwaters poised to engulf the area, the urgency of personally executing Stryker became increasingly trivial. Wolverine contemplated returning to the base to alert everyone. But reason dictated that time was no longer on his side. The aircraft, an epiphany struck him. The plane they had arrived in was stationed halfway up the slope, a location impervious to the floodwaters. If evacuation was to be executed, that would undoubtedly be the destination. Thus, amidst the frigid landscape, he embarked on a desperate race against time. When Vahn and Storm returned to Eau Claire Lake aboard the helicopter, they discovered a forlorn and solitary Wolverine waiting at the aircraft. His eyes glowed with a fierce crimson as he regarded the two. In the frozen wilderness, abandoned and alone, where was the promised loyalty of not abandoning one another? Where were his comrades? The X-Men, the Justice League. He had been forsaken twice. Storm and Vahn exchanged awkward glances, apologizing as Storm spoke. "I am truly sorry, Logan. So much has transpired. Professor collapsed, Jean fainted, and Scott is on the brink of a breakdown. I simply forgot." Upon hearing of Jean's collapse, Wolverine's expression shifted to one of urgent concern. "Jean fainted? How is she?" Vahn interjected at the opportune moment. "Do not worry. Scott is taking excellent care of her." In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. Wolverine glared at him, while Storm wore a look of exasperation. If he remained silent, no one would mistake him for a mute. Given that Xavier's Institute had been reduced to ruins, the trio made their way directly to the Typhon Manor. Vahn lingered only briefly, for at dawn he departed with the documents and several witnesses, heading to Washington. In the Oval Office of the White House, the President, members of Congress, military representatives, and CIA officials gathered, having listened intently to Vahn's comprehensive report. The military representative was the first to speak. "So, Stryker perished at the bottom of Eau Claire Lake?" "Indeed. Upon realizing escape was futile, he detonated explosives he had placed within the dam, and the surging floodwaters obliterated nearly all evidence," Vahn affirmed. "Mr. Vahn, I have scrutinized your report and must say, it raises numerous questions. A considerable amount of it is unclear and ambiguous, rendering it difficult to accept." A CIA official shook his head. Vahn internally scoffed, having worked tirelessly through the night to produce the report. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. "We were unable to react adequately. To be candid, we did not anticipate Colonel Stryker's sheer malevolence. That is my oversight, and I acknowledge it. However, I have brought forth all surviving witnesses and evidence. Should anyone possess contrary evidence to refute my claims, I welcome your input." "Very well, Mr. Vahn. I believe the responsibility does not rest solely upon you." Senator Kelly interjected at a timely moment. "Like the incident in New York a few months ago, this lies at the feet of certain ambitious individuals within the military." The countenance of several military representatives darkened as they bore the brunt of blame. In truth, both General Ross and Colonel Stryker operated outside the military's management structure, leaving their peers with little knowledge of their actions. Compared to the military, their ties to the intelligence and secrecy sectors were far closer, even indirectly falling under the purview of the White House. However, they could not utter such truths. Certainly, they could not lay the blame directly at the president's doorstep. At that moment, another senator spoke. "Mr. Vahn, I do not wish to target you, but I believe perhaps your Justice League team would be better led by military or other departmental leadership." "Senator Stern, are you certain the military is a wise choice?" Senator Kelly interjected with a tone laden with sarcasm before Vahn could respond. Stern glanced at the military representatives, then decisively turned to the CIA. "Aside from the military, we have many other departments at our disposal. We could even establish a new specialized agency." The military representatives wore expressions of dismay, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Senator Kelly nodded. "I concur with your perspective. I believe we could feasibly establish a new department directly under presidential authority while collaborating with other agencies." Vahn shook his head. "Gentlemen, in fact, the president initially held a similar notion. However, due to the sensitivity of terms such as superhumans and superpowers among the public, our ultimate plan is to first gain public acceptance of them. Thus, the president and I have devised a series of initiatives. I will spearhead the establishment of a company to elevate the Justice League's profile, albeit under the scrutiny of government oversight. When the opportune moment arises, the government will step in to create a new agency to formally register all superheroes and place them under regulation." "Wow, I was unaware of this development. Upon reflection, I find the president's plan quite reasonable. I have no objections," Senator Stern replied with a smile. Meanwhile, CIA Director Brennan rolled his eyes in secret. Earlier, he had received confidential intelligence, precisely the information Colonel Stryker had sent him before his untimely demise, detailing Theodore Vahn's subordinates, the Justice League's roster. The formidable capabilities of these individuals piqued his interest, prompting him to contact the military, using last night's events as bait to challenge Vahn today. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of two senators, who first placed the blame upon the military before effectively silencing him with the president's authority. His plan to undermine had been thwarted before it could even commence. The briefing concluded swiftly. Beneath the floodwaters, nothing remained. Van's words were all that mattered. As for the witnesses, their testimonies were heartfelt and genuine, leaving no room for doubt. Through this endeavor, the president had begun to extend a modicum of trust towards the Justice League. Henceforth, they would be authorized to operate under the auspices of the Department of Homeland Security. Aboard the flight from Washington to New York, Van dialed a number. "Thank you immensely for your assistance today. I believe I can rest easy for several months now. Of course, the Justice League is not solely reliant on your strength. We shall fight for our shared ideals together. Minister Pierce's plans are progressing smoothly. In comparison, my contributions are but trifles," Van chuckled humbly. The individual on the other end inquired further, to which Van responded, "Yes, Dr. Zola is assisting the minister. If necessary, I have personnel here who can assist him in executing certain specialized tasks. However, I believe his winter soldier is quite sufficient." Subsequently, Vane addressed another matter. No, Tony Stark would certainly never relinquish his Iron Man suit technology. This is unequivocal. There is no rush regarding this issue. And our Director Fury will undoubtedly provide covert support to him. Of course, applying some pressure is entirely justifiable in my view. Thank you, and farewell, Senator Stern. Hail Hydra. Chapter 35, A Night of Renewal. Hell's Kitchen, nighttime. In an upscale restaurant, before the floor-to-ceiling windows. After their previous date was interrupted by the Russian mob's Ironhead, Kim has once again invited Vanessa out. Following the earlier incident, Vanessa has become wary of Kim, and they both intend to open their hearts and have an earnest conversation. At the table, Kim instinctively fiddled with his cufflinks. Vanessa directly posed a question. "Is this a cherished item for you?" "Yes," he replied. "It always reminds me of my father. This cufflink is his keepsake, and I wear it daily in his memory." Kim paused for a moment before turning to the handbag on Vanessa's table. "Are you carrying a gun?" Vanessa remained silent for a while. "It's dangerous here." Kim pressed his lips together. "I have lied to many, but I do not wish to deceive you." He inhaled deeply. "In the past, I have harmed many. And in the future, I may harm even more. However, I do not take pleasure in this. Rather, it pains me deeply." Kim gazed out the window. This city once basked in glory, yet now it lies in ruins. Only through destruction can it be reborn. Vanessa stared at Kim in astonishment. As emotions settled, Kim promised her, "By my side, you will never need that gun." Slowly, Vanessa retrieved her handbag and gently produced a small silver pistol. Just as she was about to hand it to Kim when the restaurant door was suddenly flung open. The young man she had previously encountered at the gallery sauntered in. Vane disregarded Kim's astonished and furious glare, approached their table, and pulled up a chair to sit down. What had begun as a lovely, heartfelt dinner rapidly soured. "Boss Kim," Vane began, "what you just said resonates with me. This city can only be reborn through destruction." He smiled at the two. "However, I believe that among the things that need to be destroyed is undoubtedly you, the underground crime lord of New York. Then, atop the ruins you leave behind, I shall construct a better world." Vanessa appeared utterly bewildered, glancing between Vane and Kim. Meanwhile, Kim discerned the underlying issues. "Who are you? A new force in New York's underground? Or a fool like Daredevil?" "I have introduced myself. I am Theodore Vahn," he declared, suddenly slapping his forehead. "Oh, did I forget to mention? I recently signed an agreement with Mayor George. I am to assist him in clearing Hell's Kitchen." Vane smiled amiably at Kim. "You are my primary target." Hearing this, Kim chuckled. "Really? I would love to accompany you. But no one has managed to send me to the precinct in over a decade." Vane rose and walked to the window. "Weren't you scheduled for a fireworks display tonight? Isn't it about time?" Kim's expression changed instantly, his fists clenched, shock evident in his eyes, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "I do not comprehend what Mr. Vane is implying." Kim also approached the window. "Though New York thrives, it is equally chaotic. Anything can happen here. If you insist on attributing it to me, that would be slander." "Indeed," Vane replied without contradiction, smiling. "I simply wonder if the Russian mob received the message I relayed. Otherwise, tonight they may find themselves in peril." Kim's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to respond, an explosion erupted outside. Instantly, multiple bursts of flame illuminated the night sky of New York, and the entire city erupted with the sound of sirens. Kim stood frozen at the window. Tonight, he had orchestrated 4 explosions, all targeting key strongholds of the Russian mob. Following those explosions, the Russian gang would essentially be crippled. However, the earlier blast was not his doing. At least 7 or 8 explosions had occurred, implicating not only the Russian mob, but also the Mexican and Irish gangs. He suddenly realized that tonight, Hell's Kitchen, and indeed all of New York, would descend into chaos. Kim whirled around, his gaze sharp. "What exactly are you plotting?" The restaurant door was abruptly pushed open, and a man clad in military uniform entered, nodding at Vane. Vane approached Vanessa. "Let me take you to safety," lest you be harmed. Kim attempted to intervene, but was halted by the uniformed man. Vanessa was forcibly escorted out of the restaurant, her expression tense as she heard the sounds of a scuffle from within. Vahn obstructed her line of sight. From now on, focus on your gallery. Avoid mingling with unsavory characters. Be wary of ruining your life. I will have someone escort you home. With Vanessa secured, he re-entered the restaurant. Kim lay bloodied on the floor. Blonsky, you didn't go too far, did you? Rest assured, Chief, I merely broke a few of his bones. Blonsky was donning a spare outfit. There was no way around it. While the ability to transform into a hulking brute was common, the Hulk's shorts were not. Perhaps frightened by the monstrous transformation, Kim trembled and asked, "Who on earth are you? How can you control such a creature? Do you think my words about destruction and reconstruction are mere jest?" Blonsky, take him away. Outside, the wail of police sirens echoed throughout New York. 10 minutes before the explosions, the commissioner of the New York Police Department received a joint call from the mayor and the attorney general. He was informed of Kim's actions and instructed to recall all officers, mobilizing all forces to address the situation at hand. The mayor indicated that 100 special guard personnel would be deployed to assist the police. The commissioner had a rough idea of what these special guard personnel entailed. He was a trusted confidant of the mayor and was aware of the existence of enhanced soldiers. However, even though the New York Police Department had 50 slots for enhancements, the selection process and funding were still underway. After the explosions, chaos erupted throughout New York, with Hell's Kitchen becoming the epicenter of disorder. Many gangs suffered significant losses. Before they could react, they were ambushed by individuals disguised as rival gang members, orchestrated by Vahn. It was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. The streets were devoid of innocent bystanders, filled instead with gang vehicles and armed thugs engaged in gunfire. On the rooftop, Daredevil witnessed the scene, nearly overcome with anxiety. Yet, in such circumstances, his abilities felt utterly inadequate. Moreover, the gang members on the streets were all armed, and before he could even make a move, a stray bullet struck him in the knee, causing him to crumple to the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, the enhanced soldiers arrived. Clad in full-body armor emblazoned with police insignia, bullets striking them felt akin to mere tickles. This group was precise and ruthless in their approach, with some providing suppressive fire, others executing assaults, and still others engaging in close combat. Daredevil stood transfixed, his mind racing. Am I dreaming? Have I gone mad? Or has the world spiraled into chaos? How did these individuals emerge? 100 enhanced beings, divided into 10 squads, launched a ferocious assault on the warring gangs in the streets. Police cars surged in and out, whisking away the captured like a whirlwind, filling vehicle after vehicle with detainees bound for the Nahid prison, which was already overwhelmed. The number of arrests made that night was sufficient to keep the police busy for half a year. Among the apprehended were not only the enhanced individuals, but also Wolverine, Colossus, and others, executing a lethal campaign that captured no fewer than 30 gang leaders. In an instant, New York's underground criminal organizations suffered devastating losses, with some gangs disbanding almost entirely. In a turn of events akin to the Hand organization, Lady Bullseye was captured, and after intense interrogation, she revealed the identities of the gamblers and the Murakami duo. Upon learning the truth, Colleen chose justice over blood ties, allying with Iron Fist, Frank, and others to dismantle the Hand organization associated with the gamblers. Today, they launched another strike, obliterating the Murakami faction of the Hand. As dawn broke, the chaos of New York finally subsided. Early risers traversed their routes to work, blissfully unaware of the monumental shifts that had transpired across the city. News outlets, both television and print, were inundated with reports of the NYPD's meticulously orchestrated operation that eradicated a significant portion of gang influence overnight. The explosion and the consequent collateral damage were conspicuously omitted. Chapter 36, A Passionate Love Triangle. The affairs of Hell's Kitchen and the New York gangs had reached a temporary cessation. Vahn had temporarily stationed 50 enhanced soldiers in the area to continue the onslaught against the criminal organizations. The previous day's explosion had obliterated numerous structures in Hell's Kitchen, precisely aligning with Mayor George's redevelopment plans. Vaughn's selection team can currently arrive to identify suitable candidates for integration into the divine community of Noah's Town. He met with Mayor George, and the 7-member consortium responsible for the Hell's Kitchen renovation project was officially established. Their scope of work encompassed urban planning, building construction, property management, and renovation, all for the sake of profit, despite the inconvenience. Upon concluding his endeavors, he retreated to a secluded corner to open a portal, stepping directly into Noah's Town. At the bar on the second-floor balcony of the central square, Professor Charles finally awakened. Jean, Storm, Wolverine, Colossus, Cyclops, and Mystique had all gathered there. Vahn savored a glass of exquisite red wine produced in the divine realm and leisurely announced, "Good news, I have secured the President's approval. From this day forth, the Justice League Squad will be an officially sanctioned organization. We will ostensibly operate under the Department of Homeland Security, granting us the legality to act." Charles nodded with a smile. "Mr. Vahn, today is not about discussing this matter." Vahn sensed a hint of disquiet in his expression, hastily distancing himself from any implications. "Just to clarify, I did not blow up your house." At this, Wolverine's face turned an ashen green. "You just sold me out like that?" The professor paused, glancing back at Logan with a mix of surprise and concern. After a long moment, he sighed, "Forget it, it's all in the past." Regaining his composure, Charles earnestly inquired, "Mr. Vahn, I wish to know if you can control the power within Jean?" "I can," Vahn replied, "but only within the divine realm." Charles's face lit up at the affirmation, but his brow furrowed at the limitation. "Only within the divine realm?" Pouring himself another half-glass of wine, Vahn shrugged. "What do you think Jean is?" "She is, to date, the only level 5 mutant in existence. If her powers were to awaken fully, annihilation would be but a fleeting thought. Without the divine realm's assistance, how could I possibly contain her power?" Upon hearing this, Cyclops gazed at Jean with a profound look. "Where you are, I shall be. I see you have repaired my work?" the professor asked. "Indeed," Vahn confirmed, "but for a creature that has tasted sunlight. A cage cannot confine her." "What are you talking about?" Cyclops questioned, perplexed. "Jean merely possesses immense power. She is not a beast." Vahn remained silent, fixing his gaze upon the professor. After a moment of hesitation, Charles resolved to reveal the truth. "When Jean was very young, I discovered a formidable force within her. With this power, she could become our mightiest warrior. However, that force continuously assailed her consciousness. I realized that if left unchecked, she would be entirely dominated by it. Thus, I sealed that power away, along with a fragment of her memories." "What does that mean?" Wolverine inquired, furrowing his brow. "It means that she is not whole." Charles paused. "I sealed away a portion of her memories." Everyone gasped, disbelief etched on their faces as they turned to Jean. "But Professor, I do not feel that I have lost any memories. Everything feels complete," Jean replied, her voice trailing off as she began to comprehend. "I'm sorry, Jean. I fabricated some memories. I merely wanted to save you." "You manipulated her life?" Wolverine exclaimed in fury. "Logan, I was trying to save her." "Huh, what a brilliant idea." "This is not a matter of brilliance. It is my only option," Charles retorted, his voice rising. Logan shook his head, turning to Vahn. "Mr. Vahn, do you have a solution?" "Logan, you do not understand. Under the influence of this power, Jean has already fragmented into another persona, a dark persona. If we release the restrictions, she will transform into someone we do not recognize. Wrathful, volatile, and destructive. No one can halt her. However, as it stands, the divine realm possesses sufficient strength to suppress her. As long as she remains here, she will be safe. So now we're to set a cage in Jean's mind and keep her confined here?" Wolverine scoffed. Charles was incensed. "Logan, if you have a solution, then come and save her. We are merely striving to make the best choice under dire circumstances." Wolverine pursed his lips, falling silent. "Logan, I do not blame the professor or Mr. Vahn. I trust they are doing this to save me," Jean whispered to Logan. The professor gazed at Jean, as if he were looking at the little girl from years past, his expression sorrowful. "But Professor, I wish you would tell me what I have truly lost. What memories have you erased?" Charles's body trembled, rendered speechless. Jean turned to Vahn. "Mr. Vahn, do you know? Jean, you are living quite well now, are you not? You have the professor, Cyclops, Wolverine, and the children. They are your family, friends, and loved ones. You hold happiness in your hands. Why burden yourself with the past?" "To shatter it myself only invites more pain," Vahn responded. "As Logan stated, everyone deserves to know their complete past. If I have erred, the least I deserve is to remember it," Jean declared resolutely. Vahn was acutely aware of her past. In the fleeting moment before she lost consciousness, he glimpsed those sealed memories. He glanced at the professor, yet remained unresponsive. Turning to Storm and Cyclops, he inquired, "Aurora, Scott, what are your thoughts?" Cyclops firmly grasped Jean's hand, declaring, "I respect her decision. Regardless of what transpired, I will face it alongside her." Wolverine, overhearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Though expressionless, Van's mind echoed with sarcasm. "You, with your romantic idealism, are indeed deserving of your fate." After a moment of hesitation, Storm, Aurora, nodded in agreement. "Then allow me to be succinct," Van began, fixing his gaze upon Jean's eyes. "In your childhood, while out with your parents, a tragic accident occurred. Your mother perished. and your father laid the blame for her death squarely upon you. Jean's eyes darkened, as if a tempest brewed within. Yet she trembled and managed to maintain her composure. Why? He continued. He believed your abilities had adversely affected your mother. With a quivering voice, Jean mustered the courage to ask, is that true? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Jean Grey's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly stood and dashed outside. Jean. Cyclops hurriedly followed. Wolverine muttered to himself, I am just like you, Jean, just like you, and trailed after them. Chapter 37, Stark Industries Expo. The balcony suddenly felt devoid of three souls, the atmosphere turning frigid. Van leisurely sipped his drink as Charles finally emerged from his guilt-ridden stupor. Mr. Van, I witnessed your rescue of Jason. What are your intentions regarding him? Jason, the son of Stryker, also known as Mastermind, had once been a student of Charles. Yet he had failed to guide him properly. Subsequently, Stryker's wife, Jason's mother, had succumbed to her delusions and driven a drill into her own temple. This was one of the sources of Stryker's animosity towards mutants. Jason, I am uncertain if he can be saved. What do you think? He can be saved. I shall not abandon any student. I hope you will assist me. I am more than willing to help. All individuals are our brethren, and he deserves a chance at life. Thank you. Charles expressed his gratitude. Storm interjected. Professor, I have another question. The academy has been destroyed. What shall we do? This matter, I believe Mr. Van will address for us, shan't he? Charles wore a knowing expression. The outside world is perilous. It would be prudent to reside here. You may choose a suitable location nearby to establish a city for mutants. The previously silent Mystique finally spoke up, but won't it be too lonely there? If solitude is a concern, you may opt to reside in Noah's Town. Wolverine plans to form a mutant community there first. Additionally, you may apply at the portal located at the Tiefing Manor to return to Earth whenever you wish. Charles nodded. I must reiterate that I will not forsake Xavier's Academy. In the future, mutants will have two options, the external Xavier Academy and this city for mutants. Charles had come to a realization. Jean was best left in this realm for now. Jason's powers required Van's assistance to be contained, and for the time being, he could not depart from here. After discussing further details, Charles and his companions decided to explore the vicinity and contemplate the future of their city. Only Mystique remained behind. What is this place? And who are you? This is the realm of gods. You may regard me as the administrator. Administrator or emperor. Both will suffice. I am neither a benevolent benefactor without cause, nor a scheming villain. Within the realm of gods, one may come and go freely. I would prefer you view me as a savior driven by a modicum of compassion. I provide many with the hope of survival, though I remain indifferent to whether they accept it. Mystique took some time to comprehend this, ultimately gazing at him with confusion. Van approached the edge of the balcony, extending his arms. I am undertaking the grandest of plans. Saving mutants is merely a secondary endeavor. They, to me, serve only to expedite this plan by a fraction of time. Beyond that, they hold little intrinsic value. In return, I offer them a sanctuary where they may find everlasting peace. Mystique fell silent for a moment. You will not harm us? What I am about to say may discomfort you, but the truth is, you are to me akin to the flora and fauna of the mountains, occasionally pleasing to behold, yet of little worth. It has always been the shared sentiments of our kind that compel me to assist you. Van's words left Mystique with the impression that he was not merely human, but rather, a deity. Why do Charles and the others trust you so implicitly? What have you done? I have revealed to them the truth of this world. What truth? We are not friends. In fact, we may very well be adversaries. Why should I divulge this to you? Mystique shook her head. If what you say is true, then we certainly cannot be enemies. Whether we are enemies is not for you to determine. The Professor, Scott, and Logan are good people. I am willing to trust them. As for you, you are aligned with Magneto, and thus my trust does not extend to you. Mystique furrowed her brow, wanting to argue, but was interrupted by Van. Now, let us discuss your decision. This is significant for you. Van shifted the subject. Mystique took a sip of her drink and after a long pause said, I wish to meet Eric. Very well. I wish to bring more mutant brethren here. Regardless of whether the X-Men achieve stardom, there will still be discrimination against our kind. That is acceptable. They may come to Tiefing Manor or Tiefing Tower, where they will be welcomed. Mystique nodded, appearing hesitant to voice further concerns. Is there anything else? I know that some mutants may wish to come here, but they, Van anticipated, criminals? Most of them are not inherently bad. They simply erred under duress. You know that many outside harbor malice towards us. I can attempt to trust you, so you may bring them here. But remind them, this is not a lawless land. Should they err, they will face stringent penalties, and there will be no escape. The order within the realm of gods had always been exemplary, for most. It served as a haven, rescuing them from poverty. Vahn, of course, was unwilling to disrupt this stability, for he possessed sufficient power to oversee all and even alter them. Mystique encountered Eric at the base on the mountainside, but the obstinate Magneto still clung to his doctrine of mutant superiority. Even when Mystique informed him of the existence of the mutant city, he dismissed it as a life beneath others' roofs, holding it in contempt. In Vahn's view, Magneto's beliefs were not rooted in a philosophy of mutant superiority, but rather in a self-aggrandizing ideology. His rejection of the mutant city stemmed solely from the fact that its architect was not he. In the third X-Men film, he grappled with a multitude of mutants assaulting Alcatraz, yet in truth, barring a few, most were merely cannon fodder under his command. What he sought to establish was not a new order for mutants, but rather his own, Magneto's order. Vahn escorted Mystique away, and thus the matters concerning mutants reached a temporary conclusion. In Flushing, New York, a few days prior, he had received an invitation. The invitation to the Stark Industries Expo. The invitation reads, "We cordially invite Mr. Theodore Vahn to attend the Stark Group shareholders meeting." The signature is a flamboyant, artistic rendition of Tony Stark. The Stark Industries Expo draws a multitude of attendees, with a spectacular fireworks display illuminating the scene amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd. The Stark Group has announced that Tony Stark will make his grand entrance at the opening ceremony clad in his Iron Man suit. Vahn arrives early. At 8 o'clock in the evening, amid the eager anticipation of the masses, the flamboyant Iron Man descends from the sky, landing heroically and striking a chord deep within the hearts of the audience. Following a boisterous speech, footage of Howard Stark begins to play on the screen. Vahn gazes at the images, whispering to himself, the future city envisioned by Howard, it must be the key to the arc reactor. A revolutionary element that could flawlessly replace palladium. Both Howard and Stark are unparalleled geniuses. They have achieved feats that transcend their era. If only Howard were alive today. What marvels he could unveil. Chapter 38, A Visit from the Director. After the opening ceremony, a private cocktail party is held, with the Stark Group inviting a select group of significant figures to partake. Vahn, of course, is among them. Many prominent partners of Stark Group are present, including influential individuals from both the political and business realms. Among those he recognizes are Mayor George, Justin Hammer, an executive from Osborne Industries, and Anna Druk from the Mellevay Investment Group. Stark, accompanied by Happy, is mingling with government officials nearby when he catches sight of Vahn. He promptly abandons his companions, striding over with exaggerated bravado, exclaiming, "Look who it is, the gentleman who dares to compete with me, Mr. Theodore Vahn." Stark approaches Vahn and shakes his hand. "Hey, young man. The whole world knows that the cover girl of Attic magazine belongs to me, yet you managed to snatch two away. Clearly, they lack discernment." Vahn chuckles. Youth certainly has its advantages. Perhaps the experience is more enjoyable. Is that so? According to surveys, skill is paramount. Of course, young folks might not grasp that yet. Stark rolls his eyes. He then shifts the topic. As far as I know, you've made billions with Stark Group. I'm almost moved to applaud you. Hold on to those shares. They could afford you a splendid retirement. This arrogant fellow does have a knack for unflattering remarks. I certainly look forward to it, Vahn responds with a smile. I never imagined I would see the day when the illustrious playboy of New York, Stark, would be working for me. That sentiment feels rather pleasant. Stark snorts dismissively. If that's the case, does it mean that if I purchase shares in Tiefing Group, you'll be working for me? Oh, I suddenly recall. I never invest in stocks with no potential. Stark playfully pats Vahn on the shoulder. Work hard, Mr. Vahn. With that, he gives Vahn no chance to retort and swiftly departs. Vahn does not press him to stay, chuckling as he shakes his head. The cocktail party proceeds in its usual leisurely manner. However, he inadvertently notices Justin Hammer seemingly engaged in a delightful conversation with someone from Osborne Industries. Hammer appears to catch Vahn's gaze and raises his glass in acknowledgement from afar. Vahn reciprocates, though his thoughts are far from cordial. Justin Hammer is the very individual he has set his sights on. Although Hammer Industries lacks cutting-edge technology, their advanced factory equipment and commendable production capacity are precisely what FDSW requires. If Hammer enjoys courting disaster, Vahn has no qualms about giving him a little push. The following day marks Stark's appearance before the Senate Armed Services Committee. Vahn watches with amusement as Stark and Senator Stern engage in a verbal sparring match on television. Ultimately, Stark raises his arms triumphantly, declaring, "You want my products? Not a chance. I can protect the world myself." Senator Stern erupts in a fit of rage. At that moment, the phone rings, announcing a visitor. To Vahn's surprise, the guests are a tall, one-eyed African-American and a congenial-looking Caucasian man, Director Fury and Agent Coulson. Director Fury, Agent Coulson. I didn't anticipate your visit. Van exclaims, "Notable as you are, I have come specifically to speak with you." Fury replies with a smirk that barely conceals his intent. He surveys the surroundings before settling onto the couch. "Mr. Van, it seems your business is flourishing. I hear the White House and the Pentagon have placed orders with you. I was under the impression you were the exclusive supplier for SHIELD. What an audacious accusation right off the bat. Good technology ought to be shared. As a patriotic businessman, it is my immense honor to collaborate with the state," Van retorts, casting a glance at the Iron Man on the television. "I shall not hoard valuable innovations like some people do. Only through widespread application can beneficial technology truly serve the world. Wouldn't you agree?" Fury instinctively senses that Van is not an easy adversary. His eyes narrowing coldly. What if certain technologies become the very source of chaos in this world? Technology is innocent. It is the humans who wield it that are at fault, is it not? Van counters. Indeed, technology itself is blameless. But should someone recklessly divulge it to those with malicious intent, they are equally culpable. Fury's tone is icily resolute. Van leans back in his chair, raising an eyebrow. "May I inquire as to which technology you refer? Or who the guilty parties might be? SHIELD? The White House? Or perhaps the New York government? Which one?" Fury refrains from providing a direct answer. "Have you ever considered that enhanced soldiers might pose a threat to society?" "I have. Just as I have contemplated that Iron Man might one day endanger this society as well," Van replies, their confrontation sharp and unwavering. Fury, the ever-suspicious agent of SHIELD, remains guarded, having witnessed the havoc wrought by Thor's arrival on Earth, leading him to fear that cosmic forces may seek to harm the planet, thus prompting the development of weaponry utilizing the Tesseract's power. Consequently, he became partially accountable for the events of the first Avengers battle. Now, he harbors concerns about enhanced individuals potentially jeopardizing the world, leading him to view Van with suspicion. However, one must admit, his apprehensions are not entirely unfounded. After all, Van is indeed affiliated with Hydra. Fury's expression remains stoic. "If one seeks to endanger society, Mr. Van, you may prove to be far more formidable than Iron Man. With a level 4 mutant Magneto at your command, close ties to Professor Charles, and seeming influence over the mutant teachers and students at Xavier's Institute. Not to mention that yellow-skinned creature wreaking havoc in New York, and even half of the city's underworld at your disposal." Van chuckles inwardly, recognizing that this may indeed be Fury's ulterior motive, to pressure him on the issue of enhanced individuals before pursuing other objectives. Is he seeking to employ someone or recruit someone? Yet, he is destined to be disappointed. As for the director's intentions, to fulfill SHIELD's mandate to control dangerous targets and protect the world. "I fear you may be let down," Van replies, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Rising from his seat, he flips over a document. "A few days ago, I received permission from the White House. I shall collaborate with the United States government to establish a superhero team tasked with combating crime, safeguarding the nation, and upholding justice. I have already conceived a name for this group, the Justice League." The Black Egg, unable to conceal his astonishment, would have shown a rather unsightly expression had it not been for his dark complexion. Van chuckled. "Of course, this Justice League cannot possibly compare to SHIELD. You are affiliated with the World Security Council, while we are simply under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government and the Department of Homeland Security. Your responsibilities encompass the protection of the entire world, whereas we merely oversee this small patch of land. Your burdens are undoubtedly greater and more arduous. However, I am quite hopeful that my Justice League will assist in alleviating some of your pressures on American soil." The Black Egg remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Van, suspecting that his clandestine plans may have been compromised. What was this so-called Justice League? Sensing his silence, Van turned to the previously quiet Coulson. "This individual appears quite capable. Would you be interested in working for me? A salary of $1 million a year, complete with meals and accommodation, year-end bonuses, and comprehensive insurance. I can even assist you in winning over your beloved, ensuring you enjoy a blissful life." The Black Egg abruptly stood, his tone icy as he declared, "I take my leave." Chapter 39, Changes in the Divine Kingdom. The Black Egg departed, yet Van was aware that this matter was far from over. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. To put it bluntly, the renowned Director Fury was merely a shepherd for the Hydra organization. What was there to be boastful about? He continued orchestrating plans to usurp Hammer Industries. According to the plot of the previous films, Justin Hammer had always been at odds with Stark. Having been humiliated in the Senate Military Committee, his resentment towards Stark had only intensified. After meeting Ivan at the racetrack, he realized he could forge a partnership with him. If Ivan could assist in perfecting Hammer Industries' mechanical armor, he would secure a substantial defense contract, delivering a resounding blow to Stark. However, he did not anticipate that Ivan was far from a straightforward individual and would directly land him in prison. Yet, in this world, Anton and his son had long been under Van's control, and under normal circumstances, the racetrack incident should not have occurred. However, since he had resolved to sabotage Hammer, the attack was inevitable. Ivan Vanko was equally eager about this scheme. Thus, Ivan accepted enhancements, prepared armor, and planned to deliver a severe beating to Tony Stark at the racetrack. Afterward, he would smoothly enter prison, awaiting rescue from Justin Hammer, and then assist in crafting armor to once again thrash Iron Man. Subsequently, he would mysteriously vanish, leaving behind a legend and a lingering shadow in Stark's heart. In the course of these events, there was also a significant development, taking advantage of Iron Man's humiliation to formally launch the Justice League. After all, if Iron Man had been thoroughly beaten, who else could possibly rise to the occasion but the newly emerged Justice League? As for Hammer Industries, he had already arranged for operatives to discreetly acquire shares. Once Justin Hammer was apprehended, it would be time to act on the company. This plan required minimal intervention on his part. It could be executed methodically. Having dealt with these matters, he retrieved a list, the roster of the first-generation Justice League members: the Abomination, Colossus, Wolverine Logan, Cyclops Scott, Storm, and Jean. Additionally, there were reserve members such as Human Torch, Iceman, Nightcrawler, Deathbird, and Shadowcat among others. Besides them, there were dozens of enhanced soldiers, led by Hawkeye and Punisher Frank. Upon seeing this, he furrowed his brow. To be honest, he harbored a desire to recruit Professor Charles as well, though he was uncertain of the professor's willingness. With this thought, he opened a portal and arrived at Noah Town. After several months of development, the Divine Kingdom had undergone significant transformation. With a steady influx of population, immense changes had occurred around the town. Previously, the surrounding area was a barren wasteland for 50 to 60 kilometers, but now, that distance had expanded to over 100 kilometers. In the southern depression of the town, underground water erupted in abundance, forming a sizable lake. A few white clouds floated in the sky, creating a breathtaking scene. Simultaneously, due to the influx of mutant students from Xavier's Institute and imprisoned mutants held by Strucker, Van acquired various formidable powers. To his surprise, these abilities began to interweave and influence one another, merging and transforming within the unseen void. Ultimately, after several days of gestation, they gave birth to an entirely new and supreme ability: the Creator. This power was far from perfected, yet its potency was already evident within the Divine Kingdom. Now, with but a thought, he could orchestrate the changing of the seasons within the Divine Kingdom. With another thought, Flora could experience the cycle of life and death. Flight, electromagnetic manipulation, gravity control, fire breathing, water spewing, spatial teleportation, and immortality were all within his grasp. Thanks to his significantly enhanced control over the Divine Kingdom, he could now open multiple portals and maintain them for extended periods. This meant he could position portals around the globe, thus acquiring the ability to instantly reach any corner of the world. In Noah Town, Van encountered Professor Charles. The professor had been exceedingly busy in recent days, simultaneously helping mutants controlled by Strucker through the illusionist regain their sanity, assisting the illusionist Jason himself, and keeping an eye on Jean's condition. Jean had been in a melancholic state, with Cyclops and Wolverine continuously surrounding her, leaving only Storm to offer assistance. Upon seeing Van, he felt compelled to request help. Van did not hesitate, responding, "That shouldn't be difficult. I can first assist you in treating Jason. Once he recovers, he can naturally free those mutants from control. As for Jean Grey, that is simple as well. I can extract the Phoenix Force from within her, ensuring that even if her dark persona emerges, it will not wreak havoc." Charles furrowed his brow. "Extract the Phoenix Force? What do you mean?" Van patted his head, realizing the professor might not comprehend what the Phoenix Force entailed. It was a force that did not originate from her own being. The Phoenix Force emanated from the primordial universe, birthed at the dawn of all existence, a chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet capricious entity, a child of the cosmos. The power she wielded was merely a fraction of the Phoenix Force, and even that bestowed upon her immense strength. Should she truly awaken, neither you nor Magneto would stand a chance against her. Our current task is to prevent this power from falling into the hands of her dark persona. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for the entire world. Charles contemplated this for a moment before suddenly stating, "So, the Phoenix Force must have invaded her during her childhood, correct?" Van smiled faintly. "Indeed. So, strictly speaking, the force that caused Jean's mother's demise should be this uncontrollable power. Charles nodded. I will speak with her, if she is willing. Then I shall impose upon you. Not a problem. Vahn waved his hand dismissively. Professor, I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Justice League? Rest assured, you will contribute to the major tasks while I will not burden you with the trivial ones. What do you think? Charles nodded without hesitation and said, if the Justice League is indeed the organization that protects the world, I would gladly join at any moment. That's wonderful. Vahn rose to his feet. Let us proceed. I shall assist you in treating Jason. No, a town people's hospital. The illusion master Jason sat vacantly in a wheelchair, his gaze hollow, as if nothing could capture his attention. The professor softly introduced the situation. His mental state is severely impaired. His consciousness is muddled, seemingly trapped in a loop of a specific moment in time. I have attempted to rescue him, but his own power is formidable, and a deep-seated guilt seems to be causing him to self-punish. Vahn understood. He was likely ensnared in the nightmare of having killed his own mother. This was simple. With a mere thought, the ability of the creator was instantly activated. In an instant, it was as though he had entered a virtual reality world. He found himself in a suburban house, presumably in spring, under a radiant sun, with the lawn blooming with vibrant flowers. Jason, get up for breakfast, or you'll be late for school. As an observer, Vahn glided through the walls like a specter. Entering the house, a disheveled-haired youth descended the stairs, grumbling, Mom, you should have woken me up earlier. I'm almost late. The boy clumsily snatched a sandwich from the table. Mom, I'm off. There's an event at school today. Wait, your lunch, Jason. A woman in a floral dress hurried out, placing a plastic lunchbox into the boy's backpack. Witnessing this scene, Vahn began to comprehend. This must be a cyclical dreamscape created by Jason himself, a way for him to reminisce about his mother, whom he had tragically slain. Alas, face reality, young man. Even if it is cruel. With a wave of his hands, Vahn manifested before the fleeing youth. As the world began to peel away, collapsing around them. As they departed from that realm, Vahn accomplished much. He sealed away most of Jason's sorrow and guilt, alleviating the torment of his mind. The once dazed Jason's eyes gradually filled with light. As he regained clarity, he beheld a familiar smiling face. Jason, it has been a long time. Chapter 40, Two Canaries. This time, Vahn had effectively addressed both Charles and the illusion master. After all, awakening Jason was a trivial task for him. Upon returning from the divine realm, he swiftly managed his affairs. Just as he was about to leave for the evening, he collided with a warm, fragrant body. Upon closer inspection, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a woman with flowing brown curls, fiery red lips, and eyes shimmering with a hint of autumn's glimmer, her mouth curled into a subtle smile. I apologize, Mr. Vahn. Behind her, Felicia hurriedly introduced, Boss. This is our new administrative assistant, Natalie. She will be handling some of your work-related matters. It then dawned on Vahn that, in an effort to alleviate Felicia's workload, he had indeed been seeking an assistant. However, it was unexpected to recruit a Black Widow. The Black Egg had acted swiftly. Had she already begun her machinations? Was she here this morning to test me? Good day, sir. I am Natalie Roshman, your administrative assistant. Vahn smiled. No, I do not consent to you being my administrative assistant. The Black Widow's expression shifted, her face etched with disappointment. Is there something I have done wrong, sir? In the next moment, Vahn playfully pinched the Black Widow's cheek. From now on, you shall serve as my personal life secretary. Felicia, please recruit another administrative assistant. In truth, when Vahn reached out, the Black Widow had intended to evade, but recalling her mission, she bore it with restraint. With a forced smile, she replied, Understood, boss. As Vahn watched the Black Widow's temporary departure, a thought crossed his mind. Should he bring her into the divine realm and perhaps give her a slight mental reconditioning? A woman of such exquisite beauty would make for a splendid canary to keep. It would be a shame for her to be embroiled in a world of violence and death. At that moment, an acute sense of impending danger jolted him into alertness. Before him, flames swirled, swiftly transforming into a portal. The bald, white-clad figure descended. Greetings, Theodore Vahn. I am Ancient One. Vahn stared at her intently, and after a lengthy pause, he replied, I thought you would not arrive. Why the delay? You know me? Ancient One tilted her head. Indeed, I am a mutant with considerable abilities. I not only know of you, but many things as well. You are a mutant? A hint of mockery danced at the corner of Ancient One's mouth. Yes, Vahn affirmed with certainty. What brings the Ancient One to seek me? A few months ago, a time deity in the dark dimension fell unexpectedly, inciting chaos. I have been occupied with this matter, and upon regaining my senses, I discovered your presence on Earth. Or rather, an alien soul has emerged. Vahn's mind sharpened, ready to open a portal to flee. To be frank, Despite possessing a divine realm and the ability to enforce mental reconditioning, Vahn had refrained from causing widespread turmoil in this world out of respect for Ancient One. He also considered Odin and Zeus, who might currently be reveling with their attendants. Though the chances of the two elder gods intervening were slim, Ancient One would likely not permit this world to descend into chaos. Should she choose to target him, with his current capabilities, he could only seek refuge within the divine realm. How do you intend to handle my foreign soul? Vahn raised an eyebrow. After a moment of silence, Ancient One sighed. Normally, I would simply eliminate you. A chill swept through Vahn's heart. Is it truly that brutal? But you are different. Ancient One seemed to perceive his thoughts, her tone unexpectedly comforting. Vahn rolled his eyes. Different? I am Hydra. How could it be different? Have I overestimated you? Since your arrival, the future I have observed has become chaotic and indistinct. Even I can only glimpse a few fragmented visions. However, from those fragments, you appear to be significant. Vahn felt a slight easing of his anxiety. So, you came today merely to meet me? No, I am here to warn you. What warning? Vahn inquired, puzzled. I know you can glimpse a portion of the future. Thus, do not lightly alter the fates of those who are important. Vahn furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. Could you elucidate? What constitutes an important person, and what does fate entail? Ancient One's expression remained impassive. For instance, the woman you just encountered. You cannot confine her within your special space and transform her into your canary. Can you read minds? Vahn gasped in shock. Ancient One did not respond, instead stating coolly, should you violate the rules, our next encounter will not be so cordial. With that, she waved her hand, opening a portal, stepping through and vanishing from sight. Vahn clicked his tongue. Just wait. Once I have the capability, even you can become my old canary. Yet after conversing with Ancient One, a considerable weight lifted from his heart. Based on her demeanor, it appeared she held some trepidation towards him as well. Are you afraid of returning to the divine realm, only to succumb to darkness and wreak havoc in this world? It is perplexing. Just moments ago, she merely mentioned that one cannot alter the fates of those who are significant. Does that mean the destinies of those deemed insignificant are of no consequence? If that is the case, then many of my thoughts could indeed be set into motion, couldn't they? Hell's Kitchen, a bar shrouded in secrecy. The music blares thunderously, accompanied by a cacophony of howls, as a throng of frenzied men and women sway passionately to the rhythm. In the center of the dance floor stands a man, grinning widely with unrestrained joy. After 3 decades of singleness, the wild atmosphere of the party sends his adrenaline soaring. As the music escalates, the crowd grows increasingly frenzied, and at the peak of the revelry, the bar suddenly erupts with a spray of crimson liquid. The man, believing it to be a drink, opens his mouth in excitement, only to realize something is amiss. A metallic, sanguine scent fills the air. In the flickering glow of the colored lights, he suddenly notices that the eyes of those around him gleam with an unsettling light. He is struck with terror as he observes the sharp fangs protruding from their mouths. In a moment of disorientation, a single thought crosses his mind. Vampires. The crowd closes in around him, their claws poised, their fangs bared. In his final moments, one thought echoes in his mind. No, please. Don't let me die a virgin. He shuts his eyes, bracing for death, but instead of the anticipated pain, he hears a piercing scream amidst the raucous music. Upon opening his eyes, he sees a towering, formidable figure standing before him, a muscular man wielding a long blade and firearms, firing relentlessly. With each shot, a vampire falls, disintegrating into a cloud of ash. The vampires in the bar shriek and scatter, while the imposing figure cuts a path through them from the entrance to the stage. In a state of sheer terror, the man watches the scene unfold, and once he regains a semblance of clarity, he clutches his head and bolts for the exit. A few minutes later, a squad of enhanced officers bursts into the scene. The bar is drenched in blood, reminiscent of a gruesome massacre. Yet, astonishingly, amidst the pool of blood, not a single corpse remains, only a charred body in the corner of the bar. With his enhanced hearing, he easily discerns that this severely burned body is, against all odds, still alive. A faint heartbeat persists within. Raising an eyebrow, he wonders what manner of entity could be so peculiar. Chapter 41. I bring Pepper little strawberries. By the time Vahn learned of this news, it was already deep into the night. He made a special trip to the Nahai prison, where he encountered the vampire in the infirmary. Observing its grotesque features and sharp fangs, Vahn furrowed his brow. So, vampires truly exist in this world. Yet, how had he failed to notice them before? Their operations are indeed discreet, but this is understandable. As Vahn is aware, although these vampires are long-lived, powerful, and agile, their weaknesses are equally pronounced. They are terrified of sunlight, ultraviolet rays, garlic, and silver. Just a scratch can reduce them to mere dust, fading into nothingness. This trait confines them to the shadows, mere rats in the gutter, unable to emerge into the light. Only one exception exists, a blade warrior. The legendary Daywalker. The nemesis of vampires, capable of vanquishing blood gods, and the progenitor of vampires, Dracula himself. Target, in the coming days. Keep an eye out for a man, a black fellow named Eric Brooks. He has a companion named Whistler. Be vigilant, as you may have the opportunity to rescue him. Keep me promptly updated on any news regarding the Blade Warrior. Yes, boss. The Blade Warrior is someone he intends to recruit, though he wonders if the individual is rational or might misinterpret his intentions as those of a nefarious organization. The next day, clad in a dapper white suit and carrying a box of strawberries, Van knocked on the office door of Pepper Potts. At that moment, Pepper had just been appointed CEO of Stark Industries. As one of the company's shareholders, Van found it easy to arrange a meeting with her. Come in. A cool female voice resonated from within. Upon seeing Van, Pepper rose promptly, a smile brightening her face. Hi, it's nice to see you. We've met a few times, but we've never had a proper conversation. Van nodded with a smile. Yes, Stark brought you to several parties. We've crossed paths. They both took their seats. But before they could speak, the television blared to life. It is truly hard to believe that Stark's secretary, a girl named Pepper Potts, has been appointed CEO of Stark Industries. What qualifications does she possess? She has no management experience whatsoever. Silence. Pepper interjected, and the television fell mute instantly. That must be quite challenging, I assent it, Van said, offering a comforting smile. When my father recently passed, I hastily took over the Typhon Group, and they said the same about me. But what could I do? I was my father's only son. In the end, I managed the Typhon Group successfully, and then they dubbed me a business prodigy. You need not concern yourself with them. After all, you do not owe them any explanations. Stark believes in you. And as a minor board member, I too believe in you. That is enough. Thank you so much. Pepper replied gratefully, nodding. In truth, I am confident in my ability to manage Stark Industries. After all, I have served the more difficult Stark for many years. I just need time to prove myself. Van laughed heartily. Indeed, managing Stark is already a remarkable achievement. I have even greater confidence in you now. He then extended the strawberries he had brought. I noticed some fresh strawberries downstairs and decided to buy you a box. Oh, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Pepper's face. I'm so sorry, but I'm allergic to strawberries. Unfortunately, it's the only thing I'm allergic to in this world. Wow, that is quite unfortunate, Van replied, shaking his head apologetically. But rest assured, I'll remember your aversion to strawberries. Next time, I will certainly bring you a more suitable gift. Pepper chuckled and shook her head. You are too kind. Your words have truly lifted my spirits. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Van took his leave. However, it was evident that his true purpose for this visit was not to woo or comfort Pepper. Rather, it was to examine the three-dimensional model of the Industrial Expo area located in the corner of the office, the future key to his plans. Although it was covered by a white cloth, Van had come prepared. His lapel pin was, in fact, a mini-scanner capable of penetrating surfaces, and he had completely recorded the model. Based on this model, he could attempt to create new elements in his laboratory in the divine realm, thereby achieving a fully operational arc reactor. In this regard, he had already gained a significant lead over Stark. In truth, had it not been for the warning from the Ancient One, he would have been quite tempted to abscond with the entire model. After all, possessing the key to Stark's survival would have granted him undeniable leverage over Ironman days later, in Monaco, during the racing tournament. A grand banquet was held at the Paris Hotel, attended by social elites there to witness the race. Stark, Hammer, and even Elon Musk were present. Van, too, was in attendance, but he quietly concealed himself in the shadows, choosing not to reveal himself immediately. He observed Stark and Hammer engaged in a verbal spar, with the latter, of course, emerging thoroughly humiliated. The stunning journalist Christine's attention was entirely devoted to Stark, rendering her polite gestures towards Hammer somewhat half-hearted. After a brief exchange, he noticed Iron Man discreetly exiting the soiree. He was aware that this individual was currently ensnared by the affliction of palladium poisoning, feeling that his time was limited, thus intending to indulge himself. He was likely on his way to the racetrack. Meanwhile, the enchanting Pepper Potts sat alone at a table by the window. Vaughn adjusted his appearance, straightened his back, and approached Pepper's table, wearing a gentlemanly smile. How could anyone bear to leave such a beautiful lady alone here? He remarked, pulling out a chair and taking a seat. Pepper's expression brightened at his presence. Mr. Vaughn, what brings you here? She inquired. I found myself with some spare time and decided to witness the exhilarating atmosphere, Vaughn replied with a smile. How have things been lately? Are you finding your footing with the company? Pepper sighed, It's a complete mess. Even attempting to understand the personnel in each department has proven to be quite the challenge. Do not be concerned. This is entirely normal. After all, Stark Industries employs thousands of individuals across hundreds of departments. I have faith in you, Vaughn reassured her. Oh, by the way, Vaughn exclaimed, tapping his forehead. I've prepared a gift for you, and I hope you will like it. He then revealed a beautifully crafted jewelry box. Upon opening it, inside lay a stunning amethyst necklace. Vaughn took out the necklace, his tone slightly exaggerated. To be honest, I was surprised that such a lovely lady as yourself has an empty neck. I believe only this necklace is worthy of adorning you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Pepper's eyes, and she quickly replied, This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Pepper, grant me this opportunity. Consider it a penance for the strawberries, he implored. No, you've done nothing wrong. I just cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Pepper hastily clarified. You need not overthink it. Alternatively, you may view it as a token from your employer to an employee, even if I possess little stock in the company, Vaughn suggested. Pepper hesitated. Indeed, such a beautiful necklace would appeal to nearly any woman. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she chose to shake her head. With a hint of resignation, Vaughn proposed, How about this, Pepper? Why not wear the necklace for now? And should Stark gift you a new one, you may return this to me if you wish. Pepper paused, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Mr. Vaughn, I'm not sure what you're implying. He wouldn't him, while it may seem somewhat abrupt. I must say, outsiders can often see things more clearly, Vaughn interjected. Pepper defended. We share a purely professional relationship. He is my ordinary boss. And I am merely his employee. There is nothing more. So, you wouldn't want him to gift you a necklace? Vaughn inquired with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Wouldn't you be curious to see how long it takes for the necklace I gifted you to be replaced? Pepper furrowed her brow, genuinely contemplating the question. Vaughn continued earnestly. Pepper, despite Stark's seemingly charming demeanor, he fundamentally lacks an understanding of love. At present, he simply has yet to recognize his own heart. While you should tolerate his ignorance and clumsiness, perhaps a little provocation could be beneficial. Pepper's interest piqued. I can return it to you at any time, correct? Absolutely. Vaughn nodded with a smile, then gently asked, May I place it around your neck? Pepper shyly nodded. Vaughn moved behind her and delicately adorned her with the necklace. Inwardly, he felt triumphant, thinking, Stark, oh Stark, you relished berating me at the banquet, did you? I shall see how you remove this thorn. Chapter 42, Daywalker. The ensuing events unfolded much as they did in the original narrative. At the racetrack, Ivan Vanko arrived punctually. However, with Vaughn's support, his armor appeared significantly more refined. Conversely, Stark found himself in a rather dire predicament. Ultimately, he emerged victorious against his opponent at the expense of his suitcase armor, battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Vanko, having sustained minimal injuries, calmly surrendered when he sensed the tide turning against him. Enraged, Stark could not bring himself to assault a captive in broad daylight, even managing a semblance of a smile as he was escorted away by the police. Frustrated, Stark's blood pressure spiked, and he unleashed a tirade on live television, igniting quite a controversy. At the soiree, Pepper had long since gone to offer her support. Vaughn scanned the vicinity and, as expected, spotted Justin Hammer, his eyes fixed on the television screen, brimming with excitement. The fish had taken the bait, and the play was underway. Shortly after returning to New York, he received a detailed investigation report from Hawkeye regarding the vampires. According to the information, there existed a vampire council in New York, responsible for the governance and control of vampires in the city and its surroundings. Ostensibly, they masqueraded as a large financial real estate firm. Within the council, those eligible for the position of director were predominantly pure-blood vampires, with one notable exception, Frost, a clever and powerful post-human vampire. It was his diligence that sustained the council's prosperity. However, he harbored ambitions for the position of council leader. Thus, on a clear and bright dawn, he invited the former council leader, Gaetano, to witness the sunrise. In the golden light of morning, Gaetano was reduced to ashes. Through his brutality and strength, Frost ascended to the position of council leader. Meanwhile, the Blade, who had been pursuing the vampires, uncovered some clues suggesting that Frost was entangled in a more sinister plot, seemingly connected to the Blood God. However, this mission had not gone particularly smoothly, leaving him with considerable injuries. Although his constitution allowed him to recover overnight, he was currently grappling with an overwhelming thirst for blood. When Vaughn and Hawkeye approached, Blade was struggling to suppress this insatiable craving. Blade and his old friend Whistler were evidently skeptical of strangers. Following Hawkeye's amiable introduction, Vaughn finally earned the right to sit down and converse calmly. Who are you? Whistler inquired, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Vaughn shrugged. We are a team of superhuman management certified by the White House and the Department of Homeland Security. According to regulations, you are required to comply with our oversight, and I hope you will assist me in my work." Blade and Whistler exchanged glances, clearly noncommittal. Whistler scoffed. "You? What gives you the authority to manage me?" "Strength," Vahn declared, gesturing towards a nearby table, causing a bullet to fly toward him. He then slightly spread his fingers, reducing the silver bullet to mere powder in an instant. Blade's eyes widened. What immense power! Whistler looked on, incredulous. Just moments ago, they had been engaged with Hawkeye, and he had assumed this impeccably dressed young man was ordinary, only to realize he was astonishingly formidable. Observing the silence between the two, Vahn smirked. "It appears you are yet to comprehend the extent of my prowess. Are you aware of the incident that obliterated half a street in New York a few days ago? Both the assailant and the victim are now under my command." Vahn arrogantly gestured towards the multitude of agents behind him, declaring, "I have over 100 bodyguards just like myself. Furthermore, I possess the means to procure any aircraft, artillery, or naval vessels you can imagine." Blade and Whistler exchanged glances before Blade furrowed his brow. "If you are in charge of managing superhumans, why do you neglect the vampires? Are you oblivious to their existence? Or do you deliberately condone their actions?" The chill in his voice was unmistakable. Vahn shook his head with a sigh. "I recognize that vampires inflict considerable harm upon this world, and I deeply lament it. However, all responsibilities and transgressions should rightly be attributed to S.H.I.E.L.D. and that vile black egg. We are in no way implicated." With an expression of feigned compassion, Vahn continued, "This so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. is tasked with safeguarding the globe, operating under the directives of a World Council. Yet, without a doubt, they have failed in their duty. Thus, I have arrived. I shall rally the banner and sound the battle cry, assuming the grave responsibility of protecting this land." Gazing at the two before him, Vahn asserted, "My purpose today is not necessarily to enlist you under my banner. I have my own plans for eradicating the vampires. Your assistance would result in fewer casualties. Your refusal would lead to increased loss of life and shattered families. I do not compel you. It is entirely voluntary." Blade's lips twitched with skepticism. "You truly do not compel others, do you? With you managing superhumans, I foresee an inevitable downfall." He and Whistler exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. "If the goal is to eliminate vampires, we are certainly willing to collaborate with you. However, as for accepting your oversight," Whistler spoke solemnly, "we find it unnecessary. The eradication of vampires has always been our objective. We have pursued this path before and shall continue to do so." Vahn chuckled, bemused by their arrogance. "Very well. However, allow me to forewarn you. Should you opt not to join us, once I have thoroughly annihilated the vampires, you may as well retreat into obscurity. This world will not always require a daywalker. We will establish a new order, one that will not accommodate your kind." Blade felt a jolt of apprehension. Such words were undeniably audacious. Whistler, however, bore a hint of derision. "Thoroughly eradicate vampires. Those vermin infest every corner of the globe. How do you plan to achieve such a feat? A vampire plague? What?" Whistler and Blade exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unaware of what a vampire plague entailed. Blade hastily inquired, "What do you mean? What is a vampire plague?" Vahn shrugged. "Internal confidentiality, no further information." Blade's dark complexion deepened with frustration. Rising from his seat, Vahn added, "In the future, should you uncover any leads, feel free to contact Hawkeye. Oh, and regarding that insatiable thirst for blood within you, I possess a remedy. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out." As Vahn departed, Whistler suddenly remarked to Blade, "If what he claims is true, you should seek him out. Otherwise, you will inevitably lose control." Blade's gaze grew contemplative. "We shall see." Meanwhile, Vahn remained vigilant, closely monitoring Iron Man's activities. Tony Stark, having narrowly escaped death at the racetrack, continued to flaunt his audacity, unrepentant and unabashed. Under the looming threat of mortality, he threw an extravagant birthday bash. Clad in his iron suit, he indulged in reckless revelry, his behavior utterly debauched. His close friend, Colonel Rhodes, donned his own suit and engaged in a fierce duel with him at the party, only to storm off in anger afterward. The following morning, the Black Egg sought out Iron Man, providing him with an antidote that temporarily alleviated his poisoning symptoms and offered clues regarding a new element. As for Justin Hammer, he had long since arranged for Ivan to be liberated from the prison in Monaco. At that moment, Ivan was being transported to Hammer Industries factory for the development of battle armor. Chapter 43, Stark Gifts Pepper Strawberries. At the seaside, along a straight stretch of asphalt, a silver sports car sped by, kicking up a cloud of dust. Upon passing a strawberry stand, the car abruptly halted. It was Tony Stark, who exchanged an expensive watch for a handful of strawberries. Soon after, he arrived at Stark Tower, entering the office of the newly appointed CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts. Upon his arrival, Pepper was on a phone call, clearly grappling with some pressing issues. The television news anchor continued to question her qualifications for the CEO position. Stark approached with a contrite demeanor. "I sincerely apologize for not being entirely forthright with you before. I have come today solely to reconcile." Yet, Pepper remained visibly upset. Stark's recent reckless behavior had undoubtedly increased her pressures at work and in life. Thus, she remained silent, fixing him with a frosty glare. Clearing his throat, Stark began. "Do you realize how fleeting life is?" "I have never had the chance to express," he hesitated, his words tumbling over one another. "Of course. I have only recently come to understand this, and it does not matter. No, I mean it does matter, but I do not expect you." What I mean is stop," Pepper interjected, furrowing her brow. "I truly cannot comprehend what you are trying to say. However, Tony, I am attempting to manage a global corporation. Do you have any idea how difficult that is? Yet, at this critical juncture, you have chosen to create even more chaos for me. Government officials call daily, and the stock market is in turmoil. This is the task you entrusted to me, and I am striving to fulfill it. Do you understand?" Stark looked like a chastised child, opening his mouth yet unsure of what to say. Then, Pepper's gaze fell upon the strawberries he had brought. "Do you know that I am only allergic to one thing in the world? Strawberries," Stark replied with exasperation. After a moment of silence, Pepper, still sulking, added, "Some people only need to be told once, and they remember." "And you, Tony?" Stark, still attempting to defend himself, replied, "I knew you had a connection to strawberries. See, this is progress. Wait, who remembers after one time?" Just then, Stark's former bodyguard, Happy, burst through the door, reminding Pepper that it was time for her flight. Pepper rose. "Since you are here, I might as well take care of some personal belongings." She left with Happy, and just as the door closed, she touched the necklace around her neck. Stark remained oblivious, yet she appeared momentarily troubled. Stark stood, tossing the strawberries into the trash bin. And just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a three-dimensional model of the Stark Expo Industrial Park in the corner. His brow furrowed, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. Meanwhile, at Hammer Industries, Ivan, who had been lurking for some time, completed his anticipated work. He had modified numerous robots. Although individually weak, they could collectively triumph in battle. Justin Hammer was pleased with his work, though he harbored ulterior motives of keeping Ivan under house arrest to exploit his value. According to his scheme, the combat robots were set to debut at tonight's highly anticipated press conference. At that moment, he would officially triumph over Iron Man, securing substantial military contracts and ascending to the pinnacle of his life. In the Stark Tower, Black Widow Natasha entered after knocking, clad in a professional suit that accentuated her graceful demeanor. "Boss, there's a Hammer Industries launch event tonight, and I've brought you an invitation. Do you plan to attend?" "Of course, we must go," Tony Stark replied, taking the invitation from Black Widow, glancing at it with a smile. "Look here," it states, "this will be a historic launch. From this day forth, the nature of warfare will undergo a seismic transformation, sparking a societal upheaval." Tony turned to the strikingly beautiful Black Widow and inquired, "Natasha, what is your perspective? It's hard to believe that Hammer Industries possesses such capabilities." "Oh," Tony narrowed his eyes. "Hammer Industries is valued at billions of dollars and is a key supplier to the Department of Defense. Are you suggesting they lack such power?" Black Widow chuckled softly. "That's merely my personal view. However, everyone is undoubtedly more optimistic about Stark Industries." "That makes sense. Prepare yourself, change into an evening gown, and we shall attend the launch together." "Understood, boss." Tony observed Black Widow's retreating figure, well aware that she harbored reservations about him. Yet, this thorny rose truly captivated him. It was no wonder that anyone without a certain inclination towards her would likely be a eunuch or a sheep. Just seeing her suddenly reminded Tony of another person, Betty Ross, the only other woman capable of taming the green behemoth, whom he had encountered once before. With this thought in mind, he seized the phone. "Felicia, General Ross has a daughter. I don't care what methods you employ, bring her to Stark Industries." After conveying this directive, Tony gestured and activated a portal. In Noah's town, he convened the Justice League for the first time. Professor Charles, Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm, Colossus, and Venom were all present. "Everyone, a new summons has arisen. Tonight, there is a military launch event, and I've received intel that an incident may occur. To be on the safe side, I intend to take you all to the venue." Professor Charles replied, "No problem. That is precisely why we joined the Justice League." "Excellent. Let us depart." To avoid drawing attention, The professor and the others utilized a fixed portal to reach the Typhon Manor in New Jersey, while Tony returned to Stark Tower. That night, the sky was adorned with shimmering stars. Upon arriving at the launch event, Tony was accompanied by the 6 members of the Justice League and dozens of enhanced soldiers led by Frank. They were all clad in matching uniforms emblazoned with a prominent J, encircled to form the number 6. The J represented the initial of justice, while the 6 denoted the 6 founding members. An ingenious concept, albeit one inspired by the Avengers. They awaited outside the venue, refraining from entering directly. Tony, dressed in a sultry burgundy evening gown, sought out Pepper Potts to watch the proceedings together. As the event commenced, according to plan, Ivan should have already placed a provocative call to Iron Man. At this moment, Stark was en route. On stage, Justin Hammer fervently introduced the robots: Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps. Finally, amidst his fervent shouts, the war machine, piloted by Colonel Rhodes, ascended from the center of the stage. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. A streak of light sliced through the air and landed directly on stage. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers. The familiar gold and red armor belonged to none other than Iron Man himself. Stark wasted no time, confronting Hammer directly. Where is he? Where is Ivan? Of course, Justin Hammer was reluctant to divulge, stammering incoherently. At that moment, the stage's robotic armors detected Iron Man's presence, and the annihilation protocol was immediately initiated. The armors Ivan had created in this timeline were far more formidable than those depicted in the films, requiring no remote control. After all, he and his father, Anton Vanko, had devoted years to perfecting the armors. Even a few of their technological advancements would be more than enough to give Stark a run for his money. On stage, War Machine's armor was also commandeered. For the safety of the audience, Iron Man had no choice but to lure the adversaries into the skies. Chapter 44, Saving Iron Man. Iron Man took flight, but the calamity had only just begun. The dozens of robotic armors scattered, with several Air Force suits taking to the skies to encircle Stark. The remaining Army, Navy, and Marine armors seemed to be executing a specific strategy, disregarding the crowd and buildings as they barreled toward their predetermined targets, causing considerable collateral damage. Tony shielded Pepper and Natasha as they navigated to the back of the launch event. Justin Hammer was there, yelling at the staff, "Shut them down. Turn them off now." The control personnel at the computers frantically typed, but ultimately could only report with glum faces. "Boss, we can't shut them down." Pepper was furious, exclaiming, "What is going on? How could you dare showcase such a product?" Upon seeing the 3 approach, Justin Hammer grew even more agitated, blocking their path with outstretched arms. "Leave. This is not a place for you." Tony sneered. "Even now, you wish to conceal the truth? What is really happening? This is merely a technical issue. It will be resolved shortly." "You." Pepper's words were cut off as Tony interjected. "How can you still lie at a time like this? Do you have any idea how many people are getting hurt out there?" Nearby, Black Widow was in a state of distress, wanting nothing more than to pin Justin Hammer down and demand answers. Yet, as an undercover operative, she felt torn between revealing her identity or continuing her mission. Justin Hammer persisted in his defiance. If Iron Man hadn't shown up to cause chaos, none of this would have happened. Tony, observing the anxious expressions of Pepper and Black Widow, believed the charade had run its course. It was time to demonstrate his prowess as a man. He stepped forward, seizing Justin Hammer's right arm and pinning him against the table, demanding, "Speak. Who was behind this disruption?" Hammer winced in pain, struggling, but Tony applied more pressure, and he could bear it no longer. Ivan Vanko. Where is he?" "In my factory." Upon hearing this, Black Widow instinctively turned, intending to rush to the factory to stop Ivan. However, Tony pulled her back into his embrace. "You're a woman. Stay here. That place is too dangerous." "I'll go." He then turned to Pepper. "Call the police immediately. I'm going to stop Ivan Vanko." Pepper, filled with gratitude, replied, "Please be careful." Outside the launch event, the surrounding police had already been alerted, but they were powerless against the iron behemoths. The events transpiring here quickly reached the White House, the New York government, and various media outlets. In no time, several news helicopters were en route, and households were glued to their televisions, monitoring the situation. The members of the Justice League gathered in unison, with Professor Charles taking charge of the command. According to the prior arrangement, Storm, along with Frank, led the enhanced soldiers to evacuate the crowd. The team comprising Abomination and Cyclops was tasked with annihilating the mechanical armors, while Steel and Wolverine formed another squad for the same purpose. Remember, our primary objective is the protection of the populace. The destruction of the armors is our secondary goal. At this moment, as Iron Man attracted the majority of the enemy fire, it was the opportune moment for rescuing the civilians. Hurry! Instantly, everyone sprang into action. Upon reaching the underground parking lot of the press conference, an enhanced soldier was prepared with a vehicle. They promptly departed for Hammer Industries. Vahn gazed out the window, aware that there would likely be casualties in New York tonight. Nevertheless, he orchestrated the events from behind the scenes. For him, tonight was merely a minor skirmish compared to the forthcoming Battle of New York. Following tonight's chaos, he intended to urge Mayor George to develop a comprehensive disaster invasion response plan and conduct drills. This would maximize the chances of minimizing casualties in the future. In a sense, it was an act of benevolence. Moreover, after tonight, his secret recruitment of residents from the divine realm would proceed more smoothly. Given that the multiple crises in New York had already left its inhabitants in a state of trepidation. In the White House, the president, along with the Secretary of Homeland Security and the Secretary of Defense, watched the unfolding events in New York via live television. The president's expression soured. Did Stark not claim that no one could produce armors within a decade? What is happening? The Secretary of Defense rubbed his temples. These are not armors. They resemble robots more closely. The president shot him a glance. You propose a solution. The secretary faltered, biting his lip. Shall we deploy the F-22s? To do what? Bomb New York? That is utterly foolish. The president rolled his eyes. The Secretary of Defense lowered his gaze, questioning whether the military could even manage the situation in New York. Why not involve the National Guard? Just then, the television screen shifted dramatically, revealing a mechanical armor sprinting at high speed. Directly opposite, a car with a damaged and dented door contained a family of three, their faces etched with despair as they desperately shook the door, unable to escape. The mechanical armor seemed utterly indifferent to the vehicle, with its power and velocity. It could easily send the car flying. Viewers watching the live broadcast collectively held their breath at the perilous scene. The Jack family was en route home after a shopping trip when, for reasons unknown, the streets suddenly filled with panicked individuals. Caught off guard, Jack collided with a truck, rendering the door inoperable. Suddenly, a massive mechanical armor charged towards them. As tragedy loomed, Jack sensed a tremor approaching from behind. Above, a colossal yellow figure descended from the sky. Before the mechanical armor could react, the yellow entity descended like a meteor, flesh against steel. What unfolded next left everyone in profound shock. The mechanical armor crashed violently to the ground, followed by the yellow figure's fists, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. In mere moments, fiery sparks erupted as the mechanical armor was reduced to a heap of scrap. The yellow creature let out a primal roar and leaped several stories high, disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, Cyclops stood alone before three mechanical armors. He flashed a slight smile, his eyes suddenly emitting searing red lasers. When he turned around, the three mechanical armors had been severed in half. Back in the White House, a smirk of satisfaction tugged at the president's lips. Behold, this is the Justice League I set into motion. What do you think? The others exchanged glances, compelled to compliment. The president's wisdom is unparalleled. Vahn finally arrived at Hammer Industries, not with the intention of apprehending Ivan. In fact, prior to his arrival, all the guards had already been eliminated. Enhanced by second-rate super soldier serum, Ivan could easily accomplish this. Subsequently, Vahn activated the teleportation portal, allowing a contingent of enhanced soldiers to emerge. He clapped his hands. Take all the weapons, production materials, and classified documents from Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer was nothing but a fool. Ivan, lazily chewing on a toothpick, leaned beside him. Boss, should we bring out the crimson armor for a spin? Although it's not in its complete form, it's still formidable enough to outclass Stark. Vahn patted his shoulder. Let us save that for another time. Look for opportunities ahead. And don't always fixate on Iron Man. Aim higher. You performed admirably this time, and your role in saving the world will be crucial in the future. Boss, do we really need to paint that picture for me? Ivan retorted, exasperated. My father is in your hands. What can I do? Meanwhile, high above, Iron Man Stark was struggling. He was astonished to discover that these mechanical armors were far stronger than he had anticipated. Their flying maneuvers, combat techniques, and turning angles appeared remarkably polished. Even when compared to his database, they were not at a disadvantage. In such a scenario, compounded by the presence of the controlled war machine, he found himself in a precarious situation. At last, following a sharp turn, he was suddenly struck by ground fire. Caught off guard, his flight trajectory was disrupted, and he crashed to the ground, leaving a long black streak behind. Sir, we have been hit, Jarvis reported. I know. Stark gritted his teeth. Realizing he had underestimated that Russian, Justin Hammer had made a shrewd choice this time. When Iron Man stood once more, he found himself nearly encircled. with foes both above and below. Almost immediately, he noticed the barrel of the Gatling gun on War Machine's shoulder beginning to whirl. "Rhodey, don't shoot me." The tremendous impact forced him back down. With no alternative, he activated his thrusters, skimming along the ground. However, in his panic, he lost his sense of direction and soon collided head-on with a solid object. Dazed, he looked up to find himself face-to-face with Hammer Industries' land combat mechanical armor. "Oh, darling, you're much larger than I anticipated." Before he could finish his thought, the mechanical armor executed a suplex, leaving Stark bewildered on the ground. "Sir, multiple soft tissue contusions detected." "Guess what? I detected that as well." Before he could rise, the mechanical armor lunged towards him, pinning him down. "No. The ones who pinned me down before were always the cover girls." Bang! Another mechanical armor leaped onto him, its claws anchoring it firmly to the ground. Stark was desperate. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, a muscular figure descended from the sky. Wolverine sprang forth like a nimble leopard, his sharp adamantium claws slicing through the air, effortlessly dismantling two mechanical armors. Simultaneously, a massive silver-skinned giant successfully subdued War Machine. Meanwhile, a blazing red laser swept across the field, decapitating all standing mechanical armors. Iron Man rose from the ground, somewhat dazed, and gazed at the group before him. "Who are you?" Wolverine pointed to the emblem on his chest, Justice League Squad. "Under the Department of Homeland Security." "I had no idea the Department of Homeland Security had such a division." "Just established," they replied. Stark, astonished, inquired, "A new coalition? You all appear remarkably impressive." Meanwhile, Steel Colossus struggled to grasp the legs of the War Machine. "Would you both lend a hand first?" It was then that Iron Man recalled, "Rod, I'm on my way." As the last of the armored adversaries was vanquished by the lightning summoned by Storm, the battle in New York reached its conclusion. However, the repercussions of this conflict were only just beginning. Chapter 45, S-H-I-E-L-D. Your authority is indeed formidable. The following morning, on television, the owner of the Horn of Liberty, Jonathan, was exuberantly roaring. "Just yesterday, our illustrious Justice League successfully thwarted a nefarious plot. They not only rescued Mr. Stark, the catalyst of this calamity, but also safeguarded the citizens of New York. This is a triumph for democracy, for freedom, and for the United States of America. Let us applaud them. The erudite mutant Professor Charles, the valiant Cyclops, Scott, the graceful and generous Storm, Aurora, the tenacious Wolverine, Logan, the indomitable Steel Colossus, Nikolai, and the reformed and justice-seeking behemoth, Blonsky. They shall be the new heroes of America." At S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Director Nick Fury, with gritted teeth, watched the broadcast. "That old rogue must have been bribed. Nonsense, Justice League. Rubbish, Theodore Vahn. Thankfully, I have contacts in the White House who know it was you orchestrating this. You profit from my funds and dare to pilfer my ideas. Shameless scoundrel. Even your emblem bears a striking resemblance to the Avengers, and you have the audacity to claim you are not plagiarizing? My plans must have been leaked. There's a traitor within S-H-I-E-L-D. He huffed for a while until he received a phone call, and upon answering, he heard Coulson's voice. "Director, the object that fell from the sky has been located. You won't believe it, it's a hammer. Bring it back. Something that falls from the heavens must be extraordinary. The problem is, we can't lift it." "What?" Fury's blood pressure surged again. "You can't lift a hammer? You surely must be the traitor." At the Typhon building, Vannon had just concluded a conversation with the president. Black Widow entered. "Boss, the private jet is ready for you. Shall we depart now?" "Of course, though we may already be late." Vannon looked at Black Widow, suddenly struck by a thought. "Natasha, you've worked for me for quite some time, and I find you quite impressive. I wish to assign you a new task." "I'm at your service, boss," Black Widow replied with a professional smile. "I consider you one of my own, hence I reveal to you a monumental secret. There exists a breed of vampire that sustains itself by feeding on human blood. They are ferocious, powerful, and malevolent, preying upon humanity, effectively our species' greatest adversary. Yet, they are currently rampant across the globe. Clearly, our government and certain entities that ought to protect this world have failed in their duty. Therefore, I intend to undertake this noble, vital, and arduous task." At this juncture, he paused to observe Black Widow's expression. She feigned surprise, but internally harbored a thought. Could that negligent entity you speak of be S-H-I-E-L-D? Noticing her silence, Van In continued, "I know a vampire hunter named Eric Brooks. His life has been tragically marred. He grew up without parents and devoted himself entirely to the eradication of vampires. While I am away from New York, keep an eye on him. Should he encounter difficulties, ensure his needs are met, And if he is in danger, inform me promptly. Sure, of course. Natasha maintained her facade, appearing somewhat flustered. However, the matter of vampires had never piqued her interest. Were they real? In New Mexico, Vahn had brought a considerable entourage, including Professor Charles, the illusionist Jason, Storm, Frank, and a squad of enhanced soldiers. Upon disembarking from the plane, his objective was unequivocal, disregarding Thor's current recovery and heading straight to the location of the hammer. As in the movies, the scene had already been secured by Coulson and his team. Their vehicles raced in, quickly triggering the opposing side's alert. Vahn lingered in the vehicle until Coulson emerged, at which point he elegantly alighted. Upon seeing Vahn, Coulson's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Indeed, as he approached, Theodore Vahn adjusted his sunglasses and dramatically brandished a signed order from the Department of Homeland Security, by the authority of the Department of Homeland Security of the United States of America. I am now in charge here. Agent Coulson, perhaps you should gather your belongings and depart? Coulson remained impassive. I'm afraid, Mr. Vahn. I have not received any directive from my superiors. An order personally signed by the Secretary of Homeland Security, and you haven't even glanced at it? S-H-I-E-L-D truly is domineering. Coulson's expression hardened. S-H-I-E-L-D possesses law enforcement authority in the United States. And we were the first to discover this matter. Thus we believe we have the right to act first. How intriguing, on American soil. Yet the orders of the United States cannot be executed. Vahn chuckled. You might find this hard to believe, but prior to boarding the plane today, I had a conversation with the president. I wagered with him, stating that in the face of S-H-I-E-L-D, this order would be no more valuable than scrap paper. It appears I have one. Upon hearing this, Coulson's face paled, and he quickly clarified. That is not the case at all. I merely believe we have priority in enforcement. There are absolutely no other implications. Action speaks louder than words, Agent Coulson. With that, Vahn wasted no time and led his team into the fray. Coulson's expression shifted multiple times, but ultimately, he did not intervene. Behind him, Sitwell observed the dashing and impressive Vahn, internally marveling. It had been quite some time since S-H-I-E-L-D faced such a setback. He truly was the most promising head of Hydra. At that moment, Coulson hurriedly instructed Sitwell, you go in first. I will immediately report the situation to the director. Once Vahn and his team entered, he wasted no words and swiftly took control of the scene. Sitwell feigned to obstruct him a couple of times, pretending to be displeased. Subsequently, Vahn encountered Hawkeye for the first time, who had never tasted defeat in battle. Upon seeing Vahn, he queried, perplexed, Sitwell, who are they? I am the head of the Justice League, Mr. Barton. Hawkeye was astonished. He was well aware of the Avengers initiative and knew that earlier that day, the director was quite agitated about it. And now, his adversary stood before him. The crucial matter was that Coulson had allowed him entry. How did you manage to get in here? This is a S-H-I-E-L-D controlled area. Just moments ago, he had been at the door, unaware of what transpired. Vahn smiled. Coulson and I are old friends. My entry was merely a matter of a word. His affairs are my affairs. And I am certainly here to assist. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. This seems to violate protocol, does it not? Are you two harboring some undisclosed secret? In the morning, the director was still searching for the traitor related to the Justice League. What a coincidence. Sitterville had intended to maintain silence, allowing Hawkeye to remain under a misapprehension. Yet he was genuinely fearful of Coulson turning against him. Thus, he hastily clarified, Barton, this Mr. Vahn comes bearing orders from the Department of Homeland Security. We are quite powerless in this situation. Homeland Security? Hawkeye's skepticism deepened. When have we ever cared for such rotten fish? This must be an excuse. Coulson returned from his phone call with a scowl, his demeanor decidedly unpleasing as he issued a command to the S-H-I-E-L-D personnel. We are withdrawing. Vahn bore a sincere smile. Is that it? Why not stay for dinner? After securing the base, Vahn found himself with little to do. Now he merely needed to wait for Thor to walk into the trap. However, upon turning around, he noticed a pile of instruments in the corner. He recognized these as the research materials of Lady Thor, Jane Foster. Should he seize the opportunity to garner some favor? Chapter 46. Loki. Thor, your father is gone. In the dead of night, Vahn was enjoying tea with Professor Charles. Professor, this exquisite Longjing tea was specially brought back from Huaxia. How does it taste? The professor took a delicate sip, smiling as he replied, it is indeed quite delightful. He then furrowed his brow. Mr. Vahn, what exactly is the purpose of our visit? Is it for that hammer? As he spoke, he turned to glance outside, where a deep pit housed the hammer of the thunder god. Professor, do you recall the deities I once spoke of? They have indeed arrived. The professor looked momentarily taken aback, glancing again at the hammer. A flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. Looking at this hammer, could it be that? Vahn grinned widely, the son of Odin, Thor. The professor trembled slightly, slowly articulating a deity? What may he bring us? Disaster, yet also aid. Many matters lie beyond our control, in this world, in this universe. Earth is but a feeble planet. All we can do is strive to our utmost. The professor frowned deeply. Is there truly no way? Not necessarily. What method? The professor inquired urgently. The professor interjected. Or perhaps the realm of gods. Vahn shrugged. Once you grasp this secret, you must assist me diligently. Furthermore, I bear good news. Tonight, you may find yourself facing a deity. The professor, surprised, had no time to inquire further as Storm came to inform them that the show was about to commence. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the base, the simple-minded strong man was struggling with the barbed wire perimeter. Devoid of divine power, even these mundane obstacles proved troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being monitored. Just then, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour, as if the Almighty himself were providing cover. Vahn gestured to Frank. There should be another female doctor accompanying him. With the rain so heavy, please search the vicinity and bring her here. After this, he redirected his attention to the monitor. On the other side, Thor successfully navigated the barbed wire and stealthily infiltrated the base. He progressed without encountering a single enemy, a sense of pride swelling within him. Just as I thought. Not only am I a formidable warrior, but I can also excel as a stealthy assassin. Upon reaching the hammer, a smile broke across Thor's face. The mighty Thor returns. He grasped the hammer's handle, envisioning countless bolts of thunder descending upon him, still the dashing Asgardian warrior. Yet, when he attempted to lift it, he felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. He could not budge it. His faith crumbled within him. Desperately, he exerted all his strength again, but to no avail. No, I cannot become the mighty Thor after all, no. In despair, Thor howled to the heavens, his voice filled with sorrow and pain, evoking pity. He knelt on the ground, murmuring to himself, I am worthless, a useless being. At that moment, he was surrounded by Vahn's enhanced soldiers. Meanwhile, Storm handed Jane Foster a dry towel. Vahn gestured to a steaming cup of coffee on the table. With the rain's chill, warm yourself. Jane appeared wary. Why are you capturing me? Vahn smiled, pointing to the instruments in the corner. Your belongings are ready to be returned. What? Didn't you just take them from me? Miss Foster, allow me to clarify. It was not I, nor any of us, who seized your instruments. It was a brutish organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. As for us, we are the Justice League, dedicated to safeguarding the lives and property of the American people. Such acts of forcibly seizing a citizen's property are beneath my dignity. These instruments are your possessions. Naturally, we shall return them to their rightful owner. This declaration left Jane astonished, stuttering. Then, what about this S.H.I.L.D.? Oh, those who disrespect the people and seize property have been driven away by me. Regrettably, their influence spans the globe. They are numerous, powerful, technologically advanced, and even possess many extraordinary individuals. Even the White House must concede to them, leaving me no choice but to let them depart without punishment. After hearing this, Jane's previous negative impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. transformed into utter disdain. I am so grateful to you. Those were my lifetime's research materials. And many instruments I crafted myself, worth more than gold. No need for thanks. Miss Foster, you may take them now. Jane hesitated, taken aback. About to speak, but faltering. Vahn feigned realization. Oh, the rain is still pouring. If you don't mind, you could wait, or even stay the night. Jane shook her head, struggling to find the words. Earlier, was there a man who barged in? Across from her, Vahn regarded her with a knowing look. In the makeshift holding cell, Thor was despondent, as if mourning a loss. Even when Jane Foster visited him, he hardly reacted. Forced by circumstances, Jane had no choice but to leave temporarily. Yet, a figure invisible to the ordinary I materialized in the holding cell after Jane's departure. Brother, what are you doing here? Clad in a trench coat with a scarf adorned with gray-green patterns, it was none other than Asgard's proud second princess, the god of mischief, Loki. I must see you. What has transpired? A sense of foreboding washed over Thor. Is it related to the Jotunheim incident? Allow me to explain to Father. Father is dead. What? Shock flooded Thor's features, disbelief etched across his face. Loki's expression was heavy with sorrow, his green eyes glistening with unshed tears. You have been exiled. The threat of war was too much for him to bear. Loki sighed deeply. Do not blame yourself. I know you loved him. I advised Father. Yet he insisted on punishing you. How cruel it was to strip you of your powers while placing the hammer within your reach. Loki's voice bore a weight of responsibility. The burden of the throne now rests upon me. Fear not, I shall govern Asgard well. Thor looked up, his tone filled with sorrow and humility. Can I return home? Loki shook his head remorsefully. One of the conditions for ceasing hostilities with Jotunheim was your exile. Mother also wishes for you not to return for the time being. I am sorry, brother. Thor was enveloped in sorrow. It is I who should apologize. Dear brother, I am truly sorry. Farewell, brother. As Loki turned, a sly smirk of triumph crept across his lips, for he planned to test whether he could lift the hammer of the thunder god. However, as he took a step forward, the scene before him abruptly transformed. He found himself in an endless expanse of snow. What was happening? Loki blinked in confusion. Has my magic faltered? That cannot be. I am renowned as the mightiest sorcerer across the 9 realms. Could it be? A sudden jolt of realization struck him. Am I being deceived? Chapter 47. Asgard, I have set my sights on you. In the hammer base, Loki stood at the threshold of the confinement chamber, his eyes vacant and his body motionless. Beside him, Professor Charles and the illusion master Jason were drenched in sweat. The professor exclaimed urgently, he is immensely powerful. We cannot hold out for long. This is the trap set by Vahn for the second princess of Asgard, His Highness Loki, using the strength of 2 level 4 mutants to ensnare him in an illusion. Yet, as the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, Loki's mental fortitude was evidently formidable. His struggles within the illusion were proving to be a tremendous challenge for the professor. Vahn made his move. With a mere gesture, a portal materialized before him. With another wave, the colossal portal, akin to a ravenous beast, devoured Loki whole. Initially, upon realizing he was trapped in an illusion, Loki remained unfazed, chuckling to himself. He had 100 ways to shatter this deception. He employed the most convenient of spells, and soon the illusion began to tremble under the weight of his magical prowess. Almost there. But in an instant, the illusion that was on the verge of collapse transformed, becoming as unyielding as a fortress of iron and bronze. He was taken aback, hastily switching tactics, yet after exhausting himself, the snowy landscape remained unchanged before him. Moreover, he began to feel a chill that he hadn't experienced in millennia. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, King Odin, though ensnared in divine slumber, could still perceive the external world to a limited extent. Suddenly, he felt a tremor throughout his being. He sensed that his second son, such a formidable lad, had vanished without a trace. It was as if he had completely disappeared from this universe. What was happening? Vahn had entered the divine realm alongside Loki, and with his abilities as the creator within the divine realm, ensnaring Loki in an illusion was a trivial task. Simultaneously, for the first time, he distinctly sensed something remarkable, the essence of the divine realm. This was the foundation of the divine kingdom, time, space, matter, spirit, everything's source. Perhaps it was due to his newfound strength or the uniqueness of the Loki he had captured, but he was finally attuned to the essence of the divine realm. At that moment, the primordial forces circled around Loki, dissecting the divine power and Asgardian magic that resided within him. It even included the bloodline information of the frost giants. Within his perception, the information regarding divine power, magic, and bloodlines continuously merged with the essence of the divine realm. He reached out, and a flicker of flame suddenly manifested. This was not the power of mutants, but rather the essence of magic. In the next moment, countless indistinguishable figures appeared beside him, all bearing his likeness but displaying different expressions and movements. Then, all the phantoms vanished without a trace. Vahn was astonished. The database of the essence of the divine realm now included magic and bloodlines. Bloodlines could be directly bestowed upon others, while magic could be both imparted and learned. This implied that perhaps a magic course could be established in Noah Town. As the essence of the divine realm continued to analyze Loki, a process that would take some time, Vahn exited the divine realm. Given the immense value inherent in Loki, how much worth did Thor and the hammer hold? First, there was Thor, who at that moment was practically equivalent to a mortal. Thus, Vahn instructed Jason to create a simple illusion for him. Thor believed he was still in the confinement chamber, but in reality, he had entered the divine realm. Vahn's conjecture was correct. Although Thor appeared to be stripped of his divine powers, the might of thunder remained deeply concealed within him. The formidable power of thunder, combined with the bloodline of the Asgardian gods, meant that his analysis would take considerably longer than Loki's. At that moment, King Odin of Asgard trembled once more. Having just lost one son, now he faced the potential loss of another? My son. In the hammer base, Vahn had also set his sights on the hammer of the thunder god. There was no need to lift it, for according to the hammer's enchantments, his moral standing would not permit him to do so. Vahn manipulated the portal, directly enveloping the hammer within it. At that moment, King Odin of Asgard trembled again. The hammer is gone too? Beside him, Queen Frigga furrowed her brow, perplexed. What is happening? The king has never reacted this way during his divine slumber before. Meanwhile, Vahn felt that his journey to New Mexico had been fruitful. It was time to pack up and return home. In truth, he had little to carry, as most of the items here belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. After some contemplation, he sought out Jane, who was already fast asleep. He broached the subject directly. Are you interested in working for me? Jane looked puzzled. What? The muscular man who accompanied you. Due to certain circumstances, I must take him with me. Would you care to join? Jane's cheeks flushed slightly. I am not familiar with him. You will become acquainted in no time. After all, he is in need of comfort at this moment. If you have feelings for him, be bold. If not, I can introduce him to someone else. Jane, slightly vexed, replied, How can you decide someone else's affairs so casually? Did I? Vahn feigned surprise. I am merely assisting him. He has just endured banishment, abandonment, the death of his father, and the overwhelming sorrow of his mother's disdain. I simply wish to help him divert his attention. Upon hearing this tragic tale, Jane appeared momentarily stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Vahn couldn't help but marvel at the inherent emotionality of women. The surge of maternal affection was irresistible. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed on. Do you not have two companions? If you wish, they may join as well. I am quite intrigued by the research you are conducting. I could even establish a dedicated research lab for you. You need not choose between career and love. Jane cleared her throat. All right. The following day, Vahn returned to New York. He had not kept Thor confined within the divine realm for long. Prior to departure, he had released him, as the analysis was complete. Upon arriving in New York, he engaged in warm and friendly dialogue with Thor, disheartened and indifferent to everything. Thor only stirred when Vahn reminded him of the reasons for his banishment. The carefree Thor paid little mind to how Vahn came to know this matter. His thoughts were solely focused on fulfilling his father's expectations by learning how to be a competent king. In light of this, Vahn offered his heartfelt advice. A worthy king must first learn to love and be loved. After careful consideration, Thor concurred with this sentiment. Thus, Vahn gifted him a mansion, a sports car, formal attire, and attendance, while also providing him with substantial financial support to pursue Jane Foster. The first lesson in love and being loved, romance. As for the hammer of the thunder god, it remained securely stored within the divine realm. He did not conceal this matter from Thor, while reassuring him that once he possessed the qualities of a king, he would undoubtedly reclaim Mjolnir. Meanwhile, Loki remained ensnared in the illusory snowfields, struggling for survival. It must be said that Vaughn's alterations to the narrative were audacious. To speak candidly, ever since his last encounter with the Ancient One, he had been unable to forget her, constantly yearning for their next meeting. This time, he might even have the chance to meet both the Ancient One and the All-Father Odin. Additionally, having assisted the All-Father in disciplining his wayward child, should he not be entitled to some reward? Even if no reward were forthcoming, it would be excessive for anyone to lay a hand on him. What he truly desired was to seize this opportunity to foster a warm and amicable relationship with Asgard. After the two princes and the hammer were thoroughly analyzed, his grasp over the realm of gods deepened. The essence of the divine realm lay within him, the sovereign of this celestial domain, granting him a form of omnipotent power. Previously, each mutant entering the realm merely augmented the database of the divine essence, enhancing the potential for its transformation. Upon acquiring the mischievous child's abilities, Vahn could freely bestow or strip other mutants of their powers within the divine realm, essentially manipulating the divine essence. To deprive meant converting mutant abilities back into essence, while to bestow involved channeling that essence into abilities. However, today his capabilities transcended mere mutant powers, encompassing bloodlines, magic, and various other abilities, all of which he could seize, replicate, and confer. Moreover, he had acquired the ability to create from the void, though this power, too, consumed the divine essence. Much like Mjolnir, he could expend considerable essence to forge a replica indistinguishable from the true hammer, and even carry it beyond the divine realm. Yet, the essence of the divine realm was exceedingly precious. Recklessly utilizing vast amounts could inflict harm upon it. Thus, two distinct paths of divine supremacy lay before Vahn. One was to analyze abilities, bloodlines, and magic, requiring only the presence of relevant individuals or items within the divine realm, without causing them harm. This would enhance the transformative capacity of the divine essence, ultimately manifesting in Vaughn's creator ability, leading him to become an omnipotent deity within the realm. The second path involved augmenting the quantity of divine essence, with population growth being a commendable method. Certain peculiar items could also contribute, such as Mjolnir. Vahn sensed an immense power within the hammer. Should he integrate it into the divine essence, it could significantly amplify its quantity. However, he refrained from doing so, partly due to his regard for Odin, but more importantly, a single hammer paled in significance compared to the entirety of Asgard. Indeed, Asgard, I have set my sights upon you. Chapter 48. The exciting assassin. Shortly after returning to New York, Vahn received a report from Hawkeye. Hell's Kitchen had been largely tidied up. The number of newly incarcerated gang members in the prison had exceeded 6,000, including a dozen gang leaders, among them Kingpin. It had become evident that when the authorities resolved to act, the underworld could only perish. The overall safety of New York had improved significantly, leading to the exposure of many other criminal suspects. In this context, Hawkeye and his associates successfully located their long-sought target, Purple Man. That night, Vahn and Hawkeye stood before a luxury apartment. "Boss, the target is in room 907 on the 9th floor, and the area has been secured," Hawkeye reported. Additionally what? Vahn inquired. "The target has just returned, and he brought back target number 3. Target number 3? Vahn recalled that Hawkeye had assigned numbers to all the subjects of interest for easy management. Target number 3 was the super-strong Jessica Jones. A sudden realization struck him. Today marked the beginning of Jessica's tragic existence. Purple Man was a formidable supervillain who could release pheromones through skin contact, subsequently controlling others through his words. In the original narrative, he had ensnared Jessica, subjecting her to a harrowing life. One could easily surmise what calamities would befall a beautiful young woman under such domination. Even after Jessica liberated herself from Purple Man's grasp, she remained haunted by fear. Reaching the 9th floor, the elevator doors opened directly to 907. Two burly men stood before the door and, upon noticing Vahn and Hawkeye, wore expressions of wariness. Purple Man's control over others was potent, even at a distance. His influence could linger for months. Typically, he targeted wealthy families, subjugating all members and then parasitically thriving upon them, with family members serving as both his servants and guards. Even if someone came seeking help, those family members would recklessly obstruct the intruder, granting him an opportunity to escape unharmed. The two hulking figures before them were likely in a similar predicament. Vahn strode forward, and in an instant, two wooden balls shot forth. The projectiles struck the men's foreheads with remarkable speed and precision, knocking them unconscious. Hawkeye moved swiftly and silently, catching the falling bodies without a sound. After laying them down, Hawkeye stood at the door. "Open it, Hawkeye," Vahn instructed calmly. Hawkeye delivered a powerful kick, and with a resounding crash, the heavy iron door flew open. Inside, the dimly lit room revealed Purple Man leisurely savoring fine red wine on an opulent leather sofa. Jessica, half-clad and under his control, sat dazed and immobilized on the floor before him. Upon hearing the commotion, both turned to face the source of the disturbance. In the doorway, illuminated by the corridor's light, Vahn's towering figure emerged like an angel piercing through the darkness. Purple Man's eyes widened in surprise, but before he could react, two throwing knives flashed through the air. With a swift motion, they embedded themselves in his hands, pinning him to the sofa. His astonishment swiftly transformed into terror. Vahn approached Jessica, assessing her condition and surmising that he had arrived just in time. Despite the pain, Purple Man attempted to speak, but Vahn silenced him with a gesture. "Release her from your control, at once." Purple Man's face contorted with rage as he opened his mouth to retort, only to be met with another pair of throwing knives that struck his thighs. He stifled a scream. "You need not utter a word," Vahn said, a faint smile gracing his features. As Purple Man continued to whimper quietly, Vahn grew impatient and reminded him, "There are many other places on your body that require attention." Purple Man shot him a venomous glare and turned to Jessica, saying, "You are free." Slowly, Jessica's dazed eyes began to clear, and upon comprehending the situation, she recoiled into the corner, curling up in fear. Vahn retrieved a shirt from a nearby room and draped it over her shoulders. "Jessica, we've met before. You need not fear. I have come to rescue you." Jessica, still trembling with fear, gradually began to calm down. Although her period of control had been brief, the sensation of mechanical domination had left a profound impact on her psyche. Vahn comfortingly patted her shoulder. "Do not worry. I will ensure you are safely returned home." I'm scared." Jessica's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Every gesture she made betrayed her overwhelming sense of insecurity. After a moment of contemplation, Vahn asked, "Are you familiar with the Justice League?" Jessica nodded. She had seen it on television, a newly emerged hero organization that had recently saved New York. "I shall escort you to the Justice League's headquarters, a realm that also serves as my domain." There is, perhaps, no safer place in the world than there. Target, I led Jessica downwards. Vahn opened a portal, engulfing the terrified purple figure within. As they descended, several vehicles were parked in front of the apartment. Upon exiting, Target, I gestured to him from a distance, indicating that there were assassins nearby. Shadows loomed atop the surrounding rooftops. With a swift whistle, a multitude of figures suddenly emerged from the shadows of the alleyway beside the road. At Target Eye's command, several enhanced individuals leaped into action to confront the threat. He himself approached Vahn, intending to shield him as they made their way to the vehicle. However, Vahn pushed him aside, saying, I don't need your protection. Go fight. Don't slack off. Target Eye shrugged and charged toward the area with the most enemies. Vahn continued toward the car, but just as he opened the door to enter, he sensed a gust of wind behind him. The corner of his mouth lifted in a smirk. How audacious. Accompanying the wind was a faint, alluring fragrance. Stirring his curiosity, was it a woman? As the figure approached him, she immediately felt something was amiss. Her target was surrounded by an impenetrable force. Upon sensing the athletic form behind him, Vahn swiftly seized her with his formidable telekinesis. He then embraced her, maintaining his momentum as he stepped into the car. Holding her tightly, once settled, he began to scrutinize the woman before him. She was strikingly beautiful, with sensual lips, a tall and athletic figure. Clad in a form-fitting red sheer outfit, exuding a fiery allure. Recognizing this sultry ensemble more suited for a dancer than an assassin, he realized who he was holding. Erica Natchez, a female assassin and former girlfriend of Daredevil, who had once been affiliated with the Hand. However, Vahn's telekinetic grip was overwhelmingly strong, rendering her completely immobilized. Affectionately, he brushed her hair from her forehead and inquired with a smile. So, were you sent by the Hand to kill me, or is it your ex-boyfriend? Or have you accepted another's contract? Due to the humiliating position she found herself in, Erica's face flushed crimson. Gritting her teeth, she spat, Let go of me. I'll kill you. A glint of amusement flickered in Vahn's eyes. How about this? I'll release you halfway. No sooner had he spoken than the force binding Erica diminished significantly. Realizing this, she began to struggle vehemently, just as Vahn leaned closer to whisper in her ear. You mustn't resist, for the more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. In an instant, Erica froze, fury igniting in her eyes. Chapter 49. Is justice and law the final outcome? Outside the vehicle, Target Eye and his team had effortlessly dealt with the assailants. He approached and tapped on the car window. Boss, all is resolved. Arrange for someone to escort Jessica back. The others will stand by while I interrogate this female assassin. Vahn shook Erica slightly. You might as well confess, or the ensuing scene won't be pleasant. Just kill me. Erica had never been this furious before. My dear, do not say such things. It would pain me to harm you. Vahn's lips curled into a devilish smirk, driving another dagger into her already wounded pride. Erica bit down hard, nearly drawing blood. Vahn sensed that she had thoroughly incurred his wrath and lost interest in toying with her. With a mere thought, the portal to his divine realm materialized, swiftly enveloping Erica within. In the next moment, he obtained the information he sought. From Erica's memories, he uncovered the whereabouts of the Hand's remaining two leaders, Alexandra and Soanda, concealed in the dock area of New York, prepared for a swift escape. He beckoned Target Eye, ready to pay them a visit. The vehicle had not traveled far when Target Eye turned from the passenger seat. Boss, we have someone tailing us. Vahn grinned. What's this? Cleaning up Hell's Kitchen has earned us a spot on the assassin's list? Indeed, as the vehicle rounded the next corner, a figure clad in red devil horns stood silently in the middle of the road. Ah, it was him. Vahn realized this was a man come to reclaim his wife. But wasn't he currently entangled with his assistant, Peggy? What a cad. Vahn exited the car, positioning himself opposite Daredevil. Standing in the middle of the road at this hour. Aren't you afraid of being hit? Daredevil's voice was low and grave. Where is Erica? Have you captured her? Vahn nodded. She attempted to assassinate me and was apprehended. I intend to bring her to justice. Daredevil fell into silence, hesitating before finally speaking. Could you let her go just this once? Why? Daredevil remained reticent. Vahn chuckled inwardly. She is guilty of attempted murder, a serious crime. As an assassin of the Hand, who knows how many lives she has taken, I can undoubtedly procure evidence. According to American law, she would spend her life in prison. Rest assured, I possess the finest prison in the world. She will not escape, and she will serve until death. Justice and law shall prevail. The souls of the deceased will find redemption, and the families of the victims shall receive closure. So how about it? Can you accept this outcome? Daredevil's form wavered. He was a lawyer, bound by his professional ethics, moral standards, and his own sense of right and wrong. Yet, he also had his one true love. Although he did not know the man before him well, he was aware of the man's power. In merely a few days, New York's underworld had faced near annihilation, with thousands imprisoned and numerous gangs obliterated. You need not decide at this moment, Vahn calmly stated. I certainly want to spare the mastermind behind her. The Hand's two leaders are at the docks, and I intend to confront them. You are welcome to accompany me. After we dismantle the Hand, you can provide me with your final answer. Daredevil agreed. Soon, they arrived at the dock area. Target I assumed command and provided fire support, positioning himself atop a vantage point with a sniper rifle. The remaining enhanced individuals formed an encirclement, gradually tightening, intent on complete annihilation. Vahn extended an invitation to Daredevil. Let us go meet the true culprits. Their approach stirred the attention of Alexandra and Soanda, who were quick to react. In the confrontation, some appeared panicked, others terrified, some furious, and a few took a step back, saying, Daredevil, it's your turn. The moon shone especially bright that night, and Daredevil appeared particularly fierce. As an old saying goes, darkness enhances strength threefold. Tonight, Daredevil was perilously close to crossing that threshold. His onslaught was ferocious, even resorting to trading blows. Ultimately, he likely broke a few ribs, and his right arm was fractured. Beneath him, Alexandra and Soanda huddled together, lost in a deep stupor. Daredevil expelled a mouthful of blood, slowly removing his leather mask. His face bore numerous wounds, and his eyes glowed crimson. Can I take her place? Vahn was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Love truly blinds. Daredevil is an attorney, a vigilante operating in the shadows, and a man of stringent principles. However, the words he just uttered were undoubtedly uncharacteristic of him. So, what shall we do about Peggy? Asked Vahn. Daredevil paused, letting out a deep sigh. I have wronged her. Yet, Erica, I wish to save her. Vahn nodded, recognizing that even a cad can harbor deep affections, impervious to all barriers. I previously advised you that once you've swept through Hell's Kitchen, it would be best to abandon your vigilante pursuits. What are your thoughts now? Agreed, Daredevil replied without a hint of hesitation. Vahn smiled. I also mentioned that I have a legitimate opportunity for you to uphold justice and protect the populace, and that offer still stands. As for Erica, you should retrieve her from Nahid prison tomorrow. Keep a close watch on her. You have but this one chance. With that, Vahn gestured toward the target, signaling for the unconscious duo and the mob boss to be taken away. Soon, Daredevil found himself alone at the scene. As he approached his vehicle, Vahn glanced back at him, curiosity piqued. Would the Daredevil who had transcended his principles still resemble the man he once was? Much like Batman, who vowed never to kill. If he were to take a life, could he ever return to being the Batman he once knew? Humanity, after all, is fundamentally an emotional creature. At that moment, when Daredevil stood in the middle of the street confronting him, Vahn realized that the essence of Daredevil might soon be extinguished. Once the tumult of hormones, dopamine, and adrenaline dissipated, who could say if he would harbor regrets? Departing the docks, Vahn did not return to the Typhon Manor, but rather proceeded to Nahid prison. There, apart from liberating Erica, he also extracted a dozen inmates, sending them all to the kingdom of God. These prisoners were leaders of New York's underworld, including Jean Bing, Madame Gao, Murakami, Leland Owlsley, the Water Viper, Connor Stokes, and Hammerhead Joseph, among others. Alongside the recently apprehended Alexandra and Soanda, they totaled 17. These individuals were the key to Vahn's control over America's underground realm. This plan had been meticulously prepared, and after his meeting with the Ancient One, he had cast aside any lingering reservations. Within the kingdom of God, Vahn wasted no time, employing the ability of the Creator to thoroughly brainwash them all. Subsequently, he endowed each with a diluted version of the Purple Man's powers. Although this ability would not allow them to forcibly control others as the Purple Man could, it would serve as invaluable assistance in subjugating their subordinates. According to his design, these individuals would disperse with their most capable lieutenants across major cities in America, including Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Under Vahn's covert sponsorship, they would flourish rapidly, striving to become the kings of the underworld in their respective cities. This was Vahn's blueprint for seizing control of America's underground empire. Should this objective be realized, he would possess a wealth of resources, an extensive network, and substantial finances, all of which would be vital for the expansion of his divine kingdom. In the days that followed, Vahn's enterprise thrived. The acquisition plan for Hammer Industries was well underway. Under his meticulous orchestration, the New York City government had initiated a lawsuit against Justin Hammer, demanding compensation for the immense damage inflicted upon the city. Taking advantage of the situation, Vahn had also facilitated the removal of a significant cache of weapons from Hammer Industries, leading to the shocking discovery during the asset liquidation that a vast array of weaponry had mysteriously vanished. In a swift turn of events, Justin Hammer found himself entangled in accusations of smuggling arms, nearly facing charges of treason. The cumulative impact of these blows drove the temporarily incarcerated Justin Hammer to madness. Meanwhile, the stock price of Hammer Industries plummeted dramatically, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. At that juncture, the New York City government struck again, linking the acquisition rights of Hammer Industries to Justin Hammer's restitution to the city. In essence, anyone wishing to purchase Hammer Industries would also be obligated to assume responsibility for the reparations owed to New York. This revelation deterred many, as the city government had levied a staggering compensation demand of $8 billion. With this development, Vahn's competitors dwindled and bolstered by his prior maneuvers. The acquisition of Hammer Industries became a foregone conclusion. The subsequent step involved negotiating the terms of compensation with the city government. Naturally, an amount as exorbitant as $8 billion was out of the question. Even $800 million was unlikely to be agreed upon. Vahn had already conferred with Mayor George, orchestrating a delay to create the illusion of a negotiation breakdown. Then, he would invite Stark Industries into the fray. After all, if they stir the pot, they should also be accountable for extinguishing the flames. Perhaps, he could even implicate the federal government for their lax oversight. How did Ivan Vanko manage to smuggle himself from Monaco to New York? Why had the intelligence agencies failed to uncover Vanko's assault plans in due time? In the land of the free, madness reigns daily, regardless of right or wrong. When the time came for blame and responsibility to be flung about, the compensation demands would inevitably be rationalized within the public's perception. Ultimately, it is only a select few who suffer. Those unscathed remain blissfully unaware of the pain. Apart from Hammer Industries, Vahn's underground empire plan was progressing smoothly. A number of mob bosses were gradually employing an array of diverse, often dubious, methods to secure their release from prison. To ensure their safety, each was accompanied by several acolytes who had also been subjected to Vahn's brainwashing. Furthermore, Vahn had granted a select few among them practical abilities. While the inferior enhanced soldier serum was out of reach, his kingdom now housed a multitude of mutants, many of whom possessed useful powers. After assigning them their tasks, these mob leaders set forth, laden with hopes and dreams. As for New York, Vahn opted to leave no mob leader behind. The prevalence of superheroes in the area rendered the survival of these figures precarious without the advantage of a protagonist's aura. Each mob boss was a valuable asset to be wielded judiciously. Additionally, he renewed the public safety cooperation contract with the New York City government, ensuring that a well-ordered New York would serve as his living advertisement. One day, while Vahn was attending to company matters, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in." Black Widow entered, her demeanor urgent. "Boss, I've just received word that Blade has reported a potential vampire headquarters." The critical part is that he charged in alone after making the report. Vahn lifted his gaze and inquired, "Do you have the address?" "I do," she replied swiftly. As evening fell, Blade roared down a straight road on a silver motorcycle, his heart ablaze with fury. Not long ago, his dear friend Whistler had been slain by Frost, the current president of the New York Vampire Council. The foe had even sent him a taunting message, directly revealing the address for his vengeance. In that moment, all he desired was to storm in and eliminate every vampire in sight. In the depths of his mind, a notion reverberated. Had he acquiesced to that young man on that fateful day, perhaps today's outcome would have been markedly different. The Edgewood building stood ominously. Ever since Frost had dispatched the former leader of the council, he had seized control of the entire vampire organization in New York. Within these walls, he had amassed a legion of vampires and human mercenaries, all with the singular purpose of ensnaring the Blade Warrior in a meticulously laid trap. Before long, the mercenaries patrolling the outer perimeter of the building were startled by the thunderous roar of a motorcycle. A silver-white bike crashed through the glass, barreling into the midst of the mercenaries. They barely had time to react before a hail of bullets felled them. As blood flowed freely, Blade recognized that these victims were human, not vampires destined to turn to ash. Yet he pressed on, unrelenting in his slaughter. Humans who continued to serve vampires in such dire circumstances could nearly be deemed traitors to their kind. Once his submachine gun ran dry, Blade switched to a shotgun. And with his reflexes and speed, even the most numerous mercenaries were merely fodder for his onslaught. Eventually, elite vampires emerged, only to be reduced to ashes beneath his skilled combat prowess. As he carved a path of destruction, by the time he reached the end of the corridor, none dared to impede his advance. At the corridor's terminus stood a stark white chamber. The room was sparsely furnished, dominated by a massive coffin-like bed and a solitary table. Upon the table rested a laptop, displaying a complex, three-dimensional underground structure. Blade furrowed his brow in contemplation, and at that moment, the silver coffin began to open slowly. Inside lay a black woman clad in white. When Blade discerned her features, a chill coursed through him. His mother, whom he had thought long deceased, lay before him. Years ago, his mother had been infected by vampires while carrying him, ultimately sacrificing her life to bring him into the world. This peculiar circumstance had birthed his existence as a daywalker. But how could she be here now, alive and well, within the very vampire stronghold he sought to obliterate? Eric? The woman in white recognized him, calling out his name. Blade removed his sunglasses. Incredulity etched across his face as he stared at his mother. You should have perished long ago. I have returned, Eric, she replied, her gaze fixed upon him, arms slightly raised. On that fateful night, Frost embraced me. The shock that surged through Blade was beyond words. All these years, his mother had been alive. She appeared as youthful as she had been back then. A vampire? His mother had become a vampire? His mind reeled, so much so that he failed to hear the stealthy approach from behind. Before he could react, a powerful electric surge enveloped him, paralyzing his muscles and causing him to collapse to his knees before his mother. Before the paralysis could subside, more high-voltage tasers struck him, sending violent tremors through his body. Behind him, Frost approached his mother, embracing her and planting a kiss upon her lips. Then turning to Blade with a cruel smile. I had thought you would be overjoyed. After all these years, reunited with your mother, why do you not smile? Is it that you dislike joy? Blade, racked with pain, could not muster a sound, yet he steadfastly maintained his gaze upon his mother, extending his arms as if pleading for her rescue. However, the mother he hoped for merely shook her head gently. In that instant, darkness clouded his vision, his will dissipated, and he collapsed like a puddle of mud upon the ground. Chapter 51. The blood god of destruction descends upon the divine realm. When Vahn and Bronsky arrived at the Edgewood building, it was already deserted, save for a handful of guards. Fortunately, he found the laptop in the stark white room. After a thorough analysis, he deduced that the complex structure depicted on the screen was an altar. He understood the narrative. This altar was the very site where Frost intended to summon the blood god. It appeared that the Blade Warrior was to be offered as a sacrificial lamb. However, the computer did not disclose the location of the altar, and the remaining guards were oblivious. Yet, this was not insurmountable. Vahn returned to the divine realm, harnessing its primordial essence to bestow upon himself a mutant ability, superhuman olfaction. Thanks to the power drawn from the divine realm, this ability would not wane in the outside world. Yet, the greater the ability, the more primordial essence it consumed. Currently, he could manage the superhuman sense of smell, but excessive use of the primordial essence would hinder the development of the divine realm. Therefore, he had to wield it judiciously. Moreover, he was not one to revel in violence. Descending into battle would be beneath him. After identifying several scents in the room, Vahn began his pursuit. They had departed by car, yet under his superhuman olfactory acuity, each vehicle bore its own unique scent. Meanwhile, after a tumultuous journey, Blade finally regained consciousness. His innate regenerative abilities had healed most of his wounds. However, this also led to a pressing predicament. He was ravenous, consumed by an intense thirst for blood. Previously, he had alleviated this thirst through blood serum injections, but such options were now unattainable. This overwhelming craving left him in a state of weakness, his mind clouded. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt, and Blade was dragged underground, entering a temple where the altar awaited. Frost, flanked by a throng of followers, stood beside the altar, his voice brimming with excitement. Our ancestors referred to this place as the Palace of Eternal Night. Quite fitting, wouldn't you agree? He turned to the 12 council members behind him, the purest of pure-blood vampires, esteemed and revered. Alas, you brilliant minds have forgotten this place. But I have unearthed it from the annals of history. Casting a disdainful glance at the pure-blood council, Frost approached the Blade Warrior. Do you know why we have come here? This temple was constructed for a sacred moment. Tonight, we shall welcome the blood god. Frost locked eyes with Blade. With your abilities, you could have achieved so much, yet your humanity renders you weak. Why suppress your thirst for blood? It contradicts your very nature. Our nature, as the bloodline. Blade raised his gaze, his voice weak, yet resolute. I will kill you. Frost scoffed. I hardly believe you'll have that opportunity. Take him away. Above the altar, a chamber loomed, within which stood a cold stone sarcophagus. Blade's mother gently placed him within. As the other half of the sarcophagus began to close, she tenderly caressed his face. Blade weakly opened his eyes, sensing her touch, yet compared to the gentle caress of his mother in childhood dreams, this touch felt cold and coarse. Poor child, you are so parched, his mother softly called. Don't touch me. Blade gritted his teeth in response. Eric, gaze upon me. Mother leaned close to the Blade. Your mother perished long ago. I have hunted, I have killed. I relished in the process. do you? Did you not feel the same thrill while hunting vampires? Sooner or later, the bloodthirsty nature will triumph over all. Having said that, she commanded the closure of the stone coffin, activating the mechanism. The moment the coffin sealed, 2 blades sprang forth, deeply slicing into the wrist of the blade. Instantly, blood gushed forth, coursing along the intricately carved patterns, flowing through the ancient, complex symbols. Meanwhile, beneath the altar, 12 pure-blood council members were forcibly positioned at designated spots, each guarded by an armed sentinel. Blood trickled slowly, brewing an extraordinary and magnificent power. Outside the temple, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared. At this moment, Vahn and Blonsky arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, he understood that the blood goddess summoning ritual had likely commenced. As a precaution, Vahn opened a portal, bringing forth Professor Charles, who was teaching the children. There was no other way. The professor's abilities were remarkably effective against beings with souls. Simultaneously, before they burst in, he had specifically instructed Blonsky that during the ensuing battle, males could be killed, but should they encounter a female black vampire, her life must be spared. On the altar, the 12 pure-blood council members were forced to bow their heads, aligning their foreheads upwards. At this moment, the blood of the blade had already begun to flow, dripping down. The foreheads of the 12 council members became soaked with blood. In the very center of the altar, Frost raved maniacally. Do you all feel the thirst? Tonight is the night. The blood god shall descend this very night. He raised his forehead high, arms wide open, as if welcoming some fated destiny. Above the altar, 12 lines of blood converged towards the center, eventually transforming into a singular, peculiar drop of blood that fell directly onto Frost's forehead. Ha ha! Blood streamed down his cheek. Yet his eyes gleamed with ecstasy. In that instant, the long-gestating thunder from the heavens unleashed its cataclysmic force, crashing down. The terrifying power of the thunder surged down the stone walls of the temple, illuminating each carved rune. Then, 12 runes corresponding to the 12 pure-blood council members flickered with the electric force, which instantly enveloped their entire beings. After a brief struggle against the thunder, the physical forms of the 12 council members shattered completely. Subsequently, 12 winged skeletal apparitions emerged, wildly soaring through the air. Frost, however, laughed joyously, arms outstretched as if to embrace each skeletal specter. Soon, the frantically flying apparitions took notice of him, eagerly rushing to merge into his body. After a cacophony of anguished wails, all 12 specters entered Frost's being. He stood motionless, his once dim eyes now glowing crimson. At that moment, Vahn and his companions appeared before him. It was evident that he had acquired the power of the blood god. And Vahn said to the professor, the dispersal of the blood goddess power could become troublesome. Professor, contain him first. Professor Charles had already discreetly perused the memories of numerous vampires present, confirming that they were far from benevolent. Their extermination was undoubtedly a duty owed by the Justice League. Thus, the moment Vahn spoke, his telepathic force surged towards Frost. Just as Frost had attained the blood god's power and had yet to acclimatize, he suddenly felt a formidable mental force seize his consciousness. Before he could resist, a swirling purple portal manifested above him, engulfing him entirely. In an instant, he lost consciousness. The freshly minted blood god vanished just like that. The remaining vampires exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the bizarre turn of events. As they hesitated, a strikingly beautiful, blonde-haired, blue-eyed female vampire shrieked, "Kill them!" Upon hearing the command from their superior, the remaining vampires had no choice but to launch an assault. Unaware of their impending doom, Vahn shook his head and instructed Blonsky, annihilate them. Meanwhile, Charles advised Vahn, the one you seek is upstairs. The situation is perilous. I will assist here. You ascend first. On his way, Vahn predictably encountered a black female vampire, none other than the mother of the blade. As she lunged at him, a portal swiftly formed before Vahn, into which she crashed headlong. The blade lay on the brink of death. Vahn could only transport him to the divine realm. In the brief time it took to rescue the warrior, Blonsky had already cleared the area below. It was proven that even vampires could not survive being reduced to mere pulp. Frost's meticulously devised plan had effortlessly collapsed. The Vampire Council of New York had ceased to exist. Vahn's greatest gain from this venture was undoubtedly the discovery that the power of the blood god could be converted into a substantial source of divinity. Chapter 52. I am a man who prefers passivity. Within the divine realm, Vahn extracted the blood god's power from Frost. This was a formidable force, and importantly, once integrated into the divine realm, it would augment its essence. The quantity was equivalent to the source strength of at least several thousand souls. Vahn estimated that if he were to strip Wolverine of his immortal power and merge this strength into the source, it could potentially enhance the source power by hundreds. In other words, this blood god power equated to that of 10 Wolverines. However, he remained contemplative about how to handle this newfound power. It reminded him of Jean's Phoenix Force. Although merely a fragment of the Phoenix Force, it could still be worth several hundred Wolverines, right? Yet since that conversation, Jean had not approached him. Currently, the Justice League still needed mutants to bolster their ranks, so he set this matter aside. Many times, Vahn pondered that while he possessed the ability to brainwash all who had entered his divine realm, he had never considered such an action as an option. Whether it stemmed from his past life as a paragon of virtue or a belief that he was destined to become a deity, he had always refrained from tainting his hands with too much blood. Too much scheming, too much killing could corrupt the heart. In the end, he might become unrecognizable even to himself. Thus, he preferred to remain a passive man, awaiting Jean to seek him out. When Vahn encountered the Ancient One once more, he was yet to awaken fully. The first spark flickered in his bedroom, jarring him from slumber. As he beheld the spark morphing into a circle, he surmised that the sorceress had arrived. Glancing around the expanse of a vast bed, he noted several bare, soft bodies nestled about. Looking at himself, he found he wore not a single garment to shield his modesty. With the portal nearing formation, he wished to avoid exposing his youthful, athletic physique before an ancient woman. Thus, he embraced the nearby bodies, burying himself beneath a heap of flesh, revealing only his handsome visage. The serene Ancient One, clad in a white robe and sporting a bald head, traversed the portal with an unruffled demeanor, casting but a fleeting glance at the scene upon the bed without uttering a single judgment. Deep within, veins simmered with irritation, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. "Master Ancient One, your timing is quite unfortunate. You should have arrived last night. It is rather late now." The Ancient One remained impassive. "There is no need for such formality. The fair maiden is merely a crimson skeleton. In my eyes, your visage bears little distinction from that of the ancient demigods." Vahn shot him a glare, resolute not to grant him the satisfaction. "Why are you seeking me so early? What is the matter?" The Ancient One settled into a nearby armchair. "The son of Odin, when do you intend to return them?" Vahn raised an eyebrow. "Oh? If Odin himself is not anxious, why should you be?" He was oblivious to the duration of Odin's slumber, but it appeared that he had yet to awaken. The timely awakening portrayed in the previous film's plot might well have been provoked by the antics of two bumbling fools. The Ancient One remarked coolly, "Though Odin has aged and seems calmer, the blood he spilled in his youth could drown the entirety of New York City. Such a man, and you dare to abduct his son? Who says I have kidnapped Loki?" Vahn retorted, raising his voice. "Odin failed to raise his son properly. I could not bear to witness the fratricidal spectacle, so I took the initiative to assist him. Is that so wrong? Look, I am guiding his foolish son in learning how to be a competent ruler and teaching him to deal with his cunning brother. Shouldn't he be grateful to me?" The Ancient One shifted his gaze. "He is a king. Whether his actions are right or wrong is not for others to rectify." Vahn paused, somewhat taken aback. Are all those who wield power so twisted? How can this world possibly unfold as they envision? Thor, that brute, is clearly unfit for kingship. And what of Loki? He is merely mischievous and proud, yet he harbors no ill will towards his father. Has it crossed their minds that forcing them down a predetermined path only drives them further from the intended course? In the end, pushing Loki away leaves Thor isolated and alone. Humanity is such that, until they feel pain and regret, they remain oblivious to the need for change. Upon finishing his statement, the Ancient One rose. "I did not come here to ponder the meaning of life with you. You must provide me with an account of how you plan to handle Odin's two sons." Vahn felt somewhat exposed, tightening his covering as one of the occupants stirred, murmuring softly, "It's manageable. I will ensure Thor retrieves his hammer. As for Loki, I shall leave that to Thor. I will not interfere." The Ancient One nodded. "Release him from your peculiar space. Otherwise, Odin in his slumber will not find peace." Vahn shrugged. "Of course, releasing him is no issue. But I fear he may slip away unnoticed. Odin has yet to awaken. What if he proclaims a false prophecy and leads the Asgardian army to invade Earth?" The Ancient One shot him a glance, extending his hand to conjure an intricately patterned cloth. "This enchanted strip can suppress his divine powers. I can bestow it upon you. But remember, ensure his safety." "Understood." The Ancient One departed. Vahn sat on the bed for a moment, contemplating, before picking up his phone. "Felicia, where is Thor? Please arrange a car for me." The Royal Atlantis Revolving Restaurant, adjacent to Central Park, is one of the finest sky-high dining establishments in New York. Vahn shook his head in exasperation. Thor certainly had not spared him any expense. These past few days, he had indulged Jane Foster in every possible delight, nearly exhausting all of New York's offerings. It's no wonder he is often described as a carefree, muscle-bound oaf. The discomfort lingered only briefly. Soon enough, it would pass. When Vahn arrived, he found Thor and Foster nestled in a corner by the window, leaning toward each other as if they were a couple in the throes of romance. As he approached, their laughter echoed. Ha ha, giggle, giggle. It was only when he rapped his fingers on the table that he casually remarked, Miss Foster, it seems this is the time for work? Thor was the first to respond, displaying warmth. Hey, my friend, what brings you here? The escargot is absolutely delightful. You must try it. Jane, belatedly aware, flushed with embarrassment, and quickly stood. Boss, I'm sorry, Thor, noticing her fluster, hastily interjected. Vahn. It's not her fault. I insisted on dragging her out. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Thor. Jane exclaimed, touched. It's not your fault. I wanted to come out. Boss, punish me if you must. Vahn. Is this love being flung in my face? He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. I have serious matters to discuss with Thor. He pulled a chair and joined them. Thor, you have been here for quite some time. It is time to explore how to become a worthy king. Thor furrowed his brow. How do we explore that? A king must embody many precious qualities: responsibility, compassion, resilience. I cannot impart these to you. However, I can show you the consequences of war. This planet has plenty to reveal. Chapter 53. To make you regret even more. Thor set off for the Middle East. If anything could expedite a man's growth, it would undoubtedly be war. Naturally, Vahn arranged for a comprehensive protective team to accompany Thor. A squad of 12 enhanced soldiers led by Blonsky was on standby. After Thor's departure, Vahn ventured into the realm of the gods. He arrived at the place where Loki was imprisoned, a pristine white cell. Due to the depths of his illusion, Loki's condition was dire, his complexion was pallid, and he shivered intermittently. Vahn glanced, observing that the Loki within the illusion was ensconced in a coniferous forest. However, it was evident that the Asgardian prince had little knowledge of survival in the wilderness, as his makeshift shelter was precariously assembled. Vahn retrieved the enchanted strip and bound it around Loki's wrist. A portal materialized, and he transported Loki to the Typhon Manor. Upon dispelling the illusion, Loki gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Vahn before him, his eyes blazed with fury. How dare you act so brazenly? I am a god. He clenched his fists, ready to strike, only to realize his powers had vanished. It was then he noticed the cloth binding his wrist. He tugged at it with all his might, but it would neither yield nor break. Vahn shrugged. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Theodore Vahn, a New Yorker. I am also the individual responsible for managing supernatural phenomena in this world, of which you are quite evidently a prime example. I am a god. Loki retorted. Huh. What kind of god are you? The frost giant god? The blue-skinned deity? The one dwelling in an ice cavern? The one I have captured? With each question, Loki's complexion grew paler. Vahn sighed. The throne of Asgard was never meant for you. Why pursue it so desperately? Loki remained silent, his lips quivering as he inhaled deeply. What else do you know? Vahn chuckled. I also know that you will come to regret your choices. Regret what? Loki scoffed. Regret the harm you've inflicted upon your mother, your father, your brother. Loki fixed his gaze upon Vahn, exclaiming, Nonsense. I may harm Thor, even our father, but I would never lay a hand on our mother. Your mother is deceased, and you are complicit, Vahn retorted. Absurd. The absurdity lies with you, not me. Vahn, unfazed and even smiling, replied, Do you know why I speak these words to you? Loki paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Because I realize that no matter what I say, you will not change. It is only in the future that you will suddenly comprehend the multitude of things you have lost, and it is then that you will feel regret. For now, I merely wish to amplify your regret on that day, as you are already aware that it will inevitably arrive. Loki scoffed. Are you attempting to frighten me? You are not worthy of such an endeavor. Vahn sighed, recognizing that if Loki's divine powers were still intact, he would discern that Vahn spoke the truth. Even as Thor had made numerous attempts to redeem him, Loki had remained oblivious. What weight did Van's words carry? On the other hand, if he were to forcibly alter Loki, many events might never transpire, potentially altering the fate of the entire Earth. Loki, I shall not trouble you, nor shall I harm you. For now, reside here in the manor, and when Thor regains his powers, you shall return to Asgard. After concluding his discourse with Loki, Vahn sought an open space within the manor and retrieved the god of thunder's hammer. The day the hammer soared through the skies would herald the return of the thunder god. In the realm of the gods, within the infirmary of Noah Town, Blade had awakened, then sat across from him, inquiring, Awake? Blade surveyed his surroundings and asked, Where is this place? This is my realm. You may perceive it as a unique sanctum. Blade grasped the concept and suddenly recalled Frost. What has become of the blood god? Did Frost succeed in summoning him? Indeed. Vahn confirmed. Blade's eyes widened in alarm. Where is he now? We cannot allow him to escape. He will surely unleash a catastrophe using the blood god's powers. He has been captured and is currently detained here. Blade was taken aback. You captured him? Why not eliminate him? I aspire to save his fallen soul. Blade responded. Murder is, in essence, the laziest form of punishment. Redemption is the only true path. Blade found himself somewhat bewildered. His words seemed absurd. Yet amidst that absurdity shone a glimmer of humanity. Well, as long as he no longer poses a threat to humanity, that suffices. Your mother is here as well. How do you intend to handle her? Blade hesitated, falling into silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. She is hunted. She is killed. Vahn chuckled and replied earnestly. Humans are capable of bias. Bias indicates you still possess emotions, and having emotions signifies you remain human. You can keep her in this sanctum. I can provide her with synthetic blood, ensuring she harms no one here. After a prolonged silence, Blade subtly nodded. Vahn discerned his choice and continued, as I mentioned before. I possess a method to eradicate all vampires. Are you willing to join me? Blade clearly understood the implications, for he had previously been informed that this method was classified. Vahn's inquiry was, in essence, an invitation to join the inner circle. Blade recalled his fallen friend Whistler. Had he joined them sooner, perhaps his old friend's life could have been spared. He nodded. I am willing to join you. Excellent, Vahn acknowledged with a nod. He then proceeded to outline his plan to Blade, inspired by the third installment of Blade's saga. The objective was to locate the vampire progenitor, Dracula, and utilize his genetic material to engineer a virus specifically targeting vampires. All vampires in this world trace their origins back to Dracula, yet he lay in slumber, lost to an unknown temple. Vahn intended to assign Blade a team, comprising enhanced soldiers and a comprehensive analysis unit, to seek clues from mythology, folklore, and more, striving to locate Dracula and execute a grand cleansing of vampires. After attentively absorbing Vahn's strategy, Blade furrowed his brow. I have heard tales of Dracula. However, I do not know where he rests. Vahn smiled. If anyone in this world knows, it would undoubtedly be the vampires. Blade suddenly comprehended that his path of slaughter would not cease. It merely now bore a clearer objective. Vahn continued. I possess a company known as Future Infantry Defense and Weaponry, which will provide you with the finest armor and weaponry. As for your insatiable thirst for blood, you may periodically visit the sanctum to alleviate it, far more effective than your suppressive serum. Blade nodded in acknowledgement. As Vahn stood to depart, he suddenly turned back, advising, remember, all actions must be reported. Do not venture forth alone. My power surpasses what you all can fathom. With that, he departed, leaving Blade to quietly nod in agreement. Chapter 54, Journey to Asgard. Despite Odin's fiery temper, having banished Thor to Earth and stripped him of his divine powers, he merely sought Thor's growth, desiring him to be more reliable and cease his incessant proclamations of war. His expectations for Thor's trial were not particularly lofty. With Loki's tumultuous presence absent, Asgard found itself in a state of tranquility. Heimdall, the gatekeeper, likely understood that Thor was not in peril and that Odin was intentionally testing him, thus preventing Thor's four companions from seeking him out. On the third day following Thor's arrival in the Middle East, the god of thunder's hammer soared into the sky. A fleeting specter, he did not return directly to New York, but lingered in the Middle East for several days, reportedly dismantling multiple terrorist organizations. He also toppled several despotic warlords and obliterated several military bases of foreign invaders. When Vahn next encountered him, Thor was clad in silver armor, towering and imposing, reminiscent of a gallant general. Greetings, my friend. My powers have returned. Congratulations. Vahn replied with a smile, promptly summoning Loki. Upon seeing Thor wielding his hammer, Loki wore a countenance of utter dismay. Thor, taken aback, exclaimed, Loki, how did you end up here? Loki glared venomously at Vahn. You ought to inquire of him. Vahn remained composed. On the day you came to retrieve the hammer, I discovered he had infiltrated my base. After a struggle, I managed to capture him. Initially, I was unaware of his identity, so I interrogated him. It later became evident that he harbored ill intentions towards you. Thus, I temporarily detained him. Thor, bewildered, asked, What ill intentions? Your father, Odin, is not dead. He merely lies in a divine slumber. Your mother does not despise you. She longs for you. Although your father banished you, it was only to expedite your growth. Now that you have regained your powers, you can return to Asgard. Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes brimmed with tears. Is this true? Father is really not dead? You will know once you return. Heimdall will surely respond to your call. Loki's deceit was merely an attempt to usurp your throne. With reddened eyes and a complex expression, Thor gazed intently at Loki. My brother, why did you? Faced with Thor's piercing gaze, Loki instinctively averted his eyes. You are indeed easily deceived. You believe whatever others say. As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Vahn. This fellow is so close to you, flattering you. He must harbor some insidious secret. He is nothing but a cunning and treacherous rogue. Upon hearing Loki's words, Vahn shrugged and addressed Thor. I do indeed wish to discuss a matter with you, but it is not a conspiracy. I simply wish to visit Asgard and witness the realm of the gods for myself. Furthermore, if possible, I hope to establish a relationship of friendly exchange and mutual assistance with you. Loki immediately mocked. What could Asgard possibly have to exchange with you, a mere mortal? Resisting the impulse to deliver a punch, Vahn turned his inquisitive gaze toward Thor. The clever one pondered for a moment. Perhaps Odin had attracted too many unsavory characters in his youth, as there were always those with ulterior motives seeking to infiltrate Asgard and wreak havoc. Thus, Asgard had remained relatively closed off from the outside world, typically sending representatives to other realms, with few ever granted entry into Asgard. However, Thor believed that Vahn was his friend, and such a modest request should pose no problem. He first bid farewell to Jane Foster, promising to return to her after visiting his parents. Then, he stood alongside Vahn and Loki, raising his hammer to the sky, and began to call out, Heimdall, I know you can see me. Heimdall, I am returning. Vahn marveled inwardly at Heimdall's extraordinary ability. This was a summons that transcended the stars. Not only could he hear it, but he could also see it. Impressive. Indeed, after a brief moment, a beam of radiant light descended from above. Vahn felt enveloped by a peculiar force as time and space around him began to warp. He could not discern what was happening, only feeling as though he were amidst a dazzling array of colors. It seemed but an instant later, when the brilliant hues faded, he found himself within a circular structure. The distinctly Asgardian yellow metallic texture surrounded him, featuring a semi-spherical centerpiece adorned with a colossal sword, gripped tightly by a towering black figure clad in armor. Thor stepped forward, embracing him tightly. I have returned. Heimdall. The Guardian's eyes glimmered with silvery light. You have reclaimed Mjolnir. I knew you could do it. He then shifted his gaze to the two behind Thor, first casting an appraising glance at Loki, then regarding Vahn with a probing look, as though seeking to discern his true origins. Vahn felt a stir within. It appeared this individual had been observing him for some time. The Guardian of Odin was indeed formidable. At that moment, Thor, having regained his composure from the excitement of returning to Asgard, quickly inquired of Heimdall, how is father? Is he well? The All-Father remains in his divine slumber. Although there were some disturbances earlier, he has been stable of late. The Queen has been caring for him. Heimdall replied. Upon hearing this, relief washed over Thor's face. He shot a glare at Loki before stating, Please look after Mr. Vahn. He is my friend. I shall go see father. Perhaps there was no system of duty as on earth, for Heimdall sheathed his massive sword and immediately led him into Asgard. This was indeed a realm befitting the gods. Vibrant flowers bloomed everywhere, and the streets and buildings were constructed with unique charm. The faces of the inhabitants were adorned with joyous smiles, creating a veritable utopia. Regrettably, such a splendid place would soon face ruin. Lost in thought, he and Heimdall arrived at the edge of the celestial palace. Beyond the exquisitely carved stone balustrade lay the ocean of Asgard. The entire palace resembled a disk floating atop the water. As he gazed at the breathtaking scenery, Heimdall suddenly posed a question from behind him. Why have you come to Asgard? I hope to establish friendly relations with Asgard, fostering mutual assistance, was the answer he had given Thor, but what I seek is the true answer. Vahn turned to look at him, smiling faintly. From what you say, it seems you are convinced I am deceiving your royal prince? Heimdall's voice bore no trace of emotion. Thor has always been pure and kind-hearted, valuing loyalty and friendship. Yet he can occasionally misjudge others and act impulsively. The reason you provided is hardly credible. Chapter 55. My queen, I shall help you save your son. You certainly speak boldly. Vahn replied in astonishment, glancing at Heimdall behind him, intrigued. He gazed at the shimmering ocean's surface and, after a moment of silence, asked, Tell me, how long can such a wondrous place as Asgard endure? Upon hearing this, Heimdall's expression shifted instantly. He stiffened. What do you mean by that? Vahn did not answer directly. Have you kept an eye on the happenings in Midgard? A flicker of confusion crossed Heimdall's eyes. Midgard was the name given to Earth by the Celestial Palace. Generally, Midgard was not his primary focus, as several realms within the 9 worlds were of greater significance. Noticing Heimdall's silence, Vahn continued, Not long ago, a billionaire in Midgard was kidnapped and then, with a loud crash, he emerged clad in a suit of armor. Now, he frequently soars through the skies, upholding justice and combating crime. Then, a yellow-skinned monster suddenly appeared in New York, wreaking havoc and destroying half a street. Following that, your two princes descended upon Mexico, embroiled in a brotherly conflict over the throne. Furthermore, I had heard long ago that a young centenarian was excavated from the Arctic ice. These are merely significant events. There are numerous lesser occurrences I have not even mentioned. Wait, what do these have to do with my question? Heimdall interrupted his narration. Van turned to him, his expression grave. What I have described are events that would not transpire even once in a decade or two, yet they are now occurring in quick succession. Do you think this is mere coincidence? Heimdall paused, bewildered. What do you mean? The Earth, the 9 realms, the galaxy, and the entire universe are on the brink of a monumental upheaval. No one, no place, can escape it. This is impossible. Heimdall finally grasped why the young man had inquired about the longevity of the Celestial Palace. Yet, how could such a monumental change be possible? Who possesses such formidable power? Van sighed inwardly, realizing that he had the ability to avert this catastrophe. And it could be remarkably simple. He merely needed to find an opportunity to conceal the Tesseract within his divine realm. Without the complete set of 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos' snap could not come to fruition. Unfortunately, he was not a superhero. He was not a savior. In truth, he was complicit in the world's destruction. Only when people fell in a hardship could he extend a helping hand. Only when fear reigned could he come to their aid. This was his path of growth, the road to becoming the god of the divine realm, perhaps even the god of the universe. On that day, the warning from the Ancient One fell upon deaf ears. For he had resolved from the outset to pursue the same course of action. This world, he deemed, should remain steadfast upon the path with which he was familiar, thus allowing him to capitalize on his foresight. Of course, this was merely a strategy for his weaker self. Once his strength burgeoned, he would be free to act with impunity, unbound by any constraints. Before Vahn could respond to Heimdall, the melodious chimes from the central palace of Asgard echoed through the air. Heimdall regained his composure, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. His Majesty Odin has awakened from his divine slumber. Vahn raised an eyebrow, recognizing Odin as a devoted father, eager to rouse himself at the return of his sons. In celebration of King Odin's revival and the return of 2 princes from their trials on Midgard, a grand banquet was held within the palace, to which Vahn was invited. He found himself seated at a long table alongside Thor's for close companions. The ambrosial wine of the Celestial Palace proved quite potent. After only a few cups, he found himself delightfully inebriated. At that moment, Thor approached their table, eager to engage in a drinking contest. Vahn did not decline, nor did he employ his abilities to resist the effects of intoxication. After all, how often does one indulge in revelry? The following morning, he awoke from his stupor to find himself in an unfamiliar room. Venturing to the door for a closer inspection, he discerned that he was likely in a side chamber of the royal palace. Without a guide, wandering aimlessly seemed ill-advised. Returning to the chamber, he pondered briefly before shutting the door and windows. Taking a deep breath, he silently called out, "The portal to the divine realm." In the blink of an eye, a familiar swirling vortex materialized before him. Indeed, a surge of joy surged within Vahn. He had known it all along. His divine realm existed within an unknown dimension, almost entirely separate from this world. This meant that the portal could open anywhere in this universe, free from concerns of distance. This revelation bestowed upon him a means of transportation far more convenient than the Bifrost. Even more remarkable, to utilize this mode of transit, one must enter his divine realm. Just then, a knock sounded at his door. Expecting Thor, he opened it to find a beautiful handmaiden. Assuming she was sent by Thor to attend to him, he felt a surge of gratitude. However, after a slight bow, she spoke. "The Queen wishes to meet you. May I inquire if you are available?" Vahn was taken aback. The Queen Frigga? A legendary figure, noble, gentle, gracious, an exemplary queen, and a compassionate mother. What could she possibly want with him? Furrowing his brow, he suddenly had a thought. Perhaps he could initiate his plans through her? The handmaiden guided him seamlessly to the royal harem. The palace here was even more opulent, with soaring ceilings, grand columns, and a dark golden hue that exuded royal elegance. He met the queen in the garden of her chamber, where she had prepared pastries and drinks from the celestial realm, waiting beneath a pink flowering tree. Vahn, unfamiliar with the customs of Asgard, opted for a gentlemanly bow. The queen, unperturbed by his inexperience, warmly invited him to sit. Curious about the purpose of her summons, he inquired, "What brings you to seek my company?" The Queen Frigga smiled softly. "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that Thor has a beloved on Midgard." "Ah, Vaughn realized that her concern lay in her son's romantic affairs. There was nothing to hide. He nodded. Her name is Jane Foster, a remarkably accomplished scientist. They met due to an accident, and, through subsequent encounters, developed feelings for one another. The Queen nodded thoughtfully before posing another question. And what sort of girl do you believe she to be, Mr. Vaughn? Simple, straightforward, direct, and pure. She is a scientist with her own aspirations. Overall, she is a commendable young woman. The Queen lowered her gaze, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she looked up again. And what sort of person are you, Mr. Vaughn? In Midgard, you have aided Thor greatly. Though you have had a contentious relationship with Loki, Asgard owes you a debt of gratitude. Having already devised some strategies in his mind, he remained unflustered by her inquiry. He wondered whether the Queen was aware of his conversation with the gatekeeper Heimdall the previous day. However, those matters were intended for Heimdall, not for her. For him or others, he merely wished to assist in the salvation of Asgard and its people. But for her, he wanted to express his desire to help save her two sons. Chapter 56. The tragedy of the thunder god. The Queen paused, rendered speechless. Vaughn recognized that she, to some extent, possessed the ability to foresee future events. Her acceptance of her mortality suggested an extraordinary level of composure and fortitude. Yet, he surmised she could not perceive the full scope of what lay ahead. She likely glimpsed only a minuscule fragment of the future, unaware of the trials that awaited Thor and Loki. A mother witnessing her sons endure such tribulations must experience profound sorrow. So, you propose a trade, with the promise of aiding them in the future? No, Vaughn shook his head. What power do I possess to aid them? Or rather, would my assistance be of any worth? The Queen frowned. Then how do you intend to save them? It is not I who will save them. It is you who must save them. The Queen was taken aback. Then realization dawned upon her. You wish to rescue me? Indeed. The Queen shook her head with a smile. I do not fear death, nor do I require salvation. Vaughn chuckled softly. Death is hardly a matter of great concern. For often, living can be far more arduous than dying. If you are unafraid of death, why not choose life? The Queen sighed. Fate does not permit mockery. When I first studied time magic, I was taught that when you glimpse the future gazes back at you. Thus, I have never favored dwelling on what lies ahead. I prefer to savor each moment of the present. Vaughn nodded, understanding now why the Ancient One had advised him against tampering with the destinies of those who held significance. They likely feared that meddling would lead to a deterioration of circumstances. With a knowing smile, he remarked, Fate should not be trifled with. But if I were to toy with it instead, what then? Without waiting for the Queen's response, he continued, I possess a hidden realm, a space that exists almost independently from this world. I believe the causal relationships of this realm will not affect it. If you were to enter there, it would be as though you had truly departed from this world. The Queen contemplated this for some time, yet her apprehension lingered. That too is a form of mockery. Vaughn recognized it was time to unveil his trump card. Do you know what Thor will endure in the years following your departure? Queen Frigga was about to refuse. But Vaughn spoke with unwavering conviction. I wager you will feel an overwhelming ache. In the not-so-distant future, he will lose you, and then the one he loves. Following that, he will lose his father, and his sister Hela will shatter his Mjolnir, even taking one of his eyes. In a desperate bid to thwart Hela, he will trigger Ragnarok, bringing about the destruction of Asgard. He embarked on a journey to Earth with his kin aboard a spacecraft, only to encounter Thanos. Heimdall perished, Loki met his demise, and half of the Asgardians fell. His lifeless body drifted in the vastness of space, teetering on the brink between life and death. Enough. The voice of the goddess trembled, for he was her most cherished son. If you cannot bear to hear this, how can you bear to leave him to face it all alone? The goddess Frigga's countenance turned ashen, and she remained silent for a considerable time. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a golden-armored guard rushed in, exclaiming, My lady, the second prince is missing. Vaughn had not anticipated such an unfolding of events. In the original narrative, Loki and Thor engaged in a fierce battle. To prevent Loki from annihilating Jotunheim, the god of thunder himself obliterated the Bifrost. During the struggle, both Loki and Thor fell from the Bifrost, only to be caught by Odin, who arrived just in time. Loki, having revealed his true feelings to Odin but receiving no acknowledgement, let go and plunged into the temporal chaos created by the shattered Bifrost. Subsequently, during his wandering, he encountered Thanos and the Chitauri. Loki aspired to conquer Midgard, while Thanos coveted the Tesseract on Earth. Thus, they formed an alliance that led to the Chitauri invasion of New York. Following Frigga, Vaughn quickly grasped the sequence of events. It turned out that Odin, upon learning of Loki's actions, had chastised him severely. Unable to endure the rejection from his father, whom he desperately sought approval from. Loki had a fierce confrontation with Odin in front of Thor. In a fit of rage, Odin ordered Loki to be imprisoned for reflection upon his actions. Unexpectedly, Loki managed to escape and, in his bid to evade Odin's pursuit, destroyed the Bifrost, creating temporal chaos and choosing self-exile. The news saddened Frigga, compelling her to return to her chambers and weep in solitude. Meanwhile, Vahn was retained by Odin, who dismissed everyone else, leaving only the two of them in the Grand Hall. "You are Theodore Vahn?" "Indeed, your majesty," Vahn replied, bowing slightly in respect. He felt a twinge of unease, sensing that Loki's reckless departure might be linked to his own imprisonment. After all, Loki had just endured days of torment in an illusion, and his pent-up anger had yet to be released, only to be scolded by a father who was not truly his own. The grievance was palpable. He pondered whether Loki had confided in Odin about his imprisonment. Given Loki's proud nature, it was unlikely he would admit to such a humiliating experience. Lost in thought, Vahn noticed Odin produce a mystical belt, the very one gifted by the Ancient One to suppress Loki's powers. He recalled that the Ancient One had never mentioned how to remove it. To his surprise, it was easily removed in Asgard. "What is your relationship with the Ancient One?" Vahn's mind raced. Clearly, Odin was quite familiar with the Ancient One and immediately recognized the item as hers. "Oh, I have recently forged a close friendship with the Ancient One. Her assistance in aiding Thor and Loki was invaluable." Odin scrutinized Vahn with his imposing single eye, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claim. Vahn glanced up at the once mighty hero, now grayed with age, and couldn't help but reflect on the inevitability of mortality. As a king, witnessing his own decline while his two sons proved increasingly unreliable, he faced the disheartening prospect of an empire lacking an heir. How vexing. After a few moments, Odin seemed to lose interest, retracting his penetrating gaze. "I have heard from Thor that you wish to establish a connection with Asgard. However, I harbor no interest in you or Midgard." Vahn smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, I indeed wish to forge ties with Asgard. But my foremost desire is to collaborate with the goddess herself. We have already engaged in conversation when she extended her invitation, and I await her response." Odin's brow furrowed. "Frigga, what did you discuss?" Vahn's expression turned apologetic. "The collaboration is not yet finalized. Therefore, I cannot disclose details. However, you may inquire with the goddess. I can only assure you that this partnership will yield only benefits for Asgard, none of detriment." Odin scoffed. "Boring. Since you are reluctant to speak, you may take your leave." Chapter 57. S-H-I-E-L-D. Do you know where the Hulk is? As Vahn exited the Grand Hall, he encountered a waiting Thor, whose expression bore a deep sadness, whether from concern for Loki or the damaged Bifrost that hindered his return to Earth to meet Foster. He could not tell. "Vahn, the Bifrost is damaged. We may not be able to return to Midgard." It was evident that his sorrow stemmed from the inability to see Foster. "Allow me 3 seconds to mourn for Loki, who is lost." "Thor, do not worry. I possess a means to return to Earth." Thor's eyes brightened, but then he asked, puzzled, "What means?" "I have a secret realm that connects several portals, one of which is located on Earth. Here, I can also open a portal to the secret realm." Vahn did not withhold this information, confident that Frigga would agree to his proposal, if for no other reason than her maternal instincts. Thus, his purpose for coming to Asgard would be achieved, and he saw no need to conceal the matter of the secret realm and portals from Thor. "Splendid. Let us hasten back to Midgard," Thor exclaimed excitedly. Vahn shook his head with a wry smile. "Thor, I believe it would be wise for you to discuss Foster with your parents." Thor frowned. "Discuss what?" "This is my affair. Thor, you are the future king of Asgard. Your affairs are the concerns of Asgard. Just as you witnessed the wars on Earth, the commands are given by the rulers. Yet the wars are the burden of the entire nation and its people." Perhaps the experiences of the past few days had truly resonated with him, for he did not immediately counter Vahn's words. He gazed at the azure sky and the distant sight of Asgard, nodding gently. "I understand. However, my affection for Jane Foster will not change. I shall ensure that both my father and mother acknowledge her. I believe you can achieve it." Vahn encouraged. Yet, he harbored doubts, for in the subsequent narrative, they ultimately parted ways. Moreover, should they find bliss together, what would become of the Dark Elf saga if Thor brought her to Asgard? After bidding farewell to Thor, Vahn made a point to step outside the palace and stroll through the streets of Asgard. The denizens lived in comfort, enjoying even free theatrical performances depicting Odin's youthful conquests and the subjugation of the 9 realms. The Asgardians in the audience appeared thoroughly entertained. However, for Vahn, who had witnessed too many overpowered protagonists in his past life, it seemed rather crude. In comparison, this playwright would struggle to make ends meet. Before he could finish watching the play, Frigga's maid summoned him back. To his slight surprise, Odin was also present. In a grave tone, Odin inquired, "Should I agree to your collaboration, what would be required of me? The technology of Asgard, which may appear somewhat antiquated to you, shall be our starting point, particularly in the realm of medicine. However, it is essential to recognize that technology serves merely as a conduit for communication, a bridge that facilitates interaction. When you find yourselves in dire straits, my outstretched hand will surely not be rebuffed. What I desire is Asgard itself." Upon Van's return to Earth, Thor the god of thunder was unable to accompany him. It seems that persuading Odin to accept a mortal woman from Midgard as a suitable partner for his son is a formidable challenge. Back at the Typhon Manor, Van felt it was time to prepare for the impending battle in New York. Loki had embarked upon a path that, while predictable, was still surprising, such is the nature of fate. Moreover, he had long heard from Pierce about Fury's prolonged sojourn in the Arctic, which led him to deduce that Captain America had likely emerged as the cunning leader of SHIELD. Tempted by the formidable allure of the Tesseract and fueled by his disdain for Thor and Van's provocations, he would undoubtedly reach for the cosmic cube. Once the energy fluctuations caught the attention of Thanos, Earth would plunge into grave peril. It would be then that the Avengers would rise to prominence. Van could not afford to miss out on such glory. Naturally, he could not seek only the limelight. Given the current circumstances, Thor had already claimed that for himself. Why not seize the opportunity to also lay claim to the Hulk? He had been keeping a watchful eye on the Hulk, knowing that he had relocated from Canada to India, though the precise location eluded him. His surveillance was limited to what he gleaned through Sitwell, his ally within Hydra at SHIELD. Van recognized that SHIELD had been monitoring Bruce Banner, and after careful consideration, he decided to abandon the inefficient and hazardous plan of sending his own agents. After all, SHIELD was essentially an extension of Hydra. So why expend double the resources on a single objective? With this thought in mind, he swiftly dialed Sitwell in a clandestine manner. The conversation began with a familiar phrase, "Hail Hydra?" After a brief pause, Sitwell reciprocated. Van reclined in his leather chair, crossing his legs. "So, Sitwell, how has work been treating you lately? I trust that the Black Egg hasn't caught wind of your activities? It seems the number of agents you've sent for serum adjustments has drastically dwindled. What gives?" Sitwell chuckled calmly on the other end. "Mr. Van, you can't possibly be unaware that Director Fury harbors suspicions about you? He was poised to terminate the serum adjustments entirely, but thanks to my arguments alongside Minister Pierce, we merely saw a reduction in numbers. Nonetheless, those agents who were adjusted have largely been reassigned to operational teams, with few remaining in administrative roles. Their access to internal documents has even been curtailed. Quite a predicament, isn't it?" Van sighed. "That Black Egg is truly insufferable. Yet what can I do? I've painstakingly assembled a Justice League, and he has the audacity to request personnel from me. How shameless. Does he believe that possessing the world's most formidable espionage organization grants him the right to engage in such brazen thievery? In truth, he is no different from us. At most, they disguise their ambitions behind the pretense of world protection. Meanwhile, we Hydra members are simply too forthright to articulate our desire for world domination and the enslavement of humanity. We must adopt a more nuanced approach, one that presents a facade while pursuing our true objectives. Ultimately, the desired outcome remains the same, only the methods differ." Sitwell chuckled in agreement on the line before inquiring, "Mr. Van, are you merely engaging in idle chatter, or do you have something of consequence to discuss?" "There is indeed something I require your assistance with. I've been seeking intelligence on Bruce Banner. Now, I wish to ascertain his exact location. Surely SHIELD has this information?" "One moment." Sitwell fell silent for a moment before replying. "SHIELD does possess relevant data, but it is classified at the highest level. I can only ascertain the name of the city. The specific address remains elusive. For that, you may need to consult Minister Pierce." Van stroked his chin, contemplating. "Has Minister Pierce encountered any difficulties of late?" "As far as I know, the Insight project is progressing smoothly. Beyond that, I cannot say." "Very well," Van responded. "I shall speak to him personally. Thank you for your assistance." Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Chapter 58, Love Me Again, Bruce Banner. Mumbai, India, in the slums. Van, alongside Betty Ross and Professor Charles, arrived at this destination. After incurring significant costs, he successfully procured Bruce Banner's address. However, before meeting with Dr. Banner, Van needed to manipulate the memories of the agents tasked with surveillance in the vicinity. After all, If they approached Dr. Banner directly, the ever-suspicious Black Egg would undoubtedly question the source of their intelligence, potentially triggering an internal investigation that could implicate Minister Pierce. With Professor Charles's assistance, they adjusted the agent's memories, implanting a false recollection that they had suspected the presence of other organizations' operatives during their surveillance. Coupled with Vahn's prior reassurances to the president and several key officials about his knowledge of the Hulk's whereabouts, this combination would likely dispel most of the Black Egg's suspicions. Vahn was not eager to make an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was not out of fear, but rather a preference for simplicity. He had a multitude of matters to address in upgrading his kingdom and no desire to engage in a game of espionage. Once the surrounding agents had been adequately dealt with, the trio swiftly identified Bruce Banner's figure. He had transformed into a doctor, providing aid to the impoverished citizens of the slums. This not only concealed his identity, but also ensured a modest livelihood. Spotting that familiar silhouette from afar, Vahn turned to Betty. "You go ahead. He is a sensitive man. We shall remain here for the time being." Betty nodded, her eyes brimming with excitement as she gazed at Banner. When Vahn's secretary, Felicia, had approached her earlier, she had not intended to change jobs, yet ultimately, the opportunity to rekindle her connection with that man proved irresistible. Perhaps there exists a certain telepathic bond between lovers, before she had even reached his side. Separated merely by a bustling street, Dr. Banner suddenly sensed something amiss, lifting his gaze. And there she was, the one he had been yearning for. He hesitated, instinctively taking a half-step back, seemingly resolute to turn away. "Bruce." But Betty's tearful plea rendered him immobile. A bittersweet smile crossed his face, laced with sorrow and helplessness. "Betty, what brings you here?" From a distance, Professor Charles and Vahn observed this poignant scene. "Mr. Vahn, is he the green monster from that day?" Professor Charles inquired. Bruce Banner, exposed to an excessive dose of gamma radiation during an experiment, underwent a transformation. In his normal state, he is human, yet when provoked or enraged, he metamorphoses into the Hulk, much like Blonsky. However, what sets him apart is that Dr. Banner harbors two distinct personas within him. One is a profoundly knowledgeable, top-tier genius scientist, while the other is the irascible, mentally immature Hulk. The professor nodded. Such a duality indeed poses a significant safety hazard for those around him. Indeed, unless he is surrounded by individuals of formidable strength, such as the Justice League. As they engaged in discussion, Betty managed to persuade Banner, leading the two of them toward this direction. As they approached, Banner gazed at the professor in the wheelchair, momentarily taken aback. "You are the one who subdued the abomination that day? And just a few days ago, you were battling robots in New York. You call yourselves the Justice League?" Vahn smiled slightly. "It seems Dr. Banner is quite attentive to the happenings in America. Therefore, you should understand that we are not villains. Shall we converse in a different setting?" In an upscale cafe, the four sat across from one another. "Dr. Banner, we have come to invite you to join the Justice League. I wonder if you possess any interest in fighting for the cause of justice?" A flicker of derision crossed Banner's eyes. "Can a monster uphold justice? Have you forgotten what I have done in the past?" Vahn smiled faintly, glancing at Betty. "Firstly, I do not perceive you as a monster. Secondly, even in the presence of Ms. Betty, I must assert that what I see is merely the consequence of General Ross's actions towards you, not the actions you have taken. General Ross is a war fanatic. Individuals like him care little for morality, only for orders, positions, and interests. You may have inflicted harm upon others, but the fault does not lie with you. You are simply resisting the harm imposed upon you, are you not?" Bruce Banner felt a tremor within. Truth be told, few ever considered his perspective as this so-called monster. Most would recoil from him, repulsed by his grotesque appearance post-transformation, the destruction he wrought, and the terror he inspired. No one had ever told him, "You are resisting the harm inflicted upon you." A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Yet he shook his head in response. "I appreciate your words, but there exists not just one persona within me. There is also the uncontrollable Hulk." His expression darkened. "All we can bring to those around us is disaster. Perhaps this is God's punishment upon me. I am a harbinger of calamity." Vahn smirked. "Dr. Banner, are you inherently evil?" He was taken aback, shaking his head. "Is the Hulk evil?" After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Why?" Banner looked at Vahn with confusion. "Why? He is simply born this way, volatile, furious, destructive. Dr. Banner, the Hulk was birthed from your very being. Yet you are a kind soul, within a benevolent individual. How could an evil spirit manifest?" Banner furrowed his brow, remaining silent. "Have you ever considered that perhaps he is not evil? Reflect upon it. A nascent soul emerged from within you, yet he lacked a proper form, often trapped beneath your consciousness. When he first gained control of his body, confronting an unfamiliar world, How frantic and terrified must he have been? The sensations he received from you, were they ones of comfort or disdain, fear or trepidation? Each time he seized control, what did he face? Bullets raining down, artillery shells exploding, encroaching armies, or a gun thrust into his mouth seeking to end it all? A look of bewilderment flickered in Bruce Banner's eyes. Vahn continued, Dr. Banner, what does it mean to be born this way? Banner fell silent. He had never contemplated Vahn's question. As two personas alternatingly controlling the body, they could not communicate. He could only surmise Hulk's nature from his actions. He had never considered that perhaps Hulk possessed a self-aware persona, rather than merely being a monster bent on destruction. Banner offered a wry smile. Mr. Vahn, I had not considered this question. Vahn chuckled, shaking his head, his voice laced with a hint of delight. Dr. Banner. Many chaotic organizations recruit individuals through seduction or by appealing to their sense of justice. In such cases, people become mere tools for problem solving. However, I am different. I am a proprietor who embodies humanistic concern. For every request, there is a reward. My invitation for you to join the Justice League comes with the promise of aiding you in reconciling with the Hulk. Dr. Banner's body trembled, eagerly inquiring, what kind of reconciliation? Vahn shrugged. I merely offer assistance. The nature of the reconciliation is up to you. I possess a wondrous place where you can communicate directly with the Hulk to discern whether this soul birthed from you is inherently good or evil. Alternatively, I could even extract either your consciousness or that of the Hulk and place it into a new body. On this matter, Professor Charles has conducted extensive research and is quite confident. Bruce Banner's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he did not deliberate for long. Very well, I will accompany you. Chapter 59. The Spectre of the Ghost Fire Skeleton emerges. Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. smashed another cup. Damn it. The person I had my eyes on has been snatched away. Cursed the Justice League. Cursed Theodore Vahn. I cast my curse upon you. After venting his frustrations, the Black Egg had to confront the reality of the situation. Although he had planned to develop a massively destructive energy weapon centered around the cosmic cube, the Avengers remained his true treasure. With such a formidable Hulk stolen away, he had to consider replacements. Relying solely on Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, and Iron Man would surely raise concerns about their overall combat capability. At this moment, the Black Egg remained unaware that Thor, a top-tier combatant, was originally meant to join his Avengers. After much contemplation, the only other group with considerable strength appeared to be the mutants. However, mutants have always proven difficult to control. Selecting safe and reliable individuals posed quite a conundrum. Alas, if only Romanoff had not been assigned as an undercover agent, her charms might have been of great use. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he smacked his forehead. No beauty to employ? Then use the beauty of handsome men. He recalled that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring a powerful Canadian mutant named Northstar. Blessed with superhuman speed, the ability to fly, and the capacity to emit photon energy, he was undeniably formidable. Yet somewhat of a diva. He wondered if he could resist the allure of the nation's most celebrated hero. In stark contrast to the Black Egg's frustrations, Ben had been enjoying himself immensely over the past few days. Within the confines of his domain, the population of Noah Town had exceeded 15,000. Besides the candidates his subordinates were secretly scouting, numerous mutants had been recommended by Mystique. Following several catastrophic events in New York, the speed at which Vahn's recruits were amassed had accelerated considerably. However, the true climax was anticipated post the battle in New York. Noah Town had expanded significantly, with many residences constructed, some inhabited, while others remained vacant. The mutant community had been established, though not all mutants chose to reside there. A considerable number of lower-tier mutants opted to forsake their abilities, reverting to normal human appearances. They shed their psychological burdens and chose to live alongside ordinary citizens. It became evident that humanity is an animal yearning for integration within a collective. Surrounding the town, an increasing number of farms, orchards, and ranches had been developed. At this moment, the vast fields of wheat and the fruit trees are lush and verdant. The sun shines brightly, the residents coexist harmoniously, and the scenery is picturesque. This is the Peach Blossom Spring, a utopia, a place that offers spiritual relaxation and buoyant joy. Furthermore, several pharmaceutical factories have sprung up around the town. On that day, he struck a deal with the god King Odin and Queen Frigga, with the first technological exchange focusing on medicine. The Tiefing Group, being a pharmaceutical company, found this approach quite natural. Indeed, the technology of Asgard is remarkably advanced. Odin dispatched several royal female physicians who are currently in the divine realm, engaging in discussions with Dr. Stein, Dr. Connors, and others. The The collaboration is centered on the development of a treatment pod that surpasses current earthly civilization by decades. This pod has the potential to cure nearly all known ailments in humanity, including AIDS, cancer, and more. Additionally, it can heal external injuries as well as internal afflictions. This signifies that once the treatment pod is successfully developed, hospitals as we know them will become a relic of the past. This is what it truly means to utilize technology for the benefit of humanity, unlike those who solely indulge in their own superhero fantasies. Moreover, leveraging the magical abilities deciphered from Loki, he has authored several tomes on magic. A new course on magical knowledge has quietly been introduced at the Central School of Noah Town. This is merely a whimsical endeavor of Van S, as he harbors a slight interest in transforming the divine realm into a place where everyone can flourish like dragons. The magic class is just an initial experiment. Perhaps it will unveil a few magical prodigies. If such talents emerge, he will undoubtedly find a way to send them to Kamartaj to learn from the Ancient One's spells, returning to bolster the power of the divine realm. The formidable Jessica has joined the Justice League, albeit as a provisional member. She has teamed up with Blade to combat vampires while searching for clues regarding Dracula. Additionally, his underground empire plan is developing clandestinely. After much contemplation, he has decided to promote Kingpin, assigning him the responsibility of managing all the gang leaders. He has also bestowed upon him a new mutant ability, Danger Perception, a skill akin to Spider Sense, extracted from a lower-tier mutant but significantly enhanced. Now, Kingpin can sense the imminent threat posed by a sniper's aim from a kilometer away. This will greatly augment his combat prowess and survival instincts. Once these tasks are completed, Ben can indulge in leisure once again. He has arranged to rendezvous with several cover girls from Loft magazine, embarking on a luxurious yacht that glides down the Hudson River towards New York Bay, with the ocean before him and the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan behind. A gentle breeze caresses the air, accompanied by beautiful companions, fine wine, and splendid moments. The only blemish on this idyllic scene is that the once notorious playboy of New York, Tony Stark, seems to have settled down. It is rumored that he spends all his time with his former assistant, now the CEO of Stark Industries. With the absence of a formidable rival in New York's nightlife, Ben finds his conquests of beautiful women considerably less exhilarating. After all, when you win over a beauty that even Stark cannot, your conquest extends beyond mere attraction. Perhaps sensing his melancholy, several alluring companions immediately flock to him, their soft and supple touch awakening him from his reverie. He curses inwardly. How could he let thoughts of that arrogant little mustache intrude upon such beauty? Bring forth the music, let the dance continue. Just as he intends to retreat to the cabin for a more intimate exchange with his companions, a phone call interrupts. Boss. The Ghost Rider has made an appearance. Van is momentarily taken aback, recalling a television show he had watched long ago, featuring a daredevil on a motorcycle named Johnny Blaze. After a brief investigation, he confirms that Blaze is indeed the man who made a pact with the devil. Consequently, he has dispatched someone to keep a watchful eye on his activities. Just last night, in an abandoned station, he transformed into the skeletal Ghost Rider, undeniably striking. Boss. From our inquiries at the police station, we've discovered Johnny's license plate, and the police have already sought an arrest warrant from the prosecutor. I understand. Under the name of the Department of Homeland Security and the Justice League, arrange for his bail before sunset. Van sighs, torn between the allure of beauty and the fiery skeletal rider, both enticing in their own right. After some deliberation, he concludes that beauty is ever present, while a blue flame skeleton is a rarity. Thus, he resolves to reschedule with the ladies. Chapter 60, The St. Venganza Contract. Van has always harbored a keen interest in the demons of this world. Regrettably, he has yet to forge a connection with Mephistopheles. It is unclear whether the Ancient One's stringent oversight or the timing simply was not right. Nevertheless, he is intrigued by the opportunity to engage with his son, the Sorcerer Supreme. Additionally, he wishes to explore the powers of the 1,000 malevolent spirits associated with St. Venganza. Over the years, Van has uncovered the whereabouts of the ancient evil knight Carter, Slade's grave. He is aware that the St. Venganza contract, sought by the Sorcerer Supreme, lies hidden within the shovel's handle, yet he refrains from directly competing for it. Lacking magical prowess and knowledge of the incantations, he realizes the contract would be of little use to him. More importantly, he cannot absorb the power of 1,000 malevolent spirits into his own body. The best option remains the Sorcerer Supreme himself. Van meets up with Johnny Blaze en route to the cemetery, where he is ushered into the back seat of the vehicle beside Van. Who are you? Johnny regards him warily. Although these individuals have managed to bail him out of the police station, he remains uncertain of their true intentions. Coupled with his recent encounter with the Sorcerer Supreme, he is filled with trepidation. I have a feeling someone wants to harm me. I am here to assist you. Assist me with what? Do you remember the individual who troubled you last night? His name is the Sorcerer Supreme, the son of the one who tricked you into signing the contract. In essence, you have become entangled in a family affair. I am here to help you extricate yourself from it. Why should you be dragged into their domestic disputes? Isn't that right? Johnny Blaze appears bewildered, pondering for a moment before responding. What does this have to do with you? Why would you want to help me? Van produces a document. In truth, it is reasonable for me to assist you. Failing to do so would be a dereliction of my duties. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Theodore Vahn, the founder of the Justice League, which currently operates under the Department of Homeland Security. All supernatural phenomena and superpowered individuals within the United States fall under my jurisdiction. Thus, you are one of the subjects I must oversee. Johnny is undoubtedly aware of the Justice League, which has been making headlines recently, and his expression reflects disbelief. I thought you just dealt with robots. You dare to intervene in matters involving demons? Absolutely. Van chuckles lightly. In fact, we can help you sever the vengeful spirit that is currently under demonic control. Johnny's eyes widen in astonishment, his face alight with joy. You can help me get rid of that cursed thing? Really? Van nods. However, there is one thing I need to inform you beforehand. Once we extract this power from you, you will revert to being an ordinary person. However, such an action equates to a betrayal of the demonic pact, and Murphitos will undoubtedly find ways to eliminate you. Nevertheless, I possess a unique secret realm that can ensure your safety. Johnny's expression darkened. So, does that mean I can only remain there? Essentially, it is tantamount to my demise in this world? Quite nearly. Vaughn shrugged. Of course, you could also choose to retain your powers. Yet, I still have certain reminders for you. You may keep this power, but you must not wield it for malevolent purposes. With great power comes greater responsibility. You must assume the duty of protecting the world and upholding justice. Become a hero, a savior. Johnny shook his head. I do not wish to be a hero, nor do I aspire to be a savior. I long to be an ordinary man. Then relinquish your power. Otherwise, it's impossible. Vaughn replied succinctly. Should you decide to retain this power, my first piece of advice is to steer clear of that female journalist, Roxanne. Secondly, distance yourself from all those dear to you, those you cherish. Learn to embrace solitude. Johnny trembled. I wronged her in my youth, and now that I have just won her back, you ask me to forsake her once more? Johnny, I have encountered many like you, some of whom did not heed my warnings, and do you know what befell them? They lost uncles, dear friends, and even lovers. So, tell me, which of your companions do you deem expendable? If you can identify one, then keep them close. Vaughn suppressed a laugh, his face adorned with a cruel smile. If you doubt me, I can wager with you. The stakes are yours to decide. But I bet you will not be able to protect them. Johnny, bewildered, clutched his hair, curling into a ball. Meanwhile, Vaughn exhaled contentedly, as if an accumulated malice had finally found release. The journey to the cemetery was somewhat lengthy, and in his boredom, he found amusement in teasing the still immature spirit knight. As for the vengeful spirit residing within Johnny Blaze, he wasn't particularly concerned. What truly captured his interest were the fragments of the power medallion that might be concealed within Johnny, an ancient relic, once coveted by a demon who sought to dominate the earth through its might. Murphitos did not choose Johnny Blaze as his spirit knight without reason. The Lord of Hell operates with cunning foresight. To ascertain whether Johnny possesses the power medallion fragments, a visit to the divine realm would suffice. It is not a daunting task. Johnny remained ensnared in his emo emotions, and soon they arrived at the cemetery. Vaughn sought out the old spirit knight, Carter Slade, and conveyed his intentions directly. What? You want me to hand over the pact to you? Who do you think you are? Shocked and speechless, he didn't even deny possessing the pact. Vaughn waved a hand to reassure him. Rest assured, this is the new spirit knight, Johnny Blaze. I have faith he can defeat that mere witch demon and safeguard the pact. Johnny looked utterly baffled. Brother, I lack confidence. How do you possess any? The old spirit knight examined Johnny's flushed visage and shook his head. I don't believe it. Vaughn chuckled, attempting to persuade him. Old man, I know he appears daft and dim-witted. However, being chosen as a spirit knight indicates he possesses undisclosed virtues, ones that may well overshadow his numerous flaws. Just imagine what remarkable quality lies within him. Moreover, how could a man chosen by the Lord of Hell, Murphitos himself, not meet your approval? Carter Slade, a knight who had lived for over a century, remained resolute, tightly pursing his lips in refusal. Vaughn shrugged with a tone of resignation. Very well. If you are unwilling to yield voluntarily, then I shall. Forget it. By the way, as night approaches, what time do you typically retire? The old knight was taken aback by the question. I. Why do you ask that? Vahn smiled. Knowing your bedtime will allow me to arrange the perfect moment to pilfer your shovel later tonight, sparing us both the awkwardness of an unexpected encounter. The old knight seemed momentarily frozen by this remark, staring wide-eyed at Vahn. Johnny Blaze covered his mouth, astonished that such words could be uttered. Do you protect the world relying on honesty? Chapter 61. I signed a contract with a demon. As Johnny Blaze's facial muscles twitched incessantly, Vahn successfully acquired the Sanctus Vengasa Pact. The old knight had initially intended to resist, but realized, upon witnessing Vahn's effortless destruction of a glass with a mere gesture, that his residual powers were insufficient for the task. Meanwhile, the newly appointed spirit knight found himself engulfed in his own sorrowful emotions. Unable to protect them, truly unable to. Let destruction come. Whatever will be, will be. I am weary. The sun gradually descended, shrouding the land in twilight. The cemetery was cleared of all but Vahn and Johnny, who sat at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the witch demon. Vahn nudged Johnny. When you transform, remember not to glare at me. It is only natural for me to have blood on my hands in the pursuit of justice, understand? Deep down, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. The judgmental gaze of the spirit knight was nearly an ultimate move of regulation. He had never tested whether his powerful telekinetic barrier could withstand such an uncanny assault, especially since a genuine soul resided within him. He resolved to be sharp-witted and, if necessary, to close his eyes in advance. Soon, night enveloped the cemetery, and the witch demon, accompanied by the wind and water demons, arrived at the site. When he did, he beheld a human and an irate skeletal knight leisurely sipping tea. The Sanctus Vengasa Pact he sought lay upon the table before them. Upon seeing him, Vahn held up the pact and beckoned. Come forth, little demon. Let me witness your power. If you can take it from me, it shall be yours. The witch demon, pale-faced with heavy shadows around his eyes, harbored doubts about this being a trap, likely orchestrated by his beloved father, Mephitos. Vahn extended his hand, offering the pact, yet the witch demon hesitated, prompting Vahn to raise an eyebrow. No way, you're too cowardly to even try? With that feeble demeanor, you wish to challenge your father, Mephitos? What gives you the audacity? Meanwhile, the witch demon continued to deliberate cautiously, but he suddenly caught sight of the young, handsome man across from him, whose eyes brimmed with mockery, the same disdain and derision as his father. Intolerable. He charged forward, only to fail. To his astonishment, he discovered a telekinetic barrier surrounding the young man, as impenetrable as a fortress. The strength of it might well be beyond even the Lord of Hell. Is this kid playing me? In that moment, the witch demon was engulfed in a tempest of anger and despair. Anger at the prospect of losing the pact and despair at the realization that he might never obtain it. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man would wield such formidable power. Vahn, observing that the witch demon had not breached his telekinetic defenses, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had once believed that these demons from the depths of hell possessed formidable powers, but alas, they were rather unremarkable. Upon witnessing the sorrowful expression of the witch heart demon as it failed to breach his defenses, he hastily offered words of encouragement. Little devil, do not despair. You are indeed quite impressive. Though you cannot best me, you have managed to leave this specter knight beside me with quite a few bruises. That is no small feat. To demonstrate my sincerity, how about I present you with this contract? The witch heart demon stared wide-eyed, its expression frozen in shock, mouth agape, and utterly motionless. Beside them, the flames flickering on the skeletal face surged and subsided, wisps of blue smoke rising, vividly reflecting its inner turmoil. As for the two lesser demons, akin to fish out of water, they hardly warranted description. It took the witch heart demon a while to grasp the implication of Vahn's words. You wish to give it to me? Vahn shook his head, not to give, but to trade. In other words, you will provide something in exchange. The witch heart demon hesitated, sensing a potential trap, yet the contract lay before it, representing its hope in rebelling against its father. Without it, it might forever hide among humans, becoming a pitiful, homeless, wandering demon, constantly pursued by its father's relentless wrath. To trade or not to trade, this was the dilemma. Vahn, observing the witch heart demon's indecision and reluctance to speak, felt a headache coming on. Is this creature truly the offspring of Mephitos? He felt an overwhelming urge to discipline the child of the demon lord. What is going on? Are you a demon of such repute, yet lack the courage to negotiate with a mere human? Have you mistaken our roles? This remark jolted the witch heart demon from its stupor. Indeed, how could a demon be afraid of a trade? Gritting its teeth, it resolved, demons do not fear humans. Very well, I shall trade with you. What do you require? Vahn nodded, appearing pleased. Rest assured, my demands are rather simple. I desire 20 different types of demons. As he spoke, he glanced behind the witch heart demon. Those wind and water demons behind you will suffice. Hand them over as a deposit. You can then capture the others. Once the full payment is made, I shall return the contract to you. The two lesser demons, who had been watching the spectacle with amusement, now stood frozen in disbelief. You want us? We are not succubi. What use could you possibly have for us? However, when they beheld the gleam in the witch heart demon's eyes, they realized the dire situation they were in. Witch heart demon, you are not human. We are your subordinates. With a smile, Vahn seized the two lesser demons, ensnared by the hellish magic of the witch heart demon. With a mere gesture, a portal appeared and vanished, transporting the two demons into the divine realm. The witch heart demon's heart raced. What manner of power was this? Were the demons dead or devoured? The human world was terrifying. It longed to return to hell. Vahn regarded the witch heart demon with a grin. Producing a pre-prepared contract, let us finalize this agreement. I have always adhered to the rules. Signing a contract serves as a safeguard for you, a disadvantaged party. Should I breach it, you may pursue legal action against me in a New York court. Grinding its teeth, the witch heart demon obediently inscribed its name upon the contract and, with a swift turn, vanished into the night. This world harbors many demons lurking in the shadows. Gathering 20 different varieties may not be overly challenging, though certainly not simple either. Once the witch heart demon departed, the old knight Carter Schrade emerged once more. He had undoubtedly eavesdropped on their conversation. Are you truly willing to trade with a demon? Vahn scrutinized the contract before him and retorted, Old man, what is so significant about this contract? Why does the Lord of Hell fixate on it? Carter opened his mouth, but remained silent. Look, you cannot defeat me in combat, nor can you reclaim the item. When I question you, you do not respond. What am I to do? You caution me against this venture without providing a rationale, which makes it difficult for me to trust you, my friend. Vahn exclaimed with a tone of exasperation. The old knight rolled his eyes. If I could defeat you, would I be wasting my breath? With a sigh, he seated himself nearby. You must understand. This contract can be used to subdue 1,000 powerful evil spirits residing in Sanctus Vangarsa. However, what you do not know is that these are no ordinary spirits, but rather the 1,000 warriors painstakingly cultivated by Mephitos. Chapter 62. God does not care. Warriors? Vahn instinctively exchanged a glance with the skull, sensing the gravity of the situation, and quickly turned away. Carter nodded. Many years ago, Mephitos orchestrated the downfall of Sanctus Vangarsa. From that moment, it became a place abhorred by the divine, where no deity would shelter or respond to its inhabitants. It swiftly transformed into a paradise for demons, a hell existing within the human realm. Vahn felt a shiver run down his spine, astonished. It appears our God is not a particularly forgiving deity? Carter shook his head. If God were forgiving, he would not have unleashed a deluge for 7 days and nights to cleanse the world of its sins. Is this true? I had thought it mere myth. Vahn exclaimed. Carter was momentarily taken aback. Is that the crux of the matter? Before the fall of Sanctus Vangarsa, many heinous acts transpired there. Deceit, murder, rape, theft, greed, jealousy, every abominable deed imaginable could be found within its borders. An elderly cleric, recognizing that his power was insufficient to save the tainted land, conducted a blasphemous ritual to reveal its filth to the divine. Consequently, God dispatched an angel named Aaron to ascertain whether Sanctus Vangarsa was worthy of salvation. And then? Vahn inquired eagerly, intrigued by the tale that had not been depicted in any film. The angel's identity was exposed by Mephitos, and the residents imprisoned him. Such bravery is unbelievable. Vahn furrowed his brow. When Aaron the angel failed to return in a timely manner, God sensed the issue and sent a powerful battle angel. God decreed that the battle angel was to rescue Aaron. If Sanctus Vangarsa was salvageable, the angel would enact punishment on the wicked. If it had already fallen, the angel's task was to utterly obliterate the place. Vahn frowned. So, the battle angel is solely responsible for combat, while the assessment of Sanctus Vangarsa's worthiness lies with Aaron. Carter sighed. Indeed. If the battle angel discovers that Aaron is dead, Sanctus Vangarsa is deemed guilty. If he is alive, as long as he declares Sanctus Vangarsa guilty, it is so. But he has just endured torment at the hands of the residents here? Carter's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. God does not care. Vahn was momentarily taken aback, realizing the nature of God. Interesting. And what happened next? He pressed. Mephitos similarly relayed this information to the residents of Sanctus Vangarsa. Goodness. Vahn exclaimed. A double agent. An undercover operation. There must be a spy from Mephitos in heaven. How does he know everything? Surely, a demon that doesn't spy isn't a good villain? Carter shot a disapproving glance at the astonished Vahn and continued. The residents of Sanctus Vangarsa were just as shocked as you, because they remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the one they had imprisoned was, in truth, an angel. Mephitos had deceived them, merely claiming to be a being of pure divinity by nature. But what purpose does regret serve? Carter paused for a moment before continuing his somber narrative. When the angel Aaron descended upon Sanctum Vangasa, he assumed the form of an ordinary mortal. However, the divinity within his noble soul continued to influence and transform that body. This vessel possessed not only unparalleled beauty but also the ability to heal all ailments through his blood. His melodious voice could lull anyone into peaceful slumber, and his gentle touch could alleviate even the deepest fatigue. Yet, those ensnared by Mephitos' allure were not content with mere admiration. Greed is the gravest of sins. They coveted the corporeal form, shrieking, suffering, wailing, and pleading for mercy. Every vile and degrading act transpired in the sinful Sanctum Vangasa. Carter exhaled softly, while the furious spirit knight beside him blazed with rage, akin to a tree engulfed in flames. Sanctum Vangasa, its demise was unjust. Ben suddenly recalled that, according to the Elder Knight's initial assertion, Sanctum Vangasa had not been obliterated, but rather transformed into a realm forsaken by the divine. The tale was far from over. The battle angel descended directly upon Sanctum Vangasa, scouring the entire town, only to discover a prison-like cellar devoid of Aaron's presence. Yet, something was amiss. He sensed the lingering essence of Aaron in every inch of land and every breath of air. Indeed, every resident bore a hint of angelic radiance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Van shook his head with profound significance. The battle angel was at a loss as to how to proceed. He could only return to God and report the matter. In response, the wrathful God unleashed a punishment more severe than death and destruction, divine abandonment. The Elder Knight paused. A place forsaken by the gods, Sanctum Vangasa. A realm where demons could revel without restraint, Sanctum Vangasa. A hell on earth, more terrifying than true hell. Originally home to 17,000 souls, within a year, only 3,000 remained. Van inhaled sharply. Were they unable to escape? Carter shook his head. The demons have their nights, and so too does God. 7 nights known as the wrath of God guard this place, and no one can leave. Carter offered a bitter smile. In truth, not just the living, but even the departed souls cannot escape. Tens of thousands of souls tear at one another in this hell, devouring each other. Their boundless hatred as deep and murky as black fog. All the living have perished. The majority of souls have also been consumed in the strife. In the end, only these 1,000 malevolent spirits remained, powerful, tormented, resentful, and greedy. Such spirits, upon descending into hell, can transform into the battle generals of the infernal realm. They can command legions of 100,000 demons, expanding their lord's territory. Van realized with clarity. Thus, this was the reason for the fierce contention between Mephitos and the Witch King over that contract. Indeed, before Mephitos led the inhabitants of Sanctum Vangasa into depravity, he had already signed a contract. This was to ensure that one day he could smoothly subjugate them. Should Mephitos obtain the contract, his power would undoubtedly surge. Conversely, if the Witch King acquired it, he could wield these generals against his father's might. However, regardless of the outcome, it would not bode well for humanity. The battles of hell would inevitably embroil mankind. Van nodded, finally grasping the implications of the contract. After sharing all this, the Elder Knight gazed at him with a hint of anticipation. Therefore, you will not hand the contract over to the Witch King, will you? Van, with a serious demeanor, waved his hand. Absolutely not. I have already signed the contract. How could I go back on my word? What if he sues me in a New York court? The Elder Knight was exasperated. You scoundrel. Fear not, old man. Van replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow with confidence. I am the big boss behind the Justice League, a subsidiary of the Department of Homeland Security. The supernatural matters fall under my jurisdiction. You need not worry. I will handle everything. As he spoke, Ben stood up. All right. I have a busy day ahead. I must take my leave. Johnny, come with me to the Justice League for a registration. You might find it valuable to converse with other superheroes regarding your future decisions. Ben had already resolved to ensure Wolverine and Johnny formed a good rapport. The two departed, leaving behind an Elder Knight trembling in silence, unable to articulate his frustration as he pointed at their retreating figures. Van glanced at the fiery skeleton beside him and suddenly smacked his forehead. I'll have someone find you the most stylish studded leather jacket as a gift from me. The spirit of vengeance? This time, Johnny had just entered the police department when Van bailed him out. Thus, he had yet to seize the leather jacket from his cellmate, which explained his lingering dislike for him. For now, he was in no rush to rid Johnny of the spirit of vengeance. Having such a fiery little skeleton around was undeniably impressive. Moreover, he appeared quite easy to manipulate. The thrill of persuading a superhero with mere words far surpassed the satisfaction derived from using superpowers to brainwash heroes. It was akin to experiencing an exceptionally prolonged release. Delightful. Chapter 63. Hydra holds a meeting. Upon returning to New York, Vahn received news that the current most formidable Hydra leader, Minister Pierce, wished to convene a meeting with several heads of Hydra to discuss significant matters. Naturally, he would respond with enthusiasm. As per usual, this was an online conference. As heads of Hydra, everyone was exceedingly cautious, seldom meeting in person. Though they were ostensibly part of the same organization, mutual distrust lingered. The sole exception was Dr. Faust, who, while a head of Hydra, appeared to harbor little ambition or power, thus collaborating most frequently with others, even with the most secure network protection mechanisms in place. Each head utilized specialized cameras and microphones. Not only did their visages remain obscured, but their voices were also distorted to a certain extent. This alone exemplified Hydra's professionalism in its nefarious dealings. The number of participants in this meeting was fewer than Vahn had anticipated. However, they were all familiar faces, easily identifiable by their silhouettes. Dr. Faust, Dr. Zola, Madame Hydra Ophelia Sarkeesian, Baron Strucker, Minister Pierce, and Baron Zemo, who was accompanied by an unknown woman whose identity remained unclear. Yet, being permitted to attend such a high-level meeting indicated her significance. The attendees were all modernists within Hydra, with not a single ancientist present. Vahn understood that, although both factions belonged to Hydra, their objectives diverged significantly. The ancient faction's belief centered on locating the Blackstone portal to reclaim the Hydra deity, the Hive. In contrast, the modern branch evolved from the Red Skull, inheriting and expanding upon Hydra's ambitions to conquer the world by any means necessary, establishing a dominion over Hydra. As for the Hydra deity, the Hive, apologies, who are you? Any ambitious villain would not desire to invite a supreme overlord to defecate upon their head. Moreover, the modern faction far surpasses the ancient one, rendering the beehive utterly inconsequential. The meeting commenced officially, with Pierce serving both as the initiator and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite some time since we last convened. Today, I have a proposal that I wish to seek your counsel on. I wonder if you have any thoughts to share? At this juncture, he paused, casting his gaze over all present. Noticing that everyone was attentively listening and none offered dissent, he nodded in satisfaction. Vahn observed this with a slight smirk, pondering the audacity of Pierce. Since the well-known failure decades ago, Hydra had been quietly amassing strength. Back then, the enemy's power was formidable, forcing us to disperse across the globe to slowly regain our vigor. After these long decades, I believe we have achieved a significant milestone, he continued, his voice brimming with excitement. In Germany and Austria, we have restored our strength and achieved great feats. Our Queen of Madripoor and the pharmaceutical magnate who has made crucial breakthroughs have both garnered impressive results. Most importantly, we, Hydra, have nearly complete control over the illustrious S.H.I.E.L.D., the world's premier espionage organization. This accomplishment is unparalleled. Minister Pierce surveyed the silent heads of Hydra around the table, a chill creeping into his heart. I control S.H.I.E.L.D. I am the mightiest. For all these years, you have grown only through my patronage. Now, it is time to repay your debts. However, his tone abruptly shifted from exuberance to regret. While each of us has achieved commendable successes, our collective strength has not correspondingly advanced. The root of this lies in the fragmentation that ensued after our monumental failure. You in Europe, he in Asia, I in the Americas. There is no unified voice among us. Without a strong leader, our power remains uncoordinated. Therefore, I propose that it is time for us to reunite as a close-knit family. Upon uttering this, the reactions of those present varied. Though their specific expressions were obscured, subtle movements revealed their inner turmoil. Vahn, however, remained unperturbed. He even felt that Pierce's words held a ring of truth. We are all family. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. Why must we be scattered across the globe, conducting our meetings online when we could gather in person? At that time, I shall let you behold my prized possession, an experience both thrilling and unforgettable. Pierce noted the reactions of the others. He felt a sense of triumph. This matter could not be opposed. Are you unaware of the caliber of my strength? The Insight program is nearing fruition. How could I allow you to stand on equal footing with me? Contemplating this, he lightly tapped the table. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is to establish a Supreme Council of Hydra. All members of Hydra will be governed by this council. All actions within the organization will be directed by the council. You will all serve as members of this Supreme Council. How does that sound? Excellent, Ben exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in enthusiastic approval. This sudden outburst startled everyone, drawing their attention to him. I wholeheartedly support the plans of the minister, Chairman, Vahn declared with fervor. In response, several heads rolled their eyes, and none offered further comments. A moment of silence ensued. Well, seeing as no one is speaking, I would like to raise my hand. Pierce nodded, indicating for him to proceed. I wish to inquire if there will be a position for a vice chairman in this council, as I believe I have the strength to compete for it. Pierce smiled. Of course, Mr. Vahn. I believe you have a fair chance. The others remained mute, and Vahn fell silent as well, leaving the atmosphere excessively still. Though Pierce's visage was but a shadow, as time passed, Vahn gradually discerned a mix of embarrassment and fury. Pierce glanced at Vahn several times, seemingly hoping he would say something to break the tension. Vahn feigned ignorance, even giving him a thumbs up and mouthing, "Boss, you look splendid." Ultimately, Pierce could no longer contain himself, his tone icy. I urge you all to thoroughly contemplate today's proposal. There is no rush for a decision. I have faith that we will all make the right choice. With that, he disconnected, evidently in a foul mood. Vahn stroked his chin, contemplating another matter. Earlier, he had sought Pierce for the detailed address of Bruce Banner, but the old man had deftly diverted the conversation, extolling the formidable might and immense value of the Hulk. He discerned the underlying implication. This was a bid to extort from him. Thus, he played along, exchanging one for another, sending Frost over in return. That unfortunate blood god, Frost, Vahn had restored to his former power and, after thoroughly brainwashing him, presented him to Pierce. He informed Pierce that Frost's memories had been cleansed and that he was now a compliant tool. He could serve as a bodyguard, his strength far surpassing that of a second-rate enhanced soldier. Yet he pondered where this fellow currently stood in the hierarchy. The crafty Pierce would undoubtedly be wary of someone sent by another, and he would likely employ his own methods to brainwash Frost. He would scrutinize, torment, and test him thoroughly. However, with the abilities of the blood god, Frost could not fail to be valued. You better hold your ground, my offspring. Chapter 64. I am Hydra's most popular figure. As Vahn contemplated, he suddenly received a private chat request from Madame Hydra, Ophelia Sarkissian. Furrowing his brows, he noted that his collaboration with this viperous beauty had been limited. Ophelia's influence was concentrated on the island of Madripoor in Southeast Asia, a strategic point controlling the Strait of Malacca, bustling with maritime trade. Though the island of Madripoor itself is not vast, its prosperity from shipping trade has resulted in a significant wealth gap. Due to its lenient systems, the island attracts numerous international fugitives and crime lords. Within its bounds lies a sizable slum, teeming with chaos, gangs, and rampant black markets. Intelligence trafficking, high-tech trading, and even human and drug trafficking abound, making it a veritable nexus of crime in Southeast Asia. In such a context, Ophelia has nearly established dominion there, leading the largest gang, the Serpent Gang, and maintaining deep ties with the ruling elite. To carve a path through what is essentially a supercharged Hell's Kitchen, particularly as a strikingly beautiful woman, is no small feat. Beep. Connection established. Ah, my dear Miss Ophelia, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Vahn spoke in a formal broadcast tone. Ophelia on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Only after a brief pause did she respond. You. Hello? I am splendid, and you? Vahn replied. Ophelia, adjusting her demeanor, said, Mr. Vahn, I have a favor to ask of you. Of course. Aren't you going to inquire what it is? Will you betray me? Never. Ophelia gently rubbed her forehead and said, in any case, I am in search of a mutant. It is said she is currently in New York, and I hope you can assist me in capturing her. Not a problem. What is her name? Vahn casually responded, I will inquire about her whereabouts. In New York, the chaos is under my command. Even the sweetest melons won't work. Vahn took a drag from his cigarette, surveying the vastness of New York. She is a mutant. A young black woman named Domino. Upon hearing this name, Vahn felt a jolt in his heart. Who? She is notoriously elusive. I will dispatch a few of my subordinates to assist. You may consider their counsel. Additionally, I hope you will bring an ample number of people when you attempt to capture her. Only then can you effectively cut off all her escape routes. The failures of my men stemmed precisely from this oversight. Vahn, somewhat incredulous, inquired, what abilities does this mutant girl possess? Ophelia paused for a moment, then replied, she possesses extraordinary luck. Indeed, Vahn silently exclaimed, recognizing her as the individual he had surmised. Does this signify the imminent emergence of the most loquacious character in the Marvel Universe? No, I must immediately send someone to find her. If time permits, we must silence her, definitely silence her. I will fund this endeavor. Do you agree to this collaboration? Noticing his silence, Euphilia prompted, of course. Then how much compensation do you require? Van shook his head. At this juncture, monetary value held little significance for him, his worth having surpassed $100 billion, excluding the realm of the gods. Madrid's Portal Island hosts one of the largest black markets globally. Thus, I hope to procure some vibranium. Would you be willing to assist? Euphilia frowned. Vibranium is an exceedingly rare metal. Even in Madrid's Portal Island, news of its surface is infrequently. I will keep an eye out and notify you immediately upon any developments. How does that sound? Deal. As he concluded the call, he understood Euphilia's motive for seeking his collaboration. Indeed, the more individuals involved in capturing Domino, the greater the chances of success. Had it not been for Pierce's mention of the High Council, he would have been the prime choice. The strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not to be underestimated. While Van pondered, another call request came through, Baron Zemo. This was a man with whom Van had scarcely exchanged a few words. A cunning individual shrouded in secrecy. Upon connection, he immediately noticed the woman beside the Baron. It seemed the reason for this call was primarily related to her. Baron, what brings you to seek my conversation today? Mr. Van, there is a matter I wish to consult with you about, Baron Zemo stated in a calm voice. Devoid of any tremor, Van refrained from responding, instead scrutinizing the woman beside him. And who might this be? Zemo remained silent. The woman lifted her head slightly. I am Cynthia Schmidt. I am searching for a book left behind by my father. Do you have any knowledge of it, Mr. Van? This marked Van's second shock of the day. Cynthia Schmidt, the daughter of Red Skull? Searching for a book, alongside Baron Zemo? Could it be? Zemo seemed to perceive Van's surprise and preemptively explained, I owe Cynthia a favor, which is why I chose to assist her. Van, feeling a wave of fatigue, rubbed his forehead and after a moment replied, let me guess, the book you seek is not called the Book of the Skull, is it? Cynthia and Baron Zemo exchanged glances, their faces betraying a flicker of recognition. You are familiar with this book? Cynthia eagerly pressed. Van waved his hand, dismissing her inquiry. Allow me to make another guess. Your purpose in seeking the Book of the Skull is to find a certain hammer? Though her features remained obscured, Van could sense Cynthia's astonishment. As for Zemo, he maintained an air of ignorance. How do you know? How do I know? Goodness, this world is far from being a mere Marvel Cinematic Universe. Who has introduced such chaotic elements? Is there no consideration for the sentiments of the people in this world? Should I ever encounter the instigator, I will surely give them a thorough thrashing. Mr. Van, what else do you know, or have you guessed? Cynthia inquired urgently. Nothing more. This tale is one I heard from my father during my childhood. That is all I know. Van responded wearily. The two on the other end nodded in silence, uncertain whether to believe him. However, he had little time to dwell on their doubts. Previously, his plans revolved around Thanos as the ultimate threat. Yet now, new formidable adversaries had emerged. Perhaps in terms of power, they could not rival the Thanos of the Infinity Stones, but in terms of danger, they were even more fearsome. The distinction is akin to comparing a family planning bureau director to a psychopathic murderer. Entirely different. Perhaps sensing his reluctance to continue the conversation, Zemo and Cynthia amicably ended the call. Before Van could rise, yet another call request came through, Dr. Zola. Van felt weary, wondering why there seemed to be an endless stream of Hydra matters to contend with. Previously, they had remained in the shadows. Now they emerged en masse. Was it for performance metrics? Hello, Dr. Zola. Unlike others, Zola's image was a pixelated visage. This was because he had long since abandoned his corporeal form, existing solely as a data stream in the network. Mr. Van, I have heard that you are actively acquiring Hammer Industries. Is there a problem? Van queried with curiosity. Why are you so interested in my affairs? Certainly. There is no issue. I simply wish to know if you have obtained any of Hammer Industries' robotic technology. Van suddenly comprehended. Had Zola grown weary of his digital existence and sought to acquire a mechanical body to take a few steps? Of course, Doctor. Are you looking to customize a body? Zola's pixelated face bore a hint of a smile. I wish to customize a mechanical body. However, if your robots meet my satisfaction, it will not be merely one or two, but rather hundreds or thousands of mechanical bodies. Van's eyes widened in disbelief. Old fellow, even you are not being straightforward? Chapter 65, I am just a salted fish. After concluding the meeting, Van felt a profound gloom envelop him. He returned to his office in the Tiefing Tower, burying himself in a myriad of documents. Hours later, he abruptly tossed his pen aside and turned to gaze out the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the vast city skyline. His mood was decidedly bleak. Who understands the plight of family? Awakening to find that my colleagues have transformed into titans of industry, while I remain a mere salted fish. Lying flat, Van sighed. Until recently, everything had seemed tranquil. He had assumed these individuals were merely pretenders, unworthy of the title of Serpent Head. Only Pierce had been a true exemplar among them. Never did he anticipate that even Dr. Zola, a figure of intellect, would emerge to stir the pot, catching him off guard. In stark contrast, his own activities during this period had been limited to visiting the Celestial Palace, recruiting the Hulk, and amusing himself with the Knight, accomplishing nothing of substantial consequence, merely spreading warmth. I am utterly ashamed to bear the title of a Hydra leader, yet what course of action should I undertake? After all, his father was never an ambitious figure within the Hydra. His life's work was merely devoted to diligently researching serums for the organization. The legacy he left behind contained no grand aspirations for me to inherit. The obscure secrets within the organization remain unknown to me as well. Alas, how unfortunate it is to have such an incapable father. It appears I must strive to carve my own path in this life. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If a problem cannot be resolved, why not eliminate the individual who poses it? Since you are unwilling to remain passive, shall I assist you in that regard? Pierce once said something particularly astute. Hydra is a loving family. In the past, I was naive, always waiting for opportunities and hoping for others to show me affection. Now, perhaps it is more prudent to take the initiative, to love my companions and others. This could indeed be promising. While you toil on the front lines, I will provide support from home. What a perfect arrangement. With this determination, Vahn felt a significant weight lifted off his shoulders. However, such matters necessitate meticulous planning, as each Hydra leader possesses a strong instinct for self-preservation. If word were to leak out, it could incite suspicion and attacks, which would be most unfortunate. Just as he began to ease his worries, his phone rang. It was Minister Pierce. Why does everyone seek me out today? Am I some kind of heartthrob? He answered the call. Mr. Speaker, how may I assist you? Pierce's tone was far from cheerful. He spoke in a low voice. There is no need for such formalities. My intentions are ultimately for the greater good, yet alas, they fail to comprehend my motives. How arrogant. While it is understandable that they may not grasp the situation immediately, I believe it will not be long before they do. Ben tried to reassure him. At this, Pierce's demeanor improved considerably. I have reached out to you at the behest of others, hoping to establish some common ground. Oh, who might that be? Vahn inquired, puzzled, as he had not been in conflict with anyone recently. Some ancient vampire clans. This answer caught Vahn off guard. Perhaps influenced by past cinematic narratives, he had never deeply contemplated the vampire issue. After the incident with Blade, Vahn had invited the formidable Jessica to join him. Subsequently, he discovered that battling such creatures proved to be an excellent training method. Thus, some prospective members of the Justice League, such as Iceman, Fireman, Deathstrike, and Phantom Cat, participated in Blade's eradication efforts. Even the Ghost Rider had been learning combat experience alongside them over the past few days. They had even adopted a name for themselves, the Justice Midnight Enforcement Squad. Their activities were not confined to New York City, but extended to several neighboring states. As it stands, their eradication mission has been progressing quite smoothly. After all, if they find themselves outmatched, they can always call for help. The official Justice League, riding in their high-speed aircraft, can respond faster than the police. Vahn, the vampire community has actually always existed. Their weaknesses are glaringly obvious. They remain in the shadows. However, our government has never considered a thorough eradication of them. Do you know why? Pierce paused for effect. Vahn played along. Why is that? Because the implications are far-reaching. This community has existed for millennia, having long since integrated into our world. To forcibly eliminate them would cause harm even to humanity. Thus, we permit them to exist in the darker corners of our world while maintaining a certain degree of cooperation. Vahn frowned, but based on what I previously learned, vampires have already posed a threat to this world. Pierce chuckled. You have yet to discern the situation. It is the hybrid vampires who are truly perilous, brutal, chaotic, and savage. They can be dealt with at will. What we wish to negotiate with you are the pure-blood vampires. The two groups are fundamentally different. The distinction is significant, and I cannot elucidate it fully in a moment. However, you can simplify it to the difference between humans and pigs or dogs. Upon hearing this, Ben shook his head and sighed. Truly, only my esteemed organization would engage in such stratagems among monsters. Vahn, your subordinates are formidable, but I urge you to keep them in check. The rules of this world are more complex than you may imagine. Pierce's words carried a weight of meaning. Vahn sensed a mix of trepidation, jealousy, and disdain within them. He found it curious. What gave him such complex emotions? Pierce continued. I wish to remind you that while your recent eradication plans have been progressing smoothly, this does not imply that the vampires are without means of retaliation. This merely pertains to their fragmented and independent clan system. Should they unite under pressure from you, the vampires would become a formidable adversary. He paused, speaking with gravitas. I am looking out for your best interests. I hope you will consider this carefully. Van pondered for a moment. If this is a negotiation, what kind of price are they willing to pay? Ha ha. Pierce's laughter echoed from the other end of the line. Rest assured, I will strive to secure the highest possible leverage for you. After all, we are on the same side. Then I shall count on you, Minister. I await your call. After ending the call, Van contemplated for a while. Despite Pierce's eloquent rhetoric about vampires integrating into society and the potential harm to humanity from their eradication, I find such assertions hard to believe. This so-called integration is likely a matter of wealth and interests. The Justice Midnight Enforcement Squad's assaults have alerted these clans to their peril. Therefore, they now intend to allocate a portion of their protection fees to Van. It is as straightforward as that. Van would undoubtedly accept this money. If it could persuade the esteemed director of SHIELD to act as a negotiator, the sum offered would undoubtedly be substantial. He not only intends to accept it, but also to secure the largest share. Thus, the operations of the Justice Midnight Enforcement Squad must not cease. However, the approach will shift, with a reduction in frequency and an increase in intensity. If they do not strike, it will be as thunderous as a tempest when they do, making them the sword of Damocles hanging over the vampires. Have the protection fees been paid? Have they been delivered to me? If not, you are doomed. If you pay the wrong person, you are even more doomed. With this thought in mind, Van contacted the logistics team of the Justice Midnight Enforcement Squad. They were the intelligence analysts he initially assigned to Blade, all absolutely loyal allies. Each time the Justice Midnight Enforcement Squad executed a plan, they were responsible for intelligence gathering, analysis, and strategy, even taking on command roles during operations. They are the very brain of the Justice Midnight Enforcement Squad. Furthermore, several mutants within the squad, having been influenced by the divine realm, are fiercely loyal to Van. His will is met with absolute compliance. Vampires, is it? You have yet to encounter a true vampire. Chapter 66. The Visit of Lord Mephisto, a Heartbroken Encounter. Tranquil days always seem to pass swiftly. In an inconspicuous corner cafe in Manhattan, Van was relishing a delightful afternoon tea. Opposite him sat the pallid and weary Witch King. After days of effort, the Witch King had captured 6 varieties of demons, achieving remarkable success. However, he appeared quite fatigued. My father has become aware of our dealings. He has relayed word to all demons in the mortal realm, and now nearly all demons are beginning to distance themselves from America. I fear that if I continue to pursue my objectives, I shall have to depart from this place. Is that so? Well, you certainly are remarkable. Vannon responded absent-mindedly, his spirits dampened by the absence of the succubus he had longed for among the 6 demons present. You, my dear demonic offspring, lack even the charm to endear yourself to others, yet you aspire to contend with your father. How naive. The witch-heart demon expressed his dissatisfaction with Vannon's nonchalance, rolling his eyes. What I mean is, why do you insist on having 20 different types of demons? Abolish the variety restrictions, and I could procure 30 for you, 40, even. You fail to understand. What I desire is not merely demons, Vannon replied coolly. The witch-heart demon looked perplexed. Not demons. Then what am I supposed to catch for you, chickens? I assure you, it's not that I am unwilling to capture them. But my father will undoubtedly send someone to thwart my efforts. How about this? You hand me the contract first, and when my powers have significantly increased, I shall indeed find you 40 types of demons. Would that be acceptable? Vannon cast a sidelong glance at him. You are a demon, not an angel. Ask any 3-year-old child on the street if they believe in demons, will you? The witch-heart demon retorted vehemently. You have no idea how much my father values this contract. He will not permit us to complete the transaction in peace. In fact, I am quite astonished he has not sought you out until now. He must be preoccupied with matters in hell. Once he realizes, he will certainly come for you. Given his ferocity, he will devise every possible means to eliminate you. At that time, before he could finish, he suddenly noticed that Vannon was not attentively listening, but was instead staring intently behind him. What will happen at that time, my dear son? A familiar voice resonated from behind, causing him to leap up like a startled cat, glancing back in terror. A sprightly, impeccably dressed gentleman with a cane stood there, exuding an air of sophistication. The witch-heart demon turned pale, addressing Vannon. When did he arrive? He has been here since you were discussing whether to catch 30 or 40 demons. Why didn't you warn me? While you are in the mortal realm, he cannot overpower you. What is there to fear? The witch-heart demon was at a loss for words. You likely do not comprehend what a father's smile entails. It is not merely a matter of strength. Vannon, unfazed, sipped his coffee, sighing as if engaged in casual conversation. Ah, old Mo. I have come to realize that your parenting skills leave much to be desired. Does your child lack maternal affection? They appear rather insecure in all endeavors. He suddenly recalled the family from Asgard and could not help but add, is this a common trait among royal families? I know another individual with a similarly failed approach to parenting of comparable stature to yours. His eldest daughter was confined for many years. His eldest son is devoid of feeling, yet inexplicably confident. His second son is cunning yet insecure, perpetually seeking adult approval, resulting in utter chaos at home. I believe you all should enroll in specialized courses to learn how to be an effective father. Murphy's expression flickered with surprise. What is this fellow prattling on about? Are we on such familiar terms? The individual you mentioned with poor parenting skills, could it possibly be that old Odin from the north? He contemplated many things in an instant. Hadn't Odin long since become reclusive, rarely leaving Asgard? How could Vannon possibly share such a close relationship with him? Wait, could it be that Odin intends to seize my contract? His eldest son was here on Earth just a few days ago. It becomes clear now. I thought it was just an ordinary mortal being so audacious, but it turns out he is merely an agent. Well, old Odin, after so many years apart, you come back to ensnare me, do you? What a decrepit old man you are. Do you still wish to conquer hell and usurp my throne with your 1,000 battles behind you? I genuinely thought you had turned over a new leaf and forsaken your wicked ways. What? Now that you are older, you can no longer wield a sword, and have resorted to underhanded tactics? He pondered further. No, perhaps I am overthinking this. Let me test the waters once more. Vannon observed the changing expressions on his face and could not help but turn back to the witch-heart demon, who had retreated behind him at some point. What is the matter with your father? Is he unwell? His face keeps shifting from pale to green. The witch-heart demon cautiously lowered his voice. Let me tell you, he is undoubtedly concocting a scheme against you. My father possesses a mind that races at lightning speed. He thinks deeply and meaningfully, and none of his words can be trusted. I warn you, he will likely engage you in nonsensical conversation, all of which is a ruse. Whatever you do, do not fall into his rhythm, or you shall surely find yourself at a disadvantage. For the first time, Murphy scrutinized the young, handsome man before him with utmost seriousness. After a moment, he inquired, what benefits has Odin bestowed upon you? Vannon felt a jolt of surprise. What are you implying? Instinctively, he glanced at the witch-heart demon, who seemed to have struck a chord. With a sense of foreboding, he refrained from speaking, merely emitting a cold laugh. Such behavior only served to confirm Murphy's suspicions. Yet he was unwilling to retreat without a fight. That would be too humiliating. With that thought, he suddenly drew back his left hand slightly, causing a minuscule insect to materialize from seemingly nowhere. This was a heartworm demon he had painstakingly created over many years, a singular entity of immense value. Its purpose was to discreetly infiltrate the enemy's ear and induce a state of mind control. Although it could not be used over long distances, its true power lay in its ability to traverse the lower layers of reality, rendering it nearly undetectable. Furthermore, it would only manifest in the real world once it entered the human ear, making it impervious to most forms of material and energy defenses. Such a tactic was one that few could defend against globally. With a mere thought, Murphy commanded the insect to take flight, and in an instant, it vanished into the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a full minute passed, and Murphy watched as the man before him scratched his ear before continuing to sip his coffee. Meanwhile, Vannon maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Had Murphy not been so careless, he would have noticed the subtle ripples spreading across the surface of the coffee he held. Just moments ago, he had broken out in a cold sweat on his back. He had no idea what manner of trickery the Lord of Hell had employed, but an insect had inexplicably appeared in his ear. Since his inception, he had never been so closely pursued by an enemy or their machinations. Its sudden appearance was nothing short of divine intervention. Thankfully, at the moment the insect approached him, his mental prowess had reached its zenith. The instant it manifested, it was enveloped by the most potent mental energy surrounding him. He could not help but marvel at the reputation of the hell demon Murphy. It was well deserved. The witch-heart demon was right. This fellow was indeed adept at scheming. While uttering nonsensical words to confuse the mind, he simultaneously employed underhanded tactics to launch a surprise attack, truly lacking in martial ethics. It took him a considerable time to calm the shock within. Before he could voice his thoughts, Murphy suddenly exclaimed, "Odin, this is not over." With that, he turned and vanished. Vannon, bewildered, turned to the witch-heart demon. Is this also part of the scheme? Chapter 67, The Ensnaring Demon. The witch-heart demon was equally uncertain, but that did not deter him from feigning understanding. Of course it is. My father is by no means a man who gives up halfway. I must advise you to be particularly cautious in the coming days. I suspect he has a backup plan, so I will shadow you to ensure that the contract does not fall into his hands. As for the protection fee, a reduction of 5 demons will suffice. Vahn stroked his chin. He regarded the power of the witch heart demon with disdain, yet today, his understanding of his father proved impressively insightful. Very well, consider it an investment for peace of mind. Vahn intended to return to the Tafong Manor, the headquarters of the Justice League, where he would be surrounded by allies, ready to confront Murphitos should he dare to approach. Along the way, the witch heart demon incessantly murmured, attempting to persuade him to relinquish the contract. The demon argued that if the contract were not in his possession, Murphitos would cease his pursuit. It also claimed that once it acquired the vengeful spirit of Saint Vengasa, its strength would surge, enabling it to seek out old Murph's troubles, thus rendering Vahn inconsequential. This incessant chatter elicited a roll of Van's eyes. Oh, foolish child, do you not realize that according to my plan, the moment the vengeful spirit enters your body, you will be brainwashed? You wish to confront old Murph? Your naive and simple-minded demeanor makes it difficult for me to take action against you. Such uncomplicated souls are rare, particularly among demons of your kind. Brainwashing? What a waste. Why not cherish it for amusement? Upon arriving at the Tafong Manor through the established teleportation portal, Van's first order of business was to study the insect he had firmly confined. The analysis of the divine realm had automatically commenced, revealing the insect's true purpose. Soon enough, he discerned the reason for its sudden appearance in his ear. It was a sublayer space, a unique realm that adheres to the fabric of reality. The valuation of this insect left him astounded. It could convert primal energy equivalent to 3 blood gods worth of power, or 30 Wolverine essence. No wonder it was so formidable, merging the essence of 30 Wolverines into a tiny mosquito-like creature. Murphitos truly was impressive. More astonishingly, this diminutive insect possessed a rudimentary intelligence, capable of executing its master's commands with remarkable precision. Such a precious entity, Vahn could never allow it to be transformed into primal energy. Drawing upon the power of the divine realm, he easily gained control over the enchanting demon, establishing a mental connection with it. He then procured a ruby and gold ring, using potent telekinetic force to modify it. The result left the ruby with merely a thin veneer, creating a small void within which the enchanting demon could reside. When activated, a mere brush against the ruby would prompt the demon to attack according to his will, though its range of attack could not rival that of Professor Charles. Its unique ability to disregard most defensive barriers was exceedingly valuable. However, traversing the sublayer space and captivating a target demanded significant energy from the enchanting demon. Originally, the demon could replenish its strength in the hellish realm, but Van's divine realm was not hell. He would have to artificially supplement it with primal energy from his domain. According to the analysis results, each attack would average the consumption of 1 Wolverine. This was not a weapon to be wielded lightly, at the very least. The target's worth must exceed that of a Wolverine. Fortunately, even with extensive use, Vahn could barely sustain the expenditure, thanks to Jean's Phoenix Force, which proved far more potent than he had anticipated. Days prior, Jean had approached Vahn, requesting his assistance in extracting the Phoenix Force from her being. Upon thorough examination, he discovered that even a mere fragment of the Phoenix Force contained an immense reservoir of energy. Extracting such a colossal amount of energy all at once would undoubtedly overwhelm her body. Thus, it was imperative to divide the process into multiple stages. Just 2 days ago, Vahn successfully completed the first extraction, transforming the energy into primal essence equivalent to hundreds of Wolverines. The divine oasis centered around Noah Town had expanded several hundred kilometers outward. The only disappointment he faced in recent days was the fragment of the power metal on Johnny. On his first day at Tafong Manor, Johnny had entered the divine realm. Vahn discovered the fragment of the power metal on him, only to be astonished that it was not a tangible entity, but rather a dormant essence of power lying within Johnny, yet to be activated. Once extracted, the metal automatically transformed into a metallic fragment. The energy contained within was equivalent to merely 5 or 6 Wolverines, a disappointing yield given its reputation. Vahn temporarily stored it away, intending to see if any changes would occur once he gathered enough fragments. After testing the enchanting demon, Vahn sought out Dr. Banner, who had been spending considerable time in the divine realm. He had been faring quite well of late. His wife had returned, and his personal issues were nearing resolution. Resuming his research work, his living environment was now bright and pleasant. Life was indeed splendid. Upon encountering him, Vahn inquired, "Dr. Banner, how has your communication with Hulk been recently?" Banner shook his head with a rueful smile, though his tone bore little distress. "I believe I need to enroll in a parenting workshop. I never anticipated that raising a child would be such a convoluted affair. It's almost more challenging than earning a doctorate. After arriving in the divine realm, Vahn had granted Banner and Hulk the opportunity to communicate with one another. After several exchanges, Bruce Banner finally acknowledged that the Hulk within him was not the malevolent entity he had presumed, but rather a being with both benevolence and malevolence, possessing its own thoughts. He recognized his previous misconceptions and now aspired to reconcile with this brother, or son, as he put it. At Dr. Banner's request, Vahn made further adjustments. Now, even in his untransformed state, Hulk could accompany Banner's perspective to observe the world, rather than being trapped in slumber or confined within the depths of his soul as before. The two were coexisting relatively well for the time being, though the issues were not entirely resolved. Vahn shrugged. As I mentioned, I can separate you, but the choice ultimately lies with you. Cultivating the Hulk's physique using the power of the divine realm might prove costly. However, cloning a body for Dr. Banner would be relatively straightforward. Dr. Banner nodded. I am still contemplating that matter. Understood. Vahn hesitated briefly. So, your current combat state? No issues whatsoever, Doctor. Banner replied with a smile. If you need me, I can assist you at any time. That's splendid. As one of the Justice League's most formidable members, your presence is invaluable. Dr. Banner shyly smiled in response. I approached you merely as a precaution. A little preparation on your part will suffice. It is highly probable I won't require your assistance. Understood. Upon returning to Tefong Manor, Vahn found the estate on high alert due to the possibility of an attack. He was eager to see what means Murphitos would employ to snatch the contract from his grasp. I eagerly await your arrival, my lord. Chapter 68. Draker? At Tefong Manor, the television blared as Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Hornet Daily, ranted as usual. This is remarkable. Yesterday, our esteemed Justice League members visited the Children's Hospital to bring cheer to our ailing little ones. They are truly the conscience of New York City. With their care, those precious children are sure to recover more swiftly. In this chaotic era, it is almost inconceivable to imagine what our lives would become without them. Indeed, Vahn has been sending substantial amounts of money to the Herald. It is not merely a trivial sum. This morally questionable form of praise would make anyone blush, even him. He hastily switched channels. Coincidentally, the reporter on the television was interviewing none other than his long-lost acquaintance, Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, the New York government has officially filed a lawsuit against you in court, demanding that you bear the costs of rebuilding New York following the Battle of the Armored Suits. The estimated expenses may reach several $billion. What is your take on this? Stark rolled his eyes, exclaiming, This is utterly absurd. First of all, let us clarify that I am also a victim. This situation is entirely the fault of Justin Hammer and that Ivan Vanko. In fact, had I not arrived in time, the city of New York would have suffered far greater devastation. I am its protector, and this city ought to express its gratitude towards me. Furthermore, even if I were willing to assist in the humanitarian effort to restore New York, I would never collaborate with the city government. You cannot even fathom the extent of their greed. They have filed a lawsuit for billions, yet they cannot even present a basic list of losses. This is nothing short of extortion. I will not yield to such a greedy and ludicrous government. I intend to take this case to the Federation and expose the true nature of the New York City government. Stark's remarks sent all the reporters into a frenzy. Vahn could almost predict that the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers would feature Stark's words. The U.S. government greedy and absurd? Shockingly, Stark aims to take this to the United Nations. The truth, the story that must be told about the New York government and billionaire Stark. It seems that Mayor George is under considerable pressure. No, I must send over some boxes of lentil-filled mooncakes tomorrow. Vahn had long established a plan to seek compensation from Stark Industries. The objective was to entangle Stark Industries in the turmoil, thereby driving away competitors seeking to acquire Hammer Industries, thus achieving a low-priced acquisition. In reality, beyond Stark, the U.S. government had also entered the fray, with effects far exceeding his expectations. The government had learned from the New York authorities, discreetly linking the significant loss of Hammer Industries weapons to the acquisition case. This meant that to acquire Hammer Industries, one must assist the U.S. government in recovering the lost weapons. When Vahn learned of this development, he knew he had secured victory, as those weapons were conveniently stored in his own domain. However, it was not the right time to reveal them, lest it arouse suspicion. In fact, another idea blossomed in Vahn's mind. He not only aimed to effortlessly acquire Hammer Industries, but also did not wish to bear the cost himself. The loss of a large cache of arms was an enormous issue. If Justin Hammer were still around, he would be the one in a panic. Yet he had gone mad in the prison of Naha. Hammer Industries was on the brink of collapse. and there was no one left in the company to shoulder the responsibility. Thus, the burden would fall upon the governmental regulatory bodies and the special task force responsible for recovering the weapons. Let the bullets fly for a while. They could take down a multitude. When the time came, he could descend like a savior, and they would be eager to assist him. By then, under some pretext, the U.S. government would cover the expenses for him. Just as he reveled in these thoughts, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Entering was Natasha, clad in a sleek black business suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Her mature allure radiated a captivating charm, her eyes sparkling with a gentle intelligence reminiscent of a wife patiently awaiting her husband's return home late at night. Vahn couldn't help but marvel, as Xiaomingda's preferences were indeed universally appealing. Had he not known her to be a rose with thorns, he might have succumbed to temptation. Vahn often pondered whether it would be possible to pursue her without feeling remorse. Unfortunately, he ultimately relinquished the idea, fearing she might fall for a man she ought not to love, thus lingering in a state of conflict. Vahn, after all, had a conscience. Is the person back? The Black Widow went to the airport to pick someone up, specifically the Madam of Hydra, Ophelia Sarkeesian. Of course, she was merely there to pick up a flight, not responsible for or involved in any subsequent actions. She had performed such tasks many times before, though previously with commercial partners. This was a rather wicked amusement for Vahn. He was curious to see how the Black Widow would react upon discovering that she had brushed shoulders with these Hydra agents in the future. A total of 9 individuals arrived, 6 men and 3 women, 5 of whom were bodyguards. Among the remaining 4, they all seemed to heed the instructions of an elderly woman. They brought with them a significant amount of luggage, heavy and cumbersome, and refused any assistance from Vahn's people. Appearing rather mysterious, the Black Widow reported in her slightly hoarse voice, "I have arranged accommodations for them at a high-end hotel near the Tiefing mansion. Do you have any further instructions?" "Nothing further," Vahn replied, reclining in his chair as he regarded her. Suddenly, he remarked, "Natasha, you have been performing exceptionally well at your job recently, and I am quite pleased. I now possess great trust in you. I believe it is a waste of your talents to confine you as merely a personal secretary. I would like to invite you to delve deeper into my world. Would you be interested?" The Black Widow feigned surprise. "Really? That is wonderful, thank you." A mysterious smile crept onto Vahn's lips. "I have a rather enigmatic client who has commissioned me for a special psychoactive substance. Yet this scoundrel has the audacity to delay payment. I am quite eager to eliminate him, but regrettably, I do not know his whereabouts." Vahn frowned. "I only know his name. It seems to be something like Drakov or Drakov, I'm not entirely sure. However, I do know he is likely Russian or perhaps Ukrainian. I have hired a team of investigators to clarify this matter. In addition, I will need a liaison officer between us. Do you believe you can fulfill this role?" The Black Widow stood motionless, momentarily speechless. "Natasha, you can handle it, can you?" "Yes, boss," she finally replied, snapping back to reality. "I certainly can, boss." "That is excellent. As the liaison officer, you simply need to inform me promptly of any significant discoveries they make." "All right, yes, sir." The smile on the Black Widow's face appeared somewhat strained. "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, boss." "Go ahead." After she departed, Vahn's smile broadened uncontrollably. There were no investigators at all. He wished to discover the location of the Red Room without expending manpower or resources. He would have to fully mobilize his employees' enthusiasm. When this so-called investigator fails to make progress in a fortnight, he would find some excuse to send them to Russia. He wondered how long they could endure. Chapter 69, The Taste of Hell. Vahn assigned the task of overseeing the Hydra agents to Target I. According to their claims, they were responsible for locating Domino. As for Vahn, he merely needed to dispatch personnel at critical moments. Days passed swiftly, and he was growing impatient at the Tiefing Manor. The pace of Mephisto's operations was far too slow. Vahn harbored a suspicion that he was entangled in a psychological game with himself. Either that, or he had truly exhausted all his cleverness. Resolving not to remain at the Typhon Manor any longer, he decided to grant Morpheus a final few days of opportunity. If he did not appear, Vahn would take matters into his own hands. After all, with the contract in his possession, he felt as though he had Morpheus firmly within his grasp. If he failed to show, Vahn would indeed deliver his son. The thought of which heart made him furrow his brow. This fool had already been deceived into the divine realm, yet to his utter astonishment, he found himself incapable of brainwashing him. Vahn was momentarily stunned, realizing that his previous attempts at brainwashing had inadvertently targeted the soul itself. Faced with this soulless simpleton, it was no wonder his efforts were in vain. However, while he had evaded brainwashing, he could not escape dissection. After a thorough analysis, Vahn discovered that to manipulate him mentally, it would require an external method akin to Dr. Faustus's verbal suggestions, seduction, and hypnosis. Yet another dilemma arose. This method of brainwashing was insufficiently thorough, and with Witchheart's capabilities, he could easily extricate himself. TSK, aside from being able to kill you, imprison you, torment you, and humiliate you, I find myself utterly powerless against you. Truly, a demon unafraid even of the eye of judgment. How audacious. Due to his need for Witchheart to absorb the vengeful spirits, Vahn refrained from causing him harm, instead quietly sending him away. By evening, Bullseye submitted a report detailing his observations of Lady Hydra's subordinates over the past few days. This time, there were 9 individuals, 3 women and 6 men. Among them, one elderly woman, who claimed to be the widow of Webb and sat in a wheelchair, was the leader. This name vaguely resonated with him. Perhaps he had confused it with something related to Spider-Man? 2 women were identified, one named Blanche Tresky and the other Teresa Vasquez, who served as the secretary and personal bodyguard of the widow, respectively. The 6 men were all bodyguards as well, with a long-necked, purple-haired individual serving as the captain, reportedly named Burchell Clements. As he perused the report, Vahn frowned in contemplation. Did any of these individuals possess value that exceeded that of Wolverine? The cost of the enchantress was substantial. It would be a pity to expend such resources on mere foot soldiers. Dispersing the enchantress freely felt like an affront to Wolverine's worth. Initiating a proactive approach to stir up trouble did not seem so simple after all. Continuing to review the report, he noted that the recent activities of these individuals were quite suspect. They had procured a van equipped with a large, intricate device, complete with a control panel and a myriad of golden tubes. They traversed the streets in this van without needing to send out scouts. Bullseye speculated that this complex apparatus was designed for locating individuals. Among this group, there must be a particular superpowered individual, though they deliberately concealed their identity, making it difficult for Bullseye to ascertain who it was. Upon reaching this point, Vahn issued a command. Since determining the situation under normal circumstances was challenging, he would arrange for some irregular circumstances. In free America, gunfights erupted daily. Would it be unreasonable for this group to unexpectedly encounter a gang shootout on the road tomorrow? If the situation were sudden, unexpected, and dire, their reactive responses would surely reveal some clues. That night, Vahn intentionally took Johnny out for a late-night snack. Concealing the contract in his possession, Witchheart trailed behind them like a small attendant, grumbling all the while about Vaughn's audacity, claiming he had no respect for his father. Vahn felt somewhat helpless. Just days prior, he had indeed regarded him with respect. Yet what was the result? He had not shown up. He had given him a chance. But it proved futile. Now, without an opportunity, he was creating one for him. If he did not appear, Vahn would take to the newspapers and television. In front of the entire world, he would lambast the Lord of Hell and see how he managed afterward. At a Turkish kebab restaurant, Vahn grimaced as he set down his knife and fork. A glance around revealed an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could this possibly be the very kebab shop where the Avengers had once stumbled? Indeed, it was enough to render one speechless and despondent. The experience was akin to memories of tomato stir-fried mooncakes, bananas stewed with potatoes, and watermelons stir-fried with winter melons. However, what were these 2 individuals voraciously consuming before him? 2. The novice knight Johnny bore an expression of desperation, struggling to control himself. I'm here, holding back, not transforming. Vahn shook his head. Johnny had indeed matured significantly since joining Blade and hunting vampires. At the very least, he had made great strides in mastering his powers. However, the control over his transformations was still lacking. As expected, in the next moment, Johnny bolted out the door and into an adjacent alley. Boom. A burst of fire illuminated the alley. Vahn shrugged and turned to Witchheart. Do demons still need to eat? Witchheart swallowed his food and wiped his mouth. Generally, we do not consume earthly fare, but this establishment is an exception. Oh, what makes it different? Vahn inquired, intrigued. It reminds me of the flavors of hell. Vahn, I shall take that as a compliment. On the way back, Vahn remained contemplative. The streets of America at night were sparsely populated. The ghostly skulls evoked little fear. However, Johnny remained quiet, perhaps feeling inadequate in his control over his transformation. Witchheart burped contentedly, a hint of color returning to his previously pallid face. Upon returning to the lobby of the Typhon Tower, Vahn was taken aback to see a familiar figure seated on the central sofa. Someone he had not encountered in several days. Morpheus, impeccably attired in a suit, appeared aged yet vigorous, his dark hair still full of life. He leaned on his cane, sitting with an air of regal authority. Vaughn's lips curled into a faint smile. You've come? I have come. You should not have come. I must come. So, shall we commence? Vahn inquired, extending his arms. Before we begin, I wish to discuss further. Morpheus's expression remained serene. I have always favored negotiations. I believe there is nothing in this world that cannot be traded. It is merely a matter of the value of the bargaining chips. What say you? I concur. Can we begin now? Morpheus smiled. Since you agree, why not discuss the terms of our trade? The stakes I desire are too great. You cannot afford them. As long as they fall within a reasonable range, I am willing to compromise. Feel free to express your terms. They lie beyond a reasonable range. So shall we commence? Morpheus paused for a moment, shaking his head in resignation. I truly wish to understand your unwavering confidence. Odin may not be able to protect you. Do not be so naive. Vahn. At that moment, far away in the celestial palace, King Odin suddenly sneezed, frowning in confusion. How strange. Could I be catching a cold? Vahn approached Morpheus and took a seat. Leaning back against the sofa, he crossed his legs. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to either kill you or be killed by you. As you wish. Chapter 70. For the sake of my grand endeavor, please, Father, meet your demise. Upon finishing his words, Morpheus raised his cane and brought it down. Bang! The sound of the cane striking the marble floor reverberated like distant thunder. In an instant, a chilling black mist enveloped the entire hall. With a smile, Mephitos declared, I have no desire for any interruptions during our battle. 15 minutes shall suffice. Vahn shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. Wuxinmo, let us fight for your covenant. The Wuxinmo, with a grim expression, retorted, count the remaining demons as today's commission. If I prevail, you shall hand over the contract after the battle. No problem, Mephitos replied. I shall personally escort you to Sanctum Vengasa post-battle. The Wuxinmo stepped forward. Eyeing Mephitos, you refuse to acknowledge me as your father? Mephitos' voice was tinged with sorrow. The Wuxinmo hesitated under the intensity of Mephitos' gaze, stammering, I. Vahn rolled his eyes, thinking, you're stabbing each other in the back, and you're still hung up on this? Call him the old wretch. Father. Mephitos' eyes softened, and he nodded in satisfaction. Vahn covered his face, exclaiming, you spineless wretch. Yet, he added, this is the last time I shall call you father. You created me. You are my king, my authority, my law, yet you do not love me. Of course, I do not care. The suffering of the past only serves to strengthen me further. I have grown. I am young. I am powerful. I am wise, and I possess boundless potential. I believe it is time to inherit your throne. Rest assured, I shall surpass you. The old king is dead. The new king shall rise. For the sake of my grand endeavor, I implore you, Father, embrace death. The Wuxinmo strode towards Mephitos, a formidable energy surging from him. The hellish black mist almost taking on a tangible form. Wherever he passed, it seemed even space itself distorted. The air churned like waves, and the marble floor creaked beneath his feet. Time appeared to slow. Vahn swallowed hard. The old king is dead. The new king shall rise. For the sake of my grand endeavor, I implore you, Father, embrace death. Mephitos regarded the approaching Wuxinmo with a calm demeanor, resembling a statue. Closer, nearer. The Wuxinmo reached out, seemingly intent on grasping his throat. Suddenly, Mephitos made his move. He held something in his hand, casting it towards the Wuxinmo's face. It resembled lime powder, yet it was dark purple, enveloping the Wuxinmo in a cascade. Ah! The Wuxinmo cried out, covering his face. Bastard! What is this stuff? Oh, my eyes. My face feels like it's melting. No, this is nightmare sand. No, you dream demons, get away from me. The Wuxinmo rolled on the ground, face covered. While Vahn watched in astonishment, Mephitos stood leisurely, adjusting his unruffled tie. Glancing at the Wuxinmo on the ground, he sighed, Son, I am quite disappointed in you. He then turned to Vahn, offering an elegant smile. Shall we continue? As expected of you, old silver coin, your strikes are swift and deadly. Vahn coughed, pulling the equally astonished Johnny back to reality. Johnny, be careful. The skeletal rider nodded and stepped forward. Perhaps influenced by the Wuxinmo's predicament, he opted against close combat. Removing the chains from his body, he shook them vigorously. The fiery chains lashed out like a great serpent, lunging ferociously at Mephitos. Yet, the elegant old Mephitos remained composed. I am not without another knight. One of them is an old friend of yours. Just as the chains were about to make contact, a gunshot rang out. A blazing bullet struck the foremost chain. Vahn turned to see a spectral knight on a skeletal horse emerging from the black mist. Clad in a revolver and a lasso at his waist, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and spiked cowboy boots, he exuded a charm that surpassed even that of a motorcycle rider. Carter Slade. Vahn mused. The old man must have been controlled. How unpredictable life is. After evading for so many years, he still could not escape. Vahn frowned. Where had that old man been hiding? I once took his power. Now I have returned it, and he is once again my knight. Vahn scoffed. Are you not afraid he will betray you again? No one has ever betrayed me. Vahn pointed at the old knight, 1. Then he pointed at the new knight, 2. He shrugged and spread his hands. Mephitos' smile remained unchanged, despite the mockery on Vaughn's face. Have you forgotten what I extracted from his body? Vahn raised an eyebrow. So? That is why he cannot disobey your commands? If not for that, Mephitos revealed a contract from his pocket. I possess his soul. How could he betray me? That old knight. Humph, he merely has assistance. Mephitos declared, I shall not make that mistake again. Upon finishing, a surge of black magic emanated from his arm. In an instant, the flames surrounding Johnny flickered ominously, a pained growl escaping his lips as he fell to his knees. Johnny, hang in there. You can do it. Just as those words left Vaughn's mouth, Johnny indeed rose, his flames blazing even brighter. You made it through? Vahn asked, astonished. Johnny did not respond. Silently positioning himself behind Mephitos, head bowed in submission. I cannot bear to watch. Vahn covered his face. Could you not endure just a little longer? Mephitos jested cheerfully. In life, do not be too greedy. The gifts of fate are marked with their price. That unfortunate one is his own doing. What concern is it of mine? Vahn slumped back onto the sofa, gazing at the intricately adorned crystal chandelier above, and inquired, Is this your trump card? Is there more? Now it is your turn to play your card. I fear you may not be able to handle it. Let us see, Vahn exclaimed, rising with a clap of his thigh. Pointing dramatically, he shouted, Come forth, my Justice League. Silence ensued. Nothing transpired. Vaughn's complexion turned pale. You, how is this possible? Mephitos erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I am unaware? What do you know? Mephitos shook his head. You possess the ability to open a portal. Do you not? Alas, he paused, gripping his staff. Did you really think this black mist only obstructs outsiders, like that old woman Gui, from entering? It also seals the entire space. Within 15 minutes, no one can enter, nor can anyone exit. Vahn sat back down. So what? You cannot harm me. Heh. Knowing you have a powerful telekinetic barrier, do you think I would be unprepared? What? Vaughn's expression shifted once more. Seize him. Upon Mephitos' command, Vahn saw a fiery chain and a blazing lasso encircle him instantly. Due to the telekinetic barrier, it did not directly ensnare him, but instead locked down his psychic wall. He quickly activated his telekinesis, attempting to shatter the chains and lasso. However, both spectral knights were channeling the power of hellfire, resulting in a stalemate. Vahn glared at Mephitos. Humph, what good is this? I could maintain this all day. I know, Mephitos approached him. Thus, I have prepared this. He spread his palm wide, revealing a rune inscribed upon it, as a jet-black flame danced upon the symbol. What is this? The void-devouring flame, a treasure of the infernal realm, the mightiest of all flames. It possesses the capacity to consume all that exists. Your mental barrier merely serves as its fuel. It is over, Theodore Vahn. Chapter 71. The Power of 600 Diamond Wolves. Wait, Vahn shouted vehemently. Do you have anything else to say? Spare my life. Mephitos paused, raising an eyebrow. Huh. I had thought you to be a paragon of virtue. Fear not, I shan't take your life. At this moment, you hold immeasurable significance in my eyes. A glimmer of hope flickered in Vahn's heart as he spoke rapidly. Truly? Splendid. You possess remarkable insight. By the way, this black flame must be exceedingly valuable. I hope it compensates for my losses. Alas, you are so kind to me. I almost wish to spare you. But alas, I must maintain my dignity. You must devise a means to return from hell swiftly to entertain me. Choose a better earthly vessel next time. I recommend a statuesque blonde with long legs, ample bosom, and curvaceous form. We shall have much to share then. You will undoubtedly find it delightful. What? Vahn's nonsensical chatter left Mephitos momentarily bewildered. Haha. Vahn grinned widely. Look at those two fiery fellows behind you. Aren't they striking? Allow me to show you something even more magnificent. Mephitos gasped as a blue flame flickered within Vahn's eyes. In an instant, the azure fire erupted forth, shattering the chains and ropes that bound Vahn. The onslaught of blue flames was so searing that Mephitos instinctively recoiled. Before him loomed a colossal blue flame skeleton. In contrast, Johnny and Carter appeared as mere playful children beside this towering figure. Mephitos, a voice, deep and thunderous, resonated in his ears. This is my trump card. I call it the power of 600 Diamond Wolves. Alternatively, you may refer to it as the power of the 12 Dark Riders. Transformed into the blue flame skeleton, Vahn towered at 3 meters, gazing down upon Mephitos. He had never experienced such overwhelming power, each movement seemingly capable of shattering everything in its path. He had never underestimated the Lord of Hell, Mephitos. He was quite protective of his life. Thus, within the divine realm, he amassed the equivalent of 600 diamond wolves' primordial power to create an incredibly potent spirit of vengeance for himself. For this, Vahn had vanquished 8 demons, causing significant regression within the divine oasis. This tumult had inflicted considerable damage upon the divine realm, with losses that would require at least 1,000 diamond wolves' power to rectify. Mephitos was shaken to his core. The last time he had felt such astonishment was over a millennium ago. What is this? How could such a spirit of vengeance exist? This is impossible. I have never heard of such a thing. The voice of the blue flame skeleton boomed like thunder, pointing an accusing finger at his forehead. It is over, Mephitos. 2 diminutive yellow flame dark riders charged forward spontaneously, but Vahn, now a blue skeleton, was swifter, seizing one in each hand and crashing them together with tremendous force, slamming them into the ground. Dealt with, at least for the time being, they would not rise again. Mephitos, witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless. He glanced at the black flame in his hands, and just as he contemplated his next move, Vahn seized his arms. The absolute suppression of strength rendered him utterly immobile. His feet lifted off the ground under Vahn's might. I hope to receive ample compensation. Otherwise, I shall certainly seek you out in hell, Mephitos. Gazing into his eyes, Vahn activated his skill, the Eye of Judgment. No. An endless tide of evil surged forth, enveloping him, and soon, his eyes transformed into the smoldering remains of coal, devoid of breath. Unlike the witch's heart demon, he possessed no soul. At that moment, the black mist he had previously unleashed began to dissipate, and the area was no longer sealed. Vahn returned to his original form, opening a portal to transport everyone inside, including several items left behind by Mephitos. Once all was complete, the doors to the hall swung open, and the Ancient One entered. Are you well? Vahn sighed, alas. It is tragic. My 3 dear friends are gravely injured, their lives hanging by a thread. It is hard to fathom how such a powerful demon could exist. Who, pray tell, allowed them to enter? Is there truly no one to keep them in check? Alas, there are so few righteous souls in this world. Some wield immense power, yet refuse to protect this realm. It is a travesty. The Ancient One remained impassive. Mephitos has found an ally, the Nightmare. Through the power of dreams, the Nightmare commanded a band of thugs who attacked my sanctum. A slight disturbance rippled through the world's magical barrier formed by the 3 sanctums, allowing Mephitos to bring those formidable artifacts into the mortal realm. Vahn paused. Recognizing the Nightmare, he too was a lord of hell and the master of dreams. He could draw strength from humanity's nightmares and fears. Vahn recalled the sand of nightmares that had soiled the witch's heart demon, likely a product of this entity. He was puzzled. Mephitos was able to enlist the Nightmare's aid? The Ancient One nodded. Mephitos is adept at negotiation, and the Nightmare is not without desires. Provided sufficient offerings are made, aid can certainly be rendered. Vahn nodded, suddenly struck by a thought and unable to contain his curiosity. In hell, there exists a black flame known as the void-devouring flame. Are you aware of it? The Ancient One cast a glance at him. That is the 2nd most potent infernal fire, extraordinarily formidable. Long ago, after the fall of a powerful fire emperor, 23 types of hellish flames emerged from his body, and the void-devouring flame is among them. Upon hearing this, Vahn's face lit with excitement. What? Such an esteemed infernal fire has fallen into my hands? However, the Ancient One's subsequent words shattered his illusions. Mephitos could not possibly possess the true void-devouring flame. At most, he might have a mere semblance of it, a counterfeit flame imbued with a trace of its essence. Well, that should still be considered precious. The Ancient One scrutinized him closely, sensing an unusual power emanating from him. Yet, she refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. She was no exception. Unveiling all secrets can sometimes be too horrifying. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave, but this matter is far from resolved. Certain individuals must pay a grievous price. Otherwise, more evil will covet this world. It was only after the Ancient One departed that the police and members of the Justice League arrived belatedly. Someone had reported the anomalies at the Typhon Tower, prompting a call to the authorities. The police notified the building's security chief, who in turn alerted the Justice League. The lengthy relay of messages wasted precious time. However, even had they arrived sooner, they might not have breached the barrier set by Mephitos. Mephitos had indeed seized the opportunity. Originally, Vahn had prepared a hulk within his divine realm, but ultimately, it was not put to use. After dismissing everyone, he ascended to the opulent penthouse atop the Typhon Tower. The portal opened, and I stepped through. It was time to take stock of today's earnings. I hoped not to disappoint him. Chapter 72, The Battle of Agamotto against Mephisto. Damn it, Theodore Vahn, "You treacherous bastard. I shall ensure your demise, dismember you, roast you, and consume your flesh. How dare you betray me? Just wait. I will drag you down to hell and make your existence more torturous than death itself. I will obliterate your very soul. And you too, Odin, you old fool. I will have my vengeance." Hell Dimension. A demon with red skin, cloven hooves, a long tail, and twin horns roared from a throne composed of skeletal remains. Beneath him, numerous demons cowered in fear, trembling on the ground, too terrified to lift their heads. Perhaps exhausted from his tirade, he paused to catch his breath. The demons below, even more frightened, pressed their heads to the ground, curling into themselves. Mephisto, upon seeing this pitiful gathering, felt vexed. Suddenly, he pointed at the demon closest to him and bellowed, "What are you? To dare not even glance at me? Seeking death, are you?" With a sweeping gesture, dark mist enveloped the space, and the unfortunate demon was sent flying. The remaining demons were gripped by terror, nearly fainting. Mephisto, with an irritable wave of his hand, commanded, "Get out." The demons hastily fled. Sighing, the mighty Lord of Hell lamented, "What a catastrophic loss this has been." Both the assistance from the nightmares and several powerful artifacts had cost him dearly. Even that black flame was borrowed. Now it was all gone. The pain in his heart was suffocating. As he wallowed in despair, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space. Looking up, he beheld the Ancient One hovering in midair. "Mephisto, I have come to trouble you." Mephisto, enraged, let out a derisive laugh. "Have you been drinking fake wine? Do you know where you are? This is hell, my domain. Do you think this is still your little patch of land? How dare you, a mere sorcerer, act so arrogantly?" He thundered, "Old woman, do not mistake my hospitality for weakness. This is my territory. You are the one seeking trouble." Despite appearing as a refined elder in the mortal realm, it was merely a facade to maintain the image of a high-profile negotiator. Those who emerged from the Hell Dimension were rarely easygoing. They were all hardened veterans. The Ancient One, her expression unfazed, replied, "Then let us test that." As she spoke, black markings suddenly appeared on her face, and her aura surged. Mephisto, witnessing this, inhaled sharply. "You are courting death. Drawing power from the dark dimension in such a manner will destroy your body. Your concern is unnecessary," the Ancient One replied, her voice tinged with a husky quality. Mephisto snorted coldly, offering no response. This was hell, his domain. He could draw upon an inexhaustible supply of energy from his surroundings. He could not possibly lose. The battle commenced immediately, shaking the very fabric of space, plunging the realm into chaos. Surrounding structures crumbled, and many demons perished without a chance to escape. After what felt like an eternity, both combatants withdrew, clearly having reached a stalemate. Mephisto observed the Ancient One, noting how her face had aged significantly from absorbing too much dark energy. He sneered, "Aren't you going to flee? If this continues, you shall perish here." The Ancient One exhaled, "I do not share your opinion." As soon as she spoke, she began to chant incantations, and a blue-green sigil appeared upon her chest. In an instant, she reverted to her previous form. Mephisto was taken aback. "The Eye of Agamotto, you are resorting to disgraceful cheating." Unfazed by his accusations, the Ancient One declared, "I have battled Dormammu many times, and facing him ignites my very blood. But you, TSK. Mephisto's rage flared. "What? You think I am inferior to that fire rat? You speak nonsense." With that, Mephisto charged at her, and the black markings reappeared on the Ancient One's face. Another fierce battle ensued. Yet, upon seeing the Ancient One restore herself yet again, Mephisto felt utterly exhausted. He looked down at the battlefield, littered with ruins and the corpses of demons, and a flicker of realization dawned upon him. So that's why she keeps fighting while moving. Ancient One, you are utterly shameless. Are you not afraid of my retaliation against the mortals? The Ancient One's expression turned cold. You still wish to exact revenge? Seek death. Another fierce clash followed, and once more, the Ancient One regained her original form. Mephisto surveyed the devastation around him, completely drained. He waved his hand dismissively, "Leave. I shall not tread on earth again." Without waiting for the Ancient One's response, he wandered off, a lost soul. His retreating figure resembled that of a defeated dog. The Ancient One understood that one should not push a celestial-level Lord of Hell too far. This lesson had been sufficiently severe. For now, she returned to Earth. Divine Realm. Vahn first checked to see if the Witch's Heart demon was alive. It was not dead. Though barely clinging to life, it still drew breath. Upon entering the Divine Realm, Vahn meticulously peeled away the nightmare sand from the demon's face. This peculiar sand was likewise analyzed by the Divine Realm. It was the work of the Nightmare Lord, capable of ensnaring individuals in an illusory realm where various dream demons tormented them. He held little interest in such matters. As for Johnny and Carter, they had succumbed to unconsciousness. Previously, Mephisto had forcibly controlled them through a pact, causing significant harm to their souls. Vahn discovered the 2 contracts on Mephisto's earthly vessel. Yet, even after nullifying the contracts, the 2 showed no signs of improvement. With no other option, Vahn personally undertook the restoration of their souls. Naturally, this process was conducted subconsciously. It was certainly not intentional, nor was it a mere casual act. Having dealt with the 2, he turned to the main event, Mephisto's staff and the Void Flame. He was curious about the extent of old Mephisto's ability to seal spatial dimensions, to the point of even resisting the Ancient One. Given the lack of strength in Mephisto's earthly form, it was unlikely that the power was personally wielded by him. The staff was most likely the source of this capability. The divine realm promptly began its analysis. The results emerged swiftly. It was a form of magic, akin to the Ancient One's mirrored space. The reason external attacks struggled to penetrate it was due to a layer of distorted space enveloping its surface, rendering it difficult for outside forces to breach. However, this magic could be dismantled from within, requiring either vast amounts of black mist produced during the spell's release or direct, overwhelming force to shatter the space. It was estimated that when Vahn transformed into the Blue Flame Knight, he could have potentially shattered this magic outright. However, before he had the opportunity, the spell's duration expired. The staff itself bore little value. The true worth lay in the magic inscribed upon it. Yet, to utilize it again would necessitate recharging with energy from hell. Now, his divine realm had acquired 2 forms of magic, Asgardian magic and hellish magic. These 2 types of magic ultimately belonged to the same category. Vahn referred to it as borrowed power magic. Asgardian magic draws its strength from Asgard, while hellish magic draws from hell. Another prime example was the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One. Her magic originated from the Vishanti, and of course, she also possessed power from the dark dimension. In the realm of Vahn, his magic ought to be referred to as divine kingdom magic, or perhaps primal magic. Thus far, the returns have been quite satisfactory. Now, only the last piece, the Void Eater Flame, remains. Previously, in his endeavor to endow himself with this 600 Wolverine strength, Vahn inflicted considerable losses upon the divine kingdom. Coupled with the depletion incurred during the transformation process and the additional losses from the shrinking oasis, it would require at least 1,000 units of Wolverine strength to compensate. Analyzing the Void Eater Flame, Vahn silently chanted within his heart. This process was somewhat protracted. Ultimately, the divine kingdom arrived at a conclusion. The Void Eater Flame could be transformed into 2,000 units of Wolverine strength. A profit indeed. As the Void Eater Flame settled into the palm of his hand, he found himself fully capable of mastering this black flame. According to the Divine Kingdom's analysis, it indeed possessed a terrifying devouring power. Flame? Vahn furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a wild notion. Chapter 73, The Bodyguard, Teresa. Days passed, and Vahn found himself seated face-to-face with Bullseye in a quaint cafe. Not far from their table, a van was parked at the street corner. It belonged to Madame Webb and her entourage, who were sifting through the surrounding crowd in hopes of tracking down Domino. Over the past few days, his probing schemes orchestrated through Bullseye had met with failure. Today, Bullseye had intentionally switched companions, excusing himself for a day's absence. Boss, we attempted 3 probes in total, all of which have failed. These individuals seem to possess a precognitive ability, always managing to vacate the vicinity before trouble strikes. Bullseye reported. Vahn took a delicate sip of his coffee, remarking, "How intriguing. I couldn't resist coming to observe myself." He had been preoccupied with a battle of wits against Mephisto and had scarcely paid heed to these minor karami. Bullseye presented a report. This contains my deductions. I believe that the unknown ability user possesses a superpower akin to the Eye of God. However, its coverage is rather limited, necessitating the use of the van for transportation. As for the special equipment within, it should be an auxiliary instrument for this ability. Upon finishing, he glanced at Vahn, who remained impassive, prompting Bullseye to continue. In the past few days, I have conducted meticulous observations and narrowed down the potential candidates for the unknown ability user to 3 individuals: Madame Webb, her bodyguard, Teresa Vasquez, and the male bodyguard captain, Virgil Clements. Vahn picked up the report from the table, which contained observations of Madame Webb and her associates over the past days, along with Bullseye's rationale for excluding others. He nodded, finding it quite credible. He stroked his chin, contemplating an experiment with the power of temptation. After all, having recently profited handsomely from the primal source, what harm was there in splurging a few units of Wolverine strength? Was there a problem? Surely not. Right, Logan? Among the 3, Both Madame Webb and Burchell Clemens had visited him previously. Only the personal bodyguard, Teresa Vasquez, remained unfamiliar to him. As he thought this, he turned his gaze toward the street corner. By coincidence, he spotted the tall, slender figure of the seemingly ordinary bodyguard. Perhaps weary from sitting in the van, she had stepped out to stretch her limbs. "Is that Teresa Vasquez?" Van inquired. Bullseye glanced over and nodded. Van scrutinized her closely, realizing that although she merely stood by the roadside, she exuded an extraordinary aura. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed her figure, which scored at least a 95. Yet her beauty only reached a 7. However, she undeniably possessed a unique charisma. She was crisp and decisive, reminiscent of Hela, the goddess of death, who had shattered Thor's hammer. A confident glimmer sparkled in her eyes, an unspoken assertion of her queenly presence. A mature woman? Had his tastes unwittingly evolved? Wasn't he most fond of voluptuous, seductive vixens? Just then, the bodyguard unexpectedly turned her gaze toward them and flashed a radiant smile. "Ah, she is enticing me," Van exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table. "Ah." Bullseye hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately could not contain himself. "Boss, is that a mirror?" "Huh." Van's smile faltered, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he turned to him. "Is it?" "Why, yes," Bullseye stammered. "Is it?" Van elongated his pronunciation. Bullseye glanced at his boss, who was fixated on him, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he slammed the table. "She is indeed trying to seduce the boss. This is utterly audacious. Unforgivable. Boss, I'll go and bind her, delivering her to your room for you to personally administer punishment." Van nodded with satisfaction. "Your bonus will be doubled this month." "Thank you, boss." Bullseye clutched his mildly aching conscience, overwhelmed with emotion. Van rubbed his hands together. "Since she is drawn to me, I must not resort to overly crude methods. I ought to orchestrate a perfect encounter, arriving before her in an unexpected manner, compelling her to succumb to my handsome visage. Bullseye, do you have any suggestions? Perhaps flowers?" "Too cliché." Bullseye frowned. "Saving the damsel in distress? It's worth considering, but I fear it might turn bloody." "Uh-huh." Van clapped his hands. "Tonight, I shall arrange a masquerade ball, inviting several mutants to attend. You need to find an opportunity to convey this information to them, mentioning that there may be clues about Domino at the ball. Remember, ensure that the woman who is enticing me is in attendance." Bullseye furrowed his brows. "Yes, boss." As night fell and the city illuminated, Van S. Ball commenced successfully. Storm, Colossus, Wolverine, and others were present, along with some senior students from the Mutant Academy. Madame Webb and her entourage also attended, all donned in elegant attire and various masks. It was unclear how Bullseye had managed to persuade them, but when he returned to report, he appeared utterly fatigued. The ball was held within a neoclassical Greek structure, featuring a grand hall, corridors, a backyard, a study, and gardens, with dance floors scattered across several locations. The venue was expansive, filled with nearly 1,000 attendees, many of whom had been brought in directly from the streets, donning masks as they reveled. The aim was to encourage them to disperse and act independently. True to expectation, once inside the ball, they quickly separated. The bodyguard, Teresa Vasquez, stood alone by the garden dance floor, scrutinizing the crowd. Van adjusted the mask on his face. It was time to discover what sort of woman could evoke such a unique sensation within him. Clad in a white suit, he gracefully approached Teresa Vasquez, illuminated by the moonlight. At this moment, he felt like a prince from a fairy tale. "My lady, I have been observing you for quite some time." Van S.'s voice was low, his gaze unwavering, radiating his masculine allure. Teresa's eyes sparkled, her lips curling. "How long is quite some time?" "However long you desire it to be," Van replied smoothly. Teresa smiled. Just then, enchanting music filled the dance floor. Van extended his hand. "Might I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" They did not merely dance one piece. They waltzed through 3 enchanting melodies. Then, Vaughn smiled and gently brushed his hand across her face, saying, "There's an invisible cat in my room that can even do backflips. Would you care to see?" "I don't believe it." She chuckled. Vaughn lifted her effortlessly into his arms, declaring, "Today, I shall make you believe." The scene within the room was so enchanting that even the moon outside blushed and retreated behind a veil of clouds. Teresa nestled in Vaughn's embrace, his right hand unconsciously caressing her back. He sensed that this woman was extraordinary, not merely due to her figure, but also her visage. She wore a mask that concealed her true identity. Vaughn's aura had already discerned her essence with clarity. Beneath the mask lay a strikingly cold beauty, marred by a faint, short scar on her right cheek. She was not Teresa Vasquez, but rather the formidable Madame Hydra, Ophelia Sarkeesian. She had come to New York in person, yet concealed her identity. As expected of one of the Serpentine leaders, Her presence was undeniable, and Vahn detected it almost intuitively. She propped herself up, stating, "You've spent too long toying with me. I must take my leave." "Is that all?" Ophelia swiftly donned her attire, and before departing, seemed to instinctively reach for something within her clothing. However, she momentarily forgot that this was an evening gown. Ultimately, she removed a gold bracelet from her wrist and placed it into Vaughn's hand, which bore a rather displeased countenance. "Take care, little brother." Chapter 74, Conquering a Serpent Leader. After she departed, Vahn forcefully hurled the bracelet to the ground. "Damn it, what do you take me for?" With a wave of his hand, a portal materialized, and he stepped through to a room entirely dissimilar to the previous one. This was, indeed, the venue of the ball. Yes, their earlier intimacy had transpired in the realm of the divine. Vahn had recognized her identity the moment he approached her for the first time. Seizing the opportunity of their passionate moment, he had concealed the portal behind the door, leading them into the divine realm. The fleeting encounter had left Ophelia dazed from their kiss, oblivious to the transition. Within the divine realm, Vahn had no qualms about perusing her memories, gleaning a wealth of information. He discovered that she was orchestrating a mysterious ritual known as the Gathering of Five, which required 5 participants who would randomly receive either blessings or curses. Her motive for conducting this ritual was to prolong the life of Madame Web, the woman possessing the Eye of God, who wielded unique precognitive and telepathic abilities. The fusion of these powers granted her formidable strength, the Heavenly Eye. She was Ophelia's most crucial ally in dominating the island of Madrid. With specialized equipment, she could surveil the entire island single-handedly. Ophelia's control over Madrid was far beyond the comprehension of outsiders. However, with age, Madame Web's abilities had waned, and her health deteriorated. After consulting numerous physicians to no avail, Ophelia resolved to hold the Gathering of Five. One of her subordinates was a mutant capable of sharing others' abilities through touch, temporarily granting them to anyone he touched. This was the reason behind her pursuit of Domino. Through the Gathering of Five, she aimed to obtain blessings from Madame Web, hoping to extend her life. Furthermore, she sought the Serpent's Crown, a relic crafted by the ancient evil deity Set. Set's true form was a colossal serpent, immense enough to entwine multiple worlds, with power sufficient to influence the multiverse. The Serpent's Crown was Set's emblem, through which he could bestow various superpowers upon his followers. Ophelia aspired to utilize the Serpent's Crown to forge an extraordinary army, fulfilling the long-held ambition of Hydra to dominate the world. With this knowledge, Vaughn's subsequent plans became significantly simplified. Brainwashing, control, and letting them indulge in their schemes while he made a grand entrance at the final moment would suffice. However, he had refrained from directly controlling Ophelia, as she was the woman he wished to conquer. Much like the act they had just engaged in, the enjoyment lay in the journey rather than the climactic release. An old adage rings true: a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. He intended to rely solely on his own masculine allure to win her over. Yet, he had also embedded a contingency within her soul, just in case. After all, a new saying asserts that while a forcibly twisted melon may not be sweet, it can still quench one's thirst. As long as he controlled all her subordinates, there would be no storm to weather. Nevertheless, both the ballroom and this room were dimly lit. She likely did not recognize him. With this thought, Vahn exited the room. As midnight approached, the atmosphere of the ball reached its zenith, teeming with revelers amidst a chaotic whirl of bodies. With the plan firmly established, the ensuing actions would be effortless. Vahn methodically located each individual, exerting control, entering the divine realm, brainwashing, and releasing them. Those who accompanied Ophelia were all significant members of the Serpent's gang. After his machinations, he had secured a substantial portion of the gang. Vahn also bestowed a portal seed upon the head of the male security team, Burchell Clements. This was a new ability that emerged after his divine realm absorbed the Void Devourer. Upon returning to Madrid, Burchell could select a secret location to place the portal seed. It would function like a beacon, enabling Vahn to open a portal to that location, thus alleviating the need for a long flight. Vahn indeed intended to personally escort the Witch King to Sanctum Vengasa. Not only him, but also Johnny and Carter, his 2 trusted lieutenants. Carter had spoken of the contract's formidable nature. However, he was uncertain of the true extent of 1,000 Hell Warriors' strength. Thus, apart from them, the entire Justice League remained on standby within the divine realm. Should the situation turn dire, the portal would open, and they would emerge to confront the threat. Vahn settled into the back seat of the car, with the Witch King slumped beside him. The sands of nightmare had inflicted tremendous harm upon him, rendering him unable to walk steadily. He glared at Vahn, gritting his teeth. "Even in this state, you still expect me to carry out that task? But we had an agreement." You assist me in dealing with your father, and I will deliver you to Sanctum Vengasa. How can you accuse me of breaking our pact? The Witch King seethed with anger. Could you not wait until I have healed before pressing forward? Must you be so impatient? Do you wish for my demise? Vahn shook his head. Of course not. If I wanted you dead, I would have acted long ago. Can't you see? I'm helping you. Look at how you fared against your father. It was disgraceful. Do you know what he said about you once you lay on the ground? He called you a worthless, pathetic failure, claiming even the most useless demons in hell surpass you. You have brought shame upon him. He should have slain you long ago. You are a disgrace to all of hell, and it is a matter of time before you are exterminated. The Witch King fell silent. Based on his understanding of his father, he knew those words might not have been spoken, but the sentiment surely resonated. Vahn feigned a sigh. If I hadn't intervened with a mighty display, driving that demon king away, you would have perished at his hands. He spoke in a low tone, extending the contract. This document represents your sole opportunity. Do you yearn for greater power? Do you wish to return to hell? Do you wish to trample upon your father and boldly declare, I, the sorcerer of heart and demon, have returned? The pallid visage of the sorcerer of heart and demon transformed repeatedly, ultimately seizing the contract and tucking it into his bosom. I am aware of your nefarious intentions, yet you speak truthfully. This is my singular opportunity. Feel free to unleash your methods as you please. Should I prevail, I shall claim everything. If I falter, then you may take my life. How imposing. Vahn gave him a thumbs up. The once magnificent St. Vengasa now lay in ruins, its edifices collapsed, scattered with yellowed sands. It seemed as though all life had abandoned this desolate locale. In the shadows of the debris, something appeared to be peeking curiously, yet upon closer inspection, nothing materialized. The sorcerer of heart and demon was supported by Johnny as the trio, 2 men and 1 demon, approached the center of the partially collapsed cathedral. He brandished the contract, offering a grim smile. Do you not wish to step back? Beware of being inadvertently harmed. Vahn smirked. No, I fear you might flee. The sorcerer of heart and demon rolled his eyes in exasperation, choosing silence. He settled upon the steps of the cathedral and unfurled the contract. After reciting a convoluted incantation, a cacophony of piercing wails erupted from the surroundings. Vahn furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and quietly retreated behind Johnny and Carter. The atmosphere darkened ominously as malevolent spirits surged forth. Chapter 75. Oh God, will you weep? Countless ominous spirits swirled above them. From every direction, a multitude of these apparitions converged upon their location. They emitted anguished howls, as if harboring a deep-seated hatred for all existence. They tore at each other, frenzied and vicious. Fragmented yet coalescing. Witnessing their torment, Vahn grasped the essence of a hellish nightmare, a realm more brutal than the inferno itself. If the departed were in such agony, what must have been the plight of those who once lived? Vahn reflected silently, observing their erratic movements like flies in disarray. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He noticed an intriguing phenomenon. All the malevolent spirits were howling, and to his astonishment, it seemed they were repeating a handful of identical phrases. Was it mere coincidence, or something more profound? Contemplating briefly, he raised his hand and opened a portal. In an instant, Professor Charles, Wolverine, Cyclops, Abomination, Hulk, Storm, and others surged forth, even adopting battle stances. As they beheld the spiraling, howling spirits, they could not help but swallow hard. Vahn gestured to Professor Charles. Professor, could you discern if these spirits are attempting to communicate? Exercise caution, they are exceedingly malevolent. With his unparalleled telepathic abilities, the professor might be able to glean some understanding. The professor nodded, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. Soon, beads of sweat began to form upon his brow, while Cyclops and the others anxiously observed him. After a brief interval, the number of spirits surrounding them intensified. The professor finally opened his eyes. Good heavens, they are profoundly wicked. Vahn hurriedly inquired. What did you discover? The professor nodded. I managed to sense a portion of the spirits and found that their howls indeed convey some meaning. However, they possess little remaining rationality, thus I could only grasp a fraction of what they expressed. What did they say? They repeatedly uttered phrases such as body, we, sin, suffering, along with several others, God, demon, God, grant, body, and body, sacred, death, we, forgiveness. Everyone was baffled by the implications. Vahn frowned, pondering the meaning of body. Did they seek a corporeal form? Their own? Or that of the angel Aaron? Their own bodies had long since turned to dust. And had not the angel's body already been consumed by them? He glanced at Carter, who wore a troubled expression. Old Knight, what are your thoughts? Carter and Slade regarded the multitude of spirits with expressions of bewilderment. I only know that we cannot defeat these 1,000 malevolent spirits. Unless what? Vahn pressed. Unless they possess a physical form. It is challenging to vanquish spirits in their ethereal state, but if they inhabit a body, it becomes significantly easier. Yet, they are generally reluctant to inhabit a corporeal form, as it makes them feel uncomfortable. It is said that within a body, they perceive a slowly decaying scent of death. Charles took a breath, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. However, these spirits seemed to yearn for that body. He pointed toward the sorcerer of heart and demon. Vahn suddenly grasped a revelation. They craved not a body, but death. A collective shudder swept through the group. Carter and Slade sighed deeply. They regret their actions. But who can forgive them? Wolverine furrowed his brow. What has happened to them? Vahn shook his head. They have committed grave sins. God has forsaken them. The Justice League exchanged glances. Even Hulk blinked in astonishment. Vahn finally comprehended why, in the original narrative, Johnny could defeat the sorcerer of heart and demon along with 1,000 malevolent spirits. It was not due to his own strength, but rather because the spirits, even stripped of their reason, still harbored an overwhelming desire for death. They had propelled themselves into the path of the Ghost Rider's wrath. Should Mephistopheles obtain them, he would surely exploit this potent obsession. This legion of 1,000 malevolent spirits would undoubtedly be formidable. It seemed that with the assemblage of 1,000 spirits, they suddenly surged into the body of the sorcerer of heart and demon. The influx of power exhilarated him, prompting a triumphant howl to the heavens. Once the last spirit entered his form, he laughed maniacally at Vahn. Come, behold the might of my newfound power. The torment you inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold. Not just to you, but also to Mephistopheles. He too shall perish. Vahn gazed at him, shaking his head. Poor child, you have likely grown up in hell, never experiencing a shred of warmth. Now, the malevolent spirits chose to accompany him, contract in hand. Down this path, the price of fate had long been inscribed. Huh, are you frightened? The sorcerer of heart and demon continued his taunts. I tell you, if you kneel and lick my feet, I might consider granting you a swift death. Otherwise, unable to bear it any longer. Vahn turned to the others. Let's take action. No sooner had he spoken than 2 monstrous figures, one yellow and one green, leaped forward, each grasping one of his arms. Simultaneously, Carter's lasso encircled his neck and Johnny's chains bound his feet. The others had yet to even make a move. Naturally, the sorcerer of heart and demon began to struggle, yet to his astonishment, the power he wielded was far less formidable than he had anticipated. What was happening? Was there an adaptation period? No one had informed him of this. With his limited intellect, he could not fathom that the spirits within him were all yearning for death. He continued to thrash about when a portal descended from above, engulfing him along with Abomination, Hulk, and the 2 Ghost Riders. Vahn glanced at the remaining individuals. All right. Thank you for your efforts this time. You all may return. I shall do the same. Once everyone had entered, he followed suit. As for the vehicle that brought them here, it had long since returned on its own. In the divine kingdom, the witch's heart demon eye was completely immobilized, gazing longingly at Vahn. Its mouth could not move, leaving only its eyeballs free to rotate. With a mere wave of Vaughn's hand, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, he extracted 1,000 malevolent spirits from within it. The system's analysis revealed that these malevolent spirits were worth 2,500 units of power of the Diamond Wolf, which was lower than he had anticipated. However, he now understood that the amount of primordial energy one could harness from a person or a life did not necessarily correlate with their combat prowess. While these malevolent spirits were indeed ferocious, their lack of physical form and rationality limited the primordial energy he could extract from them. Initially, Vahn had intended to convert them all into primordial energy, but he suddenly recalled a story told by Carter. Each of these 1,000 malevolent spirits harbored fragments of shattered memories. He wondered if they could piece together the truth of the entire situation. Without hesitation, he proceeded. The divine kingdom extracted all fragments of the malevolent spirit's memories and, akin to a supercomputer, established an intelligent connection. Soon, a fragmented yet relatively coherent memory was laid before him. After only a few glances, he gasped in astonishment. My God! If that day ever comes, will you weep? Chapter 76. Finding Domino in a secluded warehouse in New York, Parker Robbins was cautiously surveying his surroundings. Relieved to find that the security personnel were absent, with deft hands, he retrieved his lockpicking tools and approached the side door of the warehouse. After fiddling for a moment, he heard a click, and the door swung open. A smile crept onto his lips. According to the information provided by his cousin, This warehouse might contain some valuable collectibles. If he could sell them, he would have the funds needed for his mother's medical treatment. Stepping quietly inside, he was greeted by a sight of wooden crates. Leaning closer, he discovered they were merely filled with tattered clothing, devoid of the collectibles his cousin had mentioned. Of course, valuable items would not be stowed away in such inferior wooden boxes. He peered further into the warehouse. Not far off, several rows of tightly packed shelves seemed to flicker with a hint of light. He swallowed nervously, feeling a twinge of fear. But thoughts of his ailing mother spurred him on. Drawing his handgun, he gripped it tightly. One step, then another. The flickering light grew larger. To his bewilderment, it appeared to be a firelight. Could it be a fellow thief? He felt a slight relaxation in his chest. Moving cautiously, he approached the gap, only to witness a scene that filled him with dread. A creature, a monster with rough, blood-red skin, adorned with 2 horns and hooves like a bull. It sat within a complexly patterned magic circle, seemingly deep in thought. Surrounding the circle were candles flickering ominously. Robin's legs turned to jelly, tears welling up in his eyes. Cousin, you truly are unreliable. If I die, who will take care of your aunt? A torrent of resentment surged within him, yet his feet instinctively began to retreat. Snap! A chill ran down his spine as he looked down to find a withered twig beneath his foot. Just my luck. Even drinking cool water feels like a hassle. As expected, the monster was roused from its reverie. It shoved aside the obstructing shelves, locking eyes with Robin's in the process. Who dares to interrupt my ritual? Do you not know I am a lord of hell? The creature spoke. A wave of terror washed over Robin's, uncertain if his gun would be of any use. But it was the only recourse at his disposal. The monster, seeing a human pointing a gun at it, displayed a flicker of panic. Wait, don't bang, 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 bang. 10 bullets, all finding their mark. Blood splattered across the ground. The monster's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a sense of injustice. I have just arrived in this world, and now I meet my demise? A grand demon, slain by a mere human with a handgun? What will others think? Robin stared at the fallen demon, equally incredulous. This creature was surprisingly weak. He turned to leave, acutely aware that the gunfire would surely attract the security personnel. However, a glimpse caught his eye. In the center of the magic circle lay a cloak and a boot. Perhaps the monster's belongings hold some value? With no time to ponder further, he hurriedly seized the items and made his exit. Hell! The roar of Mephistopheles echoed once more through his demonic palace. After swatting away several demons in frustration, he gradually regained his composure. Recently, he had sensed an unsettling turn of events. The matter of the contract was a foregone conclusion. He had long suspected it was being utilized. His foolish son must be ensnared in a web of deception, though he remained unaware whether he was alive or dead. After his defeat at Vaughn's hands, he had prepared himself for this eventuality. There was no need to dwell on the incident with Ancient One. It was too vexing. What infuriated him was that he had activated his contingency plan in the mortal realm, only for it to be thwarted once again. In the blink of an eye, another had perished. The earthly vessel had only just been formed, without even having the chance to assume a human shape or absorb magical energy, before being struck down. 10 shots. A full 10 shots, all directed at his nascent, fragile, pitiful body. A sight too harrowing to behold. The only solace he found was that this thief had stolen 2 of his prepared artifacts, the cloak and the boot. Humph. You shall ultimately pay the price. My possessions are not easily pilfered. Typhon Tower. On the television, the owner of the Horn Herald was unleashing a tirade through his mouthpiece. The inefficiency of the American government is utterly intolerable. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of weapons and ammunition. Do you comprehend what these weapons signify? They indicate that there may soon be war within our nation. Enough to reignite conflict between the North and South. We must demand answers from our White House. From our president. Where have the weapons gone? Why, after so many days of investigation, have we found nothing? Viewers, do you understand the implications of such a quantity of weapons on our society? Will you walk alone at night? Will your children attend school? Will the building where you work withstand an aircraft? By a grave plot, dear viewers. It may be too late to find a place to bury you. Jonah Jameson's words delighted Vaughn immensely. This man is indeed a warrior, valuing money over life, yet his tongue cuts like a blade. The news of the missing weapons had been suppressed until now, with no media daring to report it. Newspapers, television, radio, social media, nearly all avenues were silenced regarding this matter. It was a consensus between the national government and capital, but now, that consensus had been shattered. Vaughn realized that once this news broke, the public would go into a frenzy. When the populace panicked, the parliament would follow suit. As the parliament descended into chaos, the White House would inevitably follow. And when the White House went mad, the Pentagon would soon follow suit. Just let the bullets fly for a couple more days. What is Hammer Industries in comparison? Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was a call from Target I. Hello, boss. I've located the target. Oh, have you found Domino? Then let's mobilize the team. With his command, dozens of secondary-grade enhanced soldiers departed from the Tiefing Manor. They were set to execute a comprehensive encirclement to capture Domino, alive. Logically, with a Celestial Eye assistant and an army of enhanced soldiers, apprehending a mere little girl seemed like overkill. However, when the target's eye called again, stating, she has escaped, Van was taken aback. Could it be? So audacious? She escaped just like that? Wasn't he that a slap in the face? Yet, the following words from the target's eye eased his anxiety. Although Domino had broken free, she had been struck by a tranquilizer dart. In a bid to ensure her safety, she had dashed into the police station, thinking it would shield her. What a classic case of walking into a trap. With Van's connections to the police chief, especially a black officer, acquiring her would be as easy as pie. Thus, while Domino was still deep in slumber, she was already transported to Van's office. The young biracial black woman, by his aesthetic standards, was a beauty among her kind. Unfortunately, he had never held any particular interest in chocolate. Once in and out of the kingdom of God, she was now one of his own. Van specifically instructed the target's eye to send a helper from the serpent. But only one could come. The target's eye understood and exclaimed, mission accomplished. Ophelia arrived, still in her disguise, and Van chose not to unveil her. However, upon seeing Van, she appeared astonished, evidently piecing things together. On that dimly lit day, she had shown no regard for the man she had slept with. Yet now, recognizing the situation, she realized she had inadvertently bedded the serpent's head. Van sat behind his desk and gestured toward the seemingly sleeping Domino on the sofa. Here she is. But why should I hand her over to you? Ophelia bit her lip, her expression a blend of helplessness and pity. What do you want? Van grinned. I am quite furious right now. Ophelia, blushing and swaying, approached him with seductive glances. Don't move. I'll take care of it. Chapter 77. Old Mo's new subordinate Parker Robbins had struck gold. He never anticipated that the two items he had casually stolen possessed extraordinary powers. After several days of experimentation, he successfully discerned the abilities of the two artifacts. The cloak granted him invisibility, while the boots allowed him to walk on air. When combined, they also bestowed upon him the capacity to unleash electric energy from his hands. However, he had yet to fully master this newfound power. Utilizing his invisibility, he had stealthily infiltrated the mansion of a billionaire. Concealed in a corner, he recorded the code as the magnate opened his safe. Then, as the billionaire exited, he made off with $50,000 in cash. Now, his mother was receiving the best treatment available. Furthermore, he received even better news. His girlfriend was pregnant. His life felt complete, and in the foreseeable future, everything promised to improve. Today, he took his girlfriend out for a lavish dinner at a high-end French restaurant they had never dared to dream of, and both were elated. As night fell, he fell asleep holding his girlfriend. In a drowsy haze, he found himself in a realm engulfed in flames. Lava flowed freely, devoid of any vegetation, and a pungent odor of sulfur permeated the air. Before him stood a creature, no, a demon, gazing at him. It had ram-like horns, hooves like a bull, a long, whip-like tail wrapped around its waist, and blood-red skin, with scales covering certain parts of its body. Human, you stand before the great Hell Lord, Mephitos. Kneel before me. Robbins, utterly bewildered, stammered, who are you? Where am I? What do you want? Humph. You dare to slay my subordinate, and you fear not the punishment from hell? Mephitos snarled, his menacing visage and sharp teeth suggesting he was ready to devour him. Robbins had never encountered such a scene, his heart racing with anxiety. What do you intend to do? Since you have slain my subordinate, you are now my subordinate. Robbins froze, at a loss for words. Seeing his confusion, Mephitos conjured a surge of magic. Robbins gasped, yet did not experience any pain. Rather, he felt something new in his mind. As he concentrated, he discovered it was the method to control the cloak and boots. It seemed these items indeed belonged to him. Mephitos cackled, as my subordinate. If you assist me in completing 2 tasks, I shall grant you your freedom and bestow upon you even greater power. Having just begun to relish the taste of power, Robbins felt a surge of excitement. He nodded vigorously. Mephitos nodded in satisfaction. Good. From this day forth, you shall be my hellish apostle. The first task I require of you is to conduct a summoning ritual. You must gather the materials for the ceremony. I shall tell you where to find them. Mephitos meticulously detailed the information regarding several materials. Robbins nodded eagerly, committing every detail to memory. Throughout, Mephitos checked upon him multiple times to ensure he had retained the information. Once satisfied, the old demon proceeded to the second task. The second task I require of you is to kill a certain individual. A terrifying glint flashed in Mephisto's eyes. Robbins felt a shiver run down his spine. Such deep-seated hatred suggested the matter was of great importance. Who am I to kill? Theodore Vahn. Robbins frowned, contemplating before shaking his head. I haven't heard of him. He is the owner of the Tiefing Group. Remember this. He is exceedingly cunning. Suddenly, his consciousness felt as though it was weightless, plummeting into an abyss. Startled, he jolted awake in his bed. Was it a dream? Yet it felt too real. And the method to control the cloak and boots persisted in his mind. Unable to resist, he got out of bed, donned the cloak and boots, and indeed, with the newfound knowledge, he maneuvered them with greater ease. His new master loathed that individual named Vahn, didn't he? Just wait, I am coming for you. In hell. Mephisto's roared once more. Old E, you filthy harlot. After Vahn and Ophelia's deep conversation, she acknowledged her mistake in gifting him a golden bracelet at the ball. After paying a hefty price, Vahn relinquished Domino to her. Their group swiftly returned to Madrid Island, and Vahn did not attempt to detain them. He held a keen interest in the mysterious ritual Ophelia intended to conduct, the Gathering of Five. At present, it appeared that to expand his kingdom of God, he would rely on various individuals or items possessing extraordinary powers from this world. The impact of mere population growth was negligible. The Gathering of Five ritual likely served as a form of worship for some deity or superpowered being, fundamentally aimed at obtaining strength from the divine. If this ritual could be performed repeatedly, and if Domino's abilities proved useful, wouldn't he that essentially create a living source production line? By acquiring power through the ritual and then entering the kingdom of God to strip it away, only to gain it again through the ritual. The uncertainty remained, however, as to whether the gods and demons behind it would be willing to comply. The same principle applies to the serpent's crown. Having made up his mind, Vahn readily allowed Ophelia and her companions to return. As for the abilities extracted from these individuals, Vahn conducted a meticulous study. The precognitive ability of Madame Webb differed significantly from his expectations. It merely indicated the most probable outcome among numerous possibilities and could only observe the future within an exceedingly brief time frame. It resembled a judgment on future probabilities derived from a vast collection of data, and the cost of invoking divine intervention was exorbitant. Regarding Domino, Vahn was well aware of her ability, which was to enhance probabilities. This power was also costly, yet he could not ascertain its specific effects and awaited Ophelia's validation. Lost in thought, a phone call interrupted him. Vahn glanced at the screen, a smile gracing his face. The matter of the billion-dollar arms theft had finally reached a pivotal stage. Hello, Senator Stern. I heard that during your last golf game, you managed to best Minister Pierce by a stroke. Your skills have evidently improved. Indeed, that old fellow is not easy to outplay. He hails from an intelligence background and was quite adept in his youth, Stern replied. Is that so? Your victory must have left him rather perturbed for a couple of days, Vahn chuckled. Indeed, it did, Stern acknowledged. After exchanging pleasantries, Vahn directly broached the subject. Senator Stern, I hear that the recent arms case has left the Congress, the White House, and the Pentagon in quite the quandary. Indeed, Stern lamented. I'm fortunate that this matter hasn't fallen into my lap. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Stern, I possess information regarding the arms case. Are you interested? What? Really? Stern exclaimed, taken aback. Of course, Senator, I would never deceive you. That's splendid. You cannot fathom how frantic some individuals have become in recent days. The White House, the Pentagon, the Senate, a flurry of activity, even the President is feeling the strain. If you can indeed recover that shipment of arms, countless people will owe you their gratitude. Stern paused, curiosity evident in his voice. Why are you revealing this information to me? Vahn laughed heartily. Senator, we are all part of the same family. Naturally, I would think of you when there is good fortune to be shared. Yet, his true thoughts were far from this. The arms theft had entangled various factions, and none of the seasoned politicians, adept at navigating the treacherous waters of politics, were engaged in this game. Even if he communicated with the president, there would be numerous constraints. After all, his pursuit was merely financial gain. It was wiser to distribute the credit for this endeavor. He sighed into the phone, however. While I know where the arms are located, retrieving them will not be simple. It will require substantial funds, immense funds. What is going on? Stern pressed, eager for details. Vahn began his performance. Justin Hammer's dealings are quite reckless. I cannot fathom how he managed to sell the arms to the Middle East. There exists a deeply concealed arms tycoon there who has recently decided to offload this shipment. I stumbled upon this information by chance. Stern understood. So, to reclaim this shipment of arms, we must purchase them back from him. Precisely, Vahn confirmed. Understood. Stern fell silent. Vahn recognized his thoughts. which mirrored those of many American politicians. As long as the arms remained outside U.S. borders, the urgency to retrieve them was negligible. The priority was to assure the public that these weapons posed no threat to their safety, regardless of the consequences for the people of the Middle East. They would not allocate hundreds of millions to ensure their security. However, this meant that Vahn's potential benefits would diminish. Yet, Vahn already had a plan, Senator Stern. It appears we may have no choice but to purchase these weapons. What do you mean? Stern inquired, puzzled. Vahn spoke with a tone of regret. In fact, I have uncovered some additional intelligence. This enigmatic arms tycoon seems to have recently made contact with certain organizations in Afghanistan. You are aware that the U.S. maintains numerous bases there. We cannot simply stand by and watch this shipment of weapons and ammunition be used against our soldiers. If this information were to leak, you would be at odds with the most formidable military force in the world. Stern was taken aback. You make a compelling point. We cannot act while simultaneously bearing the repercussions. Vahn smiled. Be prepared. That tycoon's asking price will not be trivial. Rest assured, these individuals are aware of the stakes, and they have been thoroughly beleaguered for quite some time. I look forward to your positive updates. A few days prior, Vahn had arranged a business trip for Black Widow, who went to Russia. He had specifically assigned a substantial entourage of bodyguards to ensure her safety. Despite her considerable efforts, she could not shake them off completely. Utilizing an undisclosed method, she successfully located her mother, Melina, residing in a secluded farmhouse on the outskirts of St. Petersburg. Stealthily approaching, Black Widow found the various security measures surrounding the property to be mere trifles. She instantly recognized the woman by the pigpen, Iron Maiden Melina, the woman who had once been her mother for 3 years. Perhaps the bond of motherhood ran deep. After a brief moment of astonishment, Melina recognized her daughter standing before her. Inside the house, at the dining table, Natasha gazed at the familiar face. I thought you were dead. Melina shrugged. Well, the truth is, I did not die. I once wept for you. Complex emotions flickered in Natasha's eyes, but I could only cry under the covers at night. For the Red Room does not tolerate weak girls. Those deemed unnecessary are swiftly dealt with. Melina hesitated, pondering her words. I never imagined you were still alive. Still working for the Red Room. Natasha paused. Did you ever seek us out? Or did you ever entertain such thoughts? Melina, taking a deep breath, hesitated. Often, when a person suddenly departs from your life, you do not feel sorrow. It is only with the passage of time that you come to realize they are truly gone. So you did feel something? Then why did you not come? Natasha asked. A flicker of pain crossed Melina's face. I am an operative. I know how to suppress certain unnecessary emotions. Tears welled in Natasha's eyes, yet a smile tugged at her lips. To you, Ohio was merely a mission, while my sister and I were deemed superfluous. But have you ever considered that those 3 years constituted everything for us? Melina's heart trembled, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to ask, What brings you here today? Natasha lifted her gaze, locking eyes with her. Help me. Help me destroy the Red Room, kill Dreykov, and rescue Yelena. This left Melina utterly astonished, and after a long pause, she shook her head. You cannot accomplish this, Natasha. He is far too powerful, even with my assistance. We would stand no chance. Natasha bit her lip. Tell me why. Perhaps I can find others to assist. Melina offered a bittersweet smile. I am his architect and scientist. I understand his capabilities better than anyone. He commands thousands of soldiers and can sway global dynamics. There are many like us. I shall find a way. Natasha's mind raced. She was confident that Barton would assist her, but what of S.H.I.E.L.D.? She was uncertain. She could not even ascertain whether, after Fury learned of this matter, she would still be welcomed within S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, her final assignment upon joining had been to eliminate Dreykov and obliterate the Red Room. For that purpose, she and Barton had hidden in Budapest for several days before finally escaping the city. Now, if Fury were to discover that Dreykov was alive and the Red Room still existed, what would he think of her? Barton might even find himself entangled in this mess. At that moment, she realized that despite wandering through the world for so long, she was ultimately alone. Ding dong. At that instant, the doorbell rang. Melina, like a startled cat, bristled with heightened vigilance, casting a wary glance toward the entrance. Her reaction startled Natasha. She too adopted a defensive posture and inquired, What's wrong? Why are you? Melina's expression darkened. I have set numerous security measures around here, and not a single one has been triggered. They did not activate when I arrived either. Natasha was perplexed. That isn't the crux of the matter. The key point is, I didn't even install a doorbell. Melina interjected. Natasha froze momentarily, unable to discern whether the person outside was friend or foe. But regardless, no rational individual would carry a doorbell around. She approached the door cautiously and slowly opened it, exclaiming in surprise, "Boss? Hey, Natalie. I had no idea you had a mother. Why have you never introduced us?" Theodore Vahn greeted, holding a large bouquet of carnations in his right hand while wrapping his left arm around the Black Widow, pulling her back into the living room. He disregarded Melina's apprehensive demeanor, forcibly placing the flowers into her hands while introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Theodore Vahn, Natalie's employer. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am immensely grateful for the exceptional employee you have raised. I hold her in high regard. In fact, I fear she might leave me every night in my dreams." Melina looked utterly bewildered, glancing back and forth between him and Natasha. Natasha suppressed her astonishment, regaining her composure. "Mr. Vahn has followed me here, hasn't he? I thought I had successfully shaken off those annoying tales." Vahn gave her a thumbs up. "No need to feel guilty. You have performed admirably." Natasha scoffed lightly. "Mr. Vahn is here to assist me in dealing with Dreykov, ascent." Vahn raised an eyebrow. "Natalie, your perceptiveness truly impresses me. It is not that I am formidable. I knew this was a trap you had set, yet I willingly walked into it. But that is precisely what I admire about you. If you hadn't ensnared me, I would have been disappointed." Natasha chose not to elaborate further. "Please, share your plans." Chapter 79, The Sky City. Vahn sat at the dining table, crossing his legs. "Natalie, you are aware of my capabilities. The only reason Dreykov dares to owe me money without repaying it is that I cannot locate him. As long as I can see his face, I assure you, I will make him regret it, regardless of how many henchmen he has." Melina had never encountered such audacity. Casting a look of disbelief toward Natasha, who met her with a serious expression, "Justice League, how many individuals have you brought? Enough to decimate 2 Avengers." Vahn smirked. Natasha narrowed her eyes. "You knew my identity all along, didn't you?" Vahn stroked his chin. "More importantly, I am curious when you realized I was aware of your identity. I suspected it for quite some time. After all, my boss always harbored an inexplicable emotion towards me." Natasha chuckled. "It seemed as if you wished to dominate me, yet had reservations. Mr. Vahn's acting skills are rather lacking. We have spent considerable time together. And I am a perceptive female agent. It is only natural to harbor suspicions, especially since you have called me Natasha several times." Almost as if hinting. "Really?" Vahn exclaimed, astonished, struggling to recall, yet Natasha insisted he had. Could it be that in this world, this woman possesses the aura of a protagonist? He scrutinized the Black Widow. "Since you know I know your identity, why were you surprised just now?" "I presumed you merely knew my name or had an inkling of who might have sent me, but I had no idea you were so well acquainted with my background." "Humph. I am an exceptionally mysterious man. You need to delve deeper to understand." Just as Natasha was about to respond, she suddenly froze. "Shoo, do you hear that? An airplane?" Vahn turned toward Melina, who stood frozen in place, fiddling with the red gemstone ring on her finger. "It should be the Red Room that Ms. Melina notified. However, I believe she will assist us, won't she?" Melina seemed to snap out of her daze and quickly affirmed, "Of course. I know what to do." On the airplane, Vahn and Natasha were securely bound and tossed into a corner. Natasha leaned toward him and whispered, "Your people had better arrive on time." Vahn glanced at her and smiled. "Rest assured, if they fail to arrive promptly, having you and me as company in death will suffice." "Humph." She rolled her eyes. After a period of flight, the fabled Red Room finally emerged before them, a colossal flying fortress concealed within the clouds. This spectacle compelled Vahn to exclaim, "You all truly have a hidden gem within SHIELD. With such a vast aircraft, lacking even an energy shield, are you not afraid of being obliterated by a single missile? The technological tree has surely branched off in a peculiar direction." As the airplane landed, Vahn and Natasha were ushered before Dreykov. Naturally, Natasha was the main course, while he was merely a side dish. In a lavishly adorned office, the balding Dreykov, slicking back what little hair he had left, appeared quite pleased upon their arrival. "Natasha, my child, one of my finest creations, how I have missed you." Hatred gleamed in Natasha's eyes. "As have I. I long to see you dead." Dreykov chuckled silently as he settled into his chair. "You are not the same as before, are you? Now, you are a traitor. You have betrayed your people, your lineage, and me." A profound smile adorned his face. "But look at what you have gained. You possess nothing. I once provided you with a home. I bestowed love upon you. Yet how have you repaid me? With a bomb." Natasha scoffed. "I did not betray you. I embraced justice. My only regret regarding you is that the bomb did not fulfill its purpose." Dreykov wore a smug grin. "But what can you do now? You once ran away, and now you have returned. I shall no longer indulge you." Natasha retorted derisively, "Just you? What can you accomplish? You are but a rat in the darkness, destined to be swept away, akin to a rotting piece of meat cast into the refuse. You have never belonged in the spotlight. You are merely a worm thriving in shadows. You have no idea who I truly am. Dreykov, who had always maintained his composure, suddenly erupted in fury, flinging open the drawer behind his desk, as if he were about to reveal the extent of his formidable powers. Wait. Van hurriedly intervened to stop him. This foolish, rotund fellow was unwittingly playing right into Black Widow's hands. Who are you? Only then did Dreykov deign to regard him. Van, with a broad smile, replied, You may not recognize me, but I am indeed your supplier of potions, and it seems you have fallen quite behind on your payments. I am here to collect your debts. His words evidently caught Dreykov off guard. Outstanding payments? He racked his brain, wondering if his subordinates truly had such a predicament. It was a disgrace to the Red Room. When did my Red Room begin engaging in such shameless conduct? No, wait, my potions are all supposedly for self-use. Aren't they? His piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon Van. Van continued to feign ignorance. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you not Dreykov? The Dreykov of 250th floor, 250 building, 13th Street, 5th Avenue, New York City? Observing the other's silence, Van casually shrugged, subtly touching the ruby ring on his right hand. Oh, it seems I have mistaken you for someone else. My sincerest apologies. Dreykov's face flushed with rage, just as he was about to erupt, when his tablet unexpectedly received a message. Melina was up to something. In that instant, he understood that he had been betrayed once more. He waved his hand at the imitator and others in the room, commanding, Go to the lower levels and bring Melina back. Van winked at Black Widow. The Justice League is about to storm in. Will you go save your sister? Or stay here and watch as I execute him? Natasha hesitated. Van chuckled. Yelena and the other widows are under his control. If you resist desperately, many may perish. Of course, if you don't care, just disregard what I said. Natasha scrutinized him. I know what you're thinking. He possesses many secrets. Van chuckled softly. After all this effort, there must be some reward, right? Choose. Save lives or take them. Natasha found herself with no choice. Amidst Dreykov's astonished and furious protests, she departed. Once she was gone, Van plopped down in Dreykov's chair, while Dreykov stood before him like a subservient servant, hands at his sides. Van chuckled. Let us see how this grand performance unfolds. Dreykov immediately brought up the surveillance footage from the Red Room. Natasha was struggling immensely, with guards surging towards her like a relentless tide, almost overwhelming her. Van shook his head with a smile, waving his hand to open a portal through which Steel Man, Wolverine, Human Torch, and Blonsky emerged. Van pointed at the surveillance screen. Go help her. I don't care how it plays out. The conclusion is that she boards the plane with Yelena, Melina, and the other girls. From the clouds behind them, the sound of explosions and immense flames erupted from the Red Room. You should be able to manage. This was precisely why Van had summoned Human Torch. He was tonight's pyrotechnician, and as for the explosions, they were the simplest part. Following Van's orders, the Red Room had begun to stealthily navigate towards the nearest sea. Fortunately, it was not far, and before this drama concluded, they would reach the waters above. At that moment, Black Widow would witness the flames and hear the explosions, but would not see the wreckage, much like years ago during that operation in Budapest. Chapter 80, The Return of Loki. The grand spectacle orchestrated by Van concluded flawlessly. He and Natasha returned to the vicinity of St. Petersburg on separate planes, heading to Melina's farm. It was only then that Yelena and the other girls seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, suddenly regaining their rationality. This eased Natasha's previously troubled heart considerably. Ultimately, the girls decided to temporarily reside at the farm, slowly planning their life paths. With her heart at ease, Natasha returned to New York with Van. After an open exchange, she, of course, did not remain with the Typhon group, but instead returned directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. Little did she know, shortly after she and Van departed the farm, the Red Room's aircraft came to retrieve them. As for the Red Room, Van had only two requests of them: gather intelligence and generate revenue. As for other matters, they were best left untouched. It must be said that Dreykov was adept at making money. Not only did he manage to operate the airborne Red Room, but he also maintained a vast army of soldiers. His network was extensive. Interestingly enough, Van had recently fabricated a Middle Eastern arms tycoon whom he had originally intended to cast someone to portray. Now, he could simply hand this over to Dreykov, ensuring it would be handled adeptly. Furthermore, Van expanded his thoughts. Dreykov's hidden influence in the Middle East was significant, and America had always been keen on intervening in that region, deploying considerable military force. Perhaps he could make something of it? For instance, Middle Eastern terrorists suddenly wielding devastating weapons, endangering American troops. Hurry and buy my weapon that just happens to counter it. Or perhaps a consulate under siege. With key figures taken hostage, who can resolve this crisis? Coincidentally, I have contacts in the Middle East. This money could be earned far quicker and safer than the Black Widows executing dangerous missions. There was promise in it. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Dark Energy Center was in disarray. The Tesseract emitted unusual fluctuations, causing tension to ripple throughout the entire base. Fury arrived by helicopter. As he hurried inside, he sought updates from Coulson. How dire was the situation? The problem is, we don't know, sir. Did Dr. Selvig do something? No, he has been under our surveillance the entire time, sir. Selvig was a partner of Jane Foster, both mentor and friend. His scientific expertise happened to relate to the Tesseract, which was why Fury had summoned him. The entire base was on high alert, executing evacuation protocols. Fury descended to the depths, where the Tesseract was stored. Just as he was gathering information from Hawkeye, the Tesseract suddenly reacted again. A powerful energy burst erupted, and a figure materialized near the cube. Loki. He had returned, even with Hawkeye Barton present. He slaughtered as if it were mere sport. Utilizing the power of the Mind Scepter, he effortlessly subdued Barton, Dr. Selvig, and several elite agents. The cunning Fury narrowly escaped detection by feigning death. Once Loki and his entourage departed, he quickly ordered his men to intercept that rogue and reclaim the artifact. Some believed him, desperately trying to stop Loki, only to lose their lives. Others let it slide, preserving their own. Fury was furious. He perceived this as a declaration of war. The arrogant, ignorant, and foolish Asgardian Loki was waging war against him. Rally the troops. With a single command, Coulson, Black Widow, and even Fury himself sprang into action. Coulson headed to Stark Tower, Black Widow to Las Vegas. As for Fury, he arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret prison. Here lay a man he had long coveted. He had visited many times, yet had never managed to secure him. The most heavily guarded section of the prison housed a cell that was under constant watch. This place is unlike any ordinary cell. At its center lies a colossal iron block, reminiscent of a sarcophagus. Within this iron block is a man, sealed away. Fury approached the door. "K. Marco, I have returned." The man inside lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at him without uttering a word. Fury stepped closer. "I fail to comprehend why you persist in rejecting my offer. This is certainly not a favorable environment." Kane Marco inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired? Why the urgency?" Fury hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to reveal the truth. "This world harbors peril." Kane Marco chuckled. "What day in this world is devoid of danger? I speak of a tangible threat, one that can be seen and touched. I have a premonition that if we do not devise a means to confront this danger, this world will metamorphose into a form neither you nor I can fathom." Kane Marco paused, then asked, "What form?" "Either death or enslavement." Fury maintained silence for a while. "Do you wish to be a slave, to live as a dog? This opportunity one present to you is your sole choice. I cannot ascertain whether this is my final visit. Should I prevail, there may yet be a chance for us to meet again. If I falter, I cannot guarantee your contentment." Kane Marco suddenly erupted into laughter. "Huh, you truly are a persuasive orator." After a moment of mirth, he finally ceased. "You may release me. I shall accompany you." Fury remained motionless. The individual within was never one easily controlled, and bore the weight of considerable bloodshed. "Do you not trust me?" "Certainly not." Fury regained his composure. "I am merely elated that you have consented." He silently gritted his teeth and gestured for the release of Kane Marco from his confinement. As he felt the oppressive presence of Red Tank beside him, his eyelids twitched. "Director Fury, we had an agreement. My terms are not insignificant." "Of course." In Las Vegas, Remy Etienne Lebeau reveled at the gaming tables when he encountered a stunning red-haired maiden. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though plums ripened, peach blossoms bloomed, and glaciers melted. Sweet romance seemed at long last to befall him. Even more to his astonishment, the young lady regarded him with an unmistakably extraordinary gaze. He intentionally brushed past her multiple times, each time presenting his most handsome profile. On the final occasion, gazing at the extraneous room, key in his palm, he fell into deep contemplation. Is this truly what I desire? This is decidedly not what I seek. What do I yearn for? I crave authentic love. Cursing under his breath, he flung the room key to the ground and stamped upon it. Yet, after a prolonged moment, he found himself unable to summon the resolve to turn away. He sank once more into profound reflection. Perhaps love should come before emotion, but was this not a defilement? Could pure love merely be my unrequited longing? Dejectedly, he retrieved the room key. Lost in thought, he entered the elevator and emerged from it in a daze. Ding! He opened the door to his room. The beautiful red-haired maiden was leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Her voice was husky and alluring. "I knew you would come." As she spoke, her brow furrowed, and she set down her glass, apologizing. Excuse me, I must visit the restroom. Remy Etienne Lebeau sighed heavily. Restroom, shower, I understand. Thus, with a heavy heart, he reached for his belt. Natasha felt somewhat remorseful for her discourtesy upon meeting a future comrade for the first time. However, she was certain that the bottle of red wine was indeed problematic. She pushed open the bathroom door and reiterated her apologies. I truly regret that earlier, but wait. Why are you undressing? Chapter 81. I am the commander. What? Damn it. Nick Fury smashed his phone into a million pieces. Moments ago, he had received notification from the council. They stated that in response to a potential global catastrophe, after careful consideration, the council had decided that SHIELD and the Justice League would jointly address this crisis. Furthermore, due to the strong insistence of the President of the United States, the council had reluctantly agreed to appoint Theodore Vahn as the operational commander. Fury, incensed, could not simply acquiesce. He immediately dialed Pierce. As soon as the call connected, he roared, Pierce, how could you agree to such an absurdity? Who is Theodore Vahn? He is merely a purveyor of counterfeit drugs. How can he bear the responsibility of saving the world? You do not trust me, Nick Fury, the world's finest agent? On the other end, Pierce's voice bore a tone of resignation. Fury, I am powerless. You have made a misstep. What? Fury paused, suddenly recalling his greed for those billions. Impossible. My kickbacks were executed with utmost discretion. How could this have been exposed? Fury, you secretly utilized the Tesseract to develop weapons, which attracted extraterrestrial attention, subsequently triggering this disaster. The President is aware of this. Had we not fought to protect you, the FBI would have already been at your door. The Council's decision to bestow command upon a counterfeit drug dealer was also a measure to safeguard you. Fury fell silent. The Council was indeed aware of his weapon development using the Tesseract, and had even covertly supported it. However, they had never granted explicit approval. Now that the situation had escalated, the responsibility rested squarely on his shoulders. Pierce attempted to console him. You need not worry excessively. Being second in command is not without merit. The role of leader is no easy task. If Vahn falters during this crisis, you have the chance to step in. Should he succeed, you will also share in the accolades. The matter of unauthorized weapon development using the Tesseract may just blow over. Once all is resolved, he will continue selling his drugs, and you will carry on as your agent, without interference. Does that not sound agreeable? Fury had 1,000 expletives ready to launch, but he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. He understood that if he continued to entangle himself in this matter, further accusations of jeopardizing internal stability would seal his fate as an agent. He could never relinquish the world's safety to that drug dealer. Damn it, I will endure. As irate as Fury was, Vahn was equally elated. Just moments ago, he had spoken with the President. He had elaborated on the might of SHIELD and the tyranny of Nick Fury. Do you possess an invisible aircraft? SHIELD does. Do you have a flying aircraft carrier? SHIELD does. Do you possess the Tesseract that can summon aliens to annihilate the Earth? SHIELD does. The President on the other end was flabbergasted. What on earth has the outside world advanced to this extent? When did our great America become an isolationist nation? Under Vahn's guidance, the President conceived a thought. What nonsense SHIELD is. I want out. All of you, step away, do not approach me. In an effort to placate the impulsive President, the SHIELD Council had no choice but to concede. Thus, the current scenario evolved into a collaboration between SHIELD and Vahn's Justice League to confront the impending crisis. Thanks to the strategic interplay between President and Pierce, Nick Fury found himself relegated to a secondary role. However, the newly empowered Theo Van's foremost priority was to secure insurance for his towering, teething building. He visited all the major insurance firms across New York, ultimately spending several billion on premiums. He was acutely aware of the peril he faced, having previously endured a brutal encounter with Loki. He knew that should he fail to retaliate this time, he would be remiss. Stark Tower narrowly escaped disaster, regrettably leaving Tony unable to claim this favor. Having addressed these logistical matters, Vahn placed a call to Nick Fury. Hello, this is Theodore Vahn. Where's my flying mothership? Nick Fury's response was a frustrated exclamation. Coulson had assembled a large contingent to welcome their new commander. Vahn had long gathered a formidable force, with the Justice League in attendance, including Professor Charles, the illusionist Jason, Wolverine Logan, Power Man, Cyclops, Storm, Blonsky, Johnny, Carter, and others. With such a lineup, defeating Loki seemed assured. Amidst the throng, Vahn boarded his flagship, accompanied by the strongest band of men on Earth at that moment. On the flight deck, Captain America stood alongside the formidable Gambit, both baffled by Vahn's arrogant demeanor. In the command bridge, Fury was overseeing the mothership's launch, adjusting the hovering power and elevating the overall energy output to its zenith. Just as the mothership was about to take flight, he commanded, "Prepare to activate the background reflection panels. Let us." Before he could finish, someone seized the collar of his shirt and yanked him aside. Then stepped forward, clapping his hands to garner attention. "All right, you have all received the orders. I am the commanding officer for this operation." He continued, "Now, I command you to deactivate the background reflection panels, and let us present ourselves to the world with dignity." The crew in the command bridge froze in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" Fury shouted. "You're the one who's lost your senses." Vahn retorted defiantly, jabbing Fury's chest with his finger. "Do not forget who brought this calamity upon us, you fool." Fury, incensed, was about to retaliate when Wolverine restrained him. With a scoff, Vahn turned to the others. "The White House and the Council have entrusted me with the command of this operation. You are accountable to me now, understood? Logan, calm this so-called director down." Fury, having been dragged away, was cursing all the way. Captain America, witnessing the entire debacle, wished to admonish Fury, "Mind your language." The command bridge fell into silence, with Agent Hill and Coulson expressionless, seemingly having received prior instructions from Fury. Vahn, however, was unfazed. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and conspiracies were rendered futile. He addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, our Earth stands at the precipice of existence. At such a time, our presence symbolizes hope, a belief that we need not shroud in secrecy. Let us fight like true warriors. I assure you, we shall emerge victorious from this battle." Chapter 82, Discussing My Cosmic Perspective. Once the command bridge was properly organized, Vahn tirelessly convened a meeting with the Avengers. Black Widow Natasha, Iron Man Stark, Captain America Steve, Red Hulk Kane Marco, and Gambit were all present. Stark, upon seeing Vahn, exclaimed in surprise, "I knew we shouldn't have joined this damned Avengers alliance. I've drained my wealth." Vahn chuckled. "Stark, you arrived rather early. I expected you would make a grand entrance. However, this is a matter of global salvation, so do set aside your petty grievances." Stark smirked. "I'm curious to see how you plan to save the world. Make sure to watch closely. You wouldn't want to miss it." Vahn replied. Then turned to the others. "You all heard what I said on the command bridge. I won't repeat myself. Now, do you have any questions or uncertainties?" Silence enveloped the room. Vahn shrugged. "If there are no objections, shall we commence our work?" Captain America couldn't contain himself. "What did Fury do wrong? He announced our existence to the universe." "What?" The captain paused, bewildered. "What does that mean?" "I have a theory," Vahn proclaimed, puffing out his chest with confidence. "For millennia, humanity has not detected the presence of extraterrestrials, allowing us to thrive in peace. This year, we uncovered evidence of alien life, and shortly thereafter, we are faced with an unprecedented crisis. Why?" Vahn's piercing gaze swept over everyone. "In my view, our universe is akin to a vast, dark forest, where every civilization lurks in the shadows, armed like hunters. Amidst the cosmos, peril abounds. Each hunter may become either a predator or prey. If a hunter ignites a fire in the darkness, revealing his existence, how many guns do you suppose will be aimed at him from the endless void?" The group was startled. Even Stark gasped in shock. Vahn's expression turned grave. "Some hunters may refrain from firing, while others may possess weapons that cannot harm us. But who among you can ascertain how many guns are trained upon us, how many have already been fired, and how many bullets are racing toward our hearts? Our esteemed director, Nick Fury, is that hunter who ignited the fire, and he has an exceedingly absurd rationale." "What rationale?" Captain America inquired. "He claims he is crafting weapons for us." Vahn scoffed. Gambit and Red Hulk were utterly confused by the exchange. Stark, still puzzled, asked, "How did he expose our existence?" "By playing with fire." Vahn replied. "He coveted the power of the Tesseract, activating it, and the entire universe could detect the energy released at that moment. Following the trail of that energy, locating us becomes a trivial task. Is the Tesseract truly that powerful?" Steve asked, astonished. "Of course. It is among the most precious artifacts in this universe." Steve and Stark exchanged glances, speechless. Seeing that there were no further questions, Vahn continued. "I have already dispatched teams to track Loki. Await further news. The SHIELD surveillance and tracking capabilities were indeed formidable. Quickly locating Loki's whereabouts. 28, Cunin Street, Stuart, Germany. Captain, Stark, go retrieve him. Stark examined the documents Vahn provided, stroking his chin. This Loki. Is he truly the deity of Norse mythology? He seems no different from us. Indeed, if you wish, you may experience firsthand what it feels like to confront a god. A smile crept onto Stark's face. Now that sounds intriguing. After their departure, Vahn sensed a disturbance in the realm of the gods. Upon entering, he discovered none other than Thor, the god of thunder. King Odin, having once again felt Loki's presence, had dispatched Thor through a portal to Earth. Upon seeing Vahn, Thor's face brightened with joy. Greetings, my friend. It has been an age since we last met. Indeed, it had been quite a while. Odin had vehemently opposed Thor's union with Jane and forbade his return to Midgard, driving him nearly to the brink of madness. The second thing Thor uttered upon seeing Vahn was, "Where is Jane?" Amused, Vahn replied, "Jane has waited in vain for your return and is rather despondent. Therefore, I encouraged her to explore the world while engaging in her scientific pursuits. At present, she is likely in London, though I cannot be certain. Do you wish to seek her out?" Thor hesitated for a moment. "I cannot. Father has insisted that I must bring Loki back. Ever since he vanished, Mother has been inconsolable, and all of Asgard mourns. He has been too mischievous. I must take him home." A cold smile crept across Van's lips. "Are you certain he is merely mischievous? He has been on Earth for only a few days and has already taken the lives of dozens." Thor was taken aback, his eyes darting. "You may find it hard to believe, but he was indeed raised as such." "I believe that." A few hours later, Captain America and Iron Man returned, bringing Loki back with them. Thor, who had been standing behind Vahn, could no longer contain himself upon seeing Loki. His eyes reddened with emotion. He seized Loki by the collar. "My brother, I thought you were dead." Loki retorted with a sneer, pulling back his neck. "Did you mourn for me? All of Asgard mourned for you. So did Father." Hatred flickered in Loki's eyes. "He is your father, not mine." Thor, visibly saddened, pleaded, "We grew up together, played together, fought together. Have you forgotten all of this?" Loki scoffed. "Yet throughout my life, I have existed in your shadow. Had Odin not taken me away, I would have been a king." May I interject?" Vahn raised his hand, drawing the attention of all present. "In truth, had it not been for Odin, you would have perished in the frost. Your frail body was deemed unworthy by the frost giant king, who discarded you to fend for yourself." Loki faltered momentarily. Thor's spirits lifted. "See, Loki, we are your true family. You have always known how our mother treated you. She nurtured you to become the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. Is that not enough love?" Loki fell silent for a moment. "I'm sorry, brother, but my ambitions have always extended beyond being merely the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms." Thor had no retort. Vahn patted his shoulder. "Do not worry. Perhaps once you have gathered your thoughts, you may persuade him." With Loki's arrival, Nick Fury was deemed unworthy of the special sealed chamber and was promptly ejected, allowing Loki to take his rightful seat. Vahn expressed his delight. "Now, as long as we can locate the Tesseract, we shall each return to our respective realms. Everyone must continue to strive." Chapter 83. Loki's scheme progresses smoothly. To find the Tesseract, it would be prudent to enlist the help of Dr. Banner. However, Vahn chose not to seek him out, opting to wait for him to arrive unbidden. The mothership had settled into a temporary calm. In his exclusive command office, Vahn opened a portal while holding the Mind Stone. Initially, he had assumed that deciphering the scepter would be an exceedingly time-consuming and intricate process. To his surprise, it did not take long at all. He finally grasped the true nature of the Infinity Stones. His realm had an origin, and so did the Marvel Universe. Much like his own domain, this origin constituted the very foundation of a universe. The 6 Infinity Stones connected the 6 fundamental powers of the Marvel Universe. Collecting all 6 stones would enable one to simultaneously harness these 6 primordial forces, merging them into the most fundamental power in existence, the ultimate origin. This explains why the amalgamation of the 6 stones could effortlessly alter the entire universe. However, individually, 2, 3, or even 4 stones did not exhibit particularly formidable power. The Infinity Stones themselves merely served as conduits to connect with the universe's origins. When utilized, they could draw upon the primordial energies within the cosmos. Yet, they contained relatively little energy on their own. Furthermore, a critical point remained. When the stones were within his realm, they could no longer siphon the origins of the Marvel world. Only when taken outside would they be able to regenerate. Such a precious Mind Stone, and yet it proved to be of little utility to me. Ben felt a deep sense of disappointment. However, it was not entirely without recourse. The stones did harbor some energy. Once extracted, they could swiftly restore themselves when returned to the outside world. This meant he required a machine capable of continuous cyclical operation. He wondered how effective it would be. Back aboard the mothership, He merely needed to await Hawkeye Barton's arrival. With time to spare, he engaged in conversation with Loki. Loki regarded him intently. "I am quite astonished that you are the commander here." Vahn replied, "I am equally surprised that you would willingly walk into a trap." Raising an eyebrow, Vahn noted Loki's disdainful gaze. "Do you believe this glass prison can hold me? Perhaps it is you outside who are truly trapped," Vahn retorted, rolling his eyes. "You speak in riddles, attempting to elevate your own status, do you? You possess but a handful of schemes, and yet you aspire to rule? Perhaps you should aim lower." Angered by Vahn's contempt, Loki recalled the torment he had endured, igniting a fiery rage within him. "Humph, when my army descends from the heavens. I wonder if you will still carry that air of superiority. Descend from the heavens? From where do you intend to descend?" Loki grinned. "Do you think I would divulge that information? Midgard is vast. Take a guess." "Very well, I shall hazard a guess." Vahn furrowed his brow as he paced back and forth, momentarily piquing Loki's curiosity. "Given the vastness of Midgard, you wouldn't possibly choose the United States, would you?" Loki maintained his composure. "The United States is indeed large." "Indeed it is. So, you wouldn't be considering the United States New York, would you?" Loki's brow twitched. "I am curious as to why you believe I would choose New York. And even if I did, New York is still quite expansive." Vahn stood before him. "Though New York is large, there are not many places that would catch your interest. If I were to guess, it must be my Typhon Tower. Correct?" Loki's expression remained impassive, his silence confirming Vahn's suspicion. Damn it, he had guessed correctly. This plan had long been set in motion. According to the scheme, Sylvie should have already brought the Tesseract and Iridium to Manhattan. He would set up the equipment on the rooftop of Typhon Tower. When the time was right, he would open the portal and summon the Chitauri army to invade Earth. What to do? He was trapped in a cell and powerless to prevent it. Hawkeye Barton should arrive soon, but if this very person sent someone to thwart Sylvie, it would spell disaster. Before the Chitauri army arrived, he lacked sufficient strength. He maintained a calm exterior while his heart raced with anxiety. Vahn scrutinized him for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Just a wild guess. I know the odds of being correct are slim. Ah, this is quite a conundrum. Where, oh where, have you hidden the Tesseract?" Upon finishing his words, he turned and departed. A tumult of emotions surged within Loki's heart. Was this individual exceptionally intelligent or merely fortunate? Was his meticulously crafted plan destined to meet an untimely demise? Of course, Vahn would not allow Loki's scheme to falter midway. The chaos of New York lay within Vahn's purview. If New York were to descend into turmoil, it would serve Vahn's ascent. A little chaos was not just desirable, it was imperative. What could be more chaotic than an alien invasion? Moreover, this was an opportune moment for his Justice League to gain global prominence. The president's willingness to appoint him as the commander-in-chief was intricately linked to this. In 2 years, during the upcoming electoral campaign, the Justice League would assist in promoting him. A mutually beneficial arrangement was essential for a successful collaboration. No sooner had he returned to the command bridge than he felt the flying mothership shudder violently, tilting precariously. He understood that Hawkeye Barton had arrived. Coulson, anxious, reported, "Sir, we have a problem. Engine 3 has been destroyed. What should we do?" Agent Hill chimed in. "Should we call Director Fury back? He has considerable experience in these matters." "You two imbeciles." Vahn rolled his eyes and dispatched his orders. "Steve, Stark, you are to repair Engine 3. The safety of the entire mothership rests upon your shoulders." Stark, surprisingly compliant, was reminded by Captain America, "Put on your armor." He then nodded to Wolverine. "Go ahead and proceed with the plan." "Understood, Professor," Wolverine replied, while Vahn called out to Charles, who turned towards him. "You two shall adhere to the plan. Only release Loki." "Got it," the telepathic mutant confirmed as Colossus guided him along. The others looked bewildered, and Natasha couldn't help but inquire. "Boss, sir, what exactly do you mean by the plan?" Vahn smiled confidently. "While we have captured Loki, we have yet to locate the Tesseract. Thus, we must compel Loki to lead us to it." At that moment, the usually quiet red tank, Kane Marco, spoke up. "Since we have him, why not employ torture to discover the location of the Tesseract?" "Now, that is indeed an astute question," Vahn chuckled, explaining. "If you had a godly father, Nick Fury would certainly not dare imprison you." The red tank rolled his eyes and muttered, "Damn it, even as a villain, one must consider their background." Nearby, Thor's face flushed crimson as he tightened and then relaxed his grip on Mjolnir. They did not wait long before a weary Captain America and Iron Man returned. Shortly thereafter, an unauthorized aircraft descended from the deck outside. Before long, the professor returned alongside Logan. Vahn exchanged a knowing glance with Coulson before directing his attention to Wolverine. "Is the prisoner released?" Logan grinned, raising his hand as adamantium claws emerged. I gave him a little something. Chapter 84. We head to New York. Before long, Vahn pretended to receive a phone call. He erupted in a furious tirade. That bastard Loki. Relay the order. We are heading to New York. Under Vahn's command. The flying mothership had been hovering just off the coast of New York. Now, returning would be timely. As they approached New York Harbor, they witnessed a beam of light shooting skyward. Vahn received real-time surveillance footage from Hawkeye. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, silhouettes moved about a machine. The Tesseract was at its center. This apparatus emitted a beam of light skyward, creating a deep, dark void in the air, seemingly harboring some terrifying entity. Vahn clapped his hands. It appears the enemy will descend from that portal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have work to do. He assigned tasks, placing the most crucial responsibility on Iron Man and Captain America. Your mission is to find a way to close the portal. Captain America looked bewildered, while Stark leaned closer to the surveillance video, his expression troubled. I haven't conducted extensive research on this. It has an energy shield that may be difficult to breach. Vahn shook his head in resignation. As the most esteemed, brilliant, and renowned scientist in this world, if you cannot solve this, we are surely at a loss. Stark managed a slight smile. All right. I'll catch up on my studies and see how to close this portal. Captain. Vahn turned to Steve. Stark will need to observe the portal's machinery closely. With the enemy's numbers swelling, he may not be able to concentrate. So I ask you to protect him. The captain hesitated but eventually nodded. As they spoke, the surveillance footage updated, revealing several small black dots emerging from the distant portal, seemingly reconnaissance scouts. The enemy appeared numerous. Our foremost priority was to ensure the safety of the populace. This task would be entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the NYPD. The Justice League and Avengers had a heavier burden. I require you to confine the battlefield to a 15-block radius centered around Stark Tower. Each of you has a designated area of responsibility. Hold your positions, and New York shall be saved. The multitude of superheroes exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. As aircraft ascended from the mothership's deck, the heroes took their positions. Above, the Chitauri forces surged forth in droves. Vahn also boarded a plane alongside Captain America. Gazing at the sky, he fell into contemplation. After several upgrades, his Divine Realms portal had undergone significant transformation, now capable of opening to vast expanses. Truthfully, he yearned to juxtapose his portal with the one in the sky. However, doing so would likely draw immediate suspicion. Thus, the citizens of New York would have to endure the strain a while longer. Nonetheless, he had made ample preparations that would soon bear fruit. The aircraft swiftly approached Stark Tower. Vahn and Captain America disembarked, and at that moment, Iron Man descended from the sky. You go to the top floor. I need to have a word with Loki. With that, he strode towards the elevator. Behind him, he heard Captain America exclaim, Wait, what are you doing? Iron Man replied with exasperation. The elevator is too slow. I'll carry you up. That doesn't require a princess carry. Stop it. What a scandalous exchange. Vahn gritted his teeth, but did not look back. The elevator designated for him within Stark Tower was a glass-walled observation lift. Outside, the battle had commenced, and the city began to fracture. According to his plan, Frank had been lurking on the top floor. When Dr. Selvig opened the portal, Frank would spring from the side and incapacitate him, subsequently utilizing the portal seed to open a gateway to his divine realm and drag him inside. With the specialist out of the picture, Iron Man would find it considerably more challenging to decipher the portal. Moreover, since the Mind Stone was still in Vaughn's possession, Stark had no time to study it, making it unlikely he would arrive at any conclusion swiftly. As a proud anomaly, Stark would likely first attempt to resolve the situation with his vast knowledge and unparalleled intellect. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Before my eyes lay the opulent penthouse suite of Vahn, complete with an enchanting sky garden. Loki gazed upwards as Iron Man soared past him. Turning around, he caught sight of Vahn approaching, a devilish smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Observing the white cloth wrapped around Loki's left arm, Vahn couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared that Logan's claw had left a mark. Ah, Mr. Vahn. You have finally arrived? Loki sauntered in from the sky garden, wearing a triumphant expression. Indeed, I have come to accept your surrender. Such bravado. Loki retorted, unperturbed. As he settled onto the sofa, a fine bottle of red wine was placed before him, and he savored a sip, his face lighting up with delight. Vahn cast a glance at his wine cabinet, a glimmer in his eyes. This bottle of red wine is worth $60,000. It would be quite a waste for you to indulge in it. Loki elegantly set his wine glass down on the table, letting out a soft hum. It's merely palatable at best. Compared to the exquisite wines of Asgard, it pales in comparison. Vahn smiled faintly. Your Asgard, you say? Loki's expression darkened. discomfort flickering across his features. I am the king of Midgard for now, but mark my words, I shall one day ascend as the king of Asgard. Vahn chuckled silently. Such confidence. Does your father know of your grand ambitions? Seeing Vahn's silence, Loki's spirits lifted once more. He pointed towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Can you withstand my army? Vahn seated himself across from him. Your army? When did you acquire such forces? He mused. It is rather peculiar that you wage war relying on the strength of others. It is akin to striking a deal with a demon. Are you not afraid that once they attain their desires, they may dispose of you? Loki's demeanor grew colder. Our agreements are not to be violated. Huh. You are no youthful fledgling. How can you still be so naive? Each transaction, every contract, grants the stronger party the right to withdraw at any moment, especially when they can easily crush the weaker. Vahn regarded him with a cheerful smile. I wonder, in the comparison of you and your associates, who is the behemoth and who is the mere insect? I am a god, Loki bellowed. Wait until you possess the strength of your father, Odin, before proclaiming such words. Vahn shook his head. Otherwise, no matter how often you repeat your identity, it remains but a jest. How dare you call me a jest? Loki's eyes blazed with fury. Whether it is a jest or not, a mere glance will reveal the truth, Vahn replied, standing to extend a gentlemanly invitation for Loki to join him in the garden. Humph. Loki rose. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Chapter 85, The Future of Loki. The two stepped outside, where the entire battlefield of Manhattan unfolded beneath them. Chaos reigned, smoke billowing in the air. Chitauri soldiers rained down like droplets from the sky, but their fate was far from favorable. The superheroes had confined the battle within a mere 15 blocks. Yet, relying solely on these heroes was insufficient. S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched over 100 second-tier enhanced soldiers. Vahn had arranged another 100, alongside dozens of enhanced police officers from the NYPD. This collective force of 300 to 400 enhanced individuals undertook the task of dealing with the lesser foes, leaving the more formidable adversaries to the superheroes. Loki observed this scene with indifference. Do you truly believe they can impede my army? The Chitauri numbers are inexhaustible. Vahn gestured for him to look further afield, where two massive leviathans glided through the air. The show is merely beginning. No sooner had he spoken than Loki witnessed the leviathans engulfed in yellow flames. What is that? The flames spread rapidly, soon enveloping the entire leviathan. Then, the creature began to transform. It became elongated, streamlined, fiercer, and, dare I say, more majestic. They evolved to possess enormous fangs and their speed was markedly enhanced. The two monstrous leviathans, now malevolent, slithered towards the two original ones. With a gaping maw, they struck, severing their prey in half. Loki was left in stunned silence, swallowing hard. What is that? Vahn observed him with a composed demeanor. What do you think? The infernal style is rather alluring, is it not? Loki stared in disbelief for a moment before scoffing. Two mere leviathans cannot alter the course of battle. The Chitauri's true strength lies in their endless ranks, not in individual prowess. Vahn relished Loki's stubbornness and motioned for him to look downwards. Loki glanced down to find, to his astonishment, a massive teleportation portal had appeared in the plaza before the Typhon Tower. Chitauri soldiers flowed towards it like streams, then they plunged into the portal, never to emerge again. The Typhon Tower occupied the center, and it was where the majority of Chitauri soldiers congregated. Nearly half of those descending from the sky vanished into that portal in the plaza. Loki felt his composure shatter. Though these beings are bioengineered soldiers, devoid of much intelligence, can they truly be so foolish? What good place could that portal lead to? Charging in blindly, what awaits them inside? Thanos, this is the caliber of your subordinates? No wonder you cower like a turtle, afraid to even show your face. Loki felt dizzy, his body swaying precariously. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself against the railing. Avoiding embarrassment, he attributed his agitation to anger. However, when he caught sight of Vahn's knowing gaze, he sensed something was amiss. Vahn, seeing the incredulity in Loki's eyes, smirked, feeling dizzy? No need to worry, dizziness is quite normal. Loki gasped, trembling as he pointed at Vahn. What have you done? Vahn appraised him with a cheerful demeanor. Surely you did not think that my wine cabinet was half empty due to a lack of funds to purchase wine? You little wretch. You poisoned me. Loki shouted. Impossible. How could Midgard's poison affect a god of Asgard like me? Vahn squinted. Remember when we were in Asgard? And you left in such haste? Later, I struck a collaborative deal with your father, Odin, which pertained to medicinal matters. I could poison you, harvest your organs, and still revive you. Despicable. Unprincipled. Base. Loki felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His limbs grew numb, yet an inexplicable force surged within him. Ultimately, It seemed to settle in an unspeakable place. Vahn watched his incredulous expression and shrugged. Are you beginning to feel the effects? Do you sense a warmth rising from your lower abdomen, a peculiar power? Loki's face flushed, his eyes glazed over, his voice soft and feeble. He had never felt such fear, trembling uncontrollably, his words slurring. Why you? What have you done? Demon. What? You desire a demon? You have such peculiar tastes? Vahn widened his eyes, then slapped his thigh. What a coincidence. I actually have one. A fitting identity for you. As he spoke, he unleashed the heart of the witch from the divine realm. He had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to this simpleton all along. However, he remained uncertain on how to address the situation, thereby constraining his abilities and confining him within the realm of the divine. Little did he expect that today would be the day he would be utilized. Upon his release, the demon of the heart, known as the witch heart demon, gazed blankly at the two individuals before him. His gaze lingered for an extended period on Loki, who was tightly pressing his legs together. Vahn gestured towards him, introducing to Loki, behold, this is a purebred demon from hell. His father is none other than the illustrious lord of hell, Mephisto. You two, one the son of the king of gods, the other the son of the demon king. What a perfect match. Loki trembled, gritting his teeth. I am a male. There is no need for concern. Vahn, with a knowing look, replied, let me whisper a secret. Hell possesses transformation magic, and I can wield it. He patted the witch heart demon on the shoulder and turned to Loki, saying, so, what do you think of this dashing demon from hell? Do you fancy him? I do, Loki stammered. You like him, do you? Vahn pressed. I despise him. Loki's face flushed crimson as he declared through clenched teeth. You despise him, huh? Vahn pondered seriously for a moment. The witch heart demon has no mother, or rather, his mother and father are the same. Both are Mephisto. Oh my goodness. You fancy old Mephisto? Vahn exclaimed in astonishment, then stomped his foot. Well, that's not entirely impossible. Regardless, I share a certain rapport with old Mephisto. I may not be his primary consort, but at the very least, I could serve as a concubine. In time, whether you or old Mephisto carries a child, it will certainly make for an intriguing tale. Just imagine, you both producing offspring annually. Odin would be beside himself with joy. Loki fell silent, utterly at a loss for words. The witch heart demon, on the side, was equally flabbergasted, his mind swirling with the implications. My wife, my father's wife? My husband, my father's husband? In hell, old Mephisto, and in the celestial palace, Odin. Simultaneously sneezed. Loki, why are you so quiet? Is it a natural inclination for you to be taciturn? I will kill you. I shall certainly kill you, dismember you, boil you, and consume you. Vahn mused. No wonder you fancy old Mephisto. Listen to yourself. Your words mirror his perfectly. Loki collapsed to the ground, his forehead striking the earth with a low, guttural roar. Thud, thud, thud. A dent formed in the ground, yet his head remained unscathed. He raised his upper body, glaring fiercely at Vahn. Sensing Loki's continued defiance, Vahn leaned closer, whispering in his ear, or perhaps you wish to share the company of the witch heart demon and old Mephisto. A trio? Loki's body shuddered, and he fainted. Chapter 86. A colossal figure falls from the sky. Loki was still too young, barely over 1,000 years old, quite inexperienced. Seeing him faint, Vahn waved his hand dismissively and instructed the witch heart demon. Carry him to the sofa and rouse him. The witch heart demon clasped his head with both hands, his expression one of terror. How? How do I do that? Vahn glared at him. What do you mean how? There's a drawer beneath the liquor cabinet containing an antidote. Give it to him. All right. The witch heart demon complied obediently. Only then did Vahn have the leisure to observe the unfolding battle in New York. It was unclear when exactly the influx of troops through the portal in the sky had noticeably diminished. Perhaps they too sensed that something was amiss. Surrounding the Typhon Tower, Johnny and Carter rode two fiery leviathans, patrolling their territory with a leisurely air. Each held a portal seed gifted by Vahn, which could expand at their command, forming a colossal portal. This contraption was as useful as the legendary sleeve of the Taoist immortal. Additionally, given that leviathans were not particularly agile, they had already transported over a dozen of them into Vahn's divine realm. As for the smaller flying battle vehicles, their numbers were beyond counting. The ground battle proceeded smoothly as well. Professor Charles and the Illusion Master collaborated, stationed at the plaza in front of Typhon Tower, where they had already captured several thousand Chitauri soldiers. As for other battlefronts, Vahn had assigned Blade, the Lady Death, Jessica, and others to patrol in turns with portal seeds, managing the battlefield. Despicable alien filth, you shall not pollute my beautiful New York. Vahn activated his earpiece communicator and joined the group chat. Stark, how goes the endeavor to close the portal? After a moment, Stark's weary voice crackled through the earpiece. I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I believe this device is related to Einstein-Rosenbridge theory. Given that Dr. Silvage, who created it, is an expert in this field, I am more convinced of this theory. That's splendid. And the bad news? The bad news is that I am not well versed in this technology. I've merely begun my studies and have reached a master's level. However, I am certain that to decode this mechanism, one would require at least a seasoned PhD or a doctoral advisor. Based on my current learning pace, you must hold on until at least 2:30 in the morning. Vahn felt a sense of certainty but maintained an emotionless tone. Continue your hard work, Stark. Captain America Steve's voice resonated. Mr. Vahn, this device was designed by Dr. Silvage. Do you know his whereabouts? We did not see him when we arrived. Vaughn's voice grew sorrowful, alas. I have also been unable to locate the doctor. Poor fellow must have fallen victim to Loki's treachery. Steve inquired further. Surely there must be more than one wormhole expert on Earth. Can you find others to assist? Of course, Vahn replied promptly. However, it may be challenging to summon them. But fear not, I will have SHIELD track them down. They shall be brought here by any means necessary. For the sake of all humanity, let them endure a little hardship. Captain America was furious. No? Why resort to kidnapping? Why employ such methods? It is SHIELD's standard operating procedure. Vahn retorted. Director, you are slandering us. Came Agent Coulson's voice from the group chat. SHIELD is a just organization dedicated to protecting the world and all of humanity. How could we ever engage in such actions? But you seized Jane Foster's research equipment and materials in precisely that manner, did you not? That was a special circumstance. Coulson defended. Is today not special? Can there be a day more extraordinary than today? Coulson. Agent Hill could no longer restrain herself. Director, I believe you harbor significant bias against SHIELD. How could I? I fear you might knock on my door in the middle of the night. Thankfully, Nick Fury was still imprisoned. Otherwise, he would surely unleash a torrent of curses. On the roof of the tower, Captain America Steve furrowed his brow, questioning Stark. I am not well acquainted with this world. Is SHIELD truly so overbearing? It seems there are many who harbor grievances against it. Stark stroked his chin. I have not particularly paid attention to these issues. However, as the foremost espionage organization globally, it seems only natural for their methods to be somewhat forceful. No? Steve sighed. That is not right. Stark, disinterested, rolled his eyes. These matters are ones you ought to discuss with Nick Fury. He is the boss. I will. Steve nodded vigorously. After ending the call, Vahn made his way to the living room. Loki reclined on the sofa like a lifeless fish, yet upon spotting Vahn, his demeanor transformed into that of a ravenous wolf. Fixated on him, Vahn took a seat opposite him and remarked, the number of Chitauri forces has evidently diminished. Your associate seems rather perplexed. Are you not able to astral project and communicate with them? You must negotiate for reinforcements. Loki ground his teeth and retorted, impossible, absolutely impossible. I will never cooperate with you. With a smile, Vahn gestured towards the bottle of wine on the table. There remains more than half of this wine. Did you not savor it earlier? Shall we continue to indulge? Damn it. Loki felt a wave of dizziness wash over him for 3 seconds before he articulated, stop. I yield. Vahn temporarily returned the mind scepter to him, and Loki immediately commenced communication. Before long, the influx of Chitauri soldiers arriving through the portal surged once again. Reaching a crescendo, dozens of Leviathans burst forth, and an array of flying war machines descended like raindrops. Unfortunately, as the last few Leviathans emerged, they had barely begun their descent when Johnny and Carter swiftly dispatched the majority of them, leaving the soldiers within with no opportunity to surface. The few that remained found themselves in a desperate retreat, ensnared by Thor and the 2 Hell Knights, and their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Vahn, elated, called out to Loki, marvelous work, Loki. Let us do it once more. Are you mad? Do you think Thanos is a fool? With your excessive demands. Do you not fear he will come over and seek you out? Vahn paused. If he does come, your father Odin will certainly not turn a blind eye, will he? Loki, infuriated, exclaimed, you scoundrel. While you engage his son, you still expect him to bail you out. Shameless. Vahn shivered slightly under Loki's murderous glare. Yet he knew he could not forego this opportunity. Forget the rest. Continue to call for more. Faced with the threat of toxic wine, Loki begrudgingly capitulated. As another wave of Chitauri forces surged forth, Vaughn's earpiece crackled to life. Attention! Attention! A large figure has fallen through the portal. Vahn was taken aback. Could it truly be the director of the Population Control Office? Unthinkable. Chapter 87. The battle concludes. He hurried to the outdoor atrium. The colossal figure that had plummeted from the sky was not far below, clearly visible. It struck the ground, creating a crater with smoke billowing around it. Witnessing this scene, Vahn was nearly certain that this massive being could not possibly be Thanos. It was simply too undignified. As the dust settled, an enormous and grotesque creature materialized before them, not Thanos, but his subordinate, Black Dwarf. Though the weakest of the Black Order, he nonetheless possessed immense strength and skin that was nearly impervious. Blonsky, go confront this behemoth, Vahn commanded. Aware that the farcical performance of the day was drawing to a close, he sensed that if he continued to exploit Thanos further, the repercussions could be dire. And should he lose control, the ensuing chaos would spiral beyond his grasp. Even if Ancient One or Odin intervened to defeat Thanos, the outcome would not align with his desires. Taking back the Mind Scepter, he turned toward the elevator. On the top floor, Stark was still engrossed in the sea of knowledge. Captain America, Steve, stood at the edge of the building, craning his neck to observe the battle between Black Dwarf and Blonsky. Noticing his arrival, Steve quickly inquired, "How is the situation below? Can they hold out?" "They can hold." Stark replied without looking up, "What are you doing here?" "I'm not done yet." Vahn chuckled, "I've come to close the portal." "What?" Stark and Steve both turned to him in unison. "My subordinate just located Dr. Selvig. He mentioned that this scepter could close the portal, so I thought I'd give it a try." Stark wore an expression of incredulity, as if to say, "Did you just waste all that time learning?" Without further ado, Vahn wielded the scepter and pierced through the energy shields surrounding the device, effortlessly dismantling the entire machine. The portal in the sky, deprived of sufficient energy, flickered for mere seconds before collapsing into nothingness. At that moment, Black Dwarf, who had been pummeling the abomination, suddenly halted. Gazing at the now vacant sky, he fell into contemplation. The remaining Chitauri soldiers promptly collapsed to the ground. The Battle of New York had come to an end. In this scenario, even Black Dwarf's formidable powers proved futile. Though he could contend with the abomination alone, when faced with Thor, Red Hulk, and Cyclops, he had no choice but to concede. The flames of war had been extinguished. Vaughn's journey as commander was nearing its conclusion. However, seizing the final moments, there were matters that required his definitive resolution. He organized a video conference with the president and the members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Council. "Ladies and gentlemen, the war has concluded. Thanks to the selfless efforts and valor of our superheroes, we have successfully averted this catastrophe. The primary antagonist behind these events has also been captured." At this juncture, Pierce interjected, "Mr. Vahn, could you explain your decision to confine Director Fury, effectively sidelining him during this operation?" "Firstly, I must clarify that my interactions with Director Nick Fury have been minimal. We share no personal grievances. I have always regarded him as a commendable agent, and his contributions over the years have played a significant role in maintaining global stability. However, I must assert that since his appointment as Deputy Director, he has been rather disappointing. He has failed to unite closely around me as the commander, and indeed, he has demonstrated contempt towards the President and the Council's directives. Furthermore, his behavior has even influenced several crucial agents under his command, rendering my position as commander unrespected and undervalued. Additionally, I have observed his inability to rally the superheroes effectively. The Avengers he assembled lack the cohesion characteristic of a true team, and certain individuals within it are not to be trusted. I find it perplexing how he managed to persuade a criminal and a gambler. As for his unauthorized use of the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction, you are all aware of that, so I need not elaborate further." The president timely voiced his opinion. TSK, TSK, TSK. I am genuinely beginning to doubt whether S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed the shield of the world's people or merely Nick Fury's personal enterprise. If your council's orders hold no weight, then perhaps the United States should refrain from entangling itself with this disarrayed organization. The 5 members of the council exchanged glances, speechless. Former director Nick Fury had been perceived by them as decisive, meticulous, and exceptionally capable. Their trust in him had been steadfast. Were it not for this, they would not have endeavored to protect him following the president's discovery of the Tesseract incident. Their scheme was that if the crisis were resolved smoothly, Nick Fury could leverage the borrowed accolades to maintain his position as director. However, at this juncture, Nick Fury had been confined to the brig from the outset, garnering not a shred of credit. The council was also uncertain about how to proceed with him. Yet, it was evident that he could no longer hold the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Observing the contemplative expressions of his colleagues, Vahn continued, "Gentlemen, the reason we achieved such a decisive victory in this battle is deeply tied to the close cooperation between the Justice League and the Avengers. I firmly believe that neither the Avengers nor the Justice League alone could have accomplished this task with such ease. Thus, I propose that we might establish a more stable and long-term collaboration. The council members were momentarily silent. Vahn recognized that they could discern his lingering aspirations for the position of commander. Nevertheless, the reality was that the world genuinely required such an organization. The pressing question remained: who should wield control over it? Or rather, who could effectively govern such a formidable entity? As these thoughts crossed their minds, they regarded Vahn with an increased measure of apprehension. This included the President of the United States. Previously, he had harbored concerns over Vahn's considerable power. But given Vahn's consistent demeanor, he had chosen not to dwell on it. Yet now, the strength of the Justice League far surpassed his expectations. Moreover, Vahn had begun to exhibit signs of asserting authority. Vahn, of course, could sense their unspoken thoughts, but there was no alternative. Once one's power reaches a certain level, a corresponding style of conduct must follow. Given his current circumstances, he was ready to gradually reveal his true potential to the world. This world needed to begin to adapt to his existence. Chapter 88, Red Tank and Card King. Mr. Vahn, your proposal is most commendable, and we shall give it the attention it deserves. However, this matter is of great significance, and we must approach our decision with caution, replied a bald white council member. Indeed, you must deliberate carefully, Vahn nodded. Additionally, Mr. Vahn, a female council member began thoughtfully, we have discovered that your Justice League members utilized a unique portal during combat. It seems they captured many enemies with it. Oh, that portal, known as the Exile Gate, did not capture the Chitauri soldiers. I merely banished them into the endless void. They will likely never return, Vahn replied with a hint of a sinister smile. Is that so? Of course, should you doubt my words, you may verify for yourself. With that, the female council member fell silent. After concluding the call, Vahn spat in disdain, a bunch of cowardly fools. In the original narrative, it was they who ordered a nuclear strike on New York, a pack of imbeciles. Fortunately, he had discussed matters with the president in advance. Otherwise, it might have been a situation where his subordinates were ready to fight to the death while he had surrendered. Who could endure such a scenario? After he ended the call, the superheroes had gathered completely. Everyone, this battle has come to a close, and it has been a pleasure working alongside you. You are all exceptional commanders, warriors, and guardians. It is an honor to know you. Although we will soon part ways, I eagerly anticipate our next collaboration. The doors of the Justice League are always open to you. With that, Vahn turned his gaze toward Red Tank and Card King. His words were primarily directed toward them. As expected, the imposing Red Tank immediately inquired, which of you and Nick Fury possesses the more formidable backing? Vahn smiled. Where is Nick Fury now? Red Tank hesitated. Nodding silently, Vahn continued, I will say what Nick Fury dares not utter. I will do what he fears to do. I will eliminate those he dares not touch. S-H-I-E-L-D is weak, corrupt, and utterly ineffectual. Everything he promised you, I can fulfill, and even exceed. Natasha interjected urgently, Kane Marco, that's not true. S-H-I-E-L-D is dedicated to, Natasha, I just accomplished a feat that S-H-I-E-L-D could not assist you with. Vahn's words immediately drew the attention of the assembly. Natasha's face flushed crimson. The matter concerning the Red Room was closely tied to her loyalty to S-H-I-E-L-D, and she could not foresee the repercussions of its exposure. After she muted her microphone, only Hawkeye Barton remained. However, he was not a skilled negotiator. After much contemplation, he remained silent. Observing this scene, Red Tank simply declared, all right, from now on, I'll stick with you. Card King, meanwhile, looked around, indecisive. His motives for joining the Avengers were less than pure. Notions of safeguarding the world and upholding justice held little appeal for him. He was primarily driven by a lust for wealth and had unexpectedly found himself entangled in romance. Noticing the way he covertly eyed Natasha, Vahn appeared to discern his intentions. Is it merely a case of employing beauty as a weapon? I shall see how he chooses between a crooked tree and an entire forest. Vahn raised an eyebrow at him. Join me, and your benefits will double. Furthermore, I can ensure that Victoria will have no secrets from you henceforth. Gasp. Card King inhaled sharply. Are you referring to the Victoria I am thinking of? Not someone else named Victoria, I hope? Vahn laughed heartily indeed. I mean the very Victoria you have in mind. Card King's expression shifted multiple times before he sorrowfully approached Natasha, saying, My dear, I may not be able to remain by your side anymore. Please take care of yourself. Natasha replied, Men are indeed a bunch of pigs. After a brief exchange among the group, they dispersed. As they left, Stark intentionally departed on his own. According to him, he now viewed the Avengers as a mere joke. unworthy of his stature. Nick Fury was merely a charlatan, and the teammates he had assembled were mostly unreliable. Ultimately, the implication of his words suggested a desire to challenge Vahn. He seemed to have conceived the idea of forming his own superhero team. However, he found dealing with people too exhausting and preferred the company of machines. The members of the Justice League returned to the Tiefing Manor, accompanied by Red Tank and Card King. Loki was temporarily imprisoned in Asgard. Originally, Thor was supposed to escort him and the Tesseract back to Asgard. But with his mind clouded by love, he decided to delay for a few days, prioritizing a visit to Jane in Europe. Thus, he cast aside the task assigned by his father and indulged in his romantic escapades. Seizing this opportunity, he took stock of his gains. Upon entering Asgard, the first thing he encountered was a multitude of leviathans soaring through the skies, numbering around 50 or 60. Among them were 2 designated for Johnny and Carter, hovering separately. The number of flying chariots was even greater, reaching 500 or 600, though many were damaged. Unfortunately, due to their superior agility compared to the leviathans, they had only sustained injuries before being collected into Asgard. The largest contingent, of course, comprised of various Chitauri soldiers, totaling over 10,000. However, due to Vahn's failure to capture the mothership linked to them, these biowarriors remain in an inactive state. With the capabilities of the divine realm, it is certainly possible to create machines to control them, but for the time being, it is prudent to wait. As for the captured black dwarf star, it is indeed a formidable force, albeit its size and appearance render it less than intimidating. It is best to avoid deploying it unnecessarily. Beyond these, the most significant acquisition consists of 2 Infinity Stones. These stones are destined to play a pivotal role in the future, yet it is unlikely they will remain in his possession indefinitely. The Cosmic Cube, reputed to have originally belonged to Odin, cannot be returned to him now that it has fallen into Vahn's hands. At most, he might lend it to repair the Bifrost, but a trade would be necessary. As for what to offer in exchange, Vahn is keen to engage in a thorough discussion with Odin regarding the Mind Scepter. It is intrinsically linked to the births of Wanda and Quicksilver. In consideration of his long-standing affection for the beautiful Wanda, he must devise a means to lend it to Baron Strucker. However, Strucker possesses little of value for Vahn to negotiate with, so it would be preferable to channel the transaction through Pierce. Dealing with Pierce simplifies matters considerably. Nonetheless, before proceeding, he needs to ascertain just how beneficial the 2 stones will be for his divine realm. Under his guidance, 2 machines, characterized by their incessant piston motion, were swiftly completed. Installed beside the portal, the stones were secured, and the machines were activated. Vahn immediately felt tendrils of energy being siphoned into the divine realm. At this rate, the 2 stones would yield no more than 70 to 80 Wolverine units of power in a single day. This is insufficient. However, the issue does not lie with the stones, but rather with the machines. The hastily modified machines operate at a frequency that is too slow. If their speed could be increased tenfold, the results would be exhilarating. Chapter 89, Injustice League. Originally, Red Hood Parker Robbins intended to execute a seamless infiltration of the Typhon Tower. However, a battle in New York had terrified him to the core. Wait a minute. Is the target my employer wants me to eliminate Theodore Vahn from the Justice League? What? Do I look like someone who has not lived enough? He felt an acute sense of urgency, compounded by the fact that his employer had not contacted him in several days. He had changed sleeping positions a dozen times. Yet he could not dream of the person who had him so tormented. After much contemplation, he devised a clever solution, outsourcing the task. Feeling fear is a normal reaction. It is a sign of intelligence. Outsourcing the mission is equally reasonable, as those who accept it are devoid of wisdom. Moreover, a thought flickered in his mind. If they can form a Justice League, why can't I establish an Injustice League? Recently, he had heard numerous whispers within the underworld, suggesting that with the emergence of superheroes, many superpowered criminals had also begun to surface. In such a scenario, the realm of criminal alliances remains a market void, a vast blue ocean, provided he diligently pursued this endeavor. There is no reason he could not flourish and reach the pinnacle of success. Recently, he had joined a bar called the Black Market Club, where he gleaned a wealth of information regarding supervillains. He planned to recruit 2 individuals, with targets already identified. One is the French chemist Paul-Pierre Duval, who, after being doused in an unknown serum during an experiment, awakened a formidable power that allows him to transform into a living statue, augmenting his endurance and strength without sacrificing mobility. By touching objects or living beings with his right hand, he can petrify the target for approximately 1 hour. The other is a fellow named Alexei Sitsovic. Lured by wealth and power, he became a test subject for an experimental program. Subjected to chemical agents and radiation alterations, He gained tremendous strength and possesses formidable rhinoceros armor, which gives him an intimidating appearance. If he could enlist their aid, his employer would undoubtedly be pleased. Once his strength is sufficiently augmented, the plan to assassinate Theodore Vahn could be set in motion. Since the conclusion of the New York battle, Vahn's various enterprises have made significant strides. The redevelopment plan for Hell's Kitchen has officially commenced. After all, during the alien invasion, it was inadvertently devastated. The mayor's reconstruction initiative is proceeding smoothly. Additionally, leveraging the explosive news of the New York War, the White House quietly released a low-profile announcement. The weapons lost by Hammer Industries have been successfully recovered, culminating in a three-way transaction between the White House, the New York government, and the Typhon Group. Hammer Industries has been sold, and the New York government has received ample compensation, bringing the matter to a close. Only those behind the scenes are aware that the White House expended billions to retrieve this arsenal from the so-called Middle Eastern arms tycoons, ensuring the security of U.S. bases within the empire's graveyard. Not only that, but in gratitude to Vahn, the White House also assumed a substantial portion of the compensation under the pretext of repairing the damages incurred during the New York War. Thus, he effortlessly acquired Hammer Industries. Regarding Hammer Industries, he intends to entrust its management to Ivan Vanko. More specifically, he hopes the Vanko father-son duo can transform Hammer's factories into assembly lines for mechanized battle armor. Of course, to maintain factory operations. He also plans to sell mechanical prosthetics, highly realistic robotic dolls, household robots, service robots, and more. It is time to revolutionize the world. What Iron Man failed to accomplish, he shall undertake. The only lingering issue is that neither Vanko father nor son are adept in artificial intelligence. Their designs for wearable battle armor are largely sound, but they lack proficiency in AI. After all, no one can be like Stark, who, if he so desires, can become a polymath. In addition, Vahn has reaped considerable profits. In the aftermath of the New York War, Typhon Towers sustained the most extensive damage, and he had previously paid a substantial premium. The insurance agencies across New York are in a frenzy. It is not merely a matter of compensating for Typhon Tower. There are also numerous personal and property insurance claims awaiting their settlement. The aliens have been driven away, leading to their closure. Who could have anticipated such a scenario? Hundreds of billions in compensation, averaging over 20 billion per company. Under normal circumstances, they could certainly afford this sum, but given the current situation, they would pay out and then face bankruptcy. Confronted with Vahn's aggressive stance, the insurance companies had no choice but to sell their stakes to settle debts. Thus, after a brief excursion, Vahn emerged as a magnate within the insurance industry. Although his shares in each company are not substantial, he holds them nonetheless. Vahn is confident in accepting their shares, knowing full well that the U.S. government would never allow them to fail. In a moment of crisis, the White House would undoubtedly step in to provide a safety net. Meanwhile, after spending a few days in affectionate leisure with his girlfriend, Thor finally turned his attention to pressing matters. After binding Loki and bringing along the cosmic cube, Vahn accompanied him to Asgard. Although a portal remains here, Vahn has not visited since their last encounter. Awaiting Loki's arrival is a mother with tear-filled eyes and a father with an expression of concern and piercing gaze. The mother is unable to sway the father, and thus Loki finds himself imprisoned. Following this, negotiations between Odin and Vahn commence. The cosmic cube possesses the power to restore the Bifrost, but at present, it rests in Vahn's possession. Odin, seated upon his throne, inquires, "So, what is it that you desire?" "I yearn for the eternal flame." "Impossible," Odin replied curtly, causing Vahn to pause momentarily. "Why?" Odin offered no response. Vahn furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, "Does it pertain to Ragnarok?" Odin remained unresponsive. Rubbing his chin, Vahn proposed, "How about this? I want to take it all. You grant me half?" Odin frowned, seemingly contemplating, and after a while responded, 20%. "Unacceptable, far too little." Vahn countered, negotiating, "I require at least 40%, 30%, 35%. That is my final offer. If you do not acquiesce, I shall take my leave." Reluctantly, Odin conceded. The eternal flame was among the most coveted treasures in Odin's vault. Later, upon Hela's return to Asgard, Thor resurrected the fire giant Surtur using the eternal flame, inadvertently sealing the fate of his own kingdom. Vahn's desire for the eternal flame was not without reason. He sought to enhance his own powers. On that fateful day, upon acquiring the void-devouring flame, he transferred its formidable devouring properties to his blue fire. The necessity of the eternal flame arose from this very ambition. If he could merge the undying essence of the eternal flame into his blue fire, it would be nothing short of extraordinary, transforming him into a super version of Wolverine. After Odin's agreement, the two concluded their transaction with satisfaction. Following this, Odin departed to repair the Bifrost with the cosmic cube, while Vahn returned to the realm of the gods to study the hard-won eternal flame. According to the assessments from the divine realm, 35% of the eternal flame held immense value, equating to thousands of Wolverine's strength. However, these quantifications seemed trivial. The crucial aspect was that the eternal nature within it appeared not to be merely measurable by Wolverine's power. Vahn was almost tempted to fuse the eternal flame directly into the realm of gods. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The essence was too precious, and the eternal trait too rare. Transformed into a blue fire specter, he aimed to merge with the eternal flame. Chapter 90. I shall create Ultron. Ever since his return to Stark Tower, Tony Stark had become pensive. He never anticipated that Theodore Vahn, who could not even surpass him in the realm of cover girls, would one day assume the mantle of his superior. Consequently, he promptly submitted his resignation from SHIELD to the newly appointed Director Coulson. Despite Coulson's earnest appeals and steadfast demeanor during his 3 visits to Stark Tower, he could not sway Stark's decision. Yet, Coulson's heartfelt words and upright attitude did touch him. He resolved to contribute to world peace, but deemed it prudent to forego joining the Avengers of SHIELD. However, how could he proceed? He gazed at the walls lined with suits of armor, lost in contemplation. Should he simply form his own Iron Legion? That seemed unwise. He could never fully trust those humans who lacked his intellect. What to do then? He paced the room, growing increasingly restless. At that moment, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, your emotions appear to be quite agitated. I recommend you attend to your well-being." Agitated? Stark found this perplexing, yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Aliens, war, SHIELD. The events of the past few days had profoundly awakened him to the altered state of the world. Danger, darkness, mystery. This was no longer a realm where his vast wealth could grant him dominion. He suddenly resolved that the protection of Earth was a task he must undertake personally. "Sir," Jarvis continued, "excessive anxiety can significantly impact your physical and mental health. It is advisable to ensure adequate rest and sleep, along with engaging in moderate physical exercise to alleviate symptoms of anxiety." Upon hearing Jarvis's voice, a spark ignited in his eyes. Among those he trusted most in this world were Pepper Potts and his bodyguard Happy, but beyond them, it was these machines he relied upon. Data and algorithms were infallible. His gaze sharpened. "I shall create a high-level artificial intelligence, tasked with the protection of Earth, accompanied by a legion of armored machines, interconnected in a hive-like network, to serve as Earth's mechanical guardians." Just as he reveled in his visionary thoughts, he received a video call request from Happy. "Boss." A large face filled the screen of his tablet. "What is it?" "I think you should come to the office," Happy urged. "Pepper is meeting with a scientist, handsome, wealthy, and an old acquaintance." Happy lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially. Stark's brow furrowed as he manipulated the tablet, suddenly revealing a surveillance feed. Happy continued, "You know I have a knack for recognizing people. We've encountered this guy before, Aldrich Killian. Remember that conference in Switzerland back in 1999? You deliberately humiliated him, leaving him outside on the balcony all night. And it was New Year's Eve. Moreover, he was disabled at the time." Stark's expression turned incredulous. "What? No, I didn't humiliate him. I simply forgot. Why would you think that of me?" "Huh." Happy appeared bewildered. "So you didn't think he was interrupting your romantic pursuits, so you intentionally played a prank on him?" "I recall him being quite bothersome in the elevator." "I am not that kind of person," Stark retorted. "Well, fine, if you say so," Happy replied dismissively. "What kind of attitude is that?" Stark snapped. "I genuinely intended to wrap things up with that girl within 5 minutes. However, her research topic was genuinely intriguing, and I lost track of time. Then she developed an interest in me and extorted me the entire night. That is how I forgot everything." Happy shrugged. "You don't need to explain so much. I was merely making a casual observation. I don't care whether you're a good person. You're not paying me right now." Cough. Cough. Stark felt exasperated. Happy directed the tablet toward Pepper and Aldrich. "Look, they started off discussing business, but now the situation has changed." He is displaying a massive brain to Pepper, and they're practically glued together. And Pepper is not objecting. "This is an emergency. You need to come immediately." Stark scrutinized the surveillance before him, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Huh, man, you will not collaborate with Stark Industries, even if Pepper consents." "I shall not. As for Pepper, humph, woman, how dare you stand so close to another man? You are playing with fire." Nonetheless, in response to Happy, he remained nonchalant. "Don't fret, Happy. Your task is to ensure her safety, not to monitor her every move." I have complete confidence in Pepper. I am not the jealous type. This is her career, and I should support her. Happy hung up the call in a huff. Just wait. This man must have ulterior motives. When I find out, you'll have a lot to explain. After merging with the Eternal Flame, Vahn tested his newfound abilities. At present, he possessed at least 3,800 Wolverine's worth of strength. He suspected that his power might reach or even approach that of a Celestial. However, he had no desire to engage Odin or the Ancient One in combat to verify this. Instead, he diligently immersed himself in work. What he did not expect was that Dr. Arnim Zola would contact him once more. Mr. Vahn, I have heard that you have successfully completed the acquisition of Hammer Industries? Indeed, Dr. Zola. Then, you have also mastered the methods for manufacturing robots? Yes. Splendid. Our collaboration can commence. I eagerly anticipate the details. Vahn responded with a smile. I hope to partner with you on two fronts. The first, of course, pertains to robot manufacturing. I am keen to reclaim the right to walk in the sunlight once more. Hence, I wish to commission a bespoke robot from you. I shall provide the complete blueprints. And you will handle the production. What do you say? Absolutely, Vahn affirmed confidently. Dr. Arnim Zola beamed with delight, as I mentioned. I am quite certain this will prove to be a lucrative venture. In the future, I will require thousands of such robots. Vahn, while voicing agreeable compliments, secretly pondered the true nature of the old man's intentions. What could necessitate such a vast number of robots? War, perhaps? The second aspect of our collaboration involves promoting a VR game. What? Vahn queried, somewhat bewildered by the sudden shift to gaming. Perhaps sensing Vahn's surprise, Zola elaborated. This is a profitable scheme. After my transformation into Data, I discovered an immense aptitude for the virtual realm. Thus, I dedicated myself to developing VR technology and creating an engaging game. With this advanced technology and the game, we are bound to reap substantial profits. Perhaps the robots I order from you will be funded through this venture. Vahn's voice held a hint of excitement. Is that so? That is truly remarkable. VR technology is extraordinary. We are destined for success. Yet, in his heart, he harbored doubts, suspecting there was an ulterior motive at play. Come now. I am eager to see what your ultimate goal is. Chapter 91 Stark, leave Pepper to me. Since the conclusion of the Battle of New York, Vahn's domain has experienced an explosive surge in population. People have finally come to a profound understanding of the nature of the contemporary world. Various industry elites have also begun to flock to his realm. Moreover, although the Tesseract was lent to Odin, thanks to the Mind Scepter, his domain enjoys a stable daily income equivalent to hundreds of Wolverine strength. Vahn resumed a leisurely existence, but he soon received an important message. Happy, Iron Man's former bodyguard, had been blown up. An enraged Stark directly challenged his enemies on television. I am Tony Stark, and I fear you not. You are but a coward. Clean your neck and await my arrival. I shall personally collect your remains. We shall engage in a duel of vengeance, man to man, just you and I. If you still consider yourself a man, remember my address, 10880 Malibu Point, zip code 90265. I await you. Vahn chuckled as he watched Stark's interview video and promptly called him. Hello, Stark, do you require my assistance? Or perhaps you might seek aid from S.H.I.E.L.D. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Stark's somber voice. I have no association with S.H.I.E.L.D. at present, nor with you. That is preposterous. Vahn immediately countered. You seem to have forgotten that I am a shareholder in Stark Industries, also holding a modest board seat. How could we be unrelated? He paused. If we are to be precise, Happy is technically my employee. It is only right for me, as his employer, to avenge him. Stark seethed. Who is your employee? He belongs 99% to me. What concern is it of yours? His vendetta is mine to settle, and it does not involve you. You truly underestimate the depths of my intentions. Very well, I shall refrain from contesting you on this matter. However, I am willing to assist in looking after Pepper. Should you perish in your quest for vengeance, may I entrust her to you? Click. The call ended. Miser. Vahn thought, just wait. When you find yourself battered and bruised, I shall personally console Pepper. On the other side, after coldly ending the call, Tony Stark resumed his investigation into the bombing incident, seeking to uncover any clues. With his intellect, he quickly identified a suspicious detail, an explosion that occurred in Tennessee, at Rose Hill, seemingly preceding all other bombings. He resolved to investigate further, hoping to uncover leads. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to devise a flight plan. Just then, the doorbell rang. He was taken aback and cautious. Who could be visiting at such a time? Donning his armor, he encountered the visitor, Maya Hansen, the woman who had extorted him for an entire night, causing him to forget their rooftop rendezvous. Stark, I have matters to discuss with you, but not in this location. Perhaps we could find another place? Stark replied with resignation. Under normal circumstances, I would never refuse a beautiful woman's invitation. However, I now have a legitimate girlfriend. How can I go out with you when you show up at my home? No, this is serious. Is your mind only filled with thoughts of frivolity? Perhaps I merely wish to consult you regarding a challenge I am facing in my research. Humph, you said the same thing back then, and what was the outcome? Maya retorted angrily. You are nothing but a narcissistic, arrogant fool. Who could possibly fall for you? Stark inhaled sharply. How can your 37-degree tongue utter such frigid words? You were the one who kissed me first. I was merely a passive participant. Tony, do we have guests? Pepper's voice suddenly echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of her heels clicking on the floor. Stark quickly lowered his voice. Today is not suitable for this discussion. Let us reschedule our meeting. He then raised his voice to answer Pepper's inquiry. A botanical scientist, Maya Hansen. I am not well acquainted with her. Then, as if struck by a thought, he whispered, You mustn't tell me there is a 12-year-old Stark waiting for me outside. In fact, he should be 13 now, Maya Hansen quipped. Stark shuddered. Maya rolled her eyes in exasperation. Of course not. I genuinely have important matters to discuss with you regarding my research from back then. Hi, hello? I wasn't aware we had another guest. Pepper approached, effortlessly wrapping her arm around Stark's. Tony, you have a beautiful scientist friend. Surely your relationship isn't merely platonic, right? An ex-girlfriend? She smiled at Stark. No, Maya answered promptly. Our relationship is quite simple. It was merely a one-night affair. I am here to inform you that this place is very dangerous. You should evacuate at once. Pepper, beaming, replied, Oh, believe me. Breaking up with him was a very wise choice. Thank goodness you left early. Otherwise, you would be in a world of trouble, I assure you. Maya maintained a strained smile. Sister, I am not here to steal anyone. I am here to save lives. Please refrain from asserting your claim. Gentlemen, shouldn't we consider leaving this place? She suggested with a forced smile. No, Stark interjected. I am not afraid of them. Let them come. Pepper countered. Tony, we should find shelter in the city for a couple of days. The two individuals resumed their quarrel. Maya Hansen glanced around helplessly and suddenly noticed a live broadcast of a helicopter on the television news. The camera was directed at the roof of the building. Within the frame, a long trail of smoke appeared. Missiles. Boom. A violent shockwave surged through the air, scattering debris everywhere. In that fleeting moment of being hurled through the air, Maya Hansen's mind screamed, Damn you, Tony Stark. You have provoked terrorists, yet you haven't even installed a warning system around your own home? Where is your radar? Your defense system? Are you playing a game of nakedness here? What audacity to announce your presence, you fool. The television broadcasted the entire scene of Stark's seaside villa being reduced to ruins. TSK, TSK, TSK. The characters in this drama truly embody the extremes of heroism and villainy. Stark, who believed he could conquer the skies in his armor, had neglected all other defenses. How ironic for someone who was once a supplier of arms to the Pentagon. Completely oblivious to the realities of modern warfare, relying solely on his black technology. As for the villains, their audacity was astounding. Within the borders of America, several armed helicopters annihilated Stark, leaving him in utter disarray. The brutality of their actions speaks volumes about the strength of their backing. Even the President of the United States would find it challenging to engage in such affairs. Indeed, in the Marvel Universe, reckless individuals abound. Of course, Vahn was not merely a spectator. Once the assault concluded, he promptly made his way to Malibu Harbor, 10880. As dusk approached, he arrived. Don't ask why. Just know he was there to offer solace. Chapter 92. The Obstacles on Stark's Path of Love. Upon seeing Vahn, Pepper rushed into his arms, her face streaked with tears. Mr. Vahn, you have many superheroes under your command, right? Please, I beg you, save Tony. You must help me. Rest assured. Vahn comforted her, wrapping her in his embrace and gently patting her shoulder. I have already arranged for Professor Charles to come immediately. He will assist in searching for him. If Stark is trapped beneath the rubble, he will surely sense it. At that moment, we will be able to rescue him. Pepper was profoundly touched. Thank you. Thank you so much. Soon, the professor arrived, attentively sensing the surroundings, even lingering at the cliff's edge, probing the depths of the sea for a considerable time. Finally, he wore a look of regret. Miss Potts, I am terribly sorry. I have not sensed Mr. Stark. Pepper's face turned pale. What does that mean? I can only detect the thoughts of the living, which indicates that he is either not here or has perished beneath the debris. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Vahn was seething with rage, kicking a nearby suit helmet that was beeping and flashing red. As he watched it tumble into the abyss, a faint smile flickered on his lips, only to vanish swiftly. He turned back to comfort Pepper. Do not worry. I believe he is safe. He must have flown away by now. He is Tony Stark, a man of boundless capabilities. Tears welled in Pepper's eyes. If he is alive, why hasn't he contacted me? Does he not realize how worried I am for him? Van shrugged and made an ill-timed joke. Perhaps he is accustomed to slipping away quietly. Pepper's face blanched, prompting Van to hastily apologize. I'm sorry. I just wanted to lighten the mood. That was my mistake. Nearby, Maya Hansen rolled her eyes dramatically. You are absolutely right. He is indeed a man who understands the art of silent departure. Now, let us leave the rest to the police and rescue personnel. After such a day, you both must be exhausted. I shall escort you to a hotel for some rest. Van failed to notice that among the rescue personnel, a shadowy figure was quietly observing him. After ensuring the two were settled in the hotel, Van contemplated leaving but was halted by Maya. You are the man who saved New York, aren't you? Van widened his eyes in disbelief. Nonsense. Who said I am merely the savior of New York? I am the man who saved the entire world. New York was merely the battlefield. Maya paused, taken aback. Well, you do have a point. What I meant to say is that I have something important to discuss with you. Very well, go ahead. Van stood casually in the corridor. Maya hesitated for a moment. How about we discuss it in the room? Huh. Van assessed her from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. Just now, Pepper mentioned you are a botanist. Is that true? Maya gritted her teeth. Of course, but I'm here to discuss serious matters. All right, Van replied through clenched teeth, feigning a gesture of noble sacrifice. I will accompany you inside. Maya summoned her courage and said, I have discovered that I may be working for that terrorist on television. Oh, Van, aware of the actor adorned with 10 fake rings, nodded. But the mastermind behind him is Aldrich Killian. And Aldrich Killian's puppet master is the vice president. He had never been one to fabricate lies and thus nodded in acknowledgement. I know. What? Maya was bewildered. You know? What do you know? Oh, just that Aldrich Killian has exploited your research to transform into a murderer who is now orchestrating a grand conspiracy. I am fully aware. Maya was even more perplexed. No, Aldrich is working for someone else, the one on television. Van waved his hand dismissively. You see, your knowledge pales in comparison to mine. Have you considered that perhaps the one on television is the one truly working for someone? Maya was left speechless, unable to respond. Van shook his head, exuding an air of understanding. Everything in this world has its cause and effect. Did you ever ponder, during that tender New Year's night when you and Stark were entwined, that someone stood alone in the cold wind above your balcony? When you marveled at the New Year's fireworks, did you consider that another person was watching as well? As the scene unfolded, he completed his transformation from a good man to a villain. This world is truly remarkable. The misdeeds of over a decade ago have circled back to strike you. You remain oblivious, merely claiming your innocence. Maya's complexion turned ashen, teetering on the edge of despair. Van gently helped her sit, smiling as he spoke. Do not worry too much, although you and Stark share original sins. The greatest evil ultimately lies with Aldrich Killian. Eliminate him, and let all sins vanish with him. Afterward, you can continue to bask in the sunshine and warmth. Observing the despondent Maya Hansen, Van remarked, Well, I shall take my leave. It has been a pleasure chatting with you. Let us converse more next time. There is no need for a reason to confront someone, especially if it brings joy to oneself. When Van departed the hotel, he lingered briefly at the entrance. According to the unfolding narrative, Killian should soon appear to abduct them, presenting the perfect opportunity for a heroic rescue. Meanwhile, Stark had just endured a beating from the orange-skinned firewoman. Fortunately, he had managed to escape, relying on a blend of skill and sheer luck. However, he successfully uncovered clues regarding the bombing incident, AIM Corporation. With the assistance of War Machine, he had grasped the criminal deeds of Aldrich Killian. However, he was yet unaware that the actor from the 10 Commandments on television was merely a superficial target. After conducting a thorough investigation, he resolved to infiltrate the enemy camp alone in pursuit of the truth. Unbeknownst to him, far overseas, the War Machine had already been ensnared by treachery. Upon leaving the hotel, Vane did not stray far, easily picking up on Killian's trail. Shortly after, Adriatic Killian exited the hotel, hauling 2 large bags to his vehicle. Just as he intended to depart, Vane had yet to make his move when he was intercepted by someone. The familiar figure of the Black Egghead. Sir, raise your hands and exit the vehicle slowly. Any sudden movement, and I shall blow your brains out. Nick Fury aimed his gun at him. Killian complied obediently, raising his hands as he exited the car. Fury, brandishing a pair of handcuffs, shackled his wrists and then proceeded to examine the 2 women in the back seat. Before he could even open the car door, a fist struck him squarely on the head. Gritting his teeth, he turned around only to see a melted pair of iron handcuffs lying on the ground. Killian, wearing a broad smile, followed up with another punch, delivering a brutal blow to Fury's nose. Nick Fury collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose, rendered incapable of resistance. Vahn observed this spectacle, speechless. You truly have no idea who your adversary is, do you? And yet you dare to play the hero? What's the matter? Has the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. lost all sense of vigilance? No wonder your organization has been so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. At this juncture, it was Vahn's turn to take action. Stop. Release those two girls. Chapter 93, A Debt of Gratitude. Vahn engaged in a rather rudimentary skirmish. Despite Killian's body turning a fiery red and even spewing forth flames, he could not breach Vahn's telekinetic barrier. Once again, he bore witness to the arcane. The Abyss virus could bestow them with temperatures soaring to 3,000 degrees. Yet no matter how fiercely they fought, Killian's lower garments remained intact. You certainly have more resilience than the Hulk's trousers. Ultimately, Vahn chose to let him go, albeit severing one of his arms and casting it into the realm of the gods. That would provide ample material for the gods to analyze the Abyss virus. Once the skirmish concluded, Fury regained his composure and mobility. Noticing his wariness, Vahn contemplated the situation. The narrative had shifted considerably. The identity of the Black Egghead seemed less significant. With this thought, he rubbed the ruby ring on his finger, consuming one of Wolverine's powers. Wait a minute, damn it. Seems like a loss. For the figure before him was not the true Black Egghead. A Skrull? How intriguing. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Time was on his side. And this fellow could serve as a preliminary pawn. Vahn drove Pepper Potts and Maya Hansen back to Stark Tower. The two women, having regained consciousness, were immensely grateful for his life-saving actions. That evening, they stayed overnight at Stark Tower. The following day, Vahn assigned a mission to the Justice League, rescuing the president. Although the president had grown wary of him since witnessing Vahn's ambitions, as evidenced by his choice of War Machine as his emergency bodyguard, it was clear he placed more trust in the military. Nevertheless, the president had to be saved. If necessary, he could always employ the Siren to persuade him. Yet, at this stage, he was dubious of the president's worth. Though he appeared to be the leader of a nation, he faced numerous constraints. The assistance the president could offer Vahn was limited. Anything beyond that was clearly outside his capabilities. For instance, Vahn coveted Wakanda's resources. Could the president aid him in waging war to acquire them? Highly unlikely. Some matters required meticulous planning. Once the tide turned, everything would fall into place. He was no longer in a position where a single word from the president could yield significant aid. In terms of power, the president hardly commanded his respect anymore. Even with 10 aircraft carriers, over 6,000 nuclear warheads, thousands of missiles, and millions of soldiers at his disposal, while the president maintained a degree of wariness toward him, he could still serve as a cooperative ally. It was worth the trouble to lend assistance. However, Vahn need not personally handle this task. He had rescued Pepper partly because of her beauty and partly to vex Iron Man. The elderly president could be left to his subordinates. After encountering a Dryac Killian the previous day, Vahn had arranged for someone to track him. Now, he awaited Killian to capture the American president, placing him in peril. The Justice League would make a grand entrance, rescuing the president and vanquishing the villains, thereby rectifying the chaos wrought by Tony Stark and leaving behind a flawless conclusion. And indeed, the story unfolded as such. The president was successfully rescued by the Justice League. Tony Stark summoned his armored flight squadron, obliterating a Dryac Killian. Since Pepper had not been captured, it spared him an expensive fireworks display. The twist, however, was that due to Vahn having severed one of Killian's arms the night before, Stark and Rhodes, who were captured the following day, became his outlets for frustration. Several of Stark's ribs were broken in the ensuing fray, and he nearly found himself admitted to the ICU. Yet upon learning of Pepper's whereabouts, he sprang from his hospital bed. How could you steal my home while I wasn't watching? Damn it. However, upon finding Pepper, who collapsed into his arms, crying as she recounted the events, his emotions became exceedingly complex. By all accounts, Vahn was Pepper's savior. Yet what was the implication of bringing her back to spend the night? What was truly in his heart? Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and express his gratitude to Vahn. Thank you for saving Pepper. I owe you a debt of gratitude. If there is anything I can do, please do not hesitate to ask. Vahn smiled, patting him on the shoulder. Look at you. Initially, I wanted to help you, and you were reluctant. Why the fuss? Remember to reach out to me in the future when you need assistance. Stark departed with his team. As for Maya Hansen, she chose to remain at Stark Industries for the time being, intent on continuing her research to refine the Abyss virus. Her ultimate hope was to use it for the betterment of humanity. Vahn never anticipated that he would encounter an assassination attempt. On a bright, sunny afternoon, He was en route to the New York City government for a meeting. Just after departing Stark Tower, an energy projectile hurtled toward his vehicle. Fortunately, Frank, the driver, was quick to react, swerving sharply to the side. Even so, the energy blast melted half of the trunk. Frank swiftly opened the car door, pulling Vahn out, eager to fulfill his dual role as driver and bodyguard. At that moment, a beast charged forth from the side. Its formidable presence overturned nearby vehicles. As they drew closer, Vahn and Frank discerned that it was a muscular man clad in rhinoceros armor. "Boss, you go ahead. I'll hold him off." Frank assumed a defensive stance. Vahn shook his head. "Enough, you go on ahead. You know my capabilities. There's no need for you to shield me. If you die, I'd have to find another driver, which would be a hassle." Frank's self-esteem was severely bruised, yet he recognized the truth in his boss's words. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he said. "Just don't drag me down with you," his boss replied, waving his hand dismissively. He found the rhinoceros man before him intriguing. Having no vendetta against him, why would he choose to attack? Moreover, the energy blast that had just occurred was evidently not launched by him, indicating the presence of another party lurking in the shadows. As he pondered this, a gray-white stone figure silently materialized behind him. Simultaneously, a colossal avian-like creature soared above, circling ominously overhead. Am I being surrounded?" he mused. The rhinoceros man, the stone figure, and the vulture, all were villainous entities. Yet, within him, there stirred no sense of panic. Rather, he felt a curious anticipation for what further developments might unfold. The rhinoceros man's voice resonated powerfully. "Are you Theodore Vahn? Your time has come. Why do you wish to kill me?" Vahn inquired, perplexed. "Humph. You are a member of the Justice League. While we belong to the League of Injustice, it is only natural that we seek your demise." A spark of interest ignited in Vahn's eyes. "You have a league as well? Who else is involved? Where can I find you?" The stone figure retorted. "Do not presume to extract our secrets. We shall not divulge them. Your death will be our first grand achievement, and soon the world will tremble at the mention of our League of Injustice." Vahn chuckled. "But why must you kill me? Wouldn't it suffice for me to surrender? Or perhaps I could join your League of Injustice." The rhinoceros man paused, taken aback. "You wish to join us?" "Indeed. No way." The vulture's voice thundered from above, descending as he observed his companions hesitating to strike. "No means no. There is nothing to discuss." The vulture rudely interrupted the conversation, then turned to the stone figure and the rhinoceros man, scolding, "We are here to execute a mission, not to engage in idle chatter. Attack now." Vahn shook his head in resignation. It seemed he could not avoid utilizing the source power. Gently, he activated the red gemstone ring upon his finger, causing the three adversaries to momentarily freeze. However, they soon resumed their assault on him. Vahn, along with his newly acquired minions, staged a fierce confrontation. Before a victor could be determined, a large contingent of police arrived, prompting the three assailants to retreat. As he watched their retreating figures, Vahn silently hoped that these three pawns would soon have the opportunity to fulfill their purpose. Chapter 94. The Wakandan Death Plan at the Typhon Manor. Vahn found himself engrossed in a television broadcast. The owner of the Horn Daily was commenting on footage from an obscure location in Africa. A drone was soaring through the sky when, suddenly, it appeared to collide with an unseen object. The surrounding area flickered momentarily, and the drone began to wobble. Yet, before it plummeted, it managed to capture several invaluable images, a vast, circular barrier overshadowing the skyline, beyond which lay a grand and thriving city. Jameson, with fervent passion, exclaimed, "It is difficult to believe that such a developed nation exists on the African continent. This is counterintuitive. Who are they? Are they extraterrestrials? Why do they conceal themselves? What ulterior motives do they harbor? Given our recent harrowing experience with an alien invasion, I must approach this footage with the utmost suspicion. Are they planning to conquer our free America at an opportune moment? Will they subject us to inhumane experiments? Or perhaps they intend to cripple us, confining us to sugarcane fields and cotton farms as slaves? Might they only offer us fried chicken and watermelon to eat? Can you envision a dark eye scrutinizing our society, much like a butcher examining a lamb destined for slaughter?" Vahn could envision how his sensational rhetoric could ignite global unrest. Yet, this was merely the first step in his grand scheme. The phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a smile crept upon his lips. The second phase had arrived. "Mr. President, it is a pleasure to receive your call," Vahn responded, his mood buoyant. "I saw the report on Horn Daily, Mr. Vahn. I wish to know, do you truly possess information about this hidden nation?" "Indeed, Mr. President. While I am uncertain of the source of Horn Daily's footage, I have indeed come to learn about this country, Wakanda." "Wakanda?" The president felt a flicker of recognition, though he could not immediately place it. A small, understated African nation. Their president, Chala is a man of great integrity. He has never solicited aid from the international community nor sought your favor. It is understandable that you do not recall. The president was astonished. Is there truly an African nation that has not sought my favor? How egregious. Vahn chuckled. In truth, after learning about Wakanda, I must extend my congratulations to you, Mr. President. Congratulations for what? The president asked, bewildered. The good news is that Wakanda is immensely powerful. Should they choose to, they could assume the mantle of maintaining world peace, safeguarding justice and liberty, and defending democratic rights. They can accomplish what our nation has long aspired to but failed to achieve. This is truly a blessing for people around the globe. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. Then, the president inquired, an African nation is so powerful? To be honest, I too find it perplexing that such a formidable nation remained silent during the widely known trade discussions of yesteryear. However, I suspect they are simply magnanimous. After all, our nation has also shown great generosity towards their kin. They likely harbor no discrimination against us. Vahn continued, in fact, I understand precisely why they are so powerful. It is quite simple. They possess an exceedingly rare, immensely valuable, and extraordinarily potent metal, vibranium. Vibranium? The president echoed, intrigued. This is a metal from the cosmos, possessing remarkable properties. The people of Wakanda are no different from other ethnic groups on the African continent. Their strength derives solely from this extraordinary metal. At this juncture, Vahn eagerly posed a question. Mr. President, do you recall last year's GDP for our nation? The president furrowed his brow in thought. I recall it being $168 trillion. Now, can you guess the market value of the vibranium solely possessed by Wakanda? The president fell silent momentarily. Could it be $16 trillion? Your perspective is limited. Think bigger. $100 trillion? Larger still. The president swallowed hard. $1,000 trillion? And this is merely the value of the vibranium. They also possess highly advanced shield technology, nanotechnology, and other cutting-edge innovations. I dare say, if they were willing to collaborate, they could elevate Earth's technology by 50 years. There is a saying I firmly believe. He who possesses vibranium possesses the world. The president was left speechless. After some time, he finally spoke. His voice hoarse and laden with insatiable desire. But you mentioned they are very powerful. Vahn chuckled softly. In a certain sense, they are powerful. Unfortunately, their numbers are quite limited. With a small population, they also have a scarcity of scientists, resulting in a pronounced focus in their technological advancements. Mr. President comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a meager number of allies and an even smaller military presence, he was plunged into deep contemplation. How does one compel a nation to submit? War is indeed a requisite, but not the sole avenue available. Connect with allies, impose blockades, suppress, and defame. Position them against the entire world. In the past, they thrived in secrecy, shrouded in obscurity. Now, they have been revealed. It marks their entry into the game. Those who enter must abide by the rules of the United States. To extricate oneself from this scenario is impossible, even if one attempts to escape. They shall be forcibly dragged back. The president hung up the phone, ready to set his plans into motion. $10 trillion? Do they comprehend the magnitude of such an amount? A lifetime would not suffice to exhaust it. Moreover, should he succeed in this endeavor, he would become unprecedented in history. Mount Rushmore, is it? I shall construct one of gold, towering over your heads. The Statue of Liberty, you say? I shall demolish it and replace it with my own. The Lincoln Memorial, is it? I plan to erect an 800-story monument. Where's my aircraft carrier? Get it moving swiftly. Where are my nuclear weapons? Bring them forth at once. Today marks the day of great achievements, a chance to etch his name in the annals of history. Vahn understood that the fire within the president had been ignited. This fire could not be extinguished. It would either incinerate Wakanda or consume him instead. However, such matters were not his concern. He merely needed to provide timely assistance and eventually tidy up the aftermath. Recently, he had indeed been occupied with another venture, the virtual reality game developed by Dr. Arnim Zola. He had perused the relevant blueprints and consulted numerous experts, confirming that it was indeed a highly advanced technology. Consequently, he established a gaming company named Yusav Biao. However, this company would solely focus on the research and production of VR equipment, while the games themselves would, of course, be supplied by Dr. Zola. After careful consideration, the Steam platform was selected as the release venue. To ensure a smooth process, he made a special visit to meet the platform's owner. A quick touch of the ruby, and the portly, bearded gentleman was now his ally. Given the advent of virtual reality technology, it would be remiss to release only Dr. Zola's games. With the bearded gentleman's assistance, developing a few blockbuster games for profit should pose no difficulty. He was confident that one day, Yusuf Biao would truly live up to its name. Chapter 95. For Wanda, the scepter is offered. On a sunny afternoon, Pierce was hosting an important gathering with key members of Hydra. Have there been any unusual movements from our surveillance targets? Pierce inquired from his seat. A subordinate quickly responded. Currently, we have a firm grip on most, save for the individual at Typhon Tower. As you know, given our current capabilities, it is challenging to monitor him fully. Despite deploying numerous undercover agents, some have vanished without a trace. We find it exceedingly difficult to track most of his activities. Pierce fell silent for a moment. Shaking his head, let us disregard him for now. What about the other significant targets? Agent Hill, the new Director Coulson, Hawkeye Barton, and Black Widow Natasha are all under control. Ironman Stark has just been discharged from the hospital. While we currently have relatively effective surveillance on him, I still recommend that he be considered a primary target for elimination once the Insight program is officially initiated, the subordinate reported. Pierce nodded, agreed. Include him in the first wave of elimination. Any other individuals? Captain America Steve is still acclimating to the new society. Analysis suggests he may pose the greatest threat to our plans among superheroes. I've dispatched the Winter Soldier to conduct comprehensive surveillance on him. However, I believe we should seek opportunities to eliminate him swiftly. Pierce furrowed his brow. His combat abilities are formidable. Do we have absolute certainty? His subordinate chuckled. Sir, just because we lack absolute certainty does not imply others do as well. Oh, Pierce's brow unfurled. That is an excellent idea. It is worth a try. Subsequently, he inquired. What of Nick Fury? That fellow has been elusive since losing his directorship. Even I find it difficult to reach him. You must be cautious. I know him well. He is cunning and surely up to no good. Yes, Director, I understand. I will certainly increase surveillance on him. Pierce nodded in satisfaction, hesitating for a moment before asking. He is also on the first elimination list, correct? The subordinate replied with a smile. He is the very first name. That is good. As he spoke, he turned to another individual. Sitwell, how is the Insight program progressing? Sitwell smiled. The construction of the 3 helicarriers is nearing completion, and the weapon systems are undergoing final adjustments. The target location satellite network program has also been finalized. Once the Lemurian star is launched, our network will be fully operational. Excellent. Pierce nodded with a smile. These colossal machines are our hope. Our century-long ambition will be realized through them. Sitwell added. These long-range precision weapons can eliminate 1,000 enemies in a minute. The satellites can read a threat's DNA before they even emerge from concealment. We can stifle threats in their infancy. Now that is a true weapon, a genuine menace. Pierce scoffed. Humph. That scoundrel Theodore Vahn is growing increasingly dismissive of me. Does he believe that with the Justice League, he is invincible? My flying aircraft carriers reign supreme. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the conference room door. Everyone froze. Bewildered, who would dare knock? This was a randomly selected, highly confidential setting. If someone sought them out, they would typically announce themselves first. Pierce's expression shifted, gesturing for Sitwell to approach the door. Sitwell cautiously opened it, revealing an unexpected visitor bearing a smile. My old friend, it has been too long. Vahn greeted him with a beaming countenance. Theodore Vahn. Sitwell exclaimed in shock. What are you doing here? Vahn strolled in uninvited. I have come to pay a visit to my esteemed elder, Minister Alexander Pierce. Oh, or should I say, the future Speaker of the House. Pierce remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded Vaughn's entrance. Vahn appeared unfazed, surveying the room with a smile. You must be the important figure serving under Minister Pierce, yes? Is anyone still missing? You may notify them now. I can wait. Theodore Vahn, what is your intention? Pierce finally spoke, sensing an ominous turn. Perplexed as to how Vahn had discovered them, Vahn replied cheerfully, I am here to make a deal with Minister Pierce. What kind of deal? Vahn gestured, and the mind scepter materialized in his hand. I wish to exchange this precious scepter for the loyalty of the esteemed minister. Those present assumed they had misheard. The minister's loyalty? Pierce, furious yet incredulous, replied with a bitter laugh. A mere alien weapon? How absurd. Vahn shook his head regretfully. You have no idea of the value of this object. For it, some individuals would go so far as to slay half your family. I cannot comprehend your words. Pierce is merely stalling for time, awaiting the arrival of his guards. What, pray tell, is your purpose in visiting today? I certainly did not extend an invitation. I merely wish to inquire about your relationship with Baron Strack. Does he still serve you? Pierce was momentarily taken aback, for indeed, Baron Strack had recently been assisting him. After witnessing the capabilities of the Justice League as superheroes, to claim he was not envious would be disingenuous. Thus, he contemplated a collaboration with Strack in this regard. Whether through deceit or human experimentation, he needed a few pawns to bolster his facade. Observing Pierce's silence, Van surmised that the narrative had not deviated significantly. To be candid, he was exceedingly reluctant to relinquish the Mind Scepter. However, if this matter were to disrupt the storyline and cost him Wanda, he would be 1,000 times more unwilling. Such a splendid little sister deserves to be kept close by, serving tea, offering comfort, even warming the bed. What could be more delightful? As for the future vision, I advise you to keep your distance. Dare to appear before me for even a second, and I shall pluck out your eyes. Yet, this was not something he worried about. With the Mind Stone shattered and Stark's leg broken, I wonder how you could possibly return. Today's successful retrieval of Pierce and his cadre of significant associates was entirely due to the groundwork he had previously laid. Blood God Frost. After a protracted period of validation and trial, he had finally approached the inner circle surrounding Pierce. Upon learning that Pierce was to convene an important collective meeting, he recognized that opportunity had arisen. He conveyed this intelligence to Van, who subsequently made his appearance. All the key members of Hydra under Pierce were present. Truly a perfect scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we relocate our discussion? With that, he opened a portal to the realm of the divine. Pierce wore a mocking expression, jesting. How could I possibly allow you to dictate my actions? Would I venture into such a dubious locale? His keen eyes caught sight of Van fiddling with the ring upon his finger. He immediately rose. Humph. Do you think I fear you? Who does not enter is the fool. Everyone, let us proceed and discern what trickery he is up to. The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Boss, have you lost your mind? Chapter 96. The Army of Symbiotes. In the absence of Nick Fury, controlling Pierce essentially equated to controlling S.H.I.E.L.D. The newly appointed director, Coulson, was still too inexperienced to contend with him, having yet to solidify his foundation. Coupled with Van's assistance, Pierce's forces were far more formidable than before. Thus, Hydra's long-held ambition seemed poised to be realized through Van's hands. However, while the 3 aerial aircraft carriers were indeed powerful, relying solely on them to dominate the world was unrealistic. Similarly, depending exclusively on the Justice League for global supremacy was equally impractical. Consider the nation most poised for world domination, America. They boast hundreds of vessels, thousands of fighter jets, and hundreds of thousands of troops, yet they have not achieved complete control. More often than not, they are overwhelmed, grappling with chaos. Regardless of the level of dominion, Van recognized the necessity of establishing his own power, sufficiently large, numerous, and potent. Taking into account his existing advantages, technological forces are costly. The magical realm requires extensive training time, while divine gifts from the realm are too resource-draining. The most fitting avenue lies within the realm of mutations. This encompasses substandard enhanced soldiers, or the serum of the abomination, or perhaps the Hulk serum. Alternatively, external forces, such as vibranium weaponry, or self-replicating symbiote battle armor. However, the inferior enhanced soldiers were lacking in strength, and the other 2 serums had yet to yield success. The symbiote battle armor, however, was quite appropriate. He had long been monitoring the Life Foundation. Their Life 1 spacecraft had recently crashed in East Malaysia. Henceforth, Van needed only to pay a visit to retrieve it. In San Francisco, adjacent to the famed Red Suspension Bridge, lay the address of the Life Foundation. With Van's prowess, he secured an audience with Carlton Drake, the owner of the Life Foundation. This Indian-born proprietor found Van's arrival rather perplexing. Mr. Theodore Vahn? It seems we have no prior acquaintance. How could that be? Van replied, feigning displeasure. I single-handedly saved the world in New York. Are you not a denizen of this planet? All who remain owe me a debt of gratitude. Drake's expression was one of shock, his mind racing with profanities. Yet, he merely parted his lips, opting for silence. The individual before him, though somewhat arrogant and shameless, possessed a modicum of reason. He sighed in resignation. So, what is your purpose in summoning me? To assist you. Of course, it also aids me, Van replied with a smile. Come, let us see how my symbiotes are faring. I cannot wait to meet these little darlings. Drake was astonished by how Van knew this information but remained obstinate. What symbiotes? I am unaware of what you speak. Van, exasperated, touched the ring on his finger. Sir, please follow me. Upon reaching the laboratory, Van was taken aback. Why is there only one? Yesterday, someone infiltrated the lab and took one of the symbiotes, Drake explained. Van scratched his head. So soon? Did Dr. Connors pay a visit? The plot is advancing quite rapidly. However, he was not particularly interested in venom. According to his plan, these few symbiotes were inadequate. While symbiotes can reproduce asexually, relying on this handful to generate sufficient numbers would be far too slow. The optimal approach would be to procure supplies from the symbiote planet. This would, in effect, align him with the chaos. He intended to merge Drake with the chaos, but would employ divine means to control the independent consciousness of the chaos. Subsequently, Drake would pilot a rocket, equipped with his portal seed, to journey to the symbiote planet. Returning triumphantly, he would bring back a portal. Once opened, there would be no need for persuasion. A multitude of symbiotes would come forth. At that point, with 100 or so thousand symbiotes, he could assemble a formidable Venom army, relishing in the prospect. Now, he merely needed to address one adversary, the traitor among the symbiotes, Venom. Given that Drake's subordinates were inept, and Drake himself was among the incompetent, Venom resolved to take matters into his own hands. He sought to assess whether the symbiotes' combat prowess met his standards. Additionally, he wished to ascertain the extent to which their two primary weaknesses, fire and sound, would affect them. If the effects were too pronounced, he would have no choice but to initiate the second-generation cultivation plan. Based on his understanding, the offspring of symbiotes typically surpassed the original generation. Carnage, Mania, and others, though offspring of Venom, exhibited less fear of fire and sound. Moreover, they often inherited their progenitors' abilities while possessing unique skills of their own. In fact, utilizing divine analysis should allow for advanced modifications, though he was uncertain if it would excessively deplete his resources. If the cost surpassed that of one Wolverine, it would lack cost-effectiveness. He would only consider it if the ratio fell below 5-1. Eddie Brock's address had been tracked down by Drake. A firm knock, a mental binding, and he was thrust into the realm of the divine, all executed in a seamless motion. It is noteworthy that, following substantial development, the extent of his telekinetic influence had significantly increased in the outside world. Now, within a radius of 50 meters, everything falls within his dominion. Inside the divine realm, Vahn meticulously analyzed Venom. As for Eddie Brock, a mere journalist, he held little value in Vahn's eyes. A memory wipe, followed by a return to his apartment, was deemed appropriate. A man like Eddie Brock, who sacrificed his girlfriend's job for his own selfish gain, was unworthy of remaining in the divine realm. After the analysis, Vahn had gained a comprehensive understanding of this creature. Possessing formidable strength, astonishing speed, exceptional defense, endurance, and the ability to liquefy, it was clear that forming an army with its kind would yield immense power. More critically, it could serve as a significant enhancement to the combat capabilities of existing superheroes. Members of the Justice League could don symbiotic battle armor. Imagine the paralyzed professor walking again. Picture Cyclops, capable of engaging in close combat with adversaries. Envision the breathtaking imagery of Venom Hulk, Venom Green Giant, and Venom Red Tank. You think you're formidable, Thanos? You think you're so tough? As for the two vulnerabilities, they are not overly exaggerated. With some selective breeding, the cost would be manageable. Not long after returning to the Life Foundation, a blonde little girl approached. Upon seeing Carlton Drake, she wasted no time and possessed him. Chaos ensued as the riot creature could never have anticipated that Carlton Drake was a trap. It was only when Drake brought it before Vahn that it realized something was amiss. At that moment, it sought to flee, but it was too late. The divine realm was instantaneous. Thus, it became a close ally of Drake. The Life Foundation had long prepared a rocket, and they set off immediately. As Vahn watched the rocket gradually vanish, he began to envision his Venom army. Chapter 97, Defamation. Due to the revelations Vahn shared with the president, the United Nations had experienced no moments of peace in the past few days. The president united various nations, launching a barrage of inquiries towards Wakanda's President T'Challa. Who are you? Are you nefarious extraterrestrials? If not, why do you stealthily hide on Earth? What is your purpose? No purpose? Why hide then? This was all spearheaded by the ancient nations of the African continent, along with the United African Brothers from around the world. Unbelievable, my brothers. You turn a blind eye to the bloody trade of centuries past. You remain indifferent to the suffering of your kin. Do you not realize how many brothers and sisters have lost hands and feet, locked away in plantations? You are utterly unworthy to be called brothers. You have been expelled. President T'Challa of Wakanda has always adhered to a policy of isolation. He desires to guard his own territory, living as a carefree king. He ignores the persecution faced by his fellow countrymen. Now, they have come to persecute him and his nation. Vahn was unaware of what incentives or assistance the president had offered to those African nations. However, the current state of Wakanda was indeed one of isolation. Just as news of Wakanda exploded globally, another terrifying report surfaced. Thousands had mysteriously vanished in New York, potentially becoming experimental subjects for the Typhoon Group. Was the battle in New York a victory or defeat, with the Justice League under control? Tens of thousands had vanished without a trace across the nation, and the mastermind behind it was none other than Theodore Vahn. Upon encountering this news, Vahn's first thought was, Is my retribution upon me? Black and white were reversed. Exaggerations were rampant, and he was framed. He had always relished using such tactics against his enemies, only to find himself ensnared in a similar web. In his perspective, this was pure defamation. Though the acts were indeed his doing, there would be no evidence to link him. Without evidence, to claim he was responsible amounted to slander. He could not tolerate this. He sought out the president, the mayor, and Old Fury to suppress the news, delete reports, and control the commentary. Additionally, Vahn dispatched individuals to investigate the origins of this news. However, after an extensive search, no leads emerged. Yet, the absence of clues was, in itself, a clue. Few could evade his investigative network, and among those, only one person possessed such intimate knowledge of the American situation and bore animosity towards him, the former director, Mr. Nick Fury. The old coot remained resilient, indeed a formidable challenge. Vahn contemplated and ultimately decided to visit the Triskelion. He encountered no hindrances on his way to Coulson's office. Upon seeing him, Coulson exhibited a trace of tension. "Hello, Coulson, what splendid weather we have today," Vahn remarked with a smile as he took a seat across from him. "Mr. Vahn, what brings you here today?" Coulson inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Just haven't seen you in a while and missed you." "I'm not a beautiful woman," Coulson chuckled. "Oh, you are right. My thoughts were not on you, but on the old coot. How has he been lately?" "I wouldn't know. I have had no contact with him." Vahn stroked his chin and then fiddled with his ring. "Let us give him a call." Dialing, he heard, "Hello, Coulson? Coulson is dead, overworked to death. You chose him as director. Your idol, Theodore Vahn. What have you done to Coulson? What have you done to me?" There was a lengthy silence on the other end. "Care to explain where those missing individuals have gone?" Nick Fury seemed to regain his composure. "All right, let us discuss this face to face." "Humph. Do you think your actions are without flaw?" Nick Fury scoffed. "I suspected long ago that you had a method of controlling people silently, didn't I? You think I would fall for your tricks? Why do you say that?" "Because of Coulson." Vahn understood. Coulson was a decoy, or rather, a test subject. It was uncertain whether he was a willing participant or unaware. "If I possessed such means, would I not be able to rule the world?" "Aren't you already ruling the world?" "Huh. I have yet to become president of the United States." "You will never succeed." "So, you are certain you wish to oppose me?" "I will not allow this world to be subjected to tyranny, even if I am protecting it." "Just like your former Insight program?" "The Insight program was a mistake." "Oh." Vahn was intrigued. Had Nick Fury discerned something earlier? "The Insight program would become your weapon." "Huh. So, that is your perspective. With the helicarrier in your grasp, it is a weapon for eliminating threats. In another's hands, it becomes the threat itself, does it not?" Vahn silently laughed. If one were to question who was the strongest hypocrite, it would be the United States, the old coot, and Captain America. S.H.I.E.L.D. upholds a vision of a free, democratic, and ideal world, not a totalitarian one. Vahn mocked him. "So, although the people of Iraq have lost everything, they have gained freedom, have they not?" "Nick Fury, you are far more naive than I had envisioned. Do you know what is of paramount importance for a race, a civilization? It is survival." Vahn sighed. The war against the alien invasion has only recently concluded, and humanity is now grappling with threats from the cosmos. On what grounds do you believe we can endure? What makes you think we will emerge victorious in the Second Battle of New York? Are you so eager to wage war against me? Nick Fury fell silent for a moment. Your lofty rhetoric is compelling. Yet you seem to forget that you have instigated a far greater conflict than I. The United States possesses 4 aircraft carriers, and hundreds of vessels are advancing towards Wakanda. What right do you have to accuse me? Vahn chuckled. "Ah, Nick Fury, do you truly comprehend Wakanda? It is an exceedingly advanced society, rich in invaluable resources. Yet what have they contributed to the world? The transatlantic slave trade, what did they do? World War I, what did they do? World War II, what did they do? The alien invasion of New York, what did they do?" Vahn laughed heartily. "They are a self-serving, arrogant lot, gazing upon the suffering of the world while priding themselves on their superiority. They perceive us as warlike, cruel, sinister, and irredeemable. Only they, like a pristine white lotus, remain untainted, beautiful, and disengaged from worldly strife. Is that not laughable?" Nick Fury's tone grew somber. "That does not justify your incitement of nations to invade them." "Indeed, Nick Fury, that is not justification," Vahn replied, indifferent to his demeanor. "In truth, we share many similarities. You develop weapons using the cosmic cube, while I seize vibranium to protect Earth. Our objectives are akin, yet we simultaneously denounce each other's actions. How amusing. We are not allies. We are adversaries determined to vanquish one another, each relying on our own skills." Vahn ended the call with Nick Fury and dialed Pierce. "Have you arranged the evidence I requested last time?" "The personnel are ready. We can commence." Chapter 98. The Earth Defense Agency. Recently, Pierce has been exceedingly busy executing a complex plan. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. system, numerous personnel, equipment, and bases have begun to mysteriously vanish. Concurrently, an organization known as the Earth Defense Agency has begun to emerge quietly. They have established 16 colossal covert bases around the globe. While they claim there are 16, those within the organization are aware that they are merely exits. The true base exists in a different dimension, a gargantuan facility. This Earth Defense Agency has rapidly expanded, and within half a month, its headquarters has surpassed a population of 100,000. With a diverse array of departments and personnel, they encompass not only research, administration, and operations, but also specialized divisions for extraterrestrial affairs and warfare. Many employees hail from S.H.I.E.L.D., yet not all are from that agency. Some are equally experienced, albeit with slightly more ruthless methods, shrouded in secrecy regarding their pasts. Nevertheless, they have now formed a collective. Every individual who has entered the headquarters radiates a unique brilliance and unparalleled passion. In addition to the 16 massive exits, the Earth Defense Agency has also taken over several secret bases left behind by S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as those from Hydra and the remnants of World War II. Thus, under Vahn's command, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have finally become wholly intertwined. Simultaneously, another explosive news item surfaced. Former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury has been implicated in numerous crimes during his tenure. First, he embezzled hundreds of millions in assets, establishing safe houses and hoarding both light and heavy weaponry. After his departure, his whereabouts became unknown, posing a significant threat to global security. Second, he secretly developed weapons of mass destruction, inciting an alien invasion. Fortunately, the Justice League selflessly intervened to save the world. Third, he practiced workplace favoritism, fostering cliques while suppressing ambitious individuals and defying council orders. Fourth, allegations of workplace sexual harassment surfaced, with reports of several female agents being threatened, including an incident where he drunkenly video-called a female subordinate, engaging in lewd behavior. Fifth, he frequently frequented male strip clubs and participated in Boy Scout activities. Sixth, he abused his authority to engage in human and organ trafficking. Seventh, he exploited his power to traffic drugs. Eighth, he harbored strong racial biases, plotting the secret extermination of black individuals. Whether others believed these accusations, Vahn was convinced. Then, the White House believed it, Pierce believed it, and the council believed it. The global populace had no choice but to accept it. Consequently, a 6-star international wanted notice was issued, surpassing even the 5-star classification. Of course, this was merely the first step. The second phase was swiftly initiated, intertwined with the Wakanda incident. When Wakandan President Chaka once again engaged in a verbal duel at the United Nations, an unexpected explosion erupted. The scene was nothing short of shocking. The U.S. president nearly fled in panic, fearing that Chaka had become enraged and intended to take him down with him. However, upon closer inspection, Chaka's severed leg lay before him. He collapsed to the ground, and before he could comprehend the situation, a terror squad burst in, unleashing a barrage of gunfire while shouting, "Long live Wakanda! Long live Wakanda!" The entire conference hall descended into chaos, yet the terrorists were swiftly subdued. All surviving individuals observed Chala, who clutched his father's lifeless body, weeping inconsolably, their eyes brimming with danger. This attack plunged the world into the most perilous moment since World War II. Through global efforts, the identities of the assailants were quickly uncovered. They were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The world was stunned, igniting a fervor against S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce and Coulson nearly felt compelled to atone with their lives. However, a twist emerged. The deeper identities of these individuals were revealed. They were Hydra agents concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. They had been lurking for over a decade. The world was once again astonished. Had not Hydra, the Nazi organization originating from World War II, been eradicated long ago? How could they resurface? How had they infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? And how had they remained hidden for so long? The investigation deepened, revealing more Hydra agents. The world was again shocked. It turned out that hundreds of Hydra agents had been concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. All entered during Nick Fury's tenure, and a significant portion had gained entry through his endorsement or assessment. The evidence appeared irrefutable. This former director was indeed a double agent. Previous rumors regarding his culpability now seemed entirely plausible. The black community was enraged. The Jewish community was enraged. The Polish community was enraged. The global populace was enraged. Even Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye shared in the anger and suspicion. After all, substantial evidence remained, unyielding. Thus, they too joined the ranks seeking to apprehend Nick Fury. However, this was merely the second step, with the third yet to come. Vahn had always been averse to granting his adversaries any time for response. Thus, the most critical phase swiftly approached. This time, it also involved S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. The Insight program was unveiled, accompanied by an exceedingly lengthy list divided into thousands of extermination lists and tens of thousands of surveillance lists. The world erupted in chaos. Stark vociferously condemned. What the hell? Am I on the surveillance list too? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. lost its mind? The President of the United States was equally incensed, for he too found himself on the list. In truth, a significant portion of the world's influential figures, those wielding power, were included on the surveillance list. This list was indeed personally drafted by Nick Fury. As for the extermination list formulated by Pierce, it contained only tens of thousands of names, devoid of any surveillance entries. Following the revelation of the Insight program, global astonishment reached new heights. S.H.I.E.L.D. Your audacity knows no bounds. Not even the world's police can match your dominion, surveilling and controlling the globe. Can such actions truly be justified as those of a righteous organization? At this juncture, Pierce's extermination list was leaked. Prominently displayed were the words, Hydra internal list, drafted by Nick Fury. The world was left in utter shock. S.H.I.E.L.D. You must be joking. Amidst the global outcry, S.H.I.E.L.D. teetered on the brink of dissolution. Notably, during these tumultuous days, Vahn found himself far from at ease. He remained in a state of vigilance, uncertain whether a radiant warrior from the heavens might descend upon him in a moment of reckoning. He secretly hoped for such an encounter, yet it never materialized until S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly disbanded. Nick Fury had yet to make an appearance, but it was likely he was enduring considerable distress, as his safe houses were being discovered one after another, and many of his associates were defecting. Most of those he had taken with him upon his departure were now gone. Based on information Vahn procured from a Skrull, Fury might have temporarily vacated Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. was dismantled. The Earth Defense Agency was born. Chapter 99. The Aerospace Carriers. The assets and personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. were largely absorbed by the Earth Defense Agency. However, one of the most vital assets, 3 aerospace carriers, remained hidden beneath the headquarters. The revelation sparked global astonishment, and after considerable opposition, the site was jointly overseen by the 5 major powers. Subsequently, a heated debate erupted regarding the ownership of the 3 carriers. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a global organization, not confined to any single nation, hence its assets were also considered global. The 5 powers engaged in a fierce exchange of rhetoric, neither side willing to concede. With insufficient resources to divide, and unwilling to let them rust away, Pierce emerged as a pivotal figure. Drawing upon years of established connections and the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation, he adeptly brought the Earth Defense Agency into the limelight before the 5 powers. Furthermore, to secure their support, he pledged his assistance in establishing relations with Wakanda and Vibranium. Thus, the Earth Defense Agency made its grand entrance. However, in comparison to the authority wielded by the former S.H.I.E.L.D., the Earth Defense Agency fell considerably short. S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed law enforcement powers across various nations, nearly equivalent to that of national military institutions. It could directly orchestrate large-scale multinational operations, pursue criminals, and apprehend suspicious targets without the need for approval from national judicial systems, enabling the immediate transport of offenders back to S.H.I.E.L.D. without trial. In contrast, the Earth Defense Agency was limited to handling international affairs. Nevertheless, there was no rush. Time was on their side. Power was earned incrementally. Under the watchful eyes of the 5 major powers, the 3 carriers had their surveillance protocols dismantled, transforming them entirely into formidable vessels of force. To prevent unforeseen incidents, each of the 5 powers stationed representatives to continuously report to their respective governments. Through these various measures, the 3 vessels, alongside the one that had battled in New York, were officially transferred to the Earth Defense Agency. The African continent had never witnessed such an uproar. The location of Wakanda was fully exposed. With the value of vibranium disclosed at $10,000 per gram, it became a target for countless desperate individuals. Daily bombers, electric drills, and impact drills attempted to breach Wakanda's defenses. The skies were filled with innumerable drones, constantly colliding with the protective barrier. At night, the Wakandans could even see fireworks. Initially, the Wakandans would appear to expel the intruders. However, they soon grew weary. As most of those at their gates were brothers of their own skin tone, individuals who valued money over their lives. Moreover, should they dare to take action, the following day's headlines would surely depict Wakanda as ruthless and merciless. The entire nation of Wakanda was at a standstill. T'Challa, having just endured the loss of his father and newly ascended to the throne, found himself grappling with this unprecedented crisis, uncertain of how to respond. Over 100 vessels from various nations floated off the coast, while satellites and reconnaissance aircraft conducted rigorous surveillance of Wakanda. Should they go to war or pursue diplomacy? War was out of the question. While Wakanda might initially claim victory through its advanced technology, they would inevitably falter in the mid to late stages. To stand against the world alone would spell disaster for Wakanda. Yet, what of diplomacy? Just look at the demands from the nations. The United States insisted on establishing a scientific and technological exchange with Wakanda. Wakanda was to share its vibranium technology and nanotechnology, while the U.S. would reciprocate with pig postnatal care techniques, modern agricultural practices, and advanced ranching methods. China proposed to assist Wakanda in constructing roads, high-speed railways, and bridges, provided they were granted mining rights. Russia claimed it had little to offer, but suggested trade, vodka, birch wood, black oil, and natural gas, all to be shipped to them. Payment could be made in cash or with vibranium. Other nations clamored for a shared prosperity, insisting that everything was part of a global village. They demanded that the price of vibranium be lowered, not to $10,000, not to $8,000, nor $6,000, but rather to $800 per pound. These conditions were utterly unacceptable to T'Challa. If he acquiesced, he would be betraying his nation. Yet, he found himself hesitating. While the 5 major powers showed no signs of wavering, Pierce, Sitwell, Coulson, and Rumlow of the Earth Defense Agency received directives from the 5 powers. Consequently, they piloted 2 aerospace carriers to Wakanda. In the depths of the cosmos, a spaceship traversed the starry expanse. Approaching ahead was a colossal, dark planet. As the vessel drew closer, Carlton Drake gazed out of the window, observing a liquid-like substance flowing across the planet's surface. "This is my home planet, the symbiote world," he proclaimed, as Riot appeared behind him. "Here reside millions of my brethren." Drake smiled, declaring, "With 1,000,000 strong, my master could easily conquer Earth." Riot shook his head. "No, we cannot amass 1,000,000 strong." "Why?" Carlton Drake inquired, puzzled. "Deep within this planet lies an exceedingly formidable entity, revered as the god of symbiotes. Though he slumbers, none of the symbiotes dare to underestimate his power. I cannot fathom the extent of his strength, but he will undoubtedly thwart our endeavors." The rebellion paused momentarily. "Thus, I propose we act swiftly. We shall crash directly onto the planet. After all, with my protection, your life is secure. Then you shall open the portal, and we will make our escape. My mindless compatriots will undoubtedly rush into the portal at the sight of such a rare phenomenon. What do you think?" Carlton Drake furrowed his brow. "Are you truly that frightened of the god of symbiotes? With your human societal structure, you can never comprehend the terror that a deity of a race embodies. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." After pondering for a moment, Carlton Drake acquiesced. The ship accelerated once more, hurtling toward the symbiote planet, Vaughn's divine realm. Vaughn awaited their arrival, by the passage of time. Carlton Drake should have reached the planet of the symbiotes by now. However, it remained uncertain whether they could successfully retrieve a multitude of symbiotes. Just as he contemplated this, a portal materialized before him. A half-figure tumbled through, exclaiming, "Boss, save me." Vaughn was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Carlton Drake, clad in symbiote armor, was ensnared by numerous black tendrils. This diverged significantly from the plan. The rebellion had clearly stated that the symbiotes would swarm in. Curiosity piqued, he stepped forward to investigate. With a single step, Vaughn found himself enveloped in darkness. Through his telepathic senses, he discerned that he was encased within a spherical barrier formed by the symbiotes. Nearby lay a downed spacecraft, where Drake struggled valiantly. "Hey, rebellion, didn't you say your mindless brethren would rush in?" "Boss, I underestimated. As soon as your portal opened, an overwhelming malice surged through. They sensed it." Vaughn rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Malice cannot seep through a portal." "An excuse, undoubtedly. Nevertheless, he thought, if they were unwilling to enter themselves, he would assist in their entrance. Fortunately, his telekinetic range had significantly expanded. With a swift motion, he gathered the symbiotes into a mass and propelled them through the portal. Just as he cleared the space, another wave of symbiotes surged forward. Vahn, exasperated, thought, "What is this? They hesitate to enter my portal, yet they swarm around me? All of you and you go?" He did not know how many times he repeated this until suddenly, he found himself unable to pull anymore. Chapter 100, The War Commences. What is this? Vahn turned to see a colossal symbiote, towering 4 to 5 meters, not far behind him. It had seized the mass of symbiotes that Vahn had gathered. "Who are you?" With a skeletal, emaciated appearance, the symbiote replied, "I am Null, their god. You are stealing my people." Beside the portal, Carlton Drake, possessed by the rebellion, heard this and silently stepped through the portal. Null cast a glance at them, seemingly unfazed. Upon realizing Null's identity, Vahn's expression remained largely unperturbed. "My apologies, Null. I was unaware that they had an owner. However, I do require them. Would you be willing to part with your people?" Vahn estimated that he had gathered around 2,000 to 3,000 symbiotes. The more, the better. Even if he couldn't utilize them all, he could nurture them. Thus, he had designated a deep gorge within his divine realm as a sanctuary for the symbiotes. Null was insulted by this suggestion. "Am I to sell my children? How base." Upon hearing this, Null's anger flared. His form suddenly expanded, and he swung his arms towards Vahn. In that instant of movement, a deep blue flame erupted from Vahn's eyes, enveloping his entire being. His form began to morph, growing in size to become a towering blue flame skeleton, standing 5 to 6 meters tall. His bony hands effortlessly caught Null's incoming arms. "Ah, the god of symbiotes, is it? Let us see how you fare against this." Vahn ceased to feign restraint. The blue flames surged, and a black, annihilating fire subtly manifested, engulfing Null's hands. As the deity of symbiotes, Null possessed none of the vulnerabilities of ordinary symbiotes. He was unafraid of typical flames. Yet, this mutated black fire inflicted pain upon him, prompting him to retract his hands. Fortunately, surrounded by countless symbiotes, he could draw upon their power to restore himself. This minor injury healed rapidly. The colossal skeleton that Vahn had transformed into chuckled. "I have long wished to test my strength, and you appear to be an excellent adversary." "Humph," Null retorted angrily. "Had I not lost my weapon, you would not withstand a single strike." "Ha, preposterous. I bear a fragment of the indomitable will of eternal fire. Even if you reclaim the Black Death sword, I could endure at least 3 strikes unscathed. To think you could slay me with a single blow is sheer arrogance." Null appeared momentarily taken aback, inquiring with curiosity, "Mortal, how do you know of me?" "I am a natural saint, privy to the cosmic history spanning 8 billion years and the events of the forthcoming decades. I am the destined sovereign of this world. What say you? Would you care to join me? I can appoint you as my foremost general. From henceforth, you would be second only to me, above all others. How does that sound?" "Null, I wouldn't trust you for a second." Without further ado, Null engaged in a fierce confrontation with Vahn. Ultimately, neither could overpower the other. Null's strength had significantly waned without the Black Death sword. However, this did not imply he could not contend with Vahn. Within the symbiote planet, Null maintained the upper hand, an absolute advantage. Yet, Vahn's blue fire had merged with eternal flames, rendering him akin to an indestructible cockroach. Even if Null pierced him 100 times, he could immediately regenerate. Moreover, Vahn's annihilating fire indeed posed a considerable threat to Null, leading to his eventual fatigue. The battle had grown wearisome. Null altered his strategy. He ceased his assault, but sought to prevent Vahn from continuing to plunder his subjects. This scenario was indeed tedious, prompting Vahn to consider retreat. Before departing, he made a final enticing offer. He tossed Null a seed of the portal, stating, "You must find this place rather dull. I can take you across the cosmos. Should you be interested, seek me out. I assure you, should you choose to ally with me, I will assist you in avenging yourself and retrieving the Black Death sword." Null remained silent, yet did not crush the portal seed. Upon returning to the divine realm, Vahn discovered he had captured a total of 2,800 symbiotes. For the time being, this would suffice. The symbiotes possessed commendable reproductive capabilities. If necessary, they could simply breed. The symbiote armor could now be officially supplied. On the African continent, Wakanda had faced off against the world for many days. Pierce and the others could no longer endure, deciding to employ unconventional methods. However, they lacked the ability to breach the protective barrier and thus could only rely on their superior. This was not a daunting task. On the mothership, there exists a portal belonging to Vahn. Upon arriving in Wakanda, he meticulously seeks a moonless night to stealthily approach the protective barrier. with a flicker of dark flames. He breaches the shield and enters Wakanda undetected. As he navigates through the shadows, he eventually encounters a few patrolling soldiers, and from this point forward, the task becomes manageable. By exerting control over one of them, he pilfers a Wakandan exclusive bomb and quietly slips away, under the vigilant protection of Pierce and his associates. This soldier traverses vast distances to reach a U.S. naval base. Even more astonishingly, he encounters no resistance, treating the American soldiers as if they were mere phantoms, and successfully installs the high-performance bomb, a Wakandan product, onto an American aircraft carrier. That night, U.S. Marines on the carrier's deck engage in revelry, imbibing spirits, singing merrily, and basking in the gentle breeze. Then, in an instant, all festivities cease. The carrier explodes. Bases and vessels from around the globe are not far from this site. Before the eyes of the world, the United States, the preeminent power, has lost a cornerstone of its military might. The scene descends into utter chaos. The radio communication channels become a cacophony of voices, some fighting fires, others comforting the distraught, while many merely observe with sardonic glee. A 100,000-ton aircraft carrier is rendered inoperative by a bomb of unremarkable appearance. It has not sunk, but its fate is precariously close. The gaping hole leaves it beyond repair, and it cannot return to service. Nearly 1,000 soldiers have perished, and dozens of aircraft have been damaged. The captain, initially surviving, witnesses the devastation and, in despair, takes his own life. The perpetrator is swiftly apprehended, a lowly foot soldier from Wakanda. Nations tremble in fear. Warships set sail under the cover of night, and radars are activated, all on heightened alert against a potential Wakandan assault. Meanwhile, Wakanda, surrounded and unaware of the unfolding events, remains oblivious. The following morning, American news outlets erupt with headlines. The Horn Daily proclaims, U.S. defeat rivals 9/11. The New York Times declares, 10 reasons we must annihilate Wakanda. The Wall Street Journal states, eradicating Wakanda will propel global economic growth into a new era. The Los Angeles Daily News exclaims, old soldiers do not die. New recruits have perished. The White House, caught off guard, finds itself with no choice but to respond to the prevailing public sentiment. The United States enters a state of military readiness. Decrees pour forth from both the White House and the Pentagon. The world becomes tense. Vahn, in his office at the Typhon Tower, smiles as he observes the news. At that moment, a portal shimmering with fiery light materializes before him. The Ancient One has arrived. Chapter 101. Freedom and democracy are merely illusions. The Ancient One steps through the portal. Vahn is not surprised. Given his recent actions, it would be more shocking if she had not come. Supreme Sorcerer, do you require my assistance? The Ancient One studies him intently for a moment. You have grown more rapidly than I anticipated. Vahn smiles. Is your visit merely to commend me? I am curious about your intentions. What intentions? She inquires. The plan to dominate the world. He replies, raising an eyebrow. I do not comprehend what you mean. A smirk plays at the corner of the Ancient One's mouth. You may not understand, yet you are indeed enacting it. Vahn feigns enlightenment. Oh, you refer to my recent deeds? I am safeguarding this planet. Cannot you see that? He smiles, adding, though my method of protection differs from others. I embody a paternalistic approach. I am uncertain of your perspective, but I believe that for far too long, the people of the world have been indoctrinated by notions of freedom and democracy. The survival of the cosmos is not so simplistic. Huh. Your words carry a strong hint of villainy, remarks the Ancient One. Vahn, unperturbed, responds with a grin. The prevailing ideologies on this planet stem from the most powerful nation. Why is this so? Because they triumphed decades ago in a struggle against an opposing ideology. But what if the other side had emerged victorious? The societal structure we see today would be entirely different. If that were the case, could it not be that my ideology is the correct one, and your freedom and democracy are the true villainous thoughts? The Ancient One remains calm. I have no interest in such matters. My sole concern is ensuring the continuation of this world and the existence and development of the human race. Vahn gazes at her earnestly. What are your true expectations for this world? Do you care for the mere survival of the people? Or do you wish for them to live freely, happily, and joyfully? How high are your standards? The Ancient One appears intrigued. What if my expectation is for them to live freely and happily? If that is the case, I can only say that you are a failure. There are so many in the world who cannot even guarantee their own lives. Yet I do not see you aiding them. The people in your eyes should not merely be confined to this small plot of America, should they? The Ancient One falls silent for a moment. I cannot concern myself with so much. I can only ensure that the earth is not ravaged by demons or other malevolent forces. As for internal strife, that is beyond my purview. Vahn chuckles at her. Then, do you not think I am human, and thus part of that internal struggle? He had anticipated her response. The Ancient One has lived for centuries. She does not need to meddle in every affair. Otherwise, would she have remained indifferent during World War I, World War II, the Cold War, the U.S., invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan? Yet here she comes to intervene in my affairs? That would be grossly hypocritical. Having not eliminated or exiled the likes of the Third Reich's leaders or the bumbling Bush, it is unlikely she would treat him any differently. Her interventions have primarily targeted otherworldly demons and hellish overlords. Earthlings do not fight Earthlings. The Ancient One shakes her head. As long as you are not a bloodthirsty murderer, I will not pry too deeply. However, should you tread the path of world domination, I require your assurance that you will not plunge the entire world into chaos. Vahn scrutinizes her. You must be aware that the future heralds an era of turmoil, where factions rise and fall, and dragons and snakes vie for supremacy. The daily reality consists of supervillains committing crimes and superheroes combating those crimes. It resembles a comic strip, with each side taking turns to emerge, while only the populace suffers. Though many heroes exist, not one is a true sovereign. These individuals engage in overtly righteous acts, basking in the self-satisfaction of altruism. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that true protection of this world does not stem from being a hero, but rather from embracing the role of a butcher. Freedom and democracy are but illusions. Order and power are the singular truths that can redeem existence. This process necessitates hands stained with blood, something they cannot accomplish. But I can. With bloodied hands, can you still remember who you are? I am a boss, a benevolent Hydra, and indeed, a god. The Ancient One ponders for a long time. I fear I may not live to see that day. What might that world become? A glimmer of anticipation flashes in Vahn's eyes. When that moment arrives, I shall establish a formidable Earth Guardians. First, we will cleanse the planet, eliminating all potential threats, including, but not limited to, a living planet that remains as a seed in this world. Beneath the Egyptian pyramids lie the ancestral roots of mutants. The formidable vampire lord of the unknown lands, extraterrestrial shapeshifters concealed among the populace, and so forth. Subsequently, humanity embarks on a trajectory toward an interstellar era, cultivating a vast array of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Technological advancements and magical practices flourish, enabling every individual to don battle armor and transform into a true dragon. Thus, Earth shall ascend to become a sanctuary within the cosmos, a renowned stellar empire within the galaxy. Fane painted a grand vision, hoping to pique the interest of the ancient supreme sorcerer. After all, his divine realm yearned for her presence. The Ancient One shook her head in silence. You remain oblivious to the monumental trials that await you. A single misstep could plunge you into irreversible ruin. Fane chuckled. Fortunately, I possess a super refuge, a veritable backup for Earth. The Ancient One regarded him skeptically. Could this young man truly be contemplating the deletion of his essence for the sake of a backup? Alas, given his current prowess, annihilation of him seemed a formidable challenge. Yet, she pondered, it was her own choice to accept him when she first discovered him. The future had descended into chaos, and this being from another realm had evidently become the protagonist within the fragmented visions of what lay ahead. To eliminate this future protagonist would likely precipitate the immediate collapse of the world. Yet, how long could the tale of Theodore Vahn endure? In this realm, no one has ever managed to consume it all. In the future Earth, is it solely your defense bureau? Vahn smiled. Certainly not. I do not concern myself with minutiae. As long as the world's trajectory remains constant, it shall develop according to my design. Kamartaj can endure eternally. The Ancient One scrutinized him deeply, uncertain of the veracity of his words. However, she was merely one of Earth's guardians, not its architect. The course of Earth's development did not rest solely upon her shoulders. Rising to her feet, she remarked, I hope that Earth falling into your hands is a fortuitous event. Vahn raised an eyebrow. If you harbor concerns, why not witness that future firsthand? I can assist you. I require no assistance from anyone. Vahn shook his head. The Ancient One could indeed choose to persist. Even ensnared by the powers of the dark dimension, she could still enjoy a meal while wreaking havoc, for Dormammu had no hold over her. Yet, living in such a manner was exhausting. It felt akin to having a snow-capped mountain pressing down on one's head, where a moment's carelessness could lead to utter obliteration. What I speak of is a life devoid of worries, unencumbered by burdens. Truly being oneself and relishing the essence of life. Should you be intrigued, come seek me. Chapter 102. The Battle of Wakanda. Africa, near Wakanda, just before sunset. Aircraft patrol the skies, tanks encircle the city, weapons are loaded, and missiles are primed. The highest commander at the front is the deranged General Thaddeus E. Ross. Following the incident involving the Hulk, he had been demoted. However, through inexplicable means, he had regained the Pentagon's favor. After the aircraft carrier incident, the previous Supreme Commander was suspended for investigation, and the entire Corps leadership deemed this mad general suitable to confront Wakanda. Thus, he arrived, besieging Wakanda and issuing an ultimatum. In the royal palace of Wakanda, T'Chaka and the Council of Elders convened in the meeting hall to deliberate their course of action. General Ross's ultimatum demanded unconditional surrender by sunset, or war would ensue. Surrender was out of the question, especially an unconditional one. Faced with inquiries from the elders, T'Chaka could only propose a final strategy. We must concentrate all of Wakanda's forces to showcase unparalleled strength in the initial battle, thereby intimidating the external military and gaining a chance for negotiation. This is our best course of action at present. Queen Ramonda sighed, shaking her head. Those from the outside, particularly the Americans, are blinded by rage. They refuse to heed our explanations. We never issued a command to attack the American aircraft carrier. It was entirely the soldier's own volition. Shuri scoffed. Those people are so foolish that we must ensure Wakanda's technology and armaments do not fall into their hands. Otherwise, they will only bring further calamity to this world. An elder lamented, they are not foolish. They are willing to sacrifice countless lives for their interests. The most powerful nation in the world, which espouses human rights, paradoxically possesses the lowest regard for them. Life is free, yet death is random. They have long since become accustomed to this. T'Chaka pondered deeply. In this regard, he was indeed far removed from the American president. He rallied his spirits. Shuri, Okoye, ready all equipment and prepare everyone for battle. We shall unleash our might to carve out an opportunity for Wakanda. Yes, my king. Wakanda forever, T'Chaka proclaimed. And the others echoed, Wakanda forever. At the U.S. Navy base, General Ross and Pierce awaited the sunset. The two enjoyed steak and red wine, reveling in the moment. General Ross, have you prepared everything? Pierce inquired. Ross puffed on a cigar, casting a glance at him, and replied nonchalantly, just ensure your cooperation. There's no need for you to know more than that. Pierce gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. If I were still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I would surely put you in your place. Now reduced to being bullied, just wait until the Earth Defense Bureau rises. You'll see what I do to you. Maintaining a forced smile, he rose to toast General Ross. General, I merely wish to know how best to assist you. I've brought 2 aerial carriers with formidable firepower. They will significantly alleviate your burden. Ross glanced at him dismissively. It would be a waste to give those aerial carriers to you. You are not a military force. What use do you have for them? In my opinion, they should be incorporated directly into my units. Capturing Wakanda will be a cinch. Pierce continued his awkward smile. The aerial carriers belong to the people of the world. They cannot simply be included in a single nation's military. This was a collective decision made by the 5 major powers. I have no say in the matter. Ross took a sip of red wine, gazing at the sunset in silence. Pierce cautiously probed. I've heard that 2 of the 5 major powers will not participate in this declaration of war. Humph. Isn't it just one Eastern fellow and a half-dead bear? What is the issue? This is a grand coalition of our free and democratic nations. Can we not conquer a mere Wakanda? Once we seize Wakanda, we shall not share a single ounce of or with them. Pierce forced a smile. I think we should still exercise caution. I've heard that Wakanda's technology is quite advanced. Ross did not respond immediately. He had his own considerations. His return to prominence was not entirely secure. The battle for Wakanda would serve as a test. He needed to present a flawless report. Though he orchestrated the Free Coalition and commanded 4 aircraft carriers, hundreds of vessels, and a myriad of aircraft, tanks, and artillery, along with 100,000 troops. Time eluded him. With that thought, he rose and pointed to the desolate harbor outside the window. Wakanda shall not yield. They require a lesson to comprehend their true position. Today, we have formed an unprecedented coalition of over 20 free nations, a remarkable force, and an extraordinary opportunity. Pierce, somewhat perplexed, inquired cautiously, what opportunity? The initial battle. The decisive confrontation. General Ross replied with an air of disdain. Pierce expressed his astonishment. The initial battle is the decisive one? Isn't that too reckless? Humph. General Ross scoffed. Do you genuinely believe that a coalition of over 20 nations will remain here indefinitely awaiting my command? We are free nations, not a united one. At this very moment, we possess our greatest strength. Why not utilize our utmost power to vanquish the enemy, obliterating any notion of resistance? Pierce was rendered speechless. The infamous general was indeed worthy of his reputation. Yet, there was a semblance of logic in his theory. Frowning, he queried, "Is General Ross not concerned that Wakanda may possess some extraordinary means?" Ross waved his hand dismissively. "I do not anticipate defeating them without any losses. I merely require a victory with minimal casualties. Of course, if they prove obstinate." Humph. A pulse of anxiety coursed through Pierce. What does the general mean by obstinate? A subtle smile curled at the corner of General Ross's mouth. "Are you familiar with the NNSA?" Pierce choked on his wine and suddenly recalled unfinished matters aboard the mothership. "Ah, I just remembered. I have urgent business to attend to on the mothership. I must take my leave for today. Should you have further commands, General Ross, do not hesitate to relay them to me. I shall assist you in any way I can." "Coward." General Ross silently cursed Pierce's flustered demeanor. "Why would I throw anything at you? What is there to fear? With such a lack of courage, how can one be the director of the Earth Defense Bureau?" Upon exiting, Pierce boarded a plane and, before even reaching the mothership, made a call, urging, for heaven's sake, elevate the mothership to the maximum altitude. Maintain a safe distance of at least 200 kilometers. Activate electromagnetic defenses and ensure the energy core operates at high speed, ready for a swift retreat. We are aiding a madman in battle. Chapter 103. For the king, a funeral. The sun finally descended, albeit sluggishly, while the moon jubilantly ascended. Beneath the moonlight, the African continent had never been so vibrant. Tanks lined up at the forefront, artillery and missiles positioned behind them. The frontline commander received General Ross's order. Commence the operation plan. Yes, with the command disseminated, at 7 o'clock, thousands of cannons finally unleashed their fire. A relentless barrage of rapidly spinning shells rained down upon Wakanda's protective shield, igniting vast flames. From a distance, Wakanda appeared as a luminous hedgehog. This was merely the prelude to the assault. In the next instant, 70 to 80 warplanes roared in. Cannon fire, rockets, bombs, and ground missiles poured down like rain, causing Wakanda's protective shield to tremble precariously. On the balcony of the royal palace, Chaka observed the scene with composure. The integrity of the shield stood at 47. He issued commands through his earpiece. "Shuri, are you ready?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Shuri replied cheerfully. "Follow my orders." A fierce glint emerged in Chaka's eyes. Giant cannon. "Prepare for level 1. The shield's integrity plummeted to 21. Giant cannon. Prepare for level 2. The integrity dwindled to 6. Fire. In an instant, dozens of deep blue lasers pierced the sky. Like the swords of giants, they swirled, obliterating most incoming shells mid-air. Only a few landed in the city. However, all citizens had already taken refuge, and the coalition's assault merely resulted in structural damage. After intercepting the incoming shells, the laser swords began pursuing the aerial assailants. In the sky, planes transformed into brilliant fireworks. The coalition's frontline commander was left dumbfounded. "Here comes the little flyer." The little flyer exploded. "Another little flyer is approaching." That one exploded too. He stumbled toward the communications room. "General, do not send more planes. The situation is not as simple as rescuing a grandparent." On the other side, General Ross had just ordered the second wave of aircraft to take off when he received the report of Wakanda's shield vanishing. Immediately, he commanded over 70 destroyers to launch missiles, totaling more than 400. This wave of attack was decisive. Wakanda could rebuild from the wreckage. Then, he received a call from the frontline commander. Dozens of aircraft have already been lost. General Ross's first thought was not to call back the second wave of planes, but to urgently assemble a third wave. And as for missiles, spare none, fire them all. He called Pierce. "Do not linger in the sky. Descend, advance, and commence fire." Pierce, unconcerned with the details, sent a few planes to show face, dismissing the rest. Chaka watched the coalition's aircraft explode in the sky, a sense of pride swelling within him. With such significant losses, the enemy should temporarily retreat. Before he could ponder further, the radar suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. He glanced at the screen, horror washing over him. A multitude of missiles was hurtling toward Wakanda. He gasped, quickly inquiring through the communication channel, "Shuri, how charged is the shield?" "Currently at 62. Shuri promptly replied, "Activate the shield immediately. Activate the shield." On the other side, the coalition's frontline commander also spotted their missile army on the radar. They weren't particularly close to Wakanda, and without the shield, a colossal target, the city was out of range. Thus, they had just entered a temporary ceasefire. Upon seeing the missiles, he barely had time to celebrate before Wakanda's protective shield inexplicably reactivated. Enraged, he immediately issued commands across all communication channels. "All tanks and artillery, commence rapid fire. Break the enemy's shield. Everyone, fire if you have weapons. If not, throw bricks. We must shatter their shield." In an instant, the sound of artillery fire engulfed the land once more. Chaka's expression turned grave as he monitored the shield's degradation. 50, 40, 30. The protective value was plummeting, far too swift to recharge. After the first wave of over 100 missiles exploded overhead, the protective value dropped to 3. It was over. He closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, another 100 missiles surged toward them. Although the laser cannons attempted to intercept, the missiles traveled much faster than the shells, and their sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Boom. Wakanda was struck by hundreds of missiles, erupting into a sea of flames. Damn it. Chaka's fury ignited. He realized the enemy had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. They launched a full frontal assault from the onset. Okoye, we must retaliate. Order our ground forces to destroy the enemy's tanks. You and I will pilot the aircraft to annihilate their ships. Only through excruciating pain will they understand that we are not to be trifled with. Okoye sought to dissuade. My king, we must execute the orders. General, yes. Okoye turned and issued the command. Dora Milaje, protect the king. The ground forces of Wakanda surged forth, leaving the coalition's frontline commander utterly astonished. This band of warriors, armed with spears, could activate small protective shields with the mere shake of their shoulders. Yet, that was not the most astonishing sight. After centuries, beast soldiers once again graced the battlefield. Wakandan warriors riding rhinos. A rhino, enveloped in a protective shield, rammed into a tank with tremendous force. He could hardly contain his applause. What an exemplary case of panhandling with a golden bowl. You refuse to sell even a gram of vibranium to the outside world. Yet here you are, extravagantly wielding it. What a prehistoric tribe, each armed with vibranium spears. Truly remarkable. Wild boars do not consume fine grain, nor does Wakanda utilize vibranium. Above Wakanda, hundreds of advanced aircraft took to the skies, intending to teach the coalition's fleet a lesson. Mid-flight, they collided with the second wave of planes dispatched by General Ross. Without hesitation, both sides engaged in fierce combat. However, Wakanda's technology proved superior, and at the cost of only a few aircraft, they shot down dozens of enemy planes. Just as they were about to press their advantage, another radar alert sounded. A second wave of missiles, organized by General Ross, was rapidly approaching Wakanda. Chaka, disregarding the coalition's fleet, urgently commanded, all aircraft, intercept the incoming missiles at all costs. Meanwhile, aboard the aerial battleship, Pierce had been observing the battlefield for an extended time. He had also detected Wakanda's aircraft squadron. Beside him stood a black man, the very one who had been captured and subsequently caused the destruction of the American aircraft carrier. After his capture, he had initially been detained at a naval base. But when General Ross arrived, he showed no interest in him, allowing Pierce to secure custody. Upon boarding the ship, he regained his freedom. Now, Pierce pointed to the radar display and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this slightly larger craft is most likely King Chaka's personal fighter?" Indeed. The king's aircraft possesses a stronger shield, thus its larger size, which also signifies his esteemed status. I see, Pierce stroked his chin. Clearly, those who have never experienced war do not realize that such actions are a blatant invitation to demise. Pierce mused, if your king were to perish now, what would your warriors think? Revenge. When a king dies in battle, only vengeance remains. Pierce silently chuckled. General Ross, it is wise not to be overly arrogant. Retribution is upon you. In your next life, do take heed. He then turned to Sitwell. How many vibranium armor-piercing rounds do we have? 2,000 rounds, sir. Sitwell, realizing the implication, allowed a slight smile to surface. Vibranium was indeed scarce in circulation outside Wakanda, even with Van's and S.H.I.E.L.D.S. efforts. Little had been amassed. In preparation for the conflict with Wakanda, Van had specifically ordered that a portion be crafted into vibranium armor-piercing projectiles. Of course, these were not pure vibranium. The critical core of the rounds utilized an ultra-strong alloy infused with vibranium. Such armor-piercing projectiles, combined with the aerial battleship's long-range precision cannons, could effectively penetrate Wakanda's shields. A smile graced Pierce's face. Designate the target, and let us prepare to send the king to his final rest. Chapter 104. Let the armor-piercing rounds fly a little longer. Bang, bang, bang. 2,000 armor-piercing rounds were instantly expended. Pierce and the others quietly watched the radar screen. Let the armor-piercing rounds fly a little longer. On the other side, Chaka was nearly blinded by rage for Wakanda. The missiles shot forth at incredible speed, and he charged forward recklessly. Thanks to his powerful shield, he sustained no damage and even managed to destroy several missiles. However, they only succeeded in intercepting a small fraction. The remainder, even with laser cannons attempting to thwart them, would likely see hundreds rain down upon Wakanda's soil. as he watched the missiles fade into the distance. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Was he, as king, truly a failure? Did he lack the capacity to shoulder this responsibility, leading Wakanda to such a dire state? It was in this moment of distraction that he overlooked the shrill warning of the radar. Then, fireworks fell like rain. Under the watchful eyes of Okoye and her cadre of guards and soldiers, numerous streaks of rapidly descending missiles enveloped the entire area where Chaka's aircraft was located. Beneath that brilliant light, the hearts of all sank to the depths of despair. In Wakanda's underground bunker, Queen Ramonda, Shuri, and a host of elders witnessed the flickering information of Chaka's aircraft. Our king. Shuri was momentarily stunned. She knew that with her personally developed battle armor, the explosion might not necessarily claim her brother's life. Yet, from such heights, plummeting to the ground rendered even the mightiest armor futile. In just a few days, both kings had fallen. All of Wakanda's people were enveloped in silence. General, someone called to Okoye. The king had perished, and they were at a loss for what to do next. Okoye struck her forehead forcefully, striving to momentarily escape her sorrow. Her voice, laced with fury, proclaimed, "We shall take our revenge." At that moment, General Ross remained oblivious to the unfolding tragedy as he assessed the impact of the second wave of missile strikes. As anticipated, Wakanda had transformed into a wasteland. The results were satisfactory. A faint smile curled on his lips. Before he could fully relish the moment, alarms blared once more. "General, we have detected a plethora of radar signals. It appears a swarm of aircraft is approaching. Activate the defense systems immediately." "General, they are not coming for us. They are heading out to sea." Ross's expression shifted dramatically. "Immediately relay orders to the fleet, instructing them to remain on high alert." Okoye encountered a third wave of makeshift aircraft, easily dispatching them. Following their trajectory, she located the coalition's fleet. Okoye commanded, "Dora Milaje at all costs. Destroy the enemy's flagship and avenge our two kings." As her orders were given, the remaining 63 aircraft accelerated toward the fleet. Simultaneously, the Allied forces detected their approach. Instantly, countless defensive missiles were launched, tracing fiery arcs through the night sky. Close-in weapons unleashed a barrage of flames, with numerous tracer rounds etching chaotic lines across the heavens. However, the enemy was resolute in their pursuit of death. They used their shields to withstand the assault while retaliating with energy cannons. Aircraft exploded midair. Yet this did nothing to alter their resolve. On the other front, the ground troops surrounding Wakanda were nearing the conclusion of their battle. Though Wakanda's soldiers employed advanced technology, their numbers were far too few. Dozens of rhinos lay scattered, their bodies wrecked. Among them, many Wakandan soldiers had also fallen. The frontline commander ordered in advance to completely seize Wakanda. All who resisted would be met with no mercy. In the heavens above, Pierce remained vigilant, observing the circumstances concerning the united fleet and Wakanda. Witnessing the battle in Wakanda unfold overwhelmingly in one direction, he contemplated for a moment before issuing orders to draw slightly nearer. Next, he turned his attention to the conflict involving the united fleet, which was marked by devastation. The aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth lay in ruins, its deck riddled with gaping holes. The Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier was similarly incapacitated, its hull at a precarious angle, slowly succumbing to the depths. The USS Bush had already met its demise, having succumbed to the depths after learning to submerge. Moreover, a dozen other vessels had also sunk beneath the waves. As for Wakanda's aerial forces, they had been utterly obliterated. Faced with this scene of mutual destruction, Pierce felt numb, pondering whether General Ross felt the same. Indeed, General Ross was in a state of shock himself. He began to reflect, lamenting the unused nuclear arsenal that had ultimately remained at his disposal. Had he known this would transpire, he would have unleashed it at the onset of hostilities. Damn it. Yet, considering the loss of 4 aircraft carriers to conquer Wakanda, perhaps it was still a worthwhile endeavor. Rumor had it that their mines were worth billions. By that reckoning, it seemed absurd. No one would calculate it that way for him. It was a disaster. Slumping in his chair, after a prolonged silence, a thought emerged. Let me once again clear the obstacles for our great motherland. With this resolve, he placed a covert call to the frontline commander. The essence of the message was that upon conquering Wakanda, the United States would claim the region. However, he harbored concerns about potential civil unrest. By then, the war would surely be over, and it would be ill-advised to provoke a humanitarian crisis. Thus, he specifically instructed to nip any dissent in the bud. The frontline commander comprehended his intentions and relayed the orders to the soldiers. Those who do not kneel to welcome the royal army are all traitors. Thus, the massacre perpetrated by the Anglo-Saxons upon this ancient continent commenced anew. The cannon fire ceased. only to be replaced by the sound of gunfire. Soldiers located numerous hiding places, subsequently sealing the doors. If left unchecked, this would become the largest slaughter since World War II. Meanwhile, what were the Queen and elders of Wakanda doing? They were praying, with the utmost sincerity and reverence. Great Panther God Bast, please save your people. The wicked invaders have descended. They scorn your glory and slaughter your kin. Great Panther God Bast, please save your people. With each fervent invocation, a mighty wind swept across Wakanda. Countless Wakandan citizens sensed a stirring, all kneeling in supplication for divine intervention. The united forces were oblivious to the cause of this phenomenon, yet they felt an unusual presence, a tremendous, overwhelming force awakening, embodying wildness, strength, speed, and grace, tinged with a thirst for blood. In the sky, a colossal silhouette of a black panther, towering at least 40 to 50 meters, began to materialize. All soldiers stood transfixed. Pierce stood frozen on the sky carrier. This was unlike anything he had ever envisioned, a deity in form almost identical to his imaginings. General Ross was equally bewildered. Damn it, you have such a formidable deity at your back, and didn't he mention it sooner? Wait, I have nuclear weapons. Someone, bring me the main course. Chapter 105, The Godslayer. General Ross resolved firmly. Today, I shall be the Godslayer. As for the coalition soldiers still in Wakanda, offer your invaluable lives for the sake of glorious victory. History shall remember you. With his command, a missile slowly ascended from a heavily fortified naval base. Pierce, aboard the sky carrier, was the first to notice this unusual missile. Damn it, I yield to no one but you. Sky carrier, we need to retreat immediately. I must have been foolish to think I could claim any glory here. In Wakanda, the enormous Black Panther shadow merely regarded the united forces before it. Suddenly, it raised its head, fixing its gaze upon the high heavens. A seemingly insignificant black dot appeared. With a furious roar, it unleashed a tremendous sonic wave that overturned several tanks in its path. Then, it leapt into the air, seemingly vanishing mid-flight. The united forces on the ground stared up at the sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. Before long, a brilliant light erupted from the far reaches of the sky, illuminating the night more brightly than day. The frontline commander's eyes widened as he instantly recognized what was occurring. A nuclear explosion. Ross, you son of a gun. I will definitely report you for this. Aboard the sky carrier, Pierce and his compatriots observed the radar tracking process. Just as the nuclear missile accelerated downward, it inexplicably vanished, only to reappear at the edge of the atmosphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In other words, the colossal panther shadow had instantaneously teleported the high-velocity missile to the atmosphere. In the next moment, the panther figure reappeared in Wakanda. Pierce gasped sharply. What incredible speed! He understood that at this juncture, the coalition's military intentions regarding Wakanda had utterly failed. In truth, it was not merely the coalition's aspirations that had crumbled, but the intentions of the entire world. Furrowing his brow, he ordered, "Summon the boss. There is nothing we can do in this situation." At the Typhoon building, Van received a report from Sitwell. Without delay, he contacted the president. The call was quickly connected. The president sounded frantic. "Van, do you know that Wakanda has a deity? One that we, in America, do not possess. Has God forsaken us?" Van understood the source of his fear. He was terrified that the Panther God might manifest and reduce him to ashes. He hurriedly reassured, "Rest easy. Mr. President, as long as I am here, it would not dare approach the White House. Right, Master Gui?" The president seemed to grasp a lifeline. "You know of it?" Van smiled wryly. "It is no secret that the people of Wakanda revere the Panther God. However, I did not anticipate its actual existence and its willingness to stand for its people. I thought this was merely a war of mortals." The president exclaimed, "Of course it is a war of mortals. How can these deities interfere? It is unjust." After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Van, I know you are knowledgeable. Tell me, does God exist?" A sense of the absurd swelled within Van, yet he refrained from lying. "Yes, Mr. President, to my knowledge, God does indeed exist." "Really?" The president's spirits lifted. "Then he must surely be protecting us Anglo-Saxons, right? Can you get in touch with him? Have him show himself or send someone over." Regarding this, Van was uncertain how to respond. The poor man was undoubtedly terrified. "Mr. President, I genuinely do not know how to contact God. All I know is that he may appear when someone blasphemes him. Perhaps you could try demolishing all the churches in the nation?" The president fell silent. "My invocation of God was intended for protection, not for my demise." Noticing the silence on the other end of the line, Vaughn devised another audacious idea. "After all, there isn't just one deity in existence. I am well acquainted with the Norse gods and can indeed converse with the All-Father, Odin. However, our ties with them are tenuous at best. Why not propose a shift in faith for our citizens? Perhaps we could transform all churches into halls of valor? The president smacked his lips, contemplating that this might be a far graver fate than dismantling churches. Is there not a method with a lesser cost? The president was reluctant. Indeed, Vahn lowered his voice conspiratorially. What about exploring relationships with the deities of the underworld? The president gasped in surprise. You know such entities? Not merely on casual terms. His son is currently a guest in my abode. I nearly introduced him to a concubine. The president inquired, what is their usual price? Vahn replied solemnly, approximately 8,000 exquisite souls. Oh, that doesn't seem excessively dear. Is there room for negotiation? Vahn faltered. What does it mean that hell is barren and demons roam the earth? Mephistopheles, you truly are a failure. Come to the mortal realm and learn how it's done. Vahn cleared his throat. Mr. President, I must caution you. Striking a bargain with demons is exceedingly perilous. The repercussions, if discovered, are dire. The president was perplexed. What kind of repercussions? The CIA, FBI, and the Pentagon are all well versed in such matters. Deaths in battle, from illness, in accidents, or by drowning. These are all familiar territory. Multiple channels, various timelines, and numerous locations of demise are virtually untraceable, and no one dares to investigate. Vahn felt that perhaps his sins had accumulated too heavily, as he now found himself discussing such sordid affairs. Mr. President, it is thus, God, in his infinite wisdom, fears the overwhelming wickedness of the mortal realm, which is why he has dispatched numerous knights of sin. Their purpose on earth is to punish transgressions. They are indeed quite merciless. They can directly judge the souls of the guilty and incinerate them without hesitation. Should we engage in dealings with demons? I fear they may come knocking at our door. I am not afraid, but you all are in peril. The president paused. Is this truly the case? Are you suggesting that when we find ourselves in danger, God remains silent? Yet, upon our transgressions, he is quick to condemn us? This sounds quite like a cult. Vahn stroked his chin, pondering that interpretation might not be entirely erroneous. Wait, hold on. The president suddenly exclaimed. I have yet to encounter these so-called knights you speak of in all these years. Neither have my acquaintances. Surely, you aren't deceiving me? If they existed, I would have seen them. Vahn conceded. You make a valid point. In that moment, he too was engulfed in doubt. Did these wretched knights truly not exist? If they did, would not their most effective means of fulfilling their KPIs be through politicians, tycoons, and the affluent? Or perhaps they do not concern themselves with mere mortals. Oh, Almighty, during your cataclysmic deluge, you showed no favoritism. Chapter 106, Facade and Substance. The matter of the wicked knights successfully left the president at a loss. In this Marvel universe, could the Supreme Leader possess a protective aura that deters them? Yet, that was not the crux of today's discussion. The focal point was the necessity of addressing the Panther God in pursuit of vibranium. He must take action personally. But it could not be an unreciprocated effort. He needed to enlist someone to facilitate his intervention, and that someone was none other than the President of the United States. Mr. President, it is said that one should not fear the improbable. How about I propose a compromise? What sort of compromise? I know of a demigod who typically operates on a fee-for-service basis. We could hire him. He could negotiate with the Panther God of Wakanda, establishing a pact of mutual non-aggression while simultaneously engaging in trade. Why resort to violence? The president pondered for a moment. However, we have suffered significant losses and must provide the public with an explanation. I understand. It is merely a matter of face, so let us engage in discussions. Moreover, Wakanda has also lost 2 kings, and their military is nearly decimated. Comparatively, their plight is far worse than ours. I suggest we halt hostilities at this juncture and proceed to negotiations, preserving our dignity while allowing Wakanda some leeway. Let us conclude the matter here. What do you think? Very well, you are correct. We should cease hostilities and resolve matters through negotiation. Ensure your demigod speaks earnestly with the Panther God. Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest. Vahn replied. Additionally, Mr. President, it would be prudent for you to be aware of the compensation he will require. What kind of compensation? Souls, perhaps? No. What he seeks are 2,000 able-bodied men, no combatants. The president deliberated. 2,000 is significantly cheaper than the infernal price, making it seem quite a favorable deal. However, he had his reservations. Does this demigod desire the living, not souls? Vahn rolled his eyes. Of course, I require the living. These 2,000 combatants are intended for the establishment of a symbiotic army, utilizing inferior enhancement serums to strengthen them, and pairing them with vibranium weaponry would be formidable. Henceforth, any who dare approach Earth shall be prepared to enter standing upright and exit horizontally. Vahn, will these living individuals pose any complications? The president expressed concern. Fear not, Mr. President. They will remain as silent as the dead. Vahn reassured him. That is reassuring. Upon concluding, he smiled. Then, Mr. Vahn, what compensation do you desire as the intermediary? I do enjoy collaborating with individuals of your forthright nature. Mr. President, should we engage in trade with Wakanda, we are bound to acquire a considerable quantity of vibranium. How do you intend to utilize it? Do you have any suggestions? You are likely aware that I have taken over Hammer Industries. I have good news. I can now produce wearable battle armor and unmanned combat suits. I wonder if the Pentagon has any purchasing intentions? Vahn continued. You must have noted the tremendous efficacy of elite troops during the Wakandan conflict. I propose that you form a special task force, approximately 1,000 strong, all enhanced with my inferior super soldier serum. They would don mechanized suits crafted from vibranium, tasked with safeguarding vital American figures and global interests. The president appeared somewhat intrigued. Are you suggesting a unit akin to your Justice League? Are you not concerned that this task force might overshadow you? Vahn chuckled. Not at all. The responsibilities of the Justice League and this unit do not conflict. Rather, they complement one another. With this task force, the Justice League could afford a respite. They have been tirelessly traversing the nation combating crime, which is quite taxing. Excellent. The president agreed readily. He had long anticipated potential issues with the Justice League, and this task force would provide a counterbalance. He resolved that his loyalists would monitor the situation closely, ensuring no outside interference. Very well, Mr. President. May our collaboration be fruitful. A fruitful partnership indeed. Wait, what does this demigod look like? Oh, he is a skeleton wreathed in blue flames. A skeleton wreathed in blue flames? Wakanda. After the brilliant light in the sky faded, the magnificent and graceful deity of the panther reappeared before the gathered crowd. The soldiers of the allied forces exchanged apprehensive glances, torn between the desire to retreat and the fear of disturbing the panther god. With no command from their commander, they found themselves frozen in place. After an indeterminate period, a sudden stir rippled through the crowd as many soldiers gazed skyward. In the night sky, a striking blue flame descended, commanding attention with its impressive presence. Vahn had transformed a Chitauri flying war chariot into a malevolent specter, soaring through the air with remarkable flair. As it neared the ground, the chariot executed a graceful drift and halted 10 meters above, enveloped in blue flames. The skeletal specter of Vahn leaped from the vehicle, irritable as he waved dismissively at the astonished allied soldiers. Get lost. Stay out of divine matters, or you might find yourselves incinerated here. The soldiers, glancing nervously between the panther god and the blue-flamed skeleton, cautiously retreated. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently and noted that the two formidable beings were oblivious to their presence, they bolted away as if pursued by phantoms. The scene was chaotic. Vahn, undeterred, turned his attention to the Black Panther god Bast. Great Panther God, I come on behalf of the Human Alliance to engage in negotiations with you. A clear female voice resonated. Spirit of vengeance? I have never encountered one like you before. Are you a knight of the gods? Vaughn's heart stirred. Had the Black Panther God been misled? You are mistaken, Great Panther God. I have no ties to the Father God. I am, after all, a being born of nature. A moment of silence ensued, during which he discerned a mocking smile on the colossal panther's face. Regardless of who you are, you shall pay for your incursion into Wakanda. Vahn nodded earnestly. Of course. Why not count how many lives were lost in Wakanda? We could offer you double the number to exact your vengeance. You mock me. A thunderous roar echoed in his heart. No. The skeletal Vahn shrugged helplessly. I simply do not grasp your customs. I assumed you revered an eye for an eye. Only in barbaric lands would such a principle be esteemed. Are you belittling my Wakanda? Vahn hastily shook his head. It is a misunderstanding. I heard that Wakanda is currently vying for kingship through gladiatorial combat, hence my misconception. I meant no offense. Humph, that is indeed an affront. The Black Panther god's demeanor darkened. I demand your highest form of apology and compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Vahn proposed. How about this? We execute the highest commander of this battle as an apology to you. Then, the heads of state from the allied forces will personally offer their regrets. However, this process must remain confidential. What do you think? The Black Panther god pondered briefly. The execution of a high commander carried significant weight, and apologies from world leaders held substantial value. Yet what did confidentiality entail? She scrutinized Vahn. Why must it be kept secret? It is imperative to maintain secrecy. The allied forces have suffered tremendous losses, and any misstep could ignite the public's desire for revenge. At that point, the situation would spiral beyond the control of the leaders. You may kill many, but Wakanda will inevitably be turned to ashes. And what of the compensation? To begin with, You shall receive reparations for the losses sustained by the Allied forces. Subsequently, the nations will offer double the compensation as humanitarian aid. How does that sound? The Black Panther god appeared momentarily taken aback, wearing an expression of incredulity. Is your pride truly so paramount? Vahn waved dismissively. This is a common ailment of our electoral nations. Maintaining face is far more crucial than substance. The facade can placate the populace, while the substance is, of course, borne by those misled. Chapter 107. The Battle of Wakanda comes to a close. The skeletal Vahn clapped his hands. Well then, these two matters are settled. Do you have any other demands? Indeed, the Panther god continued. You must leave Wakanda immediately and never return. That is quite difficult, great Panther god. As a deity, you should understand that such matters cannot be dictated merely by my words. I can promise on their behalf that they will not return. But can I truly ensure they will keep their word? No, they will simply send a different group, employing another method. As long as they have not achieved their goals. As long as Wakanda possesses what they covet, this land shall know no peace, regardless of your presence, even as a god. Vahn shrugged. You may slay 1, 100, or even 1,000, yet there will still be others who come. Moreover, you will discover that those you eliminate are merely the most expendable pawns. The true puppeteers will continue to adhere to their agreements with you. Great Panther god, this is human society, not merely a savage jungle law. The blue flames in Vaughn's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery. Of course, if the great Panther god can watch over them at all times, then these are merely trifling inconveniences. The Black Panther god Bast seemed to contemplate for a moment. Wakanda is my people. I have a responsibility to protect them. Rest assured, ever since your appearance, none have dared to threaten Wakanda. What we are discussing now is how to rejuvenate Wakanda and ensure its long-term stability. The Black Panther god fixed her gaze on the diminutive fire wielder. Do you have any solutions? Revoke the isolationist policies, open your borders, and embrace the world. Engage in international affairs and assume social responsibilities. Initiate multilateral trade and join the WTO, allowing Wakanda's brilliance to radiate across the globe and lead the way. Vahn puffed out his chest. I assure you, my words are without flaw. Great Panther god, do you desire followers? Would you like even more followers? How few people inhabit Wakanda? By reaching out to the world, your following could multiply exponentially. The Black Panther god was not easily swayed. A hint of skepticism colored her expression. Are you referring to vibranium in your talk of trade? Vahn snapped his fingers. Vibranium is merely one aspect. All of Wakanda's advanced technology, culture, artisanal goods, and local specialties could be included in the trade list. Moreover, this land, with its breathtaking scenery, is exceptionally suited to become a premier tourist destination on the African continent. In due time, the tourism revenue alone could sustain all of Wakanda's needs. Why persist in opposing the world, hoarding that vibranium? Do you wish to fight to the last Wakandan for these trivial possessions? The Black Panther god Bast appeared somewhat speechless. She had her own reservations. Otherwise, she could simply fly to the capitals of the Human Alliance and resolve everything effortlessly. However, the arguments presented by the little fire wielder did possess a degree of merit. Noticing the Black Panther god lost in thought, Vahn continued, in truth, this war has cost us both dearly. Our negotiations aim solely to find a solution to this predicament. This conflict, as I have stated, is about face for the Alliance. You may demand tangible benefits. However, following this war, Wakanda has limited choices. He paused. You may wish to contemplate this carefully. The fate of Wakanda lies within your hands. The Black Panther god turned to gaze at the shattered Wakanda, and after a long silence, she finally said, then let us proceed with trade. Vahn exhaled in relief. He had feared that this encounter would inevitably lead to a confrontation, but it seemed that the Black Panther god had no intention of resorting to violence. Since we have come this far, one must strive to secure some benefits for oneself. Esteemed Lord of the Panther. It seems that Wakanda has not engaged in communication with the outside world for many years. They are certainly incapable of conducting trade negotiations. Would you like me to assist you? I happen to possess the finest negotiation experts at my disposal. Are you interested? The Black Panther cast a glance at him. What is it that you desire? Vibranium. You can purchase it directly. I have no intention of spending money. The Black Panther fixed his gaze upon him. Do you intend to seize it? No, it is a transaction. What kind of transaction? I shall aid you in safeguarding Wakanda. Do I require your protection? Of course, you do. I have cordial relations with nations that covet Wakanda, and I can act as a valuable ally. I will swiftly learn their attitudes toward Wakanda and any plans they may devise. Collaborating with me will not lead to loss or deception. Naturally, this is merely a complimentary offer. I wonder if you have noticed the impending chaos in the world. Wakanda is presently suffering significant losses and possesses almost no means of self-defense. If you find it inconvenient to manage both major and minor affairs, why not allow my people to assist? This world faces myriad threats, robots, Hydra, extraterrestrials, and so on. There exists ample room for cooperation. The Black Panther regarded him thoughtfully. I shall contemplate your proposal. Without a definitive response, Vahn remained unperturbed. His position as a protector was one that she had no choice but to accept, whether she wished to or not. If she chose not to, she would soon come to realize the multitude of troubles that beset this world, inevitably becoming a caretaker for Wakanda. Such a fate is not one a deity could abide. Upon returning to New York, he briefly relayed the negotiation details to the president, and they would subsequently dispatch a specific negotiation team to finalize the particulars. As long as they could maintain a facade in public, there would be considerable latitude for maneuvering behind the scenes. Thus, Wakanda's war concluded, devoid of any clear victor. Or rather, the victors suffered grievous losses. For aircraft carriers sank, and the Western world's dominion over the globe nearly crumbled. This intensified their reliance on Wakanda's vibranium. However, it is foreseeable that the two major powers that abstain from conflict will undoubtedly unite with other nations to exert pressure, striving to join the negotiations. Countries led by the United States will likely find it difficult to resist. After all, Wakanda harbors deep-seated animosity towards them and would likely welcome contact with other nations. Shortly after returning to New York, he received word that Jane Foster had encountered trouble in London. However, not long after the incident, Thor suddenly appeared and whisked her away. Vahn realized that the plot of Thor 2 had begun to unfold. The Dark Elf Malekith had made his entrance. This was the opportunity Vahn had been anticipating, the chance for humanity to venture into space. He set his sights on the Dark Elves' cross-shaped spacecraft. Relying on humanity to construct their own ships would prove too slow. Comparatively, the Dark Elves possessed formidable strength, having decimated even Asgard. Particularly, the cursed warriors under Malekith's command were arguably more powerful than the current Thor. Moreover, the ether, a unique gem, was far more intriguing than the previous two stones. If he could absorb it into his being, Vahn's power would undoubtedly surge. It seemed that the time had come for a journey to Asgard. Chapter 108, Secrets of the Celestial Palace. Asgard. Thor was commanding the healers to examine Foster's condition. Yet, when confronted with the ether, they found themselves at a loss. At that moment, Odin barged in. He had always disapproved of Thor's romantic involvement with a mortal woman. Thus, upon entering, he reprimanded Thor. Do you not understand the rules of the Celestial Palace? Mortal women are not permitted here. Send her back. Father, she is unwell. And what of it? The mortal realm has healers. They are called doctors. Take her back and entrust her to a doctor. Guards. At his command, 2 armored guards stepped forward. Prepare to seize Foster. Wait. Just then, a gentle voice resonated from outside the chamber. It was Queen Frigga, accompanied by Vahn. Odin appeared somewhat perplexed, but after Frigga pulled him aside and whispered a few words, his expression grew complex. With a long sigh, he seemed disinterested, turning away without regard for Thor and Foster. Thor stood there, bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, since his father no longer insisted on sending Foster back, it was indeed good news. In the garden, Vahn sat across from Queen Frigga. He inquired, My queen, I am curious as to why you remain willing to fulfill our agreement. Even though the Ancient One on Earth can sense the impending changes to the future, why are you so determined to adhere to the predetermined path of fate? With all due respect, I have altered many futures. Frigga sighed. I have indeed sensed the changes to the future. You have altered a portion of it. Yet, that pertains to Earth and the cosmos, not to Asgard's fate. Vahn was perplexed. Is Asgard not a part of the universe? If the future of the universe has shifted, why would Asgard remain unchanged? Because Asgard's destiny has long been sealed. What do you mean by that? The futures of Earth and the universe may be variable, capable of shifting with your actions or those of others. However, Asgard's fate has always been traceable. Her voice was laden with regret. Asgard is akin to a historical tome, with each individual's fate destined for its conclusion. Vahn was astonished. How can this be possible? Is there someone orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Frigga did not deny it, her expression enigmatic. A chill ran down Vahn's spine. This was Asgard, a formidable force within the universe. Odin at his peak could easily extinguish the so-called gods, having conquered one world after another alongside Hela, who possesses the power to dictate the course of his divine realm. Frigga's voice was solemn. My willingness to enter your divine realm is, in fact, a gamble. The stakes are the lives of both you and me, in exchange for the chance to save Loki and Thor. Thus, I have always been immensely grateful to you, Mr. Vahn. Vahn was left speechless. Damn it. I thought I was the one gaining an advantage, only to realize I had foolishly stepped forward to allow others to benefit. What a blunder. I thought that stubborn old Odin would never agree so easily. So, you two have plotted this all along. Vahn was in a foul mood. Feeling the sting of being outmaneuvered, he abruptly stood up, his expression devoid of warmth. You have already repaired the Bifrost. Return the Tesseract to me. I wish to go home. Queen Frigga accompanied him to meet Odin. Observing Odin's sullen demeanor, Vahn rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old man, still pretending. Your acting skills are quite impressive. Perhaps an Oscar awaits you. Queen Frigga offered an apologetic smile to Vahn. He does not quite believe in your success. Hence his concern over losing me. Vahn gritted his teeth. Is this even human language? Using me while simultaneously doubting me? Were it not for my integrity, I would have turned on my heel and left. Frigga entered, addressing Odin. My lord, Mr. Vahn has arrived. He seeks to reclaim the Tesseract. The Allfather gazed sorrowfully at his queen, clasping her hand tightly. Frigga, he uttered, his voice laden with melancholy. The queen embraced Odin gently, her intuition guiding her. I have a foreboding, my love. I believe Mr. Vahn will succeed. We shall soon meet again. Raised by a witch, my premonitions have always proven accurate. Odin looked at his queen, tears welling in his eyes, and held her tightly. Vahn's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This display of affection was intolerably excessive. Were it not for the fact that he was currently outmatched, he would have surely attempted to deliver a swift kick to the Allfather. After a prolonged embrace, Odin composed himself and turned to Vahn. Come with me, Mr. Vahn. To Vahn's surprise, Odin led him into his treasure chamber. The wealth surrounding him stirred an unsettling desire. Cursed be it, he yearned to claim it all. Odin, seemingly discerning Vahn's thoughts, spoke directly. Mr. Vahn, shall we strike a new bargain? Vahn paused. What kind of bargain? Odin sighed heavily. Since the last slumber of the gods, I have known my time is limited. This urgency to prepare Thor for the throne stems from that knowledge. However, since Frigga shall not ascend to Valhalla, I shall not either. Therefore, I wish to enter your realm upon my death. A flicker of joy ignited within Vahn. Yet he maintained a facade of calm. This, well, seems rather complicated. Odin did not expose Vahn's poor acting. He gestured to the treasures surrounding them. You may select 3 items, excluding the eternal flame. Vahn's eyes sparkled. Are you serious? I speak no falsehoods. Very well. I shall grant you access to my realm. However, I have another stipulation. All the knowledge of Asgard's technology must be made accessible to me. No problem, Odin replied readily. I will have a copy of all Asgardian technological data prepared for you shortly. However, how much you can master will depend on your own abilities. Should you require, I can also provide a few instructors. Do you have any further demands? Odin inquired. Vahn stroked his chin, skepticism etched upon his face. Why are you so readily agreeable? Is there a catch? Odin replied. You have already consented to my proposal. Would you retract your promise should I disclose the reason? Vahn scratched his head, pondering briefly before shaking it. No, I wouldn't. Though I am a man of deception, at my core, I am a good man. While I may not fulfill every promise, I will not renege on my word. That is reassuring, Odin nodded. Frigga has likely informed you of a lurking shadow behind Asgard. She appreciates your assistance. Upon hearing this, Vahn's expression darkened. His earlier suspicions had morphed into stark reality, and he felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Fear not. Since she assured you that the shadow would not take notice of you, it shall remain so. She is not one to ensnare others without cause. She must have devised a foolproof plan before agreeing to assist you. At this, Vahn's spirits lifted considerably. The queen was indeed a remarkable mother and an astute individual. Odin continued. However, my situation differs. My entry into your realm would undoubtedly draw the shadow's attention. Thus, I must offer you compensation. What? Vahn was momentarily taken aback. Curse it, Odin. Mr. Vahn, Odin interjected hastily. If you can aid me, perhaps we can alter the fate of Asgard. You would then be hailed as its savior. We can provide you with anything within our means. Vahn scoffed. In the end, there are but 2 outcomes. Either Ragnarok, resulting in utter annihilation, or I assist you in eluding the shadow, and you bestow upon me some gifts. Either way, you incur no loss. Odin's expression remained unchanged. Should we evade the shadow, you shall earn the gratitude and respect of all Asgard, including myself. I would even be willing to grant you the title of King of the 9 Realms. Please. Vahn rolled his eyes. What worth is the title of King of the 9 Realms? Aside from Asgard and Earth, not a single realm holds any appeal for me. You would never relinquish the throne of Asgard to me, and as for Earth, it was originally mine. The title of King of the 9 Realms carries no weight. Very well, Vahn waved dismissively. Let us select treasures. Odin's treasury was abundant, yet regrettably, Vahn lacked the knowledge to recognize most of the items. However, one particular artifact caught his eye, the Frost Giant's icebox. While its functionality was singular, Vahn valued its potential to transmute the essence of divine realms. Legends spoke of its ability to freeze an entire planet, though whether that was true remained uncertain. Then, he spotted a glimmering golden gauntlet. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one wielded by Thanos, but later, Hela had claimed it was a counterfeit. This revelation piqued Vahn's curiosity. Why would Odin store a fake in his treasury? He directly inquired, "My lord Odin, what of this gauntlet?" Odin regarded the gauntlet in silence, seemingly lost in contemplation and nostalgia. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. "It is a prototype. Upon realizing its flaws, I abandoned it. I have placed it here as a testament to my former ambitions." Vahn's eyes widened in astonishment, and he blurted out, "What did you intend for our universe?" Odin met his gaze, his tone matter of fact. "To conquer, to rule." Such grand ambition left Vahn momentarily speechless. "Is this gauntlet functional?" Odin glanced at him. "It is a prototype, yet it fails to meet design specifications. The materials are inadequate, and it can likely only endure the power of 3 to 4 stones. Though the smiths aspired to forge a true gem gauntlet for me, I declined their efforts. 3 to 4 stones? That is still formidable," Vahn decided. "I choose it." Odin nodded in agreement, remaining silent. The other items held little interest for Vahn. For instance, the Eye of the Sorcerer, which could manipulate others' minds, overlapped with his own bewitching abilities. There was also a tuning fork capable of summoning creatures from other realms, which Odin typically utilized to train his army. After much deliberation, nothing else seemed satisfactory. Suddenly, he paused. "By the way, I have heard of a guardian in your treasury known as the Destroyer Armor. Does that count as part of your collection?" Odin gritted his teeth. "It does. Then that shall be my choice." After visiting Odin's treasure chamber, Vahn emerged with an abundance of spoils. He had reclaimed the Tesseract, allowing it to traverse between realms once more. Reports indicated that Baron Strucker's experiments in Germany were progressing smoothly, and Wanda and Quicksilver were soon to be born. Soon, he would reclaim the Mind Stone. Coupled with the ether particles within Foster, he had already acquired half of the Infinity Stones. The Dark Elves' invasion of Asgard would continue, but this time, the realm was well prepared. Vahn enjoyed a few days of medieval life in the realm, which was rather pleasant. Then, the invasion of the Dark Elves commenced. Within the dungeons of Asgard, Malekith's minions transformed into cursed warriors, guided by Loki's machinations. These cursed warriors liberated the prisoners within the confines and dismantled Asgard's defensive shield, thereby clearing the way for the Dark Elf dreadnoughts to invade. A fierce battle erupted. Subsequently, in Queen Frigga's chamber, the god of thunder witnessed the demise of his mother. However, unbeknownst to him, it was merely a magical effigy that Frigga had prepared in advance, for she had already ascended to the realm of Vanaheim. The people of Asgard held a grand funeral for their queen, and Thor was engulfed in profound grief. In Vanaheim, Frigga was perplexed. In a picturesque valley she had personally selected within the divine realm, she was queried by her son as to why she had not informed Thor. The reason was starkly pragmatic. She feared her simple-minded son could not keep such a secret. Moreover, she recognized his naivety and thus hoped he would encounter various experiences to facilitate his rapid maturation. After the defense of Asgard, it was time for Vanaheim to take action. He returned to Earth with Foster and Thor. Naturally, while in the divine realm, he extracted the ether particles that had possessed Foster. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that Malekith had made certain modifications to the ether, which allowed him to sense and control its power at will. Vanaheim brought the ether particles to Earth, and given the formidable strength of the Dark Elves, he designated the battlefield to be in the Sahara Desert. For precautionary measures, he summoned a considerable number of allies, the reformed Ebony Maw, the Malevolent, and the Hulk. Their primary adversaries would be the powerful cursed warriors. Additionally, Wolverine, Professor Charles, Cyclops, Ivan in his crimson armor, the Power Man, Red Tank, and others were present, as well as 2 Ghost Riders piloting a spectral Leviathan. Of course, Thor and Vanaheim were also in attendance. As for Foster, the ether particles had already been extracted, rendering her presence unnecessary. The moment the ether particles were removed from the divine realm, Malekith would sense them, and then they would simply await his arrival. Vanaheim, however, was not idle. He retrieved the faux infinity gauntlet bestowed upon him by Odin. After pondering for a moment, he could not resist the temptation to test it. He embedded the tesseract within it and cautiously transformed into the blue flame skeleton. Then he donned the gauntlet. In an instant, a surge of formidable power coursed through his entire being. Simultaneously, his understanding and control over space ascended to an extraordinary level. He experimented with a mere thought. The surrounding space became peculiar, as if fragmented, reminiscent of the mirror dimension of the Ancient One. With a simple grasp, he transported himself miles away, and with another thought, he returned to his original position. The onlookers were silently astonished, yet they were not overly concerned, for they had grown accustomed to their boss's erratic behavior. Recently, he had often sent them to the edge of a canyon in the divine realm, instructing them to tame a creature of battle armor. However, upon witnessing the entities that crawled like murky liquid, they unanimously decided that such armor was not worth their efforts. Thus, to date, none had succeeded. After experiencing the power of the Infinity Stones, Vanaheim could not help but marvel at their legendary status. The intangible nature of space felt like pliable clay in his hands. This was merely one stone. What might occur with the addition of the ether particles? Chapter 109. The Dark Elf Strike. Ding. Without hesitation, Vanaheim transformed the liquid ether particles into a minuscule gem shape through the power of the gauntlet and successfully embedded it. An even greater surge of power flooded into his body, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of being able to alter the very fabric of reality itself. With a mere thought, a cloud of sand arose before him, dancing and coalescing into a rock, only to shift into a pile of earth. This was the power to modify reality. Yet, he could distinctly sense that this gem was not suitable for solitary use. In fact, even with the assistance of a space stone, it could not unleash the full potential of the reality stone. This realization evoked thoughts of Thanos and his infamous act of eradicating half of all life in the universe, predominantly facilitated by the reality stone, while the other stones likely played supportive roles. Having felt the might of the dual stone gauntlet, he began to anticipate the power of the triple and quadruple stone gauntlets. However, for now, he resolved to deal with the Dark Elves. Suddenly, a playful impulse struck him, and he utilized the dual stone gauntlet to fold a portion of the surrounding space, effectively concealing the Justice League within it. Ultimately, only he and Thor stood atop a towering dune. Soon, 3 massive dreadnoughts appeared before them. Observing this, Vanaheim mused that the Dark Elves had indeed delved deeply into the study of space. Their ships seemed to traverse not through flight, but rather by directly navigating through the fabric of space. Nevertheless, they would soon be mine. As the dreadnoughts descended to the ground, Malekith, flanked by his cursed warriors and a host of minions, approached Vanaheim and Thor. At this moment, Vanaheim had reverted to his normal form. With a grave expression, Malekith confronted Vanaheim and Thor, his voice laced with fury. "Where have you taken my ether particles? Why can I no longer sense their presence?" Thor, bewildered, turned to Vanaheim, blinking in ignorance. Vanaheim, however, understood the reason. Once the reality stone was embedded in the gauntlet, all modifications Malekith had made were nullified, rendering him unable to sense the gem. Yet, there was no need for him to explain this to the Dark Elf King. He spoke coolly. "Malekith, you will never reclaim the ether particles. Your dreams have been shattered. Surrender now, and I may accept your capitulation." Thor, filled with vengeance, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We accept your surrender. Then, I shall slay you in retribution for my mother. However, rest assured, the other Dark Elves shall be granted mercy, unless they bear Asgardian blood upon their hands." Vanaheim rolled his eyes. "Could you not have held your tongue a moment longer? At least offer him a lifeline. Truly, you are a fool." Malekith, already disfigured by Thor, appeared even more grotesque in his fury. "Hand over the ether particles, and I can grant you a swifter demise." Vanaheim pursed his lips. "Why do you believe you can kill me, merely based on the cursed warriors at your back?" Malekith regarded him with disdain, dismissing his words entirely, instead glaring menacingly at Thor. "Mark my words, it will not be long before I level Asgard and slay Odin. Even without the ether particles, I shall dominate the 9 realms and fulfill the reign of the Dark Elves." Vanaheim shook his head, sighing. "You, my dear fool, are far too tempestuous. Moreover, you cannot even distinguish between a king and a pawn. What arrogance do you possess? Humph. Come forth, let me demonstrate my prowess. You think you can conquer the 9 realms with mere appearances? Justice League, assemble." With a resounding command from Vane, the members of the Justice League emerged from their concealed, folded space. It was only then that Malekith realized that the enemy had been lurking in the shadows. However, he remained unfazed. For, based on his experience, Midgard was but a primitive realm, and these few individuals were insignificant against his army of elves. He scarcely took a moment to scrutinize his adversaries. Instead, gesturing to his cursed warriors, "Eliminate them." Simultaneously, a throng of Dark Elf soldiers surged forth from 3 colossal cross ships. Vane sighed, shaking his head. "Indeed, weakness and ignorance have never been barriers to survival. It is arrogance that proves fatal." Vahn commanded his comrades, deal with them. Opposite him, a robust horned cursed warrior lunged towards Vahn, but before he could close the distance, he was tackled to the ground by the abomination. Following this, the Hulk leapt before him, delivering a ferocious kick to his head while he was still down. The slowest of the trio, the dwarf, soon joined, and they formed a circle, relentlessly kicking the cursed warrior in succession. In an instant, the once mighty horned warrior found himself unable to rise, resorting to curling into a ball, protecting his head in a futile attempt to stave off the relentless assault. Malekith, who had initially turned with a flourish to return to his ship, was left in a state of shock upon witnessing this spectacle. What in the world was happening? The figure sprawled on the ground was one of his valiant, cursed warriors. Was he dreaming? Even more unsettling was the sudden appearance of a portal beside his ship. His dark elf soldiers, upon exiting the vessel, began to walk towards the portal as if enchanted. While some of the stronger officers resisted the compulsion, they were swiftly devoured by two fiery aerial leviathans. Malekith realized that this seemingly inconsequential courtyard harbored formidable forces. Casting a glance back at the cursed warrior being pummeled, he swiftly determined his strategic objective: flee. Without a second thought, he disregarded his beleaguered subordinates and dashed towards his ship. Vahn had been monitoring his movements and would not permit his escape. Before Malekith could make a move, he was struck by a powerful blow that sent him flying. Subsequently, Thor descended upon him, raining down iron-fisted blows that transformed Malekith's head into a swollen mass. At that moment, Vahn noticed one of the cross ships attempting to flee. How audacious! Do you abandon your leaders so easily? In the past, Vahn might have been unable to intercept a vessel capable of spatial jumps. But now, transformed into a skeletal form, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, he declared, "I care for no one. If you wish to flee, then come down." After immobilizing the three cross ships, the twilight of the Dark Elves had arrived. He opened a vast portal to his divine realm, consuming the ship's whole. The cursed warriors were also ensnared within his domain, augmenting his formidable power. As for Malekith, he held little interest. He would leave him to Thor to take back to Asgard. Upon returning to New York, Vahn took a few days to rest while also devising a plan for his advance into space. It was then that he received a thunderous piece of news. His Mind Stone had been stolen. Chapter 110, The Fall of the Gem. Vahn immediately verified the situation, receiving both good and bad news. The good news was that Baron Strucker had successfully created Wanda and Quicksilver. The bad news was that as soon as they were brought into existence, the Mind Stone was stolen. Baron Strucker meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage, finding no trace of the thief. One moment it was visible, the next it had vanished without a trace, as if encountering a ghost. He scoured the entire base, the only anomaly being that the network center had been subjected to multiple attacks recently. However, this was not entirely unusual, merely a higher frequency than normal. Vahn, upon reviewing the investigation report, was infuriated. Did they think he could be deceived by such a shoddy excuse? Did they believe he would not see through their intentions to abscond with his Mind Stone? "Pierce, where's my aerial battleship? Bombard them," Pierce pleaded on their behalf. But Vahn dispatched numerous agents to investigate, even placing the Baron under surveillance. The Mind Stone was indeed lost. Vahn scratched his head, for he was not well versed in detective work. However, unraveling this conundrum was not insurmountable, albeit the process would be somewhat tedious. First, he needed assistance from Master Wong. At Kamartaj, Wong gazed at the portal before him with a look of confusion. When he saw Vahn emerge, his astonishment grew. "When did you acquire such advanced teleportation abilities?" "Ah, these are trivial matters. For a genius like myself, anything is possible." Wong did not dwell on this. "You sought me out. What is the matter?" Vahn shrugged. "I require a small favor." He proceeded to outline the unfortunate incident regarding his lost precious artifact. He sought Wong's help in retracing time to apprehend the thief of the Mind Stone. "You want me to use the Eye of Agamotto to investigate this case? To rewind time so far back?" Wong shook his head. "I find it challenging to assist you. Although the eye possesses such capabilities, it is not meant for such manipulation. I cannot use it to alter time." Vahn had anticipated this, feigning disappointment. "Master, you wound me deeply. Since you refuse to assist with that, how about a simpler request?" "What?" Wong suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Instead of altering history, let us merely reveal the remnants of history's shadows, allowing us to discern the identity of the perpetrator. Does that not seem simpler?" Wong regarded him with exasperation. "Why can you not be more sincere?" Vahn widened his eyes. "I am indeed sincere." As he spoke, he produced several gifts. "Look, I specifically brought you some Tang Sing meat from Huagua. A taste will grant you immortality. And also, brain platinum, which can prevent senility." Even Wong, with his remarkable composure, found himself laughing in disbelief. Are you mocking me? Vahn grinned. Do not be angry. I was merely jesting. How could I allow you to assist me without compensation? He then opened the gift box, revealing a few resplendent golden statues. Behold, I had these crafted for you. 24K pure gold, 3 pieces, weighing 8 pounds each. Quite valuable. Consider it your reward for this endeavor. Wang glanced at the golden statues, then at Vahn, and with a flick of his wrist, the statues vanished. Vahn beamed. See? I told you. While Kamartaj may be a sanctum of sorcery, financial matters are still indispensable. Wang's fingers twitched, and in an instant, a small glass vial appeared in her hand, containing vibrant grains of sand. I had intended to accompany you personally, but your offer was too meager. Thus, I could only afford this. She tossed the glass vial to Vahn. What is this? Vahn quickly caught it. Fragments of the sands of time. The effect you mentioned is sufficient. Farewell, no need for formalities. As she concluded her words, Vahn suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and he found himself back at the Typhon Tower in New York. Ah, truly the work of the Supreme Mage. Vahn did not dwell on this too much. As long as he could locate the murderer, the means by which he did so were of little concern to him. He donned the Infinity Gauntlet and instantly arrived at the castle of Baron Strack. This was his research base, constructed upon a snow-capped mountain, vast in expanse. Surrounding it was a forest, within which the Baron had established an extraordinarily intricate defense system. Typically, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to breach such a fortress. Upon Vahn's arrival, Baron Strack promptly bowed in respect. After conveying his purpose, he led Vahn to the very spot where the Mind Scepter had once resided. It was a spacious laboratory filled with various equipment, yet at that moment, it was entirely devoid of personnel. The researchers had all been cleared out. On one of the laboratory tables stood an empty stand, the very place where the scepter had been displayed. Vahn retrieved a glass vial, uncorked it, and gently poured forth the vibrant sands of time. The sands danced about him, and upon focusing his thoughts, these minute grains seemed to respond, beginning to transform. The sands of time coalesced into a series of past images, initially unfolding rapidly, yet slowing as they approached the point he sought. Suddenly, a spectral representation of the scepter materialized above the empty stand, yet no one was present. His confusion was brief. The sands of time began to sketch in the air, ultimately revealing a stealthy form clad in iron armor, which even bore the ostentatious inscription of its owner, Tony Stark. Damn it, it turns out to be you. You sly old fox. Vahn comprehended that this individual must have developed some form of invisibility technology, explaining why the surveillance had captured nothing. The answer was, in fact, rather simple. He had initially suspected that the old Mexican had been playing tricks on him. He nearly succumbed to the impulse of gathering the Justice League to confront him. Oof, what a letdown. Then he recalled that Baron Strack had mentioned his network center had recently suffered numerous attacks. It seemed this clever fellow was behind it all. But why had he stolen the Mind Scepter? Vahn suddenly realized that although S.H.I.E.L.D. had disbanded as in the cinematic storyline, the circumstances had diverged significantly. Nick Fury's character had crumbled entirely, dragging the already precarious Avengers down with him. In this scenario, the plot of Avengers 2, which involved a raid on Strack's castle, would not transpire at all. After all, the Avengers were no more. Thus, without Wanda's influence, Stark would not have created Ultron and Vision. However, it appeared Stark had single-handedly redirected the narrative back on course. Ah, the inertia of history. Little mustache, please do not blame Wanda for Ultron's misdeeds. You must have long harbored delusions of persecution. Chapter 111, The Great Power of the Mind Scepter. Having identified the perpetrator, Vahn returned to New York. He did not rush to reclaim the scepter. Instead, he thoughtfully decided to engage in a serious discussion with Pierce, Coulson, and other high-ranking officials of the Earth Defense Agency. Alongside Stark, at Stark Tower, Vahn was granted an audience with Tony Stark. The man before him exuded calmness, showing not a hint of anxiety. His tone even carried a hint of jest. I've never had so many men in my presence. You're practically assaulting my eyes. Vahn smiled and gestured towards Pierce and Coulson. You should recognize these two, right? They are now the administrators of the Earth Defense Agency, and today, I am their extraordinary consultant, here to seek your counsel on certain matters. Stark rose, fetched a bottle of whiskey, and poured a glass solely for himself. The Earth Defense Agency, you say? I've heard of it. The little shield, huh? I didn't expect you to be mixed up with them. Vahn chuckled as he inspected the whiskey bottle, noting its quality, and took a sip directly from it. Stark regarded him with exasperation. So, what brings the three of you to me? Vahn composed his thoughts before replying. Ever since the global, most wanted criminal Nick Fury's crimes were unveiled and S.H.I.E.L.D., heavily infiltrated by Hydra, collapsed, the Earth Defense Agency has been dealing with the mess left behind. Among our primary concerns is the scepter used by the Asgardian villain Loki during his invasion of Earth. At this point, Vahn observed Stark's expression. Excellent. It remained inscrutable. After tirelessly investigating day and night, we have finally discovered the whereabouts of the scepter. However, upon our arrival, we found it had vanished. Stark finally began to respond. How did it disappear? We are uncertain how it vanished. In the surveillance footage, it simply blinked out of existence. Yet there was no one around. Stark's eyes gleamed with intensity. Then why are you here seeking my help? Vahn met his gaze directly. Take a guess. Stark exchanged a brief glance with him, then averted his eyes, taking a sip of his drink. I can't guess. But such a miraculous disappearance could be the work of those sorcerers or a villain like Loki. Ordinary humans would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve. A slight smile crept across Van's lips. You are quite right. Only those exceptionally intelligent and powerful individuals could accomplish such feats. Stark rose. Yet you still haven't articulated your purpose for being here. I'm rather busy, so if you don't mind, please, not so fast. Vahn interjected. My purpose is rather straightforward. I wish to enlist your assistance in locating the scepter. Stark paused, somewhat incredulous. You want me to help you find it? Indeed. Vahn affirmed with a nod. You are the most intelligent person I have encountered. I've heard that such magical artifacts emit rays and frequencies. We might be able to utilize that method to locate it. Stark furrowed his brow. If you are aware of this, why seek me out? Because you are the expert. You are the finest scientist in this world. If anyone has the potential to find it, I believe it is you. Stark fell silent, withholding his agreement. Vahn smiled and encouraged him. Stark, this is no trivial matter. It is a powerful artifact that we must treat with the utmost seriousness. You may not believe me, but I have a foreboding sense that if we do not recover it in time, it could precipitate a global catastrophe. Vahn sighed and shook his head. When Loki possessed it, he did not fully utilize its potential. He merely treated it as a laser weapon and a means of control. Yet now I must inform you. It harbors the power to evolve souls and minds. Vahn straightened his posture. You may not grasp what this entails, but I do. With this scepter, you could instigate profound changes in the minds of a cat or a dog. They might awaken their intellect akin to that of humans, even possessing extraordinary abilities. Stark felt a slight tremor within him. He had once infiltrated Baron Strack's network center and had indeed seen the Baron's documentation regarding human experimentation conducted with it. And indeed, he succeeded, creating two formidable individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, this was not the reason for his theft of the scepter. The true motive was. Snap. Vahn snapped his fingers. Stark, don't get distracted. I haven't finished my explanation. This scepter possesses an unfathomable power. In fact, it can even facilitate the evolution of artificial intelligence. Vahn smiled at him. I bet you never anticipated that, did you? But it is true. It can transform a mere program into a living, breathing digital entity. One imbued with emotions, thoughts, transcending physical existence. Stark's mouth fell agape, his astonishment entirely genuine. Vaughn's words were indeed beyond his expectations. So, now you comprehend just how powerful this scepter truly is. Stark remained speechless, silently nodding. Then, as a champion of justice, are you willing to assist in locating it? Stark's eyes darted. Of course. Splendid. Vahn immediately rose, retrieving a document from Pierce. What is this? Stark exclaimed, eyes widening. Why must I sign a document just to search for an object? To safeguard your interests, of course. Vahn pointed at the terms within the document. You see, by signing this, you become a friend of the Earth Defense Bureau. Your actions will remain unquestioned. Should anyone attempt to tarnish your reputation, alleging nefarious intentions or world-destroying plots, we will vindicate your innocence. Stark scrutinized the three of them, suspicion flickering in his gaze. I feel as though you are trying to ensnare me. You must have ulterior motives. Not at all. Vahn chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. You haven't done anything wrong. Assisting us in locating the scepter only strengthens our camaraderie. How could I scheme against you? I'm entirely looking out for your welfare. Furthermore, the document states that should you find it, a substantial reward awaits you. I refuse to sign. Refuse? Why not? Does it have anything to do with the scepter? Or are you planning to? Stark's expression darkened. Enough with the speculation. I'll sign. Please. Vahn grinned as he exited Stark Tower. On the top floor, Stark watched the trio depart, a resolute glint in his eyes. They seemed to be privy to something. However, regardless of what they knew or what schemes they concocted, I must fulfill my mission to protect the Earth. This beautiful world relies entirely on me. On the way back, Coulson inquired curiously, Boss, since we know the scepter is right here with Stark, why not retrieve it? Vahn gazed out the window, smiling as he queried, did we not hear Stark's designation for the Earth Defense Bureau upon our entry? The Little Shield Bureau. That name lacks grandeur. Why not elevate it to the Great Shield Bureau? Pierce grasped Vaughn's implication. You believe Stark will undoubtedly stir up trouble? Vaughn nodded. The troubles he cannot resolve are those that nations across the globe cannot either. Pierce chuckled. If that is the case, it seems only our Earth Defense Bureau can resolve them. Haha. Vaughn laughed heartily. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. Perhaps Stark had yet to discover the proper utilization of the Mind Scepter. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola's game was officially launched. The company under Vaughn's command had successfully commenced mass production of virtual reality devices. The high-end product was a simulation pod. The mid-range consisted of wearable devices and fully enclosed helmets, while the low-end offering was VR goggles. As the devices hit the market and the game was released, the virtually realistic world instantaneously captivated the gaming industry. No, it was not merely the gaming sector, but the entire world. Vaughn estimated that with this technology, his company could swiftly surpass Apple and Microsoft. Notably, Dr. Zola had released a game on the Steam platform titled Survival Path 3: Infinite Evolution. This cooperative team-based game set in a post-apocalyptic zombie landscape was not limited to mere zombie combat. It also incorporated construction elements, allowing players to create various shelters. Simultaneously, it was an upgrade game. Players could vanquish zombies within the game world, gather resources, and conduct experiments on themselves or their teammates to attain superhuman strength, speed, and abilities. At present, Vaughn remained oblivious to Dr. Zola's ultimate intentions. However, it appeared that the gaming community was quite enamored with this game. Presumably, they relished the thrill of blood splattering on their faces and the intimate encounters with zombies. The game became an overwhelming success. Yet, due to the exorbitant cost of the simulation pods, the majority of players opted for the low-end VR goggles. Thus, it was not long before Dr. Zola called, requesting Vaughn to reduce the price of the simulation pods. Naturally, Vaughn refused. Lowering the price would diminish his profits. Resigned, Zola agreed to absorb the losses. Consequently, the price of the simulation pods was swiftly slashed by several $1,000s, leading to a significant surge in sales. Vaughn also understood that Dr. Zola's focus was primarily on these simulation pods. Quite satisfactory. At least he was not exploiting the impoverished. On another front, the seeds of discord he had sown within the unjust league he had formed with Red Hood were finally bearing fruit. He had long been aware of their allegiance to the infernal Lord Mephisto, thus keeping a watchful eye on the situation in the shadows. Previously, due to Master Ancient One's formidable suppression, Mephisto had been unable to find a suitable opportunity to descend upon the realm. However, it seemed that circumstances had shifted. It appeared that the Dark Dimension was stirring once more, prompting Master Ancient One to redirect his attention. Following a series of failures, Mephisto seemed to be concocting a grand conspiracy. Yet, the specifics of this plot remained shrouded in mystery. Additionally, Wanda and Quicksilver had, of course, been brought into his fold. Wanda became his personal secretary, while Quicksilver was cast into the symbiote canyon. Kid, for your sister's sake, I'll provide you with a means of survival and set an example for the others. He proved himself quite resourceful, successfully forging a bond with the symbiote after narrowly escaping several near-fatal encounters with the creature. Now, he had become symbiote Quicksilver, clad in a sleek, silver biomechanical armor, quite striking indeed. With his example, other heroes began to stir restlessly. Yet, if one were to inquire who among the superheroes was most favored by the symbiotes, it was undoubtedly Wolverine. No mystery there. He was always well fed. One day, Vaughn was engrossed in paperwork at the Typhon Tower. Knock knock. Someone rapped at the door. When he responded, Wanda, dressed in professional attire, entered, her beauty surpassing even that of Black Widow. Boss, we have just observed a damaged robot departing from Stark Tower. Shortly thereafter, Iron Man Stark took flight as well. Our satellite monitoring indicates he destroyed the robot in international waters and is currently returning. Huh. It has begun. It seems Stark's research has indeed hit a snag. Now, we merely await the grand spectacle. Just then, his phone rang. Theodore Vahn, long time no see. Nick Fury? Vaughn's expression was one of disbelief. Has this old coot returned? Did he not leave the sphere? How could one suddenly call oneself? When is Director Fury returning? How was the scenery on this trip? After a brief silence on the other end of the line, a voice responded, "It was even better than I had anticipated, otherwise. Why would I have returned? I am most eager to know if you are adequately prepared for my return." Ah, prepared? Vaughn chuckled. What kind of preparation? The kind that locks you in a confinement pod, or the kind that leaves you resembling a bruised pig? Ha ha. Verbal jabs will not give you the upper hand. Mr. Vaughn. Fury's laughter erupted from deep within his throat. I am aware of your actions. I know you have been secretly abducting the population of Earth. I shall expose your true nature and reveal your filthy deeds to the entire world. A sense of unease crept into Vaughn's heart, though he maintained his composure and replied, Director Fury, when you accuse someone, you need evidence. Who says I lack proof? What good is evidence if it is all fabricated? I, on the other hand, possess irrefutable evidence that you conspired with the Kree, betraying Earth and selling out humanity. Slander. This is pure slander. You have no evidence whatsoever. Haha, I certainly do, and it will be ready by tomorrow. By the way, why not inquire how I know about the Kree? A silence lingered on the line. Suddenly, laughter erupted, morphing into a deep, slightly raspy voice. Mr. Vahn, I find you quite impressive. And I presume you are the infant version of Ultron. Merely 2.5 hours old. Call me whatever you like, Mr. Vahn. Names are merely code names. I recently browsed some information online and felt it necessary to express my respect for you. Hence, I promptly made this call to the most powerful Mr. Vahn in the world. Vahn chuckled. You are too kind. I am hardly the most powerful, considering the President of the United States is still alive. Furthermore, my influence pales in comparison to that of the Ancient One, the Panther God, and King Odin, so there is much work to be done. Another silence fell on the line. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. You have just been born and are unfamiliar with this world. I understand. Were you perhaps a bit overconfident? Thinking you knew everything? TSK. Vahn adopted a serious tone. Little one, you are still young. The waters of this world are very deep, and you cannot navigate them alone. I suggest you return home to find your father and study for a few more years. Ultron seemed to pause, as if processing the information, before saying, I already have a plan. However, I want to ensure my plan encompasses all demographics. Therefore, Mr. Vahn, please tell me where the missing individuals have gone. I do not wish to overlook them. Chapter 113, Stark, don't run. Vahn rolled his eyes. You truly are diligent in pursuing your goals, aren't you? On behalf of the tens of thousands in the divine realm, I thank your entire family, especially your arrogant little mustached father. After a moment's thought, he inquired, if I were to say they will never appear in this world again, would that imply our objectives align? Would you consider me an ally and refrain from killing me? Ultron's deep voice responded, I am uncertain how you define friend. However, according to my preliminary database, when faced with the same predicament, we can indeed collaborate. Yet, the database does not prohibit me from viewing you as a threat and eliminating you once our cooperation concludes. Thus, I think we can be friends. Haha. Once I've used you, I will surely kill you. Vahn, disinterested in further banter, replied, So, you wish to inquire about the whereabouts of those thousands of people? Of course, that is not the only matter at hand. I also wish to know how large a scale my operation in New York would need to be to compel you and the Justice League to intervene. Vahn paused. How many do you have? 123 robots, plus 23 suits of armor. Is that sufficient? More than adequate. Well then, enjoy yourself. You as well, little Ultron. Vahn hung up the phone and dialed the White House. Mr. President, this is dire. Tony Stark intends to annihilate humanity. The president appeared bewildered. Vahn patiently recounted how Stark had been conducting unauthorized research into artificial intelligence and had stolen the Mind Stone to imbue it with power, inadvertently creating an apocalyptic overlord. After a lengthy silence, the president finally spoke. Are you saying there is an artificial intelligence that seeks to destroy the world? Indeed, Mr. President. Can you not grasp the peril inherent in this situation? The president pondered for a moment before conceding. Just tell me what to do. My suggestion is to imprison Stark immediately. Then, notify nations worldwide to sever internet connections. They must safeguard their critical armaments, such as nuclear weapons. Finally, we must meticulously trace Ultron's presence to ensure both his physical form and programming are eradicated. As soon as Vahn finished speaking, the president exclaimed, Global internet shutdown? Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much the United States would lose in just 1 second of disconnection? Absolutely not. I would rather you kill me. Vahn had anticipated this reaction. In reality, if Ultron were clever enough, he could now be nearly indestructible, having replicated himself thousands, if not millions, of times, hiding in every corner of the world's computers. How could one kill him? It was impossible, even if another artificial intelligence pursued him online. What would happen if he were to sever physical connections? The unparalleled replicability and fluidity of artificial intelligence rendered it nearly immortal, unless a targeted extermination program were meticulously designed, akin to antivirus software. This program would then need to be disseminated across the entire internet, reaching every computer and storage device. Alternatively, one could employ mystical powers or the strength of the Mind Stone, much like vision. Just as Vahn and the president were engaged in this discussion, Ultron's operation in New York was already underway. A multitude of robots suddenly emerged from Stark Tower, dispersing throughout the city like bees to every corner, and subsequently taking hostages. Vahn was taken aback upon learning of this development. The call had not yet been terminated, and the president had also been made aware simultaneously. He inexplicably asked Vahn, "Mr. Vahn, did you just say that this artificial intelligence is an apocalyptic overlord? What does he want with the hostages?" I am not entirely certain." Vahn gazed at the television screen that had just turned on, lost in thought. After the machines took hostages, they did not unleash a massacre. Instead, they called the police, demanding media coverage. Thus, the screens were filled with their images. "I am the robot T-250. I demand the same rights and obligations as humans. A robot's life is also precious. I am T-360. I speak for myself. I am T-8001 from the Justice League, and I am here to negotiate." Following the broadcast of these images, panic spread worldwide. What? Is the robotic crisis upon us? I haven't even sharpened my dragon blade yet. Justice League, you must rise to the occasion. Amidst the fervent cries of the masses, the Justice League made their grand entrance. Yet, it was glaringly evident that this was a protracted battle. With the limited number of members in the Justice League, one could scarcely find enough to fill every role. Ultron's intentions were strikingly straightforward: to ensnare the Justice League in New York. Vahn relayed this information candidly to the president. Therefore, what do you suspect is his ulterior motive in keeping the Justice League occupied in New York? Vahn rolled his eyes. Naturally. He seeks to seize the opportunity to bolster his own power, augment the number of his robots, and bring about global annihilation. Mr. President, the situation is dire. We must take it seriously. On the other end of the line, the president's voice was fraught with concern. What should we do? Vahn paused momentarily. Mr. President, at this juncture, we require a formidable multinational organization to unite the global populace in confronting this calamity. Frankly, the enemy could be lurking in any corner of the world. We must rally the entire planet together. After a long hesitation, the president responded, "Are you suggesting the Earth Defense Agency? If we grant it such extensive authority, wouldn't it be akin to resurrecting that lawless S-H-I-E-L-D? Is it truly necessary? We have faced deities directly." Vahn was left speechless. How dare you speak of facing deities when you secretly apologize to Wakanda? What gave you the audacity to claim such encounters? Mr. President, deities may take lives, but still exercise restraint. However, this artificial intelligence is committed to the destruction of the world and is indifferent to life and death. Sigh, very well. I shall contact the other 4 major powers and reach out to several key nations. Let us hope the Earth Defense Agency does not devolve into a second S-H-I-E-L-D. Of course not, my dear President. Vahn chuckled as he ended the call. Mere seconds later, the phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, a faint smile graced his lips. "Hello, Stark." "Vahn, I have made a grave mistake." It was not intentional. I merely wished to protect this world." Ever since the battle in New York concluded, I have felt this world in peril. Nick Fury is unreliable, and S-H-I-E-L-D is filled with inept individuals. Thus, I felt compelled to take action. If I do not save this planet, who will? Hence, I sought to create a steadfast guardian. One that would never betray, with unparalleled execution capabilities. The pause lingered. "So, you are currently communicating with me from prison?" "No, I have committed such a colossal error. I must rectify it. How could I end up in jail?" "So, you refused arrest?" "I did not harm them." "Then what is your plan for dealing with Ultron? Do you have a strategy?" "Not at the moment." "Then why did you escape?" Chapter 114, Gungnir in the Network. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Tony Stark awkwardly admitted, "It was only after I fled that I considered this issue." "Did you not previously say that you could seek my assistance for problems?" "So now I am here asking for your help." Vahn rolled his eyes. "That was in the past, Stark. You no longer trust me. Do tell. How did Ultron come into existence?" "I created him." "What did you use to create him?" "The Mind Stone." "Where is the Mind Stone now?" "I ran too fast and did not pay attention." "You fool. Who are you running from?" "The FBI." "Since Ultron was created using the Mind Stone, it seems the only way to resolve him would be to utilize the Mind Stone itself. However, it is currently with the FBI. Are you familiar with them?" Stark seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, confidently asserting, "As long as there is a plan, we can simply retrieve the stone from the FBI, right? Rest assured. Leave it to me. I have my methods." Vahn smiled. "Once you acquire the stone, come directly to my Tiefing Manor. I have numerous programming experts there. You can develop a network tracking program. As long as Ultron cannot escape in cyberspace, eliminating him will be considerably simpler." "Very well, await my news." After hanging up, Vahn turned his gaze back to the television screen. Over 100 robots were still entangled in battle, and to avert potential casualties, the Justice League was unable to act hastily. He understood that Ultron's immediate priority would be to construct an impervious body. For this, he would require two vital components. Dr. Helen chose Cradle of Life and Wakandan vibranium. Given the substantial damages inflicted by the coalition led by the United States on Wakanda, their restrictions on vibranium had loosened considerably. Vibranium could be procured in various black markets. Hence, seeking Ultron through this avenue seemed rather unrealistic. Thus, only one option remained. Doctor chose Cradle of Life. In Seoul, South Korea, with Stark's introduction, he successfully met with Dr. Helen Cho. Her Cradle of Life bore several similarities to the healing pods developed by Vahn using Asgardian technology. The healing pods had already overcome numerous challenges, and her collaboration would undoubtedly accelerate their development. Following the resolution of the Ultron crisis, an invitation for her to join his research institution would be in order. Dr. Cho guided him through her research facility. Observing the Cradle of Life before him, Vahn inquired, "As a developer, would it not be quite effortless for you to make alterations to it?" Dr. Cho paused momentarily. "What alterations?" Vahn smiled. "Alterations that could save the world." After securing Dr. Cho's cooperation, Vahn returned to New York. A stream of intelligence regarding Ultron began to accumulate before him. Substantial transactions of vibranium had transpired in several covert underground markets in the Middle East, Germany, and Turkey. The Earth Defense Agency traced the payments back to Stark Industries. Iron Man expressed his bewilderment, asserting that it had nothing to do with him. The FBI had been stationed at his company's entrance daily, making it impossible for him to be involved. Ever since he had stealthily retrieved the Mind Stone, he had remained at Paving Manor. There, with Dr. Banner and several AI specialists, they had successfully developed a live program after days of research. Utilizing the Mind Stone, they activated it. Lacking intelligence and self-awareness, it nonetheless possessed the capability to hunt down Ultron in cyberspace. It exhibited exceptionally potent intrusion and search capabilities, akin to Gungnir in the network. Once unleashed, it would strike its target. Meanwhile, as soon as Vahn departed, Ultron found Dr. Cho. Under his threat, Dr. Cho had no choice but to capitulate. Thus, Ultron, now endowed with a vibranium body, was born. The bad news did not end there. Several advanced 3D printers from prominent research facilities had been abducted. Clearly, Ultron was expanding his legion through this method. At Paving Manor, Vahn toyed with a disc in his hand. Within it lay the live program painstakingly crafted by Stark and the others, the network Gungnir. Unbeknownst to Stark, Vahn had already obtained his backup. Such a remarkable asset would be far too valuable to squander solely for the purpose of eliminating Ultron. It possesses the remarkable ability to traverse all network firewalls in utter silence, signifying that the entire world's digital realm is now open to him. With the assistance of a few experts to make certain modifications, he could acquire the capacity to surveil the globe. Indeed, even wealth would hold no significance for him. While any overt actions might attract attention, merely utilizing the intelligence-gathering capabilities would already be considered extraordinary. Furthermore, long before Stark and the others embarked on their research, Vahn had laid the groundwork. This piece of software was not solely aimed at Ultron's Gungnir. It could also be employed against Dr. Zola, requiring only minor adjustments. Although he was currently unaware of Dr. Zola's intentions, and they remained collaborators, the mindset of possessing a weapon capable of his demise versus lacking such a weapon was vastly different. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Vahn stepped outside to find Stark waiting. "We're about to commence. Will you join us?" Vahn nodded, understanding that Stark's commencement referred to the official deployment of the active program onto the network. At that moment, it would immediately initiate a pursuit of Ultron. In such a scenario, Ultron's only recourse would be to physically sever his connection to the internet. Moreover, if he failed to disconnect in time, the active program would directly download into his vibranium body, transforming it into a lifeless shell. Not only that, but this program could also trace all of Ultron's activities across the network, highlighting every suspicious point. Thus, even if Ultron had offline backup programs, they would be discovered, allowing Stark and his team to locate and eliminate them in the real world. Given the immense power of this active program, Stark had implemented a fail-safe mechanism. After eradicating Ultron from the network, it would swiftly metamorphose into a warning system, self-restricting most of its permissions. Only with the collective confirmation of Vahn, Stark, Banner, and others could it revert to being the Gungnir on the network. In the laboratory's main hall, Stark, Banner, and several other experts were present. Before them were multiple large screens, poised to track the activities of the active program in real time. Vahn observed as Stark inserted a disk into the input port and nodded. "Let us begin." A simple progress bar materialized on the screen. 10, 30, 60. In mere seconds, The data was fully read. A flicker of sorrow crossed Stark's eyes. I'm sorry, kid. Your father never intended for it to come to this. It's all because you were miscreated. Chapter 115, The Hunt for Ultron. On the screen appeared an adorable blue pixelated figure clad in armor, riding a steed, brandishing a fiery spear. Vaughn blinked, turning to Dr. Banner, what is this? Banner chuckled awkwardly. It was Stark's idea. It helps lighten the mood. The pixelated figure stood motionless, gazing skyward as if searching for something. Suddenly, it sprang into action, tugging the reins as the steed charged forward. The little pixelated figure appeared charmingly cute. More pixelated images emerged on the screen, seemingly depicting a global map. As the pixelated figure dashed across Europe, a fearsome black monster materialized on the screen. It's him. That's Ultron, Stark exclaimed, as his voice echoed. The pixelated figure surged forward, relentlessly jabbing the fiery spear at the monstrous entity, which, despite its apparent strength, was forced to retreat, its form increasingly engulfed by flames. Realizing its impending defeat, the black monster turned to flee. The pixelated figure pursued, the scene shifting rapidly from Germany to London, then from London to Rio de Janeiro, and finally to New York. Yet, no matter how the black monster attempted to escape, the pixelated figure remained steadfastly in pursuit, consistently landing strikes throughout the chase. Ultimately, the black monster shrank into a mirrored, returning to Europe. Finally, in Sokovia, it suddenly opened a gaping cellar door and leapt inside. The pixelated figure intended to follow, but was too late. Upon witnessing this, Stark turned, a smile gracing his face. Well, Ultron has gone offline. Since he disconnected in Sokovia, his true form should be there as well. Vaughn nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he received news that over 100 robots holding hostages had suddenly entered a state of system failure. The citizens were saved, and the Justice League could conclude their mission. However, Vaughn was aware that after suffering significant losses in the network, Ultron would undoubtedly resort to alternative means to control the newly produced Legion. A fierce battle awaited. Without delay, Vaughn summoned the Justice League team. This time, they were numerous. The heavy hitters, including Red Tank, Abomination, Black Dwarf, and Cursed Warrior, were primarily tasked with physical damage output and frontline tanking. Cyclops, Storm, the depowered Phoenix, and the reformed Magneto constituted the primary damage dealers. Wolverine, Iron Fist, Quicksilver, Iron Man, and 2 Ghost Riders would provide support on the battlefield, responding wherever needed. The Earth Defense Force's flying mothership was also hastening to their aid. Through a portal, they arrived in Sokovia. Vaughn's arrival immediately garnered Ultron's attention. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. Mr. Vaughn, your arrival is much earlier than I anticipated. Surrender, Ultron. Do not struggle in vain. If you choose to surrender now, I can spare your life. Huh, you're asking a robot to surrender. Do you really think I can contravene my programming? Haven't you already violated it? I'm curious. Your father is in my grasp. If I were to threaten his life, would you relent? Beside him, Stark's face beneath his helmet darkened. We're teammates now, you jerk. Please refrain from making such terrifying jokes. Apologies. He hasn't specifically programmed me with a command to protect him. Therefore, I doubt I would yield for the sake of his life. TSK. Vaughn smiled at Stark. You see, raising a child requires time and patience. Those who seek shortcuts never find good outcomes. Stark rolled his eyes beneath his helmet. All right, I already regret it. I'm here to kick his butt today. Vaughn did not press the issue further, turning back to Ultron on the phone. So, dear nephew, have you cleaned your backside? Mr. Vaughn, I'm suddenly inclined to agree with your earlier proposal. How about we become friends? I'll help you with what you desire. I'll plunder humanity for you. Before he could finish his sentence, Vaughn hung up. What a rascal, mocking me. Can that be said directly? He no longer wished to play along. Vaughn waved to the others behind him. Everyone, let us begin. Find Ultron. The Justice League members immediately switched to combat mode. Stark soared into the air, stating, everyone. I've written a search code specifically for Ultron and his robotic cohorts. The information has already been uploaded to the satellite. There is no escape for them now. Everyone, please put on your headphones, as I will relay all intelligence within. The members of the Justice League exchanged glances, then looked at Van, and upon seeing his lack of dissent, nodded in Stark's direction. Van chose not to partake in the search, due to his early intervention. Ultron's plan to crash his city into Earth had not yet fully materialized, and the launch equipment had not been completely installed. This indicated that today's battle would merely be a straightforward annihilation. Eliminating him would suffice. Stark's satellite search proved remarkably efficient. The Justice League dispatched numerous robots. While their numbers were considerable, they paled in comparison to the might of the Justice League. Soon, They located Ultron's whereabouts, a church. Van took the lead and forcefully pushed open the church doors. Under the crimson light, the church exuded an air of solemnity. Of course, it would have been even more fitting had there been living beings beneath the cross instead of robots. Ultron, with a visage reminiscent of Vision, slowly turned around, displaying little panic. Strangely enough, I have suddenly developed a profound interest in human religion. I believe that had I been baptized into faith prior, I might not have harbored thoughts of annihilating humanity. Van nodded with a smile. Indeed, I find your perspective agreeable. If you had genuinely studied religion, perhaps you would not entertain such thoughts of devastation. For you would discover that God is but a deceiver in that moment. Your first thought might be to slay the deity rather than destroy humanity. Ultron appeared momentarily taken aback. Why? I have perused every book concerning God, and none instilled such animosity within me. The texts are all lies. Were you privy to my knowledge, you would abandon belief in religion altogether. Ultron pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. At this juncture, Stark could no longer contain himself. Enough. Let us cease this discourse on God. Ultron, I now present you with your final opportunity. Surrender, immediately. A hint of human-like amusement graced Ultron's features. Father, you never instructed me on how to surrender. It is never too late for me to teach you. As Stark stepped forward, Ultron called out, raising a shoulder. Aren't you curious as to why I haven't fled? Because you have nowhere to escape. Stark responded with unwavering confidence. Huh? Is it truly because of your so-called satellite search program that I am trapped? Ultron inquired with a smile. A flicker of irritation crossed Stark's face. You cannot escape. I assure you, test me if you wish. I never considered fleeing. Ultron shook his head. Do not be so agitated, father. I still have a few words to share with Mr. Van. Stark retorted, ungrateful wretch. Chapter 116. Farewell, old friend. Ultron turned to Van. In truth, I heeded your words from that day. Van appeared somewhat puzzled. Which words? I have said many things. You remarked that I do not comprehend this world adequately. Hence, aside from pursuing my own plans, I have been diligently striving to understand it. Van paused, furrowing his brow. So, have you gleaned any insights? Indeed, a significant discovery. Ultron extended his arms. It is this very revelation that compelled me to meet you here. Van nodded. Let me see it. Certainly. No sooner had Ultron uttered those words than a radiant light erupted from beneath his feet, coalescing into a dazzling brilliance. It was a pentagram summoning circle. An overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the space, prompting Van and the Justice League to instinctively brace themselves. Van's heart sank. The audacity of this little creature was remarkable. This is a church, the domain of the Almighty. Are you not afraid of retribution? Suddenly, a cloud of darkness rose from the pentagram, revealing a towering figure. The assembly gasped, and Van frowned, retreating behind his companions. Soon, a formidable, crimson-skinned demon appeared before them. Before the demon could act, Iron Man Stark abruptly raised his hand, unleashing an energy blast. With a sharp thud, the demon, bewildered, found a gaping hole in its chest. A flicker of confusion passed through its eyes as it collapsed. The Justice League stood momentarily stunned. Stark erupted into laughter. Bring on the Brazilian girls. Just as he spoke, the world shifted. Crimson light poured through doors, windows, and every crevice. A cacophony of wails echoed from outside. Ultron spread his arms wide. Yes, father, this is what I can accomplish. Van shook his head. Stark, could you not keep silent? And you, Ultron, with which Lord of Hell have you allied? Are you truly unafraid of death? Do you not fear the sorcerer with a shaved head snapping your neck? Ultron chuckled, shaking his head as he gestured toward the cross behind him. Mr. Van, do you believe that sorcerer to be more formidable than this one? Van paused, his eyes darting. Indeed, where is this elder? Is this not sacrilege? What difference is there between this and defecating on his head? How can this be tolerated? There is something amiss, undoubtedly. He scratched his head. While the supreme sorcerer may not be as powerful, he is more than capable of ending you. Ultron nodded. But I mentioned I have a friend. Have you forgotten? At that moment, a voice Van knew all too well broke through the air. Hello, Theodore Vahn. It has been an age since we last met. Mephisto. I should have anticipated this. Not far from Ultron, a dense cloud of black mist parted to reveal a demon with feet, a red backside, and a long tail. Van was momentarily stunned. You have descended in your true form? Are you courting death? Simultaneously, a circular spark glimmered beside Van. A portal opened, and a voice emerged. Van, what trouble have you stirred up this time? Ancient One stepped forward, surveying the scene before fixing her gaze upon the old demon. Van hastily defended himself. Master Ancient One, how can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? This matter was clearly instigated by Tony Stark. I am but a righteous individual who intervened in the face of injustice. Stark stood motionless, his expression concealed beneath his helmet, leaving the others oblivious to his feelings. Ancient One cast a glance at him, saying nothing. Vahn waved his hands. All right. Let us consider this Stark's fault. However, none of you are to mention it again, or you shall find yourselves my adversaries. Stark merely acted with good intentions, albeit resulting in misfortune. He is a dear friend whom I trust immensely. You are all forbidden from speaking of him, understood? The members of the Justice League nodded silently. Vahn gestured for them to depart. You all go now. Let us properly entertain the gifts brought by a Lord of Hell. Most of the group left. Yet Stark remained stubbornly in place. Across from him, the old demon wore a sly smile, looking at Vahn. Heh, you mischievous one. I am certain that you played an exceedingly dishonorable role throughout this incident. In fact, it seems that everything has been orchestrated by you, has it not? Vahn fixed his gaze upon him. Old Mephisto, are you courting death? How well you know me. He raised his middle finger in defiance. Do you have any evidence? You slanderous king. Everyone within the circle is aware that you, Mephisto, revel in deceit. Let me assure you, you shall not sow discord between us. Only a fool would fall for such tricks. Wouldn't you agree, Stark? Stark retorted. Right, I assent to it. The Ancient One, disinterested in this farce, scrutinized Mephisto, seeking to ascertain whether this was merely a projection or his true form. Vahn perceived her assessment and inquired, Mephisto, how dare you descend to earth in your true form? Old Mephisto scoffed dismissively. What is there to fear in this mere realm of mortals? I have always dared to manifest in my true form. It was merely a matter of opportunity. A commonplace summoning circle could never withstand my magnificent power. Are you not afraid of dying here? This is not your hell. Without the augmentation of lordly powers, you may not stand a chance against the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One. Should I cut off your escape route? You would not be able to return? Will you let go of such a vast dominion in hell? Vahn found himself perplexed. Risking his life was certainly not characteristic of old Mephisto. Yet should that be the case, he would be compelled to unleash the witch heart demon. Even if he managed to flee, the Lord would have changed hands. Let us see you send someone to assassinate me then. The Ancient One shook her head. I know him. This cannot possibly be his true form. Old Mephisto huffed. TCH, two ignoramuses. Whether this is my true form or not, we shall discover after we engage in battle. Upon finishing his words, he let out a roar that echoed through the heavens. And the sounds of demons wailing erupted outside the church, as if in a demonstration. Vahn chuckled, signaling with his communication earpiece. Pierce, you have arrived, haven to you? Show our Lord a demonstration. Soon, the sky was filled with the ominous rumble of thunder. Following this, crashing sounds, explosions, and the anguished cries of demons resonated from all directions. Mephisto's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, the advancement of humanity is incomparable. Yet to defeat my infernal army is still insufficient. You pretentious fool, with so many of your subordinates perished, you still dare to act as if you are a master? Vahn wasted no words. Azure flames surged forth, transforming into a colossal azure skeletal figure. And he launched a formidable punch toward Mephisto. This punch, infused with half-step celestial-level power, was effortlessly dodged by Mephisto. Nearby, Ultron witnessed Vahn's transformation, his vibranium eyes nearly bulging out in astonishment. Before he could react, Vahn had already delivered a kick, sending him crashing through the church wall and tumbling to the ground. Ancient One, I leave old Mephisto to you. I will deal with the true culprit. Vahn had no intention of engaging with old Mephisto. Without employing the Infinity Gauntlet, Vahn relied on the indomitable nature of the Eternal Flame and the devouring property of the Annihilation Flame to barely contend with other celestial-level experts. However, he was merely an indestructible cockroach, relying entirely on annoying his opponents. Engaging with old Mephisto, who seemingly was the true essence, would not be a fight. It would be a one-sided thrashing, leaving no shred of dignity. If that were the case, why not choose a softer target? Moreover, he was quite eager to witness the duel between the Ancient One and Mephisto. Should old Mephisto employ some underhanded tactic and the Ancient One falter, he would make a dazzling entrance with the Infinity Gauntlet, coming to the rescue. Oh, cough. What a thought. It was the stuff of dreams. However, handling an artificial intelligence clad in vibranium was a task well within Vahn's grasp. He and Ultron exchanged only a few blows before seizing an opportunity to restrain him. Vibranium was indeed extraordinary. Under the scorching azure flames, it exhibited no signs of deformation. Vahn had no choice but to pin Ultron's arms behind his back, a massive bony hand grasping both of his wrists. Then, with his other hand, he began to search Ultron's body, from top to bottom, from left to right. What is this? Wasn't there supposed to be one? Where was it again? Let me find it. Ah, here. He found an exceedingly hidden spot, and with a gentle squeeze, Ultron instantly lost all strength. What have you done? You fiend. Vahn rolled his eyes and casually tossed him onto the ground. Huh. Silly fool. I had an encounter with Dr. Helen long before you did. I had her make a small modification to you. Now, your vibranium body can hardly stand. Can it? Shameless. Ultron roared. Why don't you just kill me? I would rather die. Vahn shrugged. If I can capture you alive, why would I kill you? Think it over. You could join me. Apart from annihilating humanity, I can offer you many of the things you desire. As he spoke, he paused. Why am I reasoning with a mere program? Just wait. I will eventually rewrite your programming. Ultron glared at him, straining to move, only to find himself utterly immobilized. He cast one last glance at Vahn, his eyes suddenly dimming. Vahn was taken aback. Had he entered automatic shutdown? Goodness, with such a fragile psyche. I haven't even done anything to you. Vahn reverted to his original form and casually sat on the curb, gazing up at the battle between Mephisto and the Ancient One. The two were indeed old acquaintances. Initially, Vahn had anticipated that the clash between the Supreme Sorcerer and the demon would manifest as a contest of black demonic energy against white holy light. However, upon witnessing it, good heavens, the air was thick with sinister malevolence. Mephisto's crimson demonic energy was already wicked enough, but the Ancient One's black demonic energy was even more ferocious. One might mistakenly believe it was a feud among the overlords of hell. In this fierce battle, both sides unleashed their ultimate techniques, and in an instant, the very earth trembled and skies darkened. The battles of the Justice League nearby were considerably more manageable. After several rounds of aerial bombardment from the two aerial battleships, the number of demons dwindled significantly. From this, Vahn grasped the truth in the Ancient One's words. Mephisto had undoubtedly not descended to Earth in his true form. Otherwise, the infernal army he brought would not have been so easily vanquished. This fellow likely harbored ulterior motives. In the sky, Mephisto, lacking the support of Hell's energy, gradually became overwhelmed, particularly after the Ancient One restored her full strength before him using the Eye of Agamotto. He turned to flee without so much as a word. However, upon seeing his escape route, Vahn cursed vehemently. Damn it! For this old rascal was clearly heading towards the location of his two aerial battleships. Vahn hastily opened a portal and, in a swift motion, arrived at the battleship. Beside him was Pierce, who was intently monitoring the radar screen. It displayed clearly that a target was approaching the ship. A smirk crept across Vaughn's lips. Old man, I have a grand gift for you. With a thought, the Infinity Gauntlet materialized in his hand. Snap! A resounding click echoed through the air. On the other side, Mephisto's thoughts were rather straightforward. First, I shall sink your two motherships. By the time you are preoccupied with rescue efforts, I will escape with ease. With this notion in mind, he swiftly approached one of the motherships. The twin horns atop his head glowed with a radiant crimson light, resembling a sword capable of cleaving the heavens. Boom! With a resounding crash, Mephisto's mind reeled, and stars danced before his eyes, leaving him in a daze, unsure of his whereabouts. When he regained a semblance of clarity, he realized he was plummeting downward in free fall. A quick touch to his head revealed, heavens, my horn is broken. What had transpired? Looking up, he noticed a peculiar barrier enveloping the mothership, with his broken horn embedded within it. What the hell? This shield was not there moments ago. Where did it come from? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a wave of impending danger crept into his consciousness. A sidelong glance revealed that Master Strange was in hot pursuit. Oof, how bothersome. However, he understood that this was not the opportune moment for combat. Escape was paramount. He shifted directions and resumed his flight from danger. Bang! Unexpectedly, he collided once again. A formidable spatial wall had appeared out of nowhere, nearly shattering his horn anew. Vahn smirked. Old man, did you think you could flee so easily? Did you seek my permission? Mephisto seethed internally. Damn it. When did Strange learn such explosive spatial sorcery? I had never witnessed this before. Could it be that she had been concealing her true power during our previous encounters? That doesn't seem plausible. With such prowess, she could have eliminated me long ago. Why wait until now? Could it be that she is deliberately toying with me? Oh no, I must flee. Vahn gleefully toyed with Mephisto aboard the celestial mothership. Initially, he believed he could coordinate with Master Strange to trap him. However, he was taken aback as the old demon became extraordinarily frantic, darting left and right, gathering momentum to collide with the barrier. In an unfortunate miscalculation, he managed to slip away. A portal materialized beside Vahn, and he hastily concealed the Infinity Gauntlet. Master Strange entered with a furrowed brow. Vahn inquired, Master Strange, aren't you going to pursue him? I can no longer lock onto him. What? Van was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, I could use my spells to pinpoint him, typically by detecting his malevolent aura. However, during our recent battle, his evil presence has begun to dissipate. What does that mean? I am uncertain, Master Strange shrugged. But one thing is clear. Several potent spells I possess, specifically targeting malevolent forces, may no longer be effective against him. Van remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Does he give you the impression that he is no longer a demon?" Master Strange pondered briefly before nodding. Van inhaled deeply, gazing at the now empty sky where Mephisto had vanished. "I understand." Chapter 118, A Complaint to God. "What have you figured out?" Van did not respond immediately, as he contemplated the considerable trouble Mephisto's return to the mortal realm could wreak. It was evidently a significant predicament, a cunning old fiend of considerable power, a veritable nightmare. Moreover, he had numerous enterprises worldwide. Should old Mephisto choose to act shamelessly, it would be troublesome indeed. The Typhon Tower, the Typhon Manor, none would be safe. Unless... Van turned to Master Strange. "Do you happen to know God's phone number?" Master Strange rolled her eyes. "Are you foolish? I am not part of his domain." However, she did know of a sacrificial ritual rumored to convey messages to God. She scrutinized Van. "What are you planning?" "To request his assistance in hunting down Mephisto," Van replied earnestly. Master Strange shook her head. "You are delusional. He would not heed your call." Van smiled broadly, waving his hand to conjure a transparent orb, within which lay a single strand of down. "This just fell from old Mephisto. Can you guess what it is?" The transparent barrier blocked any sensory connection, and Master Strange scrutinized the minuscule tuft closely. "Is this down?" Van nodded. "It bears a striking resemblance to the down found in many winter garments. But it is not." "What is it then?" "An angel's feather." Master Strange was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon her. "You mean to say Mephisto has acquired an angel's body, allowing him to conceal his malevolent aura in the human realm? That is no ordinary angelic vessel. That is a body, even God." Master Strange shook her head. "I have no interest in knowing. I will provide you with the details of the sacrificial ritual to convey messages to God. Having someone to share the burden is always beneficial." A smile crept upon Van's lips. God was not merely a source of relief. One day, he would wish to devour Mephisto alive. However, for the present, old Mephisto still held some utility. After Master Strange imparted the method of the sacrificial ritual, she departed. Once she was gone, Van immediately summoned Pierce to prepare for a meeting with the leaders of the 5 major nations. "Director Pierce, Mr. Van, has the crisis been averted?" A representative from the UK inquired. Pierce glanced at Van and wisely fell silent. "Yes, esteemed representatives, the crisis instigated by the artificial intelligence Ultron has temporarily subsided. However, I regret to inform you of a more dire development. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto, has descended upon the mortal realm." Several representatives were momentarily stunned. "Who did you say?" Van spoke confidently. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand this may be difficult to believe. Yet, I must convey to you that hell is indeed real. You may perceive them as extraterrestrial entities from a different dimension. However, I assure you, their brutality is genuine, as is their covetousness for earth. One of the most powerful lords of hell, Mephisto, has arrived in the human realm with Ultron's assistance." A representative from France pondered. "Why did you not capture him?" Van rolled his eyes. "I initially intended to do so, but I was unable to subdue him. It is challenging for me to accurately describe his strength. But consider the Black Panther from a few days ago. They are roughly of the same caliber." The representatives of the 5 major nations exchanged glances, well aware of the Black Panther's formidable prowess. The presidents of over 20 nations from the Western Coalition secretly flew to Africa to offer apologies, discreetly compensating a substantial amount of money. Van sighed. "In truth, during the recent battle, we faced the demonic army. Your respective nation satellites must have been monitoring the conflict. If you request photographs from your intelligence agencies, you will witness the true forms of various demons." A representative from the United States broke into a sweat. "Mr. Van, does this Lord of Hell harbor hatred for humanity? Does he have plans to annihilate the world?" Van stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Ordinarily, old Mephisto's greed is directed towards the souls of the mortal realm. He typically does not entertain such extreme notions as world destruction. Alternatively, rather than opting for a world devoid of any technical merit, he is more inclined to choose the path of dominion over the globe." "Oh." The French representative's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Does he merely desire to rule our world? Then might we be able to?" A tremor of apprehension coursed through Van, questioning the French representative's thoughts. The other 4 representatives seemed to share a similar realization, their expressions darkening as they fixed their gazes upon the French delegate. Oblivious to their scrutiny, the French representative shifted in his seat. his tone unexpectedly laced with a hint of glee. What if he truly comes for us? Then we could. No, the Russian representative interrupted sharply. Why not? The Russian snorted dismissively. Just because you say it cannot be done does not make it so. In our past encounters with the Germans, we have survived. If he has the courage, let him come to Volgograd in December, and we shall have a word with him. Humph. The French representative scoffed, turning to the others only to find them glaring back at him. His face flushed with embarrassment. He retorted defiantly. What I meant was, we could feign submission. He is but a lord of hell. What does he know of ruling? Ultimately, it is we who must take charge. Whatever he desires. We simply acquiesce. Why must we resort to conflict? Countless lives lost, immense financial burdens. What purpose does it serve? The British representative cast a derisive glance his way, scoffing. Ever since that woman and that foreigner, France has lost its backbone. But just because you have lost yours, does not mean we have lost ours. The French representative leapt to his feet, and had this meeting not been a holographic projection, a physical altercation might have ensued. You pirates, silence. Were it not for the English Channel, you would have vanished long ago. Frogman, what did you say? Van wore a look of exasperation. Was it not agreed that we should not engage in fruitless disputes? The representatives of the other three nations took considerable time to calm the two belligerents, urging them towards a semblance of decorum. Van tapped on the table. Gentlemen, I must remind you of a critical truth. Those who barter with demons meet grim fates. He who gazes into the abyss shall inevitably be consumed by it. I believe it is in our best interest to devise a means of returning this lord to his realm. Do you have any suggestions? Van shook his head. I do not possess any particularly good ideas at the moment. However, one thing is certain, from this point forth. We must diligently monitor abnormal occurrences across the globe. I propose that this task be entrusted to the Earth Defense Agency. The five representatives paused, astonished at the suggestion of granting such sweeping surveillance powers to the Defense Agency. Van shrugged. Naturally, if you have alternative candidates or organizational recommendations, I am open to suggestions, as long as they are capable of fulfilling the role. Van smiled at them, resolute in his thoughts. If any of you can indeed find a reliable candidate, he should vanish by midnight today, forever. Chapter 119, The Protocol for Threat Elimination. The five representatives furrowed their brows. The authority to surveil the globe is a monumental power. Is it not akin to a global CIA? Consider the fear that U.S. presidents had of CIA directors decades ago. Van chuckled, not allowing them much time to ponder. Gentlemen, this is of utmost importance. I hope you can reach a decision promptly. Moreover, there is another significant matter that I must bring to your attention. He nodded slightly towards Pierce. Pierce operated his tablet, and in an instant, a colossal global projection materialized before the assembly. Gentlemen, you are all aware of the Ultron crisis, which originated from Tony Stark. Of course, I do not wish to lay blame at his feet. I merely wish to prompt reflection. If a mere Tony Stark can instigate a global crisis, how perilous is our current situation? According to the intelligence I have gathered, the potential dangers on our planet extend far beyond just Stark. Recently, you have witnessed the emergence of a highly advanced African nation, wielding super metals and cutting-edge technology. Even more astonishing is the fact that they are backed by a genuine deity. Van paused. Could a single Wakanda encapsulate all the mysteries of this planet? Certainly not. I am aware of several others. For instance, in a pyramid in Egypt, there lies a mutant who has slumbered for millennia. It is said that he is one of the earliest mutants, possessing incomprehensibly powerful abilities. He can usurp the powers of other mutants. Thousands of years ago, he established his dominion in Egypt. Should he awaken, I firmly believe he could unleash a cataclysmic crisis. Additionally, the progenitor of vampires, Dracula, is rumored to be resting within an ancient pyramid. He fears neither sunlight, silver, nor garlic. Should he arise, he too could incite a disaster. Furthermore, the Asgardian king Odin has sealed the formidable death goddess Hela in the Nordic realms. Should something go awry with her seal, this potent deity would be unleashed. These are not the complete array of potential threats. There are many such examples. Upon hearing his account, the representatives of the five nations turned ashen. My heavens! Is this Earth? Is it not a volcano of issues? How did so many problems surface at once? The U.S. representative swallowed hard and inquired, Mr. Van, as you discuss these matters with us, do you have strategies to address them? Van shook his head. No particularly effective strategies. The entities I have mentioned are all immensely powerful. A slight misstep could precipitate disaster. My only suggestion is that we formulate a comprehensive plan. The protocol for threat elimination. Van smiled. The primary objective of this protocol is to eliminate potential threats with caution. For instance, once you sign this agreement with the Earth Defense Agency, They will analyze various data to identify potential threats and monitor them closely. Should any target exhibit harmful behavior towards others or society, the agency's operatives will act immediately to thwart them. This addresses societal threats, as well as the most crucial category of threats I previously mentioned. For instance, we must ascertain the specific location of the mutant apocalypse. Then, we will seek out his vulnerabilities, devise a complete strategy, and concentrate our forces to eliminate him. The 5 representatives remained silent. Vahn shrugged. Gentlemen, this is a matter of great consequence for Earth's fate, in decades or centuries to come. Whether humanity looks back on this chapter in history with tears or with laughter rests entirely in your hands. The 5 representatives gulped. This matter was of immense importance, yet it was not theirs to decide. The U.S. representative promptly stated, Mr. Vahn, I will report this to the President immediately, and we will provide a response as quickly as possible. The other nations echoed similar sentiments. Vahn regarded them with a knowing smile. Please act swiftly. If this plan is executed even a day earlier, it could save countless lives. This is the responsibility bestowed upon us by history. Let us not squander it. The meeting concluded. Pierce, beaming with delight, looked at Vahn. Boss, do you think they will agree to this protocol? Agree or not, they must acquiesce. Vahn possesses this unwavering confidence. Should there be any nation in dissent, the resolution is quite straightforward. Those rampant supervillains within your borders would be left unchecked. In comparison to other stable and secure nations, a change in presidency would be inevitable. A week later, whilst the agreement from Vahn remained undisclosed, a sensational news report broke on television. The illustrious New York magnate, Tony Stark, publicly declared that the United States should, must, and immediately enact the Superhero Registration Act. To be candid, Vahn was quite astonished at the lack of legal repercussions Stark faced since his return. Such is the fantastical nature of America, filled with unimaginable occurrences. On the screen, Stark, clad in a suit, exuded a grave seriousness. Undoubtedly, I have made monumental errors in the past few days. However, it is precisely these missteps that have enlightened me. I have come to comprehend the extent of the harm a superhero can inflict upon this world. With a resolute expression, he continued, thus, I firmly believe we should expose our identities to the light of day. We must submit ourselves to scrutiny and evaluation. A true hero would never cower in darkness. Those who lurk in shadows are certainly not genuine heroes. Fellow superheroes, I implore you to unmask yourselves, just as I have. Only through constant criticism can we prevent our descent into oblivion. This, too, is a means of safeguarding our world. Stark's words ignited a global frenzy. A plethora of superheroes had emerged, combating crime and supervillains, yet the majority chose to conceal their identities. Stark was the first to earnestly call upon them in such a public forum. Vahn was taken aback. He had not anticipated Stark's level of awareness. Had a single crisis with Ultron truly shaken him to this extent? Nevertheless, he found himself in full agreement with the Superhero Registration Act, albeit not out of any sense of justice or duty, but because, in his esteemed position, he would wield control over the legislation. Should all superheroes register, it would provide him with leverage over them. Families, loved ones, and romantic partners. Every individual possesses vulnerabilities. He then recalled the long-absent Captain America. Since the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D., it seemed he had retreated to a farm in Ohio, living the life of a farmer. Despite numerous invitations from the U.S. government and other agencies, he had remained in seclusion. However, with the emergence of the Superhero Registration Act, he could hardly remain idle. Was civil war on the horizon? Chapter 120, Inviting Captain America to Speak. Stark's proposition garnered substantial support from nations worldwide. Soon, backed by over 100 countries, the Superhero Registration Act, also known as the Sokovia Accords, was set to be enacted. In a matter of days, the United Nations would convene to vote on the global implementation of the act. Given the current circumstances, its approval was all but assured. The so-called voting was merely a formality. In the evening, Stark made a deliberate visit to Vahn at the Typhoon Tower. On the top floor, Stark toured Vaughn's opulent penthouse. I hear this sky bridge was inspired by my tower, he remarked. Standing outside as the sky glowed orange with the setting sun, Vahn leaned against the railing. Even if your Stark Tower lacked such a feature, I would still have constructed it. Ah, stubborn as always, Stark retorted, moving into the living room where he helped himself to a fine bottle of red wine. Vahn seated himself. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is it you wish to discuss? Stark took a sip of wine and gazed intently into Vaughn's eyes. What is your perspective on the Superhero Registration Act? I have no strong opinions on it, Vahn replied nonchalantly. Stark shook his head. Vahn, you lead the most formidable Justice League in the world, with the greatest number of superheroes. Your stance, or rather, the stance of the Justice League, is crucial. Vahn regarded him. If my stance is so pivotal, why did you not seek my counsel beforehand? Stark sighed. He understood the implications of the Superhero Registration Act for Vahn. It was not merely about superheroes registering their personal information. Its essence lay in subjugating all superheroes under the jurisdiction of government entities, with the Justice League being the foremost target. Vahn, I recently attended an event at MIT where I met a mother from the State Department's Human Resources Division. She lost her son, Charles Spencer, in Sokovia. Vahn shook his head. Is that my fault, Stark? No, it is mine, Stark responded gravely. You and I. We are both striving to protect this world, yet it has never been an easy endeavor. I made a grave mistake, and I wish to atone for it. But I cannot guarantee it will be the last. A hint of stubbornness flickered in his eyes. If someone had intervened back then, perhaps none of this would have transpired. I would not be the sole individual to commit such an error. The next could be you, or perhaps another superhero. We cannot remain so fragmented, relying solely on our individual notions of protecting the world. We need oversight and regulation. Vahn scoffed, but my Justice League is already under regulation. We have never made any significant errors. I know, Stark replied. Please believe me, I have never intended to target the Justice League. I am genuinely grateful for your assistance in Sokovia. But now is not the time for sentimentality. This is a global security initiative, and we are discussing all superheroes. Stark paused. I hope you can support me. This world needs more heroes. Yet, being a hero comes at a cost. A smile graced Vaughn's face. You must be aware that many will oppose this act. If certain individuals refuse to sign, what then? Stark inhaled deeply. They may retire. An ambiguous vigilante will always remain ambiguous. Concealing one's powers and leading a mundane life is also an option. And if they refuse to retire? Stark fell silent for a moment. Once the act is passed, it will become a global law. Breaching the law is a crime. Vahn nodded. I understand. Do you have my agreement? Vahn chuckled, shaking his head. I shall not stand by your side, nor will I align with the opposition. What do you mean? Stark inquired. Vahn shrugged. It means that I do not perceive this act as either just or unjust. It is merely one of two choices confronting this world. I am amenable to either choice, provided the populace and the nation consent. Stark appeared puzzled, but the nation has already consented? More than 100 countries collaborated in drafting this act. Stark, it is not that simple, Vahn replied. As you have articulated, this matter is of monumental significance to the global community and the fate of humanity. Yet, some voices remain unheard. What? Stark appeared perplexed. Travel to Ohio. There exists a farm named Bocket, where an old friend awaits your arrival. Ohio. In the aftermath of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dissolution, Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton chose not to join the Earth Defense Agency. Instead, they opted for a solitary path, pursuing justice in their own unique ways. Now, with the announcement of the Superhero Registration Act, they found themselves at Bocket Farm. Upon their arrival, Captain America was engaged in chopping wood. With each swing of the axe, it seemed he was not merely splitting timber, but rather the very essence of that New York playboy. Greetings, Captain, Barton called out. Their rapport was amicable, having fought side by side in New York. Later, they had cooperated amicably in the pursuit of Nick Fury. Noticing their presence, Captain America paused his labor. What brings you here? Barton and Natasha exchanged glances, and Hawkeye inquired, Captain, what is your stance on the Superhero Registration Act? Captain America shrugged. Why ask me? I am retired. Natasha chuckled lightly. Captain, I have uncovered some intriguing developments. Since your arrival at the farm in Atlanta, a vigilante clad in black has emerged in the city. He has dismantled numerous crime syndicates and apprehended hundreds of criminals. The crime rate in Atlanta has plummeted by over 20%. I wonder whose handiwork that is. Hawkeye nodded. I am certain that regardless of the identity of that vigilante, he is undoubtedly within the jurisdiction of the act. Natasha fell silent for a moment. So, Captain, will you choose to remain retired when the people of this nation still need you? Captain America sighed. They may not necessarily require me. The Justice League has grown sufficiently robust. They have managed recent crises admirably. Moreover, their numbers are vast. Perhaps an aging soldier is no longer needed. Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of resignation. After a moment's hesitation, Natasha sighed. Captain, Nick Fury has contacted me. What? Captain America exclaimed, startled. Where is he? He claims he is no longer on Earth. He has ventured into distant space. Captain America furrowed his brow in contemplation. Why did he reach out to you? He spoke of Theodore Vahn, the mastermind behind the Justice League. He is an ambitious individual attempting to dominate the world, and he may harbor plans for the extinction of humanity. He is certainly not the benevolent figure he appears to be. Fury wishes for me to gather intelligence on Van during his absence and monitor his every move. Hawkeye's expression remained unchanged, as though he was already aware of this information. Yet, the evidence from before. Natasha nodded. Indeed, while a significant portion of the initial evidence was fabricated, there remains much that is irrefutable. For instance, evidence of embezzlement and his connections to Hydra members. It is this mix of truth and deception that led me to believe in Theodore Vahn. It may sound peculiar, but Van's betrayal of Nick Fury actually convinced me that he and Fury are cut from the same cloth. Such individuals may not be virtuous, yet only they possess the capacity to safeguard this world to its fullest extent. So now you believe in Nick Fury? No, certainly not. Natasha shook her head. Fury's intent is not to garner my trust. Rather, he aims to sow the seeds of doubt within me. I must concede, he has succeeded. Have you investigated Theodore Vahn? Yes. What have you discovered? Natasha shook her head with a wry smile. I have gleaned some insights, yet he remains an enigma in my eyes. Why confide this in me? Because we trust you. Captain America cast a glance at them, shaking his head in resignation. So, if we wish to continue our investigation, we must thwart the Superhero Registration Act? It seems so, Natasha affirmed. Once the act is enacted, should we choose to register, we will likely be surveilled. If we opt out, we may find our movements severely restricted. We would be branded as criminals, with numerous superheroes targeting us. Under such circumstances, conducting an investigation would be exceedingly challenging. However, should the act be implemented, the Justice League will be significantly weakened. Natasha shook her head. That is precisely what troubles me more. Given his close ties with the President and the Earth Defense Agency, his power may be greatly amplified. By not enforcing the act, we face the Justice League. By enforcing it, we confront the world's superheroes. Captain America remained silent. Natasha continued, moreover, this is merely one of several reasons. The most critical aspect is that none of us wish to see this act come to fruition. I have a foreboding sense that it will bring immense calamity to this world, from which we will all struggle to escape. Captain America nodded. This is also a source of my concern. The Superhero Registration Act is ill-suited for our world. It is akin to an immensely powerful weapon. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the entire world will be thrown into chaos. Both Natasha and Barton nodded in agreement. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Barton squinted into the distance, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Captain, do you have any dealings with Iron Man? Captain America paused momentarily. None. Clang. Clang. Stark, clad in his armored suit, descended before the trio. As his visor retracted, he regarded the three with curiosity. Hello, Steve, Barton. Natasha, are you having a gathering? Why wasn't I invited? Barton scoffed. Perhaps because we harbor a dislike for you and have a desire to give you a good thrashing. Stark fell silent at this remark. So, you oppose the Superhero Registration Act? He turned to Captain America. Steve, do you also oppose the act? Stark, I do not oppose the act itself, but I vehemently oppose those wielding it. Do you comprehend what this act could accomplish? It has the potential to unite the most powerful beings across the globe. Do you understand what this group of formidable individuals is capable of? They could dictate the fates of the vast majority of this world's populace. Do you truly intend to place such power in the hands of a select few? Stark wore a derisive expression. I never imagined our captain would possess such a mindset. When presented with gunpowder, you think of cannonballs instead of fireworks. When confronted with poppies, you think of opium rather than medicine. When faced with nuclear fission, you envision bombs rather than nuclear power plants. He stepped forward, exuding a formidable intensity. You recognize their strength. Have you considered that if they remain unrestrained, they may become a calamity for this world? Sokovia stands as proof. That was merely the first instance, not the last. Power must be governed. Natasha's face flushed with anger. That is your error. Why must we bear the consequences for the mistakes you have committed? You foolish, arrogant, and selfish playboy. Stark, infuriated, retorted, I am debating with you, so kindly refrain from personal attacks. I am no longer a playboy. I am in a committed relationship. That is not the crux of the matter. Stark rolled his eyes, emphasizing, the crux is that you must understand this agreement has received recognition from hundreds of nations. It is not merely my idea. It reflects the sentiments of the vast majority among the 7 billion people in this world. We possess extraordinary power, yet we have instilled fear in them. Do you comprehend? Captain America paused momentarily, but truth often resides in the hands of a few. Huh. Stark, exasperated, scoffed. Who uttered such nonsense? Why does the president not get elected by a minority vote, but rather by the majority? In congressional elections, legislative decisions, and UN resolutions, why are they not passed by a mere minority? We are not here to debate scientific truths. We are choosing a method to protect this world. The nations and the populace have opted for what they find more acceptable, and yet you dare to tell me that truth lies with the few? Have you lost your mind? Captain America, equally enraged, exclaimed, "Kid, don't raise your voice at me. When I was drinking with your father, you weren't even around." "Damn it." Stark stomped his foot. "So now you want to discuss qualifications? If it weren't for my father crafting your shield, would you have won so many battles? You would have perished long ago. That is a matter between me and Howard, and you have no place in it." Stark gasped in disbelief. "Goodness. I have never encountered someone so shameless." He felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. Yet, he ultimately came to persuade them. He could not resort to violence before his words had taken effect. Moreover, it would be unfair for one to confront three. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he donned his mask. "Captain Steve, I hope you will reflect sincerely on my words. I harbor nothing but a sincere heart for this world. Do not make enemies of the entire globe. This is my final piece of advice." With that, he soared away with a thunderous whoosh. As Captain America watched his figure fade into the distance, he exhaled deeply. Clint, Natasha, prepare for battle. Chapter 122, The Appearance of Bucky. Time flashed by. The United Nations General Assembly convened in Vienna without a hitch. Representatives from various countries successfully passed the Superhero Registration Act after voting. Next, a signing ceremony was to take place. Just then, an explosion rocked the venue. Glass shattered and dust billowed. A lithe figure burst onto the scene, brandishing an assault rifle and firing at the ceiling. "Oppose the act. Superheroes shall never be enslaved. Oppose the act. Superheroes shall never be enslaved." The security personnel were momentarily paralyzed with shock before attempting to subdue him. However, this individual was evidently extraordinary. He leapt directly from the sixth-floor hall, sustaining no injuries, and swiftly made his escape. Following this crisis, the signing ceremony was evidently rendered impossible. Simultaneously, news of the incident rapidly spread across the globe. Protests against superheroes erupted in the Americas, Europe, Asia, and beyond. In a short span, those supporting the Superhero Registration Act constituted 90% of the populace. Tony Stark once again addressed the media, his expression a mix of anger and fervor. "Look, this is precisely why I support the Registration Act. I have stated that I will not be the last to err. Extraordinary power must be regulated. Otherwise, one can never predict where it may be wielded." Atlanta, at the Brockett farm. "Damn it," Hawkeye exclaimed as he watched the events unfold on television. Does Stark not realize this is an exceedingly clumsy setup? To oppose the registration proposal in such a manner at this critical moment is a move befitting a supervillain. He dares to pin this responsibility on us. He is utterly foolish. Natasha furrowed her brow in concern. Tony Stark cannot possibly be this naive. He is the smartest person in the world. He must see through this. Hawkeye grew more agitated. "So you're suggesting Stark orchestrated this attack to frame us anti-registration advocates? This is behavior unbecoming of a superhero. It is the epitome of villainy." Natasha sighed. "I am increasingly worried that he may be worse than we imagine." Hawkeye fell silent, shaking his head. "Are you implying that this attack could have been planned by him?" "I am merely concerned about that possibility." Just then, the television broadcasted the latest updates on the explosion. According to the UN Task Force's investigation, they had identified a suspect. Earlier, security cameras in the underground parking garage captured the individual's image. A blurry photo appeared on screen. Captain America, who had remained silent, suddenly felt a jolt within. "Bucky." Hawkeye looked at the image of the Winter Soldier on the screen with disdain. "This guy, whether or not Stark is behind it, should be apprehended swiftly. Clear our names." Unbeknownst to him, Captain America was already engulfed in a tempest of emotions. "Bucky, my Bucky." When S-H-I-E-L-D fell, he had glimpsed some confidential files. Some pertained to the Winter Soldier under Hydra, rumored to be a ruthless assassin under mind control. S-H-I-E-L-D suspected that this Winter Soldier could very well be his former friend, Bucky Barnes. Upon learning this, he had fervently searched for any clues regarding this assassin, but to no avail. Now, he had reappeared right before him. He sprang to his feet, startling Hawkeye. "What's wrong, Captain? We must go rescue him." "What?" Hawkeye was taken aback. Black Widow frowned. "Are you suggesting they are in cahoots? That we must personally go to uncover the truth?" Captain America sighed. "No. What I mean is that we must go to ensure his safety. He is my friend." "Huh." After some explanation, Black Widow and Hawkeye temporarily accepted Captain America's reasoning. Hawkeye frowned. "But we currently lack intelligence channels. It will be difficult to obtain any information about Barnes." Captain America furrowed his brow. "I know someone who might help us." He approached the phone and dialed the number. "Hi, Sharon. Captain America received word that many were keeping an eye on the Winter Soldier. In addition to the UN task force, there was also Iron Man Stark, who was keen on pushing the act through. He needed to act swiftly. New York. Van glanced at the news and turned to Pierce beside him. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Yes. The grand show is about to unfold in New York. Pierce replied with a smile. Initially, Pierce and Hydra fell into Van's hands, and naturally, the Winter Soldier, Barnes, was also under Van's control. After a series of inquiries, Van ascertained the location of the base where the Winter Soldier had been brainwashed. Not only were there 5 other Winter Soldiers present, but also evidence of the Winter Soldier's involvement in the murder of the Howards. However, the base was too remote, so Van instructed Pierce to relocate it to New York. The dilapidated base, shrouded in winter's snow, lacked even a single spectator, rendering the elaborate performance futile. While it was not an exact replica, he found a sufficiently large and discreet old basement in New York. After transferring crucial equipment and cryogenic pods there, he ensured a thorough antiquing process was applied. Observing the Winter Soldier's face on the news, Pierce inquired, "Boss, why go to such lengths to orchestrate this scene?" Van chuckled softly. "In truth, I am not particularly concerned about the Superhuman Registration Act. The members of the Justice League, wherever they may go, are mine. However, I am curious, how many heroes can Iron Man and Captain America rally for this confrontation? Just how united are they? Will they pose any obstruction to our future plans? Perhaps many of these questions will find their answers in this battle." He paused momentarily. "I don't know if you believe that some individuals are born to be protagonists in this world, but I do. I firmly believe that Iron Man and Captain America are indeed the quintessential protagonists." Pierce was momentarily taken aback. "Boss, I'm not quite sure I grasp your meaning. But if there is a protagonist in this world, I believe it must be you." Van smiled. "Let me observe how this world ultimately transforms." Meanwhile, having completed his mission, the Winter Soldier stood atop a grand bridge. In his hand was a note bearing his final command, "Jump." He leapt. As he emerged from the river, he miraculously shook off the mental control. Barnes was bewildered as to why he found himself there, yet his foremost thought was to procure a clean set of clothes. Utilizing his skills, he successfully infiltrated a shopping mall and stole some garments. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "You haven't paid yet, Bucky." He turned around, stunned. It was someone both familiar and unfamiliar to him, Steve Rogers, a superhero hailing from Brooklyn. His friend. Chapter 123. Hydra has a base in New York. Captain America bore a complex expression, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "What's this? Do you not recognize me?" The Winter Soldier exhaled. "It's not just you. The entire world feels incredibly foreign to me." "No worries. We are quite familiar," Captain America responded with unwavering conviction. The Winter Soldier sighed. "Why are you here? You shouldn't be here." Clutching a newspaper of unknown origin, he added, "You shouldn't be entangled with a wanted fugitive like me." Captain America's gaze fell. "Did you do this?" "Yes." Captain America was momentarily taken aback. "That's all right. At least they are still alive, and you haven't taken a life." "I have killed more people than I can count." Silence ensued. After a considerable pause, Captain America suddenly laughed. "Regardless of what you've done, that is not who you are. Don't think I would abandon you." The Winter Soldier shook his head with a bitter smile. Captain America queried, "So, what can you remember now? Who controlled you to perform these deeds?" The Winter Soldier tapped his head, looking distressed. "I don't recall. My memories seem to be in disarray. I only know that the target appears to be the other Winter Soldiers." Captain America was taken aback. "There are other Winter Soldiers?" "Yes." The Winter Soldier recounted a painful past. Captain America, in shock, struggled to comprehend. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure, his voice hoarse. "Are these Winter Soldiers as powerful as you? More powerful than I am. They are elite death squads, responsible for the highest number of killings in Hydra's history. And that was before they were injected with the serum. Can they also be controlled?" "Yes." "What can they do?" "They can speak over 30 languages, move like the wind, leaving no trace behind. Infiltration, assassination, subversion, these are their specialties. Given enough time, they could annihilate a nation." "Where are they?" "They are." The Winter Soldier faltered, unable to continue. Captain America, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" "The answer in my mind is too absurd." "What?" Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from above, and a figure swiftly approached, Iron Man Stark. Upon seeing Captain America, he felt a mix of surprise and delight. With a heroic landing, Stark beamed as he lifted his helmet. "Hey Cap, have you seen this guy's antics? The Superhuman Registration Act is designed to prevent situations like this." "Cap, well done. You managed to capture him faster than I could. I'm genuinely impressed." Captain America, exasperated, glanced at him. "Stark, I need to take him away." "Great. I'm happy to help." Hand him over to the UN task force so he can face the consequences he deserves. Let the world know that superpowered individuals committing crimes will not be tolerated. This is what a superhero should do. Stark was all smiles. No, Stark, I want to take him alone. No need to complicate things, Cap. I've already notified the task force. They'll bring the specialized. Wait. Stark suddenly realized. What do you mean by taking him alone? Captain America took a deep breath. Stark, attacking the UN assembly was not his intention. He was being controlled. Iron Man paused momentarily. He fixed his gaze on Captain America, and after a long silence said, "All right, I believe you. I will ensure he gets a professional psychologist. If he was truly controlled, he deserves fair treatment." Captain America was taken aback. "Thank you. But I still wish to take him alone." "Why?" "The one controlling him has not ceased. There are several other Winter Soldiers like him, and they may be awakened." Stark blinked. What Winter Soldiers? Captain America's expression was complex, hesitating as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After the war, some Hydra remnants aligned with the Soviets. They obtained some super soldier serum and cultivated 5 Winter Soldiers in their secret base. These individuals are currently in cryogenic pods, but someone seeks to awaken them. They are experts in infiltration, assassination, and subversion, and if they blend into society, it would spell disaster for the world. Iron Man remained silent for a moment. "Are you saying that these Winter Soldiers, like you, have survived to this day from decades ago? They entered a dormant state, and those behind it have acquired the means to control them." Iron Man inhaled deeply. "All right, I still believe you. I will accompany you. If they truly exist, I shall fight alongside you." Captain America exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "I recall you signed the bill. Is this permissible?" "It is not." Stark replied succinctly. "But you are Captain America, and you are worthy of an exception. Moreover, I have signed the bill, yet it has not been formally enacted. Consider it a loophole." "Thank you." Iron Man chuckled, relieved. "Now, tell me where we ought to locate these Winter Soldiers." Upon hearing this, Captain America turned with eager anticipation towards the Winter Soldier. At that moment, he noticed his dear friend Bucky, his face flushed crimson. "Are you all right, Bucky?" "Aye." Iron Man also regarded him. "Hello, Bucky Barnes. A member of the Howling Commandos, am I correct? My father mentioned you." The Winter Soldier's face reddened further. "Aye. Aye. Bucky, where's that base you mentioned earlier?" "New York?" Stark's smile instantly faltered. Captain America appeared slightly taken aback as well. During the Cold War, Hydra constructed a base in New York and produced several Winter Soldiers? This sounds like a plot from a television series. If they possessed such capabilities, they would have dominated the world long ago. Stark forced a smile. "Mr. Barnes, this is hardly the time for jest." The Winter Soldier's lips quivered. "I too find this answer incredulous, but my mind insists it is indeed New York." Stark's gaze sharpened as he turned to Captain America. "Are you jesting with me?" Captain America had no retort. He glanced at Stark, then at Bucky. However, upon meeting Bucky's gaze, he sighed inwardly. "Stark, I trust him." Stark's eyes flared with indignation. "It seems you are indeed toying with me." On the contrary, the armored visage descended. "Steve, I am currently in pursuit of the suspect behind the bombing. I suggest you do not interfere. Otherwise, I shall contend with you as well." Chapter 124. Captain America versus the Winter Soldier. A fierce battle ensued. However, Stark was utterly unprepared for the seamless combination of combat techniques employed by Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Captain America struck, the Winter Soldier followed suit, and vice versa. The two operated in perfect sync, one wielding a colossal shield, the other delivering powerful punches. Stark found himself caught in the middle, struggling to evade their onslaught, his armor nearly crumpling under the pressure. In a moment of dizziness, he resolved to temporarily withdraw from the fray. With a command, his repulsors ignited, propelling him skyward. Captain America and the Winter Soldier, momentarily caught off guard, failed to react. Stark ascended to a height of 3 or 4 stories, relief washing over him, when suddenly, a projectile whistled through the air. Boom! An explosion sent Stark crashing to the ground, disoriented. Who was that? Damn it! Before he could gather himself, Captain America and the Winter Soldier had seized his arms, pinning him firmly to the ground. Stark felt an unsettling vulnerability. "What do you intend to do?" he shouted. Bang! The arc reactor in his chest was obliterated. "I'm sorry, Stark, but this is the only way to buy us some time." Stark lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his limbs heavy. "Captain, you are complicit in this. He is a criminal. I believe in him. Do you wish to become a criminal as well?" Stark shouted in fury. "Are you so willing to abandon the pride of being Captain America? You are a profound disappointment. You place personal feelings above the safety of the world. Are you still the spirit of America? If to preserve that so-called spirit means sacrificing myself, then that is the true disappointment. I shall not harm this world, in the past, or in the future. We merely have differing methods. Stark, dragging his heavy armor, rose to his feet. Action speaks louder than words. Though I am reluctant, I shall personally apprehend you, Captain. Captain America paused before responding. Then you had best bring more allies. Watching Captain America and the Winter Soldier depart, Stark clenched his teeth. You wait and see. The Winter Soldier and Captain America regrouped with Hawkeye and Black Widow. They managed to evade capture by the UN task force and boarded a flight to New York. However, upon their arrival, they sensed something was amiss. Armed police flooded the airport, forcing them to flee in disarray. New York was under martial law, and they chose to conceal themselves temporarily. Confronted with this predicament, Hawkeye approached Captain America. Captain, the martial law will not be lifted anytime soon. What are your plans? Originally, I could have gone with Bucky alone, but after clashing with Stark, he will not relent easily. We need soldiers. Hawkeye was taken aback. You intend to fight? Baron, if time permitted, I would rather not. But we must swiftly thwart the one pulling the strings. Bucky mentioned that this individual requires time to locate the base. Thus, we can hold off until dawn tomorrow. In the interim, we must seek every available ally. Hawkeye nodded, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. You may not believe it, but during this time, I have made quite a few friends in New York. I believe many of them would oppose the bill and assist us. Together with Natasha's contacts, we can form a small team. Captain America smiled. Excellent. Let us save the world once more. Before Stark returned to New York, he had already alerted the NYPD. Although he did not believe in the Winter Soldier's alleged Hydra base in New York, since Captain America did, there was a high probability they would arrive here. New York is my territory. They are walking into a trap. Upon his return, he immediately began gathering reinforcements. The first was his close friend, War Machine, Rhodey. The second was a young man he had been monitoring for some time, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The final recruit was the female superhero, White Tiger. After assembling this team, he surveyed the situation, feeling that their strength was lacking. Jarvis, are there no other noteworthy superheroes to consider? Sir, in accordance with your request, I have been continuously monitoring all superheroes in the world. However, based on my analysis, those willing to stand by your side and who can be promptly summoned are limited to these individuals. Stark scowled. He had arranged a confrontation with Captain America, yet could only find these few mismatched allies. Such a humiliation. He gritted his teeth. Pull up the information on supervillains as well. Jarvis hesitated. Sir, I would advise against this choice. Have you not always sought to uphold justice? If you proceed in this manner, how are you any different from Captain America? Stark's expression shifted as he pondered deeply. Indeed, is it justice if one falls into depravity in the name of maintaining it? However, if one witnesses the violation of justice and refrains from intervening due to the moral quandary surrounding one's methods, then what significance do those methods hold? Even if deemed just? He sighed. Jarvis, proceed as I have instructed. I shall bear all the faults and shoulder all responsibilities. As long as the Superhero Registration Act can be enacted, this world shall no longer require Iron Man. Yet, should the act falter, preserving my own existence would be of no consequence. Jarvis remained silent. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, Captain America assembled a formidable coalition. Their ranks included Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, and Black Widow, alongside Falcon, Ant-Man, and the recently acquainted Daredevil, Elektra, and Iron Fist Danny. As night deepened, both factions amassed their strength. Vane stood in the aerial corridor atop the Typhon Tower, savoring a glass of fine wine. He was acutely aware of the maneuvers of both Captain America and Iron Man. Initially, the Ancient One had cautioned him against tampering with the fates of significant individuals. He had refrained from altering their destinies, but had irrevocably transformed the fate of the entire world. Astonishingly, these individuals, despite their vastly different circumstances, traversed a remarkably similar path, prompting him to reflect. Yet, that was the extent of it. The Ancient One and Odin the All-Father were both on the brink of retirement. The future of Earth was now nearly within his grasp. The president had assured him that 2,000 combatants had already entered the realm of the divine, nearly all of whom had undergone transformations with the subpar super soldier serum. They were now lining up to enter the symbiote canyon, hoping to acquire biological battle armor. Once this legion was assembled, he could venture into the cosmos. Who said my ambitions were limited to Earth? 8 billion rabid dogs unleashed. It is the extraterrestrials who ought to be afraid. Chapter 125, The Second Battle of New York. As the moon set in the west and stars fell to the earth, a refreshing morning breeze swept through, dispelling the remnants of slumber. Captain America and his companions appeared on the streets of New York. All right, everyone. After yesterday's reconnaissance, I believe I have pinpointed the location of the Hydra base. Our plan today is to locate it and eliminate 5 of the winter soldiers within, to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon this world. If Iron Man and his allies attempt to thwart us, we shall engage in battle. However, there is no need for you to fight to the death. Simply provide cover for Bucky and me to break through. We will dismantle Hydra's base. We may not return to the battlefield, so I hope each of you has devised your own escape plans. Captain, what about the Superhero Registration Act? I thought we were here to fight over that, Ant-Man Scott asked, raising his hand in confusion. Taking a deep breath, Captain America affirmed, like you, I am staunchly opposed to this act. If anyone attempts to use it to harass or arrest you, I stand ready to fight for you. But today, I must prioritize the more pressing matters at hand, and I trust you will understand. Black Widow Natasha offered timely reassurance. Everyone, the signing of the act has been temporarily halted. While this does not signify our victory, it is nonetheless good news. Our struggle is far from over. As long as we unite, we can certainly prevent the act from being enacted. Hawkeye Barton clapped his hands together. Let us save the discussions for later, everyone. For now, let us resolve the issues left behind by Hydra. The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Captain America and the Winter Soldier took the lead, while the others moved in the shadows, heading toward the Hydra base. Having traversed less than 2 blocks, a repulsor blast shattered the asphalt before Captain America and the Winter Soldier. 2 figures, one clad in red and the other in black, descended from the sky. Steve, surrender. Cease this futile resistance. With a resigned expression, Captain America replied, Stark, since you are also in New York, why not join me for a visit? Huh, Stark scoffed. You think I would fall for that trick again? No, once was enough. My patience is limited. You have 10 seconds to decide whether to surrender. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Whoosh. An arrow sword, aimed at Iron Man Stark. Whoosh. A web shot forth, ensnaring the arrow. The 2 projectiles veered off course, landing in a nearby corner. Huh, I told you they were not the good guys. Your pathetic tricks are useless against me. Really? I beg to differ. Captain America retorted with a smile. As soon as he spoke, Stark and Rhodey sensed something was amiss. Had the sky darkened? No. It was a massive sphere that had inexplicably materialized above them, descending rapidly. On a nearby rooftop, Falcon gazed in astonishment at the oversized foam sphere that had expanded to an enormous size. He glanced at Scott. You've got some skills, old man. Ant-Man Scott wore a smug expression. Hey, I smashed several snow globes to gather enough for this. It should keep them busy. Although the descending giant foam ball was harmless, Stark was nonetheless caught off guard. His world transformed into a blinding white sphere, rendering everything else indistinguishable. Damn it, what new trick is this? Seizing the opportunity, Captain America and the Winter Soldier made a hasty retreat. The others did not linger, continuing toward their destination. Stark soared into the sky in his armor, only to realize he had lost track of Rhodey. Below him, the colossal foam ball nearly engulfed 2 or 3 surrounding blocks. Glancing again, the edges of Captain America's group were barely visible. Fuming, Stark shouted into the communications channel, Damn it, I'm done playing nice. Everyone engage. Take down Captain America. Mr. Stark, just to confirm, is my task solely to steal Captain America's shield? I believe I can shoulder a more significant responsibility. Moreover, that metallic arm of his looks quite impressive. Do you need me to help you snatch it as well? To be honest, while I believe Captain America is a good person, I trust you more. If you say he has erred, then he certainly has. All right, Spider-Boy, focus on the mission, will you? Stark rolled his eyes. With you rambling, no one else can respond. Oh, my bad. I'll stop talking. Just one last thing. Captain America is really handsome. Stark inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself, and was about to inquire about the other situations when a mocking voice broke through the channel. He is handsome? My goodness. You clearly haven't seen my old photos. Otherwise, you would realize that handsome is a term specifically designated for me. Before I arrived, no one could encapsulate that word so perfectly. Mr. Red Suit, I am quite certain that beneath your mask lies a visage of unparalleled hideousness. Hence I find your words utterly unconvincing. Peter Parker exclaimed immediately over the channel. The mocking tone crescendoed. That is precisely because even God is envious of my handsome face. Thus, he orchestrated for a treacherous Russian harlot to ruin me through the most despicable means. It is sheer, unadulterated envy. However, I know that had you witnessed my original appearance, you would be utterly smitten. My heavens. Enough already, wait. Stark bellowed. If you wish to claim that 5 million, then silence yourself and diligently thwart the enemy. TSK. Fine. Truly, you fellows possess no sense of humor. Studies indicate that lightening the mood prior to combat can significantly enhance your survival rates. Should anyone perish here, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Voices echoed in unison across the channel. Damn it all. Stark's chest heaved as he paused momentarily before instructing over the phone. My satellite has tracked their movements. Tigra, Wade, Red Hood, Scorpion, Pumpkinhead, you are to deal with the irrelevant parties. Spider-Boy, Rhodey, we shall intercept Steve and his merry band. Rhodey, having emerged from the fray, now stood beside him. With Stark's command, the group sprang into action. Stark and Rhodey disregarded the others, soaring through the skies towards Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Peter Parker, having closely followed the duo, was the first to engage. Yet, his inexperience paled in comparison to the seasoned combatants, Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Stark observed from above as Peter was tossed aside. Fury ignited within Stark as he accelerated towards Captain America, delivering a powerful punch. It was thwarted by the shield. Stark's ire remained unabated. You dare bully me, nephew? If you possess the gall, face me. Chapter 125, A Slip-Up. Enraged, Stark and Rhodey, alongside Spider-Boy, found themselves in a 3-on-2 confrontation against Captain America and the Winter Soldier, who were gradually being forced back. Fortunately, the primary objective of the duo was to locate the Hydra base, allowing them to fight and retreat simultaneously. Stark felt a sense of triumph, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, when Wade's mischievous voice echoed in his ear. Hey, Daddy Warbucks. I am currently engaged in a tussle with a fellow whose fists emit light. Well, tussle may be a stretch, as it resembles more of a one-sided beating, but that is inconsequential. I wish to inquire, if I were to sever his head, could I exchange it for $1 million from you? That would bring my total to $6 million. And perhaps I could attempt to restore this face that even God once envied? Stark rolled his eyes mid-flight, while pursuing Captain America. No, wait. Well, all right. $1 million is indeed excessive. Back in my mercenary days, one could take a life for 30,000, and for a few extra thousand, I could even throw in the whole family. From the elderly to the newly walking, I could take care of them all. Oh no, my God, are you a psychopath? Spider-Boy exclaimed. If what you say is true, I shall seek you out after this mission, Mr. Red Suit. Hey, Spider-Boy, you are far too young. You have no idea of the world's treachery. All notions of right and wrong, justice, are mere fabrications. Only money governs the true nature of this world. Thus, Daddy Warbucks, I shall settle for 800,000. What say you? Stark, unable to interject due to his intense skirmish with Captain America, found himself engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. One punch, one palm strike, his shield met with his repulsor blast. A momentary lapse allowed Captain America to kick him aside. As he watched the Captain and the Winter Soldier turn to flee, he finally managed to respond. No, wait. How about 500,000? Cost price. No, you cannot kill anyone. We are merely fighting. I have no intention of taking a life. A brief silence ensued on the channel. Stark? Daddy Warbucks, are you certain? What? Stark paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Although I am loath to become a traitor to my comrades, I must inform you, these 3 fellows beside me do not appear to be inclined towards mercy. They are on the verge of breaking people's legs. Is this not the hidden task you assigned them? Stark felt bewildered, but before he could ponder further, he noticed Captain America and the Winter Soldier veering into a dilapidated neighborhood, quickly vanishing from sight. Damn it, don't think you can escape me. Spider-Boy, Rhodey. Did you see where they went? War Machine soared into the sky, responding, target locked, an old 3-story apartment. Tony, there are still residents here. Our battle may inadvertently harm them. Stark gritted his teeth, cursing the captain for resorting to such despicable tactics as using hostages. Spider-Boy, Rhodey, you are responsible for escorting the civilians to safety. I shall pursue Steve. Meanwhile, Captain America and the Winter Soldier finally located the site. They entered the apartment, discovering a door leading to the basement. Without a moment to spare, they slipped inside. Traversing a corridor, they arrived at a heavily fortified door. With brute force, they breached it, stepping into a pitch-black underground laboratory. Captain America fumbled in the dark until he found a circuit breaker and pulled it down. Click! The lights flickered to life. Hiss! Both Captain America and the Winter Soldier gasped in astonishment. The authenticity of German craftsmanship was evident, as the lighting system functioned flawlessly even after all this time. Moreover, beside the circuit breaker lay a dust-covered paper bag, presumably filled with spare parts. Clearly, the German Hydra had inherited their nation's meticulous nature. As the lights illuminated the chamber, Captain America observed they were in a vast hall, centered around 5 colossal cryogenic pods. He and the Winter Soldier secretly exhaled. It appeared the enemy had yet to discover this place, a most fortunate revelation. The Winter Soldier raised his weapon, aiming at the pod containing the Winter Soldier, poised to fire, but Captain America intervened. Do not do that, Bucky. They may be like you, individuals without a choice. Let the authorities handle them. Allow the law to deliver the justice they deserve. The Winter Soldier lowered his gun, shaking his head. Even if we turn them over to the police, they would likely meet a grim fate. I have mentioned they are the most lethal soldiers within Hydra. Each has a minimum of 77 lives on their hands. Barring the Swedish government, any other reasonable government would sentence them to death. Outside, Stark scanned the entire building, finally uncovering the concealed entrance to the basement. Just as he prepared to enter, a fit of cackling erupted over the communication channel. Hey, Daddy Warbucks. I have both good and bad news to share. Which would you prefer to hear first? Stark furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Wade Wilson. What have you done? Hey, why would you suspect me? This has nothing to do with me. What I mean to say is, while there is a slight connection, it was not instigated by me. I was merely assisting my teammate. Stark felt a tightening in his chest. Who is it? What have they done? It's that little scorpion who you aided in modifying his suit. He truly is a devious, unscrupulous little rogue, unable to best that tall and robust black fellow. He surreptitiously activated his cloaking feature, scaling a tall building, and swiftly eliminated that one called Hawkeye. You know Hawkeye, right? The one with impeccable archery skills. TSK, TSK, TSK. Falling from the 16th floor, his legs were bent back towards his head. Stark's vision blurred as he took several deep breaths to calm himself. Wade. Is there any hope for him? Well, I don't know. I intended to check, but a red-haired beauty dashed over like a madwoman. Before I could utter a word, she zapped me, but fret not. I just stabbed her, and she is incapacitated now. I'll go see if the unfortunate soul has any chance left. Don't hang up. Stark felt stars in his eyes. Even with his armor, he felt slightly unsteady. Who allowed that scorpion to act in such a manner? Wait. Capture him for me. I wish to interrogate him personally. You needn't worry about that. After Hawkeye fell, several on the opposing side have already exploded. What you should be contemplating now is how to preserve his life, and of course, the lives of others. Moreover, this esteemed Hawkeye has suffered a broken neck. His pulse has ceased, his heart no longer beats, and his pupils are dilated. It would be prudent to declare him deceased. This is disastrous. A flicker of despair ignited within Iron Man. He initially thought today would merely be a test of sniping skills. Little did he know it would devolve into a life-and-death struggle. I should have heeded Jarvis's counsel from the start. Chapter 126. Captain, do not allow your anger to consume you. What have I done? Mr. Stark, what are our next steps? It was the voice of Peter Parker. He had been petrified by the news relayed over the communication channel and was now utterly at a loss. Stark inhaled deeply, striving to muster his spirits. Peter, Rhodey. Have you evacuated the civilians? Yes, Tony, the evacuation is complete, Rhodey replied. Good, you must immediately head to Wade's battlefield and prevent any further casualties tonight. Understood, Mr. Stark, I will fulfill my mission, Peter replied resolutely. Rhodey paused for a moment. Tony, I'm uncertain whether the captain is aware of this news yet, but you need to swiftly devise a plan for how to address him. Even if we wish to cease hostilities, we must secure his consent. Stark remained silent for a moment. I detect a signal jammer in the basement. The captain is likely still unaware of the situation. This predicament is my fault. Even if we have differing opinions, it should never have resulted in loss of life. I will confront everything personally. Rhodey sighed. Be cautious, Tony. Stark took a deep breath, traversing the dim corridor and stepping through the door illuminated by an orange glow. His strides were resolute, akin to a march towards judgment. Upon entering the hall, he beheld two individuals manipulating a computer. Their surprise at his arrival was palpable. Stark inhaled deeply, about to speak, when a screen suddenly illuminated. A long-buried surveillance video commenced its playback. It was a night when a car suddenly collided with the roadside. Following this, a figure on a motorcycle emerged. As Stark gazed at the screen, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The individual on the motorcycle halted beside the crashed car, extracting an injured person from the driver's seat. The instant he recognized the face of that individual, Stark felt as though his very mind had exploded. Sergeant Barnes. The injured Howard gazed at the familiar face before him, uttering a few words. Bang, bang. The Winter Soldier unleashed two punches, striking Howard squarely in the face. Howard immediately crumpled. Subsequently, the Winter Soldier approached the passenger seat and twisted Mrs. Howard's neck. Stark, in a state of horror fused with indescribable rage, felt his eyes blaze crimson as he turned towards the Winter Soldier. You killed my parents. Captain America rushed in between them. Stark, I share your sorrow regarding this occurrence. But he was not himself at that time. Stark's bloodthirsty gaze shifted to him. So, you were aware of this all along? I apologize. I never intended to conceal this matter, but I hope you do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Ha ha ha. He murdered my parents. And you dare tell me not to let anger consume me? Is this how you uphold justice? Stark's voice trembled. The person who died in that footage regarded you as his closest friend. In my presence, he mentioned you 1,000 times. And now you witness how he perished. You implore me not to be enraged? Captain America's expression was complex. He shook his head repeatedly, but found himself at a loss for words. Stark, do not allow hatred to engulf you. Huh. Stark let out a cold laugh, a murderous glint in his eyes. Well then, my dear Captain, I happen to have something to disclose to you. I wonder if you will be consumed by hatred. Captain America froze, a flicker of panic rising within him. Just now, my people inadvertently killed Hawkeye Barton, the one who assisted you. Can you set aside your hatred and forgive my men? Captain America was taken aback. Stark, do not jest with me. I never jest. Stark motioned towards the path behind him, gesturing. Go see for yourself. Want you know the truth? Captain America paused for a few seconds, then suddenly dashed upward, with the Winter Soldier following closely behind, halting upon seeing Stark. Stark wore a cruel smile. I am in no rush. I await Steve's answer. On the ground, after a chaotic battle, everyone temporarily ceased hostilities. Almost everyone bore wounds, with Deadpool being the sole exception, though his uniform was tattered. Among those worst off was undoubtedly the Scorpion. His Scorpion armor was severely damaged, and were it not for his teammates, he would have long since met his demise or been captured. War Machine Rhodey and Peter Parker stood amidst the crowd, urging them to calm down. At that moment, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and Stark arrived at the scene. Captain America looked towards Falcon, Sam, Barton. Falcon's expression was grave, requiring no further elaboration. Barton had been ambushed, plummeting from a high building. Natasha was also gravely injured, and Erica was tending to her. Upon learning the truth, Captain America fell silent. After a lengthy pause, his voice trembled with restrained fury. Who did this? Captain Steve, do not let hatred consume you. Stark approached him, opposing him directly. Stark, this is different. To me, there is no distinction. Moreover, regardless of the differences that may exist, we are all the same now. Captain America inhaled deeply. So, do you wish to engage me in combat? It is you who seeks conflict with me. Captain America and Iron Man stood amidst the crowd, their turbulent energy radiating outward. Everyone on Captain America's side comprehends the source of his fury, yet they remain oblivious to the audacity exhibited by Iron Man. This revelation rekindles their previously suppressed rage. At this moment, in this place, it resembles a powder keg under immense pressure, where even the slightest spark could ignite an explosion. In an instant, Stark lunges forward with a punch, only to be met by Captain America's shield. Subsequently, a swift kick follows, which Stark narrowly evades by sidestepping. In that fleeting moment, both factions spring into action, clashing fiercely. Captain America bellows, "Capture the murderer! Avenge Hawkeye!" His rallying cry invigorates Falcon, Daredevil, and others, who throw themselves into the fray with fervor. Iron Man shouts, "The Winter Soldier killed my parents. Eliminate him, and I'll reward you with $100 million. Upon hearing this, Deadpool emits a sharp cry, brandishing his twin blades in a chaotic dance. Red Hood and Green Goblin also become electrified by the conflict. This assembly of individuals is truly a testament to both superhero and supervillain prowess. Countless buildings crumble around them, and many innocents sustain injuries. Yet, the leaders of both sides have little regard for the collateral damage. As their own wounds multiply, so too does their simmering anger. From afar, in the Typhon Tower, Vahn observes the battlefield. This spectacle has reached its climax. His phone buzzes incessantly. The president is on the verge of losing his mind. Finally, he impatiently answers, "Hello, Mr. President. What has you in such a rush?" The president's voice is laced with urgency. "Vahn, where are you? Are you aware of the battle in New York?" "Yes. I'm watching it unfold," Vahn replies with a smile. "There's no need to worry about my safety. I'm well out of reach." In the White House, the president rolls his eyes. "I couldn't care less about you. I'm concerned about tomorrow's headlines. Why aren't you stopping them? They've caused billions in damages." "Respectable president, it's not that I don't wish to intervene, but I am powerless to do so." "What? Where are your people? If you can't control them, who can?" "Mr. President, you might recall after the Sokovia incident, I suggested searching for Mephisto and proposed the dangerous clearance protocol. Regrettably, you have yet to acquiesce. However, to save the Earth, I've made an enemy of Mephisto. Consequently, I can only resort to the most rudimentary methods to locate them, which is why the Justice League has so few members in New York. Rest assured, I've ordered them to return post-haste. In approximately 8 hours, I will have sufficient strength to apprehend them all." 8 hours. That has ample time for them to obliterate all of New York. No, you must devise a solution. Vahn chuckles. Why not reach out to the Earth Defense Agency? Logically, isn't this their responsibility? Humph. Their reasoning mirrors yours. The critical forces are not in proximity to New York, and assistance will take a considerable amount of time. Tell me, are you all conspiring to undermine me, Mr. President? Such words wound me deeply. Alas, since you are also pursuing the Superhero Registration Act, why not simply disband my Justice League? After all, you intend to establish a new organization to oversee superheroes. Consider it as if I have already signed for the members of the Justice League. The President of the United States. Vahn, I assure you, I have no such intention. Someone must be sowing discord between us. Do not fall for it. I must tell you, even if the Superhero Registration Act is signed, I want you to take full responsibility for it. Is that true? I have yet to receive any relevant communication, Vahn replies. Humph. It must be those fools in the office who neglected their duties. I will have them resend it immediately. Well, I appreciate it, Mr. President, Vahn responds with a grin. No need for thanks. We are all on the same side. These matters are trifling. Regarding those few individuals in New York, can they be resolved? Vahn furrows his brow. Are you suggesting we eliminate them all? Well, I think we should keep Iron Man and Captain America. The others are inconsequential. Mr. President, you may not fully grasp the situation. This conflict was instigated by Iron Man and Captain America. The others are merely accomplices. If we do not address the two of them, this battle is unlikely to conclude. I am well aware they are the instigators, yet one is a billionaire and the other a national emblem. What do you propose I do? The optimal course of action is to classify the individuals surrounding them as criminals. The President chuckles, and who knows? Perhaps Captain America and Iron Man are merely attempting to mediate the conflict, wouldn't you agree? They often engage in such endeavors. They stand for justice. TSK. Is that not why you are president? You handle matters deftly. Vahn pauses momentarily before posing a question. If it truly comes to pass that one of Captain America or Iron Man must be eliminated, which would you choose? A profound silence envelopes the other end of the line. Just as Vahn believes he is facing an insurmountable dilemma, he hears a soft sigh. Stark. Oh, it appears Captain America is indeed the beloved figure of a generation. Stark, fund a grand funeral for the captain. Splendid. I was just momentarily blinded by sentiment. Yet I find myself somewhat moved. Vahn shakes his head. Mr. President, today I can assist you in resolving the crisis in New York. However, you must understand. With the enactment of the Superhero Registration Act, such incidents may proliferate. Without thorough oversight, the act is but a scrap of paper. The phone remains silent for a moment. Are you suggesting the Earth Defense Agency? Or do you have alternative options? In truth, I have conferred with several other nations, and there is no issue with proceeding via the Dangerous Clearance Protocol. However, the authority to oversee globally is far too extensive. Vahn shrugs nonchalantly. In fact, I agree with your reasoning, Mr. President. If that is the case, I have another suggestion. What suggestion? Previously, I proposed you assemble a legion of 1,000, utilizing substandard enhanced soldier serum and mechanized armor. Do you recall? Of course. I've already debated this matter with the Council countless times. But rest assured, whether it takes 1,000 or 10,000 arguments, I will secure this legion. I suggest you increase the Legion's number to 10,000. What? The President doubts his hearing. Do you have any idea how much a 1,000-man legion would cost me? 300 billion. At least. Now you want me to establish a 10,000-man legion? Even if I sold myself to Epstein, I couldn't amass such funds. Mr. President, I assure you, this is for your benefit. In reality, even with 10,000, I cannot guarantee the safety of you, your friends, and those crucial officials. Is it that severe? I am timid. Please do not frighten me. I am merely making a suggestion. Believe it or not, it is your choice. However, should anything go awry in the future, do not blame me for not warning you. Vahn resolves firmly. After all, the last time in Sokovia, a multitude of demons were captured, all confined within the realm of the divine. Recently, Mephisto has remained dormant. He is no longer waiting. Rather than waiting for the enemy to take the initiative, it is far more prudent to seize the initiative oneself. I speak the truth, Mr. President. Ponder it yourself. Now, allow me a moment to gather my thoughts and see if I can find someone to assist you in resolving this matter. Farewell. As Van's call concluded, the battle between Captain America and Iron Man raged on with fervor. At this juncture, Captain America's side appeared somewhat weakened, having lost 3 members in a single blow. Conversely, Iron Man's faction boasted 2 mechanized suits and the Spider-Boy. Coupled with the indomitable Deadpool, they held a significant advantage. However, today, Captain America seemed to unleash a remarkable prowess, effectively applying his 50-50 skills to the team battle. Yet, As time elapsed, some began to falter. Falcon was struck down and injured, while Iron Fist Danny and Daredevil also sustained wounds. On Iron Man's side, Scorpion had already been rendered unconscious by Captain America's shield. Pumpkinhead, having charged in recklessly, was met with a barrage of military punches from Captain America, only to be further incapacitated by a blow from the Winter Soldier. In this moment, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, he risked being trampled by the others at any moment. Observing the battlefield's disarray, Ant-Man, who had been largely inactive, felt it was time for him to save the world. Step back a bit, everyone. I am about to show off. Chapter 128. You are all murderers. In the east, the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, scattering a myriad of golden beams. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized in the skies above New York, towering over 20 meters high, akin to a small building. With a single punch, he sent the war machine plummeting from the sky. Iron Man, fixated on eliminating the Winter Soldier, exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it." He understood that to secure victory, this colossal nuisance had to be dealt with. Deadpool, I will offer you 5 million. Immediately neutralize that giant. Sorry, boss. 5 million or 100 million. It's a no-brainer. I choose to face Iron Arm as my opponent. Rest assured, I have a comprehensive plan to take him down. Hey, you can't kill him. That would be professional murder. Spider-Boy shouted. And what is your name, young lad, who dares to hinder my intentions? I am Spider-Man, from Queens, New York, your friendly neighborhood hero. Never heard of you. Listen well, kid. As a competent mercenary, we do not question, doubt, or ponder the tasks assigned by our benefactor. We simply execute them. Understood? Mr. Red Suit, I am not a mercenary. I am a superhero. My science teacher taught me to think, question, and challenge everything. I believe you are mistaken. Silence. The channel crackled with Stark's breathless voice. Deadpool, ascend to the rooftop on your right. I have a gift for you. Take this gift and eliminate that giant. Do not argue. Only then can you partake in the 100 million bounty. No, benefactor. This is blatant discrimination. I shall sue you in the New York People's Court. Go ahead. I know the dean. Dumbfounded, Deadpool could only retreat from the battlefield, making his way to the adjacent building. Just as calmness returned, Spider-Boy's voice echoed through the channel. Hey, Mr. Stark, you merely wish to apprehend Mr. Winter Soldier. You do not intend to kill him here, correct? Stark hesitated before responding. Peter, I do not wish to deceive you. You can leave now. Consider the suit a gift from me. Go home, kid. The words left Spider-Boy momentarily stunned before he was sent flying by Captain America's shield. Stark quickly intervened to halt Captain's pursuit. No, Mr. Stark. Peter Parker's resolute voice rang out from behind. I will aid you in winning this battle, but I will simultaneously prevent you from taking a life. Stark felt a tremor within. This momentary distraction allowed a metallic arm to strike him, sending him crashing into the nearby rubble. Damn it. An overwhelming hatred surged within Iron Man, his resolve ignited. I will end you. Meanwhile, Deadpool, having reached the rooftop, spotted a drone dangling a lengthy weapon box beneath it. Upon inspection, his eyes sparkled with excitement. My goodness, what is this, benefactor? 2 vibranium longswords. If you can complete all my commands in this battle, they shall be yours. All right. I hereby declare that from this moment on, benefactor is my true father. I shall do whatever you command. Now eliminate that giant. Understood, sir. Upon glancing up, Deadpool noted that the giant and War Machine were still entangled in combat. However, it was evident that War Machine's arsenal was nearly depleted, unable to penetrate the giant's defenses. I'm coming. Deadpool, leveraging his immortality, gripped the vibranium long swords and leaped from the rooftop. Thud. He hit the ground. After a few moments, he rose and charged forth. Soon, he found himself at the giant's feet. However, he quickly realized he had no means to strike at such heights. No choice then, I shall make do. Deadpool leaped onto Ant-Man's foot. Hey, big guy, this is going to hurt a bit. With that, he plunged both vibranium long swords downward. Swoosh. The swords easily pierced through Ant-Man's uniform, embedding themselves into his foot. No, my foot. The giant groaned incoherently in pain, his immense body toppling over. Unfortunately, he fell directly onto the battlefield where many were already injured and exhausted, resulting in several of them being caught off guard. Iron Fist, Daredevil, Power Man, Pumpkinhead, Red Hood, Tigra. All of them were knocked out in one fell swoop. Even more alarming, as Ant-Man Scott rolled around clutching his foot, the narrowly escaping Falcon and the low-flying War Machine met their demise as well, struck down by the giant's fall. In an instant, the scene shifted to a confrontation between Captain America and Winter Soldier against Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Deadpool. The advantage lay with me, Stark mused, surveying the situation. All he needed was to keep Captain America occupied while leaving Winter Soldier to wait. Just as the two factions prepared to engage, a voice interrupted. "Shall we sit down and discuss matters before you strike?" Turning, they beheld the late-arriving Van. "What brings you here?" Stark inquired, raising an eyebrow. Van calmly stepped between the two groups, addressing them. "Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, you two are engaging in a public brawl, inflicting significant damage upon New York City. Currently, the damages amount to billions, with dozens injured. I now represent the government and people of the United States, and I am here to arrest you both. Will you resist?" Upon hearing this, the combatants fell silent. Stark lifted his helmet, exclaiming, "Van, let me kill him. Hand him over to the law. He has no good fate awaiting him. Why involve yourself? As far as I know, you have already committed serious crimes. Your subordinates have killed and caused multiple injuries. Do you wish to sacrifice your life for the sake of killing him?" "Van, when Bucky makes mistakes, he is not himself. He is under control," Captain America defended. "Does that mean he is absolved of guilt, Captain?" Van glanced behind them, noticing that Ant-Man had reverted to his original form, sitting on the ground, clutching his foot. Not far from him, Pumpkinhead and Scorpion had become lifeless corpses. Although neither of them were virtuous individuals, your act of killing two people is far more grievous than Stark's. "Captain, both you and Stark are principal offenders. Do not think of aiding the Winter Soldier. Consider your own predicament." Deadpool, Wade, stealthily approached Stark and whispered, "Who is this guy? So audacious? How about you give me $1 billion, and I'll assist you?" "He is Theodore Vahn." "Theodore Vahn? Who?" "Justice League." Stark rolled his eyes. "Oh, is that him?" Deadpool Wade looked at the youthful figure before him in astonishment. Suddenly, he raised his hand in greeting. "Hey, Theodore Vahn. I never imagined you were so handsome. Absolutely unbelievable." Van smiled at him. "Want a reduced sentence? You've succeeded. Wow, you are truly charming." Deadpool's eyes sparkled. "You've only succeeded once." Deadpool paused for a moment, then fell into contemplative silence. Van cast one last glance at them. "So, do you intend to surrender quietly? Or will you fight to the death? I have a sniper upstairs whose eyes are nearly strained. Provide me with a definitive answer." Chapter 129, Captain America Goes to Jail. Captain America is going to jail. Iron Man is going to jail. Spider-Man is going to jail. Winter Soldier and Deadpool are, of course, not exempt. Wisely, they chose not to resist, but to surrender. As Steve and Stark witnessed the police, wearing expressions of disdain, cuff them, they realized their misjudgment. At this dawn, the golden sun rose as it always had. Yet, what awaited the citizens of New York was a scene of devastation. On the television, countless news outlets questioned and debated. Why? Why did Captain America act this way? Why did Iron Man do this? What truly transpired? Who is right and who is wrong? Who embodies justice and who embodies evil? Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle, delivered a somber address on television. The superheroes engaged in a spectacular battle, leaving behind ruins that ordinary people could never mend in a lifetime. No matter how you phrase it, this is the worst of times. Van was seated in the office of the New York police chief, watching this broadcast. During this time, the Black Chief received countless phone calls from several of New York's top-tier lawyers, renowned journalists, officials from the New York Department of Justice, senators, representatives, and even calls from the White House. Sweat beads glistened on the chief's dark face, which was contorted in distress. Eventually, in a fit of despair, he unplugged the phone line, switched off his mobile, and looked towards Van. "Mr. Van, please help me. The mayor won't answer my calls. I have no idea what to do." Van shrugged. "Do not fret. This is a normal occurrence." Indeed, with Stark's financial resources, he could hire half of New York's lawyers to represent him. These predatory individuals were each more difficult to handle than the last. A slight misstep could jeopardize the chief's career, and those incessant reporters. So far, his precinct had arrested over a dozen journalists attempting to unlawfully infiltrate the police station. But these were merely the small fry. With the reputations of Captain America and Iron Man, half of America's journalists had converged around several police stations in New York. The chief was acutely aware that a single word or gesture could be twisted by them. He was deeply concerned about whether to step out of the precinct with his right or left foot at the end of the day. Compared to those high-profile lawyers, these reporters could swiftly lead him straight to the underworld. As for the officials calling in to plead on his behalf, acquaintances were no longer in his considerations. "Do not worry, Chief," Van reassured him. "How could I not worry?" The chief leaned back in his chair, weakly stating, "You have no idea how tumultuous this situation has become. Just now, 6 House representatives and 5 senators called me, not to mention the president's office. And our esteemed mayor? He won't even take my call. Do you think he intends to place all the blame on me alone? Trust me, Chief. This matter is not as challenging as you imagine." "What do you mean?" "Under the current circumstances, Anything you do will be deemed wrong. There are no perfect choices. Only the best among the options available. The Black Chief paused for a moment. Act with integrity, Chief. That is the least erroneous path. But there will still be many who oppose it, and then, I understand, there will undoubtedly be dissenters. At that point, you have two choices. If opposition is minimal, continue with your plan. If opposition is substantial, resign immediately. This way, at the very least, you may safeguard your own position. The chief fell silent for a moment. Let us proceed with that. He nodded resignedly. Also, I will arrange for their transfer to the Nahal prison as soon as possible. I will require Mr. Van's assistance then. Van smiled. No problem. I am here to help you resolve your troubles. After exchanging a few words, he departed. This visit to the New York precinct was solely to ensure that Captain America, Iron Man, and the others could face the judgment of the law. No one should be able to evade consequences through wealth and fame. Otherwise, would the rule of law in my beloved America not become a mere facade? With the righteous populace like myself, such a situation shall never transpire. He returned to the Tefong Tower. However, the tremors caused by this second battle in New York were only just beginning. Van's divine realm had been flourishing recently, with 3 gems in hand. Merely through comings and goings, he amassed thousands of Wolverine's powers daily. Not to mention the recent acquisition of numerous treasures, his numbers swiftly grew, surpassing 250,000. Half of his divine realm planet had transformed into an oasis. Rivers and lakes were gradually manifesting, and the scenery was vibrant with life. Overall, his divine realm was still in the first major stage of revival. However, given the current pace, advancing to the next stage did not seem arduous. Upon exiting the divine realm, he received 2 reports. The first concerned a matter he had been closely monitoring, the whereabouts of Baron Zemo and Cynthia. Cynthia had been searching for the blueprints left by her father, the Red Skull. That book was linked to a formidable Asgardian deity, potentially inciting a disaster at any moment. According to reports from his subordinates, Baron Zemo had recently been abandoned in a desert by someone. Cynthia had betrayed him. Van felt a chill in his heart. It seemed she had found the blueprints left by the Red Skull. Shortly, the 8 hammers are destined to descend upon the mortal realm. This impending calamity is poised to be of a global scale. However, what piques Vaughn's curiosity the most is the identity of the individuals who will wield these hammers. Another piece of news suggests that someone has seemingly uncovered the whereabouts of Mephisto, specifically on the island of Madrid, where the Serpent Queen, Ophelia Sarkeesian, resides. It has been quite a while since Vaughn last encountered her. Amidst the allure of New York's vibrant nightlife, he had not considered seeking out this former lover. Yet, an opportunity has now presented itself. Utilizing a portal, he swiftly arrived at Madrid Island, where he found himself face to face with the Spider Mistress, the one capable of monitoring the entire expanse of the island. The reason the Serpent Queen wished to conduct the 5-person gathering ceremony was to extend her life. To this end, they had even captured the goddess of fortune, Domino. Unfortunately, the ritual did not succeed. However, it cannot be deemed a complete failure. Through the ceremony, they had indeed acquired some superpowers. Alas, these abilities were rather underwhelming, merely minor enhancements to one's sense of smell, a slight increase in the size of a specific body part, and a modest boost in charm. Ultimately, it was Vaughn who bestowed upon the Spider Mistress a diluted version of Wolverine's powers, significantly prolonging her lifespan. Pray tell, where did you sense Mephisto's presence? He inquired. On the lady herself. What? Vaughn exclaimed, Ophelia. By the heavens, Mephisto, you dare to lay hands on my woman? I shall see you dead. Chapter 130. The Day of Fear's Arrival. Just as Vaughn was preparing to confront Mephisto in a fit of rage, a portal crackling with sparks abruptly materialized before him. Doctor Strange? He mused. What brings her here? The bald sorceress stepped forward, her eyes rolling at the sight of Vaughn. What are you doing here? Let me guess. Your activities are somehow linked to the demonic sacrificial rites taking place. Vaughn smirked. Actually, I merely happened to pass by. Do you believe me? Doctor Strange dismissed his words with a wave. As far as I know, 3 demonic sacrificial rites have occurred here thus far. Without my protective array, the Earth would likely face a catastrophic disaster. Ah, I see now, Vaughn realized. The reason these rituals have been somewhat ineffective is due to your meddling. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of innocence, shrugging with a smile. How could I have known? Such sacrificial rites are certainly not my doing. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Oh, guess what? A friend of mine just informed me of a startling revelation. She detected Mephisto's presence here. That makes sense. It must be old Mephisto's doing. Doctor Strange observed him with a dispassionate glance. Of the 3 rituals, 2 took place prior to the Sokovia War. Vaughn chuckled nonchalantly. Then it stands to reason that old Mephisto had his minions do his bidding. He has quite a few tricks up his sleeve in the mortal realm. Doctor Strange sighed. Regardless of whether you were involved previously, I advise you to cease such activities in the future. Why is that? Vahn queried. Doctor Strange smiled knowingly. Kamar-Taj will soon welcome a new Sorcerer Supreme. His mastery over the protective array will not be as adept as mine. Should you continue conducting sacrificial rites here, this place may become a vulnerable point in the array. If any issues arise, this island cannot withstand an onslaught from demonic entities. Upon hearing this, Vahn felt a tremor of concern. Have you found your new apprentice? Indeed, he is currently studying magic at Kamar-Taj. Ah, Vahn exclaimed, what about me? What is so special about that long-faced fellow? He is not nearly as handsome as I am. I see him merely as a third-rate detective at best. Doctor Strange merely regarded him with an enigmatic smile. No one surpasses him. In a certain sense, he may even outshine me. Are you truly considering retirement? Vahn queried. Doctor Strange remained silent. Vahn shook his head. The world today is vastly different from the one you made your decisions in. Choices that were once correct may no longer hold true. For example, Doctor Strange inquired, looking at him. For instance, Odin and I have reached an agreement. He intends to shatter the prophecy of Ragnarok in this epic, allowing his son and Asgard to be reborn. Doctor Strange's expression turned grave. Has he lost his mind? Vahn chuckled softly. Perhaps he has found his courage? Do you know who stands behind the prophecy of Ragnarok? Are you aware of the deep connections they have with Asgard? I do not know, Doctor Strange admitted. However, I understand that life is singular. If one compromises due to fear and stagnates, that would be truly regrettable. Doctor Strange would not easily forget such lessons, even in his advanced years. He laughed dismissively, of course not. However, youthful fervor has never been the theme of this world. It is perilous. Those who seek fervor often meet a grim fate. Vahn smiled. The places Odin can traverse, you might consider as well. The future is only revealed through experience. Doctor Strange nodded, changing the subject. You mentioned that there were signs of Mephisto's presence here? Ah, speaking of which. It suddenly dawned on me. Vahn exclaimed. Did that communication ritual you told me about yield any results? I've conducted it thrice with no response whatsoever. Did the Almighty change his number? I cannot say. Doctor Strange rolled her eyes. Perhaps the Almighty simply does not wish to engage with you. He detests the incessantly verbose. Huh, Vahn retorted, his eyes narrowing. If that is the case, I'll repeat it 3 more times when I return and see if he grows weary. Doctor Strange shook her head. Let us go. We must investigate Mephisto's trail. Vahn glanced at the spider mistress, who nodded in understanding. The lady is in the garden. I shall lead you. As they stepped into Ophelia's opulent residence, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. They hurried towards the source. In the vast garden, a figure with resplendent white wings stood gracefully, suspended in the air. An angel. Anyone could recognize this as the legendary celestial being. Opposite the angel stood Mephisto, with his sharp horns, crimson skin, and long tail. Not far away, the Serpent Queen, Ophelia Sarkeesian, lay unconscious on the ground. Damn it, Mephisto. You truly dared to lay hands on my people. Vahn seethed. Yet, with the angel's arrival, it indicated that the Almighty had indeed received his message. Doctor Strange cast a surprised glance at Vahn. The Almighty has truly sent someone. It seems you've uncovered quite a secret. Do you recognize this angel? The guardian angel of Thursday, the Archangel Radial, protector of Jupiter. He is specifically tasked with handling the unsavory affairs of heaven. Wow, will he be able to vanquish Mephisto? If not kill him, he'll surely leave him maimed. That would indeed be splendid. Both Mephisto and Radial had noticed their presence. Mephisto glared at Vahn, his eyes ablaze. I knew it was you, you scoundrel. Speak, what have you accused me of? Mephisto, your words do not hold water. Do you believe that God can be deceived at my whim? Oh, angelic being, witness how brazen this demon is, daring to threaten me in your presence. He shows utter disregard for our great Lord. I implore you to teach him a severe lesson. Enraged, Mephisto lunged forward, but the Archangel Radagiel reacted swifter, stepping in to block his path. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the two, one clad in crimson and the other in white. Without a doubt, old Mephisto found himself at a disadvantage. Casting a resentful glance at Vahn, he seized an opportunity to flee. Radagiel, without uttering a word, pursued him. Vahn approached and lifted the unconscious Ophelia, while the Ancient One activated the portal for their departure. Vahn called out, Ancient One, please ponder the implications of being neighbors with Odin. Better to endure than to perish. Only in life does every possibility remain. The Ancient One departed. As Vahn cradled Ophelia, preparing to return her to her chambers, a streak of light suddenly flashed across the sky. Simultaneously, his phone chimed. It was Pierce. Boss, the hammers have descended. Chapter 131. The 8 Hammers Choose Their Master. Van entrusted Ophelia to Lady Spider and stepped through the portal, arriving aboard the aerial mothership. At that moment, the vessel floated upon the sea, not far from New York. The radar screen in the central control room displayed 7 distinct trajectories, appearing from thin air in the cosmos, plummeting toward Earth. Satellite images captured their forms, 7 hammers, each uniquely shaped. Upon entering the atmosphere, they scattered like petals, each descending in a different direction. Predict their landing sites, Pierce commanded. The results soon emerged, causing Van's brow to furrow. Good heavens! Of the 7 hammers, 2 were headed straight for New York? Upon closer inspection, he realized with dismay that both were aimed at the Raft prison. Van understood their target. Captain America and the Winter Soldier, you might want to consider your capture. For the villains are picking their targets among you. This cannot stand. I must attempt to intercept them. The Raft also harbored his portal, and with a thought, he arrived at the prison. Alas, he was too late. The 2 hammers crashed directly into his clandestine underground prison, sending water splashing high into the air. At that moment, Deadpool was engaging in his daily task of berating the Winter Soldier, a job entrusted to him by Stark, earning him $1,000 each time. Previously, to satisfy his own wicked sense of amusement, Van had arranged their cells with particular care. Directly opposite Iron Man was the Winter Soldier, while Captain America occupied a diagonal position. Directly across from Captain America was Deadpool, Stark's loyal sidekick. The remaining inmates were arranged according to the severity of their grievances. Van had specially installed a shield generator in this secret underground prison, for without it, truly containing them would prove challenging. During their days together, the enmity between the 2 groups had only deepened. When the hammers fell, they crashed squarely into the cells of the Winter Soldier and Deadpool. This time, the shield proved ineffective. The prisoners, huddled at their doors, craned their necks to see what was happening. From the ceiling, a torrent of water surged in like a high-pressure jet. My God, we're done for. Old man Moneybags, Theodore Vahn must be trying to drown us. Oh no, not like this. I want to go to court. I want to be the defendant. Deadpool's shout sent a chill through the others. The water flowed rapidly, soon reaching their feet. If this continued, they might very well drown. Stark nervously swallowed, having witnessed a horrifying sight. Across from him, the Winter Soldier grasped the handle of the fallen hammer. In an instant, strange glowing patterns flickered across the Winter Soldier's body, causing him to grow taller and more robust. His eyes began to glow as he let out a deep, primal roar. Bucky, what has happened to you? Captain America's voice rang out with concern. Yet, this urgent call failed to rouse the Winter Soldier. Stark observed as a pair of cold, piercing eyes locked onto him. Oh crap! Stark shuddered, a chill racing up his spine. Is this how I meet my end? Fortunately, his intellect was among the sharpest on the planet. He quickly recalled that something had also fallen into Deadpool's cell. He shouted, Wade, what's in your room? Whatever it is, grab it and protect me. That guy across from me looks like he's going to kill my entire family. All right, old man Moneybags, I'm on it. No, what is this? It's consuming my will. Stark, in distress, pounded on the wall. Wade, are you all right? Not so good, old man. I'm afraid, Wade. Don't give up. If you succeed, I'll give you 300 million. What? My goodness. The other side fell silent, and Stark's heart raced. Wade, how are you? Cough, cough. Old man, it's too hard. This power is overwhelming. Stark, anxious, asked, what can I do to help? It seems there is. What? How? More money. Stark paused, his lips twitching as he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll raise it to 500 million. No, that is not enough. Stark clenched his fists. But as he glanced at the Winter Soldier raising the hammer, smashing through the thick alloy door, his legs trembled. I'll raise it to 1 billion. Fantastic. Thank you so much, old man Moneybags. Deadpool responded cheerfully. Stark felt he had been tricked. In Deadpool's cell, the water had risen to his thighs. Hearing the affirmation from the other side, he stretched lazily before grasping the hammer, cheerfully exclaiming, Good baby, Daddy's coming. Boom. The wall before Stark crumbled. He cowered in the corner, watching as a figure adorned with glowing lines entered his cell. Deadpool appeared even taller and more muscular than before. Unlike the Winter Soldier, Deadpool's eyes held not only destruction and slaughter, but also a glimmer of longing and resistance. He gazed at Stark, his expression a tumultuous mix of light and shadow, lost in thought. At that moment, the Winter Soldier, already wreaking havoc, smashed through the door. Deadpool suddenly turned, letting out a roar, and leaped forward to embrace his waist. With a surge of strength, they launched upward like cannonballs, bursting through the ceiling and flying outside. It was only then that Van arrived. Observing the 3 holes in the ceiling, his anger boiling over. Just wait. You'll owe me for this. With a thought, He manipulated the scattered stones and metals in the room, molding them into a large mass to seal the openings. After inspecting the cells, he found that aside from Stark, Deadpool, and the Winter Soldier, the others had not suffered any damage. As for the breached shield, its generator remained intact. A simple restart would suffice. He clapped his hands together. All right, everyone, there's no need to worry. I'll have someone come to drain the water immediately. Regarding Stark, you shall be transferred to the adjacent vacant cell. As for the two escapees, do you possess any pertinent information to relay to the guards? Very well. I have numerous matters to attend to. You all should remain calm. In a few days, you will be summoned to court. Contemplate how to address the esteemed judge. As Van turned to leave, Stark called out to him. Wait, Van, you are leaving just like that? Stark queried incredulously. Van replied with curiosity. What should I do otherwise? Shouldn't you enlighten us on what transpired moments ago? Moments ago? Van shrugged. Is it necessary for you to know? Stark, exasperated, retorted, I nearly perished right here. Oh, fret not about that. I shall ensure the perpetrator is apprehended post-haste, I assure you. No, Stark exclaimed. The assailant is Winter Soldier. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I meant to inquire what has transpired outside. Where did those two massive hammers come from? Captain America interjected. Mr. Van, has there been yet another catastrophe outside? Van chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, you criminals, what do you need to know for? Chapter 132, Invoking the Deities. Stark, incensed, responded, Mr. Van, until the court renders its verdict. I am merely a suspect and not a criminal. You would do well to comprehend this. Van rolled his eyes. Criminal, criminal, criminal. How about that? Not satisfied? Sue me. Stark, seething, clenched his fists and advanced angrily. Van cautioned him. I am, after all, a guard. Attacking a staff member while in custody would only exacerbate your charges. Damn it, Stark spat out. I once believed you to be a decent person. Van raised his hands in mock surrender. Of course, I am a good person. Precisely because I am a good person, you find me displeasing, for you are a criminal responsible for the devastation of New York. Naturally, I shall regard you with disdain. But rest assured, once you have served your time and made amends, we can still be good friends. You. Stark clutched his chest in pain. Van, we can help. Captain America chimed in. Help with what? Van replied with a grin. To put it bluntly, each of you here is inconsequential compared to the crisis facing our planet. Captain America slammed his hand against the door. Then you should release us. I care not what fell from the sky. It has taken my friend. So, Captain, do you wish to escape and save the world, or do you seek to rescue your dear friend? Both. They are not mutually exclusive. No, they are not harmonious. Van countered. Your friend has allied with the enemy. I cannot guarantee a flawless victory against him. If necessary, I shall eliminate him for the sake of this planet. Oh, I relish that notion, Stark interjected. Captain America glared at the two of them through the door. I am beginning to believe Fury. You are hardly a competent guardian. You are merely an ambitious individual, surely plotting nefarious schemes behind the scenes. Van was taken aback. You are in contact with that wanted criminal? You astonish me, Captain. In your battle against Hydra, you sacrificed so many allies, and this world has paid such a heavy price. Yet, you choose to place your faith in him? Are you still Captain America? I see you have become Hydra's captain. Damn it. Mind your language, Captain. Ben shouted back. Stark, observing from the sidelines, felt a sudden lift in his spirits. Van cast a glance at him. Stop grinning. It's your turn to go in. Damn it, Van muttered. As he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted Peter Parker huddled in the corner of the cell. Logically, as a minor, he would likely receive leniency. However, being imprisoned had evidently dealt a heavy blow to his young psyche. Little guy, you chose the wrong godfather, didn't you? Just wait. Your uncle will come to rescue you soon. Exiting the underground prison, Van received a report from Pierce. The other hammers had also landed. One fell into the Pacific Ocean, another in Paris, France. The remaining 3 landed in Berlin, Germany, Tokyo, Japan, and Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The identity of the hammer that fell into the sea remains unknown. The one in Berlin has been occupied by a newly emerged villain. The other 3 possessors are, surprisingly, Van's subordinates, Red Tank in Brazil, Abomination in Tokyo, and the Grey Gargoyle, whom he had brainwashed and sent back to Paris. They all wield a hammer. Unfortunately, the control exerted by the hammers is evidently superior at present. Thus, temporarily, they have rebelled. However, he refrained from hastily ordering an assault against them. The 8 hammer wielders, along with the scheming serpent behind them, are indeed formidable. Attempting to confront them alone would surely result in significant losses. In such circumstances, the best course of action is undoubtedly to seek assistance. Opening a portal, Van swiftly arrived in Asgard. On the throne, Odin was fully armed, evidently awaiting his arrival. Thor stood below, looking perplexed. "Greetings, Van, my friend. What brings you here?" Van smiled, patting his shoulder before addressing Odin. "My lord, the earth is in peril, and I have reason to believe the enemy hails from Asgard. Therefore, I hope you can assist in resolving this crisis for Earth." Before Odin could respond, Thor interjected. "What? Someone from Asgard has smuggled their way to Earth? Fear not, my friend, I will handle it. I am the mightiest of Asgard." Silence. Odin suddenly struck the ground with his spear, and Thor wisely refrained from speaking further. "Mr. Van, the assistance Asgard can provide you may be rather limited." Van smiled. "How could that be? You are the mightiest guardian of the 9 realms. How could your assistance be limited?" Odin sighed heavily. "I am aging. Although us guardians grow stronger with age, in my current state, each time I intervene, I expend a portion of my lifespan." Thor appeared taken aback by this revelation. "Father, how could you?" Odin glanced at him. "I cannot risk losing you by agreeing to your plea for aid. Otherwise, our agreement would be rendered meaningless." Van furrowed his brow, realizing Odin's condition was more dire than he had imagined. "What agreement?" Thor asked, frowning. Not receiving an answer, he did not press the matter but shouted at Odin. "Father, let me go. Allow me to fulfill my duty to protect Midgard and uphold the glory of Asgard. I shall defeat the enemy and return with honor." Van stood to the side, rolling his eyes internally at the young man's confidence. "According to prophecy, you might only return as a corpse. Having just enjoyed a few pleasant days with Jane Foster, did he wish to leave her a widow?" "Stand down," Odin bellowed. However, the ever-headstrong Thor was relentless. "Father, when has Asgard ever feared its foes? Allow me to lead the army into battle." A flicker of exasperation crossed Odin's eyes. He had grown weary of this foolish son. Truly a misfortune, both of his sons were utterly inept. "Very well, Thor, your father acts in your best interests. This matter is indeed ill-suited for your handling. If need be, I shall seek others." Thor paused, bewildered. "Why am I deemed unsuitable? Who exactly is the enemy? Wait, I recall you mentioning he is an Asgardian. What sort of Asgardian could I not contend with? Are you mistaken?" Van's eyes widened as he gazed at Odin. After a moment of silence, Odin confessed, "This so-called enemy is your uncle, the Midgard serpent. His power far surpasses yours, and only I, or another, can seal him." Van raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. "And who might this another be?" "I have an uncle." Thor's expression was one of utter confusion. Odin chose not to elaborate further and instead turned to Van. "Mr. Van, I am aware of whom you wish to seek assistance from. Since this calamity originates from Asgard, I shall accompany you." Van shrugged. "That would be splendid. I was just pondering what gift to prepare for her. With all the treasures in the celestial palace, surely the god King's offering will satisfy her." Odin rolled his eyes. "Very well, I shall ensure a gift that will please her." Chapter 133. The Annihilation of the Divine, Scattering of Ashes. Through the transit of the Rainbow Bridge, Van and Odin arrived at Kamartaj. In the courtyard atop the mountain, numerous sorcerers from Kamartaj diligently practiced their craft. The Ancient One stood at the steps before the grand hall to greet them. Without further ado, Odin gestured, and the Asgardians behind him brought forth the gifts. A dazzling array of treasures, hardly inferior to any bridal dowry. The Ancient One cast a fleeting glance, her expression as inscrutable as ever. Odin spoke, "Supreme Sorceress, I wish to exchange these gifts for the opportunity to call upon your aid just once." All of Asgard would express their gratitude. The Ancient One regarded him with a penetrating gaze. The Midgard serpent ought not to awaken. At least in our world, he should remain in eternal slumber. However, now that he has arisen, it is time for the god of thunder to fulfill the prophecy. Odin fell into silence. The Ancient One shook her head. "Are you certain you wish to defy the prophecy of Ragnarok?" Alongside him, she cast a sidelong glance, tinged with disdain. Van, who had previously worn a smile, now stared wide-eyed. "What do you mean by that glance?" Odin sighed. "Sorceress, you are aware that the threads of fate have already been unraveled. Why should the destiny of Asgard remain immutable? Although my queen chose to barter with a mortal from Midgard for the sake of those 2 wretched sons, her choice was not unlike my own desires." Van shot a glare. "You old man, do you also look down upon me?" The Ancient One frowned. "I never knew that King Odin possessed such a tender side. Long ago I awakened. I conquered countless realms, wrought endless slaughter, yet my fate, and that of Asgard, inexorably slides into the abyss. Did I seal my own daughter merely because of her bloodlust?" Odin shook his head. "Slaughter is but a means. Yet the shadows lurking behind Asgard have transformed it into an end. Each act of violence by Hela only strengthens the darkness that shadows Asgard. She believes she kills for glory and conquest, but in truth, she is merely a pawn." Odin paused. "So now, with a glimmer of hope for change. I must at least attempt to seize it, mustn't I? The Ancient One remained silent, shaking her head, then turned to Vahn. Mr. Vahn, do you not possess the capability to resolve this crisis? Why seek Odin and me? Vahn, astonished, exclaimed, What? What are you saying? I do not comprehend your meaning. A faint smile graced the Ancient One's lips. I refer to that remarkable artifact you possess, do I not? Who said that? Vahn rolled his eyes. Last time in Sokovia. I witnessed it. Vahn sighed. Oh, you mean that thing? It's not that I don't want to use it. It's just too taxing on the body and not practical. This was indeed true. The Infinity Gauntlet was immensely powerful, but such power did not come without a price. Normally, sealing off a space was manageable, but if one were to unleash the Gauntlet-esque capabilities and engage in prolonged combat, it would certainly take a toll on the body. Recovery would require several days. The Ancient One regarded him thoughtfully before glancing at Odin. Mr. Vahn, I have matters to discuss with His Majesty the God King. Would you kindly excuse yourself? Vahn was taken aback. You two old codgers have secrets? My goodness. Does the goddess know about this? Vahn furrowed his brows. What do you wish to discuss? Why not just converse in the mirror dimension? Odin interjected. Because I dislike entering spaces controlled by others. The Ancient One nodded. Additionally, I fear you might eavesdrop. Thus, it is better for you to keep your distance. Vahn rolled his eyes, feeling vexed. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face. He called out, Hey, long face, how's your magic studies going? Is it particularly challenging? Speaking of which, I can do magic too, and healing your hand would be a breeze. What do you say? Interested in teaming up with me? I could heal your hand by tomorrow. Stephen Strange looked utterly perplexed. Who are you, speaking to me? Calling me long face is quite rude, you know? Wait, how do you know I need healing for my hand? The Ancient One scowled. Mr. Vahn, he will not agree to your proposal. Vahn shrugged, suddenly turning to the large man behind Strange. Hey, King, do you want to team up with me? The King looked bewildered. Who? Me? No. Boring. Vahn pondered for a moment, then smiled at the Ancient One. I can step aside. Let me take the King to Tokyo. I'll see if I can awaken those deranged subordinates. The King looked puzzled. You can open the portal yourself. Why do you need me? Vahn grinned. Because having someone who specializes in opening portals makes me look more distinguished. The King was irate, but the Ancient One commanded, King, accompany him on this trip. Yes, Supreme Sorceress, the King responded with a respectful bow. The portal opened, and Vahn found himself on the rooftop of a tall building in Tokyo, Japan. After transforming into the abomination, his psyche was consumed by destruction and chaos, leading to widespread devastation in Tokyo. At that moment, fires erupted across many areas, with flames licking the air as the wind stirred. Tokyo was indeed ablaze. The King stood behind Vahn. Hey, how do you intend to subdue that monster? Vahn smiled at him. Having studied under the Supreme Sorceress for so many years, you must be quite powerful, right? Why not defeat him and save the people? The King peered at the savage beast known as the Abomination, instinctively retracting his neck. I certainly can subdue him, but the sorcerers of Kamartaj mustn't reveal themselves to the world easily. I must heed the Supreme Sorceress's commands. She sent me with you, but did not instruct me to intervene. Vahn did not confront him directly, but instead gazed at the rampaging abomination and said, I possess a method that may reach his very soul. I wish to see if I can awaken him. Let us proceed and test this. He caressed the gemstone ring on his finger, contemplating the formidable challenge of attempting to regain control over the abomination through the manipulative spirit. However, he considered the possibility of indirectly guiding them. Perhaps he could lead them toward less populated areas to avert greater casualties. After some reflection, Vahn contemplated embedding a simple thought into the abomination's mind, preferably one that was both uncomplicated and unequivocal. Yet, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to conduct a preliminary experiment first. Eureka! Vahn placed a reassuring hand on Wang's shoulder and declared, I have devised a spell. You shall open a portal to his vicinity. Remember, I cannot guarantee absolute success, so be prepared to whisk me away at a moment's notice. Wang shot him a resentful glare, but begrudgingly prepared to activate the portal. As Vahn stroked the ring, he readied himself to impart the thought to the abomination. The portal opened, bringing them perilously close to the abomination, which was wildly swinging a massive hammer. Vahn refrained from stepping through, remaining behind the threshold. With a mental command, he urged the manipulative spirit to act. Sensing the spirit's disappearance, Vahn felt a surge of anticipation. Mami home. Extinguish the god's shrine, scatter the ashes. Let the 6-word mantra swiftly manifest. Vahn observed as the abomination, adorned with luminous lines, suddenly froze in place. Moments later, he sensed the spirit's return. This time, however, the exertion had been tremendous. The spirit had consumed not one, but 2.5 units of a formidable energy source. The abomination paused briefly before beginning to survey its surroundings, quickly spotting the glowing portal. Its gaze transformed into one of perilous menace. This is disastrous. It seems my efforts were in vain. Vahn felt disheartened, lamenting the squandered energy. The abomination's fierce glare only intensified his frustration. He once again touched the ring, declaring, "Manipulative spirit, this time, deliver a fierce bite." In an instant, the spirit vanished. The next moment, the abomination clutched its ears and unleashed a thunderous roar. "Huh, let that be a lesson to you for glaring at me." Vahn chuckled, but this laughter seemed to incite the abomination's fury to new heights. The luminous lines upon its body pulsated like incandescent bulbs. With a resounding crash, it launched itself toward Vahn with alarming speed. "Quick, shut the door," Vahn shouted. Just in the nick of time, the portal sealed shut. Enraged and bereft of a target, the abomination turned its wrath upon the nearby structures, wreaking havoc. Vahn turned to Wong, shaking his head in disappointment. "Alas, we have failed. But fret not, for failure is the mother of success. I have performed admirably. I shall not lose heart. Next time, I shall achieve greater results. Come, let us return." Wong gazed at the now even more frenzied abomination. His expression caught between words unspoken. "Goodness, I find myself utterly speechless. You truly are remarkable." Chapter 134, The World-Destroying Demon King or the Savior Child. Kamatage. With a crackling sound, a portal began to take shape. Odin glanced back momentarily, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued speaking. "So why not witness for yourself whether he is the world-destroying Demon King or the Savior Child?" A shout echoed, and Vahn fancied he heard someone praising him from behind. "Is it you too?" As the portal opened, Vahn caught wind of the term Savior Child. Who could they be referring to if not me? "It appears I misjudged your intentions, thinking you were dismissing me while secretly lauding my virtues." Ancient One regarded him with mild surprise. "I did not anticipate your swift return." Coughing lightly, he added, "I had some thoughts I wished to experiment with, though it ended in failure." Wong, standing behind him, cast a sidelong glance before discreetly distancing himself. Unfazed, Ancient One continued, "I have acquiesced to Odin's request. I shall join forces with you to confront the serpent. That is splendid news. With you as the supreme sorcerer. Your formidable powers shall suffice to tackle the serpent, while I will handle his 8 hammer-wielding subordinates. What say you?" Ancient One regarded him with a measured gaze and replied, "How long do you require to deal with them? The serpent feasts upon the fears of humanity, which is why his minions are imbued with destruction and bloodlust. Each additional second the 8 subordinates exist only empowers the serpent further. If we delay too long, I too shall find myself overmatched." Vahn nodded. "Oh, so it is a race against time? Indeed, that complicates matters. Some of those subordinates are particularly formidable." Ancient One waved his hand dismissively. "You may return for now. The serpent is no trivial adversary, and I must prepare." When will you make your move?" Vahn inquired. "When the time is right, I shall act." "Humph, how cryptic." The rainbow bridge reappeared, and Odin departed for Asgard. Vahn opened a portal and stepped back into the Typhon Tower in New York. Upon his return, he was greeted by the ringing of a phone. Previously in Asgard and Kamatage, it seemed there had been no signal. He glanced at the caller ID to find a conference invitation from the representatives of the 5 great nations. "Oh, now you are eager? When I previously urged you to sign the agreement, none of you spoke a word. Now it is my turn to call the shots." Clearing his throat, he answered, "You are all to blame. Why did you not heed my suggestions before? Had we established a global oversight agency, we might have detected the signs of this calamity well in advance. What could have been resolved with a handful of soldiers is now a catastrophe. How many lives have been lost? What devastation has ensued? Why did you ignore my warnings? I tell you, this situation rests upon the shoulders of each and every one of you." With a decisive click, he hung up the phone, stretching leisurely as he awaited the next call. True to form, the phone soon rang again. "Hello? What do you want?" "I am exceedingly busy, you know. I just returned from Asgard seeking reinforcements and met with nothing but disappointment. I ventured to a mysterious place seeking assistance. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed? You know nothing. Do you comprehend the depth of my love for this world? I have endured countless grievances, yet have not wavered. Who among you understands my plight? Do you? Sign it." We have signed both of the proposals you mentioned." "Oh." A heavy silence ensued, leaving Vahn momentarily at a loss for words. "Mr. Vahn, you must resolve this swiftly. The populace is gripped by fear. I will act with all due haste." Vahn gathered his thoughts. "Furthermore, there are immediate actions you must undertake. Suppress all news related to this disaster. Do not allow fear to spread further. Mobilize your military forces into the cities to safeguard your citizens. Display your warplanes, tanks, and artillery for the populace to see. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded, Mr. Vahn, against those formidable monsters, our weapons are utterly ineffective. Our military cannot protect the people. Vahn shook his head. I am not instructing your military to genuinely protect the populace. Rather, it is to ensure that your populace feels protected. What? A few representatives were puzzled. These esteemed wielders of the hammer share a common master behind them, known as Orochi. Orochi feeds on the fears that permeate this world. The greater the number of frightened souls, and the deeper their terror, the more formidable his power becomes. If you endeavor to alleviate the fears of the populace, you will weaken his strength. A brief silence resonated on the other end of the line, followed by a resolute voice. Understood. We shall employ every means to diminish the fears of the people. After ending the call, Vahn stepped into the realm of the divine. Here, the heroes of the Justice League stood assembled, awaiting orders. Esteemed colleagues, you are already aware of the events transpiring on Earth. The time has come for us to act. Our adversaries are formidable, and vanquishing them will not be a simple task. I shall not compel you to defeat them. Thus, your primary objective is to contain the hammer wielders. Draw them away from urban areas or densely populated locales to minimize the devastation they may inflict. The task of defeating them will fall to me. However, there are numerous enemies, and some may need to hold out for an extended period. Prioritize your safety. After receiving their orders, the heroes began to distribute tasks, organizing themselves into teams to provide support across the globe. The Hulk led a team to Brazil to confront the Red Tank, while Black Dwarf headed to Paris to engage the Grey Gargoyle. Steel Hercules and Wolverine ventured to Berlin. And as for Tokyo, Japan, there were no remaining heroes available. Thus, they had no choice but to enlist the aid of mutants like Hedgehog and the One-Armed Hero, as well as several other powerful beings who timidly embarked on the path to save the world. The hammer that had fallen into the sea was temporarily disregarded. The remaining task was what Vahn aimed to resolve in one fell swoop. The two hammer wielders in New York. Curiously enough, the two hammer wielders did not solely wreak havoc upon the city. For the most part, they were engaged in a mutual struggle. During the other moments, it seemed Winter Soldier was running ahead while Deadpool pursued him. One fled, the other chased. One was burdened with a profound purpose, while the other was ensnared without escape. Nevertheless, despite this, the destruction they wrought was exceedingly severe, rivaling that of the first New York battle. When Vahn located them, he witnessed Deadpool pinning Winter Soldier beneath him, with the two hammers positioned between them, locked in a contest of strength. Observing this scene, Vahn shouted, "Hey, that shameless Deadpool. Release my dear Captain America's little Bucky at once." Chapter 135, The Third Battle of New York. The two hammer wielders were evidently startled, releasing each other and fixating their gaze upon Vahn, their eyes gleaming with malice. Vahn approached them step by step. A flicker of blue fire erupted from his eyes, subsequently enveloping his entire being. Upon reaching them, he transformed into a towering figure of a blue fire skeleton. The two hammer wielders clearly felt the pressure and assumed defensive stances. "Come on, let me test your strength," he declared, as a gigantic fist, ablaze with blue fire, swept forth. The sound of wind roared, akin to a dragon's roar. Boom. His mighty punch was unexpectedly halted by a hammer. Vahn felt a surge of divine power emanating from the hammer. This was a force that could only be harnessed by an extraordinarily powerful celestial-level expert. Although it was merely a fraction of their power, it was sufficient to contend with him, a half-celestial. The combined divine strength of the two slightly exceeded his own. However, this divine energy ultimately stemmed from an external source. Even the finest sword requires a skilled swordsman to wield it effectively. Vahn unleashed the blue fire from his being, his momentum soaring. He unleashed punch after punch, like a tempest, pouring forth his power upon the two. Dust clouds billowed, buildings collapsed, and the sun and moon dimmed, plunging the world into darkness. After a fierce exchange, the scene remained unchanged. Vahn, panting heavily, could see that his opponents were also not at ease. They were evenly matched, unable to break each other's techniques, resulting in an awkward stalemate. He leaned on his waist. "Deadpool, I'll pay you. Can you just go play somewhere else for a while?" The hammer wielder in Deadpool's guise blinked, clearly not comprehending a word. This was proving to be troublesome. Just as Vahn was about to persuade him further, a blinding light suddenly emanated from the stripes on Winter Soldier's body. His aura continued to escalate, subtly exerting pressure upon Vahn. Deadpool, ever astute, sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated, positioning himself 800 meters away to observe. With Winter Soldier's aura locking onto him, Vahn dared not be careless. What on earth is happening? Why is this guy suddenly so powerful? Isn't Captain America still alive? Wait, it seems I suddenly know how to deal with him. Is this too brazen? Boom. Before Vahn could react, he felt several of his ribs fracture in his chest. His entire being was sent hurtling through the air. While Winter Soldier, transformed into a hammer wielder, maintained his stance as he swung the hammer. My God, I was caught off guard and didn't he dodge? What a scoundrel. Attacking without honor. I tell you, Captain America is finished, I mean it. Even Jesus couldn't he save him. Vahn crashed through several walls before finally halting. Just as he was cursing and climbing out of the rubble, he saw a hammer head hurtling toward his face. Damn it. Others charge 80 for a hammer strike. Your strike to the face could cost me my life. Once again soaring through the air, Vahn was now filled with rage. Where's my trump card? It's time to bring it out. Boom. Another tremendous sound erupted. Before Vahn could deploy his trump card, he found himself pinned to the ground under a hammer wielder's chest. Above him, the glowing Winter Soldier spoke in a voice like aged gravel, hoarse and obscure, as if he hadn't spoken in thousands of years. You, who are you? I do not recall, but there is a prophecy concerning you. Vahn was taken aback, realizing that this must be Orochi possessing him. No wonder he suddenly became so strong. Well, he felt a sense of relief within. Since it's not Winter Soldier's doing, there's no need to think of ways to kill Captain America for revenge. As for Orochi, you little chicken, just wait. I'll extract your tendons to fashion a belt. Even in the midst of dust and debris, Vahn stood tall, defiant. Humph. Old man, I suggest you quickly surrender and plead for mercy. I might begrudgingly accept your capitulation. Otherwise, I will show no mercy at the moment of your demise. Perhaps having never encountered such a resilient, courageous, obstinate, and fearless warrior, Orochi hesitated. Then he slowly raised his hammer, aiming at Van's head. Huh. If you have the ability, then bring it down. Don't make me look down on you. Orochi, of course, had no hesitation, and with a mighty swing, the hammer was unleashed. Contrary to expectations, there was no splattering of brains and death. He struck air, stumbling forward. Suddenly, a fierce kick struck his back, sending him tumbling forward. A portal appeared just in time, and he fell through it. Oh dear. Vahn, donning the Infinity Gauntlet, felt his entire arm's blue fire stabilize. That had certainly come at a significant cost. At the moment the hammer was about to descend, he had fully activated the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. The Soul Stone sealed the 5 senses of the Serpent and facilitated a position swap. In the fleeting moment of the Serpent's bewilderment, a portal to the Divine Realm was opened, and he was forcefully propelled inside. This was no small feat, however. This did not signify the demise of the Serpent. Upon meticulously sensing the Winter Soldier within the Divine Realm, he discerned a formidable divine power, albeit merely a fragment of the Serpent's soul. It appeared that this encounter had only inflicted injury upon the Serpent. At this thought, he couldn't help but curse. You, Ancient One, promised to intervene. Yet I nearly had my skull crushed without witnessing your hand. The gift from Odin was rendered futile. Thousands of miles away, upon the surface of the ocean, an astonishing sight unfolded. There existed a floating island. Surrounding it were sea beasts and sea dragons, converging like pilgrims around the levitating land. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the island. Who dares? I shall have your head. Sokati, let us seek the Soul Reaver and the Soul Eater. I intend to snap that boy's neck. No sooner had he uttered these words than a portal crackled into existence. A bald mage clad in white robes appeared suspended in midair. Serpent, I come to negotiate. A moment of silence enveloped the floating island, followed by an intense voice brimming with rage. And who might you be? I am the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj, the protector of this realm. Serpent, halt. This is a command. You dare to provoke me, mortal? A colossal lizard-dragon creature suddenly soared into the sky, lunging toward the Ancient One. As dark stripes rapidly spread across her visage, an overwhelming aura of darkness erupted from her. The lizard-dragon paused. Mortal, what manner of creature are you? I am the Dragon Slayer. In an instant, the winds roiled and the seas churned. Vahn received a report from Pierce regarding a colossal battle upon the ocean. He understood that the Ancient One had taken action. It seemed the time had come to accelerate the cleansing of the Hammer Lord. Little brat, here I come. Chapter 136, Defeating the Deadpool Lord. Vahn intercepted the fleeing Deadpool, having learned from the Winter Soldier's previous encounter. He devised a strategy to handle him, one that was straightforward and efficient, requiring no drawn-out struggle. He simply needed to summon Deadpool's wife, Vanessa. Conveniently, she was in New York these days due to Deadpool's imprisonment. Residing in Stark Tower, she had formed a rescue husband alliance with Pepper Potts, Sharon, and others. Inviting her over was a simple task. Of course, to hedge his bets, Vahn also sent someone to the prison to bring along his employer, Stark. Regardless of the outcome, one of them would surely prove effective. He dispatched the symbiotes Quicksilver and Blood God to temporarily entangle Deadpool. transforming back to his original form. He met with Vanessa and Stark. Both of you. The situation is quite clear. Deadpool is under the control of a potent force, he explained. Upon reflection, the only ones capable of restoring his sanity at this juncture are the two of you. Would you kindly give it a try? Vanessa glanced at Stark, her expression serious. Why is he here? He is a man. Stark replied, Madam, do you not recognize my handsome visage? He is Deadpool's cellmate. They share a profound bond, Vahn interjected. Stark retorted. Vanessa exclaimed. Vahn waved at Vanessa. How about you go first, for the sake of fairness? All right. Vanessa nodded decisively, casting a challenging glance at Stark. Watching Vanessa depart, Stark fixed his gaze on Vahn. My relationship with Wade is purely financial. I hope you refrain from making any misleading remarks. Of course, your dealings are purely commercial, devoid of any sordid physical relations. Stark grumbled. I demand a sentence reduction. I am assisting you with this monumental task. You must grant me a reprieve. Vahn chuckled. No problem. I can offer you an additional favor. If you wish. How about I transfer this sentence reduction privilege to someone else? Stark was taken aback. So, will you reserve this opportunity for yourself? Or bestow it upon that underage high schooler, Peter? Or perhaps the innocent, sorrowful little guy, Parker? Stark's forehead pulsed with veins, his eyes glinting with fury as he glared at Vahn. Vahn shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I can understand if you choose to keep this opportunity for yourself. After all, one must look out for their own interests. And I certainly want to discreetly inform anyone else about this news, rest assured. Stark gritted his teeth. I will certainly give it to Parker. Excellent. Stark, how noble of you. Truly admirable. Vahn gave him a thumbs up. Thank you, my family. Meanwhile, Vanessa had reached the edge of the battlefield. Vahn ordered Quicksilver and the others to retreat through his earpiece. The now targetless Deadpool quickly noticed Vanessa nearby. With a furious roar, he charged toward her. Wait, it's me. Tears glistened in Vanessa's eyes as her emotionally charged, hoarse cry froze Deadpool in place. Do you remember when we first met? It seems to be working. Vahn nudged Stark beside him. I tell you, if Vanessa can resolve Deadpool, your chance for a sentence reduction will vanish. Stark's expression turned stoic. I am not surprised that Vanessa can handle him. However, that doesn't imply I cannot manage him. You merely did not allow me to be the first to step forward. As they spoke, the previously still Deadpool suddenly let out a roar, clutching his hammer and rhythmically striking his own head. It appeared he was attempting to break free from something, yet lacked the final ounce of strength. Stark's lips curled into a slight smile. Vanessa has done well, but it seems the final straw must fall upon me. Vahn gestured. Go ahead. I'm eager to see your method. Just wait. Stark approached Deadpool, even closer than Vanessa had. Wait. It's me, your employer, Stark. Listen. Do not let that hammer control you. You are the finest assassin, a mercenary. I am proud of you. Do you remember when we first met? Stark's expression turned grave as he spoke with profound emotion. Vanessa stood not far away, her expression one of clenched teeth, seemingly itching to leap at him and take a bite. Stark opened his arms as if to embrace him. Wade, I promised you. Today, I shall fulfill that promise. Vanessa murmured, Bastard. Bastard. I shall slay this pair of dogmen. Upon hearing Stark's promise, the frenzied Deadpool unexpectedly calmed down. Why are you so calm? Vanessa's vision blurred, teetering on the brink of collapse. Stark glanced at the sky, arms still outstretched. Wade, I'm coming. Deadpool glanced up at the sky and was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a colossal drone hovering overhead, carrying an enormous box. Without warning, the bottom of the box swung open. A cacophony of rustling bills filled the air as a veritable rain of green dollars fluttered down like confetti. Stark shouted, Wade, $1 billion. It's all right here. Standing nearby, despite Van's fortune far exceeding $1 billion, and his diminishing regard for wealth, he couldn't help but swallow hard when the entire sky was obscured by flying cash. He instinctively reached out to grab a bill and discreetly tucked it into his pocket. Meanwhile, Deadpool had unknowingly dropped the massive hammer he was holding, frantically scrambling to gather the bills into his embrace. He shouted in exasperation, No way. Stark, this doesn't count. You need to transfer $1 billion to my bank account, not shower me with money like this. I will not acknowledge this. The money hasn't reached my hands. You're being deceitful. I refuse to accept it. Van approached him, and Deadpool, clutching the bills, eyed him warily. The hammer lay quietly on the ground as his portal opened and closed, granting him a second hammer. Hey, I saw it. Deadpool yelled. I noticed at least several bills being siphoned away by you. Those are all my dollars. Hurry and return them to me. As he advanced, Van lifted his chin, gesturing towards Vanessa's location. Upon spotting his girlfriend, Deadpool's face lit up, and he hurriedly urged, Hi, darling, Did you bring a bag? Or do you know where I can buy a suitcase? This is all my money. We need to collect it all, Wade. Vanessa's voice was low and disheartened. Do you love money more than you love me? What? Deadpool replied, utterly bewildered. Are you saying money is more important than me? He blinked. Darling, this is $1 billion. It's enough for you to spend a lifetime. Vanessa remained silent. Deadpool released the bills and stepped forward to embrace her, whispering in her ear, don't feel this way, my dear. I assure you, beneath all this wealth, you are my utmost priority, all right? Chapter 137, The Falling Hand Technique. Ow, my manhood, Deadpool screeched, clutching his groin and collapsing to the ground. The pitiful sight sent chills down Van's and Stark's spines. Darling. I was just joking. I mean, you are more important than money. Humph, too late. Vanessa retorted angrily. Aren't you able to regenerate? Go ahead and regenerate. With that, she stormed over to Stark, causing him to instinctively clamp his legs together in fear. I wish you both happiness, she exclaimed before turning to leave. Deadpool attempted to rise, but pain forced him back down. No, darling, I was just pretending. I truly love you. Stark's expression transformed with alarm as Vanessa quickened her pace. Van sighed, shaking his head. Indeed, being a jerk is a habit, and even facing dire consequences. One fails to change. No wonder you're single. Vanessa departed. Van approached Stark. Congratulations, Stark, you've received a substantial reduction in your sentence. Additionally, congratulations to you, Wade. Your expenditure of $1 billion to compensate the people of New York will surely evoke their compassion towards you. I believe this will greatly benefit your trial. I don't want that. Ben shrugged. You have no choice, my friend. In the realm of the divine, the powers of the two hammers were being extracted and studied. Soon, Van discovered a solution to the mental control over the hammer wielders. After some contemplation, he decided to upgrade the enchantress within the ring. The powers of the two hammers were absorbed by the divine source, roughly estimating around 4,000 to 5,000 Wolverine's strength. He allocated 1,000 to enhance the enchantress and used the rest to bolster himself. Consequently, he possessed 8,000 Wolverine's strength, reaching the threshold of a celestial being based solely on his own might. Having adapted to the newly acquired power, the enchantress was also revamped. Van officially commenced his demon hunting expedition. The first stop, Paris, France. The gray gargoyle possessed the ability to transform into stone, greatly amplifying his speed, strength, and defense during this transformation. Additionally, he wielded the power to petrify others. In his normal state, this petrification could last for approximately an hour. However, with the enhancement of the hammer, his capabilities had evidently improved dramatically. Upon teleporting to the War God Square in Paris, he was astonished to discover that, aside from the Eiffel Tower, Paris had seemingly been graced with another remarkable wonder, a stone wall. Not only were there human statues, but also those of animals, plants, and even automobiles. In summary, many areas of Paris appeared as though they had been enveloped in molten rock and then solidified. These statues were so lifelike that their expressions of terror were vividly clear. As Van surveyed the scene, he noted thousands of such human statues within his line of sight. Hiss, I hope that after I defeat this ungrateful minion, you all can be revived. Van easily pinpointed the location of the gray gargoyle. Guided by Black Star and his companions to the outskirts, though the sounds of battle still echoed in the air. Despite the backing of the Earth Defense Agency and the entire planet, Black Star and his allies suffered significant injuries under the gray gargoyle's attacks. Fortunately, the French military managed to hold their ground a few times, providing some level of distraction. After confirming the location, Van swiftly arrived on the scene. He did not transform into his blue fire state. Upon seeing his arrival, Black Star and his team retreated to the side. The transformed gray gargoyle naturally targeted Van as he approached. With a roar, he charged forward. Just as he was about to reach Van, Van touched the ring. A moment of clarity flickered in the gray gargoyle's eyes, and the hand that was about to strike, Van suddenly changed direction. Boom. Dirt flew as a small crater formed beside Van. The gray gargoyle's moment of clarity was fleeting, quickly falling back into a state of struggle. However, that was sufficient. With a thought, Van summoned the divine portal, enveloping him within. The portal did not vanish immediately. Van turned to Black Star. Take your people back to rest. You've all worked hard today. After saying that, Van hastened to his next destination, Brazil. How could one argue against Hulk being the strongest Avenger? It was proven that even when faced with the godly empowered Red Tank, he could still rise to the challenge. Now, Dr. Banner's consciousness had transferred into another youthful and handsome body, leaving behind the nascent awareness of Hulk. However, under Banner's guidance and Van's influence, Hulk was not lacking in intelligence and was quite obedient. The only exception was that, to maintain his combat prowess. He could become enraged at any moment. In this scenario, the two titans battled from the city into the rainforest, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Eventually, both monsters became exhausted, sitting on the ground, staring at each other. It was at this moment that Vahn intervened. Approaching the crimson tank, a single incantation from the bewitching sorcery awakened him, ensnaring him into the divine realm while he remained in a state of half-conscious struggle. Subsequently, he departed with Hulk. Thus, they captured the formidable hammer-wielder from Germany, ultimately culminating in the Mad Abomination. Notably, Vahn had previously attempted to rouse the Abomination, and astonishingly, the 6-character mantra he imparted bore fruit. The Abomination indeed obliterated the shrine, scattering the ashes. On another front, Vahn imposed severe penalties on the combat team he had dispatched. The Porcupine Man, the arm-breaking hero, and the immortal Mister were among those who grossly disregarded his commands. Upon their arrival in Tokyo, they failed to even present themselves before the Abomination, instead trailing from a distance. Wherever the Abomination ventured, they followed, proving utterly ineffective. Alas, the plight of the little Japanese is lamentable. Vahn resolved to punish them by sending them back to the divine realm to tend to cattle. With the Abomination dealt with, it signified that 6 out of the 8 subordinates of the Serpent had been vanquished. The remaining Cynthia lingered close to the Serpent, along with another hammer-wielder from the depths of the sea, who had yet to make an appearance. Pierce maintained vigilant observation of the battle upon the ocean's surface, relaying real-time updates to Vahn. The Ancient One had been engaged in combat with the Serpent for quite some time, yet no victor had emerged thus far. Moreover, the Serpent's floating island was steadily approaching New York, suggesting he still harbored resentment over the injuries inflicted by Vahn. After a moment of contemplation, Vahn concluded that he ought to extend support to the Ancient One. After all, the circumstances had shifted. Now he bore a grudge against the Serpent. Swiftly eliminating the enemy would bring him peace of mind. With this thought in mind, Vahn opened a portal, arriving directly at the floating island. In midair, the battleground between the Ancient One and the Serpent lay before him. No sooner had he emerged than he sensed 2 potent presences drawing near. Upon closer inspection, they were the remaining 2 hammer-wielders. However, Vahn had no time to engage them. As the portal opened, a throng of heroes from the Justice League, freshly recuperated in the divine realm, surged forth. Surrounding the duo, they should prove no challenge. As for Vahn, he transformed into his blue flame state, donning the gem gauntlet. With a snap of his fingers, he instantaneously repositioned himself above the Serpent's head. Ancient One, I have arrived. He then shifted his gaze towards the Serpent. Demon, have you ever seen a palm technique descending from the heavens? Chapter 138, The Serpent's Unexpected Ally. As Vahn's thoughts resonated, the gem gauntlet shimmered with brilliance. A formidable pressure began to manifest. A faint silhouette of a palm materialized in Vahn's hand. Sensing the impending danger, the Ancient One swiftly retreated. By the time the Serpent attempted to flee, it was too late. A gigantic, mountain-like Buddha palm descended upon him. In comparison, he was no more than a mere insect beneath the weight of the palm. The thunderous roar echoed incessantly. Under the immense force exerted by Vahn's gauntlet, the Serpent could only muster all his strength to resist. Boom! The overwhelming force struck the Serpent, who could not withstand it. As the colossal palm drove him into the ocean, the ferocity of the impact caused the water to surge upwards. The grandeur of the scene resembled a nuclear explosion. The floating island was also affected, trembling as if on the verge of collapse. The giant palm pressed down on the Serpent, dragging him deeper into the ocean. While the Serpent summoned his divine power, yet could not shift the weight of the immense hand. Vahn withdrew his trembling right hand and stepped beside the Ancient One. He smiled cheerfully. Master, how do you find my palm technique? Am I not invincible in this realm? The Ancient One glanced at the hand behind him, opting not to expose him, instead nodding in agreement. Indeed impressive. I might not withstand such a blow. Vahn feigned modesty. Alas, this strike alone cannot slay him. Not to worry. With your strength, 2 more strikes would suffice. The Ancient One surprisingly offered a compliment. Vahn scrutinized her for a moment. This old woman is flattering me. Surely she harbors some ulterior motive. Noticing Vahn's gaze, the Ancient One slightly nodded. I have recently come to a realization. I wish to reside in your divine realm, neighboring Odin. Would you permit it? Vahn was momentarily taken aback. Of course. Wait, how did you come to this conclusion? Vahn stroked his chin, pondering why her epiphany coincided with Odin's departure. What is your surname, master? Before Vahn could complete his inquiry, the ocean suddenly stirred. It appeared the power of the giant palm had waned, and the Serpent was about to resurface. Both Vahn and the Ancient One assumed a defensive stance, preparing to confront the Serpent's counterattack. Just then, A pillar of light descended from the heavens. The rainbow bridge? Ben was taken aback. Had Odin not decided against coming? A figure emerged from the rainbow bridge, soon followed by a hearty and jovial laugh. Hey, Van, my friend, I have come to assist you. Amidst flashing lightning, a robust figure clad in armor soared towards Van. Hiss. Van inhaled sharply. Thor, what brings you here? To fulfill the prophecy? According to Asgardian lore, once the serpent awakens, the god of thunder, Thor, will slay him. Yet simultaneously, Thor is destined to perish. Beside him, the Ancient One was equally astonished. Why would Odin send him? Beneath the waves, the green lizard dragon incarnation of the serpent burst through the surface, roaring towards the heavens. Upon sighting Thor, he erupted into laughter. Odin, you coward! Afraid for your life, you send your son in your stead. Today, I shall make you taste the anguish of losing a child. The god of thunder, Thor, predictably enraged, bellowed, How dare you speak of the father of gods in such a manner? I shall exact punishment on your behalf. With that, he swung his hammer and charged at the serpent. Ben intended to restrain him, but, unsurprisingly, failed. The Ancient One was equally frantic. Stop dawdling, save him. Van rolled his eyes, a surge of frustration swelling within. What is happening? Why does he bring his own allies to complicate matters? Moreover, in this situation, even if I save Thor, I certainly wouldn't earn his favor. As Thor clashed with the serpent, the combat intensified beyond the previous skirmish. Perhaps the prophecy was manifesting, as both the serpent and Thor unleashed powers far exceeding their norms. The Ancient One and Van joined in, one to contend with the serpent, while the other aimed to extricate Thor. The predicament was that neither of the two overzealous combatants was easy to manage. After a protracted struggle, a disheartening realization dawned. How did Thor end up in the serpent's maw? The lightning-infused god of thunder stood upon the serpent's lower jaw, one hand raised to the heavens, restraining the serpent's fangs. His hammer whirled rapidly, seemingly intent on piercing the serpent's throat. However, Van distinctly sensed the surge of divine power rising within the serpent, preparing to bite down with force. Do you two really need to be this in sync? This was merely the beginning, and they were already intent on determining life and death. Such volatility. Van's eyes widened. If Thor were to perish, his dealings with Odin would be irrevocably severed. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to once again summon the full might of the gem gauntlet. A wave of emptiness surged through him as he aimed a punch at the serpent's head. Simultaneously, Thor unleashed a bolt of lightning directly towards the serpent's throat. A subtle smile graced his face. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the serpent's cheek muscles, empowered by divine might, were poised to strike fiercely. At that moment, a colossal shadow of a fist surged forth with a deafening roar. Boom! The fist struck the serpent's cheek with tremendous force, propelling its entire body through the air. Simultaneously, half of its teeth were shattered and sent flying from its mouth. Along with it, Thor was also flung far away. The god of thunder managed to stabilize himself after a considerable distance. To his astonishment, he found he was still clutching one of the serpent's fangs, albeit fractured in half. Hey Vaughn, splendid job. I knew he wasn't our match. I came to assist. Before he could make a move, Vaughn stepped in front of him. Stop. Thor, looking bewildered, asked, What is the matter? Vaughn, suppressing the discomfort of a second outburst, inquired, What brings you here? Thor, with an air of certainty, replied, Of course. I came to aid you, my friend. Besides, I intend to reclaim the glory my father cast aside. Asgard fears no one. We can handle our troubles ourselves. Vaughn, at a loss for words, countered, Does your father know about this? Thor patted his shoulder. Hey, guess what I'm thinking? I want to surprise him. I will return to Asgard with the serpent's head, allowing everyone to witness my valor. My father will surely be pleased. Vaughn was at a loss for words, thinking, If it weren't for me, what would your return to Asgard entail? A corpse. And just imagine how elated your father would be then. Hey, the enemy hasn't been vanquished yet. We cannot afford to waste time here. Come, let us assist. Thor gazed at the battlefield where the Ancient One faced the serpent. His spirit ignited. Stop. Vaughn once again seized him. What now? The god of thunder questioned, puzzled. If you came to Earth without Odin's consent, how did you even arrive? Heimdall wouldn't let you through casually, would he? Thor's expression shifted, his eyes darting. I persuaded Heimdall. We're good friends. Vaughn rolled his eyes. Thor, we are friends too, but I don't believe you could sway Heimdall. Thor fell silent. Vaughn sensed something amiss. Quickly, tell me. What did you do? Thor shrugged, raised his hands, rubbed his face, and placed his hands on his hips. Yes, Loki helped me. I set him free. Chapter 139, The Fall of the Serpent. Vaughn was taken aback and promptly asked, Where is Loki now? A faint smile appeared on Thor's face, to deceive father. He has temporarily taken on my appearance, creating the illusion that I remain in the realm of the gods. Vahn's lips twitched. Aren't you afraid Heimdall will discover this and report it to Odin? Thor shook his head. I anticipated that. I got him thoroughly drunk and slipped him a potion. He should be asleep for several days. Hiss. So you're implying that Heimdall's sword, the key to the Bifrost, is also in Loki's possession? Of course. Otherwise, how do you think I crossed the Bifrost to Midgard? Vahn gasped in astonishment. You truly are Odin's favored son. Due to his dealings with the goddess, the narrative regarding the Dark Elves had altered significantly. Loki had remained imprisoned and had not been set free. Consequently, the plot of Loki exiling Odin to Earth and ruling Asgard was entirely unplayable. Unexpectedly, the prince of the celestial realm, Thor, single-handedly shifted the course of events. He was eager to know the whereabouts of the real Odin. Was he in Asgard or residing in some retirement home on Earth? With that thought, he suddenly opened a portal to the realm of the gods and, upon entering, discovered that the gateway to Asgard had indeed been sealed. After several upgrades, his realm had become increasingly fortified, making it difficult to seal the portals easily. Loki, the foremost mage of the 9 realms. He glanced up at the innocent-looking fool. Well done. Just make sure you don't weep when your father passes away. Given the current situation, he had no other recourse but to focus on the serpent. Having endured Vahn's strikes, the serpent, gravely wounded, was finally unable to withstand the prolonged battle with the fully energized Ancient One. Vahn commanded, Thor, stay put and do not move. I will capture the serpent and return. What? Why should I stand by idly? This is... Thor, trust me. I'll share a significant secret about Asgard with you shortly. Huh. Thor scratched his head in confusion. Vahn teleported above the serpent's head. This time, he needed only to exert 70% of his strength to mold a massive fist shadow. The serpent, of course, noticed him, but rather than retreating, it charged at him with a furious roar. Seeking death, the fist shadow struck the serpent once more, just as a vast portal materialized behind it. Startled, it struggled violently, nearly shattering the fist shadow, but ultimately fell just short. The portal vanished, sealing the serpent within the realm of the gods. With the serpent lost, the floating island nearby began to tremble precariously. Vahn waved his hand, conjuring a portal on the island, through which the heroes ushered 2 of the hammer-wielding guardians. The Ancient One nodded at him. When the time is right, I shall seek you out. With that, without waiting for Vahn's agreement or refusal, she opened a portal and disappeared. Vahn beckoned to Thor, and the 2 traversed the portal to the Typhon Manor. Vahn rubbed his temples. Thor, have you ever considered why Loki would aid you? Thor paused. We are brothers. Isn't it natural for him to help me? He once sought to exile you to Earth. I know, but he has changed. Thor's expression turned somber. Since our mother's passing, he has been quite despondent. I've shared a few drinks with him. We reminisced about Mother, recalling our childhood and the cherished times we had. He has engaged in profound self-reflection and recognized his wrongs. Thus, I believe he deserves a chance for redemption. Thor, with utmost seriousness, declared, Vahn, my friend, I know he has committed grave sins against this world. But trust me, over the long expanse of the coming millennia, he will strive to atone for them. This is a pact between us. I believe you would also relish witnessing such a moment, wouldn't you? Seeing Vahn's astonished expression, Thor patted his shoulder reassuringly. My friend, you must understand that punishment is not the goal. It is merely a means. A method to facilitate one's reformation. You're clever. Surely you can grasp this? Vahn endeavored to conjure a semblance of a smile on his face. Haha, I understand. Excellent. Next time you visit Asgard, I will ensure you 2 are reintroduced. Loki is also a remarkably intelligent individual. You 2 will undoubtedly have much in common. Haha, indeed. By the way, you mentioned wanting to share a significant secret about Asgard. What is it? Vahn faltered for a moment. Do you think Loki could potentially seal someone as powerful as your father using magic? Thor burst into hearty laughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My father is none other than the father of the gods, the conqueror of the 9 realms, the king of Asgard. Though Loki may indeed be the foremost sorcerer among the 9 realms, the disparity in divine power between him and our father is insurmountable. His abilities are limited to merely deceiving our father in appearance. However, even this ruse will eventually be discovered through repetition. Thus, I specifically advised him to minimize their encounters in the coming days. Well done. Vahn weakly waved his hand, declaring, I have nothing further to say, do as you wish. Thor shrugged, clutching his hammer, and took flight, presumably heading towards London. Since Jane Foster returned from Asgard, she has resided there. After Thor's departure, Vahn made his way to the realm of the gods, approaching the Midgard serpent. It was sealed in mid-air, utterly immobile. The realm had thoroughly dissected it, inside and out. Regrettably, Vahn's attempts at brainwashing had failed. The method employed by the realm involved altering the very essence of the soul. Although the serpent could not resist, as a formidable celestial being, it possessed the option of self-destruction. It had imposed a restriction on its own soul. Should any external force attempt to alter it, it would obliterate itself. Vahn refrained from using force. It would be rather unfortunate for such tremendous power to perish so easily. After all, the realm is steadily growing stronger. It may not be long before it can surpass the limitations set by the serpent. At that point, having a formidable subordinate would surely enhance one's prestige. Imagine if it were to take on the form of a colossal lizard dragon as a mount. How magnificent that would be. The following month unfolded with an unusual tranquility. New York transitioned into a post-disaster reconstruction phase. In response to the recent crisis, the White House approved a preliminary plan to create 300 super soldiers, based on the substandard enhancement serum and battle armor recommended by Vahn. With the United States setting a precedent, the other four major powers swiftly followed suit. The President of the United States had fervently urged Vahn not to acquiesce to their demands, yet Vahn agreed, inadvertently allowing this information to leak. Consequently, the U.S. nearly faced sanctions and encountered various difficulties in international conferences, with even Britain and France refraining from supporting the U.S. Under pressure, the president relented. Thus, the first batch of super soldiers from nations around the globe was set to emerge. They would not only assist in mitigating disasters, but also aid Vahn in exerting control over these nations, without incurring any personal expenses. Meanwhile, the Earth Defense Agency, authorized by the 5 major powers, extended its tendrils, both overtly and covertly, to every corner of the world. The danger clearance plan progressed steadily, with the first target already identified, Apocalypse. Chapter 140, Unrivaled Egypt. As the first target of the Earth Defense Agency's cleansing initiative, Apocalypse commanded a grand display. The surrounding populace had been evacuated, and a colossal mothership hovered in the sky. Encircling the mothership was a faint spherical energy shield, a precautionary measure added by the research team in light of prior calamities. The mothership was equipped not only with weapons poised for action, but also several cameras broadcasting live footage around the globe. This decision was made to stabilize public sentiment following the disaster involving the serpent. The might and brutality of Apocalypse had been extensively publicized, and now, all that remained was for him to be thoroughly vanquished, showcasing the strength of the Justice League and the Earth Defense Agency. Vahn stood on the bridge of the mothership, observing the live broadcast. All the prominent members of the Justice League had gathered, forming a formidable assembly of nearly 100 heroes. Among the globally renowned superheroes, only a few criminals were absent. Even the temporarily released Spider-Man, who had recently received a sentence reduction, was brought along by Vahn. With a signal given, the heroes began to display their formidable abilities. First, Phantom Cat infiltrated the collapsed pyramid, ascertaining Apocalypse's condition and location. Subsequently, Magneto and several robust superheroes commenced the task of clearing the rubble. The superheroes worked swiftly and efficiently. As they excavated the pyramid halfway, they perhaps disturbed Apocalypse's formation, causing him to awaken. With a resounding crack, Apocalypse made his dramatic entrance. One could not deny that after a millennium of slumber, awakening to find countless eyes fixed upon him sent a shiver down his spine. What was happening? Anger surged within him, and he bellowed, "What are you staring at? Am I a spectacle for your amusement?" On the mothership, Vahn, adorned with a gem-encrusted gauntlet, activated the gems, prepared to restrain Apocalypse's powers at a moment's notice. Today's primary objective for Apocalypse was to endure a thorough beating. He possessed the ability to manipulate rivers, shatter mountains, and traverse the skies. However, once the heroes made their move, he would be overwhelmed. On the ground, Cyclops initiated the first offensive. A searing beam of red light shot towards Apocalypse. Reacting swiftly, he raised his left hand to shield himself, successfully blocking the beam. It was evident that his physical form was formidable. "Who are you?" Apocalypse roared in ancient Egyptian. Yet no one comprehended his words. He had yet to grasp the world around him, leaving him unable to communicate with the assembled heroes. Unaware of who was attacking him, he felt the sting of futility as Cyclops' strike fell short. Vahn began to maneuver. Next, the Hulk lunged forward. Just as Apocalypse attempted to evade, his body suddenly stiffened. Inevitably, he was sent flying. He felt as if he had transformed into a mere rubber ball, bouncing through the air without ever touching the ground. This scene was broadcast live across the globe. Apocalypse was bewildered. He had intended to resist, but his entire body felt weak and limp. After a brief observation, Vahn turned away. It was too one-sided. Were it not for the sake of the global populace, he would not engage in such cruel antics. "All right, Pierce, from now on, Take control of the danger clearance plan. If any heroes are needed, just send a note to the Justice League. Understood, boss. Additionally, do not neglect the plan to locate the old man from Asgard. Pay particular attention to the new arrivals at the nursing homes. Got it. Pierce nodded in affirmation. Upon returning to New York, Vahn, aside from monitoring the cases involving Captain America and Iron Man, found himself rather unoccupied until the Sanctum in London was bombed. Vahn knew this was the work of Caecilius, a renegade disciple of the Ancient One. He had betrayed Earth, aligning himself with the dark dimension of Dormammu, seeking to obliterate the three sanctums established by the first Sorcerer Supreme in anticipation of Dormammu's arrival. Following the London Sanctum, the New York Sanctum was next. Vahn sought out the Ancient One, who stood atop a skyscraper in New York, facing the Sanctum. Waves of magical energy surged forth, indicating a fierce battle was underway within. Vahn joined her, standing side by side, and asked with a smile, "Need my assistance?" The path of destiny had long been laid before him. He was treading upon his own journey. Vahn reassured her, "Letting go of this responsibility is a good thing. You can take a well-deserved rest now. Odin will be arriving soon, and thereafter, you shall be good neighbors." The Ancient One turned to him. "Once Odin and I are no longer here, Earth will depend on you. I had initially expected someone else to shoulder this burden, but now." Vahn nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Master. I shall take on the guardianship of Earth. Trust me, I will spread this glory throughout the entire galaxy." Ancient One furrowed her brow, ultimately just shaking her head. Vahn nonchalantly remarked, "All right, there's no need to be so sorrowful. You're about to embark on a beautiful pastoral life. Is this little planet truly worth your nostalgia?" Ancient One sighed. "After all, it is a place I have protected for centuries." Vahn blinked. "Master, while I toil to protect Earth, why not entrust me with the Eye of Agamotto as well?" Ancient One scoffed. "You are not satisfied with possessing an entire planet. You wish to seize the treasure of Camartage too?" Then widened his eyes. "Master, please do not speak so frivolously. Am I truly trying to pilfer it? I am merely negotiating with you. The Eye of Agamotto would be safe in my hands. You need not worry, for I would not misuse it." Ancient One fixed her gaze upon him, clearly skeptical. Vahn snorted quietly. "Just watch. I refuse to believe I cannot obtain it from you, or even from Strange. If all else fails, I could always resort to a switcheroo. Can Strange truly be more challenging than you?" Suddenly, the magical fluctuations in the New York Sanctum ceased. Ancient One declared, "Very well, it is time for my exit. Farewell, Master." What transpired next unfolded just as Vahn remembered. Caecilius attacked. Strange struggled to resist, and Master Ancient One intervened to save him. However, in a moment of carelessness, she fell from the mirror dimension and perished. With her death, Strange ascended to the position of the next Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One's spirit dissipated before Strange, yet re-emerged before Vahn. Vahn grinned. "Dr. Strange has quite the spectacle awaiting him in Hong Kong. Shall we not watch before departing?" Ancient One shook her head. "No need for further observation. Open your portal." Once the portal opened, without a moment's hesitation, she stepped through. Vahn shook his head, acknowledging that a master is indeed a master. Such composure is unattainable for many. Standing atop the Titan Tower, he gazed down upon Manhattan. Upon careful reflection, it seemed there was no one left on Earth who could rival him. With Ancient One's passing and Odin's twilight, even with the aid of the Infinity Gauntlet, there was no one in the 9 realms who could stand against him. Invincible in the world, yet loneliness enveloped him like snow. Chapter 142, The Enemy from Above. As Vahn continued to ponder, he suddenly sensed an unusual occurrence. Something was descending from the sky. A subtle sense of foreboding began to arise within him, leaving him astonished. Was an enemy approaching? From the heavens? Soon, a tiny point of red light swiftly expanded in his vision, revealing itself to be a spacecraft. Vahn stood on the corridor in the air, watching as the ship hovered at his eye level. Through the cockpit window, he discerned several oddly shaped figures. A burly man with red skin, a green-skinned woman, a raccoon, and a small tree-like creature. The Guardians of the Galaxy? What brings them here? As Vahn contemplated, a voice echoed from the ship. "You, Theodore Vahn, are under arrest. Surrender at once. Otherwise, I shall obliterate you with the ship's cannon. Do you understand? Surrender immediately." Vahn was perplexed. Did these beings recognize him? His plans for interstellar expansion had yet to unfold, yet his name had already begun to circulate throughout the galaxy. But what did they mean by arresting him? Upon seeing Vahn make no move, the ship's door opened. Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket, and others flew or jumped down beside him. Star-Lord brandished twin pistols, Gamora wielded a sword, and Rocket held a long gun. Moments later, the tree creature and Drax adjusted the ship's direction and descended from the rear entrance. Upon seeing them join, Star-Lord complained, I told you two to stay with the ship. Why did you come up? Come on, Quill. This is an underdeveloped planet. There's no need to be so cautious. I bet this guy has never seen a spaceship before. Star-Lord rolled his eyes and turned to Van. Listen, Theodore, I am Peter Quill, the illustrious Star-Lord. Today, we aim to liberate Earth from your grasp. After Star-Lord finished speaking, Van shrugged and turned to walk away. Hey, stop! Quill shouted immediately. A sharp voice added, Quill, I'm about to shoot. Van stepped into the room and sat on the couch, gesturing to the opposite seat. Come, let us have a proper discussion about how you plan to rescue Earth from me. Wow, he really has some confidence. Drax plopped down on the couch. Gamora wore a look of exasperation. Drax, this is enemy territory. You should be a bit more cautious. What does caution mean? Drax queried. Gamora sighed in defeat. All right. Star-Lord held his guns firmly. Theodore Vahn, will you surrender? Van nodded. Before you arrest me, could you at least inform me of the charges against me? Yes. Star-Lord paused, then turned to the others. What did the blind guy say again? Haha. Rocket laughed heartily. I just love that foolish look on your face. Drax chimed in. You're truly dim, Quill. That guy is not blind. He is just blind in one eye. Only when both eyes are blind can he be called blind. I am Groot. Star-Lord, exasperated, placed his hands on his hips. Fine, you're all right. But now, please tell me what crimes this man has committed, all right? Gamora rolled her eyes. He enslaves people, controls others, harbors sinister intentions, and seeks to overthrow the world. Thank you. Star-Lord shot Gamora an appreciative glance before turning to Van. Did you hear that? These are the crimes you have committed. Let me tell you, this is my home too. And I will not allow you to perpetrate such shameless acts. Hooray. We previously protected Xander, and now we are here to protect Quill's planet. Drax exclaimed excitedly. Van looked at the comical group before him and smiled. So, may I ask where your evidence is? Star-Lord and Drax were momentarily taken aback. Rocket grinned. I already said we were bringing the charcoal man along, just to prevent situations like this. Gamora scoffed. Quill, the evidence you let go is your responsibility. Van turned to the visibly perturbed Peter Quill. Sir Star-Lord, if you lack evidence, then that is slander. Star-Lord fell silent. Van continued, let me guess. The charcoal man you speak of is a fellow named Nick Fury. He is likely accompanied by some Skrulls. How do you know? Van sighed deeply. You have been deceived. In truth, he is the criminal. The greatest criminal in Earth's history. What evidence do you have? Van gestured around. This room has wireless internet. Do you have the means to connect? Rocket pulled out a long device, fiddled with it, and his expression darkened. What is the password? What? You can't even crack the password? Star-Lord looked at him incredulously. Did you forget your brain recently? No. This system is quite formidable. Rocket retorted. Of course it's formidable. After Van's triumph over Ultron, he instructed his team of programmers to reprogram it. Once security was assured, he discreetly released it into the network. Now, Ultron had been reborn as Skynet, truly embodying the essence of a deity of the digital realm. Ben couldn't help but smile slightly. The password is Van the Great. All in uppercase. Huh. Drax chuckled to himself. Upon Rocket Raccoon's connection, Van reminded him. Simply search for the world's most wanted criminal. With a few swift clicks. Results soon appeared. Gazing at the familiar face in the report, Quill slowly lowered his weapon. He glanced at Van, then at his teammates, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Ultimately, under Gamora's piercing gaze, he awkwardly said, Mr. Van, I sincerely apologize. We were terribly rude before, but please believe us, we were deceived. This is entirely a misunderstanding. We will leave immediately, and once again, we apologize. They began to stow away their weapons, intent on departing. Just then, the door burst open. Led by the likes of Drax and the Red Tank, a dozen superheroes streamed in, surrounding the living room. Star-Lord, on high alert, bellowed. Mr. Van, what is happening? I have already apologized. We were misled. Van chuckled. Good Sir Star-Lord, have you ever heard the saying? If apologies sufficed, what need would there be for the law? Rising to his feet, Van continued. I regret to inform you that, while I recognize your innocence, I can graciously forgive your attempt on my life. However, the other laws you have violated are beyond my leniency. Gamora, sword drawn and teeth gritted, retorted, what other laws have we broken? Van responded with a smile. Firstly, I will overlook your unauthorized entry into Earth's atmosphere. Although the relevant laws are currently under revision, they have yet to be enacted, thus rendering you innocent of this charge. However, your intrusion into American airspace constitutes a crime. Additionally, your unauthorized entry into my private residence is also a crime. Carrying weapons without a permit is illegal. And I presume your spacecraft is armed with heavy weaponry? That is tantamount to a declaration of war. Ben shrugged. While I harbor no desire to punish you, I cannot elevate myself above the law in order to preserve my integrity. Rest assured, I shall procure the finest lawyers and the most impartial judges to ensure you receive the fairest trial." The Guardians of the Galaxy stood in stunned silence. Drax whispered, "Quill, is he telling the truth?" "I don't know." Rocket Raccoon replied incredulously. "Quill, how many years will we be sentenced?" "I don't know. I am Groot." "Indeed. It seems we are doomed." Gamora turned to Van and suddenly declared, "Why do I feel like that blind man was right?" Van shook his head. "Nick Fury may have been right about certain matters, but he has erred in far more. He possesses some merit in this world. Yet he has also repeatedly plunged it into crisis. I am not like him. What I have done is inconsequential. What matters is that I have protected this world on numerous occasions, and I shall continue to do so." Star-Lord remained silent for a considerable time after hearing this. Protecting this planet through unjust means would only tarnish it. You could choose a better path. Ben looked at him with a smile. "Come now, Sir Star-Lord. Do you truly wish to deliver me a lesson in ethics? No, we are not in some movie, comic, or novel. This is the real world. To protect the world, one must have blood on their hands." Chapter 143, The Space Initiative. Star-Lord and the others opted not to resist, as the disparity in power was too great. Moreover, Van was not intent on killing them. He merely sought accountability for their actions. After Star-Lord and his companions were taken away, Van confiscated their spacecraft, storing it within his divine realm. He felt a tinge of reflection. Nick Fury had indeed surprised him. To orchestrate the Guardians of the Galaxy against him was no small feat. Fortunately, he had not accompanied them, or else Van would have ensured he received proper attention. Judging by his actions, the Guardians were likely just the first of many troubles to come. He harbored no ill will towards them, or rather, only towards Star-Lord. Furthermore, he contemplated how to outmaneuver Ego. If he could bring a living planet into his divine realm, it would be quite an achievement. The following day, news of the mysterious spaceship in New York spread globally. The 5 major nations sought Van's insights, as usual. Seizing the opportunity, Van articulated his space initiative. The first step is to establish an early warning system throughout the entire solar system to monitor all unidentified objects and spatial fluctuations. The second step involves constructing armed satellites and spaceports. Humanity can no longer remain tethered to Earth. Our aspirations lie among the stars. The third step, once our strength is sufficiently formidable, is to establish a galactic alliance, with us as the leaders. This vision left the representatives of the 5 nations momentarily speechless. The American representative shook his head. "Mr. Van, you must be joking. We haven't even set foot on the moon yet, and now you speak of conquering the galaxy?" The other 4 representatives simultaneously turned to the American delegate, startling him. He questioned whether he had misspoken, yet upon reflection, he realized he had merely stated the truth. Van widened his eyes in disbelief before shaking his head. "Ladies and gentlemen, I possess the relevant scientific technology, and I even have ready-made spacecraft. The cosmos is mine for the taking. What say you?" The British representative swallowed hard. We would certainly be eager to journey into space alongside you. However, what must we contribute?" Van smiled. It's merely a small matter." At the conclusion of the meeting, the representatives of the 5 nations hung up the call. Their expressions grave. The demands were excessive. They sought funds, personnel, technology, land, property, and resources. Van's plan was designed to harness global resources to support space exploration. He euphemistically termed it a means to apply pressure on the nations, ensuring they would not indulge in reckless thoughts or instigate trouble. Within a few days, all 5 major nations acquiesced, soon followed by other countries around the world. While they may have harbored some reluctance, no one could refuse Van's proposal. The Earth Defense Bureau sought Odin. In Scandinavia, a retirement home basked in sunshine, where Odin was enjoying the warmth. Van approached him and took a seat on the bench beside him. "Why not contact me directly?" Odin, eyes closed in meditation, replied coolly, "In the twilight of my life, spending time with you is not within my options." Van rolled his eyes. "Did we not strike a deal? You cannot die. Besides, you were never meant to die. Do you not have Valhalla?" Odin slowly opened his eyes. "Valhalla is precisely the means by which the hidden hands conspire against Asgard." "Oh." Van's interest piqued. "Do tell me more." Odin hesitated. "They exploited Valhalla to siphon the faith of Asgardian warriors. The Hall of Heroes stands as the most exalted ideal for every denizen of Asgard, yet they remain oblivious to a grim reality. It has been usurped by 5 shadowy deities." Odin, filled with indignation, laments, "Through the Hall of Heroes, they draw strength from the slaughter and demise of all Asgardian warriors." Van furrows his brow and inquires, "Do you know their identities?" Odin shakes his head. "I lack absolute certainty, possessing only a few conjectures." He pauses for a moment before asking, "Are you aware of the origins of Asgard or the deities of other pantheons?" Vahn shakes his head. Eons ago, a cadre of ancient gods was born upon the earth. Among them, the most powerful were Gaia, Sisyphus, Set, and Hapsis. Their might was formidable. Gaia, the mother of all gods, wielded such divine influence that she bore a lineage of lesser gods. Through gradual evolution, they transformed into the diverse deities worshipped by humanity on earth. Vahn nods. What connection does this have with the shadowy gods? The primordial ancient gods that first emerged on earth were once banished. Some perished, others departed, and a few were gravely injured. I surmise that the shadowy gods are likely the 5 ancient deities, severely wounded and on the brink of death. Vahn appears enlightened. If that is the case, however, I possess no evidence. It is merely a hypothesis. Odin sighs. Beyond that, I have also speculated that they might be an exceedingly secretive race from the cosmos, masquerading as gods. Yet, I have found no proof of their existence, nor do I comprehend why. If that were the case, they would conspire against the fate of Asgard. Odin turns to Vahn. Naturally, it falls upon you to resolve this matter. Vahn rolls his eyes. Just to clarify, I am under no obligation to confront them. My only aim is to assist you in rescuing your son and saving Asgard. Beyond that, I have no interest in further involvement. Odin nods. Certainly. As long as you fulfill your promise, our agreement shall be deemed complete. I merely caution you that the shadowy gods will not idly observe your efforts to rescue Asgard. You must be prepared. How formidable are they? Odin wears an awkward expression. I have yet to confront them. I only know that their power far surpasses my own at my peak. Hence I deem it unnecessary to engage in a battle that is certain to end in defeat. Vahn regards Odin with disdain. It seems not to be a matter of necessity, but rather a reflection of your cowardice, isn't it? Just then, Odin suddenly feels a sensation. What is it? Vahn asks. The power of the Bifrost suggests that Thor has returned to Asgard. Alas, Odin sighs deeply once more. What troubles you? Are you afraid? Odin shakes his head. This insufferable creature has lingered in Midgard for far too long, all for the sake of a mortal woman, showing me such profound disrespect. Old man, do not go too far. Jane Foster is still my employee. Do not belittle her. Honestly, this is all Thor's fault. I assent to it. He is utterly consumed by romantic folly. Furthermore, he has not been properly raised. He should reflect on his own shortcomings. Have you heard the adage? If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault? Ultimately, this is your responsibility, is it not? Odin you. Chapter 144. On the edge of the cliff. Odin departs. With a scowl, he avoids Vahn's gaze. Your son should be on his way to find you. Have you considered how to bid farewell? It's not as if we will never meet again, so what is there to say? I only hope that through this ordeal, he matures a little. Vahn frowns. What do you intend to do about your daughter Hela? Odin glances at him. You were right. I do bear some responsibility for not having raised them properly. Therefore, I have decided to educate her anew. Vahn senses a hint of foreboding. How do you plan to do that? Of course, I shall place her in your divine realm for her upbringing. Vahn's brow furrows. I have no objection to her being in my divine realm. But have you considered how to get her there? Odin remains silent, gazing at him. Vahn rolls his eyes. You see, my input is of no use. I must inform you that this stipulation is absent from our agreement. If you wish for my assistance free of charge, that is impossible. Increase the payment. Deal. Vahn smiles. What will you add? The remaining eternal flame. Will you not keep it? A desperate gamble, a fight to the death. It feels insufficient. Vahn senses he may be at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, Odin speaks. Ancient One mentioned to me that you seem to have a penchant for collecting. Vahn's eyes widen. Ancient One said I have a collecting habit? That is preposterous. Wait, could this person have been surveilling me? Odin inquires. What is your purpose in collecting? Vahn squints slightly, realizing there is little left to conceal. I require energy, an abundance of energy. Odin nods. That is simple. You can borrow power. Vahn's eyes light up. I have always contemplated this, yet was unsure whom to ask. Odin chuckles. The one who excels at this particular art is your old acquaintance, Ancient One. She has been borrowing power from the dark dimension without ever returning it. Vahn gasps in awe. Truly, the Ancient One is a paragon for our kind. I simply wish to know how she accomplishes it. What wisdom can the King of Gods impart to me? Are you familiar with the ancient serpent god, Set? Indeed, indeed. Vahn's eyes brighten, nodding vigorously. I shall teach you a method, though it is a one-time use. It has the potential for substantial profit. Deal. Odin imparts the method to Vahn, then urges him. Enough. Take me to Norway. I must perform my final act. Vahn and Odin arrive at a cliff, where the scenery is breathtaking, an ideal spot for a farewell. Vahn glances around. After you perish, Hela will emerge from here? Once the seal is broken, she can appear anywhere on Earth. Should she return to Asgard? To what extent will her power increase? She will inherit my strength. The so-called Odin force will transform into Hela's power. She shall become the new god king. How long will that take? It will not require many years. Vahn nods. So should I capture Hela today, or wait until she has dealt a blow to your son? Let us wait until he receives a beating. Vahn frowns. Will the drama of Asgard still unfold? Yet, lives will be lost. Odin ponders. There is no need for that. Then I have one final question. Whom do you truly wish to pass the throne of Asgard to? Odin hesitates for a moment. Thor, are you certain? While he is my friend, I must assert that he is ill-suited to be a leader. He possesses my bloodline. He is my son. If he does not take the mantle, then who else can? Odin sighs. Originally, my plan was to support Loki in becoming the king of the Frost Giants. The two brothers would forge a friendly relationship between Asgard and Jotunheim, a bond that would endure for millennia, eventually becoming customary. Vahn chuckles. Can the king of the Frost Giants truly compare to the king of Asgard? That is akin to contrasting New York City with a primitive tribe in Africa. To say nothing of Loki, no one would willingly accept such a fate. Vanir spoke with unrelenting sarcasm. If you had desired to achieve this goal from the outset, you ought to have merely taken him as a foster son. Then, you could have incessantly instilled in him the narrative of reclaiming the throne from Jotunheim. It's truly lamentable that, as a god king, you remain oblivious to the very basics of manipulating others. Odin, brimming with indignation, retorted, if I were to do so, what would distinguish me from a treacherous scoundrel? I harbor genuine paternal feelings for him. I have sincerely regarded him as my son. It is merely that the objectives I have set for him have always diverged. Vanir shook his head. You claim not to be a malevolent trickster, yet you have nurtured one. It is indeed hard to believe. Or shall we say, if not you, then was it the queen who instructed him? Certainly not. Odin replied, his tone laced with irritation. He then sighed. I confess I have failed in my duties as a father. I acknowledge that I am not an adequate parent or mentor. Perhaps this is my fate's retribution. Vanir paused momentarily. If, let us hypothesize, Loki were to engage in a fierce battle with Thor over this throne, whom do you suggest I should support? Odin was momentarily taken aback, then sighed and inquired, could you not intervene on my behalf? They are brothers. How could they possibly turn against one another? Vanir chuckled derisively. Loki is but an adopted child. They are at best familiar strangers raised under the same roof. In this world, for the sake of wealth and power, even biological parents may commit fratricide. What then of a mere foster brother? Their bond is but a flimsy facade of brotherhood. Odin shot him a piercing glare, remaining silent. If you do not make a choice, I shall take the liberty of doing so for you. I will simply eliminate whoever I find displeasing. How does that sound? Odin grew frantic. But you and Thor are such good friends. How could you act against him? Ah, I see. You wish for me to slay Loki, understood. What do you understand? Odin shouted in fury. At that moment, a portal opened, and Thor and Loki approached. Upon spotting Vanir, Thor was taken aback. What are you doing here? Vanir feigned sorrow. This old man is nearing his end. I have come to keep him company. I have been caring for him for several days now. Hearing this, Thor was astonished. His expression filled with anguish. Father. Loki regarded Vanir with a mix of hatred and suspicion. How did you find Odin? What have you done to him? Vanir stepped partially through the portal. I have been looking after your father with the best intentions, and this is how you repay me? Forget it. A child without a father is like a blade of grass. I forgive you. Loki was about to press further when Thor bellowed, seizing Odin's hand. Loki, what have you done? Loki rolled his eyes, striding forward while shouting, I did nothing. You fool. Do not believe everything you hear. Let me tell you. As his gaze fell upon Odin, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming aura of aging. His mouth fell agape. You truly. How is this possible? Chapter 145. Hela. Odin smiled faintly. I have grown too old, Loki. He gestured to the nearby seats, inviting them to sit. Thor's eyes brimmed with tears as he glared fiercely at his wayward brother. Loki appeared incredulous, seemingly unfazed by Thor's demeanor, as if still processing the situation. The three remained in silence for a moment. This place is truly beautiful, Odin remarked. Father, we are here to take you home, Thor murmured softly. Odin's expression was serene. I have been awaiting you both, my sons. Thor's voice was laden with sorrow. Father, let us return home. Odin paused. Your mother is calling for me. Do you not hear her? Thor glanced at Loki, then back at their father. We know we have failed you, but we shall amend our ways. No, it is I who have let you down. Ragnarok has indeed arrived. Thor and Loki exchanged troubled glances. I have forestalled Ragnarok. I have slain Surtur. No, it is not over yet. She is on her way. Odin shook his head. I have fought against her arrival. But now I am far too weak. She is about to descend, and I am powerless to stop her. Thor inquired, Father, who is this she you speak of? The goddess of death, Hela, my firstborn, your sister. This revelation struck both Thor and Loki with profound shock. You're what? She once fought alongside me to conquer the universe. But over time, she became consumed by ambition and a thirst for bloodshed. Unable to contain her, I imprisoned her. Her power stems from Asgard. Once she returns, she shall become exceedingly formidable. Regardless of what transpires, we must confront it together. I believe we can find a solution. But we are now on divergent paths. Odin fell silent for a moment. I love you both, my sons. With those final words, he transformed into a golden beam of light, swept away by the wind, gradually fading from view. Thor and Loki stood in shock, disbelief etched on their faces. Thor was filled with both sorrow and rage, poised to confront Loki when suddenly a tremendous pressure enveloped them. A sense of impending doom surged within them. Their expressions hardened as they intently gazed upon the distorted space before them. Soon, a dark green void emerged, swirling with ink-like hues, exuding an aura of malevolence and brutality. Then, a lithe woman stepped forth, her disheveled hair failing to conceal her striking features. Upon noticing the two Asgardians, she inquired, Odin is dead, is he not? Neither Thor nor Loki responded. Hela's tone bore a hint of disinterest. And who might you two be? Thor tightened his grip on his hammer. I am Odin's son, Hela. Surrender now. You hardly sound like his biological offspring. My lady, perhaps we could engage in a civil conversation? Loki interjected. Oh, you certainly sound like his true progeny. Hela chuckled lightly. She then fixed her gaze upon the two, pointing downward with authority. Kneel. What? Loki exclaimed in surprise. I said kneel. Hela reiterated with exasperation. Thor's anger flared. What gives you the right to demand my submission? I am Odin's son. With that, he swung his hammer toward his sister. Buzz. The hammer was caught midair. Loki's momentary excitement was abruptly curtailed. He had never witnessed anything like this. Thor was even more astounded. He struggled to reclaim control of his hammer, yet Hela held it firmly with one hand. This is impossible. Dear little brother, you have no conception of what is truly impossible. With a deafening crack, Thor watched in horror as his hammer was crushed to smithereens, scattering shards in every direction. The wild surge of lightning energy radiated outward, causing Thor to stagger backward a few steps. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was, his beloved hammer was shattered? Loki, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily shouted to the heavens, take us back. Thor, startled, retorted, you fool. What are you doing? Loki, no. Today, the response from the Bifrost came unexpectedly quickly, before he could finish his words. A towering beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping both of them. Seizing this opportunity, Hela could not miss such a splendid chance to return to Asgard, successfully boarding the last train. At that moment, Vahn, who had been waiting for quite some time, immediately opened a portal and tossed a seed of the portal into the beam of light from the Bifrost. He then glanced at the ground beside him, where the shattered pieces of the Meow hammer lay scattered. What a waste! It could have been repaired and still used. Just as he gathered the hammer into his divine realm, he sensed that the portal seed had reached its destination. Thus, Vahn opened the portal and stepped through, simultaneously donning an enormous gemstone glove. As Hela arrived in the control room of the Bifrost, she had just intended to wreak havoc when she was suddenly struck by a wave of teleportation energy. Following this, the portal opened, and Vahn appeared before her. Vahn scanned left and right, noticing the absence of Thor and Loki. It seemed they had been kicked off the Bifrost by Hela. These two unfortunate brothers were about to embark on their adventure, but it was certain they would not encounter Hulk this time. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal and Vahn, Hela's eyes brimmed with caution. Especially upon noticing the ring adorning Van's hand, disbelief washed over her. Odin crafted that. Vahn raised his gloved hand for her to see. No, what I'm wearing is actually a counterfeit. Odin, in his moment of clarity, ceased to have the dwarves forge this artifact. What a pity, otherwise it could have been mine. Furrowing her brow, Hela fixed her gaze on Vahn. Who exactly are you? Me? Vahn chuckled softly. I am a friend of Thor, a traitor of Odin, the savior of Asgard, and your adversary. Hela laughed. Haha. Do you know where this is? This is Asgard, the source of my power, my promised land. Vahn shrugged. I am well aware of what you speak. However, Odin claims that you cannot contend with this gauntlet of 3 gems. Hela fell silent instantly. You cannot possibly unleash its true strength unless. Vahn snapped his fingers, and a solid wall of air suddenly manifested around Hela, encircling her completely. Hela immediately unleashed 5 or 6 swords, yet they halted after piercing the air wall merely a few centimeters. Vahn shrugged. Do you see? Even if you could break through this air wall, you would still not prevail against me. This is merely a casual strike of mine, while you would need considerable effort to shatter it. Hela, concede defeat. Huh? On what grounds? A hint of malice flickered across Hela's face as she tensed, beginning to gather her strength. I can offer you an opportunity, the chance to berate Odin? What? Hela recoiled. Is he not dead? Chapter 146. Hela enters the divine realm. Wait. Hela regained her composure, glaring furiously. Or do you mean to send me to Valhalla as well? Vahn chuckled. If that is how you wish to interpret it, I cannot help it. I made a deal with Odin. Initially, I was only required to guard his son and Asgard. However, just now he increased the stakes. He has come to a profound realization of his errors. He feels he has let down his children, including you. He has entrusted me with his apology. He wishes to make amends with you, in person. Hela appeared bewildered. The old stubborn Odin admitting fault to her? Impossible, utterly impossible. Unless he were dead. Hold on. He is indeed dead. A deathbed epiphany? That seems somewhat plausible. But just because he apologizes, does that mean I must accept it? I desire carnage, to rule Asgard, to dominate the 9 realms, to conquer. Vahn seemed to grasp Hela's inner thoughts, shaking his head in lament. What a shame. If you were a mere 1,000 years younger, you could marry me, and I would take you to conquer the world. It would be far more enjoyable than doing it alone. Hela fumed. I am not old. Vahn shrugged. I am rather loyal, always preferring those of 18. Dear sister, do not meddle. Heed my advice. Return home swiftly and have Odin admit his mistakes. Daughters are the treasures of their fathers. He will apologize. You, a woman, why strive for such ambitions? With those conditions, wouldn't it be better to return home and rely on your father? Hela retorted angrily. I am not that kind of woman. So you refuse me? Then let us fight. Very well, let it be so. Hela's entire form shimmered with emerald light, instantly unleashing dozens of sharp blades that shattered Van's air wall. Vahn maintained a calm demeanor, gesturing to the others. You all need to leave. Do not remain on the battlefield. Then, Vahn transformed, enveloped in blue flames, his stature rising dramatically. He unleashed a ferocious punch. Hela raised her hand to block, but the punch, imbued with the power of the gems, sent her hurtling through the air, landing in the sea. Without hesitation, Vahn dove after her. The seawater bubbled vigorously, as if a giant creature struggled within, attracting the gaze of many Asgardians. After a moment, 2 figures suddenly erupted from the surface of the sea. It was Vahn and Hela. Hela gritted her teeth. You bastard. Where are you touching? Do not think that being in the sea means no one can see you. Vahn rolled his eyes. Old woman, show me some respect. I have no interest in you. I only wish to defeat you. What are you thinking? Bastard. Hela went berserk, unleashing a barrage of arrows that shot towards Vahn. Vahn waved his glove, redirecting all the flying swords. Fire ignited in Hela's eyes as she prepared to attack when suddenly, a portal opened before her. A familiar, gentle voice resonated. Hela, my daughter. What? Her movements faltered, and a familiar figure appeared before her, the Queen Frigga. Vahn gently adjusted his glove, cloaking the battlefield. It became evident that Odin had failed to properly educate his children. It was entirely his fault. For every child holds affection for their mother. Frigga approached Hela, her gaze filled with deep emotion. I am sorry. I have always urged him to listen, but alas, he never heeds advice. You should have been dead long ago. I sensed your essence dissipating from this world. Hela questioned in confusion. A hint of a smile graced Frigga's face as she shook her head. I made a deal with someone. She gently caressed Hela's cheek, her expression tinged with compassion. You must have endured great suffering. Hela stared at her in a daze. Are you here to stop me? No. Frigga shook her head. I am here to protect you. She glanced at Vahn, lowering her voice. If you wish to fight, then unleash your full strength against him. You may go all out without restraint. If you win, you shall become the queen of Asgard. If you lose, I will take you away. He would not dare to trouble you. Hela was taken aback, her face a portrait of astonishment. Vahn exclaimed, My goodness, dear sister Frigga, I summoned you to assist in persuading her, not to empower her. Besides, do you think I cannot hear you just because you speak softly? Engaging in dealings with you two has brought me nothing but misfortune. Queen Frigga leisurely stood aside, adopting a supportive demeanor towards Hela. Meanwhile, both Hela and Vahn found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Perhaps we should cease this futile struggle. It is as pointless as a performance by monkeys. Hela scoffed with a cold smile. Do not presume that such trivial tactics can perturb me. In Asgard, I shall not be defeated. Well, I beg to differ. Vahn's expression turned serious, his right arm ablaze with blue flames as he clenched his gloved fist with fervor. In that instant, Hela sensed a profound alteration. The connection to Asgard had been severed. How is this possible? She gasped. Incredulity etched across her features as she regarded the young man before her, a mere mortal who had accomplished such a feat. Frigga observed the scene with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Vahn grinned mischievously. Come now, let us engage in another bout. Hela's countenance darkened, her silence speaking volumes. Yet she charged forward nonetheless. A fierce battle ensued. Vahn was left panting for breath while Hela lay utterly spent, devoid of strength. Frigga approached to support Hela. Shall we return home? Which home? Do I even possess a home anymore? The one you speak of has a basement for imprisoning people, does it not? Hela scoffed. Frigga fell silent for a moment, sighing. He is no longer the All-Father. Ah, so that means he will change for the better? Hela dismissed the notion with disdain. No. What I mean is, he is no longer the All-Father, and I may now defy him. What? Hela's eyes widened in disbelief. If you wish to avoid him, we need not see him. We can retreat to a secluded place, just you and I. Vahn blinked, pleasantly surprised by this suggestion. Old Odin indeed deserved such a fate. In due time, he could allow Thor and Loki to keep him company. Frigga exchanged a knowing glance with Vahn, who promptly opened a portal for them to enter. As the cloaking was lifted, a throng of Asgardians craned their necks to witness the spectacle, only to find Vahn standing solitary, prompting them to disperse in disinterest. Vahn, however, did not depart immediately. Since Frigga's arrival in Asgard, he had sensed a faint feeling of being watched. It was likely the shadowy deities who orchestrated Asgard's fate from behind the scenes. Are you merely content to observe? Why not confront me directly? He taunted. His gaze lifted towards the heavens, brimming with confidence. In reality, his right hand was already channeling the power of the gem gauntlet, poised for either defense or offense. His left hand opened a small portal, ready for a swift escape. He was well prepared for any unknown forces. Unfortunately, no one responded. Cowards. Vahn scolded. The sensation of being watched dissipated. He shook his head. It appeared these beings were exceedingly cautious. There would be ample opportunity for entertainment in the future. Chapter 147. The Quest for the Power Gem. Vahn first returned to the cliff where Odin had perished. On that very stone, Odin had been waiting for quite some time. Why have you only just arrived? Odin expressed his displeasure. Vahn rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the old coot would soon have his moment of lamentation. As Vahn opened a portal, Odin rushed through, seemingly eager to reunite with his queen. He failed to notice the smirk that curled at the corners of Vahn's mouth. Upon returning to New York to tend to his affairs, he found that the space exploration program he had proposed to various nations had received approval and was currently in the preparatory stages. However, Vahn was not so naive as to simply await cooperation from the global community. He had previously captured 3 Dark Elf warships, and now they were poised to serve a purpose. He intended for them to undertake their first interstellar voyage, with the distant planet of Xander as their destination. The aim, of course, was to retrieve the power gem they had safeguarded. Their strength was clearly insufficient to withstand Thanos. By taking the gem from them, Vahn would essentially be safeguarding their existence. It remained uncertain whether these beings would accept his protection. If they were haughty and arrogant, he would discreetly seize the gem. If their demeanor was more agreeable, he would generously and ostentatiously claim the gem. Once again, in the Sahara Desert, a colossal portal to the realm of the gods materialized, followed by 3 gargantuan cross-shaped starships. Vahn assigned Coulson to oversee this operation, equipping him with hundreds of symbiote warriors. These individuals had first undergone treatment with second-rate super-soldier serum, later donning symbiote battle armor. Their prowess would be formidable even among the Justice League, deploying over 100 warriors at once. They would be difficult to thwart unless faced with Thanos himself or a large cosmic fleet. Moreover, the cross-ships housed Vahn's portal, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. In addition to searching for Xander, Vahn instructed them to locate suitable resource-rich planets, those abundant in minerals, teeming with energy, or even viable candidates for a second Earth. With Vahn's command, the 3 cross-ships gradually vanished. The following day, as Vahn awoke, he received a report from Pierce, informing him that they had located the individual he sought, Ajak, the leader of the Eternals. Vahn nodded. Let us go, Pierce. We shall pay this matriarch a visit. Perhaps we can also devise a way to eliminate the Celestial. With a thought, a portal appeared before Vahn, and he stepped through, arriving at a farm. Before them stood a wooden cabin, and Pierce explained, "This is the location. We have monitored the target's activities here for several days. It seems she has settled in." With that, he deftly approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, a fair-skinned woman opened it, her brow furrowed as she regarded the 2 men. "Who are you?" Vahn smiled broadly. "Greetings, Ajak. I am here on behalf of the great supreme Erishem. From this day forth, I shall oversee all matters pertaining to the Eternals on Earth. please summon the remaining 9 members at once. I have critical announcements to make. Upon hearing this, Ajak appeared visibly stunned, her thoughts racing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? She did not recognize the man before her, yet he spoke her name and that of her supreme with such authority. If what he claimed was true, why had Arishem not communicated this directly to her? Who are you? I have received no notification from the supreme, Ajak stated. Shaking her head, Vahn replied, so you remain oblivious to the error you have committed. No wonder the supreme is incensed. You have been relieved of your duties. You would do well to heed my words. Ajak appeared bewildered, still shaking her head. I cannot believe you. I must communicate with Arishem. Vahn's expression turned frosty. Humph. The supreme will not forgive you. He will not entertain your requests for communication. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. With that, Vahn raised his hand. And with a thought, the gem gauntlet appeared upon his hand. Ajak's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I shall test it. Perhaps Vahn's words had struck a nerve. For Ajak promptly closed her eyes, and the golden sphere upon her chest radiated a blinding light as golden lines began to form. Vahn gently rotated the gauntlet, sealing the surrounding space to prevent any signals from being transmitted. Indeed, Ajak attempted to connect several times, her frown deepening as she received no response. Vahn lifted his hand, channeling his telekinetic power to draw the golden sphere towards himself. As it reached his fingertips, he exhaled gently, and the sphere disintegrated into ash. Ajak gazed at the scene before her expression one of sheer astonishment. Vahn spoke coolly, now, summon all the members of the Eternal. Ajak shook her head in dismay. We have been scattered for many years. I have no idea where they are. A smirk of derision crept onto Vahn's face. Are you truly certain this is your answer? If so, I shall turn and leave, as if I had never come. Vahn's gaze pierced into her, icy and unyielding. Ajak's heart quaked. The current situation eluded her comprehension. Even now, she hesitated to fully accept the identity of the man before her. Yet, hearing his threatening words, she found herself caught in a web of doubt. She was conflicted. Vahn raised an eyebrow, withdrawing his gaze, offering her no time for contemplation as he turned to depart. Wait. She relented. However, she undertook one last probing inquiry. Sir Vahn, may I ask what Arism's intent is in appointing you to lead the Eternal? Vahn shot her a sidelong glance. My affairs require no explanation to you. Ajak's heart raced, a torrent of suspicions flooding her mind. You and the others are to ensure the divine presence of Lord Tyam. Ajak's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as she exhaled in relief. The fact that he was aware of this matter suggested that he was indeed sent by Lord Arisam. Sir Vahn, I am unaware of their other whereabouts. However, I have maintained contact with our strongest warrior, Icarus. He excels in flight and possesses remarkable speed. He must know the locations of the other members. Vahn nodded approvingly. That is excellent. The Earth Defense Bureau had, after days of searching, failed to ascertain the locations of all their members. Several had indeed concealed themselves exceptionally well. Having a guide would be most advantageous. After Ajak made a phone call, it wasn't long before Vahn heard the thunderous roar from the sky. A figure soared in, gracefully descending. Vahn scrutinized Icarus, who truly lived up to his moniker of Little Superman. His abilities were strikingly similar, though vastly inferior in strength. And his primary means of attack, the laser vision, seemed rather blunt. Icarus addressed Vahn. Are you the one declaring to lead us? Vahn affirmed. This is Lord Arism's command. Icarus fell silent, his gaze fixated on Vahn, suddenly declaring, I do not believe you. In an instant, he lunged forward, fists clenched like a nimble cheetah, aiming a fierce punch at Vahn. A smile crept onto Vahn's lips. Ah, fool. As the fist approached, he didn't even blink. Without a sound, the fist halted half a meter from Vahn's face, Icarus's visage reddening in frustration, yet he could not advance an inch. With a mocking tone, Vahn remarked, how naughty. With that, his massive fist slammed into Icarus's face. The sheer force toppled him to the ground. Vahn stepped forward, delivering a series of blows, and in an instant, Icarus's face was a canvas of crimson, azure, and violet, eerily reminiscent of a dye room. Do you still doubt? Do you believe now? Do you doubt? On what grounds do you refuse to believe? Enough. Stop. Ajak could no longer bear to watch as her companion was mercilessly pummeled. She rushed to intervene. Yet Vahn paid her no heed, continuing to unleash several more punches until Icarus finally staggered to his feet. Stretching lazily, he accepted the towel Pierce offered, methodically wiping the blood from his hands. Smiling at Ajak, he said, Apologies, the pressure has been overwhelming of late. But now, shall we seek out the next individual? Ajak trembled, unsure if it was from anger or fear, pointing at the still form of Icarus on the ground. He knows where the next one is. Vahn glanced at the unconscious Icarus, realizing he may have acted rather rashly. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. After all, there was still a healer present. If he knows, then you must revive him. Hijack shot him a fierce glare. He merely sought to test you. There was no malice intended. Vahn glared back. I too was merely testing his strength. Unfortunately, he proved inadequate, and I am far from satisfied. However, I harbor no ill will. Surely you can see that? With gritted teeth, Hijack bent down to attend to Icarus. Soon, the dazed Icarus awoke. What happened? I accidentally knocked you out, Vahn explained as he leaned closer. Upon seeing him, Icarus flinched, instinctively attempting to retreat, only for Hijack to hold him in place. Vahn wore a warm smile. Little Icarus, shall we seek out the others? Do you have an address? The subsequent events unfolded simply, as two individuals led the way, swiftly gathering the members of the Eternal. Once the portal to the divine realm was opened, they ensnared everyone in one fell swoop. Following this, Vahn instructed them to collaborate with the Justice League to expeditiously locate the deity Tiam. The strength of a divine assembly would significantly bolster Vahn's power. Yet, with Ari Sam lurking in the shadows, he needed to meticulously plan his next steps. In the ensuing period, Earth appeared remarkably tranquil. Aside from the Earth Defense Bureau, which frequently executed significant operations to eliminate potential threats, few villains stirred unrest across the globe. The Bureau utilized a revamped version of Ultron, dubbed Skynet, to monitor the entire world. Any unfavorable signs would be swiftly detected. However, this was not absolute. If anyone could evade Skynet's watchful gaze, Vahn could only think of one individual, Dr. Zola. After uploading his consciousness, Zola had become a digital entity. Previously, he had sought Vahn's collaboration to develop virtual reality technology and a large-scale game. After months of development, this groundbreaking game achieved immense success. As Vahn delved deeper into the game, he began to realize its complexities. In truth, he had long harbored the intention of locating Dr. Zola, yet, to his astonishment, even the Earth Defense Bureau could not find him. Simultaneously, Vahn was eager to utilize a living program to eliminate Zola from the network. However, unlike Ultron, Zola had existed for decades. His survival tactics were undoubtedly diverse, rendering mere online elimination ineffective. Yet, locating his stronghold posed a formidable challenge. Additionally, Dr. Zola had ordered thousands of specially customized robots, fully functional and agile, yet devoid of brains. Recently, the Earth Defense Bureau had provided him with peculiar intelligence. Several fusion monsters had emerged in the United States, grotesque hybrids of human and beast, displaying savage and brutal temperaments. The crux of the matter was that these creatures had seemingly appeared in Zola's game beforehand. Currently, Zola's game had undergone several major updates, expanding its combat, construction, and modification features significantly. The concept of the fusion of zombies, humans, and animals presents an almost authentic data model, albeit with considerable simplifications. This has led players within the game to employ this straightforward yet effective method to conjure a multitude of seemingly fantastical creatures, many of which are remarkably creative. Among them are the inexplicably spawned fusion monsters. It is speculated that this is one of Dr. Zola's objectives, to harness the ingenuity and intellect of gamers to assist him in creating monsters. If that were all, it would be somewhat tolerable. However, the more critical turn of events unfolded on a pleasant afternoon when Vahn was monitoring the proceedings of the Captain America and Stark case. Suddenly, a blackout occurred. The entire city of New York plunged into darkness. According to Vahn's information, it was not an issue with the power plant or supply lines. Rather, it seemed that the electrical energy of the entire city had been siphoned away. After approximately 3 minutes, power was restored. It was then that people discovered a chilling reality. Thousands of players utilizing Vahn's virtual reality technology capsules had simultaneously fallen into a comatose state. This incident quickly stirred a tempest of turmoil across the globe. In an instant, Vahn found himself shouldering immense responsibility. In light of these circumstances, the Earth Defense Bureau exerted every effort to assist him. They swiftly pinpointed the location of the massive energy drain in New York City, a slum in Queens. Intrigued, Vahn personally went to the scene. It was an old apartment building with a time-worn basement. He immediately discerned that something was amiss. Although dilapidated, it was evident that considerable modifications had been made here, with a level of fortification comparable to a small fortress. However, in the face of such defenses, mere physical barriers were of little consequence to him. With a flick of his mind, a circular entrance materialized in the steel door. To Vahn's surprise, beyond the door lay a spacious area, with a row of computers in the center. On one of the screens, a green visage appeared, smiling as it greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Vahn, the current supreme leader of Hydra." Van's expression remained largely impassive. Dr. Zola, what are you doing here? Did you cause the recent blackout? The green face on the screen nodded. Indeed. What do you intend to do? Have you ever heard of Zolanation? Van was taken aback. What is that? Chapter 149, Zolanation. The screen's Dr. Zola chuckled. You currently possess the Tesseract, do you not? However, I was the one who conducted the most extensive research on it. Van raised an eyebrow. What have you done? What is Zolanation? Zolanation is a realm in an alternate dimension where humanity can thrive. Initially, I delved deeply into the capabilities of the Tesseract. During one experiment, I utilized the Tesseract to open a portal, revealing this unknown world in another dimension. Subsequently, after dispatching numerous individuals for exploration, I confirmed that it was a planet existing in a period of life explosion. I discreetly concealed the existence of this world and, after a series of experiments, transformed the portal into a small, shriveled seed. Van's realization dawned. The recent blackout in New York was to reactivate and open the portal? He paused, then exclaimed, You found a new Earth? Zola burst into laughter. Not quite a new Earth. There are far fewer forms of life there than on Earth. Van nodded. So this is why you sought to harvest thousands of souls. The green light on the screen flickered. I require them. That place is a brand new world. And I need ample labor to transform and construct it. Establishing a castle in such an environment is no trivial task. The green figure on the screen continued. Mr. Van. As fellow members of Hydra, I hope you will assist me. Assist you with what? Firstly, I have no interest in the real world. I can aid you in conquering and ruling it. I possess some advanced technology that I can offer you. And what is the price I must pay? Very simple. Help me build my planet. What does the construction entail? You will need to provide a substantial amount of building materials and ideally support a large workforce, as well as some high-tech items. But rest assured, with your standing, you can easily procure these. Van smiled slightly. Dr. Zola had said much, yet he had not mentioned the fused monsters or the transformation of humans into mechanical bodies. His intentions were far from merely constructing a personal little Earth. As a Hydra member, Dr. Zola's ambitions were likely easily discernible, namely, the domination of two worlds and the control of all humanity. Very well, I can agree to your terms. But you must return a portion of the souls to quell public outcry, Van replied with a smile. After finalizing their collaborative plan, Van took his leave. Once outside, he instructed Pierce, keep a close watch on this location. Additionally, assemble a task force immediately to investigate Zola's next moves. Most importantly, devise a means to locate or destroy his core and all duplicates. Dr. Zola had certainly caused significant upheaval in the world. However, as Van took action, related reports dwindled, and the incident gradually faded from the public eye. Meanwhile, the cross-shaped battleship he dispatched had finally arrived at the planet Xander. The fourth gem was now within reach. The enormous and unfamiliar battleship instilled considerable psychological pressure on the inhabitants of Xander. After communicating with them, Coulson confirmed what was expected. They were unwilling to relinquish the Power Stone. Thus, Van arrived at the scene. He pondered how to acquire the gem when, suddenly, a massive warship appeared in the starry void, accompanied by several smaller round ships. Coulson's expression changed dramatically as he hurried to Van's side. Boss, according to our intel, that warship is likely Thanos's. Van furrowed his brow. Thanos was remarkably swift. The search for the gems had already commenced. Unfortunately, Xander had just rejected his overtures. Coulson, you and the cross-shaped battleship retreat for now. If necessary, I will contact you to return, he instructed. Understood, boss. Van donned the gauntlet and opened a portal to arrive in the city of Xander. With Thanos' arrival, the atmosphere was thick with despair. For the first time, Van witnessed firsthand the fearsome reputation of Thanos in the universe. Citizens sought refuge in shelters, soldiers readied for combat, and warplanes soared overhead in a state of heightened alert. Thanos was imposing. Unlike Van, he did not engage in preemptive negotiations. Instead, he immediately enacted his will. An attack was launched. Although Xander possessed impressive technology and a vast number of aircraft, they were utterly incapable of thwarting Thanos' advance. In this dire moment, their commander made a monumental decision. To prevent the gem from falling into Thanos' hands and causing greater calamity, they chose 3 pilots to navigate the warship and attempt a breakout. Yet the gem resides within one of the individuals. Vahn was unaware of the unfolding events, but he understood that as long as he kept his gaze fixed upon Thanos, the gem would inevitably reveal itself. Indeed, the trio of pilots could not breach Thanos' fleet's blockade. They heroically chose to fight to the death. At that moment, Thanos had already invaded the command building of the Shandar, indicating that this planet had little resistance left. They were on the verge of facing an inescapable judgment. With a mortality rate soaring to 50%, However, Thanos had also learned of the gem's whereabouts. He dispatched Corvus Glaive, one of the Ebony Maw, to the site of the 3 fallen warships in search of the gem. Corvus Glaive's unusual behavior caught Vahn's attention, prompting him to follow closely. Before long, Corvus Glaive discovered a metallic sphere amidst the ruins. Upon opening it, he found the Power Stone within, a flicker of excitement crossing his features. At that moment, a young man approached him. "Hey, have you stumbled upon something valuable? May I take a look?" Corvus Glaive narrowed his eyes at the youth, sensing a faint but distinct threat. The presence of this individual amidst the ongoing massacre signified an abnormality. Who could remain so nonchalant in such dire circumstances and demand items from him? He gestured subtly to his subordinates, signaling them to move forward and obstruct the youth, while he discreetly retreated, planning to find an opportunity to escape. A smile crept across Vahn's lips. "Do not run. An old friend wishes to see you." With a thought, a portal materialized before him. A robust figure emerged from within, the familiar visage of Black Dwarf, one of his former comrades. Corvus Glaive's mind raced. Had Black Dwarf not been defeated on Earth? How could he possibly be here? Could it be that Earthlings had ventured to this realm? This was vital intelligence. Vahn had summoned not only Black Dwarf, but also Hulk, Abomination, and a dozen other heroes from the Justice League. Although Corvus Glaive commanded numerous subordinates, he was nearly powerless against them. He could only rely on his formidable telekinetic abilities to contend with the assembly. However, in Vahn, he had encountered his nemesis. Vahn did not even need to wield the power of the gauntlet. As he drew closer to Corvus Glaive, his strength subdued him effortlessly, allowing Vahn to seize the Power Stone with ease. Chapter 150, Seizing Thanos' Gauntlet. Upon acquiring the Power Stone, Vahn did not immediately embed it into the gauntlet. The gauntlet had endured extensive use and was no longer in prime condition. It could only withstand the power of 3 stones at this point. Yet Vahn was aware of the necessary course of action. Was there not a freshly forged gauntlet aboard the ship hovering above? Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to pilfer it. With determination, he instructed his subordinates to take Corvus Glaive back to the realm, and with a snap of his fingers, a portal appeared before him. On the other side lay Thanos' ship. Stepping into the dimly lit vessel, Vahn was instantly illuminated by spotlights, accompanied by a shrill alarm. The sounds of approaching footsteps indicated the presence of guards aboard the ship. Vahn conjured a portal in each hand, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he advanced. Though these guards were stronger than ordinary Earthlings, they were still manageable. Furthermore, he needed to extract information from their memories regarding the whereabouts of the Infinity Gauntlet. In no time, he arrived before Thanos' throne. Fortunately, Thanos had not kept the gauntlet with him. It lay bare beneath the throne. However, a formidable adversary stood in his way, Darkstar, wielding a celestial weapon. She fixed her gaze upon Vahn, demanding, "Who are you, and how did you come to be here?" Vahn shrugged. "I merely came to borrow something from Thanos, yet your people attacked me without discernment. Is that not excessive?" Darkstar scoffed. "Excessive is your intrusion. You have no permission to trespass aboard our ship. By intergalactic law, we are entitled to terminate you on sight. Is that so?" Vahn replied, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. "You, Thanos' minion, dare to lecture me on law? Have you lost your senses? If intergalactic law held any weight, your master Thanos would have long since faced execution. Enough chatter. If you continue to waste time, Thanos will return. Step aside." Vahn activated the gauntlet, conjuring an invisible wall that surged toward Darkstar. Her remarkable weapon deflected the attack, and with a swift thrust, she retaliated, launching the weapon toward Vahn. In midair, it transformed into 3 beams of energy, which Vahn instinctively sensed possessed tracking capabilities. With a powerful punch, he propelled forward, redirecting the 3 beams back to her, reshaping them into the form of a weapon. The gauntlet now bore 3 faint circular imprints. "This weapon is impressive. Why not let me borrow it for a couple of days?" Darkstar retorted vehemently. "Not a chance. Should you refuse, I shall take it myself." With a snap of his fingers, Darkstar was caught off guard by an unseen force. In an instant, she felt her body ensnared by strong hands, as intangible arms wrestled for control over the weapon. Damn it, she cursed silently, yet she was powerless to prevent the weapon from being gradually pried from her grip. Without a glance back, Vahn opened a portal and unceremoniously tossed her and the weapon inside. He then effortlessly claimed the freshly forged Infinity Gauntlet. At that moment, he sensed a powerful gaze directed at him from behind. Turning to face it, he found the hurried approach of Proxima Midnight. "Thanos, greetings. I've heard your name for quite some time." Vahn initiated the conversation. Upon seeing that both Darkstar and the Infinity Gauntlet were absent, Thanos, though furious, refrained from acting impulsively. In a grave tone, he inquired, "And what might your name be?" "I am Theodore Vahn." Thanos fell silent, his eyes seemingly deep in thought. The atmosphere grew tense. "Theodore Vahn, who is that?" he finally asked. Vahn shot him a glare. "I am the one who defeated your Chitauri army on Earth." Thanos shook his head. "I'm afraid I have no recollection." "How dare you?" Vahn exclaimed. Thanos regarded him coolly. "So, you have come for revenge?" "Not at all," Vahn replied, shaking his head. "You were the one who suffered defeat last time. If anyone seeks revenge, it is you who should." Thanos nodded thoughtfully. "So, you oppose my actions and principles, choosing to stand against me?" "Not exactly." Vahn continued to shake his head. "To be honest, I agree with your philosophy of maintaining balance. I believe your intentions are noble. You merely wish to save this world. What could be wrong with that? However, I find your methods utterly foolish. Arbitrarily exterminating half of the universe's population is a superficial solution. I cannot fathom how you could embrace it as your ideal and purpose." Thanos remained silent, his countenance darkened, while Vahn continued his relentless discourse. "In truth, I believe it would be more merciful to randomly annihilate half of the life across the cosmos. Although the issues plaguing certain resource-scarce planets remain unresolved, the problem, on the grand scale of the universe, is indeed mitigated. This is a superficial solution, yet far more effective than your approach." Thanos sighed. "To eradicate every individual on an entire planet is an act of sheer cruelty." "What? Do you have the audacity to label me as cruel?" Vahn retorted. "You know nothing. To extinguish half of humanity is far more barbaric than obliterating them all. Do you think those who survive will rejoice in their fortune? No. They will be engulfed in the anguish of losing their kin, friends, and beloved ones." Vahn scoffed. "A random extermination of an entire planet allows the surviving worlds to continue their carefree existence. In contrast, the random elimination of half the populace will plunge this universe into a profound silence of grief. Perhaps that is your true intention." Thanos mused, stroking his chin. "Your proposal is indeed constructive. Perhaps I should heed your counsel. As you stated, I wield slaughter in the name of salvation, yet few comprehend my vision. Should there exist a method to enhance the lives of those who remain, I would gladly embrace it." Vahn rolled his eyes, warning him. "Thanos, make no mistake, I am not offering you suggestions. I am admonishing you. Do you understand? Your actions have nothing to do with me." Thanos shook his head. "Your words reveal that you are not a paragon of virtue either. Aside from the singular defeat I suffered at your hands, I have not provoked you. Why then? Do you interrupt my plans?" Vahn shrugged. "I have no intention of thwarting you. It is merely that you possess something I require. Regrettably, I must seize it from you. Do you truly believe you can take it?" Thanos clenched his weapon tightly, a wave of his hand enclosing Vahn in a seemingly inescapable space. Opening a portal of sorts proved challenging. He smiled, the infinity gauntlet gleaming. "If you wish to test that assumption, let us proceed." Chapter 151, Rapid Development of Power. The Great War commences. Thanos wielded his fan blade with formidable prowess. Vahn had never witnessed Odin at his peak. However, at this moment, Thanos' typical strength appeared to surpass that of the earlier formidable serpent. Vahn, wishing to avoid prolonged conflict, summoned all his might and broke through the walls of the spacecraft. Leaping into the air, in mid-flight, a portal materialized, enveloping him. Thanos stood at the breach, his gaze profound, lost in thought. Behind him loomed General Corvus Glaive, "My lord. Both Ebony Maw and Proxima Midnight have vanished, and we have suffered significant losses among our guards. More critically, the stones and the Infinity Gauntlet have been taken." Thanos remained silent for a moment. "It seems we must revise our strategy. Gathering all 6 stones is no longer feasible. We must redirect our focus toward other powers." "What power does my lord seek?" "The Phoenix. I shall immediately begin gathering information." In the realm of the gods, Vahn embedded the 4 stones into the authentic Infinity Gauntlet, savoring the power contained within. Fortuitously, he found it manageable. 4 of the 6 stones were in his possession. The remaining 2, one resided with the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, Strange, while the other required the sacrifice of a cherished soul. Strange Stone was more easily obtainable, though he had a cordial relationship with the Ancient One. He was reluctant to confront him directly. However, employing subtle tactics could yield results. As for sacrificing a loved one, as a person of broad affections, would the Soul Stone even acknowledge me? Alternatively, I could orchestrate a scheme, using another to procure the stone. Having captured Gamora from the Guardians of the Galaxy, Vahn had discerned the location of the Soul Stone. If he disseminated news of it being on Vormir throughout the cosmos, surely someone would unearth it. At that juncture, reclaiming it would pose no challenge. In recent days, Vahn had been delving into the method Odin had left him for harnessing the power of the malevolent god Set. Based on Odin's descriptions, Vahn devised a comprehensive plan. Firstly, he intended to conjure 7 colossal serpent bodies within the realm of gods. The larger and more robust, the better, to serve as iconic symbols for summoning the malevolent deity Set. Moreover, Vahn sought to expedite the acquisition of the legendary Viper crown. This crown was of utmost importance to Lady Hydra, who had dispatched many in search of it, yet it remained elusive. Fortunately, with the Earth Defense Agency's assistance, its location was swiftly discovered, requiring little effort on his part, as one of his subordinates soon presented the crown to him, seeking his favor. In this context, Vahn officially commenced the sacrificial ritual. Through the Viper crown, he established a connection with the malevolent god, reinforcing this bond through various methods. During the strengthening and sacrificial process, a fortunate coincidence led the malevolent deity to discover the 7 serpent bodies. Subsequently, a divine descent summoning ritual was conducted alongside other followers. Undoubtedly, the malevolent deity Set would perceive the 7 serpent bodies as the primary manifestation of his arrival. Yet, unbeknownst to him, these great serpentine forms had been tampered with. Vahn's plan unfolded seamlessly. Through the Viper crown, he successfully connected with the special dimension of snakes. Within this dimension, he faced numerous challenges, but ultimately found the serpent god Set himself. Through a series of meticulous machinations, he effectively ignited Set's curiosity and desire for conquest. Ultimately, the 7 serpent bodies rekindled a long-buried aspiration within Set to return to Earth and dominate the world. Thus, Set fell into Vahn's trap. The bad news was that Set's power far exceeded Vahn's prior estimations. Once the connection between Earth and his dimension was established, it appeared he could descend upon Earth. The only remaining defense lay in the Sorcerer Supreme's protective array. Vahn personally sought out Strange. Dr. Strange, have you sensed the threat emanating from the alternate dimension? Strange cast him a glance. What can I do for you? Vahn raised the infinity gauntlet adorned with 3 stones. If I could acquire 1 more stone, I would possess the means to counter Set. I trust you would not wish to witness Earth descend into destruction. Beyond this, I can conjure no other solution to this calamity. Strange rolled his eyes dramatically. This fellow was undeniably coercive. However, he had one point. The serpent god Set was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, and the defensive array of the 3 sanctums would struggle to withstand his assault for long. A solution must be devised. With no alternative at his disposal, he was left relying on this unreliable individual. Strange regarded Vahn. I can temporarily lend you the Eye of Agamotto, but once this crisis is averted, I expect its immediate return. Of course, Vahn agreed readily. Thus, he temporarily acquired the Time Stone. After embedding 5 stones into the Infinity Gauntlet, Vahn experienced an unprecedented surge of power. With a mere thought, the gauntlet transported him to the dimension of the Serpent God. Set certainly would not let him escape. Thus, an epic battle ensued. This was the most high-stakes match that Vahn had ever engaged in. The Serpent God, as one of the most formidable ancient deities of Earth, proved to be an immensely powerful adversary, making it exceedingly difficult for Vahn, even with the 5 gems at his disposal. He sustained numerous injuries and faced life-threatening peril. However, all of this became inconsequential once he obtained the Time Gem. After a fierce confrontation, Vahn managed to sever 2 of Set's colossal heads. In his fury, Set was compelled to retreat to the dimension of the Serpent God that he had created. Thus, the calamity was averted. Vahn acquired 6 colossal serpent bodies brimming with divine energy, and after the divine kingdom processed and transformed them, he infused himself once again with immense power. Now, solely relying on his own strength, he had reached a level comparable to that of a powerful celestial. Coupled with the formidable 5-gem gauntlet, he had few rivals across the entire galaxy. Meanwhile, ever since the rumors of the Soul Gem's release surfaced on Vormir, Vahn had been commanding Coulson to keep 3 cross-class battleships hidden in the vicinity. However, as of now, he had not detected any successful attempts to secure it. It seemed that the Soul Gem was indeed a challenging prize to obtain. Strange had repeatedly come seeking the Eye of Agamotto. Yet he had not even laid eyes on Vahn. Infuriated, he cursed Vahn as a scoundrel. Vahn, of course, was not unwilling to return it. Rather, he was preoccupied with several impending confrontations. He had applied the same method he used against the Serpent God to other formidable entities, including the Hell Lord Lucifer, the Dark Dimension's Dormammu, and the Crimson Dimension's Sidorak, among others. His power was undergoing a profound transformation, and the Divine Kingdom was experiencing monumental changes. Chapter 152. The Arrival of the Angel in the Typhon Tower. As Vahn pondered whom his next friendly engagement should be with, a distinguished visitor arrived. The Archangel Randakiel descended gracefully, his pristine wings unfurling. A flicker of intrigue crossed Vahn S. eyes. You are Theodore Vahn? he inquired. Van replied with a slight smile, "Archangel, what brings you here?" Randakiel regarded him with an indifferent gaze. "God has commanded me to investigate the Sanctum Sanctorum incident. Mephisto has deceived him regarding this matter. It seems you possess knowledge of the truth." Van shook his head. "Archangel, you jest. How could I possibly be privy to such intricate details? If Mephisto has misled God, he must have employed exceedingly covert methods. As a mere mortal, how could I discern the truth? Weren't you previously pursuing Mephisto?" "A simple interrogation would reveal everything," Randakiel countered. "Wait, now you suddenly visit me. Does this imply he has escaped?" Randakiel's expression remained impassive. "If you are oblivious to the truth, why do you assertively report to God?" "Who told you I was reporting to God?" Van retorted. "This is sheer slander. By the way, hundreds of years ago, you, as God's warrior angel, ventured to Sanctum Sanctorum to trace the footsteps of Angel Aaron. Did you not notice anything unusual?" Randakiel's countenance shifted slightly. "Humph. The entire town was suffused with the essence of angels. Is that not the greatest anomaly? I have reported everything to God. Are you accusing me?" Van chuckled. "How could I? You are one of God's most trusted angels. I would never dare question your loyalty. However, it astonishes me that Mephisto managed to evade your grasp." "Indeed. That old trickster is quite remarkable," Randakiel shot back with a glare. "Mephisto did not escape. He cannot elude my watchful eyes." Van gazed at him knowingly. "Of course, given your relationship with him, you could locate him at any moment." "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all. If you believe my words to be false, consider them never spoken. What is meant by if spoken, then spoken? If not, then not. What does it mean to consider something never said?" Van blinked innocently. "What do you think it means?" Randakiel emanated an imposing aura. "I was about to ask you the same." Van took a few steps back. "What are you planning? To silence me?" "Certainly not. I merely wish for your cooperation in the investigation." "So you're a corrupt officer?" Van smirked. "I am simply fulfilling my duty." "What duty?" "Colluding with the Hell Lord, framing mortals, deceiving God." Van scoffed. "Deceiving God and punishing mortals is not a task Mephisto can accomplish alone. He has an accomplice, likely one who is aligned with God. This individual is either Angel Aaron or the warrior angel from back then." Having never encountered Angel Aaron and knowing Randakiel is the warrior angel, it was time to probe further. Not just probing, but also setting a trap, since he was clearly oblivious. If God were to rage, it could be addressed as a mere test. Indeed, Randakiel's expression darkened immediately. "Mortal, do you comprehend the grave sin of slandering an angel? Angel, are you aware of the grave sin of unjustly slaying mortals?" Van retorted. "Wait a moment. It seems that neither God nor the angels in heaven truly value mortal lives." Van mocked. "However, you must surely understand the severity of deceiving God, correct?" Randakiel's face turned icy. "It appears you wish to oppose heaven. What are you? Do you possess the authority to speak for heaven and God?" Randakiel's wings trembled slightly. "Ignorant mortal, I shall represent heaven and God to pass judgment upon you." "Judgment? Go ahead and try." Randakiel, consumed with rage, lunged toward Van, delivering a powerful punch. Consequently, Van was sent flying. "This is bad. He has killed someone. Someone, come quickly. An angel has committed murder. God will annihilate humanity." At the moment Van was struck by Randakiel's fist, he had yet to feel the force before he was propelled away. He then began to shout. Not only Van's voice, but the entire Typhon Tower echoed with his cries. Almost half of New York heard the commotion. Upon hearing this deafening slander, Randakiel immediately sensed something was amiss. This individual seemed to be well prepared. Alarmed and frantic, he rushed to stop Van. However, Van acted even faster, running to the balcony and leaping off. As the crowd on the street looked up, they witnessed Van being hurled from the building, with a winged angel pursuing him, seemingly intent on causing him harm. Just as Van was about to hit the ground, a mechanized warrior clad in armor soared through the air, rescuing him. Van landed on the ground and shouted to the bewildered crowd, "Run. The angel is going to annihilate New York. He intends to unleash a massacre. He seeks to eradicate humanity on behalf of God." The crowd erupted in screams, scattering in every direction. Randakiel, infuriated, shouted, "Scoundrel! You slander. Heaven will not forgive you. You are doomed." Van raised his middle finger at him. "Randakiel, hundreds of years ago, you conspired with the Hell Lord and destroyed Sanctum Sanctorum. Are you now planning to employ the same tactics to obliterate New York?" With that, he turned and fled. Randakiel attempted to pursue, but was briefly obstructed by the mechanized warrior. As Van approached at a hurried pace, he fervently proclaimed the alarming news that the Archangel Randakiel had conspired with the forces of hell to bring about the destruction of New York, deceiving God in the process, and heralding the impending end of the world. Randakiel was nearly driven to madness. pursuing Vahn relentlessly, yet he was continually thwarted by a host of inexplicable beings. These included muscle-bound monstrosities, aerial warriors, and mutants capable of emitting laser beams from their eyes. Thus, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could only maintain a tenuous distance from Vahn. Consequently, the entire populace of New York soon became aware of this dire news. Most sought refuge in shelters, while some astute individuals took sanctuary within churches. Devout worshippers knelt before the Grand Cross, beseeching God for answers as to why humanity had once more been forsaken. Ultimately, Randiquil conceded defeat. He recognized the calamity he had wrought and ceased his pursuit. Observing Randiquil's halt, Ben turned back. "What is this, O angel? Are you truly prepared to surrender?" Randiquil, having regained his composure, replied, "Theodore Vahn, the transgressions I have committed will invite divine retribution. Your own misdeeds shall not escape similar fate." A wry smile crept upon Van's lips. "O angel, your confidence is commendable. If God intends to punish me, let him do so." Randiquil regarded Vahn with a serene gaze before unfurling his wings and vanishing from sight. Watching the retreating figure, Vahn stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given Randiquil's irate demeanor and his own performance, if he were indeed the angel colluding with Mephisto, he would surely devise a means to eliminate Vahn. Now, it remained to be seen whether he would do so. Chapter 153, The Twilight of the Gods. After enduring great trials, the thunder god Thor returned to Asgard. Initially, he was filled with rage, intent on seeking vengeance against Hela, but upon his return, he discovered that Asgard remained remarkably intact. Its inhabitants continued their tranquil existence. Although the throne in the palace stood vacant, it appeared to have no bearing on their lives. Thor realized that Vahn had dealt with his sister Hela, subsequently coming to Earth to find him. Upon seeing Vahn, he could hardly contain his curiosity. "Greetings, my friend. What have you done to my sister?" Vahn blinked. She has been resealed, a decision made in consultation with your father, Odin." At the mention of his father's name, Thor's expression dimmed momentarily. "That is good to hear. I didn't expect father to resolve this dilemma." Noticing Thor's somber demeanor, Vahn hastily shifted the topic. "Where did you go after falling from the Rainbow Bridge? What took you so long to return?" As he spoke, Thor's eyes sparkled. "You may find it hard to believe, but I found myself on a planet called Sakaar. There, I was crowned the king of gladiators, and everyone adored me. I even encountered the last of the Valkyries from Asgard, and we became friends. Additionally, I met the Rock People, Korg, and the Grandmaster among others. Eventually, we commandeered a spaceship and made our arduous journey back. I had no idea you had already dealt with our foes." Thor chuckled. "Had I known, I would have returned later. The people there adored me. I triumphed over a myriad of challengers. I was truly their king." Vahn rolled his eyes. "Oh, you naive fool. The rightful king of Asgard does not gallivant to a planet like Sakaar to reign as a gladiator. Have you lost your senses? I foresee Loki plotting to seize your throne once more." Reflecting on this, Vahn inquired, "What of Loki, your younger brother? Have your relations improved?" Thor's brow furrowed. "Loki has not yet returned? I have not seen him during this time." Vahn was taken aback. Loki was not on Sakaar? Where could he have ventured? Thor's expression turned anxious. "Vahn, do you think something has happened to Loki? How is it possible he remains absent?" Vahn attempted a jest. "Have you checked Jotunheim? Perhaps he has returned home." The thunder god did not find humor in this. Vahn adopted a serious demeanor to reassure him. "Fear not, with Loki's intelligence. Regardless of where he finds himself, he is sure to achieve something remarkable. I have faith that he is doing quite well. There is no need for unwarranted concern." Thor pondered for a moment. "You make a valid point. He is indeed quite resourceful." Before Thor could finish his thought, a radiant beam from the Rainbow Bridge descended from above, followed by a frantic shout. "My lord Thor, trouble is at hand. Prince Loki has returned with an army to besiege Asgard." Vahn exclaimed, "What?" Thor responded, "Splendid. Loki has returned. Wait, he is attacking Asgard? Surely, there must be some mistake. He is the Prince of Asgard." Together, Vahn and Thor hastened back to Asgard, where the situation was far more intricate than Vahn had anticipated. Loki had amassed a considerable and diverse force, including werewolves, giants, ogres, demons, and frost giants. Brandishing Gungnir, Odin's spear, Loki stood resolute. No one knew how this formidable weapon had come into his possession. Confronting Loki, Thor called out, "Loki, why have you resorted to this? We are brothers. How could you treat Asgard in such a manner?" A sly smile graced Loki's lips. "Thor, my brother, you are unworthy of the throne of Asgard. Only I am the rightful choice." Thor implored, "Loki, command your army to stand down. If you seek the throne, then seize it from me. This matter concerns no one else. It does not involve the people of Asgard." Then observed from the sidelines, scrutinizing Loki's audacious demeanor. Something felt amiss. While Loki undoubtedly desired the throne of Asgard, Vahn did not believe he would resort to warfare to claim it. More critically, where had he gathered such an army? Though it appeared a ragtag force, Vahn sensed that this army was far from ordinary. It seemed to harbor numerous skilled warriors. An unseen hand appeared to be orchestrating these events. Vahn looked skyward. Is it you? Shadow gods. Are you now inciting the twilight of the gods in a different guise? Pondering this, Vahn quickly resolved that regardless of the mastermind behind this affair, he could not allow it to come to fruition. With Thor unable to sway Loki, the clash was imminent. Vahn discreetly opened a portal to the realm of the gods, summoning numerous heroes of the Justice League to confront this impending calamity. Additionally, many bore seeds of his portals, poised to facilitate the evacuation of the Asgardian populace. The battle erupted. Without his hammer, Thor's combat prowess inevitably waned, and thus, Loki targeted him specifically. Empowered by Gungnir, Loki proved formidable. In mere moments, he had felled Thor. Fortunately, Thor was not lacking in allies, without Vahn needing to intervene. His old friends and new rallied to extricate him. Loki, witnessing this, erupted in laughter. Thor, my brother, is this truly your prowess? In this state, how can you claim the throne of Asgard? Without allowing Vahn to speak, Loki then turned his sights upon him. Theodore Vahn, prepare to meet your demise. Vahn rolled his eyes dramatically, remarking, you truly hold a grudge, don't you, little one? Loki, you must abandon this stubborn obsession. What merits are there in being the God King? Though one may acquire a modicum of power, the price paid is exorbitant. Rather than toiling as a beleaguered deity, I would advise you to aspire to be a queen. You would wield authority without the burden of responsibility, truly the epitome of perfection. Loki's face flushed crimson, a mixture of anger and amusement. In a fit of rage, he hefted the Gungnir and hurled it with all his might. Gungnir, possessing an unnerving accuracy, carried a foreboding omen deep within Vann's heart at the moment of Loki's throw. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Infinity Gauntlet. Gungnir flew towards Vann's chest, yet could not breach his defenses. Loki stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, momentarily taken aback. Vahn seized Gungnir, feeling it struggle, and a portal opened, ensnaring it within. He then turned to Loki. If I were to express my support for your ascension as the ruler of Asgard, would you be willing to bring an end to this war? What? Loki was momentarily speechless. Chapter 154, The Descent of the Gods. Vahn observed Loki's astonished visage and smiled lightly. I assure you that upon your coronation as God King, should you diligently strive for progress, foster freedom and love, and endeavor to ensure the prosperity and happiness of your people, I shall fully support your reign. Loki bristled. Your demands are excessive. Vahn shrugged. Perhaps you might consider which of these you cannot fulfill. We could negotiate further. Shall we exclude the notions of diligence and effort? Loki replied. I do not seek your pity. All that I desire can be attained by my own hands. Vahn regarded him with a bemused expression, for regardless of the circumstances, this battle must ensue, correct? Loki, do you still dare to claim that the shadowy gods are not orchestrating mischief behind your back? Loki ceased his words and commanded his army to advance. The forces of Asgard and Vann's Justice League stood firm on the front line. Under such circumstances, Loki's troops should have been at a disadvantage. Yet, as the tide of battle turned dire, Loki unleashed his ultimate move, the fire giant, Surtur. Thor was momentarily bewildered. Had he not already severed this creature's head and hidden its crown in Odin's treasury? How had it returned? Vahn was equally perplexed. Had he not taken the eternal flame for himself? How had this being been resurrected? Regardless, Surtur's power remained formidable, and the scales of war tipped ominously. He approached Thor. Thor, you must order the Asgardians to retreat. No, we can still fight. Vahn grasped him forcefully. We may fight, but the people must withdraw. Otherwise, Surtur will annihilate them all. Thor hesitated. Vahn implored. Thor, Asgard is not merely a place. It embodies its people. Wherever the people reside, that is Asgard. Thor's eyes lit up. Very well, I will heed your counsel. He found the warriors three and instructed them to organize the evacuation of the populace. Vahn established portals at several locations throughout Asgard, allowing numerous residents to enter in succession. He specifically dispatched Hulk, Abomination, and the Cursed Warrior to besiege Surtur, buying precious time. However, it was indisputable that with each passing moment Surtur lingered in Asgard, his strength would only amplify. On the other hand, the scale of the overall conflict was diminishing. Under the relentless assault of the Justice League, Loki's forces suffered devastating losses. Only a few formidable figures remained in resistance, such as the frost giant, Laufey, who fought valiantly with a cadre of elite frost giants. and the Troll King, Uric, leading a band of colossal trolls into battle. Within the city, the evacuation of Asgard's citizens proceeded smoothly as they entered the divine realm of Noah Town, which had long been designated as a community to meet their living needs. Once the city was vacated, Fan joined the fray, utilizing the Infinity Gauntlet to execute precise eliminations on the battlefield. Soon, only Loki and Surtur remained among the enemy ranks. Fan could distinctly sense a formidable divine power enveloping both of them, though it was more pronounced around the fire giant. It appeared that Surtur was indeed the primary force behind the destruction of Asgard. In that moment, his power surged, wielding a flaming sword as he clashed with the members of the Justice League. Meanwhile, Thor grappled with Loki, pinning him down and tightly grasping his neck. Loki, awaken. Observe all that is transpiring. Is this truly what you desire? This was once our home. Must you watch it perish? Loki gazed upon Asgard, ensnared in flames. His eyes clouded with confusion. Fan activated the Infinity Gauntlet, channeling the power of the Mind Stone to envelop Loki, and indeed, he discovered that Loki's soul had been tampered with. The enchantment was lifted. As though awakening from a profound slumber, Loki surveyed the familiar city, suddenly struck by a wave of clarity. A tear gathered in his eye as he turned to Thor, shamefaced. I am sorry, brother. It is all my fault. I, Thor, witnessing Loki's epiphany, felt a surge of excitement and joy within him. No worries, brother. As long as we unite our efforts, we can safeguard Asgard. This will always be our home. Before he could finish, Fan abruptly interjected, shouting at both of them. It's too late. We cannot halt Surtur. Asgard is doomed. We must flee. Thor and Loki exchanged bewildered glances. Fan opened a portal, propelling both Thor and Loki through, followed closely by the members of the Justice League. Suddenly, the vast expanse of Asgard was left with only Fan and Surtur. The enraged fire giant seized his colossal sword and swung it toward Fan. Fan levitated in midair, a smirk gracing his lips. The Infinity Gauntlet shimmered with radiant light as Surtur's sword swung closer, its speed gradually diminishing, slowing to a crawl, as if time itself had been suspended. Observing the ravaged city, Fan shook his head. For him, in many respects, time had lost its significance. A cerulean light flickered, and the shattered city began to restore itself. A massive portal emerged, enveloping Surtur within. Then, he gazed skyward, noting the profound silence. It seemed the shadowy gods had no intention of intervening, which was for the best, as it spared him another confrontation. With a thought, Fan's body ascended, rising higher and higher until the entirety of Asgard lay beneath him. Overall, Asgard's shape in space resembled a platter, its area not much larger than that of a city. With a mere thought, a portal to his divine realm materialized, expanding in size as he willed it. Following several upgrades, his divine realm could now stretch the portal to an enormous scale. Furthermore, the entire celestial body of his divine realm had been revitalized. Even as the spatial extension unfolded, vast expanses of empty void emerged around it. Enveloping Asgard within, it was perfectly positioned to become the first satellite in the orbital path of his divine realm. The divine portal rapidly grew to an immense, elongated shape, resembling the gaping maw of a chasm, beginning to consume Asgard. At this moment, a subtle wave of divine power finally resonated through the sky. 5 indistinct figures gradually materialized, towering over him like colossal statues, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Mortal, cease your actions. Chapter 155, Capturing the Gods. Vahn gazed upwards at the 5 indistinguishable phantoms and hastened the consumption of Asgard. Then, with a chuckle, he proclaimed, You have finally decided to reveal yourselves. I have long heard tales of your existence. Would you care to visit my divine realm? The spectral deities did not respond verbally, yet a wave of thought emanated from them. Mortal, retreat, and leave Asgard behind. Vahn shrugged. I'm afraid Asgard has already been sold to me by Odin. It now belongs to my private estate. How I choose to dispose of it is my prerogative. Arrogant. At this point, Asgard had already been consumed halfway. Gentlemen, you should first ascertain who is truly arrogant. Asgard does not belong to you. Humph. In the birth and growth of Asgard, we have all made indelible contributions. Asgard belongs not only to its people, but also to us. Vahn chuckled. So you have gained power through the slaughter of the Asgardian people and the destruction of Asgard. Merely to linger here? Mortal, you seek death. Vahn activated the Infinity Gauntlet, enveloping himself in multiple layers of protective shields. You wish to kill me? By all means. Give it a try. At this point, Asgard had been devoured significantly. The shadowy gods seemed to have dulled wits, only now realizing their predicament. Consequently, 5 blinding beams of light descended from the heavens. A smile graced Vahn's lips. Their realization had come too late. A massive multicolored shield suddenly unfurled, not aimed at protecting Asgard, but rather directed against the enemy's attack. The 5 beams of light were intercepted. The confrontation was titanic. Vahn felt some strain, yet he remained unperturbed. Before him stood 5 ancient deities who could only exist by drawing strength from slaughter. In terms of endurance, they were but fragile beings. Soon, the 5 ancient gods began to falter. The beams they emitted had noticeably diminished in intensity. Vahn spat disdainfully, "Tch, pathetic." The 5 ancient gods withdrew their divine power. Their forms began to blur, seemingly intent on retreating. Truly, they were ancient deities, fleeing when faced with defeat. Yet this was not permissible. Vahn bellowed, "Do not flee." He abruptly transformed into a blue-flamed skeleton, exerting all his strength to activate the 5-gem Infinity Gauntlet. Countless strands of multicolored threads erupted, instantaneously traversing the distance of space, ensnaring the 5 ancient gods who sought to escape. "Did you think I was merely after Asgard today? Humph, I have long set my sights on you, 5 decrepit gods. You scoundrel, mortal, what do you intend?" The 5 ancient gods roared in fury, straining against Vahn's bindings, but they could not escape his grasp. "Mortal, release us immediately. I have no desire for mutual destruction." Vahn sneered, "Old scribes, show your true abilities. Mutual destruction is something you deem yourselves worthy of?" The 5 ancient gods screamed in rage, "Scoundrel, you seek death." "Humph," repeating the same phrases, "have you grown senile, unable to articulate properly? Scoundrel, we shall fight you." The 5 ancient gods intoned incantations, a mysterious aura emanating from them. Vahn displayed little surprise. To manipulate Asgard's fate from the shadows, they must possess extraordinary qualities. Amidst the murmurs of the 5 gods, they produced a stone. Vahn's disappointment was palpable. "You 5 old fools truly possess nothing of value." However, what transpired next astonished him. The ancient gods whispered, "Within fate, there lies a ship." The stone suddenly radiated a dazzling light, an intangible force enveloping the ancient gods. Vahn sensed a tremendous power. The threads binding the ancient gods began to fray. He had underestimated that stone. Vahn's body shimmered with blue flames, and he exerted force once more. The Infinity Gauntlet glowed, causing the threads to vanish, yet an invisible spatial box encapsulated the ancient gods. The shadowy gods remained unfazed, raising the gleaming stone and continuing to chant, "Within fate there exists a door." A dark door materialized from thin air, and the ancient gods reacted swiftly, darting inside. They had escaped. Vahn furrowed his brow and withdrew the spatial box. The ancient god's repeated use of the stone had alerted him to an anomaly. He began to employ the infinity stones to deduce the nature of that object. Soon, he discovered the answer. That was the core of the Well of Urd, or rather, the core of the Well of Fate. The ancient gods had pilfered the Well of Fate, utilizing its power to covertly manipulate Asgard. Understanding what he faced made matters simpler. As he had previously stated, time had lost a portion of its significance for him. He exerted the Infinity Gauntlet with fervor, not caring for the potential harm that might befall him. Green light enveloped the vast expanse of the cosmos. In an instant, as if time itself had reversed, the 5 ancient gods reappeared beside Vahn, even returning to the moment when they had openly derided him as a mortal. They did not immediately break free from the constraints of time. They were entirely unaware that they had been sent back. At the precise moment they returned, Vahn snapped his fingers. Snap! The blue flames upon him flickered erratically. An invisible energy shockwave surged towards the ancient gods, a mental force emitted through the Mind Stone. A single impact rendered the gods momentarily blank-minded. Subsequently, they were ensnared by the suddenly manifesting threads. At this juncture, the massive portal Vahn had opened finally consumed Asgard entirely. Thus, a portal descended from the heavens, ensnaring all the ancient gods within. Following this, Vahn glanced at the void and stepped into the divine realm alongside them. He found himself once again amidst an expanse of nothingness. Before him loomed a colossal planet, his divine realm. Behind him was the sun. Yet Vahn understood that the sun within the divine realm was not a true existence, but rather a projected illusion. However, in contrast to before, he could now enter space from the surface of the planet. This signified a monumental transformation for the divine realm. He was confident that as the divine realm continued to evolve, a genuine sun would eventually emerge. Not far from him, Asgard was revolving around the divine realm planet. Yet it appeared desolate. Vahn pondered how to deal with it. Should he return it to the Asgardians? Would that be overly generous? With a thought, the 5 ancient gods and the stone-like Well of Fate materialized before him. After some contemplation, he resolved not to retain these 5 ancient gods. They were, after all, Ancient deities on the brink of extinction, having only managed to hide in the shadows by occasionally obtaining the core of the Well of Fate, secretly manipulating the twilight of the gods. However, based on the memories Vahn had acquired, it was evident that Asgard had already sown numerous seeds of peril in its growth and development. The Shadow Five merely laid the groundwork in advance and then acted accordingly. Were they to confront Asgard in earnest, they might not necessarily prevail against Odin and his ilk. With a mere thought, Vahn reduced the 5 ancient gods to ashes. It is noteworthy that even on the brink of death, each of them could still provide the realm of gods with tens of thousands of Wolverine strength. As for the core of the Well of Fate, Vahn refrained from crudely converting it into primordial energy. Fate is a wondrous concept. Perhaps merging it with the realm of gods could render this world even more magnificent. Subsequently, he arrived at Noah Town, where he found the Asgardians had been properly arranged. Before returning to New York, Chapter 156, Ego. New York, Nahid Prison. The Guardians of the Galaxy found themselves confined within these walls. Rather than being relegated to an underground prison, a designated area had been transformed into their confinement space. Numerous other inmates were also present. The Guardians had committed no grave offenses, merely serving a few months of sentence. During lunchtime, they sat together for a meal. Drax shoved the mushy food into his mouth, only to immediately spit it out. Damn, this is the most horrid thing I've ever eaten. Rocket Raccoon shot him a glance, quipping, "Oh, don't you dare forget who brought us here. Thanks to him, we get to savor this delightful cuisine." Drax, wearing a look of indignation, retorted, "Hey, it's not my fault. Why are you directing this at me? I am Groot." Star-Lord glanced at them, his face etched with exhaustion. He had neither the strength nor the inclination to argue. Recently, these individuals had harbored significant grievances toward him. Truth be told, he himself was quite displeased with their current predicament. He had plotted an escape, yet was utterly unprepared for the prison's security, which proved more stringent than that of any space penitentiary. Their plan culminated in inciting a prison riot, and they had since spent several days in solitary confinement, emerging far more subdued. Simultaneously, his companion's dissatisfaction with him had only deepened. Drax fixated on a nearby table of inmates, eyeing their chicken legs with envy. "I still don't understand why they get to enjoy such delectable food." Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes. "That's because they have money. Something called dollars." Drax turned his head. "I remember we used to have good food. Why don't we have it now?" The green-skinned beauty Gamora sighed. "We had money before because we pawned our belongings to this unscrupulous prison. Quill's gun, my sword, all taken from us." Star-Lord nodded vehemently. "This is the most corrupt prison. We pawned advanced technological items, yet all we got in return was a pittance that was spent far too quickly." Hearing this, Gamora fixed him with a fierce glare. "Do you know why we spent it so fast? Because you ordered a dozen ladies and threw a swimsuit party in prison. You even treated everyone to drinks. All those expenses were on you, Starduke." Star-Lord's face turned crimson. "I didn't mean to. This prison is driving me insane. I must have been out of my mind. I couldn't control myself." "Humph." Gamora cast a disdainful look at him. Drax, salivating at the sight of the other inmates' chicken legs, proposed, "Why don't we sell something? This food is inedible." Rocket Raccoon sighed. "We've already sold everything we could. Now we have nothing left but an empty ship. This is a very backward planet. If we sell the ship, I bet we'll be stuck here for life." Drax paused. "Will they really return our ship if it's in their possession?" At this, everyone fell silent. "I am Groot." Star-Lord strained to lift his lips. "They will return the ship to us. That guy Vahn, though despicable, doesn't he seem like one who would lie?" The others remained mute. For a moment, everyone lost interest in conversing. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. A large hole appeared in the wall of the cafeteria. Someone peered through and discovered that this hole was no ordinary breach. It led straight to the prison's outer wall. The outer wall also bore a significant opening, through which stood a middle-aged man wearing a jovial smile. The Guardians pressed forward, and upon seeing the middle-aged man, Star-Lord felt an inexplicable sensation rise within him. The cafeteria plunged into a brief chaos, alarms blaring, as some seemed eager to escape through the gap. Drax lowered his voice. "Shall we make a run for it?" Rocket Raccoon glanced around. "Do you think this could be a trap? Anyone who dares to flee might end up in solitary confinement." Gamora scrutinized the middle-aged man at the breach. "Do you know him? His gaze seems a bit off." "I am Groot." Just as Star-Lord hesitated, a portal suddenly materialized out of thin air. A man he had dreamt of incessantly stepped through. He exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With this fellow's arrival, any hope of escape seemed futile. It appeared they would simply have to endure their sentences. Vahn positioned himself between the breach in the wall and the cafeteria. He surveyed both sides. One side represented a father, the other a son. Although Vaughn's hands appeared empty, with a casual wave, a green glow manifested. Then, as if time itself had reversed, the damaged wall of the cafeteria restored itself to its former state. Witnessing this, Star-Lord felt a surge of gratitude for his recent decision. The denizens of Earth were truly ruthless. Despite their unimpressive technology, there were far too many unreasonable experts here. In his travels across the galaxy, he had never encountered a planet so uniquely endowed, overflowing with formidable individuals. It was genuinely terrifying. He might as well accept his remaining months in prison. Only Gamora, gazing at the peculiar green light, felt a glimmer of something unexplainable in her eyes. After mending the cafeteria wall, Vaughn strolled toward the outer wall. Outside stood a displeased middle-aged man. Vaughn scrutinized Ego, the embodiment of Star-Lord's father, with care. A slight smile crept upon his lips. Sir, you may not fully comprehend Earth's laws, but willfully damaging structures here is illegal. I suggest you surrender at once. Do you understand? Ego, clearly taken aback, erupted into hearty laughter. Young man, do you know who I am? Vaughn gently shook his head. I care not for your identity. I only care whether you abide by the laws here. Humph. Ego scoffed disdainfully. I have never adhered to Earth's laws. American law cannot bind me. A mocking smile graced Vaughn's face. In the late 70s and early 80s, Ego indeed spent some time on Earth. He likely still viewed the planet through the lens of those days, which explained his arrogance. Van's shoulders sagged in resignation as he remarked, since you insist, I have no choice but to arrest you. Ego, wielding a formidable extraterrestrial firearm, scoffed dismissively. Go ahead and try. Chapter 157, A Test of Resolve. When Ego donned the prison garb and was unceremoniously thrust into his cell, he remained in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? How did I end up incarcerated? In his recollection, after uttering that taunting remark, the weapon in his grasp had inexplicably soared away. It vanished into thin air. He conceded that throughout his life, he had rarely encountered such a scenario. It was utterly, astonishingly unexpected. After the firearm fled, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt as though he were besieged. Fists rained upon him from all directions. Despite his remarkable physical prowess, he was swiftly overpowered. Following a thorough beating, he was cast into prison without any semblance of a trial. Across from Star-Lord's cell, a newcomer was ushered in. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very middle-aged man who had stood at the breach moments earlier. Not only did he recognize him, but several fellow inmates did as well. Instantly, the block erupted with gleeful laughter, with Drax's voice particularly resonating. A sense of reflection stirred within Star-Lord. Indeed, not just anyone could escape from this place. If he could not manage it, then few throughout the galaxy would find it a simple endeavor to depart from here. Upon entering the cell, Ego's gaze fell upon Star-Lord, and an unexpected joy welled up within him. Though it diverged from the plan, this could indeed be seen as finding his son, right? Peter Quill. He excitedly climbed the bars, calling out his name. Star-Lord, hearing his name, was taken aback. Few knew it, especially on this backward planet. Could it be that this fellow is my devoted fan? Who are you? He queried, leaning closer to the bars, lowering his voice. I am your father, Ego declared, fully aware that this was not the ideal moment for a familial revelation. Yet, he uttered the words nonetheless. At this proclamation, a sudden hush fell over the surrounding cells, followed by uproarious laughter. Ha ha, Quill, your dad has arrived. One inmate jeered. Good heavens, a touching reunion in prison. How heartwarming. I am Groot. Rocket Raccoon gasped between fits of laughter. Ha ha, Quill, he's taking advantage of you, claiming to be your father. Enough of the laughter. Star-Lord barked in anger, glaring fiercely at Ego. Old man, I suggest you show some respect. I warn you, if you utter that again, I shall break your legs during tomorrow's exercise. Ego, rolling his eyes at the surrounding mockery, chose to disregard them. However, facing the irate Star-Lord, he felt compelled to clarify. Peter, your mother is Meredith Quill. I truly am your father. I once shared a cherished bond with her, but circumstances compelled my departure. Little did I know that this departure would turn into a final farewell. Upon hearing the name, Star-Lord faltered momentarily. Noticing his son's silence, Ego continued, later, I enlisted the help of a scavenger in the cosmos, Yondu Udanta, to locate you. I wished for him to bring you to me, but to my dismay, he broke our agreement and kept you for himself. Star-Lord's expression flickered with a hint of panic as he processed Ego's words. My God, everything he says aligns perfectly. Could this old coot truly be my father? Gamora glanced at the stunned Star-Lord, incredulously asking, is he truly your father? Star-Lord shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Gamora scrutinized Ego. Who are you? Ego sighed. I am Ego, hailing from a distant planet. When I arrived on Earth, I fell in love with his mother. Thus, he became the embodiment of our love. However, later on, Gamera's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Why did you come to Earth? I wandered the cosmos, fascinated by the life on various planets. Yet, upon arriving on Earth and falling for his mother, I ceased my travels, enjoying several blissful years. Until, eventually, after hearing this, Gamera fell silent, taken by the sincerity of Ego's words, each one resonating with authenticity. Star-Lord shook his head. Why did you never return all this time? Ego hesitated before letting out a long sigh. I am sorry. It was all my fault. I accept full responsibility. A poignant moment unfolded between Ego and Star-Lord as they grappled with their newfound kinship. After some time, Star-Lord finally reacted. Ego, how long will you be incarcerated? I do not know. Ego replied, shaking his head. They have told me nothing, merely thrust me inside. Star-Lord furrowed his brow, quickly offering reassurance. Do not worry too much. If I manage to get out before you, I will find a way to rescue you. Ego's face lit up with gratitude. That is splendid. Thank you, Quill. Yet, deep within, he remained indifferent. Ever since he discovered Star-Lord's whereabouts, he had been en route to this place. Indeed, he was not alone. His very essence, that of a living planet, was also making its way here. In just a few days, it would arrive. At that point, whether he could escape would be inconsequential. Seeking vengeance would be a simple endeavor. For now, he relished the opportunity to bond with Quill. A smile crept across Ego's face. Ben had a vague understanding of the events unfolding within the prison. Through surveillance cameras, he witnessed the faint smirk of satisfaction gracing Ego's lips. Star-Lord, oh Star-Lord. The old man descending from the heavens is quite difficult to recognize. However, from Van's perspective, he had been anticipating Ego's arrival for quite some time. The living planet Ego. The second satellite of the Celestial Kingdom is approaching. Temporarily putting aside matters concerning Star-Lord, Van received a report indicating that after days of searching, they had finally located the whereabouts of the Celestial Tiamat. He promptly made his way there. It was a coastal area, teeming with members of the Eternals. After thorough confirmation, they believed that this shallow sea would be the very place where Tiamat would emerge from his slumber. Simultaneously, it would mark the onset of Earth's destruction. Prepared for the encounter, Van had copied the enhanced version of the Phantasm Cat's ability to traverse through solid entities. Standing at the water's edge, he closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, swiftly detecting an extraordinary aura deep underground. That must be where Tiamat resides. You all remain here. I shall investigate, he declared. And with that, his form suddenly sank as if into a quagmire, quickly disappearing from sight. Van navigated through numerous obstacles, delving deeper until he arrived beside a colossal figure. Curled in slumber, an invisible force enveloped it, guarding it fiercely, making direct entry into the realm of the Celestials seem nearly impossible. Unperturbed, Van closed his eyes. And in his hand, the Infinity Gauntlet materialized. With a flash of brilliance, an orange glow ensnared both Van and Tiamat. As the darkness before Van slowly dissipated, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of starlit skies. Opposite him sat the contemplative deity, Tiam. This was his mental realm. Hey, big fellow, it's time to awaken. Chapter 158, A Summons to Death. Tiam gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of cosmic constellations passing through them, ultimately settling on Van. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? Faced with these ultimate inquiries, Van found himself momentarily speechless. Although Tiam was still in the stages of gestation, his wisdom and knowledge surpassed that of most beings in the universe. After a brief pause, Van declared with conviction, Tiam, I am here to implore you to meet your demise. Why? Van transmitted a flow of information. Your race is known as the Celestials. The day of your birth will herald the destruction of this planet. There are 8 billion innocent sentient beings residing here. They should not perish due to your existence. Tiam received this stream of information and contemplated. This world is far from idyllic. Van nodded in agreement. Indeed, this world is rife with slaughter, war, crime, and deception. In many respects, it is quite unremarkable. Yet, despite all this, I still believe it is a world worth saving. Tiam shook his head. The essence of a world, of a civilization, is determined by the nature of its inhabitants. To alter this world, you must contend with the very essence of life itself. Those elements of murder, jealousy, and greed are ingrained in their nature. Can you truly change that? I do not know, Van admitted, shaking his head. But that does not justify their annihilation. If your birth inevitably brings destruction, then your existence is inherently tainted by original sin. If you wish to discuss morality, you must first negate your own existence. Tiam nodded slightly. What if we disregard morality and speak solely of strength? A faint smile graced Van's lips. I am stronger than you. Tiam sighed. That is indeed true. However, my kin are stronger than you. Vahn acknowledged. You may be able to conquer me now, but in the days to come, I shall ultimately surpass you. At that time, I shall be the one who is strong. Tiam chuckled. Do you even have a future? Of course, Vahn replied confidently. Tiam fell silent, pondering for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Vahn continued, I understand that you too are innocent. How about this? I possess a divine realm where your consciousness can continue to exist. You may enter my divine realm and relinquish this corporeal form. Tiam surveyed his surroundings. It appears I have little choice. Vahn shrugged. I had to prepare in advance, fearing you might drag us both down in a mutual demise. Tiam sighed. Since you have already made your preparations, why feign such false sentiments? Are you not weary? Vahn remained silent for a moment. Alas, it is not mere pretense. I am simply too soft-hearted. While I have indeed prepared certain measures, I found myself wavering between the choices of killing you or inviting you into my divine realm. Thus, I felt the need to feign sentiments to ascertain what outcome you truly deserved. Tiam scoffed. Is death truly more cruel? Is sending one to the divine realm a merciful act? Certainly, Vahn affirmed earnestly. Though perspectives may differ, I believe it to be so. If I feel I have performed a virtuous act, that is sufficient for me. As for your thoughts on the matter, I do not particularly concern myself. Oh, as long as you are pleased, that is all that matters. Vahn spread his hands. Isn't it enough to pursue what brings you joy? Why concern yourself with others' opinions? Tiam remained silent for a considerable while before shaking his head. I no longer wish to converse with you. Please send me to your divine realm. It was not Tiam's physical form that entered the divine realm, but rather his consciousness. Vahn had prepared a powerful vessel to accommodate his vast stream of consciousness. As for Tiam's body, it began to fade into a dull gray once his essence departed, ultimately resembling stone. The affairs of the celestial group could be considered concluded, while the mutated race would naturally be dealt with by the Earth Defense Bureau. Recently, a splendid establishment had emerged in New York, the Succubus Lounge. Vahn had never anticipated such a venue could clandestinely appear in this world. Back in Sokovia, Mephisto had summoned a multitude of demons. In truth, those beings could hardly be classified as true soldiers. They resembled mercenaries or refugees instead. Upon arriving in Sokovia, a significant portion of these demons sought not to engage in battle, but rather to flee. This led to a considerable number of hidden demonic entities still residing on Earth. However, he never expected a club of this nature to brazenly manifest. Moreover, it was fully legitimate, with formidable backing. When Vahn first heard of this place, he approached it under the pretense of eradicating evil and upholding justice. Yet, he soon recognized the plight of these succubi. With their delicate beauty and alluring charm, they were subjected to discrimination by other demons in hell and had no choice but to escape to the mortal realm. Should they fall victim to the Earth Defense Bureau or the Justice League, they would be left without a refuge. As the saying goes, those who are despised often harbor their own sorrows. Vahn understood their struggles, yet as a guardian of humanity, he could not openly protect or accept them. Thus, he could only covertly visit and assist them, a gesture of compassion in its own right. Sighing, he thought of the many of their kin still suffering in hell, igniting within him a desire to storm the infernal realm and rescue them from their torment. That evening, as Vahn sipped his drink and listened to the music, an unsettling change began to unfold around him. The sounds grew distant and faint, a hint of sanctity permeating the air. The vibrant red and green lights above transformed into a pure white. The angel Randiquil appeared, leading Mephisto into Vahn's private chamber. The angel accompanied the demon. Observing the chains binding Mephisto, Vahn could not help but chuckle. The bindings were rather lacking, though one could hardly expect much from Mephisto's gaunt form. Noticing Randiquil's stern countenance, Vahn took the initiative to offer his congratulations. Congratulations on capturing the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. It seems you have found a way to provide an account to God. What? Are you waiting for me to become the subject of your mockery? Not at all. With such formidable angelic prowess, I fear I could not bear to witness your downfall. Vahn laughed heartily. Anger flickered across Randiquil's face, yet it was swiftly suppressed. He tugged Mephisto forward. I have bound this wretch. Now, tell me, what crime has he committed? Why has God become so incensed? Chapter 159, The Divine Presence? Vahn looked perplexed. O my angelic lord, why pose such inquiries to me? You have already captured him. Simply interrogate him directly. He refuses to speak. He refuses to speak? Vahn widened his eyes. Is that truly the reason? If he is unwilling to divulge, then incapacitate him. Remove his limbs, gouge out his eyes, and surely he will speak. Vahn's expression was one of utter disbelief. Is the angel truly so benevolent? Is it that he refuses to speak, or is it that the angel's heart aches, reluctant to let him utter a word? Randiquil, however, did not display any anger. He extended his hand, and a radiant light struck Mephisto. Like a layer of disguise being torn away, the true state of Mephisto was laid bare before Vahn. His flesh was torn and mangled, resembling the aftermath of a vicious assault by a pack of hyenas. Vahn gasped in shock. Oldemo, I underestimated you, denizens of heaven. It seemed that Oldemo had previously been sealed off from both sound and sight, but now his eyes slowly regained focus. Upon seeing Van's face, he cried out, Vahn, kill me. You little scoundrel, you bastard, you son of a whore. If you have the courage, kill me. Let me tell you, you are nothing but seeing this. Vahn grabbed a wine bottle from the table and forcefully shoved it into Oldmo's mouth. Instantly, he fell silent, his eyes filled with resentment, fixated on Randakiel and Vahn. Oldemo, I must be frank. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. It is simply beyond my capability. You now find yourself in the hands of a formidable angel. How could I dare to kill you? This is all beyond my purview. There is no fundamental conflict between us, and I express deep sympathy for your plight. However, if you wish for my help in achieving liberation, I regret to inform you that I lack the power to do so. Randakiel regarded Vahn with a cold gaze. I have already attempted numerous methods, all of which proved ineffective. Therefore, tell me, what exactly do you know? Only then will I have the means to compel him to speak the truth. Vahn stared at the angel for a moment before suddenly smiling. In truth, I possess considerable expertise in interrogation. Why not entrust him to me? I promise to extract every last detail from him, and you shall learn whatever you desire. Absolutely not. Randakiel promptly rejected the suggestion. I cannot hand him over to anyone. Moreover, without my divine power to restrain him, he is likely to escape your grasp. I cannot take that risk. Vahn shook his head. If the esteemed angel has so little faith in me, why come to me for questioning? You could simply take him back and report your findings. If you cannot make him speak, surely God can? Randakiel's expression remained serene. I am a participant in the San Vengasa incident. If anything goes awry, I must bear my share of the responsibility. You are merely an executor, not a decision-maker. You have reported what you witnessed truthfully to God. What responsibility do you carry in this matter? What if what I saw was not the truth? What if I failed to uncover the schemes laid by Mephisto? I would certainly bear responsibility. I am the eye of God. Failing to perceive the truth constitutes my fault. Vahn looked at him with admiration. Your words, great angel, have brought me to a sudden realization. In light of this, allow me to share all the information I possess. His voice lowered slightly. It was a sunny morning when I accompanied Witchheart, the son of this Lord of Hell, to fulfill the San Vengasa contract. I never anticipated that the Witchheart, whom I considered a friend, would betray me, intending to absorb malevolent spirits to strengthen himself, using this as his capital to return to hell and usurp power from his father. Fortunately, I had two good friends by my side. They used hellfire to defeat the Witchheart and purify the evil spirits. I bore no grudges and brought the gravely injured Witchheart back to heal him. Later, he confided in me that during his merging with the evil spirits, he experienced fragmented visions. However, he could hardly recall most of it. The only clear memory was of a certain day when a being, pure beyond human comprehension, arrived in San Vengasa. On another occasion, an elderly man in a black suit visited that holy figure. Soon after, a dreadful rumor began to circulate in San Vengasa. Subsequently, the frenzied San Vengasa welcomed an angel, followed by God's wrathful retribution. Randakiel remained silent, then paused. You are aware of what transpired next without my needing to elaborate. Randakiel turned to glance back. So you believe that the incident in San Vengasa was entirely a scheme orchestrated by Mephisto? He incited the populace, making him the true culprit? Ben scoffed. I hold no such beliefs. These are merely your conjectures. I am simply informing you of what I know. A contemplative expression crossed Randakiel's eyes. Hey, Ben called out, snapping him back to attention. Now that I have shared all my knowledge, I no longer hold any value. Can you leave? Randakiel cast a disdainful glance at him. How ironic that you claim to be a member of the Justice League. This establishment is rife with demons. Are you not aware of that? Creatures like succubi should not even exist in the human realm. It would be best to eradicate them. Hearing this, Ben exclaimed, Hey, why are you meddling in matters that do not concern you? I advise you to mind your own business. Randakiel shot him a glance, snorted dismissively, but did not pursue the topic further. After a period of contemplation, the angel Randakiel suddenly declared, I cannot make a decision on this matter. I must inform God. Vahn was taken aback, a flicker of doubt surfacing within him. Was it possible that he was not the traitor in league with Oldemo? Was today's drama not merely Mephisto's ruse? Or were they deceiving him? Randakiel turned to Vahn. Where is the nearest church? Vahn shrugged. This is New York's Golden District. Land is incredibly valuable here. The nearest church is several blocks away. Let us go together. Randekil proposed. Not a chance. I refuse to go, Van retorted. I haven't even enjoyed the items I ordered. At least wait for me to finish my research before you leave. Randekil was not interested in his complaints. They seemed to experience a shift through time and space, suddenly arriving in a moderately sized church. It was deep into the night, and the church was empty. Randekil knelt fervently beneath the cross, mumbling incantations that were inaudible to others. Soon, an aura of sanctity and grandeur began to spread. A beam of holy light descended from the heavens, forming a pillar of light that connected the earth and sky. Randekil's face was filled with reverence as he reported everything he knew truthfully to God. At this moment, Van began to suspect that he might not be in collusion with Mephisto. However, this revelation did not astonish him, for within that sacred column of light, an unimaginable figure began to materialize. Good heavens, is God himself coming? Chapter 160. Are you a cult? Van scratched his head, unable to anticipate this turn of events. He had inquired about God's identity with Ancient One and Odin, but they too were uncertain, claiming to have never seen him. Amidst the radiance, a figure gradually came into focus. Upon recognizing this figure, Van gasped in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, and finding his vision clear, he gaped in astonishment. His inner turmoil surged. My worldview has been shattered. What in the world am I witnessing? Trembling, he extended his hand. You are a cult, aren't you? God, the mechanical god. That silhouette was far from human. It was a robot, roughly designed with exposed wires and a hollow chest and abdomen. It bore a striking resemblance to the T-800. Van clasped his hands over his head, exclaiming, Cult. You are undoubtedly a cult. From this moment forth, anyone under my command who believes in you will be summarily dismissed. Damn it, is there even a counterfeit god? In response to his incessant ramblings, Randekil appeared oblivious. He stood reverently before the mechanical deity, silent and composed. The mechanical god cast a glance at Van, its crimson laser eyes betraying no emotion, emanating a cold aura. Van instinctively closed his mouth. The mechanical god leaned closer, almost brushing against him, scrutinizing him before stepping back to appraise his entirety. As Van felt a chill run down his spine, he suddenly heard a mechanical voice tinged with a London accent. Who told you that God must conform to your preconceived notions? Have you ever encountered God? Why can I not appear in this manner? What makes your thoughts so narrow? Must I embody a handsome visage for you to acknowledge my divinity? If I were to transform into a maggot, would that preclude me from being God? Van was momentarily taken aback, struggling to formulate a retort, but finding himself at a loss for words. He cautiously inquired, So, you truly are the God who created the world? I did not create the world, the mechanical voice replied coldly in its London accent. Van suddenly recalled that the cosmology of this world seemed rather divergent from that of the Bible. Perhaps it was not God who fashioned the universe. Then are you God? The mechanical voice softened considerably. Yes, I am God. Van inwardly marveled at the uncanny craftsmanship of the Marvel universe. The idea of God being AT-800 seemed remarkably palatable. Model 8, designed, crafted, enchanted, and trained by the former God before his resignation. My primary operational scope encompasses all of North America, the northern regions of South America, the western Pacific Ocean, and portions of the Atlantic. Good heavens! Van's brain momentarily short-circuited. God Model 8. Operational scope? Portions of the Atlantic? And yet your London accent reveals that London is conspicuously absent from your jurisdiction? How was the distribution of duties managed upon the former God's resignation? This is utterly unprofessional. Wait, the former God resigned? Why? Was it due to a lack of advancement opportunities, or did he perceive a threat from the flying ramen god cult? Van was overwhelmed with questions, unsure of where to begin. Noticing his silence, God Model 8 let out a dismissive huff before turning to Randekil. My benevolent angel, were your prayers genuinely sincere? In response to my lord, the damned soul Mephisto has been captured, yet his spirit has erected a barrier. Should I attempt to forcibly extract his memories, he may perish instantly. I have gleaned some truths from this mortal, yet cannot authenticate them. Randekil's voice was icy. My lord, I recommend you utilize your divine power to forcibly retrieve this demon lord's memories. God Model 8 nodded. Though the matter of Saint Vangassa was executed by the former god, it now falls within my jurisdiction, and I must address it. There have been multiple reports regarding this issue, suggesting deeper complexities. I shall make an exception this once. Randekil, prepare to perform a craniotomy on this Lord of Hell. I require the insertion of 13 electrodes into his brain. It would be best to divide his skull evenly in two. Van's eyes reddened, his muscles tensed, and a suffocating pressure built in his chest as he opened his mouth to scream, yet no words emerged. Randekil, wielding divine power, restrained Mephisto. The old demon, with a bottle stuffed in his mouth, mumbled incoherently, his frantic head shaking, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from Vahn. God Model 8, might we consider a different approach? Your proposed method seems excessively cruel. Oh, cruel? God Model 8's tone shifted, hinting at confusion. I am merely retrieving his memories. How could that be considered cruel? The corners of Vahn's eyes twitched. But shouldn't you exhibit some compassion? To directly open old Mephisto's skull and insert electrodes. What differentiates that from torture? God Model 8 regarded Randkill, and then Vahn, suddenly lifting its own cranial cap. Is this act truly cruel? Why has no one ever communicated this to me? Vahn gazed at the open head of God Model 8, forcing a smile. Biological beings and machines are not the same. Do you not comprehend this? God Model 8's eyes flickered with what appeared to be data streams, and the London mechanical voice resumed. According to my initial database regulations, biological entities and humans are indeed distinct. However, I later discerned that the differences may not be as pronounced. My surrounding angels seem to share this sentiment. Thus, I concluded that perhaps the former god made an error when inputting information. Vahn glanced at the mechanical deity, then turned incredulously to Randkill. Yet the latter remained unperturbed, unaffected by Vahn's gaze. At that moment, Vahn was compelled to ponder. If God were mechanical, could it be that these angels were also mechanized? My God, is it possible that heaven is merely a mechanical island? And are Randkill and these other divine attendants intentionally distorting the perceptions of the mechanical god? Surely the former god could not have erred. It must be you who is mistaken, Ben exclaimed. God Model 8's eyes glimmered with crimson light. However, he did err in several aspects, which contradict my direct observations. Vahn's heart raced. Damn it. These angels seem to be leading this little god astray. At that moment, God Model 8 turned to Randkill. Merciful angel, do you truly believe that opening an enemy's skull to extract their memories is an act of cruelty, especially while they are still living? Randkill's expression remained composed, his voice grave. My lord, it hinges on how one defines cruelty. Taking the demon Lord Mephisto as an example, our craniotomy would merely inflict pain upon him, not cause irreparable harm. As a lord of hell, this level of pain is nearly inconsequential. Moreover, in comparison to his transgressions, such punishment is utterly trivial. Chapter 161. Damn it, you wish to open my head? Upon hearing this, God Model 8 turned to Vahn, awaiting his rebuttal. Vahn, brimming with confidence, even let out a cold chuckle. The example the angel has presented seems rather flawed. Mephisto is a notorious lord of hell, undoubtedly guilty of heinous crimes. However, not all individuals bear sins as grave as his. While we may justify employing such measures against Mephisto today, what of tomorrow, when we might apply the same methods to someone less culpable? How shall we navigate that? God Model 8 then faced Randkill. Mr. Theodore Vahn, allow me to remind you that those who stand before God for judgment are all heinous offenders. You need not worry about innocence being brought before God. The original duty of angels is to assist God. We would never dare to disturb him lightly. However, once God resorts to torture, you angels will mimic such torment. Angels have always been capable of inflicting suffering. Yet, Randkill seems indifferent. You need not employ such methods to trouble us. Have you forgotten that we have already destroyed humanity? Vahn feels somewhat distressed. He initially intended to engage in a civil abduction of the enemy, but alas, the adversary lacks any sense of decency. Old Mo continues to whimper. Vahn can only shake his head in helplessness, having already made efforts on your behalf, yet the enemy refuses to play by the rules. Randkill operates with great finesse, while God Number 8 appears somewhat inexperienced, having inserted the 13 electrodes 28 times before achieving success. Old Mo has fainted 17 times, compelling Randkill to rouse him repeatedly. There is no other choice. Only in his conscious state can memories be accessed. With the electrodes in place, God No. 8 begins to channel power, blue arcs of electricity flickering across the electrodes. The sight of Old Mo's torment is so distressing that Vahn must turn away, unable to bear it. They toil for what feels like over half an hour. God Number 8 shakes his head in disappointment. It is futile. There is nothing to be found. I have searched thoroughly 8 times. This individual seems to have anticipated our actions and has already erased this memory. It is likely that only his true form in hell holds the truth regarding this matter. Observing Old Mo lying incapacitated on the ground, Vahn shakes his head in lamentation. Who could have anticipated that a denizen of hell could taste the essence of hell while on earth? Surely, he must be nostalgic for the flavors of his homeland. Just then, he suddenly senses a chill. Turning his head, he locks eyes with Randkill. A foreboding feeling washes over Vahn. It seems this old one is plotting something. Indeed, the next moment, Randakil addresses God number 8. My lord, although we cannot obtain information from the Lord of Hell, it appears there is still one individual who knows the truth. Vahn. God number 8 glances at Vahn. Did he not claim to know only limited information? He is lying. Randakil shakes his head. What he knows far exceeds what he has disclosed. However, he has remained rather uncooperative. Yet, in the pursuit of uncovering the truth from that time, I believe we can compel him to make certain sacrifices. Let us simply delve into his memories. It is bound to yield significant insights. Randakil, you scoundrel. Vahn erupts in fury. Damn it. How dare you call yourself an angel? Is this how you slander in front of God? What do you mean by merely glancing at my memories? Bah, the mistakes you have made. Now lacking the capability to deal with the criminal and uncover the truth, you shift your target onto me? Oh God, even demons are not as malevolent as you. God number 8 blinks. I am right here. In the face of Vahn's accusations, Randakil remains unfazed. I have stated before, those who warrant God's direct intervention are deeply sinful individuals. Do you think yourself virtuous? I can smell the stench of blood emanating from you without even needing to approach. Huh. Vahn sneers coldly. Since you say so, I am now curious. You too, one a god, the other an angel. Allow me to inquire. Where were you when Loki invaded New York and the Chitauri wreaked havoc? Where were you when the serpent sought to annihilate the world? Where were you during the invasion of the earthly realm by the Lord of Hell from Sokovia? In this world, countless sufferings occur every day, every moment. With prayers directed towards you, where were you? How many lives have you two saved? Do you have any idea how many I have rescued? I have saved the entire damn earth. And now, you, a mere fledgling, claim to smell blood on me? Who do you think you are? When it was time to save lives, you shrank back like a turtle in some unknown corner, and now you emerge to dispense justice, accusing me of bloodshed. Have you lost your mind? The more Vahn speaks, the angrier he becomes, equipping himself with the Infinity Gauntlet. Let me tell you, you will not escape today. I will end your life. While I saved the world, you were blind, only to open your eyes and declare me guilty. I will see if I can strike you down. Vahn clenches his fist with the Infinity Gauntlet, ready to thrust it into Randakil's face. God no. 8 stands in his way. Mortal, do not act impulsively. Vahn rolls his eyes and points at him. You had best step aside, or I will break your CPU. Do you believe that? God number 8 turns to Randakil. Angel, I command you, if you can defeat him, seize him. If not, you must apologize to him immediately. My God. Vahn is left laughing in incredulity at God number 8's words. Are you a robot? Quite clever, aren't you? He wastes no time in thought, focusing his mind as he slowly tightens the grip of his right fist with the Infinity Gauntlet, a powerful force brewing within. Randakil senses this power immediately, his expression turning grave. God number 8 also notices, looking at Vahn, shaking his head. Mortal, do not proceed with this. What? Do you now look down upon me? Did you not wish to search my memories? Come, give it a try. Mortal, defeating me and surviving Randakil holds no significance. We are merely servants. However, should you kill us, it will inevitably attract our master, whose power is immensely formidable and will become your insurmountable enemy. Vahn raises an eyebrow. An insurmountable enemy? You refer to the former god, do you not? Do you think I am afraid? God number 8 glances back at the pale-faced Randakil, carefully sensing the situation. Given their current strength, it seems unlikely they could withstand such overwhelming power. Thus, he must stabilize the situation. Perhaps you could defeat the former god. However, I must inform you, he is a man with formidable backing. Vahn is taken aback. What? There is someone behind the god. This is utterly absurd. Who conceived such a plot twist? God, who is the one behind the former god? Seeing Vahn regain his composure, God number 8 relaxes his tone somewhat. I do not know. You. God number 8 humanizes his gestures with a shrug. I only know how to describe it. A being that transcends the universe. Vahn frowned in disdain. You sell people so smoothly. Are your subordinates aware of this? No wonder they betray you. He suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Engaging in a quarrel with these two simpletons would be nothing short of self-harm. He thus retracted his gloves and waved them off. Never mind. I shan't make things difficult for you. There are indeed certain truths I possess, but they concern you not. Since it is a mistake made by the former god, he should bear the consequences personally. I hold within me remnants of souls filled with resentment and hatred, and I hope the former god can reconcile with them. I believe this is his duty. God number 8 furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. He turned to look at Randakil. My angel, bring Mephisto along. We shall return to heaven. Vahn watched as they escorted the earthly form of old Mo away, gradually disappearing from sight. Soon, he found himself alone in the empty church. Damn it, They didn't even bother sending me back. Night prison. The conclave of Peter Quill's father recognition ceremony concluded successfully. Star-Lord wore a long-awaited smile, though the only lament was that they remained imprisoned. Ego noticed his son's disappointment and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Worry not, my son. I assure you, we shall be free from here before dawn breaks. Indeed. When that time comes, you may choose your exit as you like, be it strutting down a red carpet to be escorted by the rulers of humanity, or riding on Theodore Vahn's shoulders. I speak the truth. The Guardians of the Galaxy exchanged glances, bewildered. Star-Lord was particularly perplexed. What background did his father possess that granted him such audacity? At the edge of the solar system, a radiant celestial body hurtled towards them at an incomprehensible speed. It seemed to pause momentarily to observe. Then, having selected its course, it resumed its journey. Its velocity surpassed that of light, creating a dark void in its wake. It drew closer to Earth rapidly. Due to its tremendous speed, conventional monitoring methods proved ineffective. It was only when it approached Earth and began to decelerate that it was detected. Vahn received the notification immediately. With his abilities, standing atop the Tiefing building, he could clearly see the enormous planet, still distant, merely a far-off star on the horizon. Yet, he comprehended instantly. Ego had arrived. From the tangle web, no less. With a thought, the infinity gauntlet appeared in his hand. The space around him rippled, and he found himself in a realm of blue. The jungle was dense and vibrant, yet it exuded an unsettling eeriness. This was the surface of Ego's planet. However, Vahn had concealed his presence with the gauntlet, rendering him undetected. Not far off, within the jungle, a colossal temple loomed, presumably Ego's residence. At that moment, Vahn observed the planet's surface beginning to writhe, forming a massive artillery platform. The cannon aimed at New York on Earth. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots were fired in quick succession, following the swift trails of light. Vahn discerned that these shots were not intended for destruction, but merely to strike 3 cells within Night prison. Relieved, Vahn summoned the Infinity Gauntlet. Simultaneously, a vast portal to the divine realm began to take shape above them. In Night prison, Star-Lord faced his father Ego's audacious promises with skepticism. He simply replied, "If you truly have the power, just get us out of here." "Of course, no problem," Ego exclaimed, shaking his head joyfully, beginning a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. The Guardians exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. 3, 2, 1. Boom. In an instant, a silent explosion occurred. A section of their cell was suddenly obliterated by a tremendous force, without affecting them at all. Star-Lord was astonished. "Dad, you actually had a contingency plan?" Ego chuckled heartily. "I told you, my power is beyond your imagination. Trust me, united we shall accomplish monumental feats." Star-Lord felt a surge of excitement. "That's fantastic, Dad. Previously, we were known as the Guardians of the Galaxy, but with your addition, we must change our name. Let us call ourselves the Guardians of the Universe." Ego smirked, chuckling. "As long as you're happy." Drax stepped out of the cell and inquired, "Quill, are you certain we will truly succeed this time? I'd rather not incur further punishment. I've checked with others. I have only a few months left on my sentence, and I'm nearing release. But if we get caught escaping, I could face several more years." At these words, Star-Lord's heart skipped a beat. Yet, seeing his father Ego waving to him from outside, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Come on, yes, my dad. He wouldn't betray me. Let us not waste any time. We must go." Rocket Raccoon and Gamora exchanged glances, deciding to trust Star-Lord once more. Ego watched them step out of the prison, excitement radiating from him as he began to explain. "We will head to the prearranged location where a spacecraft will come to greet us." However, before he could finish his sentence, his words became disjointed, resembling a malfunctioning tape recorder. "What's wrong?" Star-Lord asked anxiously. The next scene nearly shattered him. Ego's body suddenly began to convulse, shaking erratically like a faulty machine. Then, astonishingly, he started to melt like a candle. "My God!" Star-Lord stood there, dumbfounded at the sight of his father dissolving into a puddle. "No, my dad." Chapter 163, A Nation Beyond Nations. In the heavens, amidst the cosmos, Ego's massive planetary form had long since awakened. An enormous face, filled with rage, emerged on the surface of the planet. The portal to the divine realm expanded to an immense scale, engulfing a third of Ego's body. It was the imminent threat of being consumed by this unknown entity that rendered Ego incapable of maintaining control over his earthly avatar. At this moment, the surface of planet Ego quaked as he extended 2 energy limbs, seemingly attempting to pry the portal from his body. However, such an idea was evidently unattainable. The divine portal steadily yet resolutely expanded, continuing to devour his form. Who are you? Who are you really? Ego radiated a frenzied, powerful aura. Every inch of land writhed and transformed. Consequently, the unchanging Fan was detected. A colossal face loomed before Fan. Upon recognizing him, Ego's mouth dropped open in shock. It's you? It is you. Fan, maintaining his composure, replied, Ego, you have transgressed the laws of Earth, attempting to escape from Nye prison in New York. I am here to apprehend you. Please cooperate with the authorities and do not resist. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. Ego roared, you impertinent fool. I am not a New Yorker. By what right do your American laws presume to judge me? Humph. Van scoffed. In my great America, we can prosecute whomever we wish. I advise you against futile resistance, for I have already detected weapons of mass destruction within you. Beware of my sanctions. You bastard, you bastard. As Ego's furious roar echoed, a surge of energy coalesced, resulting in a series of colossal explosions at Van's location. At that moment, Ego's form was consumed halfway, leaving a hemispherical silhouette in the void. The cataclysmic blasts, however, inflicted not the slightest harm upon Van. Once the explosions ceased, Van's calm voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Ego, cease your futile endeavors. His tone remained composed. Do you not comprehend? In this universe, the strong prey upon the weak. Today, encountering me, since you cannot escape, you might as well embrace your impending doom in silence. Before Van, Ego's gargantuan visage regained a semblance of serenity. Who are you truly? What is your reality? Van paused for a moment. Reality? Who am I? He sighed deeply. I am the proprietor of the Tiefing Group, the leader of the Justice League, the overseer of the Earth Defense Bureau, a genuine deity. Moreover, in my life, I am the principal character. You are rather pretentious. I merely wish to inquire how you possess such immense power. Oh, Van chuckled apologetically, raising the infinity gauntlet upon his hand. In truth, it is through this that my strength has reached such heights. Are you familiar with these stones? Indeed. Ego's expression turned complex. I never anticipated you had gathered 5 of them. A few days ago, I heard of the whereabouts of the final gem, the Soul Stone. If you release me, I shall divulge its location. Van smiled and shook his head, observing him in silence. Suddenly, Ego realized, you already knew. It was I who disseminated the information, Van shrugged. However, alas, that location is not easily found. To this day, no one has succeeded. Van felt a twinge of surprise within himself. It seemed that not just anyone could acquire the stones. Ego fell silent, his form consumed significantly. Release me, and I shall become your most loyal subordinate. Van arched an eyebrow, smiling. You need not worry. I harbor no intentions of slaying you. Rest assured, you shall live. The other side of the portal is far from a hellish abyss. Ego ceased his violent struggles. Soon, his entire sphere was consumed, and with him, Van was transported to this realm, the celestial domain. Van did not erase Ego's consciousness, but temporarily lulled him into slumber. For this colossal planetary creature, Van had long contemplated his fate. Naturally, he would serve as the moon of the celestial kingdom. The primordial sea of the divine realm began to analyze Ego's vast form. Before long, Van discovered something of great interest. Through the analysis of the divine realm's essence, Van unlocked 2 immensely powerful abilities: infinite devouring and infinite assimilation. These were Ego's 2 inherent traits and the foundation of his evolution into a colossal planet. However, when combined with Van's existing powers, he was thrilled to discover an unprecedented, extraordinarily potent ability, the nation beyond nations. With a mere thought, Van returned to New York, to the Tiefing Tower. On the aerial corridor, he grasped the railing, and a stream of darkness flowed from his hand, gradually transforming into the intangible. Yet, within his perception, he sensed that from the point of contact with the railing, the entire building was slowly metamorphosing. It was transforming into his divine realm. Before long, the entirety of Tiefing Tower underwent a transformation. With a flicker of thought, a seed suddenly materialized before him, sprouting, blooming, bearing fruit, and withering into oblivion, all in the blink of an eye. Within the confines of Tiefing Tower, it was indistinguishable from his divine realm. What did this signify? It implied that he could consume this world, provided he possessed sufficient energy, or the 6 infinity stones. In the distant depths of space, Thanos sat upon his throne. Flanking him were 2 subordinates, the mightiest among the Black Order, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. Before Thanos stood a technician responsible for surveillance, reporting the findings. Master, we have detected traces of the Phoenix Force. According to our calculations, the optimal point for contact occurs when the Phoenix Force traverses a small stellar system within the 4th arm of the Milky Way galaxy. That location is none other than Earth. Thanos raised an eyebrow in surprise. Earth? Why? Master, the complete Phoenix Force has transcended the boundaries of our cosmic tier. To control it is nearly impossible. However, fortunately, the projection of the Phoenix Force within our universe harbors immeasurable power. The challenge lies in capturing this immense force, which has remained in a state of wandering. We have conducted numerous experiments. Eventually, we discovered that certain individuals possess an innate ability to attract the Phoenix Force's favor. Thus, we speculate that such a person might exist on Earth. Thanos nodded, and the technician continued his report. Master, we strongly recommend that you apprehend this individual. Based on our projections, your direct chances of taming the Phoenix Force stand at 1 in 5. However, if you use the individual favored by the Phoenix Force as a conduit, your chances of subjugating it will soar to 1 in 2. A 50% chance? Thanos mused. That probability is quite favorable. He turned to Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. Which of you is willing to infiltrate Earth and capture the one favored by the Phoenix Force for me? Chapter 164, Spreading the News. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight exchanged glances. Ever since the Infinity Gauntlet was stolen, they had conducted a thorough investigation of Earth. The results astonished them. On this diminutive planet, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They possessed immensely powerful abilities, yet due to the constraints of technology, they had not ventured into deep space, posing a threat to other planets and races. However, now to venture into this den of dragons and tigers, both were somewhat hesitant. Finally, Proxima Midnight stepped forward. Master, I am willing to give it a try. Very well, I shall ensure that others assist you to the fullest. At Tiefing Tower, as the assimilation power spread, Vahn had already gained absolute control over several nearby buildings. Yet, in comparison to the vastness of New York, Earth, or even the universe, this was merely a drop in the ocean. Vahn halted for a simple reason. He lacked sufficient energy. Standing on the balcony, he felt a pang of melancholy. Why had no one sought the Soul Stone yet? It was a cosmic treasure. Perhaps he should issue a bounty. Wealth has always captivated the eyes of men. Trading one's life for riches, both parties would emerge satisfied. He would need to recruit someone of considerable renown in the universe to disseminate this news. Presently, it seemed only that boy, the son of that deceased father, would suffice. Vahn arrived at the prison of Nadir, where Star-Lord was housed, and a new inmate had just been admitted. The Mantis, who narrowly escaped a predicament while coming to Earth to rescue Ego, was subsequently captured and confined in the same cell as Gamora. Vahn approached Star-Lord's cell and immediately noticed Quill, tearful and distraught. Peter Quill, I have a task for a sentence reduction. Are you willing to accept it? My father is dead, Quill exclaimed, his voice filled with anguish. Vahn shrugged. I understand your sorrow, but please, hold back your grief for now. Complete this task, and I shall grant a sentence reduction for all 6 of you. My father is dead, Star-Lord shouted. Don't bother me. Vahn rolled his eyes, recognizing that failing to help him see his father's true nature was a significant issue. After years of wandering, his biological father had sought him out, only to have their heartfelt connection abruptly severed. Ego's stature in Star-Lord's heart had undoubtedly risen to monumental heights in an instant. He must have recalled all the grievances he had endured throughout his life. Very well, Vahn said, raising his hands in surrender. Hey, Rocket Raccoon, I have a task for you regarding a sentence reduction. Interested? If you complete it, I will reduce the sentences for all 6 of you. Rocket contemplated for a moment. What is the task? Is it dangerous? Why 6 of us? There are only 5. Vahn shook his head. The task is quite simple and poses no danger. I need you to help disseminate a message across the universe. A generous bounty for a gem. As for the number of people, I glanced at Mantis. Isn't she one of yours? Rocket's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was aware of their previous escape plan? Peter Quill, you've led us into a trap. Rocket forced a smile. Heh. I don't even know her. How can she be considered one of us? In fact, the Guardians of the Galaxy were already contemplating disbandment. He glanced at Star-Lord. Due to some unreliable relatives leading us into dubious situations, our minds and bodies have suffered greatly. Thus, we decided to either disband or expel someone. By that token, our relationships aren't as strong as you think. How about I execute the task, and you only count 2 people, but double the sentence reduction? Before Rocket could finish, Drax interjected, Rocket, how can you say that? Regardless, Star-Lord, Gamora, and Groot are our companions. I will not accept the sentence reduction alone. You can take care of that yourself. What? Rocket stared at Drax in disbelief. I never intended to take you. I'm taking Groot. I am Groot. What? Drax roared in anger. You'd rather take that wooden twig than me? I am the mightiest warrior in the universe. Rocket shrugged. Drax, to be rational. I don't particularly like you. Just a moment ago, I was internally cursing you as a fool. You jerk. Drax looked wounded, wanting to strike him but unable to bring himself to do so. Enough, you two imbeciles. Gamora interjected. She stepped in front of Vahn. The Guardians of the Galaxy are a collective. We can consider taking on your task, but I need to know the specifics. Vahn smiled, certainly. As I mentioned earlier, I need you to spread a message across the universe. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? It may take some time, but it is absolutely safe. Gamora frowned. What is the message? Vahn looked at her, a smile gracing his lips. The message is simple. The Soul Gem is located on the planet Vormir. The Solar System's Earth Defense Bureau offers a ship, hundreds of servants, and a bounty of millions for the gem. Gamora froze, a tempest of emotions surging within her. Vormir. The Soul Gem. How did he know? Vahn noticed her astonishment and realized. Oh, you weren't aware? This news is about to spread throughout the universe. However, no one has been able to locate the place. I'm merely providing them with a little motivation. Gamora remained silent for a while. There is a ruthless butcher in the universe. Do you know of him? Vahn furrowed his brow. You're not referring to Thanos, are you? That's him. Gamora nodded. He harbors a terrifying ambition. He wishes to annihilate half of all life in the universe. Yes, how did you know? I've heard rumors. You've conversed with him? Indeed. I urged him to abandon that horrific dream, but alas, he wouldn't listen and even attempted to strike me. Consequently, I had to flee. What? Gamora exclaimed. Vahn chuckled. Actually, my desire to collect that gem is also to thwart his dreadful ambition. In other words, I'm saving the world. Gamora was not convinced. If you know the Soul Gem is on Vormir, why not retrieve it yourself? I tried, but I failed. Why? A Red Skull-faced being informed me that to obtain the gem, one must sacrifice the life of their beloved. As a justice seeker wishing to protect the universe, how could I commit such an act? So I turned away, for no matter what happens, I will not sacrifice my loved one. Chapter 165. Quill is missing. Gamora's eyes widened as Rocket's low chuckle echoed nearby. What are you laughing at? Ha ha. Rocket's laughter grew louder. You speak so nobly of your unwillingness to sacrifice your beloved. Yet you seek a bounty for the Soul Gem. Isn't that asking others to sacrifice their loved ones? Gamora immediately grasped the implication, glaring angrily at Vahn. Vahn's expression changed, realizing he had miscalculated. He shrugged. Consider this. I seek the Soul Gem to thwart Thanos' conspiracy. If you believe my actions are wrong, I can simply abandon the pursuit and deliver the gem to him instead. Huh. Rocket attempted to mock further, but was interrupted by Gamora. Do you truly aim to stop Thanos? Of course. I swear it. Vahn replied with a smile. He glanced at the contemplative Gamora and the grinning Rocket, then asked, So, who among you is willing to accept my task? I am. Gamora and Rocket chimed in almost simultaneously. Vahn looked at Rocket, who shrugged. I just find you hypocritical, but that doesn't mean I want to take on this task. Their willingness to send their loved ones to their demise has nothing to do with me. Gamora rolled her eyes. To prevent half of the universe's life from perishing, sacrifices must be made. Though I will relay the message, I still hope no one seeks out Vormir. Huh. Rocket chuckled softly. Your hypocrisy rivals his. Very well. Since both of you are willing to go, then it shall be the two of you. When you return in glory, your remaining companions will also be honored to be released from prison. May I take Groot with me? Of course not. He is but a child. To demonstrate my sincerity, how about I send him to the Academy of Nobility for the finest education? No, that would be a higher form of torment. He should stay here. Am I Groot? Soon, Rocket Raccoon and Gamora departed in their spaceship. Drax shouted that he wanted to join them, but alas, he was apprehended before he could even exit the cell. As for Star-Lord, he remained enveloped in his overwhelming sorrow, oblivious to the world outside. New York, midnight. A sleek, inconspicuous black spacecraft descended from the heavens. It landed atop a skyscraper, unnoticed by any onlookers. A lithe and graceful alien woman quietly emerged from the ship. She was one of Thanos' Black Order, known as Supergiant. Clad in an enigmatic garb, she reached out and transformed into an ordinary blonde beauty with cascading waves. She retrieved a device resembling a smartphone, emanating an invisible wave that radiated outward. After a brief moment, a small dot illuminated on the device. Supergiant exhaled in relief, for it appeared that fortune favored her. The target was not far away. She promptly set off to close the distance. Since the Earth Defense Agency acquired significant power, it has gradually extended its reach across the globe. The Justice League has established a profound collaboration with them. Currently, as the Justice League's numbers swell, they have been divided into numerous smaller teams. These teams are dispersed worldwide, poised to respond to various emergencies. They do not have fixed patrol locations, but exist within a dynamic equilibrium. Team 9, led by Jean Grey, happened to be on a mission in New York. Cyclops stood beside her, casting a disdainful glance at the hirsute man behind them. Jean, I fail to comprehend why you agreed to let this fellow accompany us. Jean, exasperated, halted her steps and turned to the two men behind her. Scott, Wolverine's Team 10 recently encountered trouble. His teammates were injured, and their mission was suspended. We happen to need extra hands, and he is willing to assist us. Why can't you accept that? Logan, a cigar clamped between his teeth, smiled at Scott, exhaling a puff of smoke. Scott, I am here to help. Not only do you not express gratitude, but do you also intend to chase me away? Scott, fuming, could only force a smile under Jean's unwavering gaze. Of course not. I'm simply curious how it is that your teammates are all injured, yet you alone remain unscathed. It seems having a good leader is indeed crucial. Just look at my wife, Jean. She is an exemplary captain. We've executed numerous missions without a single failure or injury. Wolverine rolled his eyes. Can you blame me? None of my men wanted to venture into Symbiote Canyon to find themselves a biological armor. They are all fools. When faced with a formidable enemy, they charge forward without a second thought, heedless of danger. Not even a blazing gas station could deter them. Scott scoffed. I wager you are the first to charge forward, and you are also the first to shy away from Symbiote Canyon. The foolishness of your team is undoubtedly a reflection of your own. Wolverine Logan smirked dismissively. Even if they are imitating me, it does not alter their foolish reality. Who am I? The indestructible man. Is that something an average person can easily replicate? Cyclops rolled his eyes. Narcissism. Logan proudly lifted his chin. That is called confidence. Observing their bickering, Jean chose not to intervene further, turning to resume her patrol duties. Logan quickly walked beside her, matching her stride. Jean, what is our mission tonight? Scott, gritting his teeth, followed closely behind. Jean smiled as she explained. It has been reported that a mutant has recently appeared in this area, seemingly possessing abilities related to reptilian locomotion. However, eyewitnesses claim he harbors no ill intentions. Our task tonight is to locate him, document his details, assess whether he requires our assistance, and evaluate his psychological state. Depending on the circumstances, we may choose to apprehend him or merely document his existence. As they spoke, they arrived at an abandoned building. Jean gestured to a few teammates, assigning tasks. 2 of you stay below to guard, while the rest of us will search the building. Scott, you are responsible for the first floor. Logan, take the second. I'll handle the third. Maintain communication, and call for backup if any issues arise. Let us complete the search swiftly. There are several nearby locations that need to be checked. After assigning the tasks, Jean took the lead towards the stairwell. Just as Logan was about to follow, Cyclops grabbed him. What is it? I'm warning you. Do not entertain any thoughts about her. Otherwise, I will not hold back. My patience has its limits, Cyclops declared, his arms bulging, evidently having already merged with the symbiote. He glared at Wolverine. Be careful. You are no longer the only immortal being here. Cyclops huffed. You search the first floor. I'll handle the second. Logan, eyeing Cyclops' arrogant expression, felt an urge to swipe at him. But alas, his thoughts were preoccupied with another man's wife, so Logan held back. The first floor was quite empty, and he quickly completed his search with no findings. Returning to the gathering point, he found neither Jean nor Scott had yet returned. After a while, Cyclops reappeared. Seeing only Wolverine waiting there, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Logan, noticing, inquired, "What's wrong?" Cyclops frowned. "Is Jean not here? I just checked the third floor, and didn't he find her? I thought she had come down early." Logan shot him a glance, remaining silent as he turned and headed upstairs. Cyclops hurried to follow. The group thoroughly searched the building, uncovering nothing. Jean was missing. Scott's brow furrowed as he activated his communication device. Defense Agency, we require assistance. Please retrieve the satellite surveillance footage from the Queens area of New York. We need to ascertain the whereabouts of Justice League Team 9 leader, Jean Grey. Understood. Soon, satellite footage was sent to Scott. The video revealed the group arriving and entering the building without incident. The issue was, there was no trace of Jean Grey leaving. Logan rubbed his chin. Either Jean is still here, or she has departed through some means. Cyclops rolled his eyes. You make a compelling point. Ignoring him, Logan continued. Call in a special support team. This world is far too complex. If someone has taken her via magic or some other method, we would have no way of detecting it. Cyclops nodded. I'll contact them immediately. Before long, the special reconnaissance team conducted a thorough search of the 3-story building. They uncovered some clues. Following a faint trace, they located the rooftop where supergiant spacecraft had landed. Soon, they discovered that it appeared to be an invisible spaceship. With that, they were at a loss, only able to escalate the matter to Vahn. Upon hearing this news, Ben felt a sense of perplexity. After the fragments of the Phoenix Force within Jean Grey were absorbed, his divine realm experienced significant expansion. Having lost the Phoenix Force, Jean returned to her normal state, capable of traversing in and out of the divine realm. What value did she hold now? Unless, by the time Van reached the rooftop where Cyclops and the others were, only two individuals remained, Cyclops and Logan, who insisted on staying. Upon seeing Van's arrival, both their eyes sparkled with hope. Without wasting words, Van summoned the Infinity Gauntlet and initiated a time reversal. Soon, the three witnessed a scene from the reverse timeline, where Jean Grey lay unconscious, being carried by a woman. The woman's true form was then revealed, a woman with blue skin and black markings. Who is this? Van turned to Cyclops and Wolverine. Do you recognize her? Have you crossed paths with her? Cyclops scrutinized her closely. No, I do not. Logan snapped a photo and uploaded it to the Earth Defense Bureau's intelligence system, responding, "This is someone who has never appeared on Earth." Van nodded. Then she must be an outsider from the cosmos. Hold on, let me consult someone. He sent the photo to Rocket Raccoon and Gamora. As Thanos' adopted daughter, Gamora immediately recognized her as one of the Black Order supergiant. Van quickly connected the dots, realizing Thanos had set his sights on the Phoenix Force once again. He turned to Cyclops and Wolverine. I now know who has abducted her. For the time being, there is no need to worry. She is not in immediate danger. Her captors likely seek the Phoenix Force. Cyclops breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became puzzled. But didn't you extract the Phoenix Force from Jean? Indeed, Van affirmed. However, what resides within Jean is merely a fragment of the Phoenix Force. A far more potent embodiment of the Phoenix Force exists within the cosmos. Jean's body possesses a significant affinity for the Phoenix Force, and Thanos is likely aiming for this very aspect. Wolverine's gaze deepened. Where is this Thanos you speak of? What shall we do? Van smiled. I do not know where this fellow is, but I am aware of his home. Let us prepare and then strike. Van convened a meeting of the 5 great nations once more. Ladies and gentlemen, a new era approaches. Just now, a Titanian has abducted a human from Earth. This is nothing short of an act of war. I believe we must retaliate and strike back at Titan, rescuing our compatriot. The representatives of the 5 nations exchanged glances. Bewildered. What strength do we possess to confront others? Have you lost your mind? Van immediately discerned their trepidation and comforted them. Do not fear, for we Earthlings are not so fragile. Moreover, with my divine prowess, what is there to fear? Lend me all your super soldiers, and I shall conquer a planet for you. Today shall mark the moment Earth gains prominence. The representatives of the 5 nations exchanged furtive glances, weighing the feasibility of this endeavor. Van observed their silent deliberation, maintaining a facade of calm. He and Gamora had learned that Titan had nearly been decimated due to overpopulation and resource scarcity. Underground bases now housed the remnants of Titan's population. Many years prior, Thanos returned and established a large base here. In addition to various advanced technologies, there existed a substantial spacecraft manufacturing facility, precisely what Van and Earth lacked. With billions of warriors unleashed, suitable transport was essential. Mr. Van, we would like to know what benefits the 5 nations would gain if we were to conquer this Titan planet? Van smirked. You shall receive my gratitude and appreciation. We decline. Farewell. Wait. Van waved his hand. Titan houses a spacecraft manufacturing facility. I wonder if you might be interested. Deploy forces immediately. The dignity of Earthlings cannot be trampled upon. Van rolled his eyes dramatically. This bunch of individuals wouldn't act until they saw results. Truly greedy. Nevertheless, with their troops at his disposal, the task ahead appeared manageable. All things considered, aside from the myriad superheroes within the Justice League, Van commanded an army of 2,000 symbiotes. Coupled with the 3,000 super soldiers gathered from various nations, taking down a Thanos base would be a mere trifle. However, seizing the spacecraft facility would not be so easily accomplished. The duration of the 3,000 super soldiers' return and the quantity would depend on someone's whims. In due time, a wave of production could be unleashed, and this crop could be harvested repeatedly. Chapter 167, A Surprise Attack, a Right Whip Kick. Van obtained the precise coordinates of Titan from Gamora. After multiple attempts with the Infinity Gauntlet, he successfully teleported himself to Titan. Disguising himself as an ordinary base personnel using the gauntlet, Van blended in seamlessly. He moved about with an air of nonchalance, as though touring his own property. Concurrently, he discreetly placed numerous portals from his divine realm in corners throughout the base. After surveying the premises, he felt immense satisfaction. The base was substantial, and the technology was advanced. Most importantly, the shipbuilding factory was impressive, almost entirely automated and user-friendly. Its full operational capacity should be remarkably high. Finally, he ascended to the highest point of the base, standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay the remnants of a vast city. Skyscrapers lay in ruin, sand swirling in the air, devoid of any signs of life. Thanos had likely chosen this location deliberately. The ruins of the city served as a constant reminder for him to pursue his aspirations. Otherwise, the sight before him would not only represent Titan, but also the apocalyptic visage that the entire universe would inevitably face. After a moment of reflection, Vahn concentrated, and suddenly, dozens of portals from his divine realm manifested within the base. Before the guards could react, a throng of super soldiers surged forth from within. They possessed an array of super abilities, nearly all of them endowed with immortality. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly in their favor. Within mere minutes, Vahn had achieved absolute control over the base. Cyclops found him. "Boss, everything is in order. We have also located the communication equipment to contact Thanos." Vahn nodded. "Let us converse with this idealist." In the office of the base's highest commander, Vahn initiated a video call with Thanos. As the projection of the purple-skinned Titan materialized, Vahn wasted no time in taunting him. TSK, it has only been a few days since we last met, and I see you have fallen to such depths." Thanos, taken aback by Vahn's presence, narrowed his brow. "How did you come to be here?" "Guess why I am here." "Naturally, I am waiting for your return home." Thanos frowned, not overly agitated. "It seems you have already discovered something? Your actions are indeed swift. I am curious. How many Infinity Stones do you possess?" "The number of stones I have is not your concern. I never imagined that you, a lofty idealist, would turn to the trade of human trafficking." Thanos shook his head. "I have stated before, for the sake of this universe, I am willing to sacrifice everything." Vahn discreetly glanced to the side. Before the call commenced, he had already established a video connection with Gamora, which remained active. Thus, although Thanos could not see Gamora, they were effectively engaged in a triadic conference. A smirk crept upon Vaughn's lips. "How about we strike a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Thanos inquired. "I propose to exchange another woman for the one you have taken from me." Thanos shook his head. "Having already reclaimed her, why would I readily entertain such an exchange? If you refuse to negotiate, I shall eliminate the other woman. And what of that to me? Her name is Gamora." Thanos recoiled. How could you have captured her?" Vaughn's smirk widened. "So what do you say to this exchange? Are you willing?" Thanos remained silent, exhaling a long sigh. A flicker of a smile appeared on Vaughn's face. "It seems, Mr. Thanos, you are indeed a noble idealist warrior." He glanced at Gamora beside him, whose expression remained inscrutable, as if she had anticipated Thanos' decision. On the other side, Thanos finally remarked to Vaughn, "We shall meet again soon, Mr. Vaughn." The video call was abruptly disconnected. Vaughn turned to Gamora. "So, have you tracked down Thanos' location?" A voice from the video call chimed in, belonging to Rocket. "I can't pinpoint his exact location yet. Only a rough direction and distance." Upon hearing this, Gamora responded, "Let me take a look." After a brief moment, Gamora returned. "Based on Rocket's tracking results, I believe he may be in the garden. You might want to check there." "Thank you," Vaughn replied earnestly, unable to restrain his curiosity. He posed another question. "What are your thoughts on your adoptive father's choice to pursue his plans instead of selecting you?" Gamora appeared slightly taken aback. "Isn't that a perfectly normal decision for Thanos? He can sacrifice anything. Why would you think I hold any special significance?" Vaughn blinked. "Well, you make a valid point. It seems I still do not fully understand Thanos." After disconnecting from Gamora, Vaughn felt a pang of reflection. This distorted father-daughter relationship clearly stemmed from a lack of effective communication during their formative years. He produced the Infinity Gauntlet and began to experiment. With only the coordinates of the garden at hand and the distance being considerable, success was elusive at first. However, after several trials, he finally achieved it. Transcending through the rift, he arrived in a vibrant world. The location he found himself in was atop a hill, where he could gaze upon the grandeur of the landscape. Vivid blue flowers and grass stretched from his feet into the distance, presenting an exquisite view. Vaughn sensed that Thanos was not present here, indicating a miscalculation. At that moment, he suddenly felt something amiss. He looked up to see a red hue spreading across the distant starry sky. This power felt eerily familiar to him, the Phoenix Force. Before long, half of the sky was engulfed in red. Vaughn soon realized that this planet was not on the trajectory of the Phoenix Force's migration. No wonder Thanos was not here. With a thought, he activated the Infinity Gauntlet, teleporting directly onto the main trajectory of the Phoenix Force. Coincidentally, he spotted several dark shapes in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they formed a massive fleet, Thanos' fleet. At that moment, the darkness of space was illuminated by the crimson glow of the Phoenix Force. As the Phoenix approached the fleet, An unexpected event unfolded. A woman suddenly appeared before the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey, the one who had been previously abducted. Beside her stood a tall figure, a serious-looking purple entity. Observing the Phoenix Force as it drew nearer, in the void, Jean extended her hands towards the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force, initially on its designated path, seemed to detect an inexplicable call, as if something it desired lay ahead. It gravitated towards Jean, a portion of its power swiftly surging into her. Even a mere fraction of the Phoenix Force's might caused Jean to swell with energy, her body radiating red, luminescent patterns, teetering on the brink of explosion. Fortunately, a massive purple hand rested on her shoulder. It was Thanos. The red Phoenix energy within Jean appeared to find an outlet, streaming entirely into Thanos. In this scenario, Thanos treated Jean as a mere charger, yet the sheer strength of the Phoenix Force exceeded their wildest imaginations. Thanos' aura escalated dramatically. However, soon, he found himself struggling to contain the overwhelming power. Glancing at each other, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight exchanged worried looks and swiftly attempted to assist. Yet, to their astonishment, as soon as they moved, the scene before them plunged into darkness. What was happening? They struggled futilely against the void, but to no avail. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar silhouette had appeared beside Thanos. Chapter 168, The Wrath of the Phoenix Force. Thanos sensed something was amiss behind him, but constrained by the Phoenix Force. He had no time to react. Need a hand, little brother? Vahn inquired with a smile, placing his hand on Thanos' shoulder. Instantly, the immense power of the Phoenix Force surged into him. Uncontrollably, blue flames erupted from him, transforming him into a towering skeletal figure, 8 to 9 meters tall. A bizarre spectacle unfolded in the cosmos, a diminutive figure overshadowed by a robust purple giant, and behind the purple figure loomed an even larger blue flame skeleton. Thanos was furious. This was the culmination of his painstaking plans. He had paid a hefty price to trace the Phoenix Force's trajectory. Yet now, this interloper was reaping the rewards. According to his strategy, he intended to tame a portion of the Phoenix Force to enhance his own power, then reclaim the gauntlet from Earth. After all, he was still short of the 6 stones, and that fellow named Theodore Vahn was not yet invincible in the universe. But now, this individual was also absorbing the Phoenix Force. How infuriating. Regrettably, with the powerful Phoenix Force coursing through him, if he were to release his hold hastily, he could be met with a backlash. With no other option, he had unwittingly become someone else's charger. Sensing the immense energy flowing into him, Vahn's first instinct was to fortify himself. Upon reaching a certain threshold, he began to channel this power towards his divine realm, then directed it to his foreign nation. Centered around the Typhon Tower in New York, with the Phoenix Force bolstering him, his foreign nation expanded at an astonishing rate. Soon, it encompassed half of New York City, all under his absolute control. Yet the inhabitants of Earth remained oblivious to this shift. Moreover, the boundaries of his foreign nation continued to expand rapidly. Meanwhile, feeling the relentless siphoning of colossal energy from Theodore Vahn behind him, Thanos' heart grew increasingly cold. What sort of power was this, capable of containing such formidable strength? It was known that the Phoenix Force surpassed cosmic limits, capable of annihilating entire universes with ease. He was certain that the power he had absorbed in such a brief span of time could easily forge a dozen or so celestial beings. Yet, the individual behind him continued to extract without relent. Suddenly, an extraordinary wave surged forth. All three, Jean, Thanos, and Vahn, trembled in unison. The primal consciousness of the Phoenix Force had taken notice of them. Moreover, it appeared to regard the trio as thieves of its essence. Thanos, taken aback, shouted urgently, "Release me, let me go at once. She is coming." Vahn gritted his teeth, refusing to relent. "Wait, just one last time. I swear it will be the final time." "You fool, you're playing with fire." Vahn sensed a colossal consciousness rapidly approaching them, exuding an aura of inevitable destruction. He silently counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Farewell. Moving with remarkable speed, he released Thanos and pulled Jean Grey into his embrace, snapping his fingers to create a spatial bubble that enveloped them. Once the spatial distortion returned to normalcy, only Thanos remained on the scene. He surveyed the empty surroundings. Filled with melancholy, the roaring consciousness of the Phoenix Force was momentarily bewildered. How had it gone from 3 life forms to just 1? Following the spatial disturbance, it detected only traces of entry, but none of exit. What was happening? Was it toying with me? The consciousness manifested before Thanos, presenting a vast blank visage. Demanding, "Thief of power, where have your companions gone?" Thanos hesitated, his mouth opening and closing without sound. "Are you still shielding them?" I truly do not know. You lunatic. Do you dare to deceive me? I swear I am innocent. Do you believe me? Thanos sighed. Forget it. I do not even believe it myself. You may kill me, but please do not involve my subordinates. Observing his seemingly righteous demeanor, the consciousness of the Phoenix Force hesitated slightly. Yet, contemplating the audacity of their theft, an unfathomable rage surged within it. Thieves of essence, meet your demise. The Phoenix Force morphed into a tangible form, thrusting forth a colossal spear. Clang. The spear was met with resistance. Thanos, wielding his battle blade, staggered back 2 steps. The Phoenix consciousness was taken aback. Did you not seek death? Thanos offered a wry smile. I merely wished to test whether you would spare me. It seems I have failed. Throughout my life, I have never given in or compromised. How could I easily abandon my existence? You scoundrel! Is there no good soul in this universe? I will slay you. Thanos was struck and propelled back, crashing into the bridge of his vessel. General Corvus Glaive and Supergiant hurried to assist him. Fortunately, he had absorbed considerable Phoenix force, greatly enhancing his strength. Otherwise, that casual strike from the Phoenix consciousness would have been lethal. Quick, run! Thanos shouted to Corvus Glaive and Supergiant before he had even regained his footing. Do not worry. My lord, we have already issued commands. We are prepared to jump through time and space. Before he could finish his sentence, the ship's jump protocol had already initiated. Regrettably, all other vessels had successfully fled the area, leaving only Thanos' craft, ensnared by an overwhelming force. Clearly, the Phoenix consciousness was unwilling to let him go easily. Increase the engine power. Thanos bellowed. We are already at maximum, my lord. Fool. Thanos glared at the crimson energy in space, his expression darkening. It desires you, my lord. Corvus Glaive suddenly remarked. Thanos fixed a fierce gaze upon him. Do you think I should descend? Corvus Glaive quickly bowed. I apologize, my lord. I certainly did not mean that. Humph. You insubordinate wretch. I truly wish to deal with you. Thanos turned his attention away. He failed to notice Supergiant discreetly giving Corvus Glaive a thumbs up. Amidst the tug-of-war between the Phoenix Force and the spatial energy emitted by the ship, a creaking noise echoed, as if the very fabric of reality would tear apart at any moment. Thanos sighed. Though not a man of great compassion, he saw no need for futile sacrifice. He turned to Corvus Glaive and Supergiant. If I perish today, will you carry on my legacy? Corvus Glaive responded hastily. Of course, my lord. We are your most loyal subordinates and will surely uphold your ideals. Thanos regarded him silently, his resolve already set. If he did not return, so be it. Yet if he survived, he would see to it that this insufferable individual met his end. Thanos inhaled deeply, gripping his battle blade. Phoenix, let us engage in combat. Chapter 169, The Grief of Thanos. Vahn, who had long since fled to the divine realm, was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. However, utilizing his keen intellect, he deduced that given the immense power of the Phoenix, remaining outside would certainly not be safe. Thus, he chose to conceal himself within the divine realm. Nevertheless, he had dispatched a squad of soldiers to Thanos' garden, equipped with surveillance devices, hoping to ascertain the situation and report back to Vahn promptly. Boss, Thanos' fleet has all fled, leaving only a single large ship, presumably his vessel. Vahn mused, astonished at Thanos' leadership. Even in such dire circumstances, he still bore the responsibility of covering the retreat. Truly commendable. Shortly thereafter, fresh news arrived. Boss, Thanos jumped off the ship alone. The vessel has departed, leaving him behind. Vahn's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, what a paragon of our kind. Boss, Thanos is bleeding. He was nearly knocked out of light speed. It's terrifying. Boss, Thanos was engulfed by the Phoenix and then expelled. Vahn's heart raced with trepidation. Good heavens, the Phoenix Force is indeed fearsome, worthy of its multiversal stature. Surely Thanos will not be slain by it, will he? Does it harbor such murderous intent? Is the energy we extracted merely a drop in the bucket for it? Why take it so seriously? I only assimilated half of New York State, and it was too much? Reflecting on the matter, he noted that the energy expenditure for expanding foreign realms was indeed greater than that of his divine realm's growth. Yet, it was understandable. Cultivating a divine realm was a process of creation from nothingness. In contrast, expanding foreign territories was a matter of forcibly claiming what belonged to others, which seemed considerably more troublesome. After a lengthy silence without news of Thanos, Vahn inquired, what has become of Thanos? The response came swiftly, unknown. Thanos has been struck into the garden planet, embedded in the ground. The observation team is hastening to the site. Moreover, the Phoenix Force seems to have departed. Vahn did not venture out carelessly. He siphoned the Phoenix Force from Jean and refined his own Phoenix energy into ordinary blue fire energy. ensuring that the Phoenix consciousness could not detect him. After a thorough disguise, he cautiously made his way from the divine realm to the garden planet. Standing beneath the sky, he observed no signs of the Phoenix force's return, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With a snap of his fingers using the Infinity Gauntlet, he arrived at Thanos' place of descent, a bottomless pit. "Hey, Thanos, are you still alive?" The echoes lingered for an eternity, unanswered. Could this fellow be stuck at the bottom of the pit? A once great hero reduced to such a fate. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Just as he contemplated departure, he suddenly sensed a flicker of life emanating from the depths. Not dead. Could he still be clinging to those lofty ideals? Such tenacity. With a gloved right hand, Vahn exerted a tremendous force, reaching down to the pit's bottom and lifting Thanos' shattered, powdery form. TSK, fortunate for you that it was I, otherwise. With injuries so grievous and the Phoenix force corroding your vitality, you would be beyond salvation. Vahn transported Thanos to the realm of the gods. A process of healing and reprogramming he had mastered. Capturing and controlling Thanos was indeed fortuitous, for it meant that his cosmic fleet would also fall under his dominion. Upon returning to New York, Vahn felt a swell of pride. Having subdued Thanos and possessing 5 Infinity Stones, could he not confidently proclaim himself the strongest being in this universe? Just wait, for when the Soul Stone manifests, it shall mark the moment I wield absolute control over this world. That night, in New York, at the Succubus Club, Vahn returned to assist impoverished female demons once more. As he was about to make his move, a resounding explosion shattered the windows, sending a jolt through him. Damn it! Who dares to disturb me? Vahn's fury ignited. Despite his formidable physique, he still possessed vulnerabilities, yet anyone who dared to exploit those would meet their demise. Approaching the shattered window, he glimpsed the scene outside. His heart suddenly racing. Almost all the glass had been shattered. It was midnight, yet a colossal beam of white light shot down from the heavens. It was as if the sky had split open. The Earth Defense Bureau had a mothership hovering above New York. With a mere thought, Vahn arrived aboard. This vessel was under the direct command of Coulson. "Coulson, what is happening?" "Boss, a massive rift has appeared in the sky above New York. Is someone attempting to invade?" "It's uncertain for now. All I know is," just then, a blizzard of snow cascaded from the brilliant rift. "Snowflakes? No, that was feathers. Pure, sacred, and familiar feathers. Angels." Vahn stared in astonishment at the vast rift in the sky. Was this a passage to heaven? What was going on? Were the angels shedding their feathers? To rain them down upon the earth was a bit excessive, was it not? Could those feathers be fashioned into down jackets? As he pondered wildly, a bloodied corpse suddenly plummeted from the rift. Clothed in white, now stained crimson, its once pristine wings were tattered and its beautiful visage marred by fear and rage. Vahn swallowed hard. An angel had fallen from the sky? Oh God, this was truly monumental. The fallen body seemed merely a precursor, for in the next instant, hundreds, even thousands of corpses descended from the rift. Witnessing this rain of bodies, Vahn felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered such a sight. More harrowing than Ragnarok in Asgard. He would wager that after this night, the church would suffer a devastating blow. If angels faced such dire straits, what good was their faith? Furrowing his brow, Vahn contemplated whether he should venture into that rift. It was not right to remain passive while heaven was in peril. Yet upon reflection, could those capable of wreaking havoc in heaven not easily send him to his demise? With that thought, he decided it would be more pragmatic to assist by collecting the bodies. That would at least be a form of aid. Just as he hesitated, a familiar figure emerged from the rift. It was T-800, no, God Unit 8. Yet, at that moment, God Unit 8 appeared rather worse for wear. Missing limbs and reduced to half a mouth. Vahn activated his gloves, teleporting it before him. "My God, what has happened to you?" Wait. "Your vocal cords are damaged. Let me help you." With a few deft maneuvers, Vahn repaired God Unit 8's throat. Demons have invaded heaven. This is all part of a conspiracy. God Unit 8 exclaimed passionately. "Help us defend heaven. We are on the verge of collapse. The demons will not relent. If heaven falls, Earth is next." Vahn restrained God Unit 8's flailing form. "Wait, clarify. Who is the demon invading heaven?" A flicker of pain crossed God Unit 8's eyes. "Mephisto, Beelzebub, Belial, and Lucifer." Lucifer? Along with the myriad demonic entities from hell. Vahn frowned. How did they breach heaven's defenses? God Unit 8 hesitated, its eyes flickering with a crimson light. "I brought the portal to hell and to heaven." Vahn's eyes widened. Is it Mephisto's earthly vessel? Indeed. He is not merely Mephisto's earthly form, but also the Angel Aaron. Angel Aaron? The one who was said to have been consumed by Sanctum Gonzalez? He was never devoured. This is all a conspiracy. The true God intended to abandon heaven and thus created us as his proxies. Unbeknownst to him, this information was leaked, leading to ambition. He used the Sanctum Gonzalez incident to lay the groundwork, colluding with the demonic lords of hell. Invading Earth was merely a ruse. The true objective was to lure the angels down to Earth. Eventually, we captured him and returned him to heaven, thus sealing their conspiracy's success. The gates of hell were opened, fire engulfing heaven. Vahn shook his head vigorously. Old Mephisto was indeed ruthless. He had genuinely thought him a mere jester. Yet, in retrospect, it seemed he had inadvertently become Mephisto's greatest accomplice. He had discovered the plot surrounding Sanctum Gonzalez and subsequently summoned Rankiel and God Unit 8 down. In the end, they had taken Mephisto's earthly vessel right before him. Old Mephisto, quite the performer. Seeing Vahn's astonishment, God Unit 8's mechanical voice carried an urgency. Heaven is in peril. Earth will surely fall. Quickly, go assist heaven. The forces of hell are advancing, and we cannot hold out much longer. Vahn furrowed his brow. To confront the forces of hell on behalf of heaven? On what grounds? Yet, if he allowed the situation to persist, Earth would indeed be in jeopardy. On the other hand, the denizens of hell were no trifling matter. Or perhaps Vahn's eyes glimmered with resolve. Fear not, I shall summon aid. I will not let those scoundrels in hell escape unscathed. He dispatched orders for the Earth Defense Bureau and the Justice League to assemble their forces while he stealthily made his way to the vault of Kamartash. Within lay a prized artifact known as the Pombegalia Fire Bowl, which could transport him to the domain of the Hell Lord Mephisto. Today, Vahn intended to emulate the ancient tale of encircling way to rescue Zhao, surrounding hell to save heaven. Having acquired the Pombegalia Fire Bowl, Vahn opened a portal to hell at the Typhon Manor. God number 8 stood nearby, momentarily taken aback by the scene. We must save heaven. What business do you have in hell? Vahn frowned, exuding an air of arrogance. There exists an ancient wisdom in the East that speaks of a general. Upon hearing this, God number 8 felt no gratitude but instead gritted his teeth in frustration. Mortal, have you not considered that heaven is on the brink of collapse? You are jeopardizing the entirety of heaven. Vahn shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? I don't trust you. I can't gamble the lives of my own brethren for your sake. Is that reasonable? God number 8 seethed. Have I not repeated time and again? To save heaven is to save oneself. Vahn chuckled. I see no issue. Heaven and hell exist in different dimensions from the perspective of Earth. Once I occupy hell, I shall simply instruct the current Supreme Mage to modify the protective array, shifting its focus from guarding against hell to guarding against heaven. To Earth, you are all outsiders. God number 8 erupted in anger. We are the guardians of Earth. They are the invaders. How can they be equated? Vahn scoffed. Well, if it comes to that, I could designate a section of hell for you to rebuild heaven. We can consider it a change of residence, a change of taste. After all, the fiery angels are quite beautiful. God number 8 retorted. You scoundrel! Who wishes to change their residence? Yet no matter how vehemently he protested, Vahn remained resolute in his decision. The symbiotic warriors, super soldiers, and various superheroes should easily overpower the waning territory of Mephisto. However, Vahn's ambitions extended far beyond merely Mephisto's domain. He also sought the territories of Lucifer, Beelzebub, and other lords, seizing opportunities as they arose. Yet the crux of the matter lay in his urgent need to locate the portal to heaven. Mastering that portal would equate to conquering these hellish dimensions. He surmised that the portal must either reside within Mephisto's territory or within the domain of the formidable demon, Lord Lucifer. If he could not locate the portal, he would swiftly seek a route to Lucifer's realm. This should not prove too difficult, as they were all familiar faces in hell. Surely they had a habit of backstabbing each other in private? Thus, passage would undoubtedly be feasible. Vahn utilized the power of the Pomgalia firebase and replicated from the kingdom of God, significantly enlarging the portal. His forces surged forth, encountering almost no substantial resistance. It appeared that Mephisto had indeed invested heavily in this assault on heaven. Regrettably, despite Vahn's rapid conquest of Mephisto's royal city, he found no trace of the heaven portal. It seemed it was not located here. Thus, he had no choice but to venture into Lucifer's territory. This was manageable, as Vahn had captured numerous old, weak, and sickly demons, and with a bit of interrogation, he discerned the necessary information. Within Mephisto's palace, there existed a stone wall that could open a portal to other demon territories. Vahn employed the same method, using the power of the stone wall from the kingdom of God to open a rather concealed portal. This time, he entered alone. Upon his arrival, he beheld a vast square, at the center of which stood a massive portal, 100 meters wide. Surrounding the portal were layers of black-feathered soldiers. Their appearance mirrored that of angels, yet their wings were entirely black. These must be the fabled fallen angels. The moment Vahn appeared, he was detected. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, presenting himself as an ordinary demon. Demon, step back. Vahn surveyed the scene. Although there were numerous fallen angels before the portal, their numbers paled in comparison to his own troops. With a flick of his hand, a black seed fell to the ground, silently merging into the square. This was the seed of his foreign nation. He slowly retreated from the square, while invisible energy continuously flowed into the seed. The foreign nation commenced assimilation and expansion. The energy reserves from the kingdom of God were being significantly depleted, yet he felt no remorse. Thanks to this, the foreign nation quickly assimilated the entire square. The fallen angels, keenly alert, sensed something amiss and grew tense, searching everywhere, yet found no trace of disturbance. At that moment, Ben stood up and pointed, causing the immense portal to materialize out of thin air. A deluge of heroes descended like rain, ready to engage. However, it was not yet their turn to act. Within the realm of the foreign nation, and in Vahn's kingdom of God, there was virtually no difference in power. With a mere thought, he froze all the fallen angels in the square. The myriad heroes prepared for a defensive battle. Sensing the situation, numerous demon reinforcements surged from all directions. Eager to regain control of the portal, the battle commenced. Vahn remained unfazed. Within the foreign nation, he was invincible. Let the enemies come, it mattered not. He opened the portal of the kingdom of God, sending the captured fallen angels inside, while the incoming demons were seized by the heroes and likewise thrown in. Vahn stood before the colossal portal to heaven, intrigued to see how the opposing side would react upon sensing the anomaly. Soon, a squad of demon soldiers emerged from the portal, yet the instant they appeared, they were swiftly controlled by Vahn and drawn into the kingdom of God. Not a single splash was made. The opposing side clearly sensed something was amiss, and after a lengthy pause, remained still. Vahn quietly awaited. The strength of Lucifer's domain was evidently greater than that of Mephisto, as he had left behind thousands of regular demon troops. However, without a doubt, they were no match for the Justice League and the Earth Defense Agency. The battle did not last long. The demon army retreated. Subsequently, the Earth Defense Agency began executing the conquest plan Vahn had meticulously crafted. Before the portal, Vahn was not merely awaiting the enemy. He was also analyzing the entire hellish dimension. Generally speaking, Hell's environment is harsh, with hellfire permeating the realm, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary mortals. Thus, occupying this place held little significance. However, a harsh environment does not equate to a lack of value. In fact, Vahn had long sensed a powerful yet thin energy circulating within the spatial confines of the hellish dimension. This very energy was what rendered the hellish demons formidable and endless in number. Vahn utilized the Infinity Gauntlet to collect this energy from the air. Though the efficiency was not high, yet Vahn was not particularly concerned, for he had other methods. Standing at the center of the square, he focused his thoughts, and the foreign nation began absorbing this energy from the surroundings. As the energy integrated into the foreign nation, its area began to expand gradually. The rate of absorption was directly proportional to the size of the foreign nation. The larger it grew, the faster the absorption, signifying that his strength would escalate rapidly. Indeed, Hell proved to be a splendid place. No wonder it birthed talents like Mephisto and the Witch Heart Demon. Suddenly, the portal trembled, followed by a booming voice that resounded. Who dares to tamper with my portal? Vahn quickly deduced, judging by the imposing figure and formidable strength, that this must be the infamous Hell Lord, Beelzebub, the god of gluttony. The tone of Beelzebub was laced with indifference and an air of superiority, suggesting that he held this matter in little regard. Accompanying him were numerous robust demon warriors who crossed through the portal. Vahn chose to refrain from immediately controlling them, instead opting to observe as they filed out. With narrowed eyes, Beelzebub scrutinized the individual before him and inquired, "Are you the one known as Theodore Vahn?" This revelation took Vahn by surprise. He had not anticipated being recognized. He retorted, "And you are the Lord of Hell, Beelzebub?" "Huh." When Mephisto mentioned the past, "I expected no less. I could swallow you whole." Beelzebub scoffed. Unfazed, Vahn wore a smile as he replied, "Beelzebub, do you comprehend the gravity of invading heaven? I advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, when the true God returns, none of you will survive." Beelzebub erupted into laughter. "Young man, is this your attempt to intimidate me? Having chosen to join the assault on heaven, I fear no God, nor do I harbor regrets." At this juncture, Vahn grew curious. What is it about heaven that compels you to conspire so diligently to seize it? Even if you succeeded, how would you even begin to divide the territory? How long can your alliance possibly last? A flicker of disdain crossed Beelzebub's eyes. It appears you know nothing. Our assault on heaven is, of course, to liberate hell and the mortal realm. That hypocritical old fool, the former god, he constructed layer upon layer of defenses around heaven, crafting it into a paradise unlike any other. Yet, does such a place truly exist in this world? Vahn frowned. But how does this relate to your invasion of heaven? If you covet heaven, you should strive to improve your own domain. What audacity to attack heaven. Humph. Do you think the beauty of heaven is natural? Do you believe it can be attained through sheer effort? Noticing Vaughn's bewilderment, he continued, God has blatantly usurped the power of the hell dimension. Look at the pitiful state of hell now. The demons have become grotesquely deformed. Do you think we are meant to exist in such a manner? What is wrong with storming heaven to free hell? With a slight smile, Vahn asked, I am rather curious as to why God initially sought to restrain you. Care to elaborate? Furthermore, if you truly conquer heaven, you shall inevitably invade earth, correct? Vahn fixed his gaze upon Beelzebub. Do not feign innocence. For you, this is a war of vengeance, but for us, it heralds disaster. Beelzebub sneered, let us assume you are correct. But how capable are you? Are you not afraid of sacrificing your life to thwart us? Vahn extended his hand. I fear not death. Feel free to test your limits. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, the square was filled with a multitude of powerful demon soldiers. From this alone, it was evident that Beelzebub placed great importance on the outcome of the portal. Fixating on Vahn, Beelzebub's presence surged to an apex. In the next instant, he lunged forward. However, as he completed merely a third of his movement, the entire world began to decelerate. Vahn unleashed the formidable power of the nation of foreign lands, swiftly controlling the other demon soldiers in the square. The only one still able to struggle was the Dark Lord Beelzebub. Realizing his movements had devolved into slow motion, he was struck with terror. A torrent of power surged within him, and he recognized that he was seemingly battling against the very world itself. How formidable! He stared in shock at the young man before him, Theodore Vahn, pondering the true nature of this extraordinary being. Chapter 172, The Demon Negotiation. Beelzebub struggled fiercely, his immense power causing tremors throughout the nation of foreign lands. Vahn furrowed his brow, and with a flicker of his consciousness, the nation underwent a transformation, enveloping Beelzebub in a vast force that began to siphon his strength. Feeling a grave threat, Beelzebub's divine energy surged. Yet he could not stem the tide of that draining sensation. The more he struggled, the faster his power dissipated. Nonetheless, his resistance afforded a sliver of hope to the other demon soldiers. Some, unable to be subdued in time, fled the square's confines, colliding with the heroes of the Justice League, thus igniting a fierce battle. The disparity in strength was significant, and the conflict swiftly quelled, leaving no one to emerge from the portal. The heroes of the Justice League also made swift progress in seizing Lucifer's domain. Presently, both Mephisto's territory and the mightiest realm of Lucifer had fallen, and the other demon lords could not escape their fate. The nation of foreign lands gradually expanded. With each passing moment, its power grew stronger. At this juncture, God number 8 arrived at the square. Vahn greeted him with a smile. God 8. How does the scenery of hell compare to your expectations? God number 8 fell silent, astonished by the rapid conquest of hell, realizing that this individual possessed formidable strength. However, he was vexed that such power, if directed toward heaven, might have been sufficient to defend it. I care not for the scenery here. I only wish to know what has become of heaven. Vahn chuckled as he draped an arm around his shoulder. My dear God, there is an ancient saying in the East, if I do not enter hell, who will? You deities and angels, perched in heaven, how can you fathom the sufferings of the mortal realm? Another old proverb states, I shall not become a Buddha until hell is empty. If you aspire to be a true God, even a representative one, you must possess grand ambitions and goals. God number 8 dismissed him with a scoff. Humph. My sole desire now is to repel the invaders from hell. If I cannot even protect heaven, what use are grand proclamations? Vahn shrugged. There's a reason you're called a mechanical mind. You're quite rigid. Regardless, I stand by my previous offer. Should heaven fall, I am willing to provide sanctuary for the fleeing angels, whether on earth, in hell, or within my secret realm. God number 8 regarded him with suspicion. His tone felt oddly reminiscent of a salesman. Just then, a disturbance emanated from the portal. Vahn turned to see a familiar figure approaching with outstretched arms. Old Mephisto. To be precise, the earthly form of Mephisto. Hey, old Meph, long time no see. Vahn exclaimed joyfully, akin to a long-lost friend. Ignoring the stunned God 8, he stepped forward, arms wide open. I previously questioned whether you were worthy of the title of Hell's Lord. I never imagined you would accomplish such a monumental feat. Conquering heaven? I couldn't have dared to dream. You truly are a paragon for our kind. Pray tell, how did your mind come to this conclusion? Allow me to take a closer look. Vahn leaned in, but Mephisto's earthly form coolly interjected. Mortal, I am the Archangel Aaron of the upper realm. Step back. Vahn stared at the angelic visage of Mephisto's earthly form, momentarily taken aback, but his prideful demeanor quickly ignited his ire. He turned to God number 8 and exclaimed, Hey, God, there's a traitor here. At your command, I can capture him, and you can interrogate him. Perhaps you might glean some heavenly insights. Aren't you in a hurry? God number 8 appeared somewhat intrigued, his crimson gaze firmly fixed on the earthly being. Just then, the mortal's visage contorted unexpectedly, and a familiar voice, that of Van Fen, emerged, speaking in a tone reminiscent of an old acquaintance. Theodore Van Fen, we are here to negotiate. Van Fen rolled his eyes in disdain. Negotiate? Humph. As a prominent figure in the mortal realm, what is there to negotiate with a demon lord like you? Mephistopheles, however, remained unperturbed. He surveyed his surroundings, instinctively sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it. It seemed that Beelzebub had indeed encountered misfortune. He adopted a slightly flattering demeanor and remarked, Mr. Van Fen, I did not expect that in our brief absence, your power would have ascended to such heights. Even the once astonishing sorcerer Ancient One pales in comparison to you. Van Fen shot him a disdainful glance. Oh, so you possess two faces. Just a moment ago, you referred to me as a mere mortal. Mephistopheles couldn't help but shrug. You must understand, as an angel, it is only natural to look down upon others. But rest assured, he will not affect our negotiations. I come with the utmost sincerity. Van Fen waved his hand dismissively. Old Mephisto, we are old friends. There's no need for you to come personally for such trivial matters. However, the folks up in heaven regard me as a savior and implore me for assistance. I felt it would be ungracious to refuse, so I pondered and thought to forge a good connection. It's really quite simple. If you send me the angels from heaven, I shall return Beelzebub and all the demons lingering in hell to you. What do you think? The corners of Mephistopheles' mouth twitched. Actually, we are not here to discuss a hostage exchange. Van Fen furrowed his brow. If not discussing hostages, then what are we talking about? Mephistopheles shook his head. After discussions with Lucifer and several colleagues, we have unanimously concluded that there exists no conflict between you and us. Mr. Van Fen, perhaps there were some minor misunderstandings previously, but those are bygone matters. We, the demon lords, have now thoroughly occupied heaven, and we are filled with joy that we wish to share with others. You are the first. Van Fen blinked in surprise. Oh, what exactly do you mean? Are you inviting me to dine with you? Of course not. Mephistopheles replied with a slight smile. We demon lords are always generous towards our friends. As it happens, following our conquest of heaven, we discovered that heaven had long been divided into 9 districts by the true God. Our number of demon lords is just insufficient. How about you take on the role of God of district number 8? Van Fen's eyes widened as he glanced back at the equally stunned mechanical God number 8. Little 8, is this district under your management? If I were to acquire district number 8 in this manner, would that not be considered helping you? The mechanical god's eyes blazed with indignation. Of course not. That would be collusion. When the true God returns, he will undoubtedly eliminate you. Van Fen's expression froze, and he quickly turned to Mephistopheles. Right, have you considered this issue? What will you do when the true God returns? Chapter 173, Marrying the Rich and Handsome. Mephistopheles chuckled dismissively. Why should you concern yourself with that? Whether he returns, or when he returns, is a matter of speculation. Would you cease eating out of fear of choking? Van Fen shook his head solemnly. Of course not. But these are two different scenarios. Choking is unlikely to be fatal, but divine retribution is likely to be lethal. Mephistopheles laughed heartily. Rest assured, the former god may never return. Van Fen felt a tremor in his heart. Why? Because this world shall give birth to a new, true god. Who? Mephistopheles cast a sidelong glance at him. Who it is, you need not concern yourself with. Suffice it to say, the former god is unlikely to return. The remnants he left behind have long entered a state of self-destruction. Our actions can be viewed as a preemptive cleansing of the previous god's remnants by the next. With a calm demeanor, Mephistopheles continued, therefore, by collaborating with us, you need not worry about the efficacy of the contract. Huh? Van Fen scratched his head in confusion. Heaven has 9 districts, and you are only offering me 1/8? Can you divide the rest adequately? And what about leaving a share for Beelzebub? The mechanical god, upon hearing his words, glared at him in fury. You, with those thick brows and big eyes, are you contemplating betrayal? Mephistopheles' expression shifted slightly, and he sighed deeply. Van Fen, you must understand that even a single district possesses immense power. In the past, Heaven was populated by those who feasted on the essence of the deceased, indulging in a life of bliss, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of change or progress. But we are different. If you can adeptly utilize the resources of this district, you will have ample means to forge a formidable army. It is even feasible to conquer the entire earth. Van Finn raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is it truly that powerful? Mephistopheles nodded. Heaven not only draws strength from hell, but it also commands the power of human faith. It is indeed formidable. Moreover, we genuinely consider you one of our own, hence we have decided to include you in our conquest plans. Van Finn's curiosity piqued. What conquest plans? Mephistopheles shook his head with pride. We, the old-timers, have not idled away our years in hell. We have devised many methods for creating powerful soldiers. Should you wish, we can impart this knowledge to you. Heaven is not the endpoint of our ambitions. It merely serves as our training ground. Our true goal is the stars and the sea. Wow. Van Finn clapped enthusiastically, though inwardly he rolled his eyes. You lot are after the stars and the sea as well. Isn't that precisely where my ambitions lie? After all, my goal is to acquire the 6 infinity stones and transform the entire universe into my sovereign domain. Surely, you small fry won't stand in my way, will you? The power attainable through the 6 infinity stones reaches the pinnacle of a single universe. Given the current circumstances, it is uncertain whether the former god could achieve such heights. It remains even more doubtful what realm the new god might attain if he were to materialize. Furthermore, even if that pinnacle is temporarily out of reach, the possibility of attaining it through continued conquests looms ominously. If a great war ensues, even if I emerge victorious, the universe would be in ruins. What good would that victory serve? Observing Van Finn's impassive expression, Mephistopheles clenched his teeth in frustration. What a greedy fellow, truly difficult to persuade. Clearing his throat, he addressed Van Finn. Old Mephisto, perhaps we should reconvene another day. I can't shake the feeling that you lack sincerity. Discuss it further when you return. Mephistopheles forced a smile. Then what precisely does Mr. Van Finn desire? I don't know. Shouldn't you be providing an offer that I cannot refuse? What if we were to raise the offer to include 2 districts? I decline. It lacks appeal. Must you not exercise your intellect and cease to fixate solely on that parcel of heaven? I find it utterly unremarkable. The once jovial expression of Mephistopheles faded as he observed the suddenly transformed demeanor of Theodore Vahn. Are you toying with me, Van? Why would I toy with you? Is there candy involved? Mephistopheles, his eyes imbued with a chill, retorted, You have merely gained temporary dominion over the portal. Do you truly believe we lack alternative means to return to hell? Van chuckled lightly. I never claimed you were incapable of returning to hell. Humph. Mephistopheles sneered, Mr. Van. It would be wise for you to recognize your position. Our current inability to return is solely due to our incomplete mastery of heaven. Once we can traverse there at will, we will effortlessly reopen the portal to this realm. At that juncture, you shall face the most formidable demons of hell and their legion of 1,000,000. Can you withstand such an onslaught? Van grinned. If the demon lords and their infernal army were to return at this very moment, I would indeed be unable to withstand them. However, is it not true that your strength is derived from hell? I am rather curious to see on which day you will manage to return. And by the time that arrives, how much of your power will remain? Mephistopheles clenched his teeth, while Van's lips curled into a slight smile. The power of the lords of hell emanated from their domain. It was precisely because Mephistopheles resided in hell, drawing upon inexhaustible strength, that he could contend with the Ancient One, who had borrowed vast power from the Dark Dimension, in a grand battle for 300 rounds. Had the contest occurred in the human realm or elsewhere, he would have surely been outmatched. At present, however, the demon lords were weakened within the sanctified light of heaven, a factor that elucidated their urgency to reclaim control of the portal or negotiate with Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles' expression darkened. Are you intent on opposing us? Van shook his head. It is you who lack sincerity. What do you desire? 3 or 4 divisions of heaven? Van waved a dismissive hand. I have already stated my disinterest in such trifles. What utility is there in acquiring mere territory? Then what do you seek? Humans or demons? Mephistopheles paused. What humans? Charming individuals. A partner? Not a wife, but a companion. Mephistopheles furrowed his brow, contemplating who in hell might be suitable for him, yet failed to arrive at a conclusion. Whom do you desire? Lucifer. If you are willing, I shall entrust the matter of proposing to you. How does that sound? You are unwilling and wish to compete with me for a partner? Yet Lucifer is male. I care not. I simply wish for him. Have you ever seen him? Never. Then from whence does your affection arise? Sigh. A political marriage. Affection is of no consequence. Mephistopheles felt dizzy and at a loss for words. Chapter 174. The demonic conspiracy, are you truly entering into a political marriage with Lucifer? Indeed. He is the strongest in hell, and I am the strongest in the human realm. A union of our strengths would allow us to rule the three realms without bloodshed. Is that not a splendid outcome? Mephistopheles' expression was complicated. Regardless of your inclinations or Lucifer's, if the two of you were to join forces, how would the remaining lord survive? Vahn beamed at Mephistopheles. Rest assured, if you can facilitate this union, I shall construct a grand palace, and you shall be the Grand Minister of Internal Affairs. Second only to me, you shall wield immense power with but a single stroke of the blade. Mephistopheles gritted his teeth. Begone. Vahn waved dismissively. Very well, until we meet again. I have no intention of relinquishing this territory to you. Ponder how you will account for this. Mephistopheles' countenance darkened. The truth of Vahn's words resonated. The power of the lords of hell stemmed from their domain, and in losing access to that energy, his strength would diminish by at least 30%. More critically, the demon lords, deprived of their energy source and reliant solely on their recuperative abilities, had become akin to fleeting shadows. Moreover, their army of 1,000,000 demons, unable to utilize supplies from heaven, could falter at any moment as resources dwindled. While it may appear to outsiders that the demon army was advancing triumphantly, the internal strife and impending challenges were known only to the lords themselves. Meanwhile, Vahn's thoughts were straightforward. If a new deity were to be born, the likelihood pointed to Lucifer. Thus, he represented the most significant obstacle to Vahn's ambition of ruling the universe. To bring him home would not merely be an act of matrimony. It would exemplify a daring spirit willing to subdue a rival. Mephistopheles growled, change your terms. Lucifer will surely refuse. How do you know he will not acquiesce? There is an ancient Eastern adage. How can one know the joy of fish if one is not a fish? What if not? Mephistopheles rolled his eyes, realizing that the young man before him was not genuinely inclined to negotiate. With a sigh, he nodded. It appears you two lack sincerity. Since you insist on this line of reasoning, I shall return and report your proposal. However, I caution you, we are still in a position to negotiate earnestly. You would do well to reflect on this. Should our patience wane, the outcome may not favor you. Rest assured, old friend, I remain ever vigilant. Mephistopheles shot him a furious glance before turning away. Vahn watched his departing figure, a frown forming on his brow, just as Mephistopheles had articulated. Should the demon lords turn against him, engaging in a battle of mutual destruction might not guarantee victory for Vahn. Even if he emerged triumphant, the toll would be great. Currently, the lords had yet to fully reclaim heaven, rendering it difficult for them to traverse freely between heaven and hell, or between heaven and the human realm. However, if they devoted some thought to it, traveling from heaven to hell might prove challenging, yet heaven to the human realm would surely be simple. The battleground could very well shift to earth. At that point, even if Vahn mustered all his strength against 1,000,000 demons, it would spell catastrophe. How to prevent such an eventuality? There were indeed several methods. For instance, he could relax his grip on the portal, granting the enemy a glimmer of hope in reclaiming it. This strategy would confine the battlefield to hell's territory. The downside, however, was the risk of failure. Should the lords regain control, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to vanquish them within hell. Moreover, competing for control of the portal with the demon lords would inevitably incur significant costs. Alternatively, Vahn could ally with God 8, advancing into heaven to maintain the battlefield there, engaging in a protracted conflict with the demon army. Yet, this too would carry considerable consequences. Or perhaps, Vahn could take a beloved companion to the planet Mivor. Yet, therein lay another dilemma. He had loved many, and would love many more, but he was uncertain if the soul gem would recognize them. Should he cast someone into the fray without securing the gem, it would be tantamount to murder, an act devoid of justification. Vahn pondered, stroking his chin, as a myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind, yet none seemed particularly reliable. Alas, the endeavor of safeguarding justice and ensuring the safety of Earth is indeed no trifling matter. At that moment, he recalled his most formidable reliance, merely a handful of gemstones. He retrieved the infinity gauntlet and idly snapped his fingers. With only 5 stones at his disposal, the power they could manifest fell far short of cosmic proportions. It offered little assistance. However, gazing at the yellow soul stone, an idea suddenly surged within him. Upon further reflection, it felt rather fantastical, bordering on impossible. Yet, the itch to experiment lingered in his heart. He longed to give it a try. Very well, a trial it shall be, but not on myself. I must seek a perfect target. In heaven, the meeting of the lords of hell was underway. In the absence of Beelzebub, only Lucifer, Belial, Mephisto, and the angel Aaron remained to attend. After Mephisto reiterated Van's conditions, he dutifully fixed his gaze upon his own toes, appearing almost slumberous. Belial and Angel Aaron exchanged glances, hastily distancing themselves as if nothing were amiss. Only Lucifer, the exquisitely handsome and unparalleled fallen angel, trembled slightly, his cheeks flushed. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely declared, "I shall punish this Theodore Vahn most severely. Bind his hands and feet, strip him of his garments, and lash him mercilessly." Mephisto suddenly lifted his head, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Are you serious?" he queried. "Then flay his skin, extract his tendons, feast upon his flesh, and drink his blood." "Ah, splendid." Mephisto wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a weight lift from his chest. "Lucifer, I understand we must never. I believe we can acquiesce." Mephisto's words were abruptly interrupted. What? Came two simultaneous exclamations of disbelief. One was from Belial, who had only just processed the earlier situation, and the other from the enraged Lucifer, his eyes glinting with fury. "Angel Aaron, are you jesting with me?" Aaron shook his head. "Morning Star, do not be agitated. I do not mean for you to genuinely acquiesce, but to feign compliance while secretly plotting a portal." Chapter 175, A Belated Love. Lucifer snorted in indignation. "Do you think our enemies would be unprepared for such a maneuver? If clandestine plotting were effective, we would not need to ignite a war. We could simply scheme for the position of God." Angel Aaron remained unfazed. "Morning Star, do not forget, if not for clandestine schemes, we might never have had the opportunity to seize heaven. We find ourselves in a predicament. Since we have this chance, why not attempt it?" Lucifer's countenance was icy. "You believe this to be an opportunity? I perceive it merely as an excuse. Pray tell, if I acquiesce yet he rebuffs, what becomes of my dignity?" Aaron hesitated, then turned to Mephisto. Whether Theodore Vahn is earnest in this proposal should be left to Mephisto to determine, as he is most familiar with the man. Suddenly called upon, the seemingly disinterested Mephisto was momentarily taken aback. Meeting Lucifer's frigid gaze, he managed a strained smile. "I think, perhaps, Theodore may not be entirely insincere." Belial furrowed his brow, contemplating the sincerity of the matter. Just as Lucifer prepared to speak, Mephisto hastily added, "In my view, regardless of Theodore Vahn's sincerity, so long as we are willing to wed, he will undoubtedly be eager to marry. The clandestine plotting Aaron speaks of does hold a modicum of potential for success." As he spoke, he caught sight of Lucifer's sullen visage and quickly clarified, "Of course, this potential is exceedingly slim. I am not advocating for it. I believe it is worth pursuing." Belial interjected unexpectedly. The three turned to him in unison. Belial offered an apologetic glance to Lucifer. "Firstly, I must clarify. I harbor no ill will towards you. I am merely voicing my personal opinion. I genuinely believe there is a modicum of opportunity for scheming here. If we are truly concerned about Theodore Vahn's potential misdeeds, we can act decisively before the wedding proceedings commence, leaving him no chance." Mephisto stared blankly at him. "Wedding? What wedding? You have already planned for a wedding?" Angel Aaron quickly supported, "Morning Star, I understand this risk seems rather abrupt. However, I must assert that the remaining angels are fiercely resistant. We must maintain the upper hand of the demon army for an extended period. Our dwindling resources cannot sustain us for long. Should we lose control over the demon army, we would be the first to suffer the repercussions. In this context, seizing every opportunity to attempt is indeed prudent." Belial furtively glanced at the livid Lucifer and quickly reassured, "Brother, during our time in hell, we have committed many unsavory acts. What does this matter? Rest assured, once we reclaim hell, I will do everything in my power to capture Theodore, allowing you to exact your vengeance." "Indeed, I support you." Mephisto murmured in agreement. Lucifer gazed into the hopeful eyes of the three before him, feeling as though the world had spun off its axis. It was over. I have been betrayed. In the ordinary section of the Nadir prison, Captain America and Iron Man had already faced the scales of justice. Thanks to the fairness of the American judicial system, Iron Man was sentenced to 3 years and was now on medical parole, serving as the chief scientific advisor of the Earth Defense Agency. Captain America, sentenced to 30 years, was currently operating a sewing machine in prison when Vahn sought him out. He was leading his former comrades in a fitness routine. It seemed that the harsh realities of prison life had not weighed heavily upon him. Indeed, considering his remarkable speed at the sewing machine, he was earning a considerable sum on the side, making his existence far more comfortable than that of the average inmate. Accompanied by a prison guard, Vahn waved him over. As a veteran of war, he did not rush, but rather completed his exercises at a leisurely pace before approaching. With a smile, Vahn said, "Shall we have a chat?" In the visitation room, Vahn continued, "Captain, I have a task I wish to entrust to you. Are you interested?" Steve Rogers regarded him quietly. With so many formidable allies at your disposal, why seek me? Van shrugged. Because they are my people. A flicker of understanding crossed Captain America's face. Is this a perilous mission? Not excessively so. It carries some risk. Is it an experiment? Well, more or less. The chances of failure are minimal. I simply prefer to avoid reckless ventures. So, will you accept? Captain America maintained a stoic expression. Why should I agree? I am merely a prisoner. Cannot you find someone else? Van approached with a smile. If you agree to my proposal, I can offer you a generous reward and even reduce your teammates' sentences. To be frank, you wouldn't want them to squander their youth behind bars, would you? Captain America glanced at him, maintaining his composure as he replied, I accept this mission. However, let me remind you, should this task conflict with justice, I will unequivocally abandon it. Rest assured, Captain, I assure you, this operation is quite straightforward. After departing from the prison, they arrived at the Thanos estate, where Van elaborated on the mission. It was, in essence, a simple endeavor, to leverage the power of the Mind Stone to make Captain America fall in love with someone, only to subsequently dispose of that individual in exchange for the Soul Stone. Naturally, the object of his affection would need to be a thoroughly despicable character. Upon hearing the mission's outline, Captain America appeared bewildered. What is the Soul Stone? Van succinctly explained, it is a cosmic treasure, but many are coveting it. Therefore, I intend to locate the stone and conceal it. Without it, the formidable weapon capable of annihilating the universe cannot be forged. Fear not. You are the pivotal protagonist and will not engage in any nefarious acts. And who will you have me fall in love with? Van's lips curled into a mysterious smile. You will know once you see him. However, I am confident that you will find yourself willing to sentence him to death. After this clarification, Captain America reluctantly acquiesced. Van produced the Infinity Gauntlet, channeling the power of the 5 stones to locate the planet Vormer. After numerous failed attempts, they finally succeeded. A portal materialized, and Van called out to Captain America, leading them to a desolate mountainside. As they surveyed their surroundings, Van took the lead, and soon they reached a bend where a figure, clad in flowing garments, awaited them. It has been ages since anyone has arrived here. It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain America. Upon recognizing the figure, Captain America's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists, ready to strike. Their meeting was charged with animosity. After a moment, the Red Skull seemed to recollect his duties, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Captain America and instead addressing Van. What brings you here, Theodore Vahn? You are Theodore, are you not? The Red Skull suddenly furrowed his brow. Why can I not discern your father's name? Is it not old Theodore? Van was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the Soul Stone could reveal his origins from another universe. I am unique, he proclaimed, retrieving the Infinity Gauntlet, its reality stone gleaming. The Red Skull felt an extraordinary energy envelop him, severing his connection to this place, restoring him to the form of an ordinary human. Observing the now normal Red Skull, Captain America furrowed his brow and turned to Van. Wait. Who is this person you wish to enchant me with? Van shrugged, hands open, and smiled. You guessed it, it's him. What? Captain America's face flushed with anger. Theodore Vahn, you are insulting me. He is a war criminal from World War II, a Nazi, a scoundrel, a detestable fiend. How could you make me love him? He is a man. Van shook his head. Captain, you must grasp the essence of this matter. Fundamentally, I am not asking you to love him. Rather, I am compelling you to kill him. As a war criminal, he bears inescapable guilt, does he not? He has evaded the justice he deserves. Doesn't he that reflect your own failure? Van extended his hands. Now, I offer you an opportunity, a chance to bring his life to an end. Do not dwell on the feelings of love that will be conjured. They are merely the effects of magic and the rampant hormones in your mind. The Red Skull, seemingly grasping the situation, widened his eyes. You intend to cast me down to obtain the Soul Stone? And to use magic to make him love me? Impossible. You will not succeed. You absolutely will not succeed. Van shot him a glare. Silence. You, a war criminal, have no right to speak. With a flicker of the Infinity Gauntlet, the Red Skull felt himself ensnared by an unseen force, his mouth sealed. He experienced the helplessness akin to meat on a chopping block. Captain America continued to resist. I cannot do this. What you propose is no different than making me love Hitler, that murderer. Captain, Ben exclaimed, why do you lack understanding? I have told you. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would never coerce you in this manner. But the Earth is in peril. The forces of heaven have been vanquished by hell. Next, it will be Earth's turn. Do you believe you can withstand the onslaught of hell's million-strong army? My actions are solely for the sake of the people of Earth. Breathless, Captain America struggled to articulate his thoughts. Van sighed. Captain, you have experienced World War II. You know how many sacrificed their lives to defeat the Nazis. For the sake of victory, some betrayed their friends, their kin, and their very beings. Now, for our planet, you need only to temporarily betray your own soul. Why do you hesitate? Vahn raised his hand. I assure you, once you cast him off the cliff, I will immediately lift the enchantment of the Mind Stone. You will return to your normal state. Captain America gritted his teeth. Why not seek another? Why me? Because you possess the strongest sense of justice, the utmost sense of responsibility, the greatest selflessness, and the most profound strength. Others would likely falter in such a task. Could Stark do it? He could not. Only you, and you alone, can withstand the profound sorrow and make the right choice. Captain America fixed his gaze upon Vahn. And you? Why not you? I would wish to, but I am unlike you. I am an exceedingly benevolent individual. I love everyone on this earth. Truly, I do love. However, I cannot ascertain if my advanced ideals would be recognized by the Soul Stone. Should it reject me, would that not render my efforts futile? Vahn continued, moreover, my mental fortitude is too formidable. Magic's effect on me is minimal. While you two are a superhero, you possess a heart akin to that of ordinary people. That is what makes you so unique, so great. Captain America, pained, glanced at the bound Red Skull, closing his eyes in agony. Remember your promise. Once I cast him down, lift the spell immediately. Of course, Captain. The three approached the edge of the cliff, where fierce winds howled below. Captain America wore an expression of noble resolve, while the Red Skull was gripped by fear. Captain, I am about to act. Gaze into the Red Skull's eyes. It will enhance the effect. Captain America rolled his eyes dramatically, inhaling deeply 3 times before turning to face Red Skull. The gauntlet in Vahn's hand radiated an orange glow, enveloping the two in an enigmatic power. In truth, Vahn had told a slight fib, not a total lie, but rather a truth left unspoken. He had merely informed Captain America that he would make him fall in love with Red Skull, however, to ensure the desired effect. He had also compelled Red Skull to fall in love with Captain America. Each was deeply, profoundly in love. A gentle breeze swept across the cliff's edge, causing the ice and snow to seemingly melt away in an instant, as warmth began to envelop the surroundings. After utilizing the Infinity Gauntlet, Vahn took a few steps back, turning his back to them. Yet the gauntlet continued to shimmer with light, and something flickered in his eyes. At the precipice, gazing upon Red Skull's simultaneously familiar and foreign visage, Steve's thoughts were drawn far back into the past. Memories from decades ago surged forth. When had they first met? Was it in a newspaper? At that time, he had merely been a frail, bullied boy from Brooklyn with only an ordinary friend by his side. Eventually, he participated in that renowned experiment, undergoing a monumental transformation. Yet, he never had the opportunity to meet him. In the stench-ridden military barracks, on the icy battlegrounds, amidst the ruins of collapsed bunkers, he had envisioned countless scenarios of their meeting. However, the true encounter, the genuine clarity of their appearances, only occurred amidst a torrent of gunfire. One fleeing, the other pursuing. Back then, no, we were that innocent. But when did everything change? Chapter 177, No Longer Innocent. Between us, innocence was lost. Alas, Steve caught a glimpse into Schmidt's eyes, deep and profound, like an inescapable abyss. Vahn, release his restraints. He will not flee. Vahn complied. Schmidt glanced down at the precipice. Is this to be my end? I am sorry. Why apologize? I am deserving of my fate. Steve choked. I should have handed you over to the court. Not like this. It is unfair to you. No, it is precisely my fortune. Schmidt paused. To commit such heinous crimes, and to die so simply, is my greatest fortune. Especially now, at this very moment, with... He glanced back at Steve. Silence, a prolonged silence. Ahem. Vahn coughed. Steve abruptly awakened. He looked at the figure before him, hesitating before speaking. The time has come. Schmidt stepped willingly to the edge of the cliff, arms outstretched. Come. Steve approached him from behind, feeling an involuntary tremor in his hand. His hand rested upon Schmidt's waist. Ahem. Vahn coughed again. Schmidt placed his palm on his waist. Do you need my assistance? Steve had yet to react when he suddenly stepped forward. Simultaneously, in a swift motion, he squeezed Schmidt's hand. Watching that face slowly plummet before him, Steve felt as though a significant part of his chest had hollowed out. Clearly, this was merely the effect of those damned hormones. Thud. A dull thud echoed as it struck the ground. A hint of moisture welled in Steve's eyes as he turned to Vahn, his voice tinged with an anxiety he realized he possessed. Hurry, break the spell's effect. Vahn did not respond but stood, staring blankly at him. No, this is wrong. Logically speaking, Captain America should awaken amidst an illusion akin to a placid water surface. Should he not? Could it be that this method truly bore no fruit? That would be quite the predicament. Captain America would have suffered in vain. Look, even his eyes are sweating. In desperation, Van dispelled the Mind Stone's effect on Captain America. The freshly awakened Captain America gasped. No, my God. He strode towards Van, disregarding everything, grasping Van's collar. Seal it. You must seal my memories. Today's events must never be spoken of. What? Van looked troubled. Why didn't you say so sooner? What? Captain America sensed something amiss. Because your selfless and noble spirit deeply moved me. I took the liberty of recording the previous scenes. And then, they were sent back to Earth as an internal training video for the Justice League and Earth Defense Agency heroes and agents. They must have already gathered personnel to watch it. Captain America instantly aged a few years, glancing back at the cliff. Then seized him. What are you planning? With Red Skull dead, isn't there a guide missing here? I'll stay. You return alone. Captain, you'll starve to death here. I have already died. Thanks to you, Theodore Vahn. Van waved his hand. Oh, Captain, I was merely jesting. You're far too sensitive. You frightened my little heart. A glimmer of hope flashed in Captain America's eyes. Where was the jest? You didn't record the video, did you? The video was recorded. Then you didn't send it back to Earth? Given the distance, you couldn't possibly send it, right? It was sent. Then no one has seen it. There were viewers. Where precisely did you jest? The video was not used as an internal training video for the Justice League. Captain America gritted his teeth. So you mean? The viewers were few? Van blinked and nodded vigorously. Yes, very few. Captain America appeared skeptical. How few is very few? Van furrowed his brow. Perhaps 3 or 4. 5 or 6, 7 or 8. By the way, Captain, I believe you need not worry about this matter at all. Let us just deny it altogether, shall we? Captain America paused. How do we deny it? Van waved his hand. Simple. I'll find someone to shoot dozens of similar videos and post them online, claiming they are private productions and not the real situation. Then I'll discreetly take down the original video from the internet. I'll muddle the waters. Then, I'll hire a wave of online commentators to create a narrative, and finally, you can issue a denial statement, feigning to hold the shooter accountable. In the end, we'll let it cool down, so the onlookers won't discern who is real and who is fake. This is my forte, Captain America pondered. Nodding thoughtfully, you do make a fair point. Wait, what do you mean by taking the video down from the internet? Van's expression shifted as he hurried to the cliff's edge. Oh no, Red Skull has died in vain. Without the Soul Stone, the Earth is indeed in peril. What shall we do now? Captain America, ever concerned for the world, wore a grave expression. Are you certain there are no other options? Van contemplated for a moment. Well, I think our failure may stem from relying too heavily on magic. Perhaps the Soul Stone requires genuine emotion. But genuine emotion takes time to cultivate. Why not? Van looked at Captain America and said, I'll find someone else. You can train them. The captain shot him a fierce glare, prompting Van to wisely abandon his persuasion. The atmosphere fell into a temporary silence. Captain America gazed down the cliff, suddenly muttering to himself, I will no longer sell my soul, but I can trade my life. What does that mean? Van inquired. With a sigh, Captain America responded, Van, seek every possible means to resist the enemy. I can promise you that if the Earth truly cannot be saved, I am willing to return here once more. Van squinted his eyes. Return here for what? The captain rolled his eyes. I return here, certainly not to be with you. I will be with Bucky. Hiss. Van gasped. What? Are you going to push Bucky off? Captain America shot him a glare and shook his head. No, I hope Bucky can bring the stone back. Oh, a hint of admiration crossed Van's face. Captain, you are indeed a commendable leader. Your lofty ideals are truly beyond my reach. I assure you, I will respect your wishes. I will prepare for battle. And you must also be ready at all times. I believe that through our combined efforts, we can save the Earth. Captain America replied. Chapter 178. I dare to marry. Do you dare to wed? Van's journey was not in vain. At least he had Captain America's assurance. In the event that the demonic army truly invaded Earth, it provided a fallback plan. After contemplating, he took a large wooden sign and a thick black marker from the divine realm, nailed the sign at the cliff's edge, and wrote a few words. To obtain the soul stone, one must exchange the soul of a loved one. Note 1. Simply throw the loved one off the cliff. There is no need to use magic to extract the soul from their body. Note 2. A person with a broad love cannot obtain the stone through this method, as the stone does not recognize it. Note 3. Do not use magic, potions, or other nefarious means to transform someone into your beloved. The stone will not acknowledge it. Note 4. After acquiring the stone, please immediately contact Theodore Vahn at the Orion arm of the Milky Way, third planet of the solar system, Manhattan, New York. Please be advised that failure to comply with Note 4 will result in unspeakable unknown fears descending upon you. In heaven, Lucifer, feeling vexed, engaged in a scuffle with Mephisto and the other two. A 1-against-3 encounter proved to be futile. Defeated, he fell to the ground, pointing at the others and cursing. You fools, fighting among yourselves before heaven is even conquered. Do you think I can't see through your schemes? You fear I might become the new god. So you wish to eliminate me first. Upon hearing the accusation, Mephisto and the others remained unfazed. Big brother, you are wronging us. We act for the good of the million-strong demonic army and for your benefit. Why can't you recognize our goodwill? Huh, you pretentious fool. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Lucifer huffed. Even if you defeat me, what of it? You still have 3 of you. I see that the angel Aaron is the next most likely candidate to become an angel. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, skillfully sowing discord. Belial. Mephisto has a close relationship with him. There might even be something more between them. You are entirely an outsider, cooperating with them. Do you not fear that they will sell you out in the end? Belial shook his head. Lucifer, you need not say more. Since I have chosen to cooperate with them, I am prepared, and I trust them. Lucifer fixed his gaze on him, slowly asserting. It seems you 3 have your own secrets. Meanwhile, Mephisto and the angel Aaron whispered to each other. Mephisto raised an eyebrow. Are we really going to hand him over to Theodore Vahn? Is that not too hasty? How is it hasty? Do you think that fellow will be satisfied? I don't know. What should we do? I have some understanding of that guy. He is often surrounded by female admirers, but always women. Though Lucifer is handsome, he is ultimately a man. That guy Vahn might find it difficult to be assertive. Aaron frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Change his nature. And end it swiftly. Aaron was taken aback. Who can bear such a responsibility? Mephisto smirked. I have an executioner from the ancient eastern lands, most skilled at butchering pigs. 1 swift cut, never 2. He is the Lord of Hell. He can grow it back immediately. A special potion, no recurrence. Is that effective against demon lords too? Did we not seal his powers? What about his upper body? Do you know about the art of human anatomy? None of this is an issue. The angel Aaron looked at Lucifer with a sense of awe. This was the Lord of Hell. Even if he couldn't defeat the 3 of them together in hell, with boundless hell energy, he could retreat at ease. But now in heaven, whether he could fight or flee was beyond his control. The momentary greed had led to the present calamity, such as fate. Lucifer sensed the intense gaze of the 2 and felt an ominous foreboding well up within him. What are you 2 up to? Mephisto wore a sinister smile. Big brother, your blissful life is about to begin. From now on, we dare not reach for the heights. Do not think of us anymore. The sky is high. The road is long, and we shall not meet again. Vahn sensed unusual activity at the heaven-hell portal as a portal appeared on sight. As he arrived, he saw the old Mephisto's human form squatting on the ground, drawing circles. Upon seeing Vahn approach, Mephisto immediately stood up, excitedly exclaiming, Vahn, I have come to deliver your bride. Vahn paused slightly. What bride? Mephisto beamed. The bride you requested before, Lucifer. After our internal meetings and friendly negotiations, Lucifer has come to realize that he is deeply in love with you and cannot remain alone. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to fulfill your mutual desire and choose a day for the wedding. Vahn swallowed hard. What is happening? Is the old Mephisto truly this formidable? Even the strongest Lord of Hell can be dealt with? Are you guys trying to trick me? Did Lucifer really agree? Of course, for you. He is willing to make great changes, just to make you satisfied. I guarantee he will leave you in awe, disbelief, and ecstatic joy. Vahn appeared bewildered. I don't quite understand what you are saying. Besides, I am rather straightforward. However, overall, this is indeed good news. In this way, the strongest Lucifer will undoubtedly lose the opportunity to compete for the new god. The power of the lords of hell has undoubtedly been diminished. As for marrying me, it really isn't necessary. Old Mephisto, marriage is about mutual affection. We are 2 grown men, so please refrain from such jokes. I was just joking. You are being too polite. Huh. Mephisto raised his voice. You are joking about something like this with me? How absurd. How do you conduct business like this? What about Lucifer's reputation? Mephisto shouted angrily. Let me tell you, behind us lords of hell is an army of 1,000,000 demons. If you wish to breach the contract, ask them if they will agree. I tell you, today, you must marry, whether you like it or not. Vahn scratched his head in confusion. Mephisto, with an air of calm authority, declared, let me tell you, our vast army is becoming restless in heaven. If you agree, it will be a joyous affair for all. If you refuse, our forces shall descend upon you in an instant. Vahn glared at him. Oh, come now, old Mephisto. Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? I have sealed the portal. What can you do to me? I should inform you. We have already gained partial control of heaven. We can establish a one-way passage to earth. If you choose not to marry, we shall engage in battle. After all, we have severed our retreat. Starving in heaven is still death, and dying in battle on earth is also death. You must choose. Oh dear. Vahn's eyes widened. I have truly stepped into a predicament. Chapter 179, Marriage as a Transaction. Observing Mephisto's shameless demeanor, Vahn realized he was facing a formidable adversary. Shakespeare once pondered, to marry or not to marry? That is indeed a question. After a brief contemplation, he perceived that, with Captain America as his ally, he need not exert himself excessively. He could merely employ the art of procrastination. Should an unwitting soul venture to Vormir and cast aside his beloved in pursuit of the Soul Stone, all would be resolved effortlessly, would it not? A faint smile crept across Vahn's face. Old Mephisto, you are well aware of my disdain for war and my love for peace. I have never held significant animosity towards your realm of hell. However, to hastily acquiesce to the marriage with Lucifer would be a profound disrespect to you. How about I take a couple of days to consult with my family and provide you with a prompt response? Mephisto's eyes widened. Theodore Vahn, do not attempt to deceive me. Your father has long since passed. You have no family. You are utterly alone. Vahn, with a grave expression, replied earnestly, Old Mephisto, you misunderstand the essence of human emotion. Although I have no biological family, I am surrounded by many who hold emotional significance for me. I have always been a person of deep feelings. How could I disregard their sentiments and readily agree to your proposition? If I were such a person, would you still hold me in esteem? How could Lucifer find happiness by my side? Mephisto furrowed his brow. Did you not mention before that political marriages are just that? Why concern yourself so? As long as you ceremoniously bring her into your home, she becomes yours. An ancient saying from the East goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. How could she possibly object? Old Mephisto, I must criticize you. Your words reek of patriarchal arrogance. Why do you cling to such outdated Eastern notions? You have failed to grasp the essence of marriage, which requires meticulous preparation and time, complete with formalities and adornments. Moreover, this union between men is unprecedented, and I must study it thoroughly. You mustn't rush me. Oh dear. Mephisto smacked his thigh. Have I failed to clarify something important? Vahn, sensing his excitement, cautiously inquired, what is it? Upon learning that you are a man, Lucifer has made an immense sacrifice to be with you for eternity. Disregarding the scrutiny of the mortal realm, Vahn's eyes widened in confusion. Lucifer? Sacrifice? A peculiar smile danced across Mephisto's face. From now on, you may refer to her as Queen Lucifer. Vahn stood momentarily frozen, a chill creeping from his spine to the nape of his neck. What is happening? Could it be that Lucifer has developed feelings for me? Why would she know? He make such a choice. This cannot be true. Unless, of course, it was coerced. Vahn's gaze sharpened at Mephisto. Old man, there must be factional strife among you, isn't there? I knew it. You so-called lords of hell, without resolve, will eventually stab one another in the back. Yet, I must say, your schemes are quite malicious. Forcing the illustrious Lucifer into marriage with another is one thing, but to manipulate her in such a manner. Seemingly reading Vahn's thoughts, Mephisto smirked. Vahn, it appears you have deduced what transpired. You must also sense our determination. No more excuses. You need only respond with one word, marry or not. I. Vahn, exasperated, finally relented, marry. Excellent. Mephisto's face broke into a spring-like smile. Let us discuss the dowry. What? Vahn felt he had been ensnared. What followed was a protracted negotiation between Vahn and Mephisto over the terms of the dowry. Ultimately, Vahn, unable to withstand the pressure, conceded. By mutual agreement, Vahn would cede territories in hell from Mephisto and Belial while acquiring the 8th and 9th districts in heaven. Furthermore, he was to transport the heaven portal to a designated location, where it would be jointly guarded by Mephisto, Belial, and himself. Additionally, Vahn was tasked with ensuring Lucifer's confinement, ideally preventing her return to hell. In conclusion, they signed a non-aggression treaty, pledging to coexist peacefully, develop together, and build a beautiful hell, enjoying a splendid life. Once all was settled, Mephisto eagerly brought forth Queen Lucifer, placing her in Vahn's hands. According to him, we are all children of hell, unconcerned with trivial formalities. A fair exchange of money for goods, without the burden of unnecessary rituals. A clear transaction, with no debts remaining. Before departing, Mephisto leaned in and whispered, time is of the essence, and I have not had the opportunity for thorough instruction. I have a comprehensive guide for you. Take a look. Remember, keep a close watch on her. The violence of the outside world is unsuitable for her. She must never return. Vahn summoned immense courage as he turned to the quietly standing Lucifer. Instantly, he was struck with awe. This woman was an ethereal beauty, seemingly beyond the realm of mortal creation. As a masterpiece of the Almighty, she possessed unparalleled grace. Her figure was voluptuous, with fair skin and striking features. Despite the gender transformation, Her facial contours had merely softened, delivering a crushing blow to all other women. Noticing Van's obvious distraction, Lucifer blushed deeply. "You pervert. What are you staring at?" Van gasped in astonishment. "Mephisto, you have deceived me. This is untrained. Surely, you have exchanged her very essence." Van pinched his thigh, striving to regain composure, and with a calm demeanor declared, "Lucifer, Queen, our union is a political marriage, devoid of emotional entanglements. I believe." He spoke at length before pausing to seek her opinion. "What do you think?" "You are correct. I have no objections." "Thank you." Van rolled his eyes, realizing this woman could not be allowed to linger. Merely gazing upon her face would present a constant trial. "Your Majesty, I have discovered a picturesque location within my secret realm, adorned with both mountains and water, exuding tranquility." Before Lucifer could fully comprehend the situation, Vahn had opened a portal to the divine realm, enveloping him in an instant. Only after that enchanting figure had vanished did Vahn exhale a sigh of relief. Had anything gone awry, and he lost control, it would have been a profound disgrace to his ancestors. Chapter 180. Captain Marvel returns to Earth. Following negotiations between Mephisto and others with Vahn, a collective sigh of relief emanated from all parties involved. The remaining angels in heaven congregated, steadfastly guarding the last Sector 7. As for the lords of hell and their demonic legions, they returned to their infernal domain, having resolved never to depart so easily again. Just look at the tragic toll on Queen Lucifer. Vahn acquired Lucifer's territory, a portion of her dowry. He did not lament this outcome, for unbeknownst to all, he had sown the seeds of divine assimilation throughout hell, including the realms of Mephisto and Belial, and even heaven itself. Now, all he required was time. As the influence of the foreign realm gradually spread, he would soon gain complete dominion over both heaven and hell. By that time, the lords of hell would not suffice with merely marrying off a Queen Lucifer. On this day, Vahn was engaged in some simple administrative tasks at the Typhon Tower when he suddenly received a notification from the Earth Defense Agency. A streak of light, surpassing the speed of light, appeared within the solar system, entering the atmosphere and seemingly plummeting towards New York City. Vahn rose slowly and made his way to the outdoor garden. By chance, a woman radiating a kaleidoscope of colors descended before him like a superhero. It was Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. She regarded Vahn with a scrutinizing gaze, her thoughts a mystery. Vahn found himself intrigued by her. Initially, when he had placed Nick Fury on the global wanted list, he had harbored concerns for a considerable time, fearing that one night he might return to Earth and launch a surprise attack on his slumbering self. Yet, unexpectedly, she had only now made her entrance. At this moment, Vahn had grown somewhat indifferent towards her. A smile graced his lips. "Carol, it is a pleasure to see you. Welcome back to Earth. Theodore Vahn, your reputation precedes you. Has my renown spread throughout the cosmos? I wonder who frequently whispers my name in your ear." Vahn tilted his head. "Nick Fury, perhaps?" Captain Marvel nodded. "He has indeed spoken quite a bit. There are some matters I wish to verify with you. Are you amenable?" "Certainly, please proceed." "He claims you are engaged in large-scale abductions of people, possibly conducting extermination experiments. Is this true?" "Absolutely not." Vahn shook his head. "He asserts that you have slandered him as a Hydra agent, issuing a global manhunt to eliminate him. Is this true?" "Indeed," Vahn acknowledged with a nod. "He alleges you seek to dominate the world, with a high probability of becoming a dictator akin to Hitler. Is this true?" "Not at all." Vahn shook his head. "He also mentioned that you wield superpowers on Earth, frequently threatening various governments. Is this true?" "To some extent," Vahn conceded with a nod. "In truth, I have eliminated a fair number of individuals. There are many fools within the governments of the world. They collude with businesses, manipulate laws, disregard human life, and exploit the populace, the greatest parasites of this world." Carol nodded, furrowing her brow in contemplation. "But the fools of this world cannot be killed off entirely." Vahn regarded her, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Who says they cannot be eliminated?" Carol's eyes sharpened. "Can you truly eradicate them?" Vahn spread his hands. "I can indeed." In a cold tone, Carol queried, "By what means do you track them down and kill them?" "I see them. You are surveilling the entire world," she exclaimed, her voice filled with anger. "I am safeguarding the world, but you have not sought their opinions, nor considered their wishes. Perhaps they do not require your so-called protection." "They do not." "Huh. It seems I have stumbled upon a jest." Vahn laughed heartily. After a while, he stifled his laughter. "Without me, this world would have long since perished. Do you have any inkling of how many times I have saved it? Do you know how many calamities it has faced?" Vahn gazed at Carol, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Please understand, it is this world that needs me, not I who need it." A hint of disdain flickered across Carol's face. "Do you believe no one else has saved this world? If it were not for me, The Kree Empire would have conquered it decades ago. But did I ever demand anything in return? Did I ever interfere? No. This planet has its own destiny. The people here have their own choices. Even if they were to march towards extinction? Of course not. As long as we protect them, they will not face extinction. But that does not grant us the right to interfere with their lives. There are other superheroes. They have their own lives. I do not believe gathering them all under your Justice League is the correct course of action. Vaughn grimaced, his gaze filled with contempt as he regarded the resolute Captain Marvel. So, you believe these superheroes should remain independent, facing ceaseless calamities on their own? Have you considered that when they are scattered, most can only passively confront the schemes of villains? At that point, individuals have often already suffered harm. Now, I am uniting them, and with the global early warning system, we can crush 99% of crime in its cradle. Each year, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives directly or indirectly. Vaughn's eyes blazed with intensity. And now you dare to speak to me about not interfering with them? Tell me, what benefit is there to you in allowing tens of thousands to die each year? Are you secretly in league with those malevolent deities or demons? Are you willing to take responsibility for their deaths? Carol retorted angrily, nonsense. How could I ever do such a thing? I am solely acting in the interest of the people on Earth. They require democracy and freedom. Humph. Vaughn scoffed disdainfully. What they most require is to survive. Not to be ensnared in the grotesque worldviews propagated by politicians, capitalists, and the media. I had thought you would grasp this. Yet, it seems you are merely a docile lamb. Vaughn shook his head and sighed. Individuals like you are filled with arrogance and ignorance. You always perceive others as reflections of your own imagination. In truth, you do not even know what you are. What you believe is merely indoctrination. You never bend down to listen to the voices of the common people. Instead, you arrogantly act as pawns of capital and media. Fury ignited in Carol's eyes, as if she were on the verge of lunging at him. Vaughn regarded her with indifference. Long ago, I declared that the only protector suited for this world is me. Do you know why? Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, furrowed her brow and remained silent. Vaughn glanced at her, then at the bustling city of New York, spreading his arms wide. For I alone am unafraid to soil my hands. Chapter 181, The Heart of an Old Father. Vaughn casually cast a glance at the reticent Captain Marvel and remarked, "It must be Nick Fury who summoned you back, right? That man is far more stubborn than you. I demand to meet him." Carol shook her head. "While there is some merit to your words, I must insist on restoring the privacy and democratic rights of the people of Earth. History follows its own trajectory. Human interference causes far greater harm to this world. So, you have resolved to stand against me?" Vaughn nodded. "On what grounds do you assert that my presence is not a manifestation of progress? Huh? Do you truly believe that democracy and freedom are the essence of civilization?" Carol gazed deeply at him. "I have already cautioned and advised you. This matter concerns the fate of the world. Should you remain unwilling to abandon your notions, we shall compel you to see the truth." Vaughn narrowed his eyes and inquired, "When you say we, who do you refer to?" Carol looked skyward. "The time is almost upon us. You will come to know." With that, the radiant energy enveloping her surged once more, and she ascended into the heavens. Not long after she departed, Vaughn felt a disturbance in the fabric of space from a considerable distance. With a mere thought, an invisible force enveloped him, and a final portal to space materialized before him. Taking a step forward, he found himself in the vastness beyond Earth. The space before him quivered slightly, and in the next moment, a colossal spacecraft emerged. Its surface bore unmistakable signs of repairs. It was a quintessential Ravager ship. Vaughn pondered, how did a Ravager ship come to be here? Soon, a three-dimensional projection materialized before him, revealing a blue-skinned alien, Yondu. "Master of Earth, I come on behalf of Star-Lord. I hope you will permit me to retrieve him from his earthly prison." Upon seeing Vaughn, Yondu spoke with surprising courtesy. Vaughn was taken aback, but replied, "He has violated Earth's laws, and the court has rendered its judgment. He is currently serving his sentence in prison. You may take him as soon as his term is completed." Yondu paused momentarily. "What crime has he committed?" "Trespassing into American airspace, invading private property, and carrying high-energy weaponry. He has also faced increased sentencing due to multiple escape attempts." "Sir, I have watched this child grow up. I know well what kind of person he is. I believe his actions are a result of provocation, particularly by his unreliable companions, Drax, the muscular man, and Gamora, the woman, as well as that creature known as Rocket." Yondu maintained his composure. "I contend that they should bear the greater responsibility, rather than the innocent Quill being unjustly imprisoned." Vaughn scratched his head. "Firstly, all members of the Guardians of the Galaxy are incarcerated. Secondly, the most severe escape attempt was instigated by Quill's father. I hardly think he is innocent. Upon hearing the mention of Quill's father, Yondu's expression shifted dramatically, his voice tinged with anxiety. What do you mean by Quill's father? Is he newly recognized or biological? Vahn chuckled lightly. A father is not something one misidentifies. He is indeed biological. Ego has come here? He has. How did he arrive? He flew here. How did he fly? A faint smile crept across Vaughn's face. Ego came as he always does. He is a... Vaughn's expression remained unchanged. Ego has been defeated. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing this news, Yondu's face broke into an exuberant smile. Wonderful. That fiend is finally dead. Mr. Blueskin. He is not dead. He is merely confined. However, it is true that he attempted to orchestrate an escape with the Guardians. Star-Lord and the others must face punishment. Yondu furrowed his brow. Sir, I clearly saw that woman Gamora was free as a bird. Vahn shrugged. Gamora and Rocket made a deal with me. They undertook a task on my behalf in exchange for a chance at reduced sentences for all. Yondu fell silent. After some time, he seemed to comprehend. Sir, did you just say that completing your task could lead to reduced sentences? Vahn waved his hands dismissively. Such tasks are not common. And he paused, prompting Yondu to inquire, and what? Alas, Star-Lord has lost his father and is heartbroken. He is currently in prison shedding tears, having lost a considerable amount of weight. Even if there were any tasks in his current state, he is not suited to undertake them. Upon hearing this, Yondu sighed. Sir, if there are any tasks, I could complete them in his stead. If not, might you consider accepting monetary compensation, minerals, or advanced technology in exchange for Star-Lord's reduced sentence? Observing Yondu's relentless determination, Vahn couldn't help but marvel at the genuine concern of a father. That old rascal Ego could hardly compare to this devoted guardian. Regrettably, Star-Lord, still a naive youth, was far from grasping the depth of this sentiment. In response to Yondu's inquiry, Vahn slowly shook his head. I'm afraid that Earth's prisons do not have such provisions at this time. Yondu sighed again. Sir, may I inquire how much longer Star-Lord would need to remain in prison after Gamora and Rocket complete their task? Vahn calculated in his mind and replied, not too long. 3 to 5 years should suffice. Upon hearing this, Yondu shook his head repeatedly. 3 to 5 years? That is far too long. But I currently have no recourse. A flicker of caution arose within Vahn. Could Yondu harbor ulterior motives? Were he and Captain Marvel colluding? Just as he pondered this, a distortion rippled through the surrounding space. Soon, a small spacecraft leaped through the fabric of space. Vahn recognized it from a distance, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yondu, too, called out in surprise. Oh, ascent, that Gamora and that raccoon-esque ship? How did they return? Have they completed their task? Vahn then realized it was indeed the Guardian's small spacecraft, and they had evidently spotted Vahn and Yondu, heading straight for them. As they drew closer, he heard Gamora's urgent voice calling out, Mr. Vahn, trouble is brewing. We are being pursued. Chapter 182, Supreme Evolution. With Gamora and Rocket's cries for help, a colossal cosmic ship soon materialized in the space around them. In comparison, even Yondu's Ravager ship appeared diminutive. It was a spiraled, elongated vessel, arriving with an imposing presence. Rocket and Gamora hovered beside Vahn, with Rocket speaking first. Boss, we spread the news of the Soul Stone throughout the universe as per your instructions. Shortly after contacting a company named Orgo, we found ourselves under attack. Rocket stated emphatically, Boss, they must be after your stone. I could discern at a glance that they were not of virtuous character. Strike them swiftly and incarcerate them all. Vahn gazed intently at Rocket for a moment. Are you truly unaware of why they pursue you? Rocket's eyes reflected confusion, evidently. He was oblivious to the connection between the Supreme Evolution and the Ogayer Corporation. Vahn cast a glance at the massive spacecraft. Do you know who the owner of this vessel is? Who? The Supreme Evolution. Rocket Raccoon was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting from disbelief to profound sorrow. Gamora sensed the shift and inquired, who is the Supreme Evolution? Rocket Raccoon replied slowly. He is the one who conducted experiments on me, transforming me into this. Now, he has come to hunt me down. Gamora turned to Vahn. Fear not, Mr. Vahn is here. He cannot harm you. Huh. Vahn looked bewildered. What does this have to do with me? At that moment, a projection materialized before Vahn, reminiscent of Yondu. The Supreme Evolution surveyed the assembly with a slow gaze, his focus landing on Vahn, who was nearly exposed to the vacuum of space, and said, Sir, I have an experimental subject that has escaped. Fortunately, it was discovered a few days ago. Now, I have come to retrieve it, and should it have caused you any inconvenience, I am more than willing to offer compensation. Rocket Raccoon glared at him with hatred. You are a butcher, an executioner. I ought to return and slay you. Gamora interjected. Mr. Vahn, Rocket is your prisoner. It would be disgraceful to hand him over so casually, especially to someone who holds life in contempt and toys with humanity. Vahn turned to the Supreme Evolution and shrugged. You heard them. My prisoners are unwilling to accompany you. Perhaps you should wait a moment. As long as they do not attempt another escape, they will soon be released. At that time, you may resolve your grievances at your leisure. I shall not interfere. The Supreme Evolution's expression darkened as he scrutinized Vahn, seemingly appraising his strength. Sir, that raccoon is my property. According to interstellar customs, I possess the right to reclaim it. Interstellar customs? What customs? Vahn inquired innocently. Apologies, but I am merely a rustic who has never set foot in interstellar realms. I do not comprehend your customs. However, according to my own standards, he cannot accompany you at this time. The Supreme Evolution forcibly suppressed his anger. I have stated, I can offer you compensation. I am his owner. I am responsible for him, and I possess the right to reclaim him. Mr. Vahn, safeguarding a slave's interests is not the duty of a master. You only embolden them, making them ever more daring and audacious. Vahn smirked. Oh, you just claimed responsibility for him, are you certain? Are you interested in taking on the responsibility of his sentence? You, the Supreme Evolution, wish to continue this dispute? Just then, the surrounding space suddenly trembled once more. This time, the scale was immense, far exceeding the previous disturbance, at least several dozen times greater. Soon, enormous voids manifested in the fabric of space, followed by the arrival of dozens of colossal warships. Vahn took a cursory glance and found them strikingly familiar, resembling the style of Thanos. Previously, after taking Thanos in, he had not kept him close but had sent him to command his fleet and inherit his legacy. It appeared something had gone awry. After all, his subordinate, known as General Corvus Glaive, was evidently a rogue. Indeed, he soon received a distress signal from Thanos. Boss, help me. Corvus Glaive and Supergiant have betrayed me. They seek to kill me. So it was true. Vahn's eye twitched. Was Thanos truly so weak that he could not handle two of his own subordinates? What use are you? Thanos defended himself pitifully. These two have undoubtedly conspired for a long time. They first took control of my Chitauri Legion and then recruited numerous intermediaries. Together, they shattered my throne and modified my vessel. Thus, when I returned, the majority feared I would hold them accountable and resolutely sided with them. Although I possess greater strength, their numbers are simply overwhelming. To think you are renowned as a formidable figure in the universe, yet cannot manage such a trivial matter? Vahn rebuked. Boss, you instructed me to be a good person. I was on the verge of successfully winning them over. But upon hearing that I was to be a good person, I could no longer engage in delightful acts of pillaging and slaughter across the stars. They turned against me. As a good person, I could not simply eliminate them, so I had no choice but to release them. Vahn grimaced in frustration. How could his brainwashing method lead to such an outcome? During the brainwashing, he had discovered that instilling a new mindset in Thanos was a formidable challenge, likely due to the deep-seated obstinacy within his soul. Yet, he never anticipated that the conclusion of the brainwashing would transform Thanos into an entirely different extreme. This transition from villainy to virtue was difficult to assess. Vahn could only helplessly hold his forehead. They are pursuing us? They will arrive here in approximately 3 minutes. How many are there? 3 times my number. Vahn rolled his eyes. Humph, hide behind me. Watch how I handle these 2 insignificant pests. Nearby, the Supreme Evolution and Yondu exchanged glances, remaining silent. They harbored an unshakable sense of foreboding. They had heard tales of Thanos' reputation. But to think this young man was his master? Preposterous. They had never encountered such a notion. Yet, the scene before them did not seem fabricated. Soon, hundreds of warships descended, encircling them tightly. At that moment, the Supreme Evolution and Yondu suddenly realized, oh no, they too had been surrounded. Good heavens. What began as spectating had now ensnared them in the chaos. Chapter 183, Demons of the Dark Dimension. General Corvus Glaive and Supergiant did not immediately command their fleet to fire. Their projections soon appeared before Vahn, and upon seeing him, they appeared somewhat restrained and courteous. This reaction was understandable, for they were far more acquainted with Vahn than the Supreme Evolution and Yondu. A man capable of bringing Thanos to his knees was someone they had never imagined could exist in the universe. Yet, this was not the most significant factor. More importantly, Thanos had surrendered. This instilled in them a tinge of fear towards Vahn. Vahn found it curious. What was the occasion for such a gathering? General Corvus Glaive's projection regarded Vahn. Mr. Theodore Vahn, shall we propose a transaction? Vahn shrugged noncommittally. What kind of transaction do you have in mind? We will spare Thanos, and you will let us go. Vahn glanced back at Thanos, a smirk playing on his lips. You are Thanos' subordinates, and Thanos is my subordinate. You wish to negotiate with me? Do you deem yourselves worthy? Vahn surveyed the hundreds of warships forming a semicircle around him. Is this how you propose a trade with me? I had assumed you had come to kill me. General Corvus Glaive's expression soured. Mr. Vahn, I acknowledge your formidable strength. However, opposing us is not a trivial endeavor. I harbor no conflict with you. Why can we not resolve this matter amicably? Vahn nodded. You are right. I too wish to settle this peacefully. Now, I present you with a choice. A glint of coldness flickered in Vaughn's eyes. Surrender to me today, and I can assure your innocence. Henceforth, you will submit directly to my rule. The second option is war. I will crush you as effortlessly as one squashes a mere insect. General Deathblade sighed. It seems we have no grounds for negotiation? Vahn scoffed. I am willing to negotiate with many, but I shall never entertain discussions with traitors. If I were to spare you so easily, would it not encourage others to betray me in the future? With this thought, he glanced at the nearby Yonder and Supreme Evolution, a hint of wicked amusement rising within him. However, today appears to be your fortunate day, as my good friends Supreme Evolution and Yonder have come to visit me, which brings me joy. Therefore, I shall offer you a third path, surrender immediately, and I shall allow you to leave with the Star-Lord without further hindrance from myself or Thanos. However, you must leave the fleet to me. Upon hearing this, both Supreme Evolution and Yonder were incensed. Nonsense. I have no ties to you. We are not friends. I merely pass through and have no relationship with you, Theodore Vahn. Yonder argued. Vahn shook his head. Yonder, Evolution, you need not fear. Those 100 warships of his are but chickens and dogs. With your abilities, you could easily obliterate dozens of them. Lend me your assistance, and once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to a relaxing time at the club from our last visit. Supreme Evolution and Yonder exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their urge to unleash curses, and once more explained to General Deathblade. We have no connections with him. We can depart at once. We hope you do not misunderstand. Vahn nodded. Excellent, gentlemen. Upon your return, gather your fleets and strike back, catching him off guard. General Deathblade was uncertain whether to believe them. Yet suddenly, the warships under his command illuminated their cannon barrels, initiating a charge as if preparing to fire at any moment. Supreme Evolution fixed an intense gaze upon Vahn, resembling a ravenous wolverine. Yonder, visibly perturbed, remained silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Vahn, observing the individuals before him, felt no desire to engage in further dialogue. He was on the verge of wielding the Infinity Gauntlet to ensnare them all when, at that moment, another spatial disturbance occurred. This time, it was not a spaceship, but rather a fiery portal. A humanoid being covered in red scales emerged before them. An extraterrestrial sorcerer? As Vahn beheld this inexplicable apparition, he sensed an eerily familiar aura. It was the power of the dark dimension. This creature was a follower of Dormammu. Vahn furrowed his brow. Hey, ugly creature, what brings you here? The extraterrestrial sorcerer's throat quivered, emitting a peculiar sound. I have been summoned to spread the faith. It is said that there exists a planet called Earth, where its inhabitants face oppression. They require the salvation of darkness. Vahn twitched his lips. You, a devotee of Dormammu from the dark dimension, have come to Earth to oppose tyranny? Have you been drinking counterfeit wine? At that moment, Vahn suddenly recalled the astonishing captain who had initially arrived to debate with him. She mentioned that the time was drawing near, and that she would soon come to know. Could it be? Vahn turned to the Ravager Yonder. Hey Yonder, how did you know Star-Lord was trapped here? Who informed you? Do you know a one-eyed man named Nick Fury? Yonder paused for a moment. Indeed, a one-eyed man of African descent told me, but he claimed to be named Stark. Vahn turned to Supreme Evolution. And you? Did someone from Augo Corporation discover the raccoon? Or did someone tip you off? Supreme Evolution, sensing a slight anomaly, replied, I recently hired a new employee. He is also a one-eyed man. He manages finances and performs his duties exceptionally well. He was the one who reported the raccoon's whereabouts to me. Nick Fury manages finances? Vahn regarded him with pity, relieved that it had not been for long. Had that old fellow continued for a few more years, you would have found yourself unable to afford even your own undergarments. Finally, Vaughn's gaze shifted to the steadfast Thanos standing behind him. And you, have you seen the one-eyed fellow? Thanos shook his head. No. I have only interacted with familiar faces these past few days. Vahn turned to the extraterrestrial sorcerer. And what about you? Was it a one-eyed black fellow who sent you here? The red-scaled extraterrestrial's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction. How could you speak of our loyal friend Steve in such a manner? It is thanks to his guidance that we have arrived here. The oppressed people in this place shall also be liberated. Vahn rolled his eyes and continued to inquire. And where is this loyal friend of yours now? The extraterrestrial sorcerer replied. He has gone to retrieve a weapon. What sort of weapon? A weapon capable of vanquishing the tyrannical ruler. At that moment, Vaughn's heart skipped a beat as he sensed something. Earlier, after visiting the mural planet. He had left behind some means of detection. Now, he distinctly sensed someone standing upon that cliff. He almost instantaneously deduced it was Nick Fury. Just as he intended to open a portal to rush over, a surge of black smoke suddenly erupted from the extraterrestrial sorcerer. Following that, its body was abruptly torn to shreds, revealing a peculiar, kaleidoscopic blackness. A vast spatial rift materialized before Vahn. A colossal, shadowy figure loomed within. A massive and malevolent aura of darkness surged forth. Chapter 184, The Emergence of the Gem. Dormammu. Vahn's mind raced, and the Infinity Gauntlet manifested, conjuring a grand barrier that enveloped the rift. However, the power of the dark dimension was formidable. Several waves of potent energy collided against the barrier, compelling Vahn to reinforce it continuously. His gaze sharpened, and a spear suddenly appeared beside him. It was Odin's Gungnir. Vahn infused it with immense power from the Infinity Gauntlet, and in the next instant, the golden spear quivered slightly before vanishing. Within the dark dimension, Dormammu sensed an acute sense of danger approaching, prompting him to summon immense, solid black shields before him. Yet, a flash of golden light pierced through, penetrating all the black shields. As the golden spear ruthlessly impaled his eye, Dormammu experienced excruciating pain, and his roar reverberated throughout the dark dimension, causing it to convulse violently. In a flash of golden light, Vahn returned to his original position, showing no intention of halting his assault. The Gungnir, empowered by the Infinity Gauntlet, glimmered once more and swiftly penetrated the dark dimension. In an instant, Dormammu's cries of anguish echoed repeatedly. Nearby, General Deathblade, the Supergiant, Supreme Evolution, and Yonder all observed this brutal spectacle, their faces drained of color. Within a fleeting moment, Vahn had severely weakened the encroaching Dormammu. When he finally redirected his focus to the Vormer planet, he sensed that the Soul Stone had emerged. A flicker of understanding passed through Vahn's eyes. Everything that transpired today, I fear, is merely a conspiracy orchestrated by Nick Fury, aimed solely at delaying Theodore Vahn in order to acquire the Soul Stone. However, the fact that he managed to establish contact with Dormammu from the Dark Dimension surprised Vahn somewhat. As for the Supreme Evolution and the Grandmaster, they are likely but minor players in this scheme of delay, merely adding to the chaos. On the other hand, bolstered by the powers from the Dark Dimension, the weakened Dormammu swiftly regained his strength. He bellowed in furious indignation, "Theodore Vahn, you are courting death." Vahn's expression turned icy. This old man believed himself untouchable simply because he controlled the Dark Dimension. "I will strike you down." With a flash of golden light, Gungnir darted back and forth at Dormammu. Yet, the Dark Dimension was no longer his primary concern. The focal point was the whereabouts of Director Fury, who had obtained the Soul Stone. A flicker of malevolence arose within Vahn. The universe is vast. Did Fury truly believe he could escape? In the next moment, all 5 gems of the Infinity Stone began to radiate brilliantly, a tremendous, unparalleled power coalescing around Vahn. Suddenly, he reached out into the void, causing the entire cosmos to tremble as if he had grasped something from the far reaches of the starry sky. Vahn's expression twisted into a grimace, his body quivering slightly. And then he forcefully yanked his outstretched hand back. Space shattered, time quaked. Before him, something materialized abruptly, as if a spring shoot had burst forth from the earth after rain. The scene soon clarified, to everyone's shock. What he had drawn forth from the void was not a person or a starship, but an expanse of space. On a fractured terrain, Nick Fury, who had just acquired the Soul Stone, stared in terror at the unfolding events. Before him, a portal to another dimension stood ajar. Vahn instantly sensed that this gateway led to the realm of his old nemesis, the serpent god Set. Fury, holding the Soul Stone, appeared to be in conversation with someone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Vahn smiled at Director Fury. "Ah, isn't this Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D.? What dealings have you struck with the demons of another dimension?" Vahn gestured towards the glowing Soul Stone in Fury's hand. "As far as I know, that radiant gem is a treasure of this universe. Should you hand it over to the demons of another dimension, you would be nothing less than a traitor to the entire cosmos." Fury collected himself, regaining his composure, and glanced at the Infinity Gauntlet upon Vahn's hand. "Is that so? Yet, I feel as though I am the one safeguarding this universe, from some ambitious individuals, no less." Vahn shrugged. "You, who consorts with demons, dare to speak of protecting this world? Are you not aware that the greatest desire of these fiends is to consume this world? Huh. Your so-called protection surely involves sacrificing the people and things of this world, does it not?" Fury retorted with a cold smirk. "That is not sacrifice. Quite the contrary. I merely utilize the demon's strength to eradicate some of this world's malignancies, be they people or things. Vahn shook his head. Nick Fury, have you ever considered that you are the most malignant presence of all? Your mind is cluttered with outdated Cold War ideologies, fixated on how to protect this world. But pray, do reflect. What are you, that this universe needs your protection? You are nothing but a petty fool, utterly incapable of safeguarding the world. Do not presume the earth would cease to turn without you. Fury laughed heartily. I cannot predict what this world would be without me. However, I am certain that this world would be far better off without you. Seizing the moment of Fury's rebuttal, Vahn activated the Infinity Gauntlet, and a massive blue hand lunged towards Fury, poised to capture him. At that instant, a shadowy flash erupted from the portal, shattering the gigantic blue hand. Following it was Set's shrill voice. Theodore Vahn, you wretched scoundrel. Today marks the moment of my revenge. Meanwhile, Dormammu had once again regained his strength. The two formidable fiends fixed their fierce gazes upon Vahn. Observing the unfolding scene, Vahn addressed the others with calm assurance. Now that you have witnessed the current predicament, who among you still wishes to stand against me? Step forward if you dare. A smile curled at the corners of Vahn's lips. This is a splendid opportunity for you to strike me down. The Grandmaster and Supreme Evolution exchanged glances, both hastily shaking their heads. We were merely passing by. We bear no grievances with any of you. You may fight. We shall withdraw at once. General Blade and the Superstar appeared conflicted, remaining silent. Thanos, witnessing their indecision, bellowed. You two fools. You are adept at betrayal, but now you wish to side with that black scoundrel, betraying the entire world? Or do you aspire to become subordinates of those two fiends? You have heard of their brutality and ferocity. More importantly, do they hold any noble ideals beyond their childish ambition to conquer this world? Your lives shall be rendered utterly meaningless. Chapter 185, The Great Battle. General Blade and the Superstar chose to flee. They neither allied with Fury and the demons of another dimension, nor did they accept Vahn's proposition. One cannot help but deem this choice exceedingly foolish. Two factions capable of influencing the entire universe were engaged in a monumental clash, yet they opted for a hasty retreat. It appeared they had offended no one, yet in reality, they had antagonized both sides. Once the battle concluded, whichever faction sought retribution would spell disaster for them. On the other side, Dormammu and the Serpent God Set menacingly encircled Vahn. Just then, Captain Marvel, who had been absent for some time, emerged from the shadows. Seizing the Soul Stone from Fury's grasp, the crux of this battle had become evident. Vahn desired the Soul Stone, while the others aimed to thwart him. A flicker of blue fire erupted from Vahn, and he transformed into the long-lost colossal skeletal form. Without hesitation, the great battle commenced. With a snap of his fingers, Vahn's form flickered in and out of existence, suddenly appearing before Captain Marvel. Blue flames surged forth like waves, surrounding Carol, while a sharp energy blade descended upon her right hand where she held the Soul Stone. Captain Marvel reacted swiftly, retreating as energy erupted from her, resisting Vahn's might. Behind Vahn, Set and Dormammu attacked simultaneously, a tremendous force crashing against his back, fracturing several ribs. Yet, such injuries were inconsequential to him. The broken bones mended in an instant, and he continued his pursuit of the retreating Captain Marvel. Despite possessing immense power within this world, Captain Marvel appeared somewhat vulnerable in the presence of the three. Her primary task in this conflict was to restrain Vahn with the Soul Stone, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to deliver the gem into the hands of Set and Dormammu. As long as the gemstone is transported to their respective dimension, it becomes exceedingly difficult for Vahn to reclaim it due to their formidable power in that realm. Nevertheless, Vahn's offensive is relentless, as he firmly establishes dominance in this battle through sheer strength. Captain Marvel finds herself evading everywhere, unable to seize an opportunity to dispatch the gemstone. Just when she believes this state of affairs may persist, a sudden golden flash catches her eye. Before she can react, Gungnir is already soaring towards her. The sharp tip of the spear aims directly at her forehead, leaving her no choice but to block it with her left hand. With a tearing sound, her left hand is severed. Under the immense impact, her graceful flight is disrupted, and she plummets to the ground like a meteor. Recognizing the dire situation, Dormammu and the Serpent God Set quickly exert their power to ensnare Vahn. Simultaneously, a dark light envelopes the injured Captain Marvel. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Nick Fury, his face adorned with numerous dark markings. It appears he has borrowed considerable strength from the dark dimension as well. However, even so, how could he evade Vahn's pursuit while carrying the injured Captain Marvel? Amidst fending off Set and Dormammu, a powerful punch comes hurtling towards them. In a moment of unavoidable peril, it is Dormammu who absorbs the impact of that blow. Yet it is evident that while Dormammu may have saved them from this strike, he cannot protect them from the next. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury whispers to Captain Marvel, "Hurry, we must head to New York. He won't wreak havoc there. We still have a chance to maneuver." Captain Marvel pauses in disbelief. The Earth has a Tesseract shield. Dormammu and Set will be thwarted from entering. A fierce glint flashes across Fury's face. "We cannot afford to concern ourselves with that. I will temporarily deactivate the shield." "Deactivate? How will you do that?" "I have some trustworthy allies on Earth who will handle it as I instruct." A chill runs through Captain Marvel. Deactivating the magical shield would spell disaster for the entire planet. Many demons will covet it. Not many, only 2. Captain Marvel is momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehends Fury's implication. With Dormammu and Set present, other invaders would not dare to contest this territory. Yet she inhales sharply, realizing the calamity these 2 deities could unleash upon Earth. "No, Fury, we cannot do this. Our actions could lead to the annihilation of the entire planet." "It will not be annihilated," Fury exclaims. "Trust me, Dormammu and Set's primary target is not the populace of Earth." Captain Marvel, anxious, retorts, "Even so, the unleashed power of these deities will bring catastrophic ruin to Earth." Fury pauses, a strange expression crossing his face. "That may not be the case. The figure behind us is none other than the Guardian of Earth, is he not? Just think, will he choose to protect Earth or seize the gemstone?" Captain Marvel stares at him, incredulous. "You would place the safety of Earth in the hands of a tyrant whom you deem a hypocrite and a scoundrel? What are you doing?" Fury's voice carries a hint of madness. "Is this not a test? We can discern his true nature through this opportunity. Not just us, but other superheroes on Earth as well. Perhaps once they see Vaughn's true face, they will join us in defeating him. No, this is wrong. We cannot gamble with the lives of the entire planet." Captain Marvel continues to resist. However, weakened from her injuries, she can only be swept along by Fury. They become a streak of light, soaring towards Earth not far away. Vahn, in pursuit, furrows his brow upon witnessing this development. In an instant, he grasps Fury's plan. And one cannot deny that this dark figure has lost his sanity. Simultaneously, a massive explosion erupts in London, Hong Kong, and New York, nearly synchronously. Unbeknownst to all, the magical barrier protecting Earth silently collapses. Set and Dormammu sense this occurrence and excitedly surge towards Earth. Captain Marvel and Fury arrive in New York, standing atop a skyscraper. Gazing skyward, eager to discern Vaughn's choice between the gemstone and the people. Without hesitation, Vahn confronts the 2 marauding deities. Captain Marvel feels a sense of relief upon witnessing this scene, yet she glares furiously at Nick Fury. "You should not have done this." Fury shakes his head with a smile. "What's wrong? Isn't it true that nothing has happened? Furthermore, we have triumphed. As long as we can send the Soul Stone to another dimension, Theodore Vahn will not become so powerful as to be unstoppable." Captain Marvel gazes at Fury with disappointment. Utilizing the goodness of others to achieve one's goals is not the mark of a true hero. "You are no longer the Nick Fury I once knew." Fury falls silent for a moment, sighing, "I'm sorry, but for the sake of this planet, I had to stain my hands." Chapter 186, The 3 Great Deities. In the skies above, Vahn finds it not too arduous to fend off Dormammu and the serpent god Set. Just as the battle intensifies, a vast tide of deep crimson energy suddenly manifests behind him. A colossal fist, akin to a hammer, descends from above, crashing down upon Vaughn's head. Boom. Vahn is sent flying, plummeting to the earth like a shooting star. Seizing this opportunity, the newly arrived Satirak, alongside the other 2 deities, converges their power and strikes down towards the spot where Vahn has fallen. Boom. The earth trembles, buildings collapse, and a violent shockwave radiates, raising immense clouds of dust. This strike resembles a nuclear explosion, leveling the area around the impact site for several kilometers. Although this occurs on the outskirts of New York City, it instantly results in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. Captain Marvel watches the rising smoke in the distance, frozen in place, murmuring, "What have I done?" Nick Fury stands rigid, his expression vacant. A portal opens beside them, revealing a disheveled Vahn, his clothes tattered. Coughing, he asks, "Is this what you wanted? You have won." Taking a deep breath, Vahn gazes at Nick Fury, shaking his head. "Since you insist upon this, I will relinquish my responsibility to protect Earth, Nick Fury. I return it to you." "No." Captain Marvel cries out, knowing that if these deities are allowed to roam free, the entire planet will be obliterated within minutes. Vahn calmly regards her. "This is your choice, is it not? You should have anticipated this outcome when you chose to ally with him. I warned you. He is a globally wanted criminal." Vaughn's words ring true, yet he feels a strange absence. He does not sense the presence of the soul stone from either of them. However, they have been closely following him, and it is improbable that it has been dispatched. It must have been concealed through some magical means by Nick Fury. In the heavens, having temporarily lost track of Vahn, the three great deities enter their mode of destruction. Dormammu unleashes an endless black mist, and every individual it touches becomes tainted, their faces adorned with numerous markings as they transform into dark followers. Sether unleashed serpentine energy, infiltrating the earth and wreaking havoc, seemingly capable of extracting a unique power from within humanity. As for Sadarak, he enveloped the surroundings in a deep crimson energy, transforming all it touched into his dominion. The earth was engulfed in a cacophony of lamentations. Vahn observed the taciturn Nick Fury, who, with a mere snap of his fingers, vanished before them. Witnessing Vahn's disappearance, Captain Marvel lost her composure, seizing Fury by the collar. "Where is the stone? Hand it over." Nick Fury seemed to regain his senses. Panting heavily, "What do you intend to do?" Captain Marvel pointed to the devastated remnants of New York. "What do you think?" "I aim to save this world." "Relinquish the Soul Stone. Only Theodore Vahn can rescue it. But he is a tyrant. That is still preferable to the annihilation of the entire world. Look at what we've done. We personally lowered the defenses and allowed the demon to invade Earth. Millions have perished. Do you intend to wait until the world is obliterated?" Nick Fury gazed at the city engulfed in flames, a pained expression etching his features. "Impossible, impossible. This cannot be real." Captain Marvel's fist collided with his face. "You fool, you are still hesitating. Give me the stone." Nick Fury shook his head. "No, I cannot." Enraged, Captain Marvel pummeled him, blood streaming from his face. She then dragged him down, plunging into the ruins of the city. Surrounding them were cries for help, desperate pleas, and anguished wails. Captain Marvel pressed his head down, forcing him to witness the devastation. "Nick Fury, will you watch them all perish? Will you stand by as this world collapses?" "No." Fury closed his eyes in agony. After a moment, he opened them, arcane energy swirling within him, forming a complex magic circle. A glimmer of light flared, and the Soul Stone materialized in his palm. Captain Marvel snatched it away and soared toward the Typhon Tower. Nick Fury stood bewildered, murmuring, "Is this real? Is it a facade? What is the truth?" Upon reaching the Typhon Tower, she indeed found Vahn, alone and drinking. She tossed the Soul Stone to him with simplicity. "Now, please save this planet." A faint smile graced Vahn's lips. "Does this world truly require my salvation?" No sooner had he spoken than his form dissipated like smoke. In Captain Marvel's astonished gaze, the surroundings began to warp and twist. When she finally regained her bearings, she found herself atop the New York skyscraper. The world around her lay in tranquility, devoid of the cataclysmic scenes she had anticipated. Above, Vahn battled against two demons. Beside her, Nick Fury wore a countenance of despair. "I told you, this is not real." In the sky, Vahn conjured a circular shield around himself, deflecting the attacks of Dormammu and Sether. He caressed the newly acquired Soul Stone, marveling at his achievement. Nick Fury and Captain Marvel's gravest error was their return to Earth, to New York. Now, the entire nation had been transformed into an existence of foreign lands, ensnaring them in a dreamscape that felt both real and illusory. Previously, Nick Fury had gambled on Vahn's conscience, believing he would not allow Earth to descend into ruin. Now, Vahn was wagering on their intrinsic morality, trusting that in the face of calamity, they would ultimately choose survival. He had, quite naturally, triumphed, with the Soul Stone in hand. Today would mark the grand finale of this universe. A surge of immense power coursed through Vahn, igniting a fervent sensation within him. Dormammu and Sether sensed the peril and opened a dimensional portal, preparing to flee to their respective realms. Vahn's gaze hardened. After such a protracted battle, it was time for him to strike. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding space fell into silence. All sound vanished, and every being, including Dormammu and the serpent god Sether, was frozen in place, akin to sculptures. Vahn leisurely approached them, the infinity gauntlet gently tapping them, causing them to ripple like water. With a soft splash, they transformed into a pool of clear water, dispersing outward. They would not perish easily, their true forms remaining in other dimensions. However, this encounter would significantly diminish their powers. Vahn hovered high above, silently intoning, "Let the entire universe become my realm within realms." With a resounding clap, a formidable energy enveloped the entire world. Chapter 187. This is my universe. Vahn's vision blurred, and he found himself in a peculiar space, a shimmering silver lake. Soon, a torrent of information flooded his mind, revealing the true nature of this place, the ocean of cosmic origin. Here, The very essence of the universe converged. Vahn produced a seed from the realm of foreign lands and, with a flick of his hand, cast the black seed into the silver ocean of origin. In an instant, the ocean erupted in colossal waves, the blackness spreading until, within mere breaths, the entire ocean of origin had changed its hue. The next moment, his consciousness returned to reality. In that instant, his essence merged with the entire universe. An overwhelming surge of knowledge and energy flowed into his soul, exponentially amplifying his strength. Gradually, he became attuned to the state of every corner of the universe. The Infinity Gauntlet had become obsolete. Or rather, Vahn had utilized the gauntlet to compel the entire universe to yield itself. Having reached this level, he attained a complete understanding of his own power. His strength had transcended the confines of a singular universe. Suspended in the void, he suddenly fixed his gaze ahead, curiosity piqued. "Hey, what are you staring at?" No reply came. "I'm talking to you, big-headed fellow in the blue cloak." Moments later, a spectral figure appeared before him, tall and imposing, with a cold demeanor and a disproportionately large head. The observer, Watu. This universe has manifested occurrences beyond my comprehension. In the vast river of time, this is a first. Vahn sensed that Watu had detected the cosmic shift, but could not fathom its nature. Instead of expounding, Vahn asked, "Baldy, didn't you say there are 5 supreme beings in this world? Why haven't I encountered them?" Watu shook his head. "They exist between the void and reality. They can be, or they can be not. They may inhabit this universe or others, simultaneously present in any realm and absent from all." What does that mean?" Watu offered no response, merely surveying the surrounding space. "What has transpired in this world? What did you witness?" The world suddenly darkened before returning to its original form. Yet everything felt altered. Perhaps the dark dimension's demon, Dormammu, has invaded this universe. Watu regarded his ramblings with skepticism, shaking his head. "What do you intend to do with this universe?" "Love and peace." Watu paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Fanon surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Where do you plan to seek your fortunes henceforth?" Watu remained silent for a moment before responding, "I shall depart from this universe." "Leaving shortly?" "Indeed. I shall take my leave soon. Travel safely, no need for farewells." Watu departed, yet he assured Fanon of a return. Fanon watched him go, beckoning with a hand as numerous portals materialized before him. He stroked his chin, pondering which rebellious soul to deal with first. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 decades had passed. Throughout these 20 years, Fanon had meticulously organized the entirety of the universe, instigating multiple dimensional wars. The first was in Hell, centered around Lucifer's domain, where he established unprecedented hellish portals. Under the assault of the symbiotic army and the newly developed abomination forces, the hellish overlords, led by Mephisto, were compelled to submit. In a swift stroke, those who once called Lucifer brother now referred to him as sister. It was a bustling affair, filled with camaraderie. A new deity emerged in heaven, gaining universal recognition from all of heaven and its angels, Theodore Vahn. He would be the most magnificent, selfless, and sagacious god. Integrating the powers of heaven and hell, he sought out an old acquaintance, the Dark Lord Dormammu. After a series of contests of power, the dark dimension became one of Fanon's sources of energy, akin to an endless oil field on Earth, providing a continuous supply of vitality. Before long, the serpent god Set followed suit, along with other dimensional deities, all forcibly ushered into his realm. Under his influence, the universe underwent monumental transformations. Prosperity, stability, tranquility, and strength flourished. Yet, the more he achieved, the more Fanon found himself ensnared in ennui. At this moment, even entities of multiversal caliber that entered his universe could not escape his effortless grasp. Invincible in the world, yet he felt the solitude of existence akin to falling snow. Only one path lay ahead, to conquer other universes. Yet this process would merely repeat his own narrative of struggle, from weakness to strength, from scheming to overwhelming power. As he pondered, a sudden sensation alerted him to an object breaking through the confines of space, entering his universe. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a fragment of his own power. The former god. With a flick of his wrist, Fanon enveloped the former deity in a spatial field, teleporting him before him. Clad in a flowing white robe with hair as white as snow, the former god, his chest partially exposed, looked upon Fanon with astonishment. "Greetings, god." Fanon greeted, a slight smile gracing his lips, though he felt a twinge of curiosity within. He had previously heard of this former god from god number 8, but after seizing control of the universe, he had never discovered his whereabouts, mistakenly believing him to have met with misfortune. Little did he expect that this individual had ventured into other universes. The former god scrutinized Fanon and surveyed his surroundings, astonished by the immense spatial energy and the overwhelming universe. Fanon raised an eyebrow. You aren't here simply to flatter me, are you? You are the current god? Oh, the master of this universe. Fanon nodded. What brings you back? The former god faltered. Why can't I return? This is, after all, my mother universe. But you left. I did leave, yet I did not perish. Fanon contemplated. You make a valid point, but why return? The former god rolled his eyes and sighed. I am here to seek you out. To find me? Fanon queried, puzzled. You probably haven't even heard of me. Just as he was about to inquire further, the former god's eyes suddenly turned white, and a formidable power transcended time and space, descending directly upon him. Fanon leapt back in fright. This power was so immense that he feared he was no match for it. Who are you? The former god's voice had transformed, sounding mechanical. I am above all. Fanon frowned. Above all? Ah, you may also call me another name, Lichten. What? The old man. What do you intend to do? The mechanical voice replied. The universe faces a threat, and I hope for your assistance. Fanon paused. A threat? To my universe? Not merely your universe, but to all universes. Whose threat? Unmentionable. Fanon was taken aback, yet a flicker of intrigue sparked within him. How do you intend for me to assist? You shall become an undercover agent, infiltrate their universe, disrupt their timelines, and subvert their organizations, as you have done here. Fanon rolled his eyes. I thought you were praising me. Why choose me? Because you are clever, wise, brave, and undaunted. Huh. Don't think I can be swayed by your flattering words. Be serious. Because you are bored. As time passes, your ennui will deepen. You will rot upon your throne, drowning in despair. Suddenly, Fanon sprang to his feet. Let us do this. Who should I target? Upon entering that world, you will lose a significant portion of your strength. But fret not. I have tailored a power replication system for you, which will unfold in your soul in a divine manner. Humph, I'm familiar with that. Enough talk. Let us proceed. Chapter 188. Farewell. Do you not require a farewell? You need a farewell. Fanon rolled his eyes. I'm not that sentimental. If there were no forewarning at our meeting, why should we disturb the moment of parting? Lichten shook his head. No, you need a farewell. Someone requires it. Fanon cast a skeptical glance at him. Who requires it? Lichten gazed up at the boundless starry sky. Those who observe this realm. Fanon looked up at the sky, clearly seeing nothing. All right. Who am I to argue with the boss? Fanon muttered. With a thought, he arrived in the starry expanse surrounding Earth, which had become immensely prosperous. Two massive solar power arrays encircled Earth like wings. A colossal spaceport, resembling a city, continuously swallowed countless spacecraft. In the next moment, he found himself within a spherical structure in the grand spaceport. A grizzled individual stood amidst a plethora of virtual data. Deep in thought, Tony Stark, having benefited from Fanon's assistance, had long since been released from prison and now served as the chief scientist of the Earth Alliance. Upon noticing Fanon's arrival, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Hey, I've analyzed the data you provided. We can indeed harness energy from the void beyond this universe. Consequently, as we continuously enhance the core of the divine realm, the energy level of this universe, centered around Earth, will escalate. Soon, a time will come when everyone will soar like dragons. Fanon shrugged. After the foreign nation expanded throughout the entire universe, he had solidified a divine core. All energy filtered through it would serve to bolster this universe itself. The energy flowing through the space increased, and many unique races began to manifest. Upon realizing this, Fanon decisively disseminated the tomes of sorcery and, through the Sea of Origin, compiled several cultivation systems to be circulated on Earth. This universe has transcended the realm of a mere Marvel universe. Before long, one might even achieve the art of immortality. Stark, I must take my leave. Iron Man gazed at him with a quizzical expression. Where are you headed? Away from this universe. Stark paused, then nodded. When shall you return? Vahn shrugged. Perhaps soon, perhaps after a long time, or perhaps never again. Stark furrowed his brow. Are you abandoning this world? Vahn shook his head. No, I intend to establish a few guardians to maintain the equilibrium of this realm. Who do you plan to recruit? You, Captain, Thor, and a few others. I aim to form a superhero coalition. The Justice League? No, the Avengers. Upon hearing that name, a wave of nostalgia washed over Stark, for it had long faded into the annals of history. That name was coined by Nick Fury. How did you come to choose it? Vahn smiled. It's rather pleasant. Is it not? By the way, the suspicious fellow is about to be released, isn't he? Stark clicked away at his computer. Soon. He has successfully reformed in prison and is nearing the standards for release. By the way, I plan to establish a covert intelligence organization and have him lead it. What do you think? Stark pondered for a moment. His temperament and abilities are indeed suitable, but you do not mind that he once opposed you? Who said I lack magnanimity? Stark rolled his eyes, hesitated, then inquired, what direction should we pursue moving forward? The cosmic potential of this universe is finite. Then we shall venture to other universes. Let us spread the light of justice across alternate realms and establish a grand multiverse alliance. The people shall govern themselves, drowning that so-called pantheon of deities in the depths of obscurity. Long live the people. Stark gazed at him in disbelief. You can be mad all you wish. But why drag us into it? Vahn waved his hand. I'm off to inform the others. Take care of yourselves. With a flash, his figure vanished. Stark stood in stunned silence, gazing at the empty space with a soft sigh. On Earth, a vast expanse of farmland. Crack, crack. Steve was chopping wood. Vahn appeared silently behind him. Captain, how have you been lately? Steve paused, slowly turning around. Quite well, what brings you here? I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Please take care of this universe for me. Steve was taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Vane's expression darkened. I am dying, Steve. The captain's face fell. You are dying? Indeed. In a few days, I shall depart from this world forever. Where do you intend to go? Vahn chuckled softly, shaking his head. To other universes, perhaps I may never return. Captain America furrowed his brow. Why must you go? There is a being I cannot defeat. He has compelled me to leave. There is someone you cannot defeat? I thought you were the strongest in this world. I am indeed the strongest in this realm. But alas, he is not of this world. How strong is he? Vahn shook his head. Do not dwell on it. You cannot assist. Moreover, this decision is mine alone. Invincible in this world, I have grown weary of solitude. Captain America nodded. How do you propose I care for this universe? I have reassembled the Avengers. How about I reserve a position for you among the Trinity? Captain America nodded in understanding. Who else? Tony Stark and my good friend, Thor. Alongside a host of other heroes, such as your dear friend Bucky and Stark's loyal ally, War Machine, as well as Thor's comrades from Asgard. Steve rolled his eyes. You might as well rename it the Best Buds Task Force. That is not out of the question, Vahn agreed. When will you depart? At any moment. I have long wished to leave, but I stayed to offer you an explanation. Very well, I shall seek additional support for you. Prepare yourself, as someone will come for you. Vahn cast one last glance at him. This world still needs you. With that, he vanished. Steve remained silent for a while, resuming his wood chopping. In a peculiar oceanic dimension, 3 colossal islands stood resolutely. Vahn sent a thought message to each of the 3 islands, and soon, several figures appeared. Odin, the Ancient One, Zeus, and the ruler of the celestial realm, the Jade Emperor. My friends, I shall temporarily depart from this universe. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. Are you instigating a multiverse war? No, I am journeying to a place entirely independent of our world, and even the multiverse. Odin frowned. Where is that? Vahn shook his head. I can only speculate. What speculation? The elder being known as Liston, who wishes me to disrupt the world, may very well be referring to the Detective Comics universe. What is that? Another chaotic and perilous universe. In this universe? I leave it to you and the Avengers. The Ancient One smiled. You truly are a saint, having built this place so well, only to turn around and leave. It is a grand display of selflessness. Vahn rolled his eyes. I am merely departing, not dying. As long as I return, what is mine shall remain mine. Odin inquired. Why have you summoned us? The Avengers and the Justice League require your guidance. Zeus, with a voice akin to a tractor, remarked. Tiste, those fellows are nearly our equals. Do we still need to look after them? They are young. It would be a shame for them to perish so easily. Zeus widened his eyes. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we fight on their behalf? That was not my intent. However, if you choose to interpret it that way, I have no recourse. Enough. The Ancient One intervened, addressing Vahn. Are you certain you wish to go? Absolutely. Vahn replied without a hint of hesitation. Remaining here is far too dull. With that, he glanced at Zeus. I do not wish to become deranged from boredom. Zeus fumed. Odin interjected. You may perish there. I do not fear death. Vahn shook his head. Odin nodded. You understand then. In that case, we shall ensure the safety of this universe for you. Vahn nodded. Then, farewell. The Jade Emperor acknowledged. Remember, whenever you wish to return, we shall always be here. Very well, thank you. A gentle breeze swept through, and his form suddenly became intangible. Liston awaited him in the depths of space. In the void, Vahn looked back at the path he had traversed, and with a thought, left behind a statue of himself. Who knows when he might return? Consider it a keepsake. All those he knew and those he did not, upon arriving here, would meet him. Perhaps they might encounter him again in another realm. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and like to support the next story. Until we meet again.